Family, this crossing starts off explosively. As soon as the protagonist opens his eyes, he sees a half-body person pointing at him and shouting playing dead to eat the tiger before dying. He was hit by a truck on Blue Star and crossed over to the world of One Piece. To save his life, he ate a devil fruit but ended up spitting it all out. Later, he discovers he is a capable user and has an identity from the D-Clan. What other surprises await? Let me tell you, as soon as I opened my eyes, I heard a guy with half a body left, pointing at my nose, using his last ounce of strength to shout, "Eric D. Doesn't res. You little rascal," pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. "I won't let you go." Then with a bang, his head tilted, and he was completely dead. I was so confused. Who am I? Where am I? What did I do? Just a second ago, I was on the streets of Blue Star, having an enthusiastic embrace with a fully loaded truck. That driver was really skilled. It felt like he was going to send me off 100, not even giving me a chance for a bad review. When I opened my eyes again, wow, I was thrown straight into a hellish battlefield. In a creepy cave, the ground was littered with severed limbs, and the smell of blood almost made me pass out again. I looked down and saw I was also covered in injuries, my left hand still gripping a spear that had pierced someone's neck, and in my right hand, I was tightly holding something. A devil fruit filled with spiral patterns and colorful, oh my god, One Piece. I was completely stunned. I figured out these 8 guys, including the original owner of this body, were all fighting for this fruit, and in the end, they ended up taking each other out. The original owner managed to grab the fruit, but probably got too excited and died on the spot, leaving me, this unlucky guy from another world, to take over. Family, who understands? This thing is now a hot potato. I'm all alone, covered in injuries, clutching this treasure, and if another wave of people comes, won't I just die on the spot? No way. Rather than letting others benefit, I might as well benefit myself. With that thought, I steel my heart, open my mouth wide, and directly swallowed it whole. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I shouldn't have eaten it from start. The taste was unbelievable. I felt like I consumed all the bitterness of my life. My face turned as green as Zoro's hair, and my features twisted to the point I couldn't recognize myself. In the end, I couldn't hold it back any longer, and wow, I vomited everything I had eaten yesterday along with the fruit. I only had one thought. It's over. I ate it for nothing, lost my ability, and still suffered for nothing. After resting for a full 2 hours, I finally managed to prop myself up against the wall. To be honest, this boat's physical quality is really impressive. If it were me before, I would have been done for. I took out a crumpled, wanted poster from the original owner's pocket, and it made me laugh. Eric doesn't res. Bounty of 24 million berries. No wonder he was so strong. I tried throwing a punch at the stone wall, and bang, it made a big hole. All right, with this strength, at least I can protect myself. I rummaged around the other dead bodies and found 3 more wanted posters, one for 40 million, one for 32 million, adding up to almost 80 million. Is it a trend for pirates to keep wanted posters on them nowadays? They're really considerate for us bounty hunters. But what I'm most concerned about now is whether that fruit actually worked. I don't feel any superpower at all. It can't be some kind of human fruit, ordinary type, duck form, right? No, I need to try it out. I staggered out of the cave. Outside was a deserted island, and not far away was a pirate ship. I ran to the seaside, made up my mind, stripped down, and walked into the sea. Ankles, nothing wrong. Calves, nothing wrong. Knees, nothing wrong either. My heart sank. Could it really be that I ate it for nothing? I gritted my teeth and took a big step forward. The water went straight over my waist. In that instant, a wave of overwhelming weakness suddenly engulfed me. I felt like a deflated doll. My whole body went limp. The sea was rejecting me. Oh my God, I really became a capable user. I hurriedly rolled back and collapsed on the beach, my body numb. Family, what kind of situation is this? I became a capable user with only the debuff of a duck, but I have no idea what ability I have. Is the ability just mainly for companionship? Just to accompany me without being able to swim? I lay on the beach in despair, feeling like life was bleak. Hit by a truck, crossing into a murder scene, and eating a useless fruit, this unlucky buff is stacked to the max. After calming down, I felt something was off. I could vaguely sense a strange power within my body. Could it be the activation conditions of this fruit are special? Yes, it must be. Didn't Luffy's rubber fruit also take him over a decade to realize it was Nika? Mine must also be a later stage powerful fruit. Thinking this, I felt much better inside. I decided to check out the ship first, find some clothes, and eat something. I cautiously approached the pirate ship named Torture. The ship was also filled with corpses. It seemed those 8 brothers cleared the place of their subordinates before the showdown. Truly brutal. I found a room marked with my nickname Silverbrow, and when I opened the door, I immediately sprayed 2 streams of nosebleed. This guy's room, the walls, ceiling, and floor were covered with posters of beautiful women. There were wanted posters of female pirates, promotional flyers of female marines, and the style was all uniform, all from the South Sea. Especially the largest poster on the wall, it was the Big Eater Jewelry Bonnie. Goodness, the original owner was a hardcore LSP and a regional control freak. Only local girls would catch his eye. Huh? So embarrassing. While I complained, I hurriedly tore down these evidence and hid them in the drawer and ended up discovering 2 diaries on the table. When I opened one, the signature on the title page stunned me. Eric D. Dozen res. The D-Clan. I quickly pulled out the wanted poster. It didn't even have the D. It was hidden by the world government. Damn, this identity is not simple. I spent an hour reading through the diaries, and I was filled with respect. This guy was not a villain. He was a pure revenge youth. Born in a broken country in the South Sea, his parents were killed, and he lived with his sister. To become stronger for revenge, he ended up having his sister taken away by someone called the South Sea Overlord. He was forced to join this trash pirate crew for power. He pretended to be a pervert to save innocent women from those scumbags. This time, he also planned to grab the fruit, wanted to use the opportunity to wipe out those scumbags, and then use the fruit to save his sister. In the last entry, he bid farewell to his sister and the beloved Miss Bonnie whom he had never met in the end. Just one breath away, he was gone. Sigh, brother, rest in peace. From today on, I am Eric D. Rez. I will avenge you. I will save your sister. As for Bonnie, let's talk about that later. I feel like I can't afford to raise her. But I will carry on your unfinished path to becoming a supernova. After finishing the diary, I felt completely fused with this body, as if I had received the original owner's acknowledgement. By the way, the diary mentioned that it is now the year 1519 in the Sea Circle calendar, a little over a year until Luffy set sail. Time is tight, and the task is heavy, especially since I ate such a useless fruit. But thank goodness this guy's physical foundation is really good. I estimate I have at least a strength of 50 million berries. Not too shabby. Plus, I'm only 16, it's the perfect age for physical growth. With another year and a half of training, multiplying my strength several times over is not a dream. All right, there is hope. However, I look down, and oh my god, I'm still naked. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. I rescued a young lady named Daff from a group of scoundrels and brought her here. It must be her. As I don my attire, Daff visibly sighed in relief and timidly inquired, Mr. Reese? Oh, she recognizes me. It seems the original owner had already briefed her, which simplifies matters. I stepped forward and swiftly severed the ropes binding her. I got straight to the point. Everything is fine now. I've dealt with the other villains aboard this vessel. Upon hearing this, her eyes widened in disbelief as she pointed to my injuries and asked, You mean those wounds are from? Indeed, they are the result of our confrontation. We are now free, I replied, flashing her a reassuring smile. This girl has endured a great deal, having witnessed her family's murder. She is likely still in shock. I inquired if she had any relatives to turn to, but she suddenly burst into tears, her sobs flowing like pearls from a broken string. It seems she is utterly alone. After what felt like an eternity of weeping, she dried her tears and looked up at me, her eyes clear and resolute. Mr. Reese, I have nowhere to go. Please take me in. Whatever you intend to do next, I shall follow you. I was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that the crew could be so readily assembled? I scratched my head and asked, You would accompany me even if I continued as a pirate? If you choose the path of piracy, allow me to serve as your helmsman, Daff declared, suddenly kneeling on one knee with a voice full of conviction. I, Daff of the White Sail, hereby recognize Eric D. Reese as my captain. Goodness, this left me utterly bewildered. A helmsman? This seemingly delicate girl could assume such a role? Surely this is a jest. Seeing my disbelief, Daff chuckled. I, Daff of the White Sail, am the finest helmsman from my homeland. Just days ago, did you not witness my navigation skills? Days ago, my mind raced, and suddenly I recalled the entries in the diary. When they attacked that merchant ship, despite its size, it maneuvered like a seagull, leaving them in disarray and nearly capsized. Much of the trouble stemmed from that mysterious helmsman. Could it be her? Looking at this petite girl, I found it impossible to connect her with that exceptional helmsman. As I remained in stunned silence, Daff became animated, her passion for sailing igniting her spirit. If you doubt me, I shall prove it. Captain, when do we set sail? I shall take the helm. Very well. I had grown weary of this desolate island. I dashed to the map on the wall and pointed decisively. This one, Energy Island. Set forth. At your command, Captain, Daff exclaimed, striding purposefully towards the deck with an impressive determination. I sensed that I had truly stumbled upon a treasure. Subsequently, I tended to my wounds, disposed of the bodies overboard, and cleaned the ship from stem to stern. The Yaojian pirate crew was no more. Henceforth, it would be my new pirate crew, the Reese crew. Once Daff stood at the helm, her aura transformed entirely. With both hands on the wheel, she faced the wind with a confident smile. Under her guidance, the ship, Torture, turned and cut through the waves, vanishing like a streak of white lightning on the horizon. Shortly after our departure, a naval warship leisurely appeared in that area. At the bow stood a blond young man clad in a coat of justice. His gaze sharp as a blade. He was Lieutenant Lexington. This fellow was a headstrong idealist, insistent on inspecting the island for himself. Meanwhile, his lazy and ill-tempered superior, Colonel Boston, was rudely awakened in the cabin, thoroughly annoyed by the commotion. Lexington, with his moonwalk, swiftly made his way to the island, while Colonel Boston, I assure you, was already plotting his demise. How dare he disturb my slumber? Boston sneered at the sight of Lexington above, coldly chuckling as he picked up pen and paper to draft a report declaring Lexington's demise in the line of duty. Good heavens, the lad was still alive. And yet the obituary was already prepared. The workplace is indeed grim. For days later at sea, I was on deck, bare-chested, engaged in a vigorous series of push-ups. My injuries now healed. Over these days, I had fully grasped Daff's exceptional prowess. The ship sailed with remarkable ease and stability. I assure you, if I placed a cup of water on the deck, not a single drop would spill. Moreover, our speed was astonishing. A journey that typically took 7 days was completed in just 4. However, my cursed devil fruit remained silent, which was utterly exasperating. Never mind, I thought. I should focus on honing my physical strength. Captain, we will arrive at Energy Island in 1 hour. Daff called from the front. I donned my clothing and approached. From a distance, I could see the island shrouded in thick, billowing smoke, resembling a massive black pot cover. Something was amiss here. I inquired of Daff regarding our location. She informed me that this island was known as Energy Island, the largest energy supplier in the South Sea and also the greatest source of pollution. The island housed the 230th Division of the Navy, as well as a group called the Blake Corporation. The leader of this group, known as Blake or the Black Demon, appeared to be a businessman on the surface, but was secretly colluding with pirates to sell arms and exploit the populace, committing all manner of atrocities. Daff mentioned that this Blake was a legendary user of natural abilities. My heart sank at that moment. Natural abilities? In these waters, how many could wield such power? Was this not an invincible existence? Would I not be merely offering myself as a sacrifice? Sensing my hesitation, Daff quickly reassured me, saying, Blake treats pirates as clients. As long as we do not provoke him and merely purchase some supplies, he will not cause us trouble. Very well. Since we had come this far, I was in need of weapons and fuel. Thus, we would venture onto the island. Our ship, now renamed the Blood Vengeance, proudly flew my newly designed silver skull flag as we officially set sail towards that polluted energy island. Simultaneously, aboard the naval warship trailing behind, Lexington had uncovered the truth about the desolate island. He discovered the corpses of a Yaojian pirate crew and concluded that I was the sole survivor. A notorious pervert with a bounty of 24 million who specifically targeted women. He crumpled my bounty notice and vowed to eliminate me. Meanwhile, his malicious superior, Boston, was instructing him, let's not head to our assignment just yet. Let us pay a visit to my old friend at the 230th Division. Lexington, ever the stubborn one, attempted to protest but was swiftly rebuffed by Boston. Turning away, Boston retrieved a din mushy and contacted his accomplices on Energy Island. Hello, is this Yingsae? I have someone here who needs your and Blake's assistance. Yes, my current aide, eliminate her. After hanging up, Boston wore a twisted smile. Meanwhile, on that smoke-filled Energy Island, in a dark room, 2 burly men sat facing each other. One was grotesquely overweight, resembling a lump of excrement, while the other was a muscular figure, exuding a menacing presence. Indeed, these 2 were Boston's accomplices, Colonel Yingsae of the 230th Division and Blake, the Black Demon of the Blake Corporation. They were a pair of snakes and rats in collusion, engaged in a nefarious conspiracy. The rotund Yingsate, after hanging up the phone, buzzed with laughter like a fly, lavishing praise upon Blake, proclaiming how Boston's proposition would make them rich, and assured him that dealing with that little lieutenant would be a cinch. Let me tell you, Blake is truly formidable. He smirked, clenching his fist, which turned black and emitted smoke. What storm could a mere lieutenant stir? My cold fruit is invincible. Even you colonels must bow before me. Goodness, this bravado was absurd. I felt inclined to award him a banner of honor. The corpulent fly beside him laughed in a manner more pitiable than sorrow, showering praise that echoed through the room, solidifying the conspiracy that would envelop Energy Island. Meanwhile the protagonist Reese, was nearing this dreadful place aboard my ship. The sight of thick smoke rising like the end of the world, with PM2, 5 levels off the charts, nearly suffocated me. I silently cursed smokers MysteryFruit for being utterly useless. The port was filled with pirate ships, and these individuals were truly reckless in their pursuit of wealth. As soon as they docked, a figure resembling a character from a survival horror game swiftly tossed 2 items towards them. Lacey was startled, nearly drawing his sword. But Defoe beside him quickly exclaimed, "Those are gas masks. They're complimentary." Who could comprehend that the welcome ceremony in such a place could be so intense? Lacey hastily donned the mask and felt invigorated. After disembarking, the man in protective gear approached to interrogate them. Lacey, quick-witted, produced the bounty notice of a previously unfortunate pirate, claiming to be the sole survivor. The man scrutinized the photographs and, upon finding them satisfactory, allowed them passage. It seemed that as long as the bounty notice did not feature an abstract likeness akin to Sanji, entering the island was feasible. Following their guide inward, they were enveloped by a cacophony of coughs that sent chills down one's spine. Upon entering the factory gates, Lacey was left dumbfounded. It was hardly a factory, it was a veritable hell on earth. A group of emaciated men, women, and children donned tattered gas masks, laboring while coughing up blood, while overseers wielded bloodied whips. The sheer intensity of the scene was overwhelming, far more harrowing than the white town of Trafalgar Law. Lacey's fists clenched in rage, wishing to confront that scoundrel Black. But he restrained himself. Facing a natural-type opponent head-on would only lead to his demise. Beside him, Defoe's eyes brimmed with tears. She had visited this place in her childhood and bore psychological scars. She thought to herself that this cursed South Sea desperately needed a formidable force to shatter this nightmare, even if that person were a tyrant. Then she glanced at Lacey's silhouette, realizing he could be the potential hero they needed. The young girl vowed to hone her steering skills to perfection, aiming to become the strongest support by 2025. Just as Lacey and his companions were reeling from the factory's horrors, another Navy warship arrived. Who stood aboard? It was the justice-driven, naive young lieutenant, Lexington. He surveyed the polluted island with suspicion, feeling that the Colonel Boston who brought him here was not trustworthy. His intuition proved accurate. Just as he contemplated inquiring about the situation, a creaking sound erupted. Boston attacked him directly. A massive mechanical claw slammed into his back. Lexington reacted swiftly, instinctively activating his iron block, yet he was still sent flying, spitting blood. He was bewildered. "Colonel Boston, what are you doing?" To which Boston retorted, "This South Sea does not welcome naive fools blinded by justice." The revelation hit hard. Boston charged at him, claw raised, aiming to crush his skull. Lexington, drawing his golden axe, braced himself as they clashed. True to his genius, Lexington executed a backhanded finger gun, leaving a gash on Boston's face. Realizing the surrounding soldiers were closing in, he understood he could not win and attempted to retreat skyward with a moon step. But could he escape? Not a chance. 2 sword energies suddenly darted toward his neck. It was that rotund flying Saite. He had transformed into a gigantic flyman. Lexington dodged the sword energy using paper drawing, but then Boston's mechanical claw struck him brutally from behind, causing him to spew blood and plummet to the ground. The giant fly followed suit, crashing into him and sending him sprawling onto the shore. Now, with Black in front, Boston's warship behind, and Ing Sai Te circling above, it was a 3-on-1 desperate situation. Lexington's heart sank as he beheld the 2 hypocrites clad in justice coats. Black, with a cruel smirk, transformed into a massive, burning coal mountain, completely blocking their path. A natural type, coal fruit. Lexington, undeterred, unleashed a gale-foot strike, cleaving the coal mountain in two, but it reformed almost instantly. Physical attacks proved futile. Those who understand know that without the mastery of hockey, confronting a natural type is utterly hopeless. Black unleashed his ultimate move, Black Coal Star, as countless burning coal chunks rained down like a meteor shower, burying Lexington in an instant. Just as he faced imminent doom, a thunderous boom, Boston's warship fired its cannons. One shell obliterated Black, while the other propelled Lexington to safety. Boston turned in shock, realizing his Navy soldiers had turned their weapons on him. The leading soldier declared fiercely, "What meaning does it hold to serve under a tyrant like you? In order to ensure Lieutenant Lexington survives, we shall fight." With a command, they opened fire. All soldiers unleashed a barrage upon Boston. Furious, he retaliated with his iron block, rampaging on the ship. Lexington, witnessing his brothers sacrificing themselves to save him, felt tears welling in his eyes. He understood he could not betray their sacrifice. Gritting his teeth, he coughed blood while Moon stepping deeper into the island, vowing to never forgive those three scoundrels. Meanwhile, Black, having reassembled after the cannon fire, coldly observed the fleeing Lexington. He unleashed his full power, transforming the entire dock into coal, preparing to turn the island into his domain. Unbeknownst to him, this outburst would unleash chaos. Inside the factory, Lacey suddenly trembled. The devil fruit he had consumed, which had previously shown no response, had awakened. Without a moment's hesitation, he grabbed a foo, snatched a steel spear from a shelf, and charged outside. Following the energy wave, he sprinted around a corner, only to be met by a tremendous crash as a figure plummeted from the sky, creating a massive crater. There lay the bloodied Lexington. Before Lacey could comprehend, he looked up to find a colossal coal giant blocking his path. It was none other than the true form of Black. Defoe, pale with fear, tugged at Lacey, urging him to move aside. But Lacey was oblivious to her pleas. A resounding realization struck him. He had consumed a paramecia-type copy fruit. By merely touching, he could replicate the abilities of others. This was incredible. Overwhelmed with excitement, Lacey, ignoring Black's murderous glare, reached out his trembling hand toward Black's coal thigh. With one touch, then another, he became addicted. The atmosphere fell silent. Even the air seemed to freeze. Black was furious, bellowing, "You're seeking death." His burning coal fist descended upon Lacey's head. With a deafening crash, Lacey was smashed into the ground, a cloud of dust erupting. Black's minions began to cheer, while the giant flying Sai-Te swooped down, boasting to the remaining workers, "Did you see? This is the fate of those who anger Lord Black. Those who aspire to be heroes never last long." The fly's arrogance was unbearable, buzzing loudly as if needing to advertise his notoriety. Defoe, tears streaming down her face, was in disbelief, murmuring that this could not be true, for the captain was the chosen one. How could he perish so easily while attempting to save a stranger? Her tears ignited the full wrath of the giant fly. It turned its compound eyes toward her, buzzing. That little one's companion? We'll deal with them together. After which, it gazed at Black with admiration, its expression akin to a starstruck fan, nearly exclaiming how handsome he was. However, unbeknownst to them, Black was in a state of panic. His fist was still embedded in the ground, and he realized that the sensation of that punch was fundamentally wrong. It did not feel like shattering bones and flesh. It was eerily reminiscent of the feeling he experienced when his own coal body was destroyed. Just as Black was lost in thought, an unforeseen event transpired. A resounding explosion echoed as an immense force erupted from the depths of the earth, obliterating his entire coal arm into nothingness. Bullock staggered back several steps, urgently reassembling his arm while fixating on the gaping pit. As the dust settled, the subsequent scene left everyone present, including the large fly, the recently rescued Lake Shingduan, and Daff, utterly dumbfounded. Reese, whom we believed had been reduced to a pulp, stood unscathed in the same spot, his signature silver eyebrows arched high. and a euphoric grin spread across his face as he erupted into raucous laughter, throwing his head back. Bulake's subordinates were thrown into disarray. What was happening? Was Bulake's attack ineffective? This was inconceivable. He was a natural type. On Daft's side, tears had barely dried before they transformed into elation. The captain was alive. The captain was incredible. Lake Shingduan was similarly astonished. Who was this man? He had withstood the Black Demon's lethal strike without losing a single hair. What kind of cheat was this? That large fly, Ying-Sate, buzzed angrily, realizing your silverbrow Reese. What trickery is this? He recalled that this fellow belonged to the annihilated waist-cutting pirate crew, with a bounty of 24 million, unexpectedly still alive. Reese chuckled for a moment before regaining his composure. Observing his surroundings, he noted the Navy and Bulake's henchmen encircling them, with hundreds of dart gun muzzles aimed directly at the trio. A sense of dread gripped him. In his moment of jubilation, he had forgotten he was still in the wolf's den, trying to fleece the sheep. This was a precarious situation. Damn it! Open fire! Ying-Sate commanded in a fit of rage, raising his weapon to shoot at Reese's head. He could not believe that so many could not kill a single person. The bullet whizzed towards Reese, yet he made no attempt to evade. He allowed the bullet to shatter half his head with a resounding bang. Strangely enough, there was no blood. The shattered remnants transformed into black coal debris. In an instant, Reese's decimated head restored itself, and facing the hail of bullets from all directions, he calmly gestured with both hands and bellowed, "Copy black carbon wall." With a thunderous roar, a massive wall of coal rose from the ground, sheltering the three of them securely within. The bullets struck the wall, clanging and sparking, but to no avail. At that moment, everyone inside and outside the wall was petrified. Who understood this? Wasn't he this purely Bulake's coal fruit ability? How could it manifest in another? Wasn't he the devil fruit, supposed to be unique? Bulake finally understood, his brows furrowing as if to squash a fly. No wonder it was this way. He recalled the earlier moments when this fellow had frantically touched his thigh several times. Could it be that he possessed the grotesque ability to replicate others' fruit powers through touch? Such a fruit existed? Soon, the gunfire outside ceased. The bullets had been expended. Reese waved his hand, and the carbon wall vanished. Daft supported Lake Shingduan, anxiously surveying their adversaries. Although the captain wielded remarkable powers, the situation was still dire. Reese himself felt apprehensive. While the copy fruit was indeed formidable, it was not without its limitations. He had merely replicated the ability. He lacked Bulake's decades of skillful development, and his physical stamina was far inferior. At most, he could rely on elementalization to avoid being instantly killed, but escaping with two others was an arduous task. His gaze suddenly fixed on a large fly soaring above. That creature was also a user of a devil fruit, an animal-type fly form. Though it was repulsive, it could fly. If it could fly, there was a chance to escape, just as Reese contemplated how to reach that fly. Lake Shingduan suddenly coughed up blood and exclaimed, "We can't delay any longer. Another naval colonel is on the way. If two colonels and Bulake converge, even a deity cannot escape." Bulake discerned their predicament, smirking coldly. "Today, you cannot fly away." He and Ying-Sate effectively blocked all avenues of retreat. What to do? They had to find a way to reach that fly. Reese's mind raced, and suddenly, inspiration struck. He raised his right hand and forcefully pushed towards Ying-Sate soaring above. A faint blue wave of light shot from his palm, straight towards Ying-Sate. Goodness, the second application of the copy fruit, copying light waves. No touch was necessary. Being struck by the light wave also allowed for the replication of abilities. This maneuver left me utterly bewildered. Ying-Sate, noticing the peculiar light wave approaching, hastily swung his sword to block it, only for the wave to pass straight through his blade and his body. Ying-Sate was left dumbfounded. Nothing happened. However, he failed to realize that on the ground, Reese's mouth was grinning from ear to ear. Animal-type insect fruit successfully copied. Bulake sensed something amiss and immediately shot several flaming carbon spears. Yet in that instant, Reese's figure vanished from sight. Where had he gone? Ying-Sate, still searching the skies, suddenly felt a shadow above him. Looking up, he found Reese hovering directly over him. Reese was holding Daff with one hand and had Lake Xingduan slung over his back, while brandishing a long spear with the other, plunging it into Yingsate's corpulent form. Boom! Yingsate was driven into the ground like a fly swatted flat. The airborne threat neutralized. Reese flapped the fly wings on his back. Thankfully, it was only partial transformation. Otherwise, it would have been utterly revolting, and soared at breakneck speed towards their ship's dock. Damn it! It truly was a replication-type ability. On the ground, Blake fumed, emitting black smoke, helplessly watching them fly away. Their speed surpassed even Yingsate's, making pursuit impossible. At that moment, a drenched and disheveled figure stumbled from the sea, the late Navy Colonel Boston. Earlier, he had been detained by the frenzied, traitorous subordinates through suicidal tactics, ultimately leading to his own ship being sunk by his comrades. He barely managed to swim ashore. Upon reaching the scene, he saw Blake looking constipated and Yingsate sprawled on the ground, eyes rolled back. He hurriedly asked, "Where's Lake Xingduan?" Blake barked in annoyance. He was rescued. Boston's mind short-circuited. What nonsense! Someone was able to rescue him from the clutches of the infamous Blake? What kind of international joke is this? He looked at this man, once deemed invincible, and for the first time began to question his life choices. Meanwhile, aboard the Blood-Red Avenger, Daff rushed into the cockpit as the pirate ship immediately set sail at full speed. On the deck, Reese and Lake Xingduan lay gasping for breath. Reese pondered while catching his breath. Sigh, the copied fruit still has limitations. He realized he could store a maximum of 3 fruit abilities within himself. To copy a 4th, he would need to discard one. Additionally, he could not use 2 abilities simultaneously. His body could not endure it, and even switching back and forth would consume tremendous stamina. However, this was already an extraordinary ability. After resting for a moment, he rose and dragged the battered Lake Xingduan into a room. After cleaning him up, he was taken aback to discover that this unfortunate fellow was actually a Navy major. Reese was left speechless. What was happening today? A Navy hunting a Navy. He made sure Lake was settled before casually confiscating his golden axe, the 10 Commandments, and temporarily stowing it away in the warehouse. At that moment on Energy Island, Blake was beside himself with rage, striking his subordinates who came to report with ferocious blows. Silver Brow Brat, Lake Xingduan, and that woman in white. None of them could be allowed to live. He roared, realizing that if this matter reached the Navy headquarters, it would spell his doom. Contact Yan Zizidao. Tell him he owes me a favor that must be repaid. On the ship, Reese explained the copy fruit to Daff. After hearing it, Daff was also struck by the irony that the fruit her family's merchant ship had once transported was indeed this very fruit. Fate truly is wondrous. 3 days later, Lexington finally awoke. His mind was a chaotic tangle of hatred, sorrow, confusion, and a complex sentiment towards the pirate, Reese, who had saved him. He had always believed that the Navy represented justice, but his voyage to the South China Sea shattered that belief. As he stepped out of the room, a long spear was suddenly aimed at his neck. Reese's voice emerged. Awake? You've been sleeping for 3 days and nights. I have a few questions for you. First, who are you? Second, why are you being hunted? After a brief silence, Lexington replied, I am Major Steelfinger Lexington. I am being pursued because my methods differ from theirs. Reese nodded, then posed his next question. Are you interested in becoming my crew member? Lexington hesitated for a moment, then resolutely replied, Impossible. You may kill me. Reese chuckled instead. Very well, last question. Care for a meal? Not long after, in the kitchen, the 3 of them gathered around a charred giant sea beast. Lexington frowned at the blackened mass and remarked, The culinary skills of your ship's cook are quite concerning. Reese, devouring the food, retorted, We don't have a cook on board. Just make do. Lexington was utterly speechless. This pirate crew was exceedingly makeshift, consisting of only 2 people. He sighed and tore off a piece of meat to eat. Daff, on the other hand, was on the verge of tears. She possessed a unique constitution that allowed her to store energy for half a month without eating or drinking, so she had to fill herself, even if the meal tasted as if she were gnawing on a tire. Amidst this unpalatable meal, the 3 began to converse. Reese and Daff shared their backgrounds. Their parents had been murdered, their sister had been taken, and they had turned to piracy for revenge. Lexington was deeply shaken by their stories. He had never imagined that the plight of ordinary people could be so brutal in the corners of the world. He couldn't help but ask, what about the Navy in the South China Sea? Don't they care? Reichskuft. Do you think people like Boston would care about our lives? For revenge, we can only rely on ourselves. To save more lives, we must depend on us, the notorious criminals. After saying this, Reese stood up, a new idea forming in his mind. He asked Daff, didn't you say that the devil fruit was originally meant for the auction? Daff nodded. Yes, at Whip Island, the most famous auction in the South China Sea, where everything is sold. Devil fruits, famed swords, advanced weaponry, anything and everything. This year's auction seems to be starting soon. Excellent, Reese exclaimed, making a decision. An auction is a place where all sorts of people converge, making it easy to find formidable companions. Additionally, he could procure a good weapon for himself. Moreover, if he encountered some users of abilities, he could upgrade his rather distasteful fly powers. Understood, Captain. Daff's demeanor shifted completely. The frail girl vanished, replaced by the formidable helmsman by Fan. The blood-red Avenger ship abruptly turned its bow and raced at full speed toward Whip Island. While the ship sailed, the atmosphere aboard was somewhat peculiar. Let me tell you, Reese had turned around and dismissed the Navy officer, Lexington. He told him, brother, since you don't want to be a pirate, we cannot force you to stay. Your golden axe is in the warehouse. Once we dock for supplies, you could disembark and report or seek revenge on your own. We won't interfere. After that, Reese and Daff went about their business, leaving Lexington alone in the dining hall, frantically pulling at his hair in confusion. I was on the deck when I overheard Daff quietly ask Reese, Captain, didn't you want him to join the crew? Why let him go? Can you guess Reese's response? He gazed out at the sea, smiling enigmatically. That fellow is a flower in a greenhouse, having grown up in the Marine headquarters at Marineford, never witnessing true darkness. He must see it for himself to understand. Rest assured, our fate with him is not severed. Goodness, I realized then that Reese was playing a long game. He had already earmarked Lexington as the future vice captain. While we engaged in psychological warfare, on the other side, Black was not idle. His heavyweight subordinate, Major Insect, the flying fat fly, had been flapping his little wings for days, exhausted like a dog, finally landing on a desolate place called Salt Island. Wiping his sweat, he cursed. Lord Black, sure, knows how to work people. I've flown until I'm drenched, folks. All for that salted blade, and not even a phone bug to call. I have to be a human express delivery. He pondered, realizing that Reese and that silver-haired boy had truly provoked Black, even pulling out the salted blade as a bargaining chip. Let me tell you, this salted blade is no ordinary person. Like Black, he's a Logia-type user, a fishman with 10 times the strength of a regular human. Salt and coal cannot take each other down. If it weren't for this fellow's lack of ambition, with the singular dream of seeking the world's rarest seasonings, he would already be the overlord of the South China Sea. The more Major Insect thought about it, the more frightened he became. He was merely a weakling. If the salted blade did not spare him and beat him up, it would truly be a calamity. But then he thought, what is there to fear? Behind me stands Lord Black. So he steeled his resolve, puffed out his belly, and walked toward the island, all the while delighting in the thought that today he might savor the legendary taste of the sea. The scene shifted back to our ship. Lexington was also quite a determined individual. Without waiting for us to dock, he stepped lightly and ran off, flying directly over the ocean without even taking the swift ship. Reese watched his disappearing figure and sighed. I have to get moving too. From that day on, Reese began a rigorous training regimen. Let me tell you, the scene was intense. 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, plus a 10-kilometer run each day. Goodness, I thought he was trying to become a one-punch man, capable of obliterating Black with a single blow. His physique was all muscle, brimming with explosive power. Moreover, he did not forget to develop that copied coal fruit, as it remained his greatest trump card. A few days later, the ship finally arrived near a supply island. With nothing much to do, Reese went to sort through the warehouse left by the bisected pirate crew. To his astonishment, he discovered a mountain of gold and silver treasures, converted to belly. It amounted to a staggering 300 million. Reese gazed at the pile of money, his expression a complex mix of joy and helplessness. For all this wealth was stained with blood. He vowed on the spot to use this money to strengthen himself and improve the South China Sea. Just as he was lost in thought, Daff suddenly shouted from the deck, "Captain, there is something happening at sea." In an instant, Reese dashed out, faster than a rabbit. Following the direction Daff pointed, a massive pirate ship emerged from the horizon. Reese's hand instinctively moved to the hilt of his sword. His eyes sharpened with a hint of excitement. After several days without action, pirates had finally come knocking on their door. Daff quickly recognized the flag of the ship. It was the bloody pirate crew, Captain Brad, with a bounty of 23 million. 23 million? A small matter. Upon hearing this, Raish relaxed entirely. Such a foe was merely a moving experience package to him. However, as the ship drew closer, Reese sensed something was amiss. The vessel was eerily quiet. There was no shouting, no battle preparation. It approached straight and still, resembling a ghost ship. "Daff, stay here. I'll go take a look." Reese sprouted a pair of fly wings from his back and flew over. Upon landing on the opposing deck, he found his feet sticking to the dried blood, the stench making him want to retch. Scattered across the deck lay 7 or 8 corpses, each with either a long arrow lodged in their throat or heart. A single shot, clean and precise. Lesu circled the ship and discovered that all aboard had perished, their deaths eerily identical, each struck through the heart or throat by a single arrow. Even the unfortunate souls who had sought refuge in the cabin for slumber were not spared, as arrows pierced through the windows, finding their mark on the beds. Ultimately, he stumbled upon the corpse of Captain Beulah, an arrow embedded in his heart. Yet his head was conspicuously absent. It was the work of a bounty hunter, and in that moment, Lesu comprehended the grim reality. The marksmanship demonstrated was astonishingly precise. He extracted an arrow, examining it closely, and was struck by a peculiar aura reminiscent of a devil fruit. His own copy fruit granted him an innate sense of the abilities of other users. Even more intriguing, he discovered a line of small text inscribed on the shaft. From the Harbinger of Hell, Lehausi. At that moment, he couldn't help but think this individual was rather exceptional, clearly favoring a real-name hunting style, as if eager for all to know of his exploits. Intrigued, Lesu mused that such a name bore an impressive weight. If only he could recruit this character as a crew member. Alas, the ship's treasures had long been plundered, leaving not a single item behind. Upon returning to his own vessel, Lesu recounted the incident to Daff, who appeared equally perplexed, expressing that she had never encountered such a figure in the newspapers. Yet, the strange occurrences did not end there. The following evening, another ghost ship emerged, employing identical methods. The entire drum pirate crew was annihilated, their captain's heads severed, and their treasures looted. Without a doubt, the perpetrator was again Lehausi. This was undoubtedly the work of a novice, an unhinged individual unfamiliar with the rules of the sea. Daff remarked, incredulous, at the audacity of a bounty hunter engaging in such rampant killings, eliminating so many pirates in such a short time. It was as if he were inviting a coalition of pirate crews to exact revenge upon him. Yet, hearing this made Lesu all the more amused. He relished the thought of such a reckless individual, brimming with talent. Perhaps he would be the next target, and Lesu genuinely desired to meet him. At that very moment, on a desolate island, a striking young man with green hair and a red bow atop his head leisurely sipped coconut juice while perusing a newspaper. Surrounding him were a grotesque array of bloodied heads, including that of the notorious Beulah and the drummer Aaron, all neatly arranged. This was Lehausi, who was leafing through a thick bounty list, muttering to himself. This one looks promising, too far away. This one is feasible, but the bounty is too high to manage. Suddenly, he arrived at the page of Lesu. Silver Brow Eric D. The bounty of 24 million. His eyes gleamed with excitement upon reading this. Excellent. Only 500 nautical miles away. The remnants of the decimated pirates, you say? You shall be my next quarry. He eagerly loaded the heads and treasures onto a small boat, setting sail to quickly gather the funds necessary for an important auction, needing to act swiftly. Meanwhile, 3 pirate captains convened in a cave, furiously pounding the table. They were sworn brothers of the slain Beulah. Damn it, that scoundrel Lehausi. So brazen. He dares to kill our brother. He must be tired of living. The three pirate leaders resolved to unite against this audacious bounty hunter, vowing to send him to the depths of the sea to feed the fish. The next morning, the newspaper headline indeed proclaimed Le Housey, the bane of pirates, the invincible archer. In 3 days, he had eradicated 7 pirate crews, a truly deranged feat as Leo examined the blurry photograph in the paper. He scoffed at the sight of yet another green-haired individual, yet he pondered the bow tie, finding it rather endearing. It felt as if this person had already become a member of his crew. At that moment, Leisu felt a shift in his demeanor. The innate radar of his copy fruit alerted him to the presence of a devil fruit user aboard. He feigned continued interest in the newspaper while secretly activating the powers of his coal fruit. Meanwhile, Housey stealthily approached the lookout tower, drawing his longbow and aiming for Lu's head. Just as he was about to release the arrow, he hesitated, bewildered. What was happening? His abilities indicated that the route to Lu's vital points was severed. It was non-existent. No matter how he aimed, he could not kill this man. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation, to be unable to locate a lethal trajectory. The opponent must surely be a formidable pirate of at least 50 million bounty. How unfortunate! Reluctantly, he lowered his bow, preparing to retreat. But as he turned, Leisu's voice drifted up from below. "You come and go as you please. Do you not regard me at all? Harbinger, Arrow Le Housey?" Disaster. He had been discovered. Housey's heart raced as he attempted to find an escape route, but Lu had already taken flight, blocking his path. Realizing the imminent danger, Housey shouted in alarm, ready to raise his bow in defense, but the proximity rendered his weapon ineffective. Leisu smiled slightly and, with a swift motion, struck Housey's head with the butt of his gun. With a resounding crack, the Harbinger's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed unconscious. "Captain, what transpired?" Daff called from below. Leisu hoisted Housey over his shoulder, grinning like a fox that had just found a treasure. "Good news. Fortune has smiled upon us." Before long, Housey found himself bound on the deck. Leisu wasted no time examining him, employing his copying abilities. Daff, observing nearby, felt her cheeks flush. "Let me tell you, this guy's abilities are extraordinary. A paramecia-type Weiwei fruit, also known as the route fruit. In simpler terms, it serves as a super navigator, capable of identifying the correct routes to any destination and pinpointing targets' locations. Housey, as a sniper, relied on this ability to find the lethal paths to his enemies. However, today, he had the misfortune of encountering a Logia type, whose elemental transformation rendered him devoid of tangible vital points, thus negating any lethal route. Once Leisu understood this, he mischievously fetched a bucket of ice water and doused Housey with it, eliciting a startled gasp. "Brr, so cold." Housey jolted awake, his eyes meeting a mischievous grin, his expression transforming into one of sheer dread, as if he were staring death in the face. Leisu kicked him playfully. "Enough of that. We have no intention of harming you. Now, tell me, why you seek my head? And what is your aim in eliminating so many pirates in such a short span?" Housey hung his head, weariness etched across his face. And sighed, what else could it be? "I need money, a substantial sum." He lamented that the only way to amass such wealth in a brief period was to eliminate pirate crews. The girl named Daff, intrigued, inquired about the purpose of such a large amount of money. Leo, with eyes sharp as an X-ray, scrutinized Housey's gaze as if attempting to peer into his very soul. Then he smiled, a triumphant grin illuminating his face. "No money, you say? How fortunate for you. I possess wealth. I can help you fill that gap." Housey was taken aback. "Huh? Such fortune exists?" Yet Leisu swiftly shifted the conversation. "However, 2 conditions must be met. First, you must tell me why you are so desperate for money. Second," he paused dramatically, grinning widely, "you shall become my partner. Harbinger Arrow Le Housey." Housey was flabbergasted. What kind of divine twist was this? Just moments ago, they were at odds, and now it felt like an impromptu recruitment session. He stood there dumbfounded, as if his CPU had overheated. A bounty hunter becoming a pirate? This was beyond comprehension. Seeing his hesitation, Leisu added fuel to the fire. "Rest assured, my crew is not akin to those marauding scum of the South Seas. We aspire to be adventurers of the vast ocean. The phrase adventurers of the vast ocean resonated within Housey, unlocking a long-buried memory. His thoughts drifted back to a fateful night 9 years prior, a night that irrevocably altered the course of his life. Thus began Housey's tale, a narrative steeped in sorrow and heroism. He had a sister named Leshinxia, known as Moonbow, a formidable female bounty hunter from the South Seas. Beautiful and fierce, she wielded a golden longbow with unmatched skill, delivering justice to the wicked pirates, embodying the very essence of a goddess of justice. From a young age, Housey idolized his sister, practicing archery daily with the dream of one day sailing alongside her to explore the wondrous islands described in books, those shrouded in thunderstorms, those floating in the sky, and those abundant with food. The greatest aspiration shared between the siblings was to become adventurers of the vast seas. He even prepared a pristine nautical diary, its blank pages awaiting the chronicles of their adventures on the day they set sail. However, just as he was filled with anticipation, believing his dreams were on the brink of realization, calamity struck. That night, his sister, Xanxia, had yet to return home. As the night deepened, a sudden tempest roared outside, accompanied by blinding flashes of lightning and torrential rain. Alone in the small wooden cabin, Housey's heart raced with anxiety, feeling as though it were gripped by a vice, rendering him breathless, a sensation he had only experienced when his parents passed away. As he began to drift into a restless slumber, the door creaked open. Expecting his sister's return, he peered outside with excitement, only to find not her, but a towering figure, a nearly 3-meter-tall, blood-soaked cyclops wielding a rusted machete. My heart sank at the sight. The one-eyed giant, cursing vehemently, searched the darkened room for him, declaring his intent to slay the brother of Yugong. Panic-stricken, Housey's mind screamed one word: run. Yet the doorway was blocked, leaving him nowhere to flee. He huddled in a corner, paralyzed with fear. The Cyclops, growing impatient, cleaved a nearby wooden chair into splinters with a single stroke. No, he couldn't wait to die. Glancing at the practiced wooden bow in his hands, it was his only glimmer of hope. Trembling, he knocked an arrow, inhaled deeply, and reminded himself that he was the brother of Yugong. The sound of the bowstring snapping echoed painfully in the silent cabin. Alas, his first shot went awry, whizzing past the giant's ear, inadvertently revealing his hiding place. The Cyclops grinned menacingly, lunging forward. "Little wretch, I've found you. I'll send you to reunite with your sister." It was over. Housey's mind blanked. But in that moment of dire peril, his body, endowed with the innate talent of a premier archer, sprang into action. The final wooden arrow was drawn and fully nocked. At that moment, a flash of lightning illuminated the night sky, casting the room in daylight. The Cyclops' grotesque face was starkly visible. With a swift release, the arrow found its mark, piercing the giant's only good eye. A chilling scream reverberated throughout the village. Housey's mind was in a daze. He only recollected wrapping himself in a blanket, clutching the blank nautical diary, and bolting into the torrential rain, desperately fleeing into the depths of the forest. He was oblivious to how he escaped or how he managed to shoot that arrow. All he knew was that the beastly roars of the blinded monstrosity echoed behind him, relentlessly pursuing him. That night, the village was engulfed in screams and wails. After Housey had blinded the Cyclops in one eye, the creature tore off its eye patch, revealing a mechanical prosthetic eye. A flash of red light signaled the onset of a massacre. Exhausted, starving, and terrified, Housey collapsed in the forest, believing he was doomed. Just as his face neared the ground, he spotted a peculiar fruit adorned with strange patterns. In desperation, he thought, regardless of its toxicity, consuming it was better than succumbing to starvation. He devoured it in a few bites. Then a miraculous surge of energy coursed through his body, and a voice emerged in his mind. "Hello? Are there any fruit trees nearby?" Instantly, a pathway leading to the nearest fruit tree materialized in his mind. It struck him that he had read about this. It was called a devil fruit. The one he had consumed was the guiding fruit. Hope for survival ignited within him. He quickly made a wish to the fruit's ability. "Hello? Please guide me to my sister, Lai Te Xianxia." A route to an island overseas appeared. His sister was alive. She had been captured. Without hesitation, Hao Si fashioned a new bow and arrow, leveraging the fruit's powers to evade all dangers, stealing a small boat and setting sail toward the island. On the other side, the pirate island was a scene of chaos. The Juno pirate crew was reveling in a victory feast, having captured the renowned Yu Gong Xian Xia. Bound to a cross, she was bloodied and barely conscious, murmuring, "Do not harm my brother." Meanwhile, the female captain, known as Juno the Truth Speaker, drank heartily, awaiting the return of the Cyclops she had dispatched to retrieve Hao Si, so the siblings could be reunited. Little did she know, at that very moment, Hao Si had silently landed on the island. Upon his arrival, Hao Si activated his newfound abilities. "Hello? Where's my sister? Hello? Where are the nearest pirates?" Instantly, a 3D navigation map appeared in his mind, teeming with red dots, each representing a pirate, and at the center of it all was his sister. How could he bear to witness his sister impaled on a cross and in such a pitiful state? His eyes reddened with fury, and his resolve surged. Concealed in the shadows, he drew his bow, targeting a drunken pirate, silently urging, "Hello? Show me the path to strike his vital point." With a swift release, one shot silenced him forever. Thus, Hao Si transformed into a nocturnal hunter, employing the fruit's ability to plot his trajectories, dispatching one pirate after another with lethal precision as the intoxicated crew fell to their slumber. However, the scent of blood roused the female captain, Juno. She opened her eyes to find a significant portion of her crew slain, and rage consumed her. "Damn it! We are under attack! Wake up, everyone!" As the remaining pirates stirred in confusion, another volley of arrows struck, claiming more lives. Juno, infuriated, bellowed, "Which bastard is ambushing us? Show yourself!" Hao Si, tense in the foliage, discerned that this captain was formidable. His abilities could not pinpoint a path to her vital point. Realizing that no one had responded, she unleashed her power. An eerie energy radiated from her as she called out to the woods, "Reveal to me the truth, cunning marksman. Where are you right now?" As her voice echoed, Hao Si felt his throat betray him. Before he could cover his mouth, his mind was compelled to shout, "I am here." Oh no! He had inadvertently exposed himself. Juno's face twisted into a sinister smile as she turned towards the source of the voice. "Excellent. What a truthful and honest child. I have found you." She charged at Hao Si, brandishing her war spear. It turned out she was also a devil fruit user, having consumed the truth fruit, which forced others to speak only the truth. Feeling the distance between them shrink rapidly, Hao Si panicked. In the blink of an eye, she was upon him. To his astonishment, a formidable figure with vibrant green hair and a massive spear loomed before him. Juno scrutinized him, exclaiming with disbelief, "Oh, just this? A mere child?" She must have been baffled, thinking her many subordinates had been bested by a mere boy. Pointing her spear forward, she demanded, "Who are you? What brings you here?" In that moment, Hao Si desperately tried to keep silent, but it was futile. His body was no longer under his control, and he blurted out, "I am Lai Te Hao Si, the brother of Lai Te Xian Xia. Come here to find my sister, and eliminate all of you pirates while you're at it. This is outrageous." As Hao Si nervously announced his identity, he could hardly contain his anxiety. Gripping his bow and arrow tightly, aimed directly at the woman. He could feel the overwhelming aura radiating from her, realizing he stood no chance against her. Upon hearing this, the female demon, Juno, was taken aback. "What is this? This brat is the brother of Yugong?" She inwardly cursed that one-eyed dragon 1,000 times. "I sent you to capture someone, and instead, you not only failed but also allowed the brother to come here and wreak havoc? Is this one-eyed dragon merely here to experience life with us? His performance has been consistently underwhelming. When he returns, I will surely skin him alive." Juno stepped forward, forcing Hao Si to retreat step by step. The woman continued her interrogation. "Our stronghold is so well hidden. How did you find it?" Hao Si's heart raced with urgency as he concocted strategies while simultaneously spilling the beans about consuming the Wei Wei fruit. "I thought to myself, this Juno is quite the chatterbox. needing to clarify everything before she makes a move, thus buying time for Hao Si. Upon hearing his words, Juno raised an eyebrow, realizing he had stumbled upon a stroke of luck by obtaining a devil fruit. She felt a twinge of jealousy, recalling how she had to eliminate several comrades to seize the Zhunyan fruit. But it mattered little now. This boy's good fortune would end today. She pressed on. What about my one-eyed dragon subordinate? Why didn't he capture you? Hao Si answered with surprising honesty. I shot his eye blind and then escaped. Juno fell silent, her anger likely reaching a boiling point. What kind of waste is this? Not only did he lose one eye to his sister, but now even his brother has managed to blind the other? I thought he had potential and even gave him a chance to prove himself. Yet he is utterly useless. Well, I have no further questions for you, and your usefulness has ended. Juno sneered coldly, lunging towards Hao Si with her left hand. She thought viciously, this brat has killed so many of my men. I cannot allow him to die too easily. He must understand what true cruelty entails. Speak your last words quickly. At that critical moment, Hao Si, drenched in sweat, managed to force a smile. He opened his mouth. My last words are, Annie, you are an ugly monster. What did you say? Juno froze in disbelief. Now is the time. Seizing the moment of her distraction, Hao Si summoned all his strength and bolted. Fortunately, her incessant chatter had provided him with the opportunity to flee. Following the guidance of the Wei fruit, he dashed madly towards the cross in the center of the square. You damn scoundrel! How am I ugly? How dare you call me Annie? Juno finally snapped back to reality, exploding with rage as she yelled to her subordinates. You lot, capture him, alive. 3 cadre members who were still somewhat sober stumbled to their feet to intercept him. But what good would that do? Hao Si had already plotted his escape route, swiftly drawing 3 arrows from the pile of corpses, knocking them, and releasing them with a whoosh. The 3 cadre members fell to the ground with a thud. Hao Si dashed through their fallen bodies, taking a leap toward the cross, snatching up a dagger from the ground, and swiftly cutting the ropes binding his sister. Cynthia collapsed limply into his arms, bloodied and unconscious. Seeing his sister in such a dire state, tears streamed down Hao Si's face. Sister, please wake up. It's me. Hao Si, he cried out in despair while holding her tightly. Oof, cunning little brat. Juno sneered as she emerged from the woods, stepping closer. In her eyes, Yugong was already incapacitated, and this boy was merely a fish in a barrel. She swung her war spear, the spearhead connected to a chain flying out, transforming into a meteor spear. Let me send you both on your way. She laughed maniacally, swinging the chain as the massive spearhead soared through the air. Just as Hao Si prepared to shield his sister, an unexpected turn occurred. Clang! With a tremendous sound, the unstoppable war spear was caught barehanded by Cynthia. I'm telling you, my eyes nearly popped out. Cynthia, the battle-worn goddess, had awakened, with one hand protecting her brother and the other gripping the spearhead tightly. She staggered to her feet, her eyes blazed with fury, fixed on Juno. Juno, you may use any means to harm me, seek revenge upon me. But one thing you must never do is touch my brother. That is my only taboo. As soon as she finished speaking, she seized the wooden bow from Hao Si and, summoning all her strength, hurled the war spear back at Juno. Juno was caught off guard. With a sickening thud, the spear lodged itself in her shoulder, blood spraying high. She let out a scream akin to a slaughtered pig. Simultaneously, Cynthia raised her bow, knocked an arrow, and aimed. Her gaze was that of a vengeful spirit rising from the depths of hell, sending chills down Juno's spine. The arrow of death was released. Thud! One shot. A fatal strike. Just moments ago, the formidable Zhunyan Juno, with her eyes wide open, fell straight down, lifeless. After releasing that final arrow, Cynthia too reached her limit. Her grip loosened, the wooden bow fell to the ground, and she collapsed backward, utterly drained. That last push had been a moment of brilliance to protect her brother. Sister. Hao Si hurriedly caught her, tears flowing uncontrollably. Cynthia struggled to open her eyes, gazing at her brother, forcing out a smile that was more painful than tears. Hao Si, sister cannot accompany you any longer. Do not forget to venture out into the sea. Your sister's dream must be realized through you. After saying this, she completely closed her eyes. The air above Pirate Island was filled solely with House C's heart-wrenching cries. Later, he brought his sister to the hospital. The doctor shook his head, saying, "Child, I am very sorry. Your sister's injuries are too severe, having affected her brain's nerves. Although her life is saved, she may remain in a vegetative state indefinitely." The doctor could not bring himself to say that the only thing that could save her was the legendary universal medicine or an awakened medical fruit user, a prospect more improbable than reaching the heavens. In his desperation to save his sister, Hao Si had exhausted all his savings. Returning to Yugong village, he found his homeland ravaged by that one-eyed dragon, their dream of sailing reduced to ashes. He personally shot the one-eyed dragon, but felt nothing but an overwhelming void within. He swore by his sister's bedside, "Sister, regardless of the cost, I will bring you back." From that moment on, he abandoned his dream of sailing. I tell you, these past 9 years, Hao Si focused on companionship, transforming himself from a passionate youth into a caretaker, working tirelessly while looking after his sister, scouring the entire South Sea for hope to save her. Until this month, he learned of an auction on Whip Island, featuring a medication that could treat brain injuries. In order to raise funds, he took up the mantle of a bounty hunter once more, risking everything to hunt down pirates. Moved by Hao Si's tale, Reese recalled his own parents who perished at the hands of the South Sea overlord and his imprisoned sister. He approached and helped Hao Si to his feet. "I will cover the cost of the medicine for your sister. We are also heading to Whip Island. Let's go together." Hao Si remained silent for a long while, finally managing a bitter smile and nodding. "Thank you, Mr. Reese. Dafu, steer the ship." We set sail again. Reese called back. "Wait." Hao Si suddenly spoke up. "The route to Whip Island you are taking is not the most direct. Follow my instructions instead." He wore a confident smile. "Besides being a sharpshooter, I am also an excellent navigator. Do not forget, MysteryFruit can provide me with the most efficient route." Under Hao Si's guidance, the ship adjusted its course and surged forward at full speed. Meanwhile, on another island in the South Sea, dozens of Navy soldiers trembled in fear, unable to hold their weapons, as their comrades lay strewn across the street. Before them stood a golden-haired youth cloaked in a white coat of justice, glaring at them with fierce intensity. This individual was Lake Xinden. Upon arriving in Nanhai, he discovered that the naval branches here were even more corrupt than he had anticipated, rife with oppression of the innocent and collusion with pirates. At the 82nd branch, he could no longer tolerate the disgrace. He vented his fury, declaring that if they were to engage in the same vile actions as pirates, they should suffer the same consequences. From his pocket, he produced a handful of steel balls, his gaze chilling, steel finger Gatling gun. With a flick of his finger, the steel balls flew faster than bullets, incapacitating the entire squad of naval officers before him. Subsequently, he charged into the base with his golden axe, and soon silence enveloped the interior, emerging with a wound on his shoulder. He had left the colonel and sailors within in a state of disarray. Lake Xinden was furious, yet he realized that he could not accomplish this alone. With the denizens of the sea bugs gone, he could not contact headquarters. He would have to find a way back to Malinfindua to report the situation. This experience had left him increasingly perplexed regarding his notion of justice. He even recalled the words of Lacey, pondering whether becoming a pirate might allow him to better enact his sense of justice. Shaking his head to dispel the wild thought, he quickened his pace towards the shore. As he approached the dock, a colossal vessel resembling both a shark and a restaurant docked there. A sign hung from it, proclaiming Dahai Jiwei. Several figures descended from the ship. "We have arrived. According to our intelligence, the traitorous young colonel named Lake Xinden should be on this island now. What should we do?" Lord Yinzi Jidao by Ursica? At the dock, 3 fishmen emerged from the sea restaurant named Dahai Jiwei. 2 underlings inquired of the towering bull shark fishman in the center, "Master Shaka, how shall we deal with that Lake Xinden?" The shark fishman, donned in a chef's uniform, pondered for a moment before turning back. "Inform everyone to prepare for service. Let's invite him for a meal." Soon, an exquisite aroma wafted through the sea breeze. Meanwhile, Lake Xinden trudged towards the dock, disheartened. With only 500 Bailey left, he had just given all his money to the impoverished residents of the town and was now starving. At that moment, the enticing fragrance reached his nostrils sending a shiver through him. What was that smell? It was intoxicatingly delightful. He contemplated seeking it out, but upon glancing at the coins in his hand, he sighed. Even the most tempting meal was beyond his means. Yet the aroma lingered like a siren-esque call, tormenting him relentlessly. After much hesitation, he swallowed hard. Oh well, I might as well take a look. It's on the way. Considered a way to quench my thirst for flavor. Following the scent, he arrived at the dock to find a notice posted outside the Dahai Jiwei restaurant. All customers dine, for free today. The destitute residents of the island, drawn by the scent, flocked to the entrance like ravenous wolves. Inside the kitchen, Chef Shaka was skillfully handling massive sea beasts with an almost blinding speed while bellowing. Even if it's free, we must not slack on the food. Anyone who dares to serve subpar dishes will face my wrath. Additionally, keep an eye out for a golden-haired man in a naval coat. Just then, Lake Xinden entered the restaurant. Free? He surveyed the bustling establishment, thinking the owner must be mad. However, his stomach grumbled audibly, leaving him no choice but to prioritize filling his belly. As he stepped inside, a sea anemone fishman server spotted him and dashed back to the kitchen. Chef Shaka, the person you were waiting for has arrived. Shaka peeked out, saying nothing more but quickening his pace. Serve that fellow 125 portions of salt-grilled eel rice. Lake Xinden had just found a seat when several fishmen rushed towards him, bearing mountains of rice. Sir, your secret salt-grilled eel rice. Please enjoy. After placing the dishes down, the fisherman hurried away. Staring at the mountain of food before him, Lake Xinden was taken aback. How they know I loved eel? The flavor was irresistible, and without further thought, he seized a plate and dug in. The moment the eel touched his tongue, his eyes lit up. It was exquisite. The flavor, the texture, the perfectly balanced saltiness was simply sublime. It surpassed any gourmet meal he had ever tasted at the Malinfin Dua Naval Headquarters. His hands and mouth moved incessantly, the mound of rice on the table disappearing at an astonishing rate. The nearby fishermen servers were dumbfounded. This fellow could eat more than their head chef. Once Lake Xinden polished off the last plate, the restaurant emptied. He let out a satisfied burp, collapsing back in his chair. 125 portions. Neither too much nor too little, was just right. The chef of this restaurant was truly remarkable. At that moment, the kitchen door swung open, and Chef Shaka emerged with a throng of fishermen chefs. Pleasure to meet you. I am a head chef of this establishment, Byursika. Sir, are you satisfied with our service? Lake Xinden quickly rose to bow. Thank you so much. I have never tasted such delicious food. Shaka grinned widely, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth, laughing heartily. I did not miscalculate your appetite and preferences, did I? 125 portions of salt-grilled eel rice was just right for you. Lake Xinden was taken aback. This chef could discern the likes and capacities of his patrons? This was rather unfair. With pride, Shaka continued. Our special salt grilling sauce is quite exceptional, is it not? It is my original creation, my pride and joy. I have named it Legendary Dream Salt. Lake Xinden mused that this chef might be a bit eccentric. At that moment, they were the only two remaining in the restaurant. Shaka extended his right hand. Thank you for visiting, and we hope to see you again. Lake Xinden reached out as well, grasping Shaka's hand. However, neither party let go. Gradually, Lake Xinden sensed something amiss. The expressions of the surrounding fishermen chefs had shifted. Some even drew knives and spatulas. Shaka's grip tightened incrementally. With the inherent strength of fishmen being tenfold that of humans, this grip could easily crush the hand of an ordinary person. This was decidedly unusual. Lake Xinden inhaled deeply, beginning to exert his own strength. As the steel finger colonel, his finger strength was unparalleled. Even against a fishman, he felt no fear. The muscles in both their arms crackled audibly. The surrounding fishmen were astonished. There was someone able to match Chef Shaka in strength to such an extent. It even appeared as though Shaka was at a slight disadvantage. Soon, both their grips reached their limits. But just then, Shaka suddenly released all his strength. Lake Xinden's heart raced. He could not withdraw in time. Crack! His immense grip crushed Shaka's right hand. Yet the sensation was peculiar, feeling grainy. He opened his palm and was stunned to find it filled with glistening salt. Before he could process this, Shaka's formidable form exploded with power, delivering a heavy fist. Fishman empty-handed fist. 5,000 tiles of iron. Lake Xinden had no time to evade and could only brace himself. Boom! The tremendous force sent him flying, shattering the restaurant's glass and hurtling him toward the beach. In midair, dazed, Lake Xinden spat out a mouthful of blood. What were these chefs trying to accomplish? Inviting him for a meal and then attacking with such ferocity? Moreover, the chef's body had crumbled into salt. Was he a user of a natural type ability? Moonstep. I tell you, that nearly sent me away. I barely managed to regain my balance midair, and just as I steadied myself, I saw a throng of chefs emerging from the restaurant. Leading them was the fishman, Byersica, the very one whose wrist I had just crushed. To my astonishment, his hand was completely unscathed, showing no signs of injury. Without hesitation, he assumed a stance of fishman martial arts and shouted, "You must be Lake Xinden, right? Apologies for the trouble." At that moment, I was bewildered. I had no quarrel with him, so what was his sudden aggression about? As a result, his next statement clarified everything for me. There was no way around it. I owed a favor to a particularly loathsome individual who had sent me to capture you. Upon hearing this, my heart sank. Who else could it be? Apart from that scoundrel Blake, who else could it possibly be? Truly, he is an unrelenting specter. There was no alternative but to engage. I slowly drew my golden axe, the 10 Commandments preparing for battle. But guess what? This fishman exhibited a sense of martial ethics. He declared that he too disapproved of Blake's methods and proposed a one-on-one duel. As long as I did not flee, his underlings would remain inactive. If I emerged victorious, I would be allowed to leave. This sounded quite reasonable, but the next moment left me utterly dumbfounded. His entire form suddenly transformed into a cascade of white sand, flowing across the ground. My mind buzzed. Nature type. Who among my companions comprehends this? How can one combat such an entity? My limited mastery of observation hockey, akin to a mere iron block, could serve as a target standing still, but attempting to utilize it against a nature type would be sheer folly. It was over. My situation was dire, and I needed to discern the weakness of his fruit. While I was lost in contemplation, the fellow had already taken action. He extended his right hand, conjuring a handful of glistening salt crystals from thin air, and bellowed, "Salt strike! Whistle, whistle, whistle!" Those few salt grains shot towards me like bullets, accompanied by the sound of air being sliced. I hastily performed a shave to dodge, only to turn and find several holes punctured through the rock behind me. My body went numb. The power of his attack was utterly absurd. The fishman, upon seeing me evade, took great pride in introducing himself. I consumed the nature-type crystalline fruit, a crystalline human, capable of freely creating and manipulating salt crystals. As he spoke, his entire being morphed into a torrent of salt, surging towards me like a tsunami, shouting, "With salt replacing water, I can wield fishman karate without the constraints of seawater, rendering my power vastly superior." Good heavens! Not only does this ability user possess combat skills, but a fishman employing salt to execute fishman karate? Isn't that akin to cheating? Evasion was no longer an option. Resolutely, I summoned all my strength. It was time to gamble. Wasn't it merely the 6 styles against fishman karate? Who feared whom? The fishman karate salt stream, overhead throw. He forcefully grasped a stream of salt beside him, snapping like a whip towards me. 6 styles blade wind gale finger. I too would not yield, forming claw-like hands to unleash my self-created technique. A fusion of gale step and finger pistol, sending 10 razor-sharp wind blades slicing directly towards the salt stream. The titanic attacks from both sides collided in an instant, causing an explosion that engulfed the entire arena. Meanwhile, on my ship, chaos reigned. Our vessel, the Blood-Red Avenger, was cruising leisurely towards our destination. Only 3 of us were aboard, Dafu at the helm, while I was on the deck training. My newly recruited sniper, Hao Si, bored out his mind, began rummaging through old newspapers, seeking to uncover my past. To his shock, he stumbled upon my dark history tucked away in the corners of the articles. The notorious Silver Brow Lacey, with a bounty of 24 million, notorious for his insatiable lust, not sparing even the elderly or the young, nor even handsome men. Hao Ci's face turned pale. He must have been wondering whether this captain harbored any strange intentions towards him, especially considering his own good looks. Just then, I finished my training, approached him with a bare torso and a sheen of sweat, smiling. Hao Ci, what are you looking at? Don't come any closer, he yelped, leaping up in fright. My expression mirrored that of an elderly subway commuter engrossed in his phone, perplexed by the commotion. After much discussion, we finally clarified the situation. I was furious. It was all the fault of the original owner of this body, who insisted on maintaining such a perverse persona. Truly a case of being slandered by reputation. I hastily explained to him that it was all an act, constructed for the purpose of rescuing others. Upon hearing this, Hao Ci finally relaxed, his gaze shifting from suspicion to admiration, perceiving me as a valiant figure willing to tarnish my reputation for the sake of saving others. Goodness, his capacity for imagination was astounding. Once the misunderstanding was resolved, our relationship grew closer and we began to chat freely. I revealed my ability to replicate others' fruit powers. He was astonished and inquired if I had copied any nature-type abilities. I replied that it was not that simple. My fruit, while sounding impressive, resembled a shared bicycle. Anyone could access it, but the ease of use depended on the individual. For instance, his fruit, which allowed him to predict trajectories, I found cumbersome. It was better suited as a low-tier practice for observation hockey. As we continued our conversation, we touched upon our destination, the auction at the whip-scorched island. I, being utterly clueless about the matter, turned to Hao Ci for guidance. He promptly pulled out a small notebook and began to enlighten me. He explained that the auction was organized by the Platinum Merchant Guild, straddling both the underworld and legitimate society, with ties to the Navy and the world government, making it entirely legal. The chairman, a certain tycoon, Pranditino, was over 60 years old and had once been the wealthiest person in the world, only to be surpassed by the Golden Emperor, Tesoro. He himself was a user of the platinum fruit, capable of controlling platinum, his power and wealth unfathomable. Upon hearing this, I was astounded by the magnitude of the affair. Hao Ci continued, explaining that he was attending to procure a miraculous medicine that could heal brain injuries to save his sister. As for me, my primary aim was to acquire a fine weapon. Just then, guess what? Hao Ci's eyes suddenly lit up as he flipped through his notebook, exclaiming, Eureka! This auction will feature a great item, the 21 works. My ears perked up at the mention of a great weapon. What type is it? I inquired hurriedly. It is a 10-character spear known as the Flame Spear Amaterasu. My heart soared with elation. A 10-character spear, my dream weapon, while I am proficient with both swords and guns. The spear has always been my forte. I had to obtain it. No one else would suffice. Unbeknownst to Hao Ci, engrossed in his notes and mumbling. There aren't many good items this year. Usually there would be a devil fruit to draw attention, but aside from the miraculous medicine, this great item is the only notable one. I thought to myself, isn't that sufficient? However, upon inquiring about the price, I was left dumbfounded. Hao Ci, resting his chin in thought, estimated, the miraculous medicine will cost at least 3 billion. That spear is renowned and priced higher than ordinary great items, starting at 1 billion. Furthermore, these two items will be the highlights, so the prices will undoubtedly soar. To be safe, we should prepare around 5 billion combined. 5 billion. I was left in shock. After gathering every last coin from my former captain's stash, along with Hao Ci's savings, we barely scraped together less than 5 billion. Did this imply that a single auction could lead to my financial ruin? Who among my companions understands this plight? I had only just become captain a few days prior, and now I was to experience the joy of bankruptcy. I wanted to slap myself twice. Had I known, I would have exchanged my former captain's head for a bounty instead, which would have been worth several million. But then I thought, why fear? If the money is lost, I can always seize it back. Missing this divine spear would be a true loss. Money is merely a material possession. It is akin to being broke. Look at Luffy and his crew. They are still full of life. I resolved to participate in the auction, just as we prepared to spend lavishly at the auction. A significant event transpired on the other side of the South Sea, on an island called Jackson Kingdom. A cataclysmic battle had just concluded, nearly razing the entire kingdom to the ground. The steel armor pirate crew, who had oppressed them for years, was annihilated by a young man with red hair. Let me tell you about that scene. It was extraordinary. On the coastline, a blood-soaked young man with red hair sat atop a mound of scrap metal, panting for breath. This mound was, in fact, a massive hand he had formed with his powers, firmly pinning a colossal armored dragon corpse beneath it. This red-haired lad was Eustace Kidd. He had slain the captain of the steel armor pirate crew, who held a bounty of 200 million, an ability user of the ancient Zoan-type armor dragon. Kidd was brimming with arrogance, laughing towards the heavens, nearly declaring himself the strongest in the world. Kira approached Kidd and said, "Kidd, that was exhilarating, but the timing is not ideal. In 2 days, the platinum auction will take place." Another crew member chimed in, "Captain, I hear there's an extraordinary item up for auction." Kidd's eyes sparkled at the mention of a remarkable treasure. However, his injuries were too severe for him to attend. Thus, he handed over the substantial fortune he had recently seized from the steel arm pirates to Kira, urging him to take a team. "Partner, you know what I desire, don't you?" Kira nodded and boarded the ship, setting sail for Bienta Island. What an exciting turn of events. I was preparing to risk everything, while he headed off with the spoils of war. At this auction, for the same weapon, bloodshed was inevitable. The following day, we finally arrived in the waters surrounding Bienta Island. From a distance, I was astonished. The island resembled a colossal mushroom, with a towering pillar piercing the sea, supporting a floating landmass. Surrounding the island were numerous gigantic chains, thicker than my ship, extending all the way to the seabed. Housey reminded me that the island had strict rules prohibiting fights. Any disputes had to be settled in designated dueling arenas. However, the challenge was how to ascend. Our ship could not approach. As we drew closer, we realized that beneath each massive chain was a platform specifically for registering and docking ships. Want to reach the island? Climb up the chains yourself. I was utterly bewildered. Was this an auction or a triathlon? Without any strength, one could not even enter. The situation became even more absurd when Daft set sail directly towards one of the chains. As we reached the shore, a handsome staff member greeted us. "Welcome to the 7 Deadly Sins chain of Asmodeus on Bienta Island." Asmodeus? 7 deadly sins? It struck me that this corresponded to the sin of lust. I turned sharply to Daff, who sheepishly scratched her head and said, "Captain, your alias in the outside world is Silver Thief. Choosing this path should be fine, right?" I felt as if I had jumped into the Yellow River and could not clear my name. My eccentric persona was now irreversibly cemented. I grimly registered our arrival, and the staff secured our ship with a small chain, then pointed to the sky. "Gentlemen, please ascend the chain to the island." As I approached the thick chain and touched it, I was taken aback. The copy fruit reacted. This chain was crafted from devil fruit abilities, and it was entirely platinum. This owner was extravagantly wealthy. These chains were akin to money-printing machines. I thought to myself, if I could just chip off a small piece. "Captain, hurry up. Why are you dazed?" I snapped back to reality, only to see Daff already climbing up the chain with remarkable agility. I was astonished. Initially, I thought she, being a delicate woman, would require assistance from either myself or Housey, but here she was demonstrating a sense of balance that surpassed mine. Well, given her steady sailing akin to magnetic levitation, traversing a chain was surely a breeze for her. Meanwhile, Housey had also found a safe route using his abilities and ascended leisurely. So, it appeared I was the only one lagging behind, gazing at the towering chain. I lost my motivation to climb and activated the ability of the bug fruit I had copied earlier. A pair of translucent fly wings suddenly sprouted from my back. Though this form was remarkably unattractive, I must admit the ability to fly was exhilarating. With a flap of my wings, I soared into the sky, heading straight for Bienta Island. Upon landing on the island, I was struck dumb. Who could comprehend this? Bienta Island was utterly outrageous. Pirates, navy merchants, bounty hunters, people who would typically resort to violence at the slightest provocation passed each other without a second glance, as if they were oblivious to one another. Was this the power of the platinum auction? Terrifying indeed. Housey, who soon joined me, proposed that since the auction was tomorrow and we had ample time today. We should explore separately and regroup at the inn in the evening. I thought, why not? I wanted to visit a bookstore to brush up on my knowledge while exploring this legendary, bustling island. Having copied Housey's communication ability, I could contact them anytime, so I wasn't worried about getting lost. The three of us exchanged phone snail numbers and set off in different directions. Unbeknownst to us, at the moment we parted ways, three deadly figures had also arrived on the island. Crazy Saw John Crimer, Iron Hand Robert, and the masked Jason Voorhees. All were former pirate captains whom Housey had previously dispatched, now united for revenge. Their minds worked quickly. They deduced that since Housey had been relentlessly hunting pirates, he must be short on funds. Why would he lack money? Surely he intended to spend at the auction. Therefore, he must be on the island. However, since fighting was prohibited here, what could they do? Their eyes lit up as they conceived a brilliant plan: the dueling arena. This location was officially sanctioned as a legal killing zone. Not only could they exact their revenge, but winners would also receive a prize. Perfect. The masked Jason was evidently the leader, immediately assigning roles. I will handle the areas of anger, greed, and envy. Crimer, you take care of lust and gluttony. Robert, you two turn the remaining areas upside down. We must dig deep to find that green-haired brat. Coincidentally, at this moment, Housey was blissfully unaware that he had been targeted and was heading to the arena in the Anger District, carrying his belongings. He intended to collect some bounty and perhaps fight a few matches to earn money for his sister's medicine. This place was known as Anger Deathmatch, a veritable vortex of violence, its stench of blood overwhelming. Standing at the entrance, he gazed at the colossal structure resembling an ancient Roman Colosseum, hesitated briefly, but ultimately decided to enter. After all, fortune favors the bold, and he had great confidence in his fruit abilities. Upon entering, the scene was staggering. The arena was nearly piled high with corpses, and a blood-soaked giant was roaring, his fists raised. This man, known as Red Fist, was the resident warrior, boasting over 100 consecutive victories, arrogantly shouting, "Who's next? Come at me." Meanwhile, the VIP section was filled with influential figures, each yawning in boredom. Among them was a curly-haired swordsman named Chris Pett, who incessantly complained, "So dull. This year's auction has nothing of interest. What is the point of watching these amateurs squabble?" Just then, the announcement blared. Contestant number 1, titled Cynthia, is about to enter the arena. As soon as the words left the announcer's mouth, Housey, bow slung over his back, stepped forward. Instantly, someone in the crowd recognized him. Isn't that the maniac bounty hunter? Housey, the arrow of fate? The Red Fist dismissed him entirely, charging forward like a red tornado. What happened next? Housey didn't even flinch. He continued his steady advance while his right hand moved so swiftly it left an afterimage, releasing an arrow. A flash of green light. With a sickening thud, the arrow pierced through Red Fist's throat. The man lunged towards Housey, only to collapse at his feet. Throughout the encounter, Housey's pace never faltered. He nonchalantly retrieved the arrow and continued to the center of the arena, standing atop the highest pile of bodies. I must say, this maneuver was akin to reaching the pinnacle of the art of showmanship. A strike to the heart. Standing there, the bloodied arrow pointed downwards, he asked coolly, "Is there anyone who wishes to challenge me next?" The arena fell silent before erupting into thunderous applause. One VIP, named Stan, was utterly captivated. "Oh, this fellow has some skill, a marksman? Quite intriguing." However, the curly-haired swordsman began his tirade again. "Pfft, a mere archer, trash." Stan was likely rolling his eyes to the back of his head at that moment. Meanwhile, I was leisurely perusing the largest library in the South Sea, situated in the Sloth District. The library was quite modern, even featuring a snail phone live broadcast of the duels. Upon seeing the screen, I thought, oh, Housey is really going town. Given his rampage, he seems to be doing fine, and I relaxed, diving into the sea of books. However, the topics of humanities, geography, history, and science were dreadfully dull. I prefer novels. They were far more engaging. On the other hand, Daff was wreaking havoc in the Gluttony District South Food Street. She had devoured an entire cake shop, leaving the owner in utter shock and financial ruin, as she hummed a little tune in search of her next destination. Her keen eyes spotted a newly posted missing person notice on the wall nearby. The person depicted was none other than House C. Upon noticing the fierce demeanor of those who had put up the poster, DeFu's heart sank, realizing that trouble was imminent. Abandoning her meal, she hastily fled to find us. Simultaneously, the vengeful group had received word. They had located him. That brat was at the duels arena in the Fury District. The three captains rushed to the arena's entrance. The leader, named Wahisi, appeared rather sinister, stopping his eager companions, saying, "Hold on, let's observe his tactics first." Inside the arena, House C was on a rampage. No, it would be more accurate to say he was unleashing a barrage of arrows. He remained stationary, taking down each opponent that approached him. In the blink of an eye, he had already claimed 20 lives. However, he was not mindlessly slaughtering. He primarily aimed to incapacitate his foes. The VIP section was nearly asleep, particularly the curly-haired swordsman, who was vocally expressing his boredom, repeatedly demanding something more thrilling. Below, the remaining warriors were paralyzed with fear, none daring to step forward. At that moment, Wahisi and his two cohorts cunningly persuaded two naive fighters. "You two should charge together. Confuse him, and then you can close in." The two fools actually believed them and charged forth. In response, Housey didn't even glance their way. He knocked two arrows and, with a swift release, sent them both crashing to the ground. Double kill. After dispatching those two, Housey realized his quiver was nearly empty. He exhaled deeply, preparing to leave. Just as he intended to exit the stage, the host's voice boomed again. "This is unprecedented. Contestants 24, 25, and 26, Kongju, Taisho, and Jiamian, are launching a new attack." Housey turned around to see the three vengeful pirates grinning menacingly as they approached the stage. Instinctively, he reached for his quiver, only to find it empty. This was their plan all along, to wait until he had exhausted his arrows before making their move, leaving him no chance to retreat. Furrowing his brow in anxiety, he could only draw the dagger at his waist. Yet, as an archer, close combat was not his forte. He fixed his gaze on the advancing trio, alarm bells ringing in his mind. Their aura was overpowering, far beyond that of the previous weaklings, and he could not find a single flaw to exploit for a decisive strike. Kongju's chainsaw arm roared to life. "You there, you're the one called Inhang Shi, right? You killed our brother. We must properly greet you." Taisho Robert also sneered. "Having traveled a great distance, we should treat you well." Before he could finish, Jiamian, Wahisi charged at him like a raging bull. House C dodged swiftly, but before he could regain his footing, Kramer's chainsaw came crashing down from above. The three cornered him, leaving him in a perilous situation. Even the curly-haired swordsman in the VIP section, who had been complaining of boredom, suddenly perked up. This seems a bit interesting." In a matter of moments, as House C attempted to evade, he was struck on the shoulder by the chainsaw, tearing away a large chunk of flesh and splattering blood across half his body. The searing pain caused him to drop his dagger. The three assailants showed no mercy, closing in with cruel smiles. "Don't worry, we won't let you die so easily. Before we end your life, we'll savor every moment, letting your filthy blood run dry." With no other options, Housey gritted his teeth against the agony, swinging his longbow in defense. Meanwhile, in the library, I was engrossed in a novel when an unsettling feeling gripped me. When I looked up, I was met with the horrifying sight of House C being beaten by a crowd, bloodied and on the brink of death. I was taken aback. How could things have escalated so quickly? Just moments ago, he was brimming with confidence, yet now he was on the verge of being reduced to a mere QR code. I thought to myself, "House C, you still have to be my crew member. Don't die yet." Hastily, I abandoned my book, grabbed a long spear and my belongings, and dashed out of the library. Utilizing the MysteryFruit to lock onto the arena's location, I sprouted wings and surged forward at full speed. At that moment, on a street in the Fury District, Kid Pyrocruise Kira was sitting outside a shop, slurping noodles. Peering through the small holes in his mask at the live broadcast above, he mused that the show was quite dull. However, the bounty hunter named Lai Te Hao Si, facing three opponents, was bound to lose. He was merely curious how long he could hold out. The next second, I tell you, Kira's face turned to shock. Just as he prepared to leave, He turned back, nearly popping his eyes out of his mask. The warrior spirit within him ignited instantly, leaving his companions dumbfounded, asking why he wasn't leaving. Let me rewind a few minutes to the arena, and you'll understand why. At that moment, the bounty hunter House C was cornered by the three pirates. Bloodied and resembling a gory mess, he could barely stand, relying on his longbow for support. Regret filled his heart. Why had he come to such a cursed place to meet his end for his sister? The three pirates, Wahee C, Robert, and Kramer, were reveling in their cruelty. Kramer's chainsaw revved up, aimed at House C's shoulder, ready to dismember him. Just as the situation became dire, the host suddenly shouted, "Ladies and gentlemen, a new warrior has entered the fray. Contestant 27, M.O. Show, joins the battle." Kramer was immediately irked, cursing. Who was this annoying person? But his chainsaw continued its relentless descent towards House C's shoulder. Then, with a deafening boom, a spear flew through the air like a missile, striking the chainsaw's engine with pinpoint accuracy. In an instant, the chainsaw exploded. Kramer let out a scream, half of his body obliterated as he collapsed. Wahee C exploded with rage, turning to shout, "You bastard! How dare you touch my brother?" Meanwhile, the nearly dead House C was left in shock, staring at the figure slowly ascending the stage, unable to utter a word. It was a handsome young man with long, straight hair, wielding katana, wearing a confident yet slightly arrogant smile. Then came the most explosive line of the night. This young man pointed his long blade at the three pirates and shouted, "So, what do you plan to do to my crew?" For those who understand, that half-dead bounty hunter was indeed his crew member. The plot twist sent me soaring. The audience erupted in excitement, and even the VIPs perked up. On the other side, the Black Group's members turned pale. They recognized him. He was none other than the silver-haired Lace C, whom their boss had specifically ordered to capture. What a twist of fate. The overseer immediately called their boss, Lord Black. "We have located Eric Lacey." Outside, Kira witnessed this scene and became instantly intrigued, beckoning his subordinates. "Let us go see this in person." On the stage, Lacey had already reached the three pirates. He felt fortunate to have arrived just in time. House C was severely injured, but it was merely superficial. Since they were House C's enemies, they were not to be spared, an excellent opportunity to test the fruits of his recent training. Wahee C, still defiant, remarked, "You little brat, he's your crew member? Don't be ridiculous." With that, he lowered his head and charged at Lay C like a cannonball. However, Lay C made his mind, extending his left hand to effortlessly catch Wahee C's head. With a casual motion, he pinned him down, rendering Wahee C incapable of moving, no matter how hard he struggled. How is this possible? Wahee C was utterly dumbfounded. Lay C smiled, applying pressure downward with his wrist, producing a resounding crash. Look at his head was forcefully pressed into the arena floor, his helmet shattered into pieces, and he immediately began to convulse, foaming at the mouth and rolling his eyes. Lacey offered him no respite, raising his foot and delivering a crushing stomp. The sound of bones shattering echoed as his iron armor, cervical vertebrae, and skull were all obliterated. The highest bounty captain was dispatched in an instant. The remaining two, their eyes ablaze with rage, charged forward, without sparing them a glance. Lacey's right hand flashed with lethal precision, leaving a crimson mark across Go's neck, extinguishing his life. As he sheathed his blade, he sidestepped his iron fist, retaliating with a powerful left hook to his adversary's face. "You are utterly weak," Lacey mocked, observing Luobotra writhing on the ground. "Those who dare to bully me must be prepared to pay the price." No sooner had the words left his lips than his blade flashed again, severing Go's head from his shoulders. In under a minute, 3 captains with bounties exceeding 10 million were effortlessly dispatched by his fists and blade. I stood there dumbfounded. This was not a fight. It was akin to an adult mercilessly beating a kindergarten child, a sheer display of overwhelming superiority. The audience erupted into a frenzy, roaring like a tidal wave in support of the bois show. The host, equally exhilarated, exclaimed in disbelief, "Incredible! This silver-haired powerhouse is none other than the notorious pirate, the lascivious Lang Qiansu Baiwan bounty holder, Ai Li Kuo Duozu Lei Su." I nearly stumbled upon witnessing Li Su in person, His expression was the very embodiment of a living, breathing scapegoat. He exhaled deeply and approached Kavu, handing him a spear. Halsu, are you all right? Halsu looked at him, hesitated for a moment, and finally replied, I am fine, Captain Lesu. With that acknowledgement, he had fully recognized Kavu as authority. However, before they could exit the arena, new troubles emerged. Just as the host was about to announce the next challenger, a voice boomed, commanding silence. A horde of menacing thugs surged onto the stage, encircling them. Lesu immediately recognized the threat. It was the Bulaikur Jitan's men who had identified him. A fierce battle was inevitable. He handed a bundle of arrows to Valasu. Can you still move? Cover me from the back. The overseer of Bulaikur roared with fervor. Yinmei, you cannot escape. Laikoshun is already in our grasp, and you shall follow. With a signal, the assassins on stage drew their weapons. Some brandished guns while others unsheathed blades. One individual began to transform, revealing himself as an animal-type devil fruit user. Faced with dozens of muscular foes, Lesu dared not underestimate them. He activated the coal fruit ability he had previously copied. Thick smoke billowed from his body, enveloping him in a shroud of black coal. The prominent figures in the audience were thrilled. A spectacle was unfolding. He was a devil fruit user, and his ability bore an uncanny resemblance to Bulaikur's coal fruit. On the stage, 25 thugs surrounded her and Hala, leaving no escape route. The lead assassin, codenamed 001, sneered, so you truly possess the copy fruit. But do you think replicating our boss's ability makes you invincible? How naive. You lack understanding of development. As he spoke, 001's body began to swell and contort, growing black fur and transforming his arms into massive claws, ultimately morphing into a fearsome black bear. Lesu's heart leapt with a spark of excitement. What a gift, he thought, contemplating the potential of the black bear fruit. The formidable creature roared and swatted at him, sending his elemental body into a cloud of shattered carbon. Strangely, upon reconstituting, he coughed up blood. I was bewildered. How could a natural-type user be harmed by a physical attack? Then Lesu realized, exclaiming, Bachi, 001 chuckled in surprise. Oh, you have some knowledge. Recognizing Bachit, quite the boss for a newcomer. It appeared that these assassins had all mastered basic Bachit, specifically designed to counter natural-type users. This presented a dilemma. Lesu inhaled deeply, igniting the spear with burning coal, and thrust it towards 001. However, it was met with 001's armored paw, sending shockwaves through his arm. Without hesitation, Lesu switched tactics, launching a punch with his left hand. 001, dismissive, countered with a paw of his own. In the moment their attacks collided, Lesu's lips curled into a smirk as he activated his copying ability. The bear fruit was now his. A tremendous explosion reverberated, sending dust spiraling into the air. As the debris settled, a second black bear stood in the arena. 001's face darkened. This copying fruit was exceedingly troublesome. Yet, he stubbornly retorted, What of your replication? I'm the strongest with my mastery of Bachit. The two bears clashed fiercely. Meanwhile, Halsu had single-handedly intimidated the 20-plus assassins with his bow, despite being utterly exhausted. He drew his bowstring taut, coldly regarding them, and none dared to take the initiative. A peculiar standoff ensued, all eyes fixated on the battle between the two bears. The VIP section soon remarked in awe, This young man is truly formidable. What followed was a stunning display of Lesu's prowess. He wielded his powers with artistry, transforming into the black bear for close combat, then shifting to coal to unleash fiery blasts. When 001 charged, he sprouted wings and took to the skies. His maneuvers were utterly unpredictable, causing 001 to flounder and gradually lose ground. Frustrated, 001 transformed into a more agile hybrid form, launching a furious assault. Lesu recognized that he could no longer afford to drag the battle out. His stamina was depleting rapidly. He needed a swift resolution. Resolving to utilize the Swaywe fruit navigation ability, he sought out 001's weak point. As he fought, he maneuvered closer to Volosu. At last, he forced 001 back, extending his left hand to unleash a blue energy wave that struck Halsu. The copying wave successfully replaced the black bear fruit. With the trajectory of the attack aimed at 001's vital point, who silently chanted in his mind, a triumphant smile emerging on his face. In the next moment, he descended from the sky, enveloped in a thick cloud of black smoke, instantly shrouding the entire arena in darkness. The black smoke, within the haze, 001 choked and flailed about like a headless fly, utterly disoriented as the crowd erupted in coughs. After what felt like an eternity, the smoke began to dissipate. Leisu knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. Before him, 001 had reverted to human form, a lance protruding from his throat, lifeless and unseeing. The 24 assassins lay scattered in pools of blood, each pierced by a Cole's spear. Though victorious, Leisu's strength was nearly exhausted. However, before they could catch their breath, two figures from the VIP section leisurely descended. Upon seeing their faces, my heart sank. Were those not the two elite members of the Guerrilla Havitan, the sword-wielding and the gem-wielding, both with bounties of 98 million, were formidable foes. Kurisu Paritura hovered with disdain. How bothersome to come to such a place for dirty work. Su Donglun shrugged. Who could resist the generous offer from Bulai Kujitan? A year of free energy and weapons. This deal is too good to pass up. As he spoke, he extended his right arm toward pressing a red gem embedded within. The flames of the red stone erupted, shooting a fiery ray from his fingertip directly at Leisu. What was this phenomenon? Leisu gasped in alarm, hastily transforming his body into carbon for protection. From the outset, he had sensed something was amiss with his vibrant gems, but he could not discern their true purpose. Let me tell you, the implications were staggering. Upon using the copying fruit to glean insight, it became evident that Kusupika was indeed a power user. Was not. The colorful gems adorning him were not devil fruit abilities at all. I was still analyzing the situation when, to my astonishment, this individual pressed a red gemstone on his body, and with a swift motion of his finger, a flame shot forth. In that instant, I realized he was a cyborg, akin to a human high-tech machine. The opponent, Kilisopite, mocked me, asserting that once again I was merely a user of natural abilities, a copycat who thought himself invincible. Just as he finished his taunt, the cyborg named Sidong-in began to play the gemstones on his body like a piano, chanting fervently. Suddenly, he turned crimson, channeling energy into his mouth, and with a powerful exhalation, unleashed an enormous fireball that engulfed me. At that moment, I transformed into coal, and the intensity of the flames was overwhelming. Those who understand can relate. I had initially assumed that as a natural-type user, I could easily resist elemental attacks. Yet the next moment brought excruciating pain. Something was amiss. This fire was malicious. I hastily relinquished my natural abilities, and my back erupted with the wings of the insect fruit, furiously fanning the flames until they were extinguished. However, as I caught my breath, those two lunatics pounced on me like rabid dogs, offering me no respite. My companion, Housey, was desperate to assist me, but as he attempted to draw his bow, the wound on his shoulder split open, causing him to collapse to the ground, utterly unable to help. Sidong-in, the cyborg, wore a sinister grin, his fingers dancing over the myriad of colorful gemstones on his body. Let me show you this. He unleashed a barrage of fire beams, water jets, wind blades, and shockwaves, as if he had activated infinite firepower, bombarding me relentlessly. Having just been scorched and forced to abandon my natural abilities, I could hardly withstand such a saturated assault. I could only desperately wield my spear to parry the attacks. Red represented fire, blue for water, and green for wind. Was this fellow inscribing the periodic table of elements upon his body? I was in utter disarray while Kilisopite approached, wielding a sword that resembled a noodle, aiming a strike directly at me. The wave slash. It was a dire situation, caught between two bounty hunters worth 98 million, with no chance to evade. I could only draw my blade to block his peculiar sword. Yet upon contact, my weapon felt as if it had been thrust into a washing machine. I could barely maintain my grip before it was flung away. Subsequently, his sword carved a deep gash into my left arm. The moment my arm was injured, My defense against Sidong-in faltered. One opening, a wind blade, and a shockwave struck me squarely in the chest. I spewed a mouthful of blood 3 meters away. My body soaring through the air like a kite severed from its string. Lacey, Housey struggled to rise, reaching out to catch me, the tremendous force nearly breaking his arm. My vision dimmed, and it took a while to regain my composure, clutching my chest and relying on my spear to stand. The audience erupted in excitement, and the manager from the Blake group in the VIP section was so animated he nearly burst into a celebratory dance. The situation was dire. I gazed at the two individuals, untouched and advancing relentlessly. My heart raced with anxiety. These two were stronger than any adversaries I had previously encountered. Facing two opponents while already fatigued left me with no chance of victory. Kilisapite's abilities were exceedingly peculiar, while Sidong-in's cyborg body was a powerhouse, particularly that wave sword. Its trajectory was utterly unpredictable, making it impossible to block. How about that? My sword is difficult to counter, isn't it? Kilisapite taunted me, his expression brimming with arrogance. Superhuman type, wave fruit. It allows me and anything I touch to ripple like waves. The wounds I inflict will bleed profusely. He continued, addressing the manager of the Blake group in the audience. Hey, you worthless minion of the Blake group. This guy is your responsibility now. Do not forget the 1-year energy and weapon deal we agreed upon. If you dare to renege, Lord Guerrero will not spare you. With that, he raised his sword once more, aiming at both me and Housey. This strike was unavoidable. Wave tsunami. The sword's tip unleashed a terrifying force, warping the very air as a colossal shockwave sent both of us flying, crashing heavily against the edge of the arena. I felt several ribs fracture, and another torrent of blood erupted from my mouth. After thoroughly incapacitating us, Kilisapite frowned at the corpses scattered about, disdainfully plunging his sword into the ground. These bodies are quite the nuisance. Wave surge. Instantly, the arena trembled as a powerful wave of energy swept away all the corpses as if they were mere refuse. The announcer, seeing us downed, seized the opportunity to speak, his excitement palpable as he exclaimed, "What a spectacular display! The reversals are continuous. The current victors are the candidates Kai Shi and Wan Jian." Before he could finish, Kilisapite shot him a glare that silenced him. Those two stood impatiently nearby, waiting for the Blake group to collect their spoils. Lying on the ground, my mind raced. Their sparing of my life indicated that Blake desired me alive. There was still a chance. The rules of the arena dictated that one could not leave during a battle, but as we were now deemed defeated, fleeing should not constitute a violation. If I could replicate Kilisapite's wave fruit abilities, I too could soar. Just then, outside the arena, my navigator Dafu was pacing anxiously. Suddenly, 3 figures appeared behind her. Dafu turned to find 3 formidable men dressed in a steampunk fashion. The central figure, adorned with golden hair and a blue-white mask, wore metallic arm guards. Beside him stood a stitched-together monstrosity, while another was a tall individual clad in devilish attire, wielding a massive trident. The trio paid no heed to Dafu, their eyes fixed on the live broadcast screen. The masked man murmured, 2 gold medals from the Guerrero pirate crew. I never anticipated they would take the field personally. As he spoke, he reached for the scabbard at his waist, and with a sharp sound, a pair of razor-sharp crescent blades sprang forth from the arm guards on both his arms. We move, hit way, let us confront them. The masked man's blades began to spin at high speed, radiating an aura of formidable beauty. The rulers of the South Sea are ultimately targets for our kid pirate crew. Weakening their strength is a prudent first step. With that, the trio dashed into the duel arena. Dafu realized in an instant that the masked man was none other than the recently famed newcomer, the combatant of the kid pirate crew, the bounty hunter Kira, known for his 70 million bounty. Dafu's eyes brightened with opportunity. Without a second thought, she followed closely behind Kira and the others into the fray. On the arena, the Blake group manager arrived exuberantly with several henchmen, ready to claim the spoils. Kilisapite impatiently urged them, "Hurry up." I had been waiting, anticipating the moment his attention would divert. Now it was my chance. My back erupted with transparent wings, as my right hand transformed into a magical appendage, utilizing the abilities of the copy fruit to swiftly reach out and touch Kilysopite. Superhuman type. Wave fruit ability copied successfully. You bastard! How dare you touch me with filthy hands? Kilysopite exclaimed, a mix of shock and rage as he drew his sword to strike me. But it was too late. I immediately activated the coal fruit, releasing a thick plume of smoke that enveloped the entire arena. Next, the power of the wave fruit surged through me, and I seized Housey, feeling as if we were propelled by a tidal wave, soaring skyward toward the arena's exit. Stop him, Sidongan shouted amidst the black smoke, a small black hole forming in his palm, drawing in the smoke. The Blake group's members panicked, firing frantically as countless bullets rained down upon me. Yet, as these bullets neared, I twisted their trajectories with the wave power I had just copied, sending them whizzing past my body. Damn it, he actually copied my ability. Kilysopite seethed with fury. He had just intended to use the power of fluctuations to catch up when an unexpected event occurred. A tornado swept into the dueling arena through the entrance, instantly surging onto the stage. The deadly claws of the scythe swirled at high speed, resembling the arrival of the Grim Reaper. With a series of muffled sounds, the heads of the manager from the Bulate group and several of his henchmen were severed and sent flying, their decapitated bodies collapsing lifelessly. Gila efficiently dispatched the minions, positioning himself squarely before Kilysopite. The serpentine hair imbued with the power of fluctuations clashed violently with the spinning scythes, generating a tremendous shockwave that forced both combatants to retreat several steps. Meanwhile, Sidon was also obstructed by Zeit and Wei. Who are you ruffians? Kilysopite fumed, his hair standing on end in fury. Gila casually flicked his scythe and coolly replied, I don't recognize anyone named Lacey. This is the dueling arena. Upon seeing a master, do you wish to engage in battle? Is there a problem? Seizing the opportunity while they clashed, I exhaustedly led Gao Si away from the scene. Daff quickly approached to assist us, exclaiming, Captain, we must hurry. The three of us supported one another, awkwardly escaping the scene. The host continued to warmly greet. We welcome you to return next time. I nearly spat out another mouthful of blood. If I come back, I might as well be a dog. In a clinic, I lay on the examination table, my body wrapped in bandages, watching the live broadcast of the battle on the screen. Daff, beside me, exclaimed while reading the newspaper. The steel armor pirates were annihilated by the Kid Pirates. I smiled faintly. It was merely one group of steel armor pirates. The other 3-1T remained arrogant for long. Once we acquire the Yinchi Tianzhao, we shall deal with the Bulate group. Daff and Gao Si stared at me in disbelief, their expressions questioning my seriousness. I shrugged helplessly. What can I say? Didn't that manager mention that Lexington was captured? We must rescue him. Moreover, Kid has already begun to accumulate points. If I continue to play it safe, my kills will be snatched away. The crux of the matter is that this battle unexpectedly revealed the weakness of the coal fruit, an abundance of flames. As long as we utilize this to our advantage, even without armed hockey, I am confident I could defeat Bulake. However, to be prudent, I must secure Tianzhao at tomorrow's auction. I calculated in my mind. That gun, capable of producing flames, is an artifact tailor-made for me. With it, our chances of victory will increase significantly. Alas, it is all Gao Si's fault for being so ostentatious, drawing the attention of our enemies. Nevertheless, this time was not without reward. Not only did I acquire a useful fruit, but Gao Si also began to call me captain. Once we rescue his sister, our Mozo pirates will have taken its first steps towards formation. On the other side, Kilysopite and Sidon emerged from the dueling arena, looking disheveled and defeated. After battling Gila and his group for 3 hours without a decisive victor, they were left with a draw. Their hard-earned prize had escaped, and they returned, uncertain how to explain to their boss, their fury nearly reaching a boiling point. In the crowd, a man clad in knightly armor silently observed everything. His expression grave. He thought to himself, the southern seas are about to change. These newcomers are fiercer than ever. I must quickly return to report to King William. Our kingdom of Conqueror cannot afford to be complacent. The following day, after lying in the clinic for most of the day, Gao Si and I had somewhat recovered from our injuries. Although we still walked with a limp, we had to attend the auction for Tianjiao. One of us leaning on a crutch, the other seated in a wheelchair. We arrived at the auction venue. Daff sarcastically remarked, "This is rather embarrassing." I retorted, "Embarrassing? This is merely the beginning. The Shame of Social Death has its own series." "Daff, my friend, I must commend your unique thought process." She suggested we rent a vehicle for free, and lo and behold, she headed straight for the most expensive one. What kind of car was it? A convertible made entirely of pure platinum. The ostentatiously luxurious convertible. With the roof down, it showcased the pitiful state of the two of us wounded passengers in all its glory. I sat atop the car, while Gao Si was beside me, wrapped in bandages like a mummy, just short of having beaten up written on my forehead. As the vehicle moved, I tell you, the attention we garnered was off the charts. Passers-by gazed at us as if we were new arrivals at a zoo, pointing and whispering. "Hey, isn't that the duo from the arena yesterday? Wow, they look so battered. And they're driving such a flashy car. It's hilarious. Oh, family, who understands?" At that moment, I wanted nothing more than to leap from the car and physically vanish into the earth. Gao Si took it a step further, pulling his hat over his face and attempting to cultivate the art of invisibility, firmly believing that as long as he couldn't see, the embarrassment wouldn't catch up to him. I gritted my teeth and asked Daff's sister, "Why did you have to borrow such a mobile target?" Daff looked rather aggrieved and murmured, "I've always wanted to ride in one of these since I was a child. Now that it's free, I just wanted to experience it. Thank you very much." So, just to fulfill your childhood dream, you dragged the two of us, severely injured, for a city-wide exhibition, right? After enduring what felt like an eternity, we finally arrived at the entrance of the auction venue, and I thought the torment had ended. But no, it was the plus version. As soon as we stepped out of the car, all eyes turned to us in unison. The atmosphere akin to a village witnessing a fool dancing in a Wuling Honghua. The queue outside erupted. No way. Someone actually rented that thing? What a taste. Unbelievable. I couldn't handle it. I cast a glance at the familiar faces in the crowd. Several members of the Kid Pirates we had routed yesterday wore expressions of confusion and shock. The most troubling sight, however, was Calliope and Sidoan, the two gold medalists who had previously defeated us, standing amidst the throng. Upon seeing my appearance, Calliope's curly hair nearly stood on end, his teeth grinding audibly. Had it not been for the island's prohibition on violence, I suspect he would have drawn his sword and slain me on the spot. Sidoan, somewhat calmer, pressed a hand on Calliope's shoulder, whispering in his ear, and the two exchanged sinister smiles directed at me. My heart sank, sensing impending trouble. To make matters worse, we were blocked at the entrance, unable to drive away, surrounded by a sea of people. Journalists, like flies attracted by scent, thrust their cameras and microphones toward me. "Mr. Lacey, following your narrow defeat yesterday, why are you so ostentatious today? What are your thoughts on the Guerrero Pirates?" My head was spinning. I felt as though my wounds might burst open. I desperately wished for silence from this crowd. Then, without knowing what compelled me, my mouth outpaced my mind, and I shouted, "Bulake!" The entire venue fell silent, so quiet that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. I didn't even know why I called out to him, but with the words out, I could only brazenly continue. I passionately declared, "I will not stand for this. Within a month, I shall claim your head." The more I spoke, the more fervent I became, venting all my pent-up frustration. That despicable scoundrel polluting the environment, oppressing the people, and even kidnapping my first mate. I have long harbored disdain for him. He must be dealt with. Immediately after speaking, I regretted it, truly regretted it. I felt like I could turn back time and erase my words. Now, I had boasted boldly, and the whole world was aware of it. If I failed to confront Bulake, I might as well forfeit my face. The silence lingered for what felt like half a minute before a reporter, trembling, extended the microphone toward me. "So, does this mean you are declaring war on the Bulake group?" Seeing the countless astonished eyes around me, I steeled my resolve. There was no turning back. Regardless, we would fight eventually, so I might as well seize this opportunity to make a name for myself. I took a deep breath, raised my middle finger slowly to everyone. Yes, I am determined to take down this Bulake. Upon entering the venue, Daff and Gao Si stared at me as if I were an alien. I waved my hand dismissively, my expression one of resignation. Don't ask. I've already said it. It's just a matter of exterminating Bulake within a month. A trivial matter. I can only convince myself in this way. After all, if I don't create something grand during this journey, it would be a disservice to the grand truck that brought me here. Finally, the auction commenced. As the host took the stage, I immediately recognized him as the familiar face from yesterday's tournament. He seemed wary of the fierce pirates in the audience and quickly moved to the main event. The first item for auction was a mechanical arm. I thought to myself that it looked less valuable than the platinum pedestal beneath it. To my astonishment, a burly pirate bid 300,000 berries and won it. I assumed he would take it home for research, but instead, without a moment's hesitation, he drew his large sword and severed his own right arm with a swift stroke. Blood sprayed like a fire hydrant. He then affixed the mechanical arm with a triumphant laugh, exclaiming, "I have grown stronger." I gasped in disbelief, astonished by his audacity. The South Sea certainly boasted a fierce culture. Did you think I was the end? No, it was merely the beginning. The following items were nothing but scrap metal and mechanical modifications, and the scene morphed into a large-scale self-mutilation party. Limbs were being severed, blood and flesh flying about, as if in a butcher's market. Some even helped each other, urging, "Come on, brother, let me assist you," while they laughed heartily. I was genuinely shocked. These individuals had become fanatical in their obsession with machinery. Unable to bear the spectacle any longer, I closed my eyes and told the foo, "Call me when it's our turn. I need a moment of cyber tranquility." Meanwhile, my companion, Blake, was fuming on the other side, his face darker than coal. Upon hearing my declaration of war from his subordinates, he exploded with rage, his roar echoing throughout the building. To make matters worse, he discovered that the individual he had captured, Lexington, happened to be my first mate. This was a perfect storm of old and new grievances. Blake was likely plotting how to roast us like skewered pirates. Meanwhile, in his prison, my comrade Lexington was bound, facing a chef named Bill Shack. Although an enemy, the chef exhibited some sense of chivalry, acknowledging my brother's superior skills while attributing his victory to his fruit-based abilities. Before departing, he warned the petty warden not to torture my brother. This chef was certainly intriguing. Just as I was recovering from the gruesome scene, another shock hit me. The host announced an item called Dream Legend Salt, a seasoning claimed to enhance the flavor of any dish. As soon as it was introduced, Defoe and House C's eyes darted towards me, clearly conveying, "Captain, I SNT this tailor-made for you. What could I do?" I could only cough awkwardly and stubbornly assert, "I don't have enough money. I 1T bid. Rest assured, I'll recruit the premier chef of the South Sea, Bill Shack, for you." To my surprise, they calmly replied, "Oh, that's fine." In an instant, I realized they had no intention of bidding. They were merely conspiring to pressure me into finding a chef. These crafty individuals. Time dragged on until evening, and the three of us were nearly wilting in anticipation. Several times I spotted enticing items that nearly tempted me to bid, but with a hard battle ahead, I had to resist. My greatest concern was still the curly-haired Grella and the Stone Man. The curly-haired one occasionally shot me mocking glances and even raised his middle finger, clearly intent on a showdown. I needed to gauge his true strength. An idea struck me. I had to act convincingly. Just then, the host unveiled the next item, a multicolored luminous pearl excavated from the depths of the South Sea. The starting bid was 5 million berries. An opportunity had arisen. I channeled my inner actor, leaping from my seat with a voice trembling with excitement, shouting, 8 million berries. This outburst left Defoe and House C bewildered. What had gotten into the captain? Had he lost his senses? The curly-haired Crispet fell for it, grinning from ear to ear, raising his hand without a second thought. 10 million berries. I instantly donned an expression of urgency, as if fearing the treasure would slip away. 20 million. 30 million. He grinned maliciously, matching my bids. He likely thought that my small crew could only afford 100 million, while he had a budget of 1 billion, believing he had me cornered. 40 million. 50 million. We traded bids back and forth, the price skyrocketing from 500,000 to nearly 100 million. The audience was left in disbelief, as if witnessing two madmen in a frenzy. Crispet's teammate, Stone, was nearly frantic, tugging at him urging, "Calm down. This isn't worth it." But Chris had lost his mind, shoving him aside, leaping up, and bellowing 100 million berries. At his declaration, I slumped back into my chair. The performance required complete immersion. I squeezed out a couple of tears, covering my face with my hands, portraying a heartbroken figure who had lost his dearest treasure. 100 million once, 100 million twice, 100 million thrice. Sold. The host excitedly declared, "Congratulations, Mr. Crispet, for winning this multicolored luminous pearl for 100 million berries." I could hardly contain my laughter. What a stroke of luck for the curly-haired fellow, acquiring a costly folly. With such intellect, I could hardly wait to see how he would compete for the main course. That curly-haired man was grinning like a rooster that had just laid an egg, convinced he had outmaneuvered me, laughing uncontrollably. His teammate, Stone, looked on in dismay, his frustration evident, likely contemplating how to sever ties with him. Meanwhile, I had to maintain my performance. My navigator, DeFu, was pulling at me, urgently whispering, "Captain, have you lost your mind? Why are you bidding on that worthless pearl?" My other comrade, House C, looked at me with suspicion, as if to say, "You aren't planning to sneak into the ladies' dormitory, are you?" What could I say? I was desperately trying to suppress my laughter. I quickly exchanged a covert glance with House C, my lips curling into a smirk. Remarkably, the unspoken bond between true men is so effortless. I see instantly understood. Donning a mischievous grin and turning to DeFu, saying, "Since the captain likes it, let him be." DeFu was left utterly perplexed, likely wondering what had possessed both of us. Next, the host presented another item, a necklace of North Sea pearls. My eyes lit up, and my performance was worthy of an Oscar. I sought to convince the curly-haired man that I was an ardent jewelry collector, with a financial ceiling of 100 million. As expected, the show began. The subsequent series of jewelry auctions transformed into a duet between me and the curly-haired man. Each time jewelry was presented, I became invigorated, fervently raising my bids, acting with heartfelt sincerity, and at every price point nearing 100 million, I would feign reluctance, shedding tears, and adopting a look of despair, as if I were losing my beloved treasure. Let me tell you, the curly-haired man was thoroughly entranced. His teammates could not rein him in, as he continued to bid like a gambler possessed. The spectators from the Kid Pirate crew looked on in shock, likely believing I was a true jewelry fanatic. Only the masked Kira seemed to see through my ruse, his eyes reflecting an understanding that I had a trick up my sleeve. In the end, after a flurry of bids, all 12 pieces of jewelry were acquired by the curly-haired man for a staggering 950 million berries. He laughed triumphantly while I clutched my head, wailing dramatically, "Just kill me. I'm dying." My performance was strikingly believable. The two of them had already begun to turn on each other, one laughing maniacally while the other's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, creating a spectacle worth watching. At that moment, the host finally commenced the main event. The grand finale had arrived. The legendary firearm, one of the renowned Yewu Urshii Gong, the flame gun Tianjiao. My goodness, when that gun ascended from the stage, its fiery red body adorned with flame-like patterns radiated an aura of sharpness and heat that left me utterly mesmerized. This, indeed, was my cup of tea. With an opening bid of 30 million, I raised my hand without hesitation. 50 million. Upon hearing this, the curly-haired fellow scoffed disdainfully, preparing to challenge me further. However, his teammate, a fellow named C. Dongan, seized him firmly, pointing at their empty money pouch and bluntly declared, "Brother, we are out of funds." You should have seen the curly-haired guy, utterly flabbergasted, his expression screaming, "Who am I? Where am I? Where's my 10 billion?" Seizing the opportunity amidst their internal strife, others began to place their bids, with the price soaring to 70 million. At this juncture, the masked man from the kid group, Keela, made his move, decisively raising his paddle. 100 million belly. He aimed to make a definitive statement, intimidating everyone into submission. A profound silence enveloped the room. I glanced at him, smiled lightly, and leisurely raised my paddle. 150 million belly. The crowd erupted in disbelief. The curly-haired chap was driven to madness. He frantically rummaged through his pockets for private funds, even compelling his teammate to contribute from their small treasury. They scrambled together and, with a mighty effort, raised their paddle, shouting with all their might, 160 million belly. My friends, this was the epitome of stubbornness. I couldn't help but chuckle. Did they truly believe they could contend with me over such a trifling sum? I barely blinked and raised my paddle once more, calmly announcing my bid, 200 million belly. At this, the room fell into an eerie silence, as if every onlooker had been choked. Their eyes fixated on me in disbelief, convinced I had lost my senses. Yet they understood nothing. Money can be earned anew, but a finely crafted divine weapon is a rare fortune. 200 million belly once, twice, thrice. Deal. The gavel struck, and the flame gun Tianzhao was mine. The host beamed with joy, likely feeling as if he had celebrated the new year multiple times in his heart. Having secured the gun, my next task was to procure the miraculous medicine for my brother, House ceased brain injury. Another round of frenzied bidding ensued, and I successfully acquired it for 295 million. Well, my wallet was utterly drained, leaving me with a mere 500,000, a return to square one overnight. At this moment, the curly-haired fellow finally realized he had been played for a fool, having squandered 950 million as if it were paper money. His face turned green with fury, and he nearly charged at me for a real-life showdown. However, his teammate firmly restrained him, one struggling desperately while the other dragged him back, creating an absurd spectacle reminiscent of the 2025 Abstract Art Awards, with him hollering threats as he was pulled away. Once they were far off, Da Fu expressed concern about my potential enemies. Clutching my new treasure, Tianzhao, I reassured her, the horizon has broadened. What is the mere southern sea overlord to me? My ambition is to claim the unparalleled throne. Just as I was reveling in my triumph and preparing to depart with my comrades, Housey suddenly rushed over with a hefty bundle, his face alight with excitement. Upon inspection, I was astounded to find a dazzling array of luminous pearls and a splendid necklace, the very remnants of what the curly-haired fellow had spent 950 million to acquire. Even more astonishing, the bag contained the final sum they had scraped together, 160 million cash. In their haste to leave, they had completely forgotten to take it. My friends, this overwhelming fortune was finally mine. The scene shifted to the two unfortunate souls on their way back to their ship, braving the cold wind when they suddenly remembered. I could almost visualize Dong and freezing in shock, uttering a single word, damn. Thus, this once impoverished soul transformed back into a minor fortune, comfortably recuperating at the hotel on Bientadao, plotting how to topple the Bu Laika group. My two crew members were engaged in their own pursuits, one indulging in lavish feasting, while the other presumed I was diligently studying to enhance my skills. Little did they know, I was engrossed in the actor's self-cultivation. After all, I aspired to become an esteemed film emperor. This coveted film award surely deserved to be bestowed upon my misfortunate adversaries. I must tell you, during my recovery over the past 2 days, the members of the Zhuanjin pirates, including Karue, Sipeta, and Sidongin, were seething with rage. The hot-tempered Karue, Sipeta nearly disrupted the auction, but fortunately, Sidongin managed to restrain him. They had even gone so far as to anchor their ship outside the harbor, like two waitstones, lingering for an entire day and night. When their underlings inquired about their predicament, Sidongin bellowed at them to do push-ups, firmly establishing a no-questions-asked policy. How humiliating it must have been, having their funds pilfered by me, only to wait in vain at sea, with their food supplies dwindling to nothing, truly a blend of poverty, hunger, and frustration. Meanwhile, on the third morning, as I was deeply engrossed in my studies, Da Fu shouted from outside, "Captain!" Startled, my hand trembled, and the hefty tome of the actor's self-cultivation smacked me squarely in the face. That was not all. A nearby stack of books came crashing down, raining down a barrage of knowledge upon me. When I finally extricated myself from the pile of books, Da Fu stood before me, her expression reminiscent of a subway elder engrossed in a mobile device, remarking, "Captain, your reading is truly wild." My friends, who understands the sheer embarrassment of that moment? I simply wished to vanish into a fissure in the earth. Never mind, time to make a hasty retreat. The three of us shouldered our bundles of specialty goods and returned to the ship. As I surveyed the surroundings, I was pleasantly surprised to find that my pursuers had vanished, perhaps unable to endure the wait and summoned back by their captain. I had initially intended to let Da Fu showcase her sailing skills, leaving them in a cloud of exhaust, but alas, that opportunity had slipped away. Back aboard the ship, my youthful spirit ignited. I donned the captain's hat, draped myself in a black coat, and wielding my flame gun Tianjiao, I stood at the bow, pointing the gun forward, and bellowed, "Set sail. Destination, Energy Island. We shall vanquish the Bulaika group. Let our renown echo throughout the world." The sea breeze tousled my hair, and I felt utterly magnificent, truly the king of pirates. Yet from behind me came Hao Ci's timid voice. Captain, you're pointing in the wrong direction. Energy Island is over there, and our ship hasn't T-turned yet." The regal aura I had just cultivated instantly crumbled. I leaped from the bow and delivered a solid thump to Hao Ci's forehead. "You rascal, could you not allow me to finish my performance? You are such a source of anxiety." After our playful scuffle, the ship officially set sail. Hao Ci returned to care for his bow, while I commenced my training on the deck. I needed to quickly master the newly acquired Bodong Guoshe. This fruit was quite challenging to handle. Unlike the Meitang Guoshe that offered a guaranteed strength, the Bodong Guoshe was rather unruly, akin to a drunken man, swaying dangerously. If not controlled properly, my punches could curve back and strike myself. I thought to myself, let's give it a try, hoping I wouldn't dismantle the ship in the process. And what happened? With one punch, the ship's side shattered. I thought, no, this won't do. I need to gain control. Another punch. Hey, this time the ship remained intact, but my fist veered off course and landed squarely on my own face. The sharp sting caused stars to dance before my eyes, and I spun around 3 times before collapsing. It seemed that the path of cultivation was far more arduous than I had anticipated. Just as I was giving myself a thorough beating, nearly unlocking the hidden skill of ambidexterity, the newspaper arrived. I spent 100 belly to purchase a copy, and upon opening it, my brows knitted into a tight knot. The Navy had issued a joint report, announcing a public execution of Lai Ke Xingduan on Energy Island in 3 days. Good heavens, this was a blatant trap. It was a clear invitation for me to intervene at the execution site. To go would be a perilous endeavor. To abstain would render me a worthless captain. It seemed I had no choice but to face the challenge head-on. As I gazed at Da Fu's figure, a clever plan formed in my mind. The venerable old men of Bulai who have long dominated the South China Sea, each one of them exuding an air of arrogance, undoubtedly underestimating us, the newcomers. This, indeed, is our sole opportunity for a breakthrough. However, this plan will require some hardship for both Hao Ci and me. The spirit of my acting prowess is about to ignite fiercely once more. As the scene shifts on Energy Island, Bulai Ku and his cohorts have meticulously set up the execution ground. The square is teeming with soldiers and mercenaries donned in gas masks, while Lei Kuxing Dun is gruesomely bound to a cross, a sight of utter despair. Bulai Ku, Bo Si Dun, and Ing Sai Te stand around him, as if watching a performance. They brim with confidence, perceiving me as just a fledgling, daring to confront the Bulai Ku group with merely 2 crew members. It is almost as if I am offering myself as a sacrifice. Bo Si Dun, particularly scornful, approaches to mock Lei Kuxing Dun. "Your captain is truly touching. He is coming to join you in death." Yet, Lei Kuxing Dun remains defiant, glaring at them even in his dire predicament. "Just wait. I will strip the cloak of justice from your backs." The consequence of his defiance is another punch to the face. "Alas, brother, I apologize for your plight. Just hold on a little longer. Your captain shall arrive soon." 3 days later, our Crimson Avenger ship finally glimpsed the hazy outline of Energy Island. The entire island's atmosphere was suffused with black smoke, resembling hell itself. Using his abilities, Hao Ci confirmed that Bulai Ku and his 2 accomplices were all gathered at the execution ground, eagerly awaiting our arrival. 2 warships and a swarm of minions guarded the port. Perfect, just as we had anticipated. I nodded to Hao Ci. "Hao Ci, let the feast begin." With a whoosh, a blue arrow cleaved through the air, accurately piercing the chest of a mercenary, heralding the grand entrance of our MO show pirates. Dafu, the ship is in your hands, I exclaimed, seizing House C, unleashing the full power of my wave fruit ability, propelling us towards Energy Island like a cannonball. The enemies on shore quickly reacted, unleashing a hail of gunfire upon us. Bullets? Attempting to play ballistics before me? My distorted wave stance specializes in outmaneuvering your predictions, causing all projectiles to veer away. Soaring above the warships, I hurled House C onto the shore and immediately transformed into my coal fruit form. With a single black coal bomb, countless burning coal balls rained down, turning one warship into a floating barbecue. The other, a swift thrust from my Tianjiao gun, sent it plunging into the depths. I assure you, the battle raged fiercely on our side, and the entire Energy Island bore witness. Those oppressed workers, whose spirits had been crushed for the first time, felt a flicker of hope ignite in their dulled eyes. Alas, an old man doused that spark with cold water, declaring that no one could triumph over the dark specter that was Bulai Ko. Such a glimmer of hope is but a feeble ember. House C and I pushed forward, cutting through the tide of minions, finally reaching the naval base. Throughout this journey, House C acted as our guiding arrow, clearing obstacles while I conserved my strength for the main event. With a resounding boom, I obliterated the naval base's gate. Emerging from the smoke with House C, our entrance music would undoubtedly be the theme from God of Gamblers. Upon entering, I couldn't help but comment, "Ah, the air in this base is rather pleasant. All the pollution must be reserved for the common folk. How utterly shameless." Bulai Ku approached with a cold smirk. "Reese, you are quite brave. Two men daring to initiate a war? Prepare to join Lei Ku-Xing-Dun on his journey." The bound Lei Ku-Xing-Dun gazed at us with palpable concern, likely pondering whether we were truly mad or merely foolish. This was indeed the jaws of the tiger. House C shot me a glance, implying that the path ahead was completely blocked. Deviating from the script would lead to our demise today. I understood, took a deep breath, transformed my left hand into coal form and my right hand into the radiant Tianjiao gun. It was my time to shine. Let me tell you, these individuals have never encountered an actor of my caliber. As I struck my pose, Bulai Ku Bok Si Dun and that insufferable fly, elite Ing Sai Te, were instantly convinced, genuinely believing I was about to engage them in a fierce battle. Let the fight commence, I roared, charging forward with my gun, colliding with Bulai Ku's coal fist in a spectacular clash, sparks flying. Bo Si Dun's iron claw and Ing Sai Te's twin blades followed suit. Family, who understands? Facing three opponents, a single thought consumed me. This is it. I'm truly going to receive a thorough beating. The scene was utterly tragic. I was on the verge of believing it myself. Within moments, I was overwhelmed, retreating step by step. That old rascal Bulai Ku was nearly cackling with delight, lecturing me on how newcomers lack strength yet love to pose, commending my courage but lamenting my inadequacy. Oh my, I was internally laughing madly, eagerly awaiting this very moment. The more he reveled in his triumph, the higher the success rate of my plan climbed. He struck me with a fist, sending me flying, infusing it with armed color hockey, causing me to spew blood. Clutching my abdomen, cold sweat poured down my face, my expression reflecting immense pain and profound reluctance. I assure you, the pain was real, yet the performance was exhilarating. The minions around, along with the bound Lei Ku-Xing-Dun, gazed at me with eyes filled with sympathy and despair. Perfect. The atmosphere was set flawlessly. I lay on the ground, gasping for breath, struggling multiple times before managing to rise with the support of my gun. My expression was a blend of anxiety, shock, reluctance, and fury, an Oscar-worthy performance. Then, summoning all my strength, I directed a heart-wrenching scream towards House C. House C, retreat. The enemies are far stronger than we anticipated. Subtext: if you don't run now, that fly elite will lose interest. House C, caught in the moment, hesitated, biting his teeth in urgency. But Captain, you are alone. Enough chatter. If you don't run now, you won't escape. Subtext: hurry, alert them to send someone after you. I shouted, adopting a stance as if I could single-handedly hold the line against all three. Bulai Ku, predictably falling for the ruse. Scoffed and waved at the fly, elite Ing Sai Te. Ing Sai Te, go. Bring him back. Understood, boss. Ing Sai Te transformed into an enormous green fly. Buzzing after Hao Si, I even staged a performance of desperately attempting to block him, ultimately failing. It was seamless. My brother Hao Si ran with remarkable speed, pursued by a giant fly, buzzing incessantly. Who wouldn't be bewildered? While fleeing, he taunted back. You fat fly are flying far too slowly. This infuriated Ing Sai Te, causing sparks to fly from his wings. Thus, the chase continued until we reached the port. Without hesitation, Hao Si shot down several guards and hopped onto a steamship, heading towards the sea. Ing Sai Te relentlessly followed, soaring onto the water. Meanwhile, those onshore remained confidently assured that Ing Sai Te would undoubtedly succeed. I thought to myself, just wait and see. Upon reaching the designated sea area, our Dafu had already been waiting on a small sailboat. Hao Si and Dafu exchanged seamlessly, as if rehearsed countless times. Hao Si leaped onto the sailboat, returning home, while our true ace, the helmsman by Fan Dafu, officially took command of the powerful steamship. The fly elite, still bewildered, was about to continue his pursuit of Hao Si when Dafu unleashed a steam cannon, hitting him squarely, causing him to yelp in pain. Standing at the bow, Dafu smiled slightly. Foolish fly, now is my turn to play with you. Ing Sai Te, still laughing, sneered, you, a mere girl? Do you think you can steam me to death? I assure you, he was about to realize that nautical skills are indeed a form of combat prowess. At sea, Dafu at the helm was invincible. Just as I was performing my role flawlessly, Hao Si began making his way back, when suddenly, reinforcements arrived. And not just a single wave. Initially, the oppressed workers in the island factory, led by a man named Bauer, raised their arms and proclaimed, "We are already at the bottom. What is there to fear about failure? These shackles must be cast off by ourselves." With a sudden clamor, all the workers seized their tools and revolted. Following this, even more outrageous events unfolded. The Navy was also in chaos. A one-eyed captain named Tang Send, formerly a subordinate of that Boston scoundrel, defected, leading over 100 naval brothers, armed with firearms, through a side entrance into the execution ground. Without uttering a word, they unleashed a barrage upon the guards, their target clear, Lexington on the gallows. From afar, Boston witnessed this scene and erupted in fury. Tang Send, you ingrate, are you defying the heavens? I was equally astonished. Could the script be altered in such a manner? Such good fortune. There was no need to wait for Hao Si to return. Like his face darkened, more so than his cold fruit, and he furiously abandoned me, leaping into the air to unleash a devastating fire attack, aiming to clear the rebels along with his own men. Hey, do you think you can target my future allies without consulting me? I swiftly switched forms, activating the wave fruit, soaring into the sky, and with a powerful wave punch, I repelled Boston. Then, harnessing the wave power of my Tianzhao gun, I diverted his torrential rain of coal off course. In an instant, I retaliated with a flame-wreathed gun wave, striking Bulik squarely in the chest. He shrieked and fell to the ground, his expression akin to one who has seen a ghost. He must have been pondering how I knew of his fear of fire. Of course, with your coal fruit. How could you fear water? Now Bulik was thoroughly incensed, demanding a duel with me to showcase the true power of coal. Meanwhile, Boston had also arrived before Lexington. Tang Send and his men had already rescued Lexington and were feeding him. Let me tell you, Lexington is quite the extraordinary individual. After days without food, he devoured several dozen pounds of food in mere seconds, akin to the 2025 most popular disc action challenge, his belly swelling like a balloon, only to use life return and shrink back instantly, rejuvenated. Just as Boston's massive iron claw was about to strike his head, Lexington opened his eyes, his right hand forming a gun shape, pointing skyward, flying finger gun. A shockwave deflected Boston's attack. He rose, accepting the golden axe handed to him by Tang Send, and with a cold smirk at the flustered Boston, he remarked, "Thank you for your concern, Colonel Boston." As soon as the words left his mouth, the two vanished simultaneously, only to clash moments later, the golden axe meeting the hydraulic claw, resulting in a thunderous explosion that stirred up a tempest. I tell you, the wind was so fierce that the Navy soldiers in the square stood dumbfounded, their jaws dropping, unsure whether to flee or remain. Tang Sin, the captain, was drenched in cold sweat, his mouth twitching as he remarked, "Goodness, we are about to witness history today. But did you think I was the end?" On the other side, the sea was nothing short of abstract. Our genius, helmsman Dafu, was piloting a bare steamship, confronting the gigantic fly, Yingsate. The flyman buzzed with laughter, brandishing two knives and looking at Dafu as if she were a fool. "Little girl, are you serious? You think you can fight me with a ship?" I wanted to retort, "You know nothing. This is vehicle combat, 100 versions ahead of you." Yingsate, clearly inexperienced, continued his rambling, boasting of having seen knife and gun fights, but never a ship battle. Dafu, calmly tinkering with the buttons on the ship, replied, "For dealing with you. This fly, it's more than sufficient." Yingsate could not tolerate this insult and charged downwards. However, Dafu merely smiled, suddenly pushing the control stick, and a jet of scalding steam shot forth from the exhaust, perfectly dousing him in a sauna bath. Understand this. After being scalded twice, the fly's wings nearly cooked. He wailed in fury, pursuing the ship with a desire to tear Dafu apart. The next moment, everyone was astonished. That steamship under Dafu's command seemed alive. It drifted left, swung right, spun in place, performing aerial 360-degree maneuvers. The ship moved with a fluidity surpassing even the third driving test. Yingsate's multifaceted compound eyes couldn't keep up, leaving him bewildered. As he turned his head, bang, the steamship collided solidly against his forehead, nearly plunging him into the sea to feed the fish. Now, the giant fly had completely lost his composure, flailing with his knives like a headless fly. Yet Dafu navigated the ship with remarkable ease, evading all attacks and occasionally striking back. The scene resembled a game of marbles, with Yingsate as the marble being wildly shot about. He was utterly disheveled. After enduring relentless collisions, Yingsate finally learned his lesson, desperately ascending to create distance. However, halfway up, he sensed something was amiss. A tremendous pressure immobilized him midair. Looking down, his eyes nearly popped out in terror. The steamship was spiraling beneath him at breakneck speed, creating a colossal whirlpool on the ocean's surface. The steam from the whirlpool formed a terrifying hot airflow, roasting him like a skewer. I thought to myself, could this be considered a physical cheat? Operating a ship to this extent? Yingsate, overheated and howling, decided to cease his escape and declared, "Fine, a 1T run. Let's see who succumbs first. You or I." He intended to engage Dafu in a war of attrition. Little did he know, a helmsman never suffers from seasickness. Dafu recognized her opportunity. She maneuvered the ship, riding the waves generated by the whirlpool, soaring higher and higher, directly propelling a massive wave towards Yingsate. Then, with a resounding crash, the steamship's power abruptly ceased, executing an emergency stop, utilizing the inertia from the wave to hurl Yingsate like refuse from the sky. The flyman frantically adjusted his position in midair, barely stabilizing himself, muttering, "Your mother hasn't finished scolding you yet," when bang, Dafu charged at him again. Another series of chaotic collisions ensued. After being treated like a punching bag countless times, Yingsate finally predicted Dafu's attack trajectory, bracing with his two large knives against the ship's bow. Just as he smugly thought he had caught it, Dafu yanked the control stick sharply, causing the entire ship to perform a dragon-tail sweep. The searing hot rear of the ship, wielding immense force, struck him like a baseball bat, sending him flying. His mindset shattered, truly shattered. Yingsate went completely berserk, the dual knives quickly enveloped in a layer of black armed color, aiming to cleave both him and the ship in half. I could tell this was the decisive moment. Dafu also realized the ship's energy was down to 5, her stamina nearing its limit. She took a deep breath, gripping the control stick tightly, spinning the ship like a top in a frenzied rotation. Whirling bird, the entire vessel, propelled by centrifugal force, soared into the sky. Boom! The armed dual knives clashed against the steamship, which had wagered all its energy. In that instant, despair etched across Yingsate's face. He realized this power was insurmountable. With a crack, his prized dual knives shattered against the ship's bow, all the force solidly impacting his substantial belly. The corpulent fly's eyes rolled back, surrendering. The power of the Zoan fruit dissipated, reverting him to human form, plummeting like a stone from the heights into the ocean. Dafue's ship executed a graceful turn in the air, landing steadily back on the water's surface. She collapsed onto the deck, panting. I was starving. Thankfully, this guy chose to confront me head-on in the end, where I truly would not have held out. Meanwhile, on Energy Island, Bulaika's face was as dark as his own cold fruit. He gazed at the swiftly burning life card in his hand, a possession of Yingsate. Within mere seconds, the card was reduced to ashes. With a cold snort, he looked at the injured Reese across from him and gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "You have truly surprised me. First, we lost mercenaries, then someone intruded into our home, and now even a colonel has been taken down. This is nothing short of a disgrace." Clenching his fists, he prepared to personally annihilate Reese. However, Reese merely chuckled, for he knew that Daff had triumphed. He raised the Tianjiao Yin gun, addressing Blake. "Blake, this battle has already brought you considerable surprises, has it not? Who knows, could there be another? What do you think the next surprise will be?" "It is the awakening of the people, my brother, just outside the armory. Those workers who have suffered oppression for decades have erupted. Armed with wrenches, hammers, and nails, they charged towards the well-equipped guards. These guards, mercenaries by trade, typically wielding power with impunity, fled faster than anyone when faced with danger. The situation turned almost overwhelmingly in favor of the workers. A robust man named Paul smashed the skull of a mercenary with a single blow and raised his arms, shouting, 'Brothers, charge into the warehouse and seize the weapons.' The gaunt workers surged in like a frenzy, stripping Blake of the weapons he intended to sell. An elderly man named Harker, stroking his beard, chuckled. For this was all his scheme. Paul seized a massive war hammer and bellowed, 'Now, let us use their own weapons against them.' The mighty wave of workers surged towards the main battlefield. Meanwhile, our sharpshooter Halsey had just returned to shore in his small sailboat, utterly astonished. What transpired? I merely took a stroll at sea, yet the island resembled a world war zone. The navy, mercenaries, and a horde of ragged madmen were in a chaotic melee. He intended to rush to the square to rescue Lexington, only to find every path blocked, teeming with people and strewn with corpses. He was directly swept into the chaos of battle, dazed, grappling with the questions of who he was, where he was, and who was attacking him. Shifting our focus back to the square, Navy Captain Tang Sand had also retreated with his men, claiming he would confront Blake's main forces outside. Now only Reese faced Blake, and Lexington confronted Boston. Lexington's situation was dire. Having been suspended for so many days, he had not regained his strength and was gasping for breath. Opposite him, Boston, a cyborg, though not particularly formidable, exuded an air of dominance. Wrapping his mechanical pincers in armed color, Lexington's thrusts felt akin to mere scraping. Lexington understood that he needed to end this quickly. He must unleash a grand move. He charged forward, executing the Gale Foot Trident, delivering 3 slashing strikes towards Boston. Boston sneered, blocking with his mechanical pincers, taunting him for his flair. The two exchanged blows, sparks flying. Lexington felt anxious. Boston's dominance was exceedingly vexing, and he needed to find a way to break through his defenses. At that moment, outside the base, Halsey finally fought his way out of the crowd, only to collide head-on with a large group of Navy soldiers, led by the one-eyed Captain Tang Sand. Upon recognizing Halsey, Tang Sen wasted no time and fired a shot. In an instant, Halsey drew an arrow and let it fly. I must say, that arrow was so impressive I want to buy his skin. The arrow and bullet collided midair with precision, both falling to the ground with a clang. Tang Sen was taken aback. What kind of sorcery was this? He raised both guns to fire again, but Halsey hurriedly pleaded, "Stop. Our captain is on the verge of collapse. I must go help Lexington." Upon hearing Lexington's name, Tang Sen halted. "Wait, are you with Reese?" The misunderstanding was resolved, yet the battle in the square had escalated to a fever pitch. Lexington and Boston were nearing their limits. Boston's dominance was nearly exhausted, yet seeing Lexington kneeling, he believed he had him defeated and continued to mock him. Lexington, panting, managed a smile. "Can't hit me? Impossible. He rose, bracing himself against Boston's onslaught, mentally counting. Now is the moment. Boston's attack lacked its former might. Seizing the opportunity, Lexington roared and unleashed a spear axe, channeling all his strength into the spear's tip, smashing Boston's already battered mechanical arm to pieces. Boston was still in disbelief when Lexington leapt into the air, executing the Six Styles air flash gale gun. Goodness, this fellow had transformed Six Styles into an ultimate combo. Leaping skyward, utilizing shaving to accelerate his descent, his entire body hardened like iron, his 10 fingers resembling drill bits. Infused with the cutting wave of gale foot, he descended upon Boston with a force to rend all. With a piercing thrust, Boston had no time to react. His fingers plunged deep into Boston's chest, the unseen energy blade wreaking havoc within. Boston screamed in agony, his chest riddled with 10 gaping wounds. Hurled against the wall like a mass of mud, lifeless. Lexington, too, had reached his limit, half kneeling on the ground, supporting himself with his golden axe, gazing towards the distant struggle between Reese and Blake, murmuring, "Now it is your turn, Pirate Reese." Outside the base, House C, Tang Send, and the workers' leader Paul had finally converged, leading the army in a full-scale assault against Blake's faction. I assure you, the battle outside was quite the spectacle. House C, akin to a divine commander, directed the fray, striking wherever necessary, ruthlessly clearing out Reese's minions, with a focus on efficient extermination. He was well aware that everyone on his side, including Daff and Lexington, was fighting desperately to create a one-on-one environment for Reese. Therefore, the key to victory lay in the confrontation between those two celestial beings in the square. At this moment, the Navy base square had transformed into a private arena for Reese and Blake. Blake, witnessing the unconscious Boston slumped against the wall, was furious enough to nearly grind his teeth to dust. How could a Navy colonel, starved for days by his own men, be laid low like this? The humiliation was greater than the A-shares of 2025. Reese, however, grinned, pointing his gun at Blake. Well, now your executives are left with just you alone, Commander. Blake was furious, initially thinking he faced merely a fledgling pirate crew, only to find himself cornered to such an extent. He snarled, "You really believe you can defeat me? I am a Black Demon Blake, a natural ability user. Do you understand the value of that?" As soon as he finished speaking, I was astonished. This man was shedding his humanity. His entire body began emanating thick coal smoke, and soon, countless pieces of coal erupted from him, swirling and accumulating, transforming him into a towering figure of over 10 meters high, a coal giant. Flames engulfed him, smoke billowing, resembling a boss emerging from the depths of hell. He named this transformation the Black Demon. I tell you, this was a real deal. Reese understood that if he could not surpass this hurdle, he would not only fail to avenge his sister, but might also perish here. His mind raced. A direct confrontation with the coal fruit was futile. His proficiency far exceeded Reese's. Thus, he had no choice but to rely on the wave fruit and the feed fruit to showcase his skills. However, he was nearly depleted of stamina and needed to be strategic. Just as he pondered, the coal giant lunged. With a roar, its massive fist hurtled toward him like a cannonball, ignited with flames, and elemental transformation would not suffice to evade. Reese quickly pushed the air away with wave power, barely dodging the blow. Then something even more outrageous occurred. Blake sneered, new coal arms sprouting from his body. In an instant, 8 massive flaming arms obscured the sky, akin to a spider, unleashing a relentless barrage upon Reese. This technique was called Black Demon Spider. The entire square instantly morphed into a hellscape of fire and thick smoke, rendering visibility and sound non-existent. Blake, relying on his observation hockey, relentlessly pursued Reese like a game of whack-a-mole, his laughter exuding a cruel delight. Little do the family members understand that a single punch could mean instant demise. Reese realized that simply evading would equate to waiting for death. He had to fight back. Resolutely, he activated the Wei fruit, inquiring for directions. Wei, please inform me of the optimal route to strike Blake's vital essence. In an instant, a map materialized in his mind. Although the path was fraught with peril, He had no choice but to proceed. With a deep breath, he charged forward, braving the onslaught of fiery fists like a bolt of lightning. He gambled on the notion that Blake's transformation would deplete his essence significantly, and that he was merely holding on. As Reese desperately advanced, the battlefield conditions shifted yet again. Blake had completely lost his sanity, unleashing toxic black smoke that swiftly spread, incapacitating even those engaged in combat outside the base, who collapsed and foamed at the mouth. Even Blake's own crew was rendered speechless. This black death smoke was a forbidden move, an indiscriminate assault intended to take the entire island down with him. Lexington had just withdrawn from the fray when he witnessed the chaos and shouted urgently, "Run! No one can withstand this." Yet, exhausted, he soon succumbed to unconsciousness. Ho-See carried Lexington, rallying everyone towards the port, only to be met with despair. Reese had previously sunk their ship, and the remaining vessels had long since sailed away. In a moment of desperation, Ho-See reached for the Den Mushi to contact Dafu, only to find that the creature had succumbed to the poison as well. Fortunately, Dafu had sensed the anomaly from the sea, witnessing the ominous black smoke that resembled an apocalyptic scene. Without hesitation, she steered the blood-red Avenger back at full speed. Meanwhile, at the heart of the toxic smoke, Reese faced an unprecedented danger. He had to dodge attacks while holding his breath, the inhaled poison slicing through his lungs like a blade. He understood that he could not afford to delay any longer. Abruptly halting, he resolved to take a desperate gamble. It was no longer feasible to engage at close range. He had to resort to that one move. Blake continued to cackle. Humans think they can triumph over deities? Dream on. He dismissed Reese's desperate struggle entirely. Now was the moment. Reese inhaled a deep breath of the toxic air, channeling all his strength. Through the haze, he seemingly glimpsed Blake's arrogant visage. A cold smile crept upon his lips. Blake's greatest weakness was his overwhelming arrogance. Black deity annihilation. Blake swung his 8 arms, unleashing his most formidable strike. Simultaneously, Reese bellowed his decisive technique. Amaterasu wave guiding spear. He infused all his wave power into the Amaterasu spear and hurled it with all his might. What I tell you, this was pure black technology. The wave fruit provided the force. The way wave fruit supplied GPS navigation, and the blazing spear traced an uncanny Z-shaped trajectory through the air, deftly evading all fiery punches. Akin to a precision-guided missile, aimed directly at Blake's head. The essence of surprise was paramount. Only when the spear was nearly upon his face did Blake display a look of terror. He could not fathom how it could change direction midair. He attempted to evade, but it was too late. Boom! A tremendeuse explosion ensued. Reese was immediately engulfed by Blake's retaliation. Yet simultaneously, the blazing Amaterasu spear pierced through Blake's form. With a heart-wrenching scream, the colossal coal spider disintegrated, Blake engulfed in flames, plummeting from the sky. In the end, the victor of this battle was Reese. After a prolonged interval, Reese staggered from the ruins, coughing blood, several bones shattered. He switched to the coal fruit, finally gaining immunity to the toxic smoke. Gazing at the fallen Blake, he mused that victory had been achieved, but it had not come easily. Just as he caught his breath, he sensed something amiss. Why had the toxic smoke not dissipated at all? Blake was unconscious, yet the smoke did not vanish with the wielder's defeat. It continued to spread. Reese's expression shifted dramatically. There were still so many people on the island. Ho-See and the others, along with the innocent residents, would all perish if this continued. He had fought hard to win, only to allow Blake's goal of taking the entire island down with him to succeed. That would render his efforts futile. Gritting his teeth, Reese made a decisive choice. He would utilize his replicated coal fruit to absorb the pervasive toxic smoke. He was effectively the chosen cleanup crew. He understood that this act would undoubtedly inflict great harm upon his body, but he had no other option. He could not bear to watch so many lives extinguished. Black activated carbon absorption. Reese unleashed his power, fervently drawing in the surrounding toxic smoke. After a brief period, he experienced an excruciating headache. The side effects were far more severe than anticipated. Yet he had to endure, accelerating his efforts, for if he did not, by the time he finished. Everyone would be dead. A deluge of black smoke surged into his body, yet the quantity of toxic fumes blanketing the island appeared unyielding. Meanwhile, chaos reigned at the port. Although Dafu's ship had arrived, it could not accommodate so many individuals. Just as despair set in, Lexington regained consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, he immediately inquired, "How many people remain unrescued? I must save them." With that, he attempted to rush back into the fray. Hosi seized him. "Are you mad? Even gas masks are useless. You'll be walking to your own demise." Lexington forcefully shoved him aside, his gaze resolute. "I am a Marine. Saving lives is my duty. Moreover, all of this is my doing. If I stand idly by as they perish, then why should your captain save me?" With that, he donned a mask that offered little more than psychological comfort and unhesitatingly plunged back into the thick smoke. Dafu and Ho-Si watched his retreating figure, their hearts tightly clenched. Lexington darted through the residential area, holding his breath and pushing through, managing to rescue fewer than 20 individuals. When he delivered the last group to the port, he knew that there were likely no survivors left inside. Yet at that moment, both he and Dafu noticed something peculiar. The thick, impenetrable black smoke seemed to be dissipating. Even more astonishingly, a refugee beside Lexington, who had been nearly purple and on the brink of death, suddenly began to cough violently, his complexion visibly improving. The toxins within him were diminishing. Lexington immediately raised his gaze towards the direction of the Marine base. He realized it was Reese. Reese was resolving the situation, ignoring his limits. He turned back to save more lives. At that moment, Reese teetered on the brink of collapse. The situation had spiraled completely out of control. He was no longer actively absorbing, but rather, the island's black smoke had found an outlet, surging uncontrollably into his body, rendering him powerless to stop it. The excruciating pain forced him to emit a heart-wrenching scream. Yet, miraculously, the black smoke began to dissipate at a visible rate, dramatically enhancing the air's clarity. Not only was the smoke in the air vanishing, but even the toxins absorbed into the bodies were being forcibly extracted by Reese. One by one, individuals who had been in a deep stupor were pulled back from the brink of death, awakening. On the blood-red Avenger, everyone stood in astonishment, witnessing the black shroud over Energy Island thinning at an unbelievable pace. I assure you, this was not a natural dissipation. It was evident that someone was unleashing their power. Blake was dead. No one else possessed such ability. So who could it be? It had to be our captain, Eric D. Dozen Reese. Dafu and Ho-Si broke into tears, for none could comprehend the overwhelming joy of surviving such a catastrophe. It was simply indescribable. We had won. The Blake Group, which had terrorized the South Sea for decades, had been vanquished. Ho-Si, overwhelmed with excitement, grasped Dafu. "Let us go. We must retrieve our captain." When we raced back to Energy Island, I vividly recall the scene. The Marine Branch Square was eerily silent, with only a few individuals remaining aboard the ship. Everyone else had formed a circle, hushed. I lay in the center of the circle, motionless, my face resembling a bruised eggplant. After the examination by Old Man Hake and several doctors, a heavy sigh escaped their lips, and they shook their heads in despair. They informed me that although I was still alive, I had inhaled too much toxic smoke, resulting in severe damage to my cerebral nerves. Even if I regained consciousness, I would inevitably become a mere vegetable. The atmosphere in the room plummeted from celebratory champagne to sheer desolation, and the faces of those present darkened. Just as everyone was engulfed in melancholy, young Ho-Si stepped forward. He retrieved a small vial from his pocket, filled with a crystalline potion, and declared resolutely that there was a remedy for my brain injury. Time seemed to blur, and I sensed a mysterious force mending my nearly shattered nerves. When I finally opened my eyes, I found myself back on the ship Blood-Red Avenger. Struggling to sit up, I grimaced in pain, my body aching and my head buzzing. Awake? The voice of Lexington jolted me back to reality. He, too, was bound like a mummy, seated on the adjacent bed, perusing a small booklet. He explained that I had fainted from inhaling too much toxic smoke and that I had awakened thanks to a miraculous drug. Miraculous drug? My heart skipped a beat. Wasn't he that the life-saving medicine How C had left for his sister? I hastily inquired about How C's whereabouts. Lexington smiled lightly and said that the lad willingly offered the medicine to me, believing that by sailing with me, he could find new hope, for he had faith in me as his captain. My family, this revelation struck me profoundly. For the sake of this conviction, he had sacrificed so much and now bestowed upon me the only glimmer of hope. Lexington informed me that How C had returned to his hometown to bid farewell to his sister and to retrieve something of great significance, with plans to rendezvous with us at the next island. Well then, I acknowledged this brother. I would undoubtedly assist him in finding a way to save his sister. As we conversed, it suddenly dawned upon me. I whipped my head around to Lexington and exclaimed, "Wait a minute. Why didn't T return with the Navy? Wasn't T your predicament easily explainable?" You want T believe his response. He waved the booklet in his hand and looked at me earnestly. "Didn't T want me to be your first mate?" Goodness, this fellow had directly elevated my spirits. He explained that after all the experiences we had endured, he realized that the constraints of the Navy stifled true freedom. Justice, he asserted, is not defined by a uniform. He chose to follow me, in pursuit of true justice on the high seas. This lad has finally seen the light. I promptly declared, "Welcome to the Magic Hand Pirate crew, Lexington Justice." Just as I was filled with joy, I suddenly recognized that the item in his hand looked familiar. Upon closer inspection, I was taken aback. Wasn't he that the collection of spicy posters I had pilfered from Blake? My face flushed crimson, even more so than during my poisoning. Lexington innocently waved the booklet. "Ah, you mean this?" After perusing it, he was astounded and remarked that while he couldn't comment on other matters, my title of Silver Thief was certainly not undeserved. Now, the entire crew was aware of my collector's obsession. I had unwittingly created the #1 social embarrassment of 2025. Outside the cabin, Dafu was manning the ship while muttering in disbelief that the captain harbored such peculiar hobbies. The three of them conspired and decided to land on a random island, brimming with confidence that I would surely be pleased. Why? Because it was the island where my goddess, the gluttonous Joelle Boni, had recently made an appearance. They figured that since it was the gluttonous one, there must be a good chef aboard, and they could conveniently recruit one. Meanwhile, How C returned to his hometown, Moonlight Village. He sat by his sister's bedside, bidding her a tender farewell, expressing his intent to follow those he recognized to explore broader horizons in search of a genuine cure for her ailment. As he spoke, he retrieved a blank sailing diary from a drawer, the only remnant after a fire had consumed their home, a vessel for the dreams buried deep for years. Now, he was determined to resurrect those dreams and fill the pages anew. He donned his sister's red bow on his head, slung his bow and arrows over his shoulder, and prepared to embark. Just as he was about to leave, a melodious voice called out from behind, "Can we have a chat?" It was the navigator and sharpshooter of the Magic Hand Pirate crew, Ing Hang Shur How C. Simultaneously, news of my defeat of the Blake group reverberated throughout the South Sea. On the shores of Jackson Kingdom, the Kid Pirate crew was reveling. Kid, gnawing on a piece of meat while reading the newspaper, burst into laughter, exclaiming, "How intriguing! This lad actually pulled it off?" Kira was equally surprised, having thought I was merely boasting when I made my claims at the Whip Island. The newspaper unveiled my new bounty, Magic Hand Eric Dozers, with a reward of 100 million berries. Beside me was the Navy defector, Lieutenant Lexington, with a bounty of 50 million. Kid's temper flared, and he immediately rallied his crew to set sail, eager to sweep the South Sea before me. Not only him, but Charles William, the Pirate King of Conquer Kingdom, along with Chris Pett, the officer from the Grella pirate crew whom I had outsmarted, were equally incensed upon seeing my bounty, vowing vengeance. I could only say, "Bring it on, I'm in a hurry." A week had swiftly passed, and Lexington S. and my injuries had largely healed. Dafu altered Lexington S. Navy coat into a black one, replacing the word justice on the back with our Magic Hand Pirate emblem. Clad in his new battle garb, he seemed to radiate a newfound vigor. Once healed, we could hardly contain ourselves, sparring on the deck. My Amaterasu's spear clashed against his Ten Commandments axe, creating a storm of sparks and nearly severing the sails. Dafu stood at the bow, covering her face and sighing, likely pondering that our ship would soon be dismantled, and we were in dire need of a shipwright, alongside a chef. However, as we practiced, we realized something was amiss. We had lost our way. The map left by House C was scarcely legible, resembling a chaotic scribble, and his telephone bug had bizarrely succumbed to the toxic smoke on Energy Island. Family. Can a telephone bug really perish from smoke? Is that even feasible? Unable to contact anyone, we were utterly perplexed. Reluctantly, Dafu pivoted the ship, suggesting we head to a nearby island called Schwein to inquire for directions. She mentioned that this island was a rare sanctuary in the South Sea, guarded by a powerful entity, which made it remarkably peaceful. A powerful entity? My interest piqued. Perhaps we could enlist another crew member. As our ship approached Schwein Island, we were greeted by an exhilarating melody, interspersed with an oddly enchanting nasal hum. What sort of avant-garde concert was this? Upon disembarking, I was utterly astounded by the spectacle before me. At the village's center stage stood a diminutive white pig, impeccably attired in a tailcoat and top hat, elegantly playing the violin while balancing on its hind legs. Yes, you heard that correctly, a pig. It sported two ornate Western swords at its side, exuding an air of gentlemanly sophistication. As the performance concluded, the villagers erupted in fervent cheers, chanting "Gentleman Pig." A throng of fans surged onto the stage, enthusiastically attempting to pet him, causing the little pig to scurry about in fright, exclaiming, "Oh no, please do not touch the gentleman." The scene was nothing short of extraordinary. Upon further inquiry, I learned that this remarkable pig, named Beethoven, was no ordinary creature. He belonged to the fur tribe, a formidable dual-wielding swordsman and a devil fruit user, serving as the musical guardian of this island. The music was utterly invigorating, instilling in me a renewed vitality. Moreover, the music was not without merit. It conferred buffs. Dafu explained that the island thrived due to a mysterious musician who had descended years prior. His music could bestow combat buffs upon ordinary individuals. Upon hearing this, I realized that this was precisely the elite support role our crew desperately needed. I was determined to secure him. I urged Dafu to steer the ship closer to shore. But alas, darkness fell, and the music ceased. As we disembarked, we had barely taken a few steps when an unsettling feeling washed over me. I sensed we were being watched. It was that little pig, named Beethoven, whose nose resembled a radar, detecting our presence from quite a distance. Upon spotting our pirate attire, he wasted no time in labeling us as intruders. This little fellow, quite determined, informed his two bandmates and charged towards us like a cannonball, ready to face us single-handedly. His companions, seemingly unfazed, leisurely tended to their instruments, ignoring the unfolding drama. Beethoven stealthily approached our vicinity, climbing a tree like a scout, observing us intently while humming to himself, "Pirate hat, HM. Pirate emblem, HM. Sneaky behavior, HM." I was thoroughly amused. Then, without warning, he brandished two swords longer than himself, aptly named Rest, a clear indication of his intention to conclude our existence. With a flourish, he swiftly extinguished the lanterns at the village entrance, plunging us into darkness. He believed the night favored him, relying solely on his hearing and sense of smell, and thus danced towards us with an elegant little step. Suddenly, I stumbled in the darkness, nearly tripping over a tree root. Rez, quick to react, ignited his gun, providing a feeble light. Just as he intended to use his abilities to inquire for directions, his expression shifted, a menacing aura. Lexington also sensed the threat, grabbing his axe to shield us. In the next instant, a rotund shadow, gleaming with two icy glints, lunged at us. With a clang, sparks flew. Lexington took the hit, feeling the weight behind it. This creature was indeed powerful. He retaliated with two swift kicks, but the shadow danced in the air, effortlessly blocking his strikes with a rhythmic clang. Realizing that this was not a viable tactic in the pitch darkness, Residential activated his powers, illuminating the surroundings. At last we could see astonishingly. The one ambushing us was none other than the pig from earlier, now clad in a tuxedo and wielding two swords, exuding an imposing presence. "Da fuesse jo dropped in disbelief," As the pig noticed we could see him, he became even more fervent, electricity crackling around him. An electric fur tribe member. Just as Residential attempted to reason with him, the pig, uninterested, inquired if we were pirates. Rez, nodding honestly, received an immediate charge from the pig, declaring a gentlemanly duel with the electric symphony of the one-sword style. The sword, entwined with lightning, lunged at Rez, with no choice but to engage. Residential raised his gun, muttering to himself, "So adorable, please don't break." The two clashed like a symphony. Yet it was evident that the little pig was no match for Rez, who soon gained the upper hand. Upon realizing his single sword style was ineffective, the pig swiftly switched to the two-sword style, the electric waltz. He spun like a top, increasing his attack speed. Rez, while defending, mused that this pig, a musician and swordsman, was indeed a destined crewmate. He had to find a way to recruit him. With a slight increase in focus, the pig faltered and ultimately, Residential unleashed a powerful wave that sent him flying. Rez, wishing to tease him, inadvertently angered the pig, who threatened to employ unsportsmanlike tactics. I was intrigued, expecting a grand transformation, and indeed, the pig began to grow fur, his size amplifying, and two large tusks sprouted from his mouth. Those who understand the situation know that a cute domesticated pig could transform into a wild boar with a mere bayou. Defoe, disillusioned, found him no longer charming. Rez, too, was left speechless, realizing it was a zoan-type pig fruit, the boar form. A domesticated pig from the fur tribe consuming the wild boar fruit was akin to a human consuming the human fruit and reverting to an ancient form. Talk about species cosplay. Having completed his transformation, his catchphrase shifted from HM to ARG, as he charged at us, exclaiming, "Stinky pirates, ARG. Today, I shall devour you whole." His fighting style morphed from elegant swordsmanship to heavy metal rock, wildly thrashing his head. While his strength had indeed increased, it was still manageable. Residential toyed with him for a while before exploiting an opening, using his gun to trap one of his tusks and delivering a powerful punch directly to his forehead, knocking him down. Finally, we had subdued the pig, and I was utterly exhausted. We pondered how, in the dead of night, dragging a pig into the village would surely label us as pig thieves. Thus, we built a fire in the woods, waiting for him to awaken. We bound the pig securely, and upon waking, he reverted back to his adorable form. Defoe, overwhelmed with maternal instincts, cuddled him tightly, showering him with affection. Residential joked about scaring him with the notion of roasting him whole. Not long after, the pig woke up, startled by our presence, and in a panic he struggled, only to sit directly in the fire. The squeals he emitted were quite a spectacle, and he managed to keep rhythm with the beat, even in distress. In our flurry to extinguish the flames, he calmed down. You wouldn't believe his first words. He lamented, "I am bare before you, and here stand a lady." How ungentlemanly. I was left speechless. The pig's priorities seemed misplaced. Defoe, however, delivered a perfect retort. "No worries. Being naked is better." The pig froze, his expression akin to seeing a ghost. Eventually, Residential draped his coat over him, preserving his gentlemanly demeanor. He began to explain, but in a moment of confusion, mistakenly referred to him as Mr. Vegapunk. The pig, bewildered, responded with a question mark above his head. "Who is Vegapunk? HM? I am Beethoven." He even mispronounced his own name. Rez, embarrassed, fumbled with his words. After a lengthy explanation, it seemed the pig was beginning to trust us. But he suddenly smacked his thigh, pointing at Rez, exclaiming, "I remember. I've seen your bounty. The super silver thief of the waist-chopped pirate crew. Not a good sort. HM. Not even pigs are spared. HM." I couldn't help but laugh. The reputation of the silver thief had truly spread far and wide, even reaching the ears of pigs in the mountains. Residential went pale, laboring to clarify that he had no interest in pigs. Finally, the pig relented but remained adamant about the importance of his name, blowing up whenever Residential mispronounced it. His name was Beethoven, not Beto, haha. Ultimately, he agreed to lead us into the village, but on the condition that we change out of our pirate attire and relinquish our weapons. Well, when under someone else's roof, one must comply. We returned to the ship, donned new clothing, and even found him a fresh little suit. As we walked, This little pig, or rather, Mr. Beethoven, regaled us with his story. It turned out he too was from Zo, part of the fur tribe, and had traveled with his parents for performances from a young age. Tragically, his parents were killed by pirates in the South Sea. Left to wander alone, he honed his talents as a musician and swordsman, ultimately settling on this island. He confided that his greatest dream was to hold a concert that the entire world could hear. Yet, he lamented, the world was too chaotic for anyone to appreciate music. Hearing this, he appeared somewhat despondent. Rez, seizing the opportunity, immediately extended an invitation. How about joining my ship? Our goal is to end the reign of all the great pirates in the South Sea and venture into the Grand Line for free adventures. By traveling with us, you might just have the chance to fulfill your dream. His eyes sparkled with eagerness, as if to say, please let me in. However, UNT believed Beethoven's response. He looked utterly disdainful, retorting unrealistic, HM. Too exaggerated, HM. Schwein Island still needs my protection, HM. Besides, I have no desire to be a pirate, HM. Being a pirate is crude, entirely lacking in gentlemanly qualities, HM. His trio of criticisms effectively dismissed Rez's proposal. Residential immediately wilted, resembling a frostbitten eggplant. Lexington consoled him from the side, reminding him that we initially despised pirates too, yet here we were on his pirate ship. Opportunities would arise. With renewed determination, Residential resolved to recruit the pig before we departed. In an unexpected turn, he began to inquire about the dreams of the crew. After questioning everyone, he turned to Defoe and asked, "What is your dream?" Defoe pondered for a moment and earnestly replied, "World peace." Ah, indeed a noble aspiration. Not long after, Beethoven guided Residential and the others into the village. The little pig, a true gentleman. Upon Beethoven's return, the villagers eagerly surrounded him. As Beethoven bent down to greet the crowd, he was instantly engulfed by the surging masses. "Gentleman Pig, let me touch you." The body of Gentleman Pig is so soft. It has been so long since we've seen Gentleman Pig. The villagers rushed towards Beethoven with exuberance, while he skillfully, albeit somewhat flustered, began to evade them, leaving Lacey and others exchanging astonished glances. This fellow is exceedingly popular, isn't he? As they flocked around their idol, or rather, chased after their idol who was attempting to escape, the villagers vanished in an instant. What is happening here? After a moment of bewilderment, Lacey finally regained his composure and voiced his confusion. "It's morning exercise," he remarked. At that moment, Beethoven, having completed a lap around the village, returned to his original spot, closely followed by a throng of men, women, and children. The fervent fans seemed to have regained their composure and now noticed Lacey and the others behind Beethoven. Who are these individuals? They are guests. Is that so? It has been quite a while since we've had guests in our village. The villagers exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with joy. Lacey immediately felt an ominous premonition. These people might be excessively enthusiastic. Gentlemen guests. Sure enough, the crowd surged forward, charging towards Lacey and his companions. After a brief commotion, the residents of Sherway-Een Island finally returned to normalcy. At that moment, a group of individuals bearing musical instruments rushed from the village. "Mr. Beethoven." A joyful smile spread across Beethoven's face. "Mr. Lacey, let us head to our band's rehearsal space for a rest." After bidding farewell to the villagers, Lacey and his companions followed Beethoven to the location where they typically practiced their songs. An array of musical instruments and various professional equipment were displayed in the open-air rehearsal area. Beethoven and the band members hummed tunes, danced, and rushed to their respective positions. "Mr. Lacey, allow us to introduce our band members through music." Unbeknownst to them, a small pirate ship silently appeared at the most secluded corner of Sherway-Een Island's coastline. This area was characterized by towering cliffs, rarely tread by villagers, thus ensuring absolute safety from discovery. The ship did not appear to be a flagship, capable of accommodating only a few individuals. However, the flag flying from the vessel bore a peculiar insignia, a skull with sharp teeth, crossed by mechanical fists. It was the emblem of the Grella pirate crew. A massive shadow leaped from the ship, landing abruptly on the towering cliff, swiftly climbing to the summit. Strangely, this lively and boisterous intruder made not a sound. The entire coastline was enveloped in silence. At the bow of the ship stood a man in a suit, wearing a mask, observing the frenzied shadow on the cliff with a slight upward curve at the corners of his mouth, suggesting a smile. With a flourish of his hands, 2 axes connected by chains flew out, embedding themselves firmly in the cliff. Grasping the steel chains, the masked man leaped into the air, using the chain's tension to ascend the cliff in a few swift movements, arriving beside the animated shadow. All of this transpired without the slightest sound, creating an eerie atmosphere along the coastline. The masked man extended his hand, gesturing forward, prompting the burly, bare-chested giant beside him to excitedly pound his chest and charge ahead. Still, the silence persisted. After listening to the performance of Beethoven's band, Lacey felt an overwhelming sense of clarity. The music played by this pig seemed to possess a certain magical power, capable of producing extraordinary effects. Once the performance concluded, the members of Beethoven's band dispersed, leaving only Beethoven behind. "Mr. Lacey, did you enjoy our music?" Beethoven, clutching his violin, descended from the stage and approached Lacey and the others. "It was truly exquisite music," Lacey exclaimed in admiration. "Perhaps it is because the world of pirates is idealistic," he continued, "but Beethoven's music contains an inexplicable special energy, more invigorating than the Navy's assembly calls and marches." Lexington, standing nearby, also spoke up. "So, why not join our pirate crew as a musician?" Dafu chimed in, suddenly appearing beside Beethoven and playfully pinching his cheeks. "Oof, that is quite ungentlemanly," Beethoven protested, freeing himself from Dafu's grasp, straightening his attire and hat. "Becoming a pirate is out of the question. Do not entertain such thoughts. But isn't your dream to hold a world concert? Staying in this village won't allow that." Lacey shrugged. Beethoven shook his head, turning away with his hands clasped behind him, gazing into the distance. "Dreams are but ephemeral fantasies to be contemplated only in slumber. I have never dared to wish for my dreams to materialize. If one persistently pursues their dreams, they risk meeting a tragic fate like my parents, unable to safeguard what they already possess." Although many villagers had repeatedly told him that they had the strength to survive in the South Sea and encouraged him to venture forth from Sherway Island to challenge himself, he ultimately declined. To wager what little one has on a faint hope is too perilous. He preferred to remain with Beethoven's band, singing for those who cherished his music. Thus, such matters are far too unrealistic. As for pirates, they could be swept away by the Navy the very next day, or devoured by powerful factions. There are also numerous bounty hunters eyeing pirates hungrily. Faced with such circumstances, there would be no escape for you. Lacey pondered, stroking his chin. The Navy's Lexington, Boston, and Inset had either joined their pirate crew or been eliminated. And what of that bounty hunter, How C? The powerful factions had just dealt with Black and had a grudge against the Grella pirate crew. So, the solution would be to eliminate or subdue them. How straightforward and brutal. However, this gentleman might not take kindly to that. While Lacey and his companions engaged in casual conversation with Beethoven, the masked man and the muscular giant arrived at the location where the blood-red Avenger was docked. The masked man appeared astonished, then revealed a sinister smile. "What fortunate luck! This is a ship of the Magic Hand pirate crew, which recently fell out with Lord Chrysbert and Stawn. They also defeated the Black Group's pirate crew. Captain Lacey has a bounty of 100 million berries, and the first mate, former Navy Lieutenant Lexington, has a bounty of 50 million berries. How fortuitous that they have also come to this island." With this, he could devise a more perfect plan, achieving 2 objectives with a single stroke. The 2 unexpected guests commenced their actions in a soundless environment. Chapter 61. The Sudden Appearance of the Ability User. This room has been unoccupied for quite some time. "You shall rest here today." Beethoven led Reese and the others into a spacious room. Unbeknownst to them, they had engaged in casual conversation for the better part of the day, and evening was now approaching. "If you need anything, come find me at the rehearsal hall." With that, Beethoven turned and exited the room. Reese, Lexington, and Dafu settled into the space. "Another whole day has passed. Time truly flies," Reese remarked. They had initially intended only to ask for directions and rest a bit. However, due to a conflict with Beethoven the previous night, they had been unable to enter the village, and today they found themselves talking to Beethoven for the better part of the day, thus delaying their plans significantly. Plans cannot keep up with changes. Rash pondered. He wondered how long the Bonnie pirates would remain on the island. If they took too long, they might miss them completely. "Captain, I will go buy some food, and when we set sail again, I will do my utmost to reach our destination swiftly," Dafu said, rising and patting her stomach. The previous voyage had nearly depleted her energy, and she needed to replenish it. "I will inquire about the route to our destination while you think of a way to persuade Beethoven to join us before we set sail," Lexington said, following Dafu out of the room. Once Reese was alone, he sat at the desk, gazing out the window, lost in thought. Recently, his and Lexington's mastery of hockey had shown little progress. Indeed, even for those gifted like them, hockey was not easily learned. During the encounter with Black, he had sensed a flicker of Kinbunchika hockey, but beyond that, he had nothing. It appeared that the cultivation of hockey required a significant opportunity. Perhaps the next battle with a formidable foe would grant him insight into hockey. Aside from hockey, Reese had improved in martial arts and marksmanship, and his proficiency with the coal, wave, and munch fruits had also grown considerably. At the very least, these fruits were among the strongest he could encounter in the South Sea, and the upcoming battles would likely depend on them. The higher their developmental stage, the better. The next target for the Magic Hand Pirates was likely Prince William of the Conqueror Kingdom. This was also the reason they intended to seek out the Bonnie Pirates. Besides wishing to meet characters from the original story and fulfill the original owner's dreams, they hoped to form an alliance with the Bonnie Pirates to confront the forces of the Conqueror Kingdom. After all, the Conqueror Kingdom was vastly different from the Black Group, possessing immense power, vast territory, and 72 formidable knights. It would be challenging for a small crew like the Magic Hand Pirates to contend with such might alone. Forming alliances with some of the supernovas in the South Sea would be more suitable. Joining forces with the Bonnie Pirates would significantly increase their chances against the Conqueror Kingdom. As Reese contemplated their future actions, he suddenly sensed a disturbance with the copy fruit. He detected 2 new devil fruits within the village, and they were not too far away. What was happening? Reese furrowed his brow in confusion. Wasn't it supposed to be just Beethoven and himself as the only users of abilities in this village? Why could he sense the energy of other devil fruits? Something felt amiss. Speaking to himself, he stood up and walked toward the door. Just to be safe, he should check it out. If there were other pirates causing trouble, he could lend a hand. Perhaps Beethoven would be grateful and agree to join his crew. By now, the sky had darkened, and there were fewer people in the village. It seemed most had gone to await the start of Beethoven's concert. Reese sprinted down the street, pursuing the energy of the devil fruits and searching for the unexpected presence of abilities in the village. Inside a certain house, silence reigned. A woman cowered in a corner, her face pale with terror as she gazed at 2 ominous intruders before her, one tall and robust, the other slender and stealthy, both shrouded in dark clothing. The leaner man advanced toward her, playing with a razor-sharp dagger in his hand. Though his face was obscured, his body language betrayed a sense of glee. Beside him, the larger man bounced with excitement, yet even his movements were soundless. Leaning down, the slender man pressed the knife's blade against the woman's trembling neck. A swift motion, and a crimson line appeared, quickly robbing her of life. Satisfied, the slender man stood, nodded to his companion, and they both exited the living room. At that moment, Reese arrived at the door of the house, wearied and puzzled. What was the situation? Most people should be at the concert. Could it be a thief? It was rather disheartening for a user of abilities to stoop to theft. After a moment's hesitation, Reese raised his hand and knocked on the door. "Hello, is anyone there?" Silence enveloped him, and no one responded. Reese's confusion deepened. The detection ability of the copy fruit confirmed the presence of 2 users within. Yet they had not been there mere moments before. How strange. Moreover, the door appeared unlocked. As he pondered his next move, Beethoven's breathless voice suddenly called from behind. Turning, Reese saw a sweaty Beethoven rushing towards him, looking anxious. "Mr. Reese," Beethoven exclaimed, pulling open the door Reese had been hesitant to open. What was happening? I suddenly caught a strong whiff of blood. With that, Beethoven dragged Reese into the house, racing toward the source of the blood odor. Wait a moment. Reese attempted to voice his concerns, but Beethoven had already pulled him into the living room where the scent was strongest. Upon entering, the sight before them caused both Reese and Beethoven's pupils to constrict. A woman lay in a pool of blood, her eyes rolled back, her neck oozing crimson. It was evident she had lost all signs of life. A bloody dagger lay embedded before her. In the shock of the sudden turn of events, Reese failed to notice the copy-fruit's detection of the two abilities. Without uttering a sound, two unexpected intruders, completely shrouded in clothing, calmly emerged from the adjacent bedroom and swiftly exited the house. Meanwhile, both Lacey and Bay Duo, Fun, engulfed in shock, remained oblivious to their departure. Inside, an eerie silence prevailed. Chapter 62. Sinister Scheme. After a considerable time, the two in the living room finally regained their composure. Aunt Katie, Bay Duo, Fun exclaimed in panic as he rushed forward to assess the woman's condition. Lacey, however, stood rooted in place, his brow furrowed in deep thought. The two ability users had fled, and their current location was beyond the range of the copy-fruit's sensing capability. He could no longer track them. Those two were most likely the culprits. After committing murder, they had hidden in another room and made a hasty escape while he and Bay Duo, Fun, were preoccupied with the deceased. But what could their motive be? Before long, villagers who had been waiting for the concert to commence gathered near the scene of the incident. Bay Duo, Fun, sniffed the air anxiously, but strangely, there were no other scents besides those of himself, Lacey, and Aunt Katie. Who could the murderer be? Why did they resort to such sudden violence? An ominous premonition gripped by Duo Fen's heart. Mr. Lacey, could you kindly return to your room for the time being? We must first address the situation here. After assessing the sense of the scene, Bay Duo Fun urgently turned to Lacey. From Bay Duo Fun's tone, Lacey sensed a palpable impatience and anger. The villagers were akin to family to him. It was only natural to feel distressed by such an event. Do you not require my assistance? The murderer, Lacey, began to convey that he had sensed the assailant was an ability user, but he was promptly interrupted by Bay Duo Fun. No need, Mr. Lacey. Matters concerning our village are not suitable for troubling guests. You should rest well. With Bay Duo Fun's insistence, Lacey found it inappropriate to voice any further objections and bid farewell to Bay Duo Fun before returning to his own room. I must remain vigilant, Lacey murmured to himself on his way. The two ability users would most likely return to the village. Next time, I shall arrive at the scene more swiftly to apprehend them. Meanwhile, Bay Duo Fun, left in the wake of Lacey's departure, wore a deeply troubled expression. How could such an event occur, especially at the moment when the pirates arrived? Though he hesitated to entertain such suspicions after spending some time together, it was undeniable that Lacey was currently the prime suspect. The only scent present at the scene was Lacey's, and upon his arrival, he was the only one nearby. Logically, this was unreasonable. Without possessing an extraordinary sense of smell like Bay Duo Fun's, Lacey could not have detected the scent of blood from such a distance. His proximity to the scene was, in itself, suspicious. Pirates were adept at disguise. Could Lacey and his companions also be so? It was hard to believe. Mr. Bay Duo Fun, what should we do now? Adon stepped forward to inquire. There were no others in Aunt Katie's home. She had remained behind due to sudden illness, unexpectedly meeting with misfortune. We have no choice but to ensure Aunt Katie receives a proper burial, Bay Duo Fun replied sorrowfully. Why was Aunt Katie murdered? It makes no sense. What purpose could the murder have? He shook his head vigorously, casting aside the tumultuous thoughts that plagued him, and let out a deep sigh. It seemed the concert would not proceed today. Everyone should return home now, lock your doors, and remain vigilant. Bay Duo Fun instructed the crowd gathered outside the door. A dong, a chong, accompany me, he declared, weaving through the throng towards the village's central square. He intended to stay at the village's heart to listen for any disturbances. If new developments arose, the murderer would surely make sound. Should they strike again, he was determined to capture them. Outside the village, in the woods, the two culprits, having temporarily shed their disguising garments, reveled in their triumph. These two were none other than the Masked Kevin and the Wild Adam, officers of the Grayla pirate crew. Notorious for their bounty of 70 million and 72 million berries, respectively. "It appears my plan is progressing splendidly," Kevin remarked, his voice unusually audible amidst the distant commotion from the village. With the powers of the quiet fruit, he could ensure that no sound emanated from their movements. Even Bei Duo Fin's keen senses would not detect their presence. When they wrapped themselves in clothing, even Bei Duo Fin's acute olfactory abilities would fail to discern their scent. Thus, their actions went entirely unnoticed. The only one capable of sensing the situation was the fellow named Lei Si, who could track ability users through the copy fruit. Their objective was to frame Lei Si for their deeds. In doing so, Bei Duo, Fun, and the entire village of Shiwei-in would inevitably turn against the magician pirates. Once conflict erupted, the brothers could step in to assist Bei Duo, Fun, in confronting the crew. As a silver-ranked officer under the dominion of the South Seas Overlord, Kevin was confident in his ability to handle Lei Si and his allies. Their previous victory over the dilapidated Black Group was a mere stroke of luck. They were in no way comparable to the Grayla pirate crew, although they were not the three highest-ranking gold officers. Even silver officers held the potential to vie for gold status, with only a handful in the Grayla pirate crew. Together, the brothers, in collaboration with Bei Duo, Fun, and the strength of the entire village, would surely be able to subdue the magician pirates. Once they assisted Bei Duo, Fun, the task assigned to them by Lord Grayla to recruit the gentleman pig, Bei Duo, Fun, would become far more manageable. Once they lured Bei Duo, Fun, to Lord Grayla, he would have no choice but to serve the Grayla pirate crew. After nightfall, Kevin grinned menacingly at his wild brother. "We can proceed with the next phase of our plan." As night descended and darkness enveloped the land, the villagers, left without the concert to occupy their time, retreated to their homes. The assassination incident left many unable to find rest. Bei Duo, Fun, and several band members remained vigilant in the central square, prepared to spring into action at the slightest hint of disturbance. Meanwhile, within the home occupied by Lei Si and his companions, the three were equally sleepless. Lexington and DeFu gleaned the details of the incident from Lei Si and the others. Yet, they too struggled to comprehend the motives behind the deliberate murder of an innocent middle-aged woman, especially one executed with such elaborate theatrics. Lexington sat on the ground, lost in contemplation, while DeFu appeared increasingly anxious, pacing before the bed and drawing circles on the floor. Leisu sat at the table, his eyes tightly shut, unwaveringly attuned to the situation of the surrounding ability users. He had a foreboding sense that the two elusive ability users would reappear in the village tonight. This time, he was determined to apprehend them at the first opportunity to avert a tragedy. Chapter 63. The Cunning Murderer. As night fell, time ticked away relentlessly. Despite his initial resolve to stay vigilant throughout the night, exhaustion began to overwhelm Letho, causing him to nod off repeatedly. It was now past midnight. Suddenly, his previously drowsy eyes snapped open. They had arrived. The aura of an ability user had entered the range of his copy fruit's sensing capabilities. It must be those two miscreants from earlier, returning to wreak havoc. This time, they would not escape. With gritted teeth, Leisu donned his coat and bolted out of the door, racing towards the location of the devil fruit energy fluctuations with utmost speed. What's wrong? Is something happening? Lai Kershin and Afu were startled awake from their slumber, exchanging glances before rising to follow. However, Leisu had already vanished into the night, leaving them behind. "This is troublesome," Lai Kershin remarked, resting his chin in contemplation. "He could at least inform us where he's headed." In the central square, Bei Duofun's keen ears detected the sound of Leisu's hurried footsteps. Within a certain room, Kun and Adong, clad in specially designed attire that masked their scent and repelled blood, stood amidst a pool of blood, grinning at the sight of the surrounding corpses. Everything was prepared, awaiting the arrival of the protagonists. Kaiwan withdrew a dagger from the last victim's body, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. Leisu should be arriving shortly, utilizing the power of the silence fruit to muffle sound and enveloping themselves in their garments. Bei Duofun could no longer detect their presence through hearing or smell. The only way to sense their arrival in the village was through Lei's copy fruit. Upon detecting their entry, Leisu would undoubtedly rush to the crime scene, and the commotion he caused would be easily noticed by Bei Duofun. The crime scene was closer to Lei Su than to Bei Duofun, ensuring that Lei Su would reach it first. The door swung open violently as if, rushing at full speed, appeared at the threshold with a furious expression, panting heavily. "I've caught you in the act, you murderous scoundrels!" With clenched fists, Lei Su glared at the two masked figures and the grim scene within the room. Yet, he had arrived too late. Their efficiency in killing was alarmingly high. At that moment, he realized something was amiss. Despite his furious shouts at the two individuals, no sound escaped his lips. It felt as if the room was shrouded in silence. What was happening? Lei Su's pupils constricted. Could one of them possess the silence fruit? Just as he was momentarily stunned by his inability to vocalize, and Yang lunged at him. Kaiwan swung the bloody dagger towards Lei Su. Although he deftly evaded the attack, droplets of blood still splattered onto him. Following this, Yadong unleashed a barrage of punches. Lei Su retaliated, meeting Yadong's fists with his own. Yet their clash produced no sound due to the silence fruit's effect. This opponent possesses immense strength. Both of them are formidable. Lei Su felt the force from the gigantic fists opposing him, gritting his teeth. These were no ordinary killers. Though not as powerful as Bulaikura, they were certainly not adversaries he could easily dispatch. In this cramped room, he could not recklessly employ the abilities of the coal fruit or the wave fruit, lest he risk the structure collapsing. This is bad. If these two wish to escape, I may not be able to stop them. After striking Lei Su back, Yadong and Kaiwan rushed towards the door. Just as Vinu intended to pursue them, Yadong seized the dagger from Kei's hand and hurled it fiercely at Lei. Damn, those scoundrels! As he instinctively cursed at the incoming dagger, Lei was surprised to find his voice return to normal. This was problematic. It meant he had stepped outside the influence of the silence fruit. Those two ruffians were escaping. The ability of the copy fruit also indicated that they were swiftly departing. That hulking brute possesses extraordinary strength and speed. It feels akin to an animal-type fruit user. Lei Su lamented as he dashed out of the door. But the dimness of the night, coupled with the speed of the culprits, rendered them invisible to him. Just as he resolved to follow the sensation from his copy fruit to track the two, a familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. "Pirate, what are you doing here?" "Bei Duofun?" Lei Su turned abruptly. His attention had been solely on the two assailants, neglecting to notice Bei Duofun's arrival. At that moment, Bei Duofun had just reverted from his wild boar form back to human shape, evidently having rushed here with the utmost speed in his beast form. "Bei Duofun, you arrived just in time. Come, let us pursue the murderers," Lei Su urged, pointing in the direction where Kaiwan and Yadong had vanished. "Murderers? Bei Duofun's charming voice concealed a simmering rage, his entire form swelling with intensity. His dense mane bristled, enhancing his imposing stature. Countless powerful muscles coiled around him, causing his height and breadth to expand further, transforming dramatically. 猪猪果实, 人兽形态. Now standing upright on his legs, Bei Duofun wielded two swords, his wild boar mouth revealing long, sharp tusks. In his small, green bean-sized eyes, a fierce glimmer shone forth. 威灵顿, 四刀流, 战争交响曲. With his dual swords, tusks, and four blades intertwining, a tempest of ferocity ignited. A tempestuous lightning coiling around him as he charged towards Lei Su with breathtaking speed. "Hey, what are you doing?" Bei Duofun's sudden onslaught caught Lei Su off guard. Even he would not dare to confront the might of the strongest human-beast hybrid's four-sword assault head-on. He quickly activated the coal fruit, utilizing its elemental transformation to withstand this fierce assault. The four blades shattered Lei Su's coal form, sending him hurtling into the distance. As the fragmented coal gradually reformed into his human shape, Liu gazed at the enraged Buffin, who was advancing towards him with each step. In that instant, he glanced at the dagger he still clutched, which had been thrown by the murderer, and a realization struck him. This is bad. Bei Duofun must think I am a killer. Those ruffians possess the silence fruit, and wear odor-blocking clothing. Bei Duofun likely cannot see or hear them. All he could perceive was the sound of his own arrival and the scent of blood on himself. Moreover, with the weapon still in his grasp, he appeared to be the one who had committed the murder, caught red-handed as he attempted to flee. It is utterly impossible to cleanse oneself of such accusations. Moreover, one must not forget that I am, in fact, a pirate, and I have previously relied solely on my silver tongue to gain Beethoven's trust. Being labeled a murderer is, therefore, unsurprisingly ordinary. Capture the culprit. Bring the perpetrator to justice. Before Lace could formulate his defense, a multitude of armed villagers surged from all directions, encircling him with an impenetrable barrier. Lace, in a state of panic, clutched his chest and stomped his feet. A cunning assassin indeed. What on earth is happening? Arriving at the scene alongside the villagers, Lexington and Dafu were rendered speechless by the astonishing sight before them. How could the captain suddenly be accused of murder? Chapter 64. The Wrath of Beethoven. The armed villagers advanced menacingly toward Lace, following Beethoven's lead. Lexington and Dafu, sensing the immense pressure around them, hurried to Lace's side. "Captain, what is happening?" Dafu inquired, perplexed. "Why do these people look as if Lace had desecrated their ancestors' graves?" "Lace, why are you covered in blood?" Lexington, with his keen eyesight, quickly noticed the bloodstains on Lace. Lace wore a face of despair, unsure of how to explain this predicament. This tangled mess cannot be resolved with mere words. The crucial point is that only a user of the copy fruit possesses the ability to sense the unique powers of the devil fruit. Others cannot detect it, nor can it verify anything. I found myself alone at the crime scene, armed with a murder weapon and stained with blood, while Beethoven only heard my voice and sensed my presence. Furthermore, I was also alone at the scene during the incident that transpired this evening. It is impossible to explain. This has led to a most troublesome misunderstanding. I am at a loss for words. Lexington, Dafu, do you believe me? Lace sighed in resignation. First, let us escape from these relentless individuals. I will elaborate once we are free. Faced with Lace's speechlessness, Lexington and Dafu felt powerless. Mr. Beethoven, I assure you, I did not commit this act. Could you grant me a moment to organize my defense? My explanation? Lace tentatively addressed Beethoven. However, it was evident that Beethoven, consumed by rage and enhanced by the wild boar form of the pig fruit, was unable to engage in a calm dialogue with Lace. His ears only registered the sound of Lace approaching and detected no other presence. Furthermore, Lace appeared suspicious, bloodied, and brandishing a knife as if attempting to flee. Whenever these cunning pirates arrived in the village, trouble ensued. He did not perceive this as mere coincidence. Those who have harmed the villagers of Sherway shall pay with their lives. Four-sword flow, heroic symphony. Beethoven's fangs and dual swords began to strike with fervor, illuminating the previously dim village with flashes of lightning. The crackling of thunder resonated like the beating of war drums. The dual fangs and dual swords launched a fierce assault on Lace from 4 different directions. Simultaneously, the surrounding villagers surged forward. The battle song echoed, melding the villagers' shouts, the swishing of blades, and the clashing of weapons into a resounding symphony of vengeance. Though many of the weapons wielded by the villagers were far from conventional swords, being kitchen knives, hatchets, and axes, their movements resembled a graceful dance, flowing harmoniously with the music. This music made Lace's expression grow grave. Indeed, it was a battle anthem. The villager's spirit was evidently different from before. Was this the reason Sherway did not fear pirate incursions? It is impossible to incapacitate Beethoven and all the villagers without inflicting harm upon them. Yet, it is equally unthinkable to engage them in earnest combat. Even if the previous events were clarified, it would be of no use. Lexington utilized the moonwalk to escape into the air. Lace sighed helplessly, transforming the coal fruit into the wave fruit, unleashing a wave of energy that repelled Beethoven and the throng of villagers several steps back. He then seized Dafu, generating waves beneath his feet and soaring into the sky. Understood. Lexington promptly employed the shave technique to evade the villagers' blockade, rapidly ascending into the night sky. Those rascals can fly. How infuriating! The members of Beethoven's band, along with the sturdy villagers who had rushed from the village, anxiously called out from below. The rest should remain vigilant in the village. Those from Beethoven's band, follow me. While issuing orders to the villagers, Beethoven transformed into his wild boar form and sprinted towards the village's edge. He was aware of the location of Lace and the other's pirate ship. Even if they could fly, he hoped to intercept them. In the sky, Lace and Lexington swiftly advanced toward the coastline, with Beethoven pursuing below. He needed to set sail before reaching the blood-red Avenger. Lexington glanced down at Beethoven, who was charging ahead, equally making his way to the coast. What on earth has Lace gotten himself into? Did he go to the pig pen at midnight to slay pigs? How could he have provoked Beethoven to such an extent? In the densest depths of the forest, having ensured they had evaded Beethoven and Lace detection, Kevin and Adam paused, shedding the garments they had used to mask their scents. Adam, bursting with energy, appeared eager to speak. Kevin, impatient, waved his hand dismissively and lifted the silence barrier. "Brother, why are we not acting yet?" Adam shouted at the top of his lungs. "Would you lower your voice?" Kevin gasped, covering his ears. Having spent an extended period in silence, his hearing had become exceptionally sensitive, and such loud outbursts were unbearable. He truly regretted giving his brother that devil fruit, which had been claimed to be an exceedingly rare ancient zoan-type fruit, taken from another pirate crew. While it was not entirely incorrect, the fruit was, in fact, a zoan-type, human fruit, ancient variant, granting the form of a primitive human. In simpler terms, it was the form of a caveman. Although Adam had certainly gained considerable strength and speed after consuming the fruit, enhancing his silly antics, his already limited intellect had regressed to a state reminiscent of a muscle-bound fool. If he was previously a dimwit, he had now evolved into a buffoon with a brain full of brawn. Fool, who would come at such an hour to lend assistance. There is no need to rush. We shall await the opportune moment. With this, a sinister smile crept beneath Kevin's mask. That figure who had defeated the Black Group, exaggerated by the newspapers as the one stirring the winds of the South Sea, is hardly anything remarkable. Beethoven, his sorcerer's hand, and that Navy supernova Lexington, now all dance at my command. I cannot fathom how the esteemed gentlemen Crispet and Stone were so easily deceived by Lace on Whip Island. Yet, none of this matters anymore. Upon returning to Jingongdao with the heads of Beethoven and Reese, it is quite possible that the illustrious title of gold medalists will belong to the two brothers. The 5 silver medal officers have been covetously eyeing the positions of the gold medalists day by day. Chapter 65, The Unfounded Accusation After a Perilous Chase. Reese and his companions managed to depart from Dao aboard the Blood Avenger before Beethoven arrived. Reese, what exactly transpired? Why did Beethoven pursue you to such an extent? Although Lexington had formed some conjectures in his mind, he still inquired of Reese. Reese sighed and wiped the sweat from his brow. This is a long story. After a detailed recounting, Reese finally elucidated the sequence of events to Lexington and Daff. So, someone murdered the inhabitants of Dao and framed you for it? Lexington pondered, stroking his chin. It is quite challenging to clear one's name when the accusation lacks substantial evidence. After all, being caught red-handed with a bloody knife is quite incriminating. Captain, do you mean that one of the murderers possesses the abilities of the Quiet Fruit? Daff, who was piloting the Blood Avenger, suddenly interjected. Yes, it must be the Quiet Fruit. I was clearly silenced upon approaching them. Reese replied thoughtfully. Although he could not replicate the powers of those two individuals due to his fruit's storage being full, he could make educated guesses. One of the abilities belongs to the Quiet Fruit, while the other seems to be a rather unusual zoan type. Unfortunately, their faces were concealed, leaving their identities unknown. My father once transported the Quiet Fruit, Daff recalled after rummaging through her distant memories. It appears that this particular fruit ultimately fell into the hands of the Drula pirates. The Drula pirates? Raj's brow furrowed. It is quite likely. Those two individuals possess a strength exceeding 50 million, making them formidable in the South Sea. Although their prowess does not compare to that of Blake and Crispet, they are still formidable adversaries. Reese continued. Many officers among the Drula pirates, gold, silver, bronze, and iron metals, operate under anonymous identities, even appearing in bounty notices as mere shadows. Daff reminisced about information she had gleaned from her late father. Among the 3 gold medalists, Crispet and Stan are known identities, while the third remains a mystery. Among the 5 silver medalists, 2 identities are also unclear. In summary, I believe it is highly probable that the culprits are crew members of the Jarula Pirates. If they were framed by someone from the Jarula Pirates, everything would make sense, especially since they had previously crossed paths with the Jarula Pirates. The question remains, why did these two individuals appear on Sherway Dao? Ideally, no one should have known their whereabouts. Reese did not believe that their intent was merely to assassinate a few inconsequential residents or to provoke them. Such actions would serve no purpose. There must be a more significant objective behind these deeds. Reese, what do you plan to do? Lexington inquired. What should I do? Reese inhaled sharply, feeling a headache coming on as he contemplated. If they wished to avoid trouble, they could leave immediately for their intended destination. For they had already inquired about the way on Sherway Dao. The animosity from Beethoven and the villagers would not be a significant concern, even if it remained unresolved. Staying behind would likely lead to a myriad of troubles, and they might miss their chance to reunite with Boney. However, Reese could not bring himself to abandon the situation. Those shameless murderers indiscriminately slaughtered the innocent and framed him for their actions, which was a provocation against him and a tarnishing of his reputation that he could not simply ignore. The Masho Pirates are a well-known crew in the South Sea. Such occurrences cannot be tolerated. Moreover, Reese did not wish for Beethoven to forever regard him as an enemy. Such senseless enmity ought not to persist. It seems we shall have to linger a while longer, Reese declared. He did not believe that the two murderers' plans concluded with this incident. There would undoubtedly be subsequent actions. He must expose them and resolve the misunderstanding with Beethoven. Perhaps this way, he could successfully persuade Beethoven to join them aboard. Those ruffians have certainly not left the island yet. As Reese spoke, he ascended to the bow of the ship. Daft, Lexington, let us circumnavigate Sherway Dao and observe the situation, waiting for those scoundrels to emerge. After such a prolonged struggle, dawn is approaching. Reese firmly believed that those two villains could not escape their grasp. Within the village, a somber atmosphere prevailed. In the center square of Sherway Village, the bodies of the 6 deceased, including the late Ms. Kitey, lay covered with white cloth. Beethoven and the villagers gathered around the fallen, their faces etched with sorrow. It is all his fault for trusting the pirates' deceitful words. Beethoven's emotions were tumultuous, filled with disappointment, anger, guilt, and grief. Indeed, regardless of the type of pirate, they are all silver-tongued rogues, concealing their daggers behind smiles. If he had not concealed them and led them into the village, none of this would have happened. Mr. Beethoven, do not blame yourself too harshly. A concerned villager stepped forward to offer comfort. I understand you feel guilty for hiding the pirates' presence, but this is not your fault. The pirates are simply too cunning. Upon hearing this, the villagers responded with righteous indignation. Yes, it is those pirates who are too cunning. We must avenge our compatriots. Encouraged by the crowd, Beethoven's spirits lifted slightly. Adong and Achong approached Beethoven, saying, Mr. Beethoven, let us gather some strength and form a fleet to set sail and capture that Eric Reese. If we set out now, they likely haven't gotten far, and we stand a chance of catching up. Beethoven turned around, gazing at the spirited crowd, tears welling in his eyes from the overwhelming emotion. After some contemplation, Beethoven ultimately resolved to draw his sword from his waist and raise it to the sky. It is decided they would assemble a vengeful fleet to set sail and capture the murderers. Meanwhile, hidden within the forest, the brothers Kywin and Yadin were also preparing to act. As Kywin had anticipated, Beethoven indeed chose to set sail in pursuit of Reese. Reese, unable to tolerate the unfounded accusations against himself, lingered nearby. The two parties were destined to encounter one another at sea, and regardless of Reese's willingness, a confrontation was inevitable. Kywin would simply need to appear at the opportune moment to assist while ensuring that his identity as a pirate and the abilities of the Quiet Fruit remained concealed, thereby earning Beethoven's trust and bringing him and his band back to Jingong Dao. Kywin donned the attire of a bounty hunter, glancing back at the lively Yadin behind him. I merely hope that this foolish Ododo does not create any unforeseen complications. Chapter 66. Duizzi versus Beethoven above the vast ocean. The blood-red Avenger confronted Beethoven and his companions, who were navigating a wooden vessel, transformed into his hybrid beast form. Beethoven brandished dual swords at the bow of the ship, glaring furiously at Lacey. Observing the ferocious villagers ahead, Lacey sighed despondently, feeling utterly helpless. How could these ruffians have pursued him again? Fortunately, he had not strayed too far. Otherwise, their audacity to chase him in a mere wooden boat would have been entirely unfounded. It was indeed a perplexing predicament. While he had no doubts about Dafu's navigational skills in evading such a trivial vessel, the current situation remained quite troubling. It was evident that these individuals harbored intentions of annihilating him, yet he had no desire to engage in combat. "The pig was not slain by me," Lacey lamented, addressing Beethoven. "Do not feign innocence." Beethoven countered, pointing his long sword at Lacey. "All the victims were women. This is undoubtedly the work of you, the silver thief." Lacey was taken aback. What is this about? He had previously overlooked the fact that all the deceased were indeed female. How could the culprit, intent on incriminating him, also be aware of that detestable title? Truly absurd. "Lacey, this is an inexplicable situation," said Lakek Singdon, shaking his head. "Now there are only two options. Either escape or confront Beethoven in battle. However, either choice serves the true perpetrator well. Decide swiftly. Will you fight or retreat?" Lakek Singdon asserted, pressing his right hand against the axe handle behind him. Lacey managed a wry smile, surveying the tense atmosphere. Given the current state of affairs, it seemed that combat was the only recourse. There was no alternative. They were all in a heightened state of agitation. As he extended his right hand to grasp the Amaterasu spear tossed by Lakek Singdon, he declared, "Just do not harm them. I will handle Beethoven. Lakek Singdon, you take care of the others." With that, the ground beneath Lacey trembled, propelling him toward Beethoven's small boat. "Aye, Captain," Lakek Singdon responded, also executing the moonwalk technique as he charged toward the opposing vessel. The residents of Sherway Island unsheathed their weapons, rhythmically brandishing them. The two sides officially engaged in combat. Meanwhile, Kevin and Adam, having completed their disguises, piloted a small sailboat stripped of its pirate flag and adorned with a bounty hunter's banner, stealthily approaching the battlefield. On the small wooden vessel, Lacey and Beethoven clashed relentlessly. The sound of the Amaterasu spear colliding with Beethoven's twin swords echoed like a knight's vengeful melody, fervent and hurried. Lacey refrained from utilizing his fruit abilities for the moment, relying solely on his physical prowess and marksmanship to withstand Beethoven's onslaught. After a period of training in combat, his fundamental capabilities had vastly improved. Since this battle was unavoidable, he seized the opportunity to gauge how far he could progress without relying on his abilities. The strength and speed of Beethoven's beast form were truly formidable. Lacey marveled inwardly, feeling the force of Beethoven's attacks reverberate through his arms. Beethoven's combat style was indeed peculiar. As a swordsman wielding four blades, his attack rate nearly doubled that of a typical single or dual-wielding combatant. For an ordinary person, encountering the first blade would likely result in being effortlessly torn apart by the subsequent three. It could be said that aside from the physical and strength enhancements bestowed by the wild boar fruit, the greatest advantage lay in those two robust, razor-sharp tusks. Their potency was hardly inferior to the two renowned swords in Beethoven's grasp. Coupled with the fur tribe's unique electrical discharge ability, he was undeniably a formidable combatant. This was another reason Lacey wished to recruit him aboard. While a crew member with specialized abilities like Dafu was certainly valuable, having someone who could also function as a combatant would be even better. After all, the Magic Hand Pirates were not merely lacking professional sailors. They were also in dire need of fighters. However, now is not the time for such thoughts. First, he must subdue Beethoven. Upon entering his beast form, Beethoven's resilience and agility surpassed those of his other two forms. Finding an opportunity to strike him down with a pulse fist was no simple task. As Lacey and Beethoven circled each other in search of an opening, Lakek Singdon was incapacitating the other villagers one by one with the back of his axe, when another ship gradually approached from the distant waters. "Hey, are you fighting pirates?" A booming voice captured everyone's attention. "Who is that? A bounty hunter?" Lacey's body radiated pulses, forcing Beethoven back as he soared into the air, turning to gaze at the approaching bounty hunter's vessel. The two figures aboard the ship made him furrow his brow in recognition. That silhouette seemed eerily familiar. Wait, the copy fruit is reacting. Could it be? Damn it. How did he manage to ascend again? Beethoven, watching Lacey hover above, waved his dual swords in frustration, unable to reach him due to his short legs. Before long, the bounty hunter's small sailboat arrived before them. On the deck stood two men, one tall and the other short. The one in front appeared impeccably dressed, exuding elegance, wearing a mask and wielding dual chain axes, while the burly figure behind him, clad in a suit, appeared much more rugged and wild. Upon seeing them, Beethoven was slightly taken aback. They are also dressed in suits. Could they be gentlemen as well? Observing the bewildered expressions of the crowd, Kevin secretly chuckled. Oh, let me see. These two seem quite familiar. Kevin feigned scrutiny of Lacey and Lexington, rummaging through a stack of bounty notices from his pocket. Beside him, Adam jumped up and down, excitedly shouting, "Magic Hand, Silver Thief Eric D. Do as easy. Bounty of 100 million berries. Steel Finger Lieutenant, former Navy Lexington Justice, bounty of 50 million berries." After locating the bounty notices for Lacey and Lexington, Kevin wore a look of sudden realization, casting a mocking gaze at Lacey. "You are the notorious villain, Eric Lacey, who released toxic smoke on Energy Island, attempting to silence all its residents, aren't you?" Before he could finish speaking, a wave of astonished cries erupted from the residents of Sherway Island, resonating throughout the sea. By this point, Lacey had recognized the identities of the two before him and stared incredulously at Kevin, cold sweat beading on his forehead. This fellow aims to exploit the residents of Sherway Island's ignorance of external affairs, having not purchased a newspaper in months, to brand him as a villain from the outset? This is disastrous. Lexington, sensing the precarious situation, swiftly employed the shave technique to evade the crowd's attack and executed the moonwalk to soar into the air alongside Lacey. The sudden appearance of these two bounty hunters has exacerbated the dire situation. Chapter 67. Chaos. Have you ever engaged in such acts? Beethoven gazed at Reese in shock. "I never expected this individual to have committed deeds 100-fold worse than those in their village. I haven't. Reese attempted to defend himself. But Kevin swiftly produced a newspaper from his garments. "Do you still wish to quibble? Is it possible that the toxic smoke on Energy Island was released by Blake himself? The inhabitants there are all his employees. The newspaper has already detailed your toxic release." As he spoke, Kevin rolled the newspaper and tossed it towards Beethoven on the wooden ship. Beethoven extended his hoof to receive the paper and began to read. Reich, observing the newspaper Kevin had pulled out, was utterly bewildered. How could such a smear campaign be so thoroughly prepared? They even had a fake newspaper ready. This situation certainly seems to defy explanation. "You silver thief." After reading the fabricated news of Reese's toxic smoke causing numerous casualties, Beethoven's fury intensified. Casting aside the newspaper, his mane bristling with indignation. "I shall surely eradicate you today. Come down and meet your doom," Beethoven declared, pointing his sword at the airborne Reese. This wretched fellow remains aloft, clearly disconcerted by his previous misdeeds being exposed, hence his refusal to descend. "Reese, the situation is becoming increasingly precarious." Lexington observed the gathering crowd below, their anger escalating, along with the ominous presence of the two bounty hunters, and furrowed his brow. "If we continue to fight, the situation may spiral out of control. Captain, let us return to the ship and depart," Dafu shouted anxiously from the blood-red Avenger. However, just as Reese was about to issue a retreat order, the clanking of chains interrupted his thoughts. Two steel battle axes, connected by chains, sliced through the air, hurtling towards Reese from both sides. Clang! Instinctively, Reese raised his spear to deflect the aggressive axes, yet the tremendous force sent him tumbling towards the sea. Reich! Just as Lexington turned to catch the falling Reese, a massive figure leapt beside him. Adam, bellowing fiercely, swung his muscular arms towards Lexington's head. Boom! In desperation, Lexington crossed his arms to shield himself, the immense force reverberating through his limbs, leaving them numb. Roar! The wild Adam, in a fit of rage, exerted additional strength, pushing Lexington back onto the ship. The vengeful legion led by Beethoven surged forward amidst the battle's melody, encircling Lexington. Meanwhile, Reese, having altered his trajectory using the powers of the wave fruit, landed on Beethoven's ship. As soon as he stabilized, he was intercepted by Kevin and the advancing Beethoven, who ascended via the chains. Since we fortuitously passed by, allow us, the bounty hunter brothers Kevin and Adam, to lend you a hand. Kevin twirled his chain axe with a grin. After all, as bounty hunters, we detest unscrupulous pirates like you. Such words are truly appreciated, Beethoven remarked as he recharged his sword and tusks with electricity. Faced with the twin assault, Reese dared not lower his guard as he had before. The Amaterasu's spear soared through the air, ablaze with flames, while his left hand transformed into black coal, emanating dark smoke. Do you see? This scoundrel has harmed Energy Island with such black smoke. Kevin sneered, pointing his axe at Reese's smoking left hand. Beethoven, incensed, charged at Reese with both swords raised. Simultaneously, Kevin hurled his dual axes, one to the left and one to the right, striking at Reese, with Kevin joining the fray. The dual onslaught of these two formidable adversaries became exceedingly challenging to counter. Beethoven's four-sword style was already unpredictable, and Kevin's chain axe trajectory was equally erratic. Now, Reese could only rely on his replicated natural abilities to engage with the two. Reese's coal-formed head was repeatedly shattered and reconstituted by Kevin's axe. For him, without the enhancement of hockey, physical attacks posed little threat. The real danger lay in Beethoven's electrified strikes. After all, with Beethoven's anger-fueled power, the intensity of the lightning was steadily increasing, and the high temperatures from the electric shocks could indeed inflict genuine harm on his elemental body. Meanwhile, Dafu, still stationed on the blood-red Avenger, clutched the helm tightly, anxiously observing the fierce battle below. In such a chaotic melee, she found herself unable to intervene or assist. If she left the ship, she would lack the means to protect herself. Thus, she could only rely on Reese and Lexington to navigate through this tumultuous situation. How did it come to this? If this continues, that wooden ship won't withstand strain. Beethoven, have you not noticed? The battle raged on, and at that moment, Kevin suddenly wore a look of realization, his lips curling upwards. This fellow seems to fear your attacks even more. Could it be that the coal fruit's natural abilities are not immune to lightning attacks? Hearing Kevin's words, Reese involuntarily gasped. This cunning individual possesses remarkable observational skills. Has he truly discovered this? Very well then, let us augment your attacks with electricity. As he spoke, Beethoven continued to dance gracefully, his dual swords striking the swirling chains like a melodious percussion, producing enchanting music. The electricity coursed through the metal, also attaching itself to Kevin's axe, making the unpredictable strikes even more challenging to anticipate. Reese, confronted with the increasingly formidable joint assault, gritted his teeth. He still could not afford to fight freely. Kevin remained at the rear, manipulating the chains to obstruct his offensive against Beethoven. If he were to unleash his full power, it would be Beethoven who suffered, not Kevin, the true instigator. This predicament was truly vexing. On the other side, Lexington faced a similar dilemma against Adam and a multitude of musicians. This brutish giant was immensely powerful, rivaling Colonel Boston. However, Lexington felt confident in handling him one-on-one. The issue was the ordinary citizens relentlessly charging from all directions, severely disrupting Lexington's battle rhythm and causing him great distress. This cannot continue. I must devise a strategy. On the blood-red Avenger, Dafu watched as the situation worsened, her anxiety mounting. Facing formidable foes is not as daunting as being unable to exert one's full strength. A rational response must be formulated. Chapter 68. Unmasking your true self. In any case, I must first drag that hidden fellow out. As Reese countered the combined attacks of the two adversaries, he pondered his strategy. To resolve the current predicament, it is imperative to unveil the deception orchestrated by Kai Wan and Yadong. How audacious of them to engage in a battle of thespian prowess. Previously, he had deftly ensnared formidable figures such as Balaika and Karue Sipeda from Nanhai, leaving them utterly bamboozled. He had always been the one to employ his acting skills to deceive others. Never had he encountered anyone attempting to outwit him in such a manner. If he could replicate his ability to wield the silent fruit and subsequently present it to Bloodbath, might there be a chance of convincing him? Having made a resolute decision, Lacey switched his powers to the Wei fruit and charted a course towards the masked Kaiwan. Seizing the moment while Lacey and his companions were embroiled in fierce combat, Dufu adjusted the trajectory of the Blood Avenger, steering it at full speed towards the rear of Shi Island. Perhaps Kaiwan and Yadong had left behind incriminating evidence on the island, such as the skin-tight suits they were ensconced in, presumably designed to thwart Bloodbath's keen sense of smell. If those items could be unearthed, it might just expose the nefarious plot of these scoundrels. Aboard the wooden vessel, several villagers gazed in astonishment at the Blood Avenger, which sped away like a rocket, creating colossal waves in its wake. What manner of ship is this? It travels at an astonishing speed. Has their helmsman truly abandoned ship? Indeed, pirates are capable of treachery. Meanwhile, unable to withstand the onslaught of dozens, Lai Kashingduan finally seized an opportunity to ascend into the air using the moonwalk technique. This peculiar gorilla, despite appearing clumsy and foolish, possessed remarkable strength and speed. As Lai Kashingduan hovered in midair, he seized a moment to recuperate, all the while observing the frenetic movements of Yadong and the irate populace below, contemplating his strategy. The objective was to neutralize Yadong without harming the innocent bystanders. However, as Lai Kashingduan pondered, Yadong, infuriated by the sudden disappearance of his adversary, began to undergo a transformation. His musculature swelled, and the hair covering his body became more robust. His entire essence radiated an ancient ferocity, embodying the primal wildness and brute force of humanity's early ancestors. This was the true power of the ancient Zoan fruit, the Oren. With a roar, Yadong brandished a large oar, hurling it with all his might into the air. The oar flew with remarkable speed and force, catching Lai Kashingduan off guard, who had no choice but to employ his iron block technique to withstand the onslaught. The impact struck Lai Kashingduan's chest with tremendous force, causing his insides to jolt violently. What kind of fruit user is this? Such power is beyond the scope of ordinary Zoan types. With another furious cry, Yadong propelled himself from the ground, his arms raised high, unleashing incredible strength as he leaped, causing the entire ship to tremble violently. Amidst the gasps of the crowd below, Yadong soared several dozen meters into the air, directly confronting Lai Kashingduan. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lai Kashingduan clenched his right fist, transforming it into a cannon to counter Yadong's advance. The sound of his iron fist slicing through the air echoed like a cannonball. Yadong, with his muscular right fist, retaliated with raw power, meeting Lai Kashingduan's strike head-on. A deafening explosion resonated in the air, prompting the onlookers below to cover their ears. Cursed be this force. It has left my body in a state of numbness. Lai Kashingduan gasped as he danced through the air using the moonwalk technique to avoid plunging into the sea. Engaging this brute in a direct confrontation was ill-advised. Victory must rely on strategy. On the other side, Kaiwan, preoccupied with attacking Lacey, was similarly startled by the sudden eruption of sound, instinctively covering his ears. The dual axes he wielded lost their momentum, veering off course. Having dwelled within the aura of the silent fruit for so long, his hearing had become exceedingly acute. Such a cacophony was a torment for him. What is that foolish Ododo doing? It was already disadvantageous for him to be unable to utilize his devil fruit in battle, and now this imbecile had the audacity to create such a ruckus. Bloodbath also looked up, displeased. How utterly unrefined, so barbaric. It has disrupted his battle symphony, a most unfortunate turn of events. These two bounty hunters do not seem to appreciate his music as much as Lacey, that ruffian. Seizing the opportunity created by the clash between Yadong and Lai Kashingduan, Lacey capitalized on a fleeting moment. With a swift motion, the grip of his firearm, Amaterasu, struck Bloodbath's face, forcing him back. Simultaneously, the tip of Amaterasu sent the two suspended axes hurtling towards Kaiwan. Lacey himself, propelled by the Wei fruit, charged toward Kaiwan with fervor. In a sudden panic, Kaiwan yanked on the chains to alter the trajectory of the axes, narrowly avoiding a strike from Lei Si. Cold sweat broke out as he realized Lei Si was barreling toward him. He could not allow Lei Si to replicate his powers. That would create a significant complication. This was precisely why he had maintained a distance from Lei Si until now. In desperation, Kaiwan cried out, "That gentleman from the Mao Pi Zoo, please assist me." Lei Si could not help but scoff. This hypocritical individual continued to feign distress. It was his own fault that he was forced to sacrifice one of his abilities to replicate the rather ineffective silent fruit. Very well. It could serve as a means for a good night's rest in the coming days. Meanwhile, Bei Duofun, having regained his composure from the disorientation, brandished his dual swords and struck at Lei Si. Intense electricity coursed through Lei Si's body, rendering him momentarily dazed and halting him 10 meters away from Kaiwan. As he gazed upon Kaiwan's expression of relief, Lei Si strained to extend his right hand, managing to muster a victorious smile amidst the electric turmoil. The information held by the Garue La pirate crew regarding the copy fruit was far from comprehensive, or perhaps he had simply forgotten an alternative method of replication. He need not physically touch Kaiwan to replicate his powers. He merely needed to ensure that Kaiwan let down his guard, allowing his light wave to strike true. Copy light wave. A blue beam emanated from Lei Si's hand. At this point, Kaiwan, too close for escape, was penetrated by the beam in a state of panic. The silent fruit had been successfully replicated. Lei Si then displayed a satisfied smile. Now it was time to unveil your true nature. Chapter 69. The truth revealed him? What's going on here? Bei Duofun, puzzled, retracted his dual swords and inquired of Lei Si, who was gesturing an OK sign towards the front. Has this silver thief been rendered daft by my electric shock? What new trickery is he concocting? Lei Si glanced at the OK gesture formed by the light waves he emitted, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. It still did not feel right. The gesture he had previously envisioned while contemplating the replication ability had seemed quite impressive at the time. Upon hearing the murmurs from behind, his cheeks flushed, and he quickly placed his index finger over his lips. "Shoo, let us keep it quiet." As soon as he spoke, the ability of the silence fruit was activated. In an instant, the entire wooden ship fell into a profound silence. The sudden quietude caused everyone present to halt their actions, including Adam and Lexington, who stood frozen mid-battle. Some attempted to speak, only to find their voices utterly absent. What was happening? Beethoven struck his twin swords, but the lack of sound only deepened his unsettling premonition. "What's going on, Kevin? This is your ability, isn't it?" With a dismissive wave of his hand, Race deactivated the silence fruit's power, sneering as he aimed his spear at the grimacing Kevin. "You, the silencer who consumed the silence fruit. You utilized its power to muffle your actions, thereby committing murder and framing me, didn't you?" Race's accusation caused Beethoven's eyes to widen in disbelief as he turned sharply to Kevin. What did Race mean? Was this bounty hunter Kevin truly the murderer? "My ability is of the Paramecia type, the copy fruit, which allows me to replicate the abilities of any devil fruit user," Race continued, fixing his gaze on Kevin. "Moreover, I can sense the presence of nearby devil fruit users. Thus, even if you suppress sound and scent, my ability can track you down. You relied on this to deceive Beethoven, didn't you? If you were not the murderer, why did you suddenly appear during my battle with Beethoven and refrain from using the silence fruit's power? You must be a member of the Grella pirate crew, perhaps even a silver medalist. Damn it." Kevin's anger ignited as Race's accusations and Beethoven's increasingly conflicted gaze began to take their toll. He had inadvertently allowed his devil fruit ability to be replicated. This complication had escalated matters significantly. He had intended to leverage Beethoven's strength to eliminate Race, whom they held a grudge against, while simultaneously fulfilling the task assigned by his captain to retrieve Beethoven. Now, if Beethoven truly regained faith in Race, he and Adam would have to face off against Beethoven, Race, Lexington, and numerous warriors from Schwein Island. Their chances of victory would be virtually non-existent, forcing them to abandon the mission and retreat. Fortunately, the fool had yet to unveil his method of scent suppression, leaving him some room for defense. As Kevin's mind raced, formulating counterarguments, he was suddenly obscured by a piece of fabric that struck him in the face, causing him to fumble as he tore it away. What is this? Upon recognizing the fabric's true nature, Kevin broke into a cold sweat. It was the special clothing they had previously used to mask their scent. How did it end up here? Meanwhile, Beethoven's crew had also been draped with identical fabric, causing him to cough violently from the overwhelming odor. This is Adam's scent. After tearing off the fabric, Beethoven, Kevin, and Race simultaneously turned to the direction for which the fabric had been tossed. Unbeknownst to them, the blood-red revenge had re-emerged upon the waters beside them. Dafu, wearing a confident smile, stood at the bow, surveying the crowd below. These two garments were meant to conceal your scents, preventing Beethoven from detecting your presence, weren't they? As she spoke, Dafu retrieved a flag from her waist and unfurled it. The emblem of the AfterPirate crew boldly appeared against the black canvas. Gasps echoed among the onlookers. Although their knowledge of external affairs on Schwein Island was limited, the title of the strongest overlord of the South Seas resonated with every inhabitant of the region. You must have been too afraid to dispose of the evidence on the island, Dafu remarked, shaking the flag. Now what do you have to say for yourselves? Beethoven whipped around to glare at Kevin. What on earth is going on? Faced with the exposure of his incriminating evidence, Kevin found himself seething with rage, yet unable to refute the claims. Consider yourselves fortunate. He hurled his dual axes toward Race and Beethoven in a surprise attack. The two swiftly leaped away from the ground to evade the lethal axes. Indeed, the villagers of Schwein were killed by our brothers, and the blame was shifted to Race. It seems this mission is doomed to fail. How infuriating. Adam, we are leaving, Kevin exclaimed, flinging his axes toward their ship, the Kevin Adam. They're trying to escape. We cannot allow this, Race declared. Flying finger gun. From afar, Lexington swiftly extended his fingers, launching two air blasts that struck the axes mid-flight, sending them crashing to the ground. Race swung his spear, unleashing a fiery lance that intercepted Adam, who attempted to leap toward their vessel. To slander us and then attempt to flee? You truly underestimate the magic hand pirates. After all, we have just overthrown the Black Group and rescued the South Sea's mightiest. As Race and Lexington soared into the air, they blocked Adam and Kevin's path. The saviors of Energy Island? Beethoven's heart trembled at the mention. Did this imply that Kevin and Adam had deceived him from the very beginning? The relentless Kevin glared at Race, gripping the axe handle tightly as it creaked under pressure. What of it? You are merely fortunate newcomers who defeated the weakest faction among the four great powers, the Black Group. We are the Silver Medal 5 of the AfterPirate crew, the Masked Kevin and the Wild Adam. In the South Sea, we stand among the elite. Originally, they had planned to let Race and his crew go. However, upon reconsideration, if they departed now, their concealed identities would be exposed, and their decade-long record of mission success would be shattered. While the Magic Hand Pirates cared about their reputation, the AfterPirate crew would be even more concerned about losing face. Therefore, I have resolved to remain and eliminate everyone here except for Beethoven. Chapter 70. The Human Fruit. Ancient Type. Eliminate everyone. Kevin's astonishing declaration left Race utterly astonished. From where did he derive such confidence? Just dealing with him and Lexington against Kevin and Adam was already exceedingly difficult. Not to mention, Beethoven and the others would surely assist him. After all, he had recently defeated a renowned powerhouse in the South Seas. Could he truly be so underestimated? Was there some hidden trump card? Adam, deal with these trash. Just leave the pig alive. Chains connected the war axe, whirling and dancing in the air, pointing forward. Adam let out a thunderous roar, emanating a formidable aura as he took several steps forward. Oh, you have such confidence in your brother? Lexington remarked, approaching Rice. His brute strength is indeed impressive, but that alone cannot defeat us. Kevin scoffed disdainfully. You're like a frog at the bottom of a well. My brother Adam possesses an exceedingly rare ability from the ancient Zoan lineage. His power surpasses typical Zoans, with greater strength, swifter speed, and unparalleled vitality. Kevin's words illuminated Rice, who had initially regarded him with indifference. A Zoan, an ancient lineage? This clumsy oaf is not to be underestimated. Ancient lineages are exceedingly scarce. It is said that the notorious pirate, Ankylosaurus, recently vanquished by Kidd in the South Sea, was an ancient Zoan capable of transforming into a heavy-armored dragon. Could he possibly be one as well? In that case, I must replicate his ability. What type of ancient lineage does your brother possess? Rice feigned calmness as he inquired. It appears you possess some knowledge of the ancient Zoan fruits. Kevin replied with a proud smile. My brother Adam wields the might of the progenitor of humanity. He is a Zoan, the human fruit, ancient lineage, in the form of a prehistoric ape. Rice was momentarily stunned. Lexington stood by, equally dumbfounded. The prehistoric ape? Is that not akin to a primitive human, or perhaps a wild man? It is indeed an ancient lineage, as the prehistoric ape is long extinct. This Beethoven fellow is quite similar to you. Rice observed Beethoven, who was transformed into a wild boar hybrid, and marveled to witness a pig, having consumed the pig fruit, alongside a human, who has ingested the human fruit on the same island is truly extraordinary. How rude. Mr. Rice, Beethoven awkwardly interjected. Truth be told, he was quite troubled by the devil fruit he had consumed. As a gentleman, transforming into his beast form caused his character to shift under the influence of the wild boar's instincts. This severely tarnished his polished image. It was no wonder Adam's demeanor was so starkly contrasted with that of his brother. The prehistoric ape fruit has caused me unnecessary distress. Rice sighed in resignation. I had expected the ancient lineage to be a fearsome and imposing entity, only to discover it is merely a prehistoric ape. Utilizing such a power would likely render me as foolish and brutish as he is. Perhaps I shall refrain from replication. Finding a suitable devil fruit in the South Sea is indeed a challenge. Nevertheless, should I encounter Bonnie and Kid, their fruits are quite commendable. I have only 3 storage slots. I must not be overly greedy. Beethoven, do you now believe us? Shall we unite to vanquish these two? Rice took a step forward, turning to Beethoven. Beethoven, with a guilty expression, nodded in agreement. I sincerely apologize, Mr. Rice. My prior impatience resulted in this predicament. It was exceedingly ungentlemanly of me. I seek your forgiveness. With that, Beethoven removed his top hat and performed a courteous bow. Please, let's fight side by side. Before Rice could respond, Adam's furious roar interrupted their conversation. His massive form bore down upon Beethoven's wooden ship like a tidal wave. Rice smirked, unleashing his power of waves as he swung his fist towards Adam. The raw strength of the prehistoric ape collided violently with the power of waves emanating from Rice's fist, creating a shockwave that pushed both Beethoven and Lexington several steps back. With no reservations, Rice unleashed his full might, each wave more potent than the last, ultimately forcing Adam back onto his vessel. Rice, feeling a slight numbness in his right arm, took a deep breath. Although the human fruit may not be essential for humans, one cannot deny the immense power of the ancient lineage. Come again. Adam, now enraged after being pushed back onto his ship, leaped once more at Rice. Simultaneously, Kevin hurled a flying axe, embedding it into Beethoven's wooden ship, using the chains to propel himself forward. Chaos erupted once more upon the wooden vessel. Dafu stood at the bow of the Blood Avenger, observing the chaotic melee below, unsure of what to say. This scene was quite fitting for a pirate skirmish. Is someone utilizing the silence fruit? I can hear not a sound. Despite the apparent ferocity of the battle, Dafu, standing upon the Blood Avenger, could not perceive any sounds of combat. It all felt rather absurd. Below, amidst the fierce struggle, Rice and the others found themselves hindered by Kevin's sound-dampening barrier. Truth be told, the silence fruit is not entirely ineffective on the battlefield. The direct suppression of sound has significant implications for combat, particularly in a chaotic brawl. The absence of sound renders it impossible to discern attacks beyond one's field of vision, making them vulnerable to ambushes. Furthermore, communication with teammates is thwarted, leaving them to rely solely on sight and instinct in battle. Kevin's chains became increasingly difficult to contend with in the silence, as the absence of sound made it harder to predict their trajectory. This fruit had a particularly pronounced impact on musicians like Beethoven, whose reliance on auditory cues far exceeded that of others. Their combat prowess diminished considerably in a soundless environment. Many were incapacitated in battle due to their inability to hear. Rice observed the fleeing villagers of Schwein village and the battlefield descending into chaos, his brow furrowed. Even Beethoven, unable to hear, resorted to wildly swinging his sword. It appeared that it would fall upon him and Lexington to deal with these two adversaries. To avoid harming others, it was imperative to relocate the battlefield. As he fended off Adam's assaults, Rice shouted loudly to Dafu. Dafu, seemingly perplexed by Rice's apparent orders, was at a loss. What was the captain trying to convey? She could not read lips. What was she to do? Simultaneously, Rice, realizing he could produce no sound, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. His face flushed. Curse the silence fruit. It seems we must rely on the unspoken understanding among comrades. Chapter 71. The silent battle at this moment. The battlefield had transformed entirely into a realm of silence. Although Dafu did not hear Rice's command, her keen observation allowed her to discern the captain's intent. The silent world profoundly affected musicians like Beethoven, rendering them incapable of fighting effectively. I shall retrieve the others to the Blood Avenger, allowing Rice and Lexington to handle the battlefield. The Blood Avenger, under Dafu's guidance, sailed towards the wooden ship, swiftly docking alongside Beethoven's vessel. Several gangplanks were lowered from the ship, and the crowd, understanding Dafu's intentions through her gestures, hurriedly assisted one another in climbing aboard. Excellent. It seems Dafu has grasped her purpose. Reyes, amidst the skirmish, cast a glance toward the blood-red Avenger ship that had come to their aid, then turned his attention to Beethoven, who was still struggling to fight. Lacking the assistance of music to gauge the situation, he was merely flailing about chaotically, having been knocked away by Adam 3 times and struck by Kevin twice. It would be best to withdraw him from the battlefield. He could leave this to him and Lexington. With this thought, Reyes, while engaged in combat, waved his left hand, sending a wave-like force crashing into Beethoven, skillfully propelling him toward Dafu's ship. He landed heavily on the deck, and having regained his ability to speak after leaving the soundproof barrier, Beethoven reverted to his pig-like form, grunting twice in succession. Mr. Beethoven, are you all right? Dafu approached, gently kneading Beethoven's face. Thank you for your concern, Lady Dafu, but please, no more squeezing. Beethoven, having extricated himself from Dafu's affectionate grasp, hurried to the bow of the ship. Below, the 4 fighters were embroiled in a fierce battle. With half of the wooden vessel already beginning to splinter, it was uncertain whether it could endure until the conflict's conclusion. It's all right, Beethoven. The captain and the others are incredibly strong. Dafu reassured Beethoven, who appeared somewhat despondent. Let us leave this to them. On the silent battlefield, Kevin and Adam united, launching a fierce assault against Reyes and Lexington. Their combined strength, far surpassing that of individuals, was remarkable. The rapport between the 2 brothers was extraordinary. They could intuit each other's intentions without uttering a single word. This innate understanding, coupled with years of fighting side by side, forged an astonishing synergy. In contrast, Reyes and Lexington, hindered by the abilities of the silent fruit, found communication nearly impossible, preventing them from maintaining a high level of synergy. After all, Reyes and Lexington had only recently become acquainted, and their brief training aboard the ship was insufficient to cultivate deep understanding in such a short time. The situation had reached a stalemate. Reyes had attempted to use the replicated ability of the silent fruit to dispel Kevin's sound barrier, but to no avail. Compounding the issue, his stored Weiwei fruit had been temporarily deactivated to make room for the silent fruit. This left him unable to swiftly defeat his opponent by targeting weaknesses as he had before. However, with his hearing blocked, Reyes found that his other 4 senses had become increasingly acute. Simultaneously, he experienced a peculiar sensation. This silent combat seemed to be catalyzing the awakening of his observation hockey. Reyes and Lexington were becoming increasingly adept at discerning attacks from all directions without sound. After all, they were the newcomers who had toppled the black group. Meanwhile, Kevin furrowed his brow. Their strength paled in comparison to their opponents, and they were merely maintaining a stalemate through the synergy of Brotherhood and Adam's ancient species abilities. Ultimately, they would be defeated. It was merely a matter of time. Observing the growing impatience of the 2 foes, Kevin realized that relying solely on brute force would be futile. Completing their mission seemed impossible now. However, Lord Grella had instructed that if they could not retrieve Beethoven, they were to eliminate him instead. It appeared that unconventional measures would be necessary. A sinister smile crept across the corner of Kevin's mouth beneath his mask. Adam immediately understood his brother's intent. Charging forward with a silent roar, temporarily blocking the combined assault of Reyes and Lexington with his robust physique. Seizing the opportunity, Kevin swiftly retrieved his dual axes. What on earth is he up to? The crew aboard the blood-red Avenger exchanged puzzled glances as they observed Kevin tinkering with the axes. Moments latte. As Adam sent Reyes flying with a single shot, Kevin had completed his preparations. The two battle axes were liberated from their chains. Whoosh! The razor-sharp flying axe hurtled toward Reyes' face. What is this lunatic thinking? Reyes pondered as the axe approached, his mind racing with confusion. By removing the chains, was he not relinquishing his weapon? Just as he began to react, the flying axe underwent a transformation mid-flight. A plume of purple gas erupted from the axe's head, rapidly expanding and emitting a foul odor. Reyes instinctively recognized it as poison. Yet, before he could enact any defensive measures, the second axe in Kevin's hand was launched forth as well. This one was aimed directly at Dafu, Beethoven, and the others aboard the blood-red Avenger. Crash! The battle axe lodged itself into the mast, releasing a cloud of purple toxic gas. Although laughter was inaudible, the expressions of Kevin and Adam spoke volumes of their exhilaration. Kevin's mask filtered the toxic mist, purifying the air, while Adam possessed a degree of immunity to such toxins due to his abilities. Yet those on the ship, no matter how strong, could not withstand the onslaught of poison. After deploying the toxic gas, Adam and Kevin turned to flee back to their ship. There was no need to linger any longer. Though they were immune to the gas, it was prudent to evacuate swiftly. As Kevin and Adam prepared to vacate the scene, Reyes, amidst violent coughing, activated the coal fruit. The coal was impervious to toxins, and black activated carbon could adsorb and repel the poisonous mist, shielding him from harm. Damn it, there was no time to pursue them. Once Kevin and Adam had departed, Reyes regained his hearing and speech. However, the laments of the crew left him no opportunity to chase after the two rascals. Grabbing Lexington, who had half collapsed from inhaling the toxic gas, Reyes brandished his spear, igniting flames to pierce through the poisonous fog, swiftly heading toward the blood-red Avenger. He was determined to prevent a repeat of the crisis that had unfolded on Energy Island. He had to hurry to save the others. Chapter 72. The Pig That Brought Hope. Thanks to Reyes' timely use of activated carbon to absorb the toxic gas, there were fortunately no casualties. The injured, having inhaled the poison, lay panting on the deck, awaiting treatment. With Dafu temporarily incapacitated, Lexington assumed command of the ship, steering them back to Schwain Island. Damn it, those two masked men and the wild man actually managed to escape. Reyes seethed, sitting at the prow of the blood-red Avenger. The two gas canisters had released a dosage that was negligible compared to what had been unleashed on Energy Island, so Reyes was unaffected. However, the unfortunate outcome was that in dealing with the gas canisters, he had allowed the two rascals to slip away. Their vessel had turned out to be a small submarine, vanishing beneath the waves without a trace, making pursuit impossible. No wonder they appeared so confident. They had come prepared. Beethoven, what do you plan to do next? Reyes inquired, glancing at the despondent and confused Beethoven beside him. The villagers had failed to protect themselves, and their enemies remained unvanquished, even misattributing blame to Mr. Lacey. Beethoven expressed his profound apologies, lamenting, "I am truly a failed swine." "Do not speak so, dear Sir Pig," one of the villagers from Sherwain Island interjected. "You have safeguarded us for many years, bringing us joy in martial arts for self-defense. You have made Sherwain the happiest island in the South Sea." The villagers beamed with radiant smiles as they spoke. There is no need to shoulder all the blame. Indeed, you have borne too many responsibilities over the years. Lacey added, gently patting Beethoven's head. "Come aboard my ship. Let me take you to sail upon the sea." However, Beethoven's countenance grew troubled at this suggestion, as he hesitated and glanced back at the villagers he had protected for so long. After the battle, He had indeed developed a unique sentiment towards Lacey and Lexington, unlike that towards other pirates. Yet, he found it difficult to relinquish the island he had guarded for so many years. The people of Sherwain exchanged glances with their savior from the distant seas, their expressions tinged with regret. Beethoven had already watched over this island for a sufficient duration. In truth, Adong and Acheong had matured enough to handle most pirate incursions. It was time for him to seek broader horizons. Beethoven, if you wish, there is no need for you to remain on the island for our sake. A villager stood up and approached him. If possible, we would like to meet you again in another way, perhaps on the stage of that world music concert, to sing together once more. Upon hearing the villager's words, Beethoven's eyes widened in astonishment. The world music concert. Indeed, Beethoven, after all these years, your dreams have long since intertwined with ours. A burly man laughed heartily. We lack the ability to conquer the tumultuous seas and captivate the ears of the world with music, but you, dear Sir Pig, can. Please fulfill our dreams on our behalf. As these words were spoken, the crowd on the deck beamed at Beethoven with brilliant smiles. Tears streamed down Beethoven's face. You have known all along that this island no longer requires your guardianship, have you not? Lacey chuckled, ruffling Beethoven's head. Your music and swordsmanship cannot remain hidden on a small island forever. You need a grander stage. Your enemies still roam the seas, do they not? Our magic hand pirate crew shall one day face the Gryla pirate crew in a decisive battle. Come aboard my ship and let us settle the score. With unwavering confidence, Lacey extended his right hand toward Beethoven. After a moment of hesitation, Beethoven resolved to place his round, pudgy hoof in Lacey's grasp. Indeed, he had long realized that he ought to depart from Sherwain Island. The reasons that had kept him from the sea were merely excuses, ultimately stemming from his inability to part with the warmth of the years he had spent there. Nonetheless, it was time for him to leave. Captain Eric D. Dozen Lacey. Beethoven removed his hat and unsheathed his dual swords, placing his left hand on his right arm's joint. Kneeling on one knee to pay the highest homage to Lacey, akin to a knight before a king. From this moment forth, Sir Beethoven vowed to serve the magic hand pirate crew, dedicating all his strength to the crew and its captain. I swear to treat the weak with kindness. I swear to bravely confront violence. I swear to resist all wrongdoing. All right, that's enough. You are being overly serious. Lacey hurriedly interrupted Beethoven's lentijat. This pig was far too earnest, which was quite troublesome. I am not a king. There is no need for such complexity. Helping Beethoven to his feet. Asmile gracid Lacey's face. It is not easy. The Magic Hand Pirate crew has finally gained another member. With him, Lexington, Justice, Dafu, and Beethoven. We now have 5 people. It is starting to take shape. However, among the crew members, we still lack a shipwright and a cook, which is rather vexing. Soon after, the blood-red Avenger ship returned to Sherwain Island. 7 days after holding the funeral for Aunt Katie and the others, Beethoven formally announced to all villagers his imminent departure to sea. That evening, amidst encouragement, reluctance, blessings, and comfort from the villagers, the grandest singing festival on Sherwain Island was held. This music, imbued with dreams, was grand and magnificent, comforting the departed and gazing toward the future. The pig dancing upon the stage resembled an angel from the heavens, immersing everyone in the melody. At that moment, Beethoven felt as though he had finally broken through the musical bottleneck that had plagued him for years. Below the stage, the villagers were moved to tears by the fervent music. For them, an angel was not a sacred, elegant beauty nor a dashing young man, but rather this pig that had brought hope to their village. After the concert, Beethoven bid farewell to all the villagers, passing the position of captain of the Beethoven band to Adong. The day after the grandest event on Sherwain Island, the moment of parting finally arrived. The villagers gathered at the shore to bid Beethoven a final farewell. Everyone, we shall meet again at the World Music Concert. Standing at the bow of the ship, Beethoven doffed his hat in salute to all the villagers who had come to see him off. The fervent and spirited farewell song made Beethoven's tears flow uncontrollably. The blood-red Avenger ship set sail once more amidst the villagers' collective chorus. In Chapter 73, let us see who blossoms first, the stick or the head. After departing from Sherwain Island, the Blood-Red Avenger ship continued its journey towards its original destination, Grass Island. However, various delays had set them back nearly a week. By now, Halsey must have already reached Grass Island. While we have only just embarked, Lacey muttered to himself, leaning against the ship's railing. It is likely that I will miss Bonnie this time. After all, she cannot remain for more than a week. I can only hope that Halsey has already met her. Regardless of Dafu's exceptional navigation skills, it would still take several days to reach Grass Island. Suddenly, exhilarating music erupted from the lookout tower. Beethoven, having appeared atop the mast, began to play music. The song surged like courageous waves, invigorating all who heard it. The sea shanty seemed to affect Dafu as well, increasing the Blood-Red Avenger ship's speed by another 2 knots. How marvelous! Lacey marveled. Beethoven's music is truly versatile. It can even uplift the helmsman's spirits, making the ship sail faster. At the helm of the ship, Daf was humming along to the melodies of Beethoven while meticulously examining the route to Jealousy Island as designated by the residents of Schweina Island. Due to the absence of judgment from the MysteryFruit, this route could not guarantee a journey free of mishaps. It was certainly not as swift as the route charted by the unreliable navigator. However, the convoluted markings of that navigator made it exceedingly difficult to comprehend. Daf could only hope that the journey would be devoid of excessive complications. With a resigned shake of her head, she refocused her attention on the ship's wheel. On the deck, Lexington commenced the day's training as usual. Must we truly do this? He hesitantly inquired, brandishing a wooden stick at Reese, who was putting on a blindfold. Since the silent fruit had been replicated, it was imperative to make use of it in some capacity. After adjusting his blindfold, Reese activated his silence and took a deep breath, exclaiming, "Let us begin." Isolating his vision for training the observation hockey was surely less effective than simultaneously closing off his hearing. He intended to make the most of the time he had left with the silent fruit to diligently cultivate his observation hockey. Lexington waved his wooden stick, aiming at the prepared Reese. He sincerely doubted Reese's ability to evade the impending attack. With his eyes covered and his hearing muted by the silent fruit, he would undoubtedly be subjected to passive blows. "Captain, do not hold it against me," Lexington sighed, charging forward with the stick. After all, it was Reese himself who had urged him to strike without mercy. In an instant, the sound of the stick striking Reese's skull reverberated in harmony with Beethoven's music, creating an odd symphony. It sounded as though someone was drumming alongside Beethoven. Both Daf and Beethoven gasped, feeling a chill run down their spines. Does the captain possess a penchant for self-inflicted suffering? Before long, Reese, with a head adorned with lumps and smoke wafting from his crown, collapsed to the ground, his eyes swirling. Lexington shrugged and discarded the broken wooden stick onto the growing pile of shattered remnants. Regrettably, every blow had struck true, leaving Reese to resemble a headless fly. Previously, Reese had boasted that he could withstand 10 commandments worth of strikes. Fortunately, that was not put to the test, or else the captain would have been rendered into 8 pieces. "Captain, if this is too taxing, perhaps we should consider an alternative approach. Mastering hockey is no trivial endeavor," Lexington suggested. Even with the Navy's theoretical framework for cultivating hockey, it would take months to awaken it properly. Why endure such unrelenting punishment? Reichgreimecht. Clutching his head as he rose to his feet. "It's fine. I believe I'm beginning to grasp something. Let us go again." Lexington was momentarily at a loss for words. "Grasp something? What exactly have you discovered? Surely this barrage of blows hasn't left you mentally impaired." Under Reese's persistent entreaties, Lexington reluctantly picked up another stick to satisfy Reese's demands. In a bid to hasten their arrival at their destination and put an end to the captain's masochistic training, Daf's ship seemed to pick up speed. Despite being merely a sailing vessel, it raced through the waters with the swiftness of a motorized airship. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had elapsed. "Reese, your head appears to be growing increasingly resilient. The stick has nearly splintered," Lexington remarked as he discarded the 576 stick, now thoroughly shattered, onto the towering mound of wooden debris. Watching Reese endure punishment had been a source of discomfort for him over the past few days. He had once thought himself to be an ardent practitioner, but compared to the captain, he felt like a mere novice. Fortunately, This rigorous training was not entirely without merit. Starting from yesterday, Reese had managed to evade approximately 5 out of 100 strikes. His instinctive reactions indicated that his observation haki was indeed awakening. However, the unfortunate side effect was that he seemed to have developed an addiction to striking his own head. Even during moments of respite, his hands would involuntarily swing about. Reese slumped to the ground, exhaling heavily as he dispelled the silent fruit and removed his blindfold. My head is killing me. It feels as if it might bloom alongside this stick. Such a training method was undoubtedly torturous. Yet, it had proven to be rather effective, as his observation senses sharpened. His skull had also grown increasingly resilient. Perhaps, in time, he would even cultivate his armament haki alongside it. Shall we continue? Lexington hesitated, observing Reese's head, now crimson from the self-inflicted blows. The good news was that their supply of wooden sticks was dwindling. The bad news was that Reese had discovered a metal rod in the storage. Just as Reese was about to urge Lexington to continue, Daph's voice suddenly rang out from ahead. Captain, a pirate ship has been spotted ahead. Judging by the flag, it belongs to the Mora pirate crew, led by the notorious Heart-Eater Mora, with a bounty of 48 million. The enemy ship was approaching rapidly, charging directly toward them. Heart-Eater? That does not sound like a benevolent moniker. Reese scoffed, snatching a wooden stick from Lexington's hand and dashing toward the bow of the ship. It was the perfect opportunity to channel his frustrations built up over this time of being battered. At that moment, the Mora pirate ship was in a pitiful state. Captain Mora and a handful of crew members trembled in fear aboard their vessel, desperately fleeing. This is terrifying. We merely wanted to capture a few women and eat their hearts, and now we are faced with such a fearsome female demon. What terrible luck! They were relieved to have finally escaped her clutches. Report to the captain. A ship is approaching. Just as Mora felt a moment of relief, a crooked crew member suddenly pointed and shouted. A ship? Mora quickly looked up. It was a perfect target to capture some hearts and alleviate their anxiety. However, when Mora discerned the flag of the opposing pirate crew, his bulging eyes widened in horror. This is Dire, the silver-browed skeleton, with crossed swords and spears emblazoned upon the flag. That is the ship of the infamous Demon Hand pirate crew, notorious in the South Sea for defeating the Black Group, with an astonishing bounty of 150 million berries. Captain, should we charge at them? The crooked crew member asked eagerly, still not grasping the gravity of the situation. Charge? Are you mad? Turn the ship around. Run. Chapter 74. The Mysterious Gold Medal Officer. This ship has suffered greatly. Indeed, the stern has been riddled with significant holes. What kind of cannonball has such devastating power? Reese and Lexington strolled aboard Mora's ship, pointing and commenting. Truly unfortunate for this fellow. One could only say that evil begets evil. On the other side, Mora, who felt invisible to Reese and Lexington, could no longer contain his indignation. This is intolerable. How dare they humiliate me? With that, Mora drew a half-broken long sword from his waist and hobbled toward Reese, determined to fight back, despite the pitiful state of his weapon. Leisu disdainfully remarked as he waved his weapon, Tian Zhao. The searing blade of the Yi Wu Chong clashed against the tattered remnants of the severed sword, and the outcome was inevitable. The remaining fragment of Mola's sword was effortlessly severed by a thrust from Reese, embedding itself squarely in the chest of a nearby small pirate. The unfortunate pirate let out a cry of agony before collapsing to the ground. Despite Mola's intentions to retaliate, he was swiftly met with a blow from Reese's spear, sending him sprawling. With a swift motion, Reese hurled his spear, piercing through Mola's clothing and pinning him against the mast. For Reese, the likes of this pirate could be dispatched in an instant without the use of abilities, especially considering Mola was already gravely injured. Furthermore, a significant portion of his bounty of over 40 million was likely acquired through heinous acts of cannibalism. However, before sending this wretch to his demise, Reese had several pressing inquiries. Why was your ship in such disrepair? Who was responsible for this state? Accompanied by Lexington, Reese approached the mast where Mola was impaled, his right hand darkening and emanating a dense smoke. If you remain silent, I shall suffocate you. The thick black smoke invaded Mola's nostrils, causing him to wheeze uncontrollably. I will speak. I will speak. He exclaimed. It was a woman aboard a steamship who did this. She was terrifying and peculiar, wielding weapons that fired bullets and cannons, obliterating my crew into pieces scattered across the sea. I nearly met the same fate. A woman? Firing bullets and cannons? She must be a cyborg. Given the condition of the ship, she was no ordinary cyborg. Her strength must exceed 50 million in bounty to cause such destruction. This was precisely why Reese was concerned about the identity of the one pursuing Mo-La. Pondering deeply, Reese stroked his chin. In recent days, he had heard numerous names of notorious pirates from Defu. However, among the renowned individuals, none possessed characteristics that matched those of a formidable female cyborg. Could it be yet another individual akin to Kevin and Adam, lacking detailed information? Might she be affiliated with the Grayla pirate crew? Although all members of the Grayla pirate crew had bounties, many had not revealed their true identities. Their wanted posters usually displayed a mere code instead of names. These hidden figures typically possessed unique skills or were tasked with specialized missions. The frequency of encountering the Grayla pirate crew has increased recently. As a dominant force in the South Sea for decades, the Grayla pirate crew seldom revealed themselves, so why the sudden surge in appearances? Speak, Reese barked again, pressing his heated coal-like hand against Mola's chest, producing a sizzling sound. I swear, I'm not being obstinate, Mola cried out, writhing in agony. He was not being defiant at all. Why must he endure this torment? Was it simply because Reese found him displeasing? What did the woman look like? I truly don't know. The moment we encountered her, we were utterly routed. I didn't even get a glimpse of her face before my blade was shattered and I was shot, falling to the ground. All I saw was the silhouette of a woman. Mola shrieked. You don't know? It seems you're not lying. Reese shook his head in resignation, withdrawing his hand and turning to Lyke Exington. Dispose of the pirates here. Since they serve no purpose, these scoundrels ought not to remain. As you command, Captain. Before Mola could utter a plea for mercy, Lyke Exington executed a swift kick, cleaving him in two along with the mast. Witnessing their leader's demise, the previously paralyzed minions screamed in terror and fled toward the rear of the ship. Lyke Exington snorted, producing a handful of steel pellets from his pocket. With a powerful flick, the pellets shot forth like bullets, precisely penetrating the heads of all the pirates aboard. Such heartless marauders deserved no mercy. The cargo hold appears to be breached. There likely are no provisions left. Let's depart. Reese extracted Tian Zhao from the broken mast, surveying the surroundings before tossing a handful of fiercely burning coals onto the deck. Together with Lyke Exington, he departed from Mola's pirate ship, returning to the Blood Vengeance. Shortly thereafter, this vessel, rife with malevolence, was consumed by flames and sank slowly into the depths of the sea. Reese stood at the bow, watching the ship of the cannibalistic pirates fade into oblivion. Another group of nefarious villains had received their just punishment, sinking beneath the waves. Sadly, such pirates are inexhaustible. Countless scoundrels continue to roam free. A female cyborg? After hearing Reese's account, Defu pondered with difficulty. Indeed, she must possess considerable strength. Reese added, there are rumors that the third unidentified gold member of the Grayla pirate crew is a woman. Defu scratched her head in recollection. Although many members of the Grayla pirate crew kept their identities hidden, some of their general characteristics had surfaced. Typically, their wanted posters feature a vague, shadowy image, just like Kevin and Adam. As for cyborgs, it is uncertain. The South Sea is rife with mechanical influences, and many cyborgs abound, particularly within the Grayla pirate crew, which boasts numerous powerful cyborgs. Upon hearing Defu's words, Reese nodded slightly. If that is the case, it is highly plausible. This implies the potential presence of a gold member of the Grayla pirate crew with a bounty of 98 million nearby. We must exercise greater caution. Regardless, we have lingered too long on Mo-La. Let us proceed. We should soon reach Jella Island. Chapter 75. How Sea Follows Bonnie on the Vast Ocean. The Jubao Ma Guli Te Paisa ship was sailing. So, is it truly impossible? Would you reconsider? On the deck, a green-haired child with a red bow persistently surrounded Captain Chiao A.I. Libani, repeating his inquiries. If you keep pestering me, I'll toss you into the sea, Bonnie threatened, her fists clenched as she stuffed pizza in her mouth, glaring fiercely at the child before her. "Get lost. I'm sorry. I'll leave now." Seeing Bonnie nearing her limit, the child swiftly turned and retreated to the cabin. Bonnie stomped her foot on the deck in frustration. "What kind of person is this? He has been pestering me for nearly a week. Ever since I turned him back into a child. The old man hasn't left me alone. It's driving me mad. I can't even eat properly, missing 5 pizzas every meal." Yet this fellow had previously treated her to a grand feast on the island, and as a navigator, he was indeed quite useful. She couldn't genuinely toss him off the ship. These days were meant for rest, to recuperate and prepare to defeat William King. Upon returning to the cabin, the youthful House C let out a helpless sigh. This situation is quite troublesome. Bonnie remains adamantly opposed to forming an alliance with the MO show pirate crew. The moment I mentioned that Captain is Eric Lacey, this formidable woman erupted in fury, declaring her intent to pluck the eggs of the silver thief, Lacey. Had I not treated Bonnie to a lavish meal on Grass Island beforehand, I might not have been able to save my own skin. Women can indeed be terrifying. It seems I must leave the task of persuading Bonnie to the captain himself. How C pondered gloomily. However, Bonnie evidently harbors significant grievances against Lacey, making a peaceful encounter unlikely. Oh well, it seems I have no choice but to endure this pirate life. Exchanging a few quarrels daily and ceasing just before Bonnie's temper erupts, I can only hope to sway her heart. Yet thus far, it appears my efforts have borne no fruit. The splendid Ju Bao Ma Guli Te Pai Sa How is currently sailing towards the waters governed by the Kingdom of Conqueror, although she may not admit it. This gluttonous woman, Chow Ai Li Bonnie, indeed seeks to challenge King William. Despite her formidable strength, I find myself utterly powerless under her command. However, confronting King William seems to pose a greater challenge. It appears we must await the captain's arrival. I wonder what they are up to, arriving later than myself. Meanwhile, on the Blood Vengeance, Lacey and his companions have successfully landed on Grass Island. This island, renowned for its glass products, is particularly favored by women. Dafu is currently wearing a joyful smile. She has long wished to visit this place, but unfortunate circumstances had previously prevented her. When she initially suggested coming to this island, it was laced with her own private desire. There is but one inn on this island, and if we inquire there about House C and Bonnie S. pirate crew, we will surely find our answers. Dafu indicated the signpost by the roadside. The Lioli Grand Hotel is one of the most renowned inns in the South Sea. It is said to be as splendid as a royal palace. The 4 of them strolled down the streets of Grass Island, leisurely making their way to the hotel. This island is remarkably tranquil, prosperous, and serene. The shops lining the streets offer a myriad of glass products of various shapes and sizes, glistening beautifully under the sunlight. The population here is sparse, yet they appear to be affluent individuals, seemingly all respectable merchants, devoid of any pirate presence. The island's remote location makes it difficult for the average person to locate, and since pirates generally show little interest in glass, it seldom attracts nefarious seafarers. Dafu explained, for many nobles and wealthy merchants, this island serves as an ideal retreat. With numerous skilled glass artisans residing here, most pirates find it impossible to engage in wrongdoing. Moreover, those capable of villainy have little incentive to wage war over mere glass. This island bears a striking resemblance to Zhu Ji's Shirwei Een Island, Beethoven remarked, surveying the surroundings. In the South Sea, it truly is a rare gem. Soon after, Lacey and his party arrived at the Lioli Grand Hotel, a veritable masterpiece constructed from glass harder than steel, shimmering under the sunlight and appearing exceedingly opulent, akin to a crystal palace. Such a beautiful hotel naturally comes with a staggering price. After spending 40 million berries to secure a room, Lacey felt as though his heart was bleeding. The painstakingly saved money, all gone in an instant. How disheartening. May I inquire if a lady named Chiao Ai Li Bonnie and a gentleman named Lai Te How C have made reservations here? Lexington stated, producing his naval identification to inquire with the front desk staff. In such circumstances, being a naval officer proves quite advantageous. If I were to ask directly, they might refuse to provide information under the pretense of protecting guest privacy. However, as a naval officer, they would generally comply. Please hold on a moment. The staff began to sift through the booking records and soon stated there are indeed individuals by those names who registered a room, but they checked out approximately a week ago. After hearing the staff's explanation, Lacey let out a resigned sigh. As expected, I missed them. It seems Bonnie has already departed from this island. Wait, what? House C checked out as well. Where could he have gone? Are you Mr. Eric? The staff inquired while glancing at the registration book. Huh? Yes, I am Eric, Lacey replied, stepping forward in confusion. Mr. House C left a note for you upon checking out. The staff handed him a simple envelope tucked within the registration book. Lacey opened the envelope with a bemused expression, retrieving the note to read. What scheme is House C concocting now? The note contained a scrawled message accompanied by a map. Due to some irresistible circumstances, I am now aboard Xiao AI Li Bonnie's ship, and I have marked our destination on the map. Hurry and come find me. P.S. I have been transformed into a child by Bonnie, so my handwriting is rather poor. I hope you understand. Lacey thought, what is going on here? The destination marked on the map appears to be an island within the Kingdom of Conqueror. Dafu took the map and remarked, the Kingdom of Conqueror? Isn't that the pirate kingdom ruled by King William? Did House C follow Bonnie to confront King William? Is that really necessary? Although my intention to ally with Bonnie was indeed to defeat King William, this progression is rather rushed. We should at least devise a plan. I am not mentally prepared for this. For a moment, Lacey found himself at a loss for words. However, it seems they must continue navigating according to House C's dreadful map. Furthermore, their destination lies within the realm of King William. What on earth is happening? Chapter 76. The Blacklist. As night fell, Lacey soaked in the hot spring of the Lioli Grand Hotel, sipping red wine. To catch up with Bonnie's pirate crew, they must set sail early the next morning. They are to engage in battle with the Kingdom of Conquerors so soon. He is far from ready. Initially, he had planned to replicate a few good fruits nearby and hone his Kinbunchika haki before challenging King William. Unlike the frequently visible in Kool-Aid, Soa, Lucy, and Black, King William resides in the palace of the capital of the Kingdom of Conqueror, and any adversaries must first breach the island governed by 72 powerful knights to face him. This has resulted in scant information circulating about this king. Rumor has it that King William is an exceptional swordsman and fighter, a half-giant and half-human, possessing a physique and strength far beyond the ordinary. Capable of lifting an elephant with one hand, rendering it immobile. King William hails from Elbath in the Grand Line, having conquered this nation and transformed it into a sanctuary for pirates and outlaws. The Kingdom of Conqueror possesses a formidable army, bolstered by 72 powerful knights led by Galoran, capable of sinking over 90% of invading foes into the depths of the sea, coupled with the extraordinary combat prowess of King William and Queen Mary. This kingdom presents a far more formidable challenge than the Black Group and the Ironclad Pirates. Never mind the troublesome thoughts. Let's take advantage of this evening to rest well. Rez, as he spoke, immersed himself in the hot spring. The hotel charges a staggering $10 million per person per night. Having spent so much, one must indulge in the experience. Alas, soaking too long has left me utterly fatigued. I might drown. Meanwhile, the hotel's buffet restaurant was bustling with activity. The chefs and waitstaff were drenched in sweat, tirelessly serving up large bowls of food, even before they could be artfully plated. What a calamity! How has this chaos returned? They had scarcely rested for a few days. Even the previously emptied storeroom had not yet been replenished. Just after the female pirate who devoured every pizza in the warehouse had departed, another insatiable eater arrived. The previous one was a whirlwind of consumption, while this one seemed to perform a magical act, making food vanish before one's eyes. How could these seemingly delicate girls possess such appetites? How can their little bellies hold so much? At the dining table, the stacks of uncollected empty plates reached mountainous heights. At this moment, Dafu continued to empty the freshly served dishes at an astonishing pace. Onlookers were bewildered, unable to comprehend how the food disappeared from the plates. Beethoven gaped in astonishment, forgetting to eat the bread soup in his bowl. You get used to it, Lexington remarked nonchalantly, calmly savoring grilled eel. Didn't she eat like this on Schwain Island? Perhaps you were too focused on your performance to notice. Miss Dafu is truly remarkable, Beethoven exclaimed. She consumes so much, so quickly, yet maintains such grace and poise. Soon, Dafu let out a satisfied sigh, stacking her last empty plate atop the towering pile. The waitstaff, having finally relaxed, grew anxious again as the precariously swaying plates threatened to topple. I'm finally full. Dafu stretched contentedly. After not eating for 7 days, upon finding a good hotel, replenishing her energy was essential. After satisfying their appetites, Dafu, Lexington, and Beethoven finally rose to leave the buffet. The restaurant manager and several staff members hid nervously in the back, secretly watching the trio depart. That was close. Thankfully, this fellow is only staying one night. He'll be gone tomorrow. The manager sighed in relief. If he were to stay long like the last one, our hotel would surely face bankruptcy. Manager, shall we blacklist them? An employee cautiously inquired. If they were blacklisted, upon their next visit, they could not freely partake in the buffet and would face limitations. Yes, 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 it must be done. The manager cried, tears streaming down his face. Recorded under the name Xiao Ali Boni. This woman is, in some respects, even more ruthless than the last one named Boni. While Boni could eat, her consumption mainly consisted of pizzas, roasted chickens, and pasta, items of lesser expense. However, today Dafu has targeted the rarest delicacies. The precious sea beasts we procured at great cost, just recently delivered, were devoured by her before they could even be chilled and stored, leaving only their bones behind. What a tragedy, the employee nodded, taking up a pen to write on the blacklist. Dafu, and Beethoven as well. Just in case, let us add that pig too. Although it didn't display excessive appetite today, it is widely known that pigs can eat. Perhaps that pig is biding its time, and next time, they will understand why the storeroom is so empty. To prevent a recurrence of such misfortunes, we must prepare in advance. The next day, in a hurry to depart, Residential and his companions reluctantly left Gra Island. Their continuous arrival at tranquil islands seemed to have lulled them into forgetting the brutal realities of the South Sea. On board the blood-colored Avenger, Residential silently reminded himself of the challenges that lay ahead. The destination they were heading towards was unlike the previous Schwain Island and Gra Island. In the Kingdom of Canker, they would confront challenges even greater than those at Energy Island. Lexington, it is time for emergency training. Huh? Emergency training? What is that? Lexington looked at Rez, seemingly recalling something. Continue honing your observation hockey. Strive to master it before facing King William, Residential declared, handing Lexington a brand new wooden stick. Lexington thought to himself, what a relentless spirit. When did he go and procure a whole new batch of sticks? Some people just insist on putting themselves through such trials. Can't you take a moment to rest? You should conserve your energy for the upcoming battle. It's fine. A few knocks will invigorate me, Lexington retorted, recalling how Residential had nearly drowned in the hot spring the previous day, only to be pulled back to safety. Surely, that was a moment of folly. On the calm sea, melodious music intertwined with rhythmic thuds drifting through the air. The blood-colored Avenger, with its unusual speed for a sailing vessel, hurried along, presenting an odd and jarring spectacle. Inside the Lily Grand Hotel, the manager, scratching his balding head, raged in the lobby. What sort of guests are these? They even packed up the new shipment of wood meant for constructing the hot spring pavilion that we temporarily stored in the lobby. Blacklist them. Every last one. Chapter 77. The watchdog of the Kingdom of Canker proceeding further leads to the territory of the Kingdom of Canker. As Dafu steered the ship, she warned Rez. We must exercise great caution from here on. The dangers of the Kingdom of Canker are unlike those of ordinary waters. We might encounter the fleet of the 72 Knights at any moment. The destination of the Bony Pirate Group is an island known as Xingguang Island, which is also where they are headed next. Housey wrote a note on the back of paper, intending to help them catch the earlier departure of the Jewelry Margarita Pizza. Hence, he led the Bony Pirate Group on a longer route to ultimately reach Xingguang Island. If Residential and his companions quickened their pace, they held hope of catching up with the Bony Pirate Group. The blood-colored Avenger successfully entered the waters of the Kingdom of Canker. However, It wasn't too long before the Magic Hand Pirates' incursion into the kingdom was reported to the high-ranking officials of Kankar. Things have been quite restless lately, Galoran remarked, frowning as he listened to the report from an underling monitoring the sea conditions. Not long ago, the bony pirate group had just entered their waters, obliterating several nearby, subordinate pirate groups. The notorious Masho pirates have resurfaced. Though their numbers are relatively small, they are undoubtedly an elite crew, infamous for their role in the obliteration of the Bu Laika group. Meanwhile, the Boni pirates are no less formidable. Their captain, Xiao Ali Boni, is the daughter of the Wang Xiaoqi Wuhai, the tyrant Bartholomew Kuma. When Da Xiong was still the king of the Salb Kingdom in the South Sea, he had significant conflicts with their King William. In fact, the position of Wuhai that King William sought to claim was ultimately seized by Da Xiong. Now that his daughter has come seeking them, it can only spell trouble. The three notorious criminals, each with bounties exceeding 50 million, pose a daunting challenge. Galawalin scrutinized the wanted posters of Lei Si, Buoni, and Lai Kashingtuan, feeling the weight of the situation. Only the knights ranked at the top could possibly contend with such adversaries. It seems measures must be taken. Transmit my orders. All knights ranked in the top 10 are to return to the main island and await further instructions, Galawalin commanded into the Den Mushi. The remaining knights are to defend their respective islands, striving to hinder the advance of both invading crews, even if only to exhaust their stamina. The main island, where King William resides, boasts natural defenses. 65 islands intricately encircle the royal palace, forming a formidable barrier. For these two pirate crews to land on the main island, they must first breach the encirclement led by the 72 knights. This will serve as a cautionary example to the two pirate crews. After hanging up, Galawalin smirked coldly, a murderous glint in his eyes. It appears that over time, the pirates of the South Sea have begun to forget who truly reigns supreme in these waters. It is time to remind them, as well as other South Sea pirates, that the Conqueror Kingdom is not to be trifled with. This marks the third group of pirates they have encountered. After dealing with the latest crew, Lacey returned to the ship with a heavy sigh. Ever since entering the territory of the Kingdom, they have been under constant attack. This place resembles the hive of Blackbeard in the comics. As soon as one approaches, pirates swarm forth like hornets. It is only natural. The Conqueror Kingdom is notorious as a pirate haven, an utterly lawless land where King William has recruited many notorious outlaws to serve him, Duffer remarked nonchalantly. We have yet to encounter the direct forces of the Kingdom. These are merely the watchdogs stationed at the kingdom's borders. The 72 knights have yet to make their appearance. Just as Lei Si was about to respond, a cannon's roar echoed from afar, interrupting his thoughts. This is never-ending, Lai Kashingtuan exclaimed in frustration, taking to the air with a moonwalk, wielding his 10 commandments to strike down several incoming cannonballs. Captain, leave this enemy to us. Beethoven ceased his musical performance, descending from the mast, unsheathing his twin swords, ready for battle. Two fully armed pirate ships approached from both flanks. Beethoven, handle the foes on the rear ship. I will confront those up front. With that, Lai Kashingtuan charged forth from the blood-red Avenger. Lacey observed the fierce clashes erupting on both sides and sighed. When will this fighting ever end? This predicament illustrates why the Conqueror Kingdom is particularly challenging to confront. They possess an overwhelming number of formidable subordinate forces. Elite pirate crews dread such scenarios. Before Lei Si could catch his breath, a cacophony of battle cries heralded the arrival of a third pirate ship on the left flank of the blood-red Avenger. A cannonball sped towards them from the left, which Lei Si deflected with Tian Zhao. It was evident that rest was not an option. They must rely on sheer force to traverse the entire route to the main island of the Conqueror Kingdom before they could meet King William. A bunch of ignorant underlings, Lei Si mused, clenching his right fist as waves of power surged through his hand. These relentless watchdogs are truly persistent. Let's engage. Can a rabble like this truly intimidate us? Meanwhile, the Buoni pirates, sailing ahead of the Masho pirates, faced a similar onslaught from the watchdogs. Is this it? This is the so-called formidable army of the Kingdom? Buoni scoffed, Kicking a pirate, she had transformed into a child into the water. Although the Buoni pirates are not particularly numerous, Xiao Ali Buoni's abilities are evidently suited for such overwhelming combat. Within minutes, the ship was cleared of intimidating brutes, all transformed into harmless elders and children, discarded overboard like refuse. Watching the ferocity of Buoni's combat, Hao Si was utterly astonished. "This woman is truly terrifying in battle," he remarked, mercilessly kicking a tooth from the mouth of an elderly man she had transformed, all while munching on pizza. "Truly, she is a voracious eater. She has not ceased eating from dawn till dusk, showing no signs of being full. I wonder where Lei Si and the others are right now. Hurry and come rescue me. I really cannot hold out much longer." Hao Shou lamented, desperately defending himself against the ferocious pirates with his small, childlike body. Xiao Ali Buoni and her crew preferred close-quarters combat, entirely neglecting the idea of intercepting enemy ships on the water. The foes had all surged onto the deck. Although Buoni would ultimately dispatch these nuisances with ease, it still jeopardized his safety. Could he truly be bitten to death by these watchdogs? Chapter 78. King William in the military parade square of the Kangka, or kingdom's main island. A regiment of soldiers stood in perfect formation, awaiting the king's inspection. These fully armed soldiers did not appear to be ordinary men. Each bore a fierce countenance, exuding an aura of bloodthirstiness, with hands seemingly stained by the blood of others. The army of the Kangka, or kingdom, is composed of disciplined former pirates, their combat prowess and ferocity far surpassing that of typical military forces. Before long, a thunderous sound, akin to rolling thunder, emanated from the depths of the palace at the far end of the square. These audacious warriors suddenly fell silent, their bodies trembling involuntarily. A towering figure, exceeding 7 meters in height, slowly emerged from the resplendent palace. The overwhelming presence and sheer magnitude of this figure instantly subdued all pirate forces. With a rugged exterior and a corpulent physique, the ruler of the Kangka, or kingdom, King William, appeared as a fearsome beast. He donned luxurious armor and a battle robe that starkly contrasted with his appearance, radiating a dazzling golden brilliance, exuding both opulence and terror. In his colossal hand, which seemed capable of crushing a bull with ease, he wielded a massive golden longsword. The hilt of the sword was entirely forged from gold, adorned with exquisite jewels and intricately carved designs, while the blade shimmered with a silvery sheen, emanating an imposing chill. Sharp beyond compare, the sword in question, known as the Golden Sword Joyeus, ranks among the illustrious 21 artifacts of great achievement, symbolizing the nobility and dominance of kings. With a formidable physique and extraordinary strength characteristic of the giant race, combined with this renowned sword, King William possesses the might to crush any adversary, even without the aid of supernatural abilities. Accompanying him is a similarly adorned and beautiful noblewoman, the queen of the Conquer kingdom, Marylid. Although she does not match William in terms of true giant lineage, her height surpasses 3 meters, and her exquisite figure and striking features are complemented by an aura of ruthlessness. Marylid, known as the Bloody Queen due to her elegant appearance juxtaposed with her extreme cruelty, has gained a fearsome reputation in the South Sea. Clad in a vivid red attire reminiscent of blood, her right hand grips a blood-red scythe, heightening her menacing presence. For several years, these two true rulers of the Conquer kingdom have not stepped beyond the palace, as no invaders have managed to breach the defenses of the 72 Knights. Consequently, they have never needed to intervene. Public perception of them remains frozen in time, lingering at least 5 years in the past. No one knows how powerful King William and Queen Marylid have become at this very moment. Today, these sovereigns have, for the first time in 5 years, ventured out of their kingdom. To quell the restless pirates in the South Sea, they have resolved to personally take action, intending to demonstrate the consequences of defying the Conquer kingdom through the heads of Eric Dorses and Jolie Bonny. With each step, King William's thunderous presence reverberates, instilling a palpable dread that the very ground may shatter beneath him. The pirate soldiers, witnessing their king's imposing demeanor, stand in awe. This is the overwhelming aura of a pirate whose bounty exceeds 100 million. having not laid eyes on King William for 5 years. These ordinary soldiers are struck by the intensity of his might, which seems to have intensified since 5 years ago. Could it be that King William's true power now eclipses that of Ankylosaurus? In that moment, the king's formidable presence sends the pirate admirers into a frenzy of excitement. In stark contrast to the astonished commoners, the 10 strongest knights, standing resolutely in the center of the square, exude calm and composure. Galaorn, ruler, and Iriziel. King William's authoritative voice resonates through the square, silencing the already hushed crowd. The pirate soldiers hold their breath, anxiously awaiting the king's next command. The summoned chief knight, Galaorn, the second knight ruler, and the third knight, Iriziel, step forward to stand before the king. Is everything prepared? Galaorn inquires, kneeling on one knee in homage to King William. Though the other knight-led forces may not completely vanquish the 2 pirate crews that have intruded upon our territory, they will certainly not let them go unscathed. By the time they reach here, they will surely have shed a layer of skin. My king, all you need do is position your army at this easily defensible fortress, resting while awaiting the invaders' arrival, to execute them accordingly. Indeed, we shall follow in the king's footsteps and eliminate these audacious pirates. Ruler adds. Their remarks elicit a hearty laugh from King William, whose terrifying mirth resonates painfully in the ears of all present. Merry, after years of seclusion in the palace, it is time we stretch our legs, King William remarks to Queen Marylid, casting his gaze downward. Our bounty has remained unchanged for nearly 5 years, has it not? Indeed, the downfall of the Black Group and the ironclad pirates serves as both a dire warning and an opportunity for us, Queen Marylid replies, revealing a cunning smile that renders her already striking visage even more fearsome. The scythe in her hand quivers, as if eager to taste the blood of their foes. Should King William seize this moment, perhaps the South Sea shall no longer be dominated by a singular power, but rather be jointly ruled by the Conquer and Grela empires. The Conquer kingdom stands at the zenith of its strength, unlike the decaying Black Group and the hollow, ironclad pirates. Their prolonged absence from the limelight has been a period of gathering strength, awaiting the arrival of this very opportunity. Warriors, King William's gaze sweeps over the pirate soldiers assembled in the square. Our moment of fame has arrived. Let these unsuspecting newcomers experience the terror of the Conquer kingdom. At once, the jubilant cheers and raucous laughter of the pirates reverberate throughout the Conquer palace. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the Conquer kingdom, Rice and Bonnie, engaged in combat with countless guard dogs, remain oblivious to the immense power gathering at the heart of this pirate kingdom, poised and ready for their arrival. Chapter 79. The drowned dog Poweroy. The number of guard dogs at the border of the Conquer kingdom far exceeds Rice and his companions' expectations. They have battled pirates continuously throughout the day, losing count of how many waves of enemies they have defeated and how many pirates have met their demise in the sea. The relentless combat has rendered the Blood Vengeance ship's progress arduous, lingering at the entrance of the Conquer kingdom with the prospect of reaching Starlight Island still distant. In the end, Rice, Lexington, and Beethoven take turns resting and fighting, exerting their utmost effort to propel the pirate ship forward. You little piglet, let me show you the might of my steel blade. A pirate captain taunts, brandishing a steel sword at Beethoven. Wellington's Four-Sword War Symphony. However, after several hours of combat, Beethoven is disinclined to engage in further banter. With a burst of speed, he charges forward with a four-sword assault, sending the pirate captain tumbling into the sea. Yet before he can catch his breath, a new pirate ship emerges on the horizon. These pirates, how audacious! Beethoven exclaims, hopping in frustration. Do they not know restraint? How can there be so many of them? It's as if I've stirred a hornet's nest. Frustrated, Beethoven leaps into the air with remarkable agility, unleashing a simultaneous 4 strikes of lightning with his dual swords. Lightning Four-Sword String Quartet. The 4 bolts of lightning strike the approaching pirate ship in rapid succession, producing a melodious rhythm. As Beethoven lands back on his ship, he resumes his human form while striking a dashing and graceful pose, slowly sheathing his dual swords. As a gentleman, one must uphold decorum at all times and never lose composure. Surely, there are no new foes emerging now? Concerned, Beethoven approaches the ship's railing, rising on tiptoe to peer outward. Suddenly, a grotesque face appears before him, causing his hair to stand on end as he lets out a rhythmic scream. On board the Blood Vengeance, Rice, who has been conserving energy, suddenly opens his eyes and gazes toward the distant sea. Where has Beethoven not yet returned? Are there so many adversaries now? I thought I heard a pig squealing just now. Has Beethoven encountered some difficulties? Lacey, still feeling somewhat groggy, scratched his head and spoke. They had just fought for several consecutive hours. Although the enemies were not formidable, it was indeed exhausting. However, it should be fine. The guard dogs here are quite weak, and Beethoven can certainly manage. Nonetheless, the ruckus created by these pirates is indeed bothersome, making it impossible for them to sleep well. Soon, it would be time for a shift change, so they needed to take advantage of the present moment to rest. Let me activate the power of the silent fruit to create some tranquility. With that thought, Lacey summoned the ability of the silent fruit, establishing a soundproof barrier around himself. Subsequently, in the absolute silence, he peacefully drifted into slumber. As for Lexington, having both of them sleeping deeply would be too perilous. Let him sacrifice a bit and keep an ear out for any disturbances. Meanwhile, Beethoven, startled by the sudden appearance of a grotesque face at the ship's railing, jumped up and landed on the deck with a thud. Dreadful pirates! Just as Beethoven was about to draw his sword, he noticed a gaunt, somewhat foolish-looking pirate across from him, smiling apologetically, bowing with hands clasped, presenting a seemingly harmless demeanor. For a moment, Beethoven halted his drawn sword. What is this fellow up to? Just as Beethoven was perplexed, several other pirates climbed aboard the ship unscathed. These individuals shared a common trait. They were all exceedingly thin. Grandpa Pig, please hold off on attacking us. We are not here to harm you. One of the long-haired pirates, who appeared to be the leader of this group, approached Beethoven with a smile. We have come to join you, Beethoven. Shortly after, Lacey, still in a dream, felt someone nudging him. What was going on? After deactivating the silent fruit's power, he rubbed his sleepy eyes and sat up to assess the situation. The captain, who had returned to the blood-red Avenger, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Behind him, the gaunt pirates who had just followed him aboard were all watching Lacey with forced smiles. Yet, those smiles appeared more terrifying than sorrowful. Goodness, Beethoven, how did you bring such a group of people aboard? Lacey exclaimed, startled by their presence, leaping from the floor. This matter is hard to articulate. Lexington, standing nearby, shook his head helplessly and sighed. Soon after, this sudden group of oddities explained their intentions to Lacey and the others. In short, they were weak and had been bullied by other guard dogs, unable to survive in the kingdom of Canker, and sought to change their employment. Drenched Dog Pal. Bounty of 3 million berries, indeed quite low, Lacey remarked, examining the crumpled, damp bounty notice handed to him by Pal, the group's leader. The nickname truly reflects their miserable state. It appears they are indeed struggling. Pal, the drenched dog, was somewhat familiar. It seemed he had previously sailed with a pirate crew outside the kingdom of Canker, but had been unable to compete with other crews and had no desire to rob ordinary citizens, leaving them destitute. Daff, steering the ship, remarked that she had a profound understanding of such non-malicious pirates. After all, such crews are exceedingly rare. It was surprising to see them in such dire straits, even in the kingdom of Canker. It is indeed challenging for honest folk nowadays, especially for those who cannot fight back. Hearing these words piqued Lacey's interest slightly. If these individuals were pirates who did not engage in plunder and murder, he could accept them without moral qualms. You wish to join me? Lacey turned to inquire of Pal. Yes, we are constantly bullied by other pirates here. We have truly had enough of this life, Pal lamented, his eyes brimming with tears. So, upon hearing that the Black Group's pirate crew had arrived nearby, we decided to take a gamble. We will follow Captain Lacey from now on. As he spoke, Pal and his emaciated companions knelt on the ground. They were fishermen from the South Sea, driven to piracy due to the oppressive protection fees and taxes imposed by pirates and the state. They had hoped that life as pirates would be somewhat better, yet after many years of wandering, they barely survived, remaining impoverished and emaciated. If you wish to join me, you cannot be idle, Lacey remarked, surveying the frail pirates with a hint of exasperation. Do you possess any remarkable skills? Upon hearing the mention of impressive skills, Pal's eyes instantly lit up. Yes, we do. You will be satisfied. You must accept us. Chapter 80. The Affiliated Pirate Crew. You are strong swimmers? After listening to Pal's description, Lacey thoughtfully examined Pal's physique. Despite being quite thin, he did possess a relatively streamlined build. Indeed, we rely on our swimming abilities to escape from other pirates, Pal explained. If we were not skilled swimmers, we would have perished countless times. They had managed to escape by swimming when Beethoven had just wrecked their ship. Their vessel was merely a dilapidated boat they had salvaged, frequently replaced. Yet they always referred to it as the Pal. Such incidents of their ship being destroyed were not uncommon. Boom! Just as Lacey was contemplating, a new enemy appeared in the distance, a cannonball flying towards the blood-red Avenger amid the roar of gunpowder. These ruffians are quite bothersome. Lacey turned impatiently, witnessing the cannonball hurtling directly towards him. He swiftly extended his right palm, channeling the power of waves to instantly nullify the cannonball's impact and catch it in his hand. Here you go, wave cannon. The wave power was activated once more, and the cannonball in Lacey's hand was propelled back towards the enemy ship in a spiraling trajectory. The pirates aboard the enemy vessel gaped in astonishment at the returning cannonball. Quick, turn the helm. Dodge it. The cannonball exploded on the enemy ship's starboard side, creating a large swell, but causing no significant damage to the hull. Lacey shook his head with a hint of disappointment. It did not result in a one-hit knockout. Further trouble was inevitable. Just as Lacey, Lexington, and Beethoven were preparing to continue their battle, Pal stepped forward to intercept them. Wait, Brother Lacey. Let's help you deal with these enemy ships. Lacey halted, looking quizzically at Pal and the others. These individuals, frail and weak, against those menacing ships? If they were capable of handling such adversaries, they would not be in such dire straits. You can handle those fearsome fellows? Lacey pointed at the enemy ship, which, after enduring cannon fire, had readjusted and was charging towards them again. Lead it to us. As soon as the words left his mouth, Pal and his group raced to Lacey's side, leaping into the sea one by one, swimming swiftly towards the enemy vessel. What are these fellows planning to do? Reese and Lexington swiftly rushed to the edge of the ship, gazing down at the sea. To be frank, Pal and his companions swam with remarkable speed. However, at the same time, Pal's body bobbed up and down in a manner that perfectly matched his moniker, Drenched Dog. Before long, a group of individuals had swum beneath the enemy ship. The pirates aboard the vessel, oblivious to the arrival of Pal and his crew, continued to brandish their weapons and shout boastfully. Just as Reese contemplated teaching these oblivious ruffians a lesson, Pal and his comrades initiated their operation. A gleaming dagger appeared in Pal's hand. The members of the Pal pirate crew, encircling the hull, swiftly pierced the ship's bottom. In no time, the pirates aboard sensed something amiss. A torrent of seawater began flooding the ship's cabin, and the once arrogant pirates erupted into chaos, frantically shouting in disarray. The enemy vessel, which had been speeding towards the Blood Avenger, quickly came to a halt and began to sink slowly. Reese watched in shock as the events unfolded before him. Had they managed to sink a ship so quickly? The efficiency was astonishing. If they possessed such a skill, why were Pal and his crew struggling to make a name for themselves? Soon, the Pal pirate crew, having completed their sinking mission, returned to the Blood Avenger. Their faces filled with anticipation as they looked at Reese. You are quite capable, Reese remarked, surveying the group before him with astonishment. I never anticipated such a tactic. You truly have impressed me. However, if your ability to sink ships is so formidable, why do you still find yourselves struggling? Lexington, standing nearby, voiced Reese's unspoken question. Pal exchanged glances with his companions and sighed. There was a time when we thrived on this skill. Yet, once other pirate crews realized we were the ones frequently sabotaging their ships, trouble ensued. With no support behind us, those whose ships we sank relentlessly pursued us. After all, this ability only allows us to sink their vessels. Those with abilities are rare, and most pirates can swim. Sinking a ship does not deal a heavy blow to them. Moreover, the Pal pirate crew lacks the means to further punish those who fall into the water after their ships are sunk. Consequently, All the pirates we had previously sunk would go to great lengths to trouble us in the future. As long as we were not at sea, we were at the mercy of those ruthless pirates. Each ship we sank resulted in the pursuit of a pirate crew, and without anyone to back us up, it became increasingly difficult. Eventually, we abandoned our sinking skill until today, when we decided to rekindle it under your banner, Reese. Please take us in. Pal bowed respectfully to Reese. We assure you that along this journey, you will not suffer any attacks from gatekeepers. The Pal pirate crew will assist in sinking all approaching pirate ships. Upon hearing Pal's plea, Reese scratched his chin thoughtfully. This arrangement could indeed work. With Pal and his crew helping to restrict enemy ships, they could continue their voyage without interruption. They could not afford to waste energy fighting gatekeepers and remaining stagnant. All Reese needed to do was provide support to Pal and his crew. Utilizing the method of sinking ships to deter these pirates was indeed a clever idea. In that case, I agree, Reese declared with a smile, snapping his fingers. While he could not directly recruit so many individuals as his primary crew, having them as a subordinate pirate crew was still advantageous. They would need as many hands as possible to confront William Wong, and every little bit counted. Although these fellows appeared somewhat emaciated at present, with proper nourishment and training, there was significant potential for transformation. They might very well evolve into a formidable naval force in the future. From this day forth, the Pal pirate crew shall be the first subordinate faction of my MO show pirate crew. Reese's words brought tears of joy to Pal and his companions, who were overjoyed. Heavens, what a feat! At last, we have aligned ourselves with a respectable faction. Surely, we will not have to worry about going hungry. However, Reese continued, we are about to engage in a direct confrontation with the Kingdom of Canker. He cast his gaze over the members of the Pal pirate crew. If we lose, your fate may be dire. Pal exchanged a determined glance with his comrades, inhaling deeply. For many years, we have endured disdain from all pirates. Only Reese Gidge recognizes our worth. We firmly believe the captain will not be defeated by the Kingdom of Canker. Pal, captain of the Pal pirate crew. The drenched dog Pal, Luo Yao, vowed to stand united with the MO show pirate crew to the end. Chapter 81. Xingguang Island with the assistance of the Pal pirate crew in intercepting the attacking pirate ships, the journey of the Blood Avenger became significantly smoother. Delving deeper into the territory of the Kingdom of Canker. We are quite close to Xingguang Island, Dafu explained as she steered the ship, addressing Reese and Lakesington beside her. From here on, we should encounter fewer gatekeepers. Those rascals usually linger near the border and generally do not have the qualifications to venture deep into the Kingdom of Canker. The Xingguang Island we are heading to is one of the territories of the Kingdom of Canker, home to well-trained pirate legions, and guarded by one of the 72 knights. The Xingguang Knight. Surrounding the main island of the Kingdom of Canker are dozens of subordinate islands. Each of these islands is guarded by one of the 72 knights and formidable pirate troops. The deeper one ventures into the islands, the stronger the knights and troops become. The MO show pirate crew must navigate through these island challenges to reach the main island and meet William. Most of the 72 knights possess strengths ranging from 10 million to 30 million, which is not particularly concerning. The real trouble lies in their numbers. Both the knights and their subordinates are numerous and quite formidable. If possible, it would be best to avoid direct confrontation with them. These fellows are quite a nuisance. Dafu remarked. While avoiding direct conflict might be impossible for other pirate crews, it was a trivial matter for the MO show pirate crew. With the abilities of Lai Teheo's fruit combined with excellent navigational skills, they should be able to find a route that bypasses the forces stationed on all the islands. However, the current issue was that Housie was not aboard their ship. Thus, before that, they needed to locate the pilot. I wonder where the Bonnie pirate crew is now. Lakesington mused, examining a nautical chart of the nearby waters, looking somewhat troubled, although Housie left a message stating he was heading to Xingguang Island. We have no idea when he will arrive or to what location. What an unreliable fellow. Leisu currently lacks the ability to replicate the Wei fruit, rendering him incapable of even locating his opponent. Having spotted Xingguang Island, he decided to ascend and assess the situation. Beethoven, stationed at the lookout tower, pointed towards the island that had come into view. The Blood Avenger ship promptly accelerated towards the island ahead. On Xingguang Island, chaos reigned supreme. Countless children and elderly individuals, clad in ill-fitting garments, fled in sheer panic. Pirates, dressed as Western cowboys, shouted and brandished their weapons, mercilessly knocking down the defenseless. The gluttonous Jolie Bonnie was seen pinning a child beneath her, voraciously devouring a pizza. "How dare you turn me into a child, you vile woman?" The Star Knight, now a child, gritted his teeth and struggled, reaching out with his diminutive arms to retrieve the fallen Xingguang cross dart from a distance. "Enough of your whining. Just accept your fate," Bonnie retorted, raising her right leg and bringing the heel of her brown knee-high boot crashing down upon the Star Knight's nape. The Star Knight struck hard, foamed at the mouth, and promptly lost consciousness. Meanwhile, Bonnie's subordinates dispatched those pirates who had been transformed into children and the elderly. Returning to their captain's side, the still childlike Hao Si observed the dire predicament of the pirates with a heavy heart. This woman remains as brutal as ever. Yet her strength is undeniable. The 72 knights, along with their subordinates, had lost their combat abilities in a single encounter with her. The power of the fruit that alters one's age is truly overpowered. Engaging her in battle is a gamble one cannot afford to take. I wonder what the captain sees in such a woman, especially when she has her bounty poster hidden in the room. "Captain, all enemies have been dealt with," boomed a burly man sporting a cowboy hat, addressing Bonnie. "There should be no further forces from the Conqueror Kingdom on Xingguang Island." Bonnie stuffed the last bite of pizza in her mouth and stood up, not forgetting to deliver a kick to the unconscious Star Knight. "Hey, Hao Si!" Bonnie suddenly called his name, startling him. Simultaneously, he was filled with dread. Despite his best efforts to lead this woman on a winding path, Bonnie's pace was relentless. It was as if she harbored a deep-seated grudge against King William, eager to storm his palace and eliminate him. Before their arrival at Xingguang Island, Hao Si had taken great care to navigate Bonnie through various islands, eliminating the surrounding pirates, yet they arrived too early. Fortunately, he had recently utilized the Wei Fruit's ability to locate Lei Si, who was not far from them. As long as he could buy some time, allowing the captain and the others to catch up, they would be fine. "How do we proceed to the next island?" Bonnie inquired, stepping in front of Hao Si and pinching his cheek. With no other choice, Hao Si activated his ability once more to find a route to the next island. However, to delay their progress, he ensured this route will be the most arduous he could find. Watching Hao Si scribble on the map, Bonnie sensed something amiss. Or perhaps this feeling had lingered for some time. It seemed as though he was intentionally leading her astray. "Hey, Hao Si, are you sure this route is correct?" Bonnie leaned down, scrutinizing Hao Si's nautical chart. Though she lacked knowledge of navigation, she was not a fool. She could discern whether the chart was coherent or not. "Why do I feel that something is off with the route you're taking?" In that moment, Hao Si felt a chill run down his spine. "Oh no, she is caught on." What do you mean?" He stammered, wiping sweat from his brow and forcing a smile. "You did say you would help me reach King William by the most convenient route, and I've tolerated your incessant chatter for many days." Bonnie harbored resentment as she recalled how Hao Si had incessantly discussed the alliance between the Mo Show pirates and the Bonnie pirates during their journey. "If you dare deceive me, even if you treat me to a meal, I will make sure to teach you a lesson." In recent days, the Bonnie pirates had fought tirelessly from dawn till dusk, traversing a long and arduous path. It was entirely different from the supposedly easy and safe route Hao Si had promised. "Are you deliberately slowing my journey to give your silver pirate captain time to catch up and solidify the pirate alliance?" Hao Si turned pale at her accusation. "Oh no, she has uncovered my true intentions." Chapter 82. The meeting at the harbor of Xingguang Island. Ruiz, Lexington, and Beethoven disembarked from the Blood Avenger ship, accompanied by the members of the PAL pirates who had emerged from the sea, following Ruiz ashore. Thanks to their assistance, countless pirate vessels had been sunk before they could approach the Blood Avenger. The coastline was in disarray, with numerous children and elderly sprawled across the ground, unconscious. "What cruel pirates! They don't even spare the elderly and children," Beethoven exclaimed, visibly enraged. "Not quite." Ruiz observed the scene intently. "These children and elderly are dressed in clean clothes, and weapons are scattered around them. they are not mere victims. It appeared that a significant conflict had recently transpired here. Simultaneously, Ruiz sensed a strong aura of devil fruit abilities emanating from the children and elderly. Within the depths of the island, he detected the presence of 2 devil fruit users. Thus, the situation became clear. These unfortunate souls were the island's pirates, transformed by Jolie Bonnie's powers. It seemed that House C and Bonnie had indeed arrived on this island and dealt with the Night Core here. "We have arrived at the right moment. Let's go and join them," Ruiz declared, following the sensed energy of the devil fruit as he led Lexington, Beethoven, and the PAL crew deeper into the island. Meanwhile, House C found himself enduring torment in a restaurant on the island. "I want to throw you into the sea this time, since you promised me a meal," Bonnie said, her expression somewhat irritated as she appeared to have just calmed down from a fit of rage, now focused on her food. The crew of the Silver Pirate were certainly not good people. They dared to deceive her, leading her astray to the gathering point of pirates. "Hit him harder." "Yes, Captain." In response, a towering, burly crew member raised his hand high and brought it down forcefully onto House C's rear. The immense slap left House C feeling as though his bones were about to shatter. He was on the verge of tears. What a stroke of bad luck. This woman is indeed not to be trifled with. Thankfully, he had been clever enough to halt her violent intentions with a promise of a meal, just as she intended to throw him into the sea. However, this woman could eat like a beast. The last meal had emptied half of his wallet, and this time he feared he might exhaust his entire fortune. "Let me ponder for a moment. I have longed to savor the finest cuisine of Nanhai. When the time comes, do invite me to the Hai Jiwei restaurant for a meal," Bonnie remarked while devouring the restaurant's inexpensive pizza. "This island has been conquered by them, so of course, we may indulge as we please. This meal, however, is merely a casual morning tea, not part of House C's treat. You mentioned that your captain is arriving soon? I'm just in time to confront that silver pirate." Bonnie continued to munch on her pizza. She had heard of Reese being a notorious silver thief years ago, and even fancied him, longing to set things right, but their paths had never crossed until now. To her surprise, he had risen to prominence and sought her out. It would be remiss not to take this opportunity to teach him a lesson. "I shall cease my pursuit of you when Eric Reese arrives." After declaring this, Bonnie immersed herself in her meal. Meanwhile, House C endured the relentless slaps of the bearded crew member, howling in distress. "Captain, I have made significant sacrifices for you, even putting my own backside on the line. You must hurry." Not far off, the food street indeed seemed to be the most probable location for the gluttonous woman, Reese remarked as he continued toward the sense location. It appeared that the residents had scattered due to the island's turmoil, leaving the restaurants deserted. Before long, they arrived at the pizza shop where Bonnie was dining and opened the door. A young woman with long pink hair, clad in denim overalls and a white short-sleeve shirt. Her legs adorned with brown knee-high boots and her lips painted in heart-shaped lipstick, was voraciously indulging in food in a most ungraceful manner, standing before Reese. At that moment, Bonnie noticed Reese's arrival, turned her head, and with a disdainful expression, continued to gnaw on a chicken leg. "Silver Pirate Eric Dozen Reese, you have finally arrived." With a series of slaps on House C's backside, the bearded man released him. "How dare you?" Beethoven rushed towards the prostrate House C, whose backside was swollen. House C looked at this unfamiliar pig, overwhelmed with emotion. "How delightful! Is this pig a new crew member of the captain? I never imagined a pig could be more gentle than that gluttonous woman." The rhythm of the slaps was utterly lacking. Beethoven charged forth and delivered another round of slaps to House C's backside, creating a beautiful melody with the sound of slaps and House C's cries. "Did you see that? This is how it should be done," Beethoven earnestly instructed the bearded man. "Ah, I have truly learned a lesson, my apologies." The bearded man scratched his head, filled with remorse. House C lay on the ground, tears streaming down his face. "What kind of pig is this? Even pigs bully me." "That is Bonnie." After exchanging glances with Bonnie for a moment, House C finally managed to utter a line. It was his first serious conversation with a character from the original work, particularly with a woman favored by the original owner of this body, which felt somewhat awkward. "Please do not speak yet." Bonnie finished the chicken leg in her hand, tossed the bone onto the plate, then approached House C and extended her right hand. "You look younger than your wanted poster. Then let us transform you into an old man." With that, Bonnie's palm struck Reese's shoulder, activating the power of her devil fruit. In that instant, Reese felt a peculiar transformation occurring within his body. It was as if someone were compressing his spine. Reese's back hunched over, his skin roughened. His once black hair turned gray, and his striking silver eyebrows dragged down to the ground. He felt as if he had become an elderly man of over 80 years. "Reich!" Lexington exclaimed in astonishment at the sight of the aged Reese. However, Reese did not panic. Simultaneously, while Bonnie wielded her fruit's power against him, his own copy fruit activated. The abilities of Bonnie's Sway fruit, a temporary name until the official one is revealed, had supplanted his silent fruit, now replicated by him. "Bonnie, let us speak of serious matters." With that, the Sway fruit's power initiated, and Reese's body began to rejuvenate, swiftly returning to its original state. "Let us form an alliance. Chapter 83, Dots Reigns versus Joe I Libogne. It is impossible for you to defeat the entire Conkel kingdom alone. By joining forces with us, the hope will be significantly greater." Upon hearing Reese's words, Bonnie scoffed disdainfully. "If you wish to ally with me, you must first allow me to test your abilities." With that, Bonnie lunged at Reese with remarkable speed once more. This silver pirate's copying ability is quite troublesome. After replicating her Sway fruit, he can no longer keep her transformed into a child or an elder for long. He must eliminate her before she can revert. Why must we resort to violence at the slightest disagreement? Caught off guard, Reese was struck in the face by Bonnie's sudden attack, transforming into a child and flying out of the pizza shop. Bonnie, seizing the advantage, snatched a long sword from one of her subordinates and charged out. "Oh, this is dangerous." The childlike Reese hastily activated his cold fruit, elementalizing to evade Bonnie's slash, and took the opportunity to revert to his original form amidst the attack. This Bonnie, aside from her fruit abilities, possesses astonishing physical prowess, unlike those fragile individuals like Perona and Sugar. This is only natural. After all, Bonnie is a captain herself, without anyone stronger to shield her while she unleashes her abilities, relying solely on her combat skills to dominate her opponents before clinching victory with her powers. If one were to draw a comparison, she is of the same ilk as the Empress. To think she could replicate a Logia-type ability is truly vexing. Bonnie, enraged, swung her longsword once more at Reese. The two engaged in a fierce battle on the street. Lexington, Beethoven, the childlike Housey, and the members of Bonnie's pirate crew all emerged from the pizza shop to assess the situation. That gluttonous woman is fierce and violent. Lexington couldn't help but exclaim. It is truly astonishing that the captain would take a liking to such a type. Even just considering her physical capabilities, Bonnie is not an easy opponent. Ranking among the strongest in Nanhai, the devil fruit that can alter an enemy's age is a cheat-like existence. Once touched by her, even a mightiest foe would lose their capacity to resist. It is only because Reese can replicate her fruit's capabilities that he can revert those affected back to their original ages. Before long, Reese was once again struck in the chest by Bonnie, reverting back to his child form, causing the Tian Shao in his hand to fall to the ground. In a moment of desperation, Reese dodged Bonnie's incoming longsword and similarly struck her, transforming her into a child as well. The two immediately became entangled, continuously altering each other's ages. They fluctuated between child, elder, youth, and middle-aged, leaving Lexington and the others utterly bewildered. How peculiar! This is certainly not gentlemanly behavior. As Beethoven critiqued, he inexplicably produced a violin from somewhere and began to play music in rhythm with Reese and Bonnie's combat. With the accompaniment of background music, the battle between Bonnie and Reese intensified. At this point, they had ceased to employ their abilities, with the two elderly figures groaning about their aches and pains, vigorously striking each other. This sight left the onlookers utterly speechless. Ultimately, Lexington and the bearded captain from the Bonnie pirate crew intervened to separate their aged captain, thus bringing the farcical spectacle to an end. Shortly thereafter, the group gathered in the food warehouse of the largest pizzeria on the island. My heavens, this is utterly terrifying. Lexington, Beethoven, and Housey stood in astonishment of the scene before them. Reese, Bonnie, and the members of the pirate crew were seated around a towering mountain of pizza, devouring it with astonishing speed. The 10-meter-high pizza mountain was vanishing at an alarming rate. Before long, the once full warehouse was now half empty. While Boney's appetite was to be expected, how could Pa and his crew consume so much? And their captain, when did his appetite become so immense? Lexington found himself questioning life. His own consumption was considerable. After all, as the energy expenditure of a strong individual far exceeded that of the average person. However, in comparison to these formidable beings, he felt insignificant. Today, he witnessed what could be described as a grand feast. This group seemed as if they had black holes in their stomachs. If Dafu were present, the spectacle would undoubtedly be even more magnificent. Time passed, and the entire stock of food in the large warehouse was devoured by Reese, Boney, and their companions, leaving only a few large balls rolling on the ground. Oh no, it seems we have overeaten. Pa and his crew rolled around uncontrollably on the ground, exclaiming their dismay. Lexington remarked, "These poor souls must have never had a full meal before. Beethoven, please help arrange these balls neatly." While Beethoven organized the Pa crew members who had turned into balls, Lexington and Housey approached Reese. "Captain, it has been 3 days, and I see you in a new light." Housey exclaimed. Reese had not been such a voracious eater before. "I now understand why Boney is known as the glutton," Reese replied with resignation. "The use of the sue fruit is extremely taxing on one's stamina. Activating this fruit requires a significant amount of energy, necessitating a substantial intake of food to use abilities without restraint like Boney. Thus, she needed to eat so much and was able to do so. Clearly, this fruit cannot be used frivolously. It must be approached with caution, lest one starve before the opponent is subdued. Boney, can we now discuss serious matters?" After satisfying their appetites, Reese turned to Boney. "You cannot defeat King William by charging directly into Kanker. There is no need to waste time and energy on minor subordinates. If we cooperate," Reese said, his gaze shifting to Housey, whom he had reverted to his original form. "We can bypass the encirclement of Kanker's outer islands and directly engage King William on the main island. Squad, form up and surround Xinguang Island. Let these intruders pay the price for trespassing into Kanker." As Reese and his companions indulged in their feast, a disturbance unfolded outside Xinguang Island. Pirates arriving from other islands encircled Xinguang Island. 8 nightly legions from 8 islands, led by the 14th-seat Knight C, Anger, 15th-seat Knight Bois, and 16th-seat Knight Sierra Duin, prepared to launch an assault on the enemies on the island. This is troubling. Dafu aboard the blood-red Avenger gazed at the dark mass of pirates surrounding them, her brow furrowed, and promptly retrieved her telephone bug to contact Lexington. "The situation is dire. It seems we are about to engage in a fierce battle on this island." Chapter 84. The transformed Pa crew. Something seems amiss. Beethoven suddenly twitched his nose. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and the unfamiliar aroma of a crowd. It appeared to be coming from outside the island, although distant. It was evident that a large-scale force was approaching. "Captain, there may be enemies gathering outside." Reese furrowed his silver brows, just as the telephone bug in his pocket began to ring. "Voodoo, voodoo, voodoo. It seems we truly have enemies approaching." Reese quickly retrieved the telephone bug and connected the call. The thunderous sound of cannon fire erupted through the device, accompanied by Dafu's urgent voice. "Captain, a group of pirates from other islands is attacking. The cannonballs are falling like rain. Even I can barely evade them. Hurry back and deal with them. I won't say more. Just come quickly." With a deafening explosion, the call abruptly ended. "This is bad. It seems I inadvertently delayed by having Boney eliminate too many surrounding pirates." Housey approached nervously, but halfway through his sentence, he sensed Boney's murderous intent nearby. "Oh no, I'll let that slip. Never mind. Regardless of that, the situation is dire. We must head to the port," Reese declared, seizing the Amaterasu, and strode towards the warehouse exit, simultaneously addressing Boney. "Boney, even if you oppose an alliance with us, it is still possible to fight side by side against a common enemy. Isn't it? How can you say that? Your crew just let it slip that it was you who caused too much disturbance to the surrounding islands, leading to this predicament." Boney retorted angrily, rising to confront Reese. "It seems that is indeed the case." "Ahem. Nevertheless, We should hurry to the port to assess the situation. With that, Reese turned to seek out the members of the pirate crew. The pile of round balls organized by Beethoven had mysteriously vanished. Captain, just as Reese searched for his crew, a group of figures rushed through the warehouse door. At the forefront was a handsome young man with golden, naturally curly hair, exuding a vibrant energy in a well-fitted sailor's outfit, followed by equally spirited companions. Staring at this unfamiliar assembly, Reese found himself bewildered. "Who are you?" "I am Pa. I was worried my attire might embarrass you, so I used the berry you just provided to give my brothers a wash and change into new clothes." The golden-haired youth replied with a bright smile. Reese was taken aback. "What is happening? Is this really Pa? Is he the same person as that frail figure from earlier?" The crew members of the pirate crew also appeared transformed, as if they had undergone a metamorphosis. "How old are you?" Reese inquired of Pa. Reporting to the captain, "I'm 20 years old." Pa replied with vigor. Reese found himself momentarily speechless. He had previously thought Pa and his crew were middle-aged men, only to discover they were mere youths. "You all have changed quite dramatically," Lexington remarked as he stepped forward, expressing his amazement. "Oh, have we?" Pa scratched his head in confusion. "Perhaps it is the result of having endured starvation for so long, and now being satiated." Lacey was momentarily at a loss for words. Is there truly such a significant difference between being hungry and full? The world of pirates is indeed wondrous. Nevertheless, these fellows appear much more spirited than before. It seems that bringing them under my command was not a misguided decision. The potential of Pal and the others does not seem lacking at all. Excellent. So full of vitality. Lacey nodded with satisfaction, patting Pal on the shoulder as he spoke. "Now, let us proceed to the port to confront our foes." Yes, outside Xinguang Island, at the port, the sound of cannon fire was relentless, with countless cannonballs flying from the pirate fleet, causing the waves ahead to surge high. A crimson figure nimbly navigated through the tumultuous waters, evading all cannon fire with astonishing speed. Damn it, what is wrong with that ship? What kind of advanced technology is this? The sharp-nosed, triangular-bodied Night Angel, watching the blood-red ship, the Blood Avenger, skillfully dodging all attacks, slammed his hand against the ship's railing in frustration. What kind of high-tech engine does this vessel possess? It doesn't seem like it. A two-masted sailing ship cannot possibly have such abnormal speed, reflexes, and agility. It must be on some sort of stimulant. No, wait. Angel. There seems to be someone steering the ship, a little figure in white. The rotund Night Beau, peering through his telescope at the swiftly maneuvering Blood Avenger, exclaimed, as the pirate ship's speed left him unable to discern the details. Who cares about that? Whether it's impressive technology or a skilled helmsman. Can they really contend with our numerous ships? Knight Shelton, with his broad face, raised his square shield and declared, "Let our fleet advance and halt that ship. Engage in close combat." At Shelton's command, the fleet of rounded square ships began to sail forward, closing the distance to the Blood Avenger. Dafu was in a state of desperation. Although she was confident in her piloting skills, she knew she could not face an entire pirate fleet alone. Where the captain and the others? Upon closer inspection, she noticed that the helmsman of that ship was a delicate young girl. Both continued to observe with his telescope, excitedly licking his lips. It is indeed a rare sight to see such a frail girl exhibiting such remarkable piloting skills. She must be taken as a prize. "I'm going first." Unable to contain himself, Beau grabbed two hammers and leapt into the water, rolling like a ball as he surged toward the Blood Avenger. Dafu's situation was grim. At this moment, Lacey, having arrived at the port, looked at Dafu, who was cornered by the pirate fleet, his heart racing with anxiety. "Lexington, go and provide support." "Yes, Captain." Lexington promptly unsheathed his golden axe and dashed across the sea, while Lacey waved his hands, activating the powers of the wave fruit to propel himself, House C, and Beethoven toward the Blood Avenger. Pal and his group also rushed toward the shore, preparing to offer assistance from the sea. Watching Lacey's group soar away, Bonnie, standing on the shore, ground her teeth in frustration, feeling utterly helpless. This silver thief flies so swiftly. Had they forgotten about us? No one in Bonnie's pirate crew could fly, and their ship had been destroyed. rendering them unable to fight back. Chapter 85. The rolling ball. That silver-haired fellow must be the captain of the Magic Hand Pirate crew, Eric Dizzy Lacey, Angel remarked as he observed the figures emerging on the shore. They have returned so quickly. However, it matters little. There is no way a handful of individuals can face our united fleet of 8 knights. Kang Bo FC, la de 11 plus d'un. Set sail and charge forward. Eliminate those on the shore, Shelton commanded, pointing at Bonnie's pirate crew while issuing orders to the rounded knight Kong Bo Air Shizi. The latter knight La de Shi Pu Dun and the other 5 knights. Yes, the 29th knight Kong Bo Air Shizi and the 30th knight Lada appear to belong to the long-legged and long-armed clans, respectively, with Kong Bo Air Shizi's legs resembling a compass, looking rather comical. A ladder, several dozen meters long, suddenly extended from Lada's ship, reaching toward the shore. In an instant, the 5 knights led a multitude of pirates, armed with weapons, charging down the ladder toward the coast. Seeing that extraordinarily long ladder spanning the sea, Lacey could not help but be astonished. Goodness, I never anticipated that this group would have such tricks up their sleeves. The other 5 knights can be left to Bonnie and her crew. Lacey then fixed his gaze on the 3 largest pirate ships at the center, the Triangular Knight, the Round Knight, and the Square Knight, as they constituted the core fighting force of his fleet. How see, you go aboard to support Dafu. Lexington, that sphere in the sea is your responsibility. I will join Beethoven in dealing with those 2 aboard. Pal, you all focus on sinking any ship you can drill through. As Lacey issued his commands, he hurled Hao C toward the Blood Avenger and then, alongside Beethoven, charged toward Knight Angel's triangular ship and Knight Shelton's square steel ship. Pointing gun. Upon reaching the surface of the sea, Lexington extended his right hand's index finger, thrusting it toward the rolling bow with the speed of a bullet. The finger penetrated deeply into Bo's belly, yet strangely, no blood spurted forth, and Bo did not let out a single cry of pain. Ha ha! Bo grinned with malicious glee, swinging his hammers fiercely toward Lexington. Oh no, what in the world is this? Iron block, with his finger trapped within Bo's body. Lexington had no choice but to activate iron block, bracing his head against the hard iron hammer. Bang! After 2 strikes, Bo sent Lexington reeling, while simultaneously pulling his finger free, leaping back into the air with a graceful step. Is this layer of fat too thick? Lexington gazed incredulously at the layer of grease clinging to his finger. Could it be that due to being overweight, his pointing gun failed to strike a vital point? What kind of nonsense is this? Rolling impact. Just as Lexington was in shock, Bo's body began to spin rapidly in the water, resembling a high-speed iron ball as he launched himself into the air, crashing down upon Lexington. Pointing gun axe, gritting his teeth, Lexington infused power into the sharp end of his battle axe, thrusting downward with force to meet the upward assault of Bo. This fat guy may not be particularly strong, but he certainly knows how to roll. He is difficult to deal with. Clang! The forceful thrust of the battle axe was unexpectedly deflected by the spinning sphere, as Bo continued his ascent, bearing down on Lexington. What in the world? Lexington hastily sidestepped to evade Bo's assault, then used shave to create distance, swinging his legs. Storm foot crescent blade. 2 arcs of slashing strikes flew swiftly towards the approaching sphere. However, the rapidly spinning ball easily evaded the attack. With a simple sidestep, Bo managed to deflect both arcs past him. Ha 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 ha! My rolling ball form is invincible. Boleth triumphantly. I don't care how powerful your attacks are. All will be dissolved by my rapidly spinning spherical form. You, the frog at the bottom of the well, should truly witness the formidable power of the knights under William's command. Lexington sneered disdainfully. To be called a frog at the bottom of the well? He was raised in the training grounds of Marlon Fando, where he encountered countless strong adversaries. You are merely a rotund buffoon who resorts to underhanded tricks. Aside from that troublesome spinning ball, the rest is hardly worth mentioning. You claim your rolling ball form is invincible, do you? Lexington declared as he swiftly charged towards Bo, his left hand slashing like a claw at his opponent. You say your ball rolls with great prowess. Then I shall simply halt you. Halt right there. Boom! Lexington's finger strength acted upon the rapidly spinning sphere, forcefully seizing Bo's body and bringing it to an abrupt stop. Bo, who was stopped barehanded by Lexington, displayed an expression of disbelief in midair. What is this man doing? How can he possibly dismantle my rolling ball form with just a few fingers? Perhaps the title of frog at the bottom of the well should be returned to you. Lexington scoffed, raising his right hand high with the golden axe, the 10 Commandments. Go to the depths of the sea and be a frog. Arcane axe. Lexington's battle axe unleashed a powerful air blade, striking Bo's chest with tremendous force, resulting in a fountain of blood. Bo let out a cry of agony, his eyes glazing over as he plunged straight into the ocean, creating a massive splash before vanishing completely. After dealing with the rolling night Bo, Lexington returned to the Blood Avenger. With the aid of House C, Dafu successfully navigated the ship to a safe zone. These foes are of mediocre strength. My task is complete, and I shall leave the rest to the captain and his crew. Lexington tended to the abrasions on his left hand while gazing at the pirate fleet engaged in battle in the distance. Thanks to the efforts of the PAL team, several pirate ships were already taking on water and sinking, while others had been set ablaze by Lacey. On shore, the Bonnie pirate crew had nearly eradicated the remaining 5 knights. It seems this group cannot hold out for long. The fleet of 8 knights is crumbling under the combined assault of the Bonnie pirate crew and the Devil's Hand pirates. However, ultimately, there are still only 8 knights. Housey approached Lexington, stating confidently, removing the 5 lower-ranked knights previously vanquished by Bonnie, we have only defeated 13 knights so far, while the Kingdom of Conqueror still has 59 knights remaining. If we were to engage them all, it would be quite a challenge. Even if we can endure, our ship may not withstand it. If the remaining knights are prepared to confront us without a direct clash at sea, it would become even more troublesome. Therefore, I will chart our course, avoiding all island defenses, and head straight for the main island where King William resides. I will see Chacold confidently. In such circumstances, the true value of his way fruit would be realized. Chapter 86. The Strange Transformation of Appearance. Aboard the Triangular Blade, the pirates fell one by one under Lacey's relentless assault, while the sails blazed fiercely in the flames. Lacey brandished the Tenjiao, advancing towards the last standing Sea Angel. Angel surveyed the devastated pirate ship, gritting his teeth as he tightened his grip on the knight's spear. How can this pirate be so powerful? All of my subordinates have been effortlessly dispatched. It seems it falls upon me, Angel, the loyal knight under King William, to eliminate this detestable invader. With that, Angel raised his spear and charged fiercely at Lacey. The spear whipped up a gale, emitting an enraged howl as it aimed for Lacey's throat. However, the fierce momentum of the spear did not disturb Lacey's calm demeanor in the slightest. A pirate with a bounty of less than 50 million poses no threat before me. Angel's spear was seized by Lacey, coming to a halt midair. This fellow's spear technique is merely mediocre. I have no desire to spar with him. How could this be? My spear cannot be stopped. Angel trembled in disbelief, straining to push his spear forward, yet it remained immovable. Enough of the chatter from a mere underling. My ears are nearly callous from hearing such nonsense. Lacey stated calmly, raising the blazing spear, Tenjiao, allow me to impart a lesson. Immerse yourself fully in this experience. This is how a spear is wielded. In the blink of an eye, Tenjiao lunged forward like a fierce tiger, and before Angel could react, the flaming spear pierced through his armor, embedding deeply into his body. Have you learned? Lacey inquired with a smile. The dual agony of cutting and burning began to cloud Angel's consciousness. How could this be? Before Angel could complete his thought, Lacey snatched the knight's spear from his grasp and stabbed him again. Do not utter such incredulous nonsense. Struck by 2 spears, Angel could no longer withstand the pain, spewing a mouthful of blood as he collapsed to the ground. How dare a mere triangle exhibit such arrogance? Lacey declared, withdrawing Tenjiao as he leapt into the air. The spear aimed at the ship below, unleashing a torrent of flames. Amidst the roaring inferno, the triangular blade gradually sank. Meanwhile, Beethoven was launching an assault on a metal block aboard the 4-sided steel shield. His longsword relentlessly struck the iron block, composing a rhythmic melody. The pirates aboard the ship had already fallen, leaving only the square knight Sheldon still standing. This man resembled a square turtle, encased in armor and wielding a square shield, appearing as though he had retreated into an impenetrable iron box. The iron block bore countless sword marks from Beethoven-esque strikes, yet it remained unyielding. Oof. A mere pig dares to shatter my ultimate defense? Sheldon boasted from within the iron block. My armor and shield are forged from reinforced steel. Their performance exceeds that of ordinary steel. No one can break through it. Upon hearing this, Beethoven suddenly ceased his attack, pondering as he scratched his pig-like head. Performance exceeding that of steel? Indeed, I could give that a try. Discharge, Beethoven exclaimed, gripping the sword hilt tightly, placing the tip against the square box, instantly maximizing his unique electrical ability. Streams of electricity surged through the long sword, flooding into the box, causing Sheldon to screech uncontrollably. I'm done for. Unable to endure, Sheldon clumsily reverted from the iron box form, exposing his weaknesses entirely to Beethoven. Gentleman's blade style, electric symphony. Seizing the opportunity, Beethoven executed a swift slash, bringing the electrified Sheldon crashing to the ground. Glancing at his incapacitated foe, Beethoven elegantly sheathed his longsword, adjusting his top hat in the process. The test has been completed. The conductivity and thermal conductivity of your armor far surpass those of ordinary metals. It is indeed a remarkable material. In fact, if you were not clad in this armor, I would find it considerably easier to contend with you. With the fall of the last knight, Shelton, the pirate fleet led by 8 knights, was officially annihilated. Reese triumphed over the Horn Knight, Angel. Lexington vanquished the Rolling Knight, Bow, and Beethoven defeated the Square Knight, Shelton. Dozens of pirate ships sank into the depths of the sea due to the efforts of the Par crew, while the remaining 5 lower-ranked knights were effortlessly dispatched by Bonnie. Aside from a minor injury sustained by Lexington and varying degrees of damage to 2 ships, the Jewel Marguerite Pizza and the Blood Avenger, there were no significant losses. Shortly thereafter, the Bonnie pirate crew reunited with the members of the Devil's Hand pirate crew on the shore. Silver Thief, you certainly know how to steal the spotlight. Relying on your ability to fly, you whisked away those formidable opponents and left the scraps for me to handle, Bonnie remarked with annoyance directed at Reese. To be precise, those pirates could be classified as mere trifles. Reese scratched his head, beaming with a radiant smile. Besides, I was merely protecting the ladies. He retorted, Fool, this is a competition among pirates. You, Silver Thief, dare speak of protecting women? I'll turn you into one. Bonnie and Reese began to grapple once more, transforming into children as they rolled about on the ground. The burly members of the Bonnie pirate crew rushed forth to separate the 2 infants. There was an inexplicable sense of odd compatibility between them, as Daphne observed the girl infant furiously chastising the boy infant and tilted her head in confusion. Perhaps this is what they call a love-hate relationship? Halsey pondered aloud. Perhaps. After all, considering how Reese tirelessly allows me to thump his head on the ship, he must have some peculiar preferences, Lexington replied with a shrug. Meanwhile, Reese, enduring Bonnie's scolding, listened to the crew's conversation, feeling quite exasperated. What on earth is happening? Even Lexington is speaking such strange words. My image seems to have inadvertently transformed into something quite peculiar, and it feels impossible to revert. Chapter 87. The Pirate Alliance. In the end, Bonnie consented to temporarily establish a pirate alliance with Reese. Several shipwrights went aboard to mend the damage inflicted by the Night Brigade, while Halsey moved aside to utilize his abilities to find a direct route to the main island. The rest of the crew gathered together to deliberate on their next course of action, given that a coalition of 8 night brigades has emerged to exterminate us. It is likely that King William has already made preparations for defense on the main island, Lexington stated, producing a thick stack of bounty notices. Although, thanks to Halsey's abilities, we can evade most of the island's military forces, we cannot avoid conflicts with the top-ranking knights on the main island. King William will undoubtedly summon his most capable subordinates to his side. As he spoke, Lexington unfurled the bounty notices. Most of the 72 knights have bounties, but only 3 possess bounties exceeding 50 million. The chief knight, Paper Knight, known as Guardian of King William, has a bounty of 70 million berries, the second knight. Ruler Knight, straightforward and direct, and the third knight, Erasure Knight, elusive and enigmatic, has a bounty of 55 million berries. All three are holders of formidable abilities. The most troublesome adversaries they are about to face are King William, Queen Marie, and these three strongest knights, with so many troublesome subordinates. They are indeed far more challenging than Black, Reese remarked while gazing at the fierce faces depicted on the bounty notices. However, the presence of numerous ability users may not necessarily be a disadvantage for him. If any of their abilities are exceptionally powerful, he might have the opportunity to replicate them. Yet, his most pressing concern at the moment is the limitation imposed by the copy fruit, which can only store 3 abilities. He wonders what level of growth he must attain to accommodate more abilities. In any case, everyone must prepare themselves mentally. Even if we only need to confront the forces on the main island, we will face a fierce war. As Lexington finished briefing everyone, Housey and the shipwrights concluded their work and returned to the group. I have already charted the sailing route, and if there are no other issues, we shall set sail now, Housey announced as he approached Reese. Reese nodded slightly, turning his gaze towards the shipwright of the pirate crew. Captain Reese, the Blood Avenger has been repaired. Additionally, we have restored another enemy ship that was only slightly damaged for use as the new par. The shipwright of the pirate crew reported with vigor. Due to frequently being pursued to the point of abandoning ships, they typically had to change vessels every week, and each pirate ship was hastily salvaged, all named par. This practice has honed the shipwright skills to an extraordinary level, allowing them to repair ships at an astonishing pace. Rash nodded approvingly. Well done, well done. These lads have great potential. However, it is somewhat embarrassing that the subordinate pirate crew has shipwrights while my own crew does not. We cannot keep relying on the pars to repair our ships, and Daphne and the others have only mediocre shipbuilding skills. It seems I must urgently find a shipwright for my crew. Captain, our ship is in terrible condition. It is unlikely to last much longer at sea. Daphne said to Reese, somewhat helplessly. We need to find a new ship, as well as a shipwright, chef, and doctor. We are still lacking many essential crew members. Bonnie listened to Reese and Daphne's conversation, feeling equally exasperated. What kind of people are these? They have just defeated a major power in the South Seas. Yet there are only 4 people and 1 pig, including the captain. They have only recently recruited a subordinate force, yet the ship lacks a shipwright, chef, and doctor. It sounds incredibly unreliable. Can I really form a pirate alliance with these people? Ahem. We can discuss all these matters later. First, we need to deal with King William, Reese said, awkwardly clearing his throat before quickly turning to walk towards the Blood Avenger. Sigh, the captain always says he will recruit people soon, yet after so long. He has only managed to recruit a pig, Housey said, looking at Beethoven with exasperation. A musician, swordsman, and pet are not exactly urgent positions. Rude fellow, do not look down upon pigs, Beethoven exclaimed confidently, patting his chest. This pig is quite strong. Before long, the prepared pirate alliance set sail once more. Under Housey's guidance, 3 pirate ships navigated toward the distant sea. The rousing music played by Beethoven invigorated the pirates, instilling them with enthusiasm and fighting spirit. This time, they had but one objective, the ultimate island, the main island where King William resided, located at the heart of the Conquer Kingdom. Silver Thief, remember this well. After we defeat King William, we will be enemies, and I will certainly take you down. Bonnie raised her fist till Tissu at the bow of the ship. No problem. I will accompany you in battle next time. Lesu responded with a radiant smile. Indeed, Bonnie was as crude as Ahuja had described. However, her crew was quite honest and had already formed a bond with Hausu and the others. If this continues, it might be possible for me to recruit Bonnie into my crew. Unfortunately, her appetite is quite large. With Bonnie and Dafu, if I frequently utilize the Sui Sui Goshu in combat, I would have 3 gluttons on board. Without a skilled chef, it would be quite overwhelming. It seems that the devil fruits indeed come with significant limitations. Lesu muttered to himself while standing at the bow. Although the Sui Sui Goshu is powerful, it demands an immense amount of energy. The greater the age change one attempts on a strong individual, the more stamina it requires. Hence, Bunny can eat so much without gaining weight. It is unrealistic for me to wish to use this fruit freely in battle. Aside from the soy, guoshi, other devil fruits likely possess various constraints as well. For me, it is not merely the strength of the fruit that allows for casual usage. To a large extent, mastery of the fruit requires the user to possess a considerable amount of skill to unleash its true potential. For instance, the shosu guoshi is both costly and formidable. But if someone without medical knowledge were to wield it, they would likely fail to match the prowess of Awe. To effectively utilize its abilities in the future, perhaps I should first brush up on my knowledge of mechanics and electromagnetism. Lei Su pondered with a slight headache. The Fuzhi Guoshi holds infinite possibilities, yet it demands a very high level of expertise from its user. To face the challenges ahead, I must double my efforts. Chapter 88. The calm before the storm were they defeated? The joint fleet formed Bungur and his comrades. In the Grand Plaza of Angkor Wanga's main island, King Lin listened to Jia Lun's report from his throne. Yes, we lost contact with them not long ago. All attempts to reach Angkor, Bo, and Shere Dun have failed. It seems their situation is dire, Jia Lulin reported honestly. Hearing this, King Lin furrowed his brow and tightened his grip on the hilt of his golden sword. Although he had mentally prepared himself for their potential defeat, whenever requested to engage in battle, he did not expect such a swift and complete annihilation, leaving no chance for retreat. It appears that the Mooshu Heitan and Heitan are far stronger than I had anticipated. I must not underestimate them. Angke Lei Solosu and Bu Lai Ke, those fools, faced dire consequences for underestimating the newcomers. I must not follow in their footsteps. What should I be wary of concerning the Mooshu Heitan? King Weilan inquired of Jia Lulin. According to our previous investigations, the Mooshu Heitan consists of 5 members and is classified as an elite pirate crew, with each member possessing officer-level strength. The captain, Aili Kuadozulesu, has a bounty of 100 million baili and is a user of the Fuzhi Guoshi. He seems to have replicated Bulaiku S Meitan Guoshi and Kurisu Peitur S Bodong Guoshi. The first mate, Laiku Xingdun Jiasu Tisu, has a bounty of 50 million bi, formerly a Navy lieutenant, proficient in the Veusher and trained at Marine headquarters in Mfandoa. The crew also includes the guardian of Sri Wayinda, Bai Duafun, and the notorious bounty hunter Laiturahao, who has hunted several pirate crews in just a few days. In addition to these 4, there is a helmsman whose true abilities remain unknown, but he seems to possess exceptional steering skills. None of the 5 have been described as capable of using hockey. Jia Lulin reported to King Weilan, referencing their earlier findings on the Mooshu Heitan. After listening to Jia Lulin's introduction, King Weilan nodded slightly. An elite pirate crew? Such characters are, in some respects, more troublesome. I must pay special attention to the fact that Captain Lei Su is a user of the Fuzhi Guoshi. It is imperative that I personally ensure he is separated from the likes of Bali and Lin, who are also fruit users, at all costs. I am well aware of Bun's situation. Most of the crew members do not pose a significant threat. The main concern lies with their captain, Chala Li, the daughter of my old rival, Plo Dasheng, who requires my utmost caution. Notify the garrison stationed on each island to abandon all islands except the main island and return to the capital for defense. After some contemplation, King Weilan instructed Jia Lulin. My king, are you referring to all the garrisons? Jia Lulin asked, somewhat surprised. This decision seems rather sudden. The previous withdrawal of the top 10 knights to defend the main island has already strained the kingdom's operations. If we now recall all the knights, it is likely to incite unrest. Given how swiftly Mur and his crew were eliminated, if the other knight brigades encounter them directly, they stand no chance. Whether Li Su and Boni choose to annihilate our station forces or circumvent them, it is futile for us to divide our troops outside. It would be far better to concentrate our strength and confront them head-on the main island. King Lin declared with a cold smile. These youngsters are naive to think they can challenge me, as long as I remain vigilant and do not underestimate them. These fledgling pirate crews cannot hope to overcome the might of the Conqueror Jin. Understood. I will proceed as you command. Jia Lulin bowed to King Lin before departing from the royal platform. King Lin gazed down at the thousands of troops below, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Even if every member of the Bloodbath could take on 100 foes, my knights vastly outnumber them and possess far superior strength. Come on, May. I shall await your arrival with the full power of an entire kingdom at my disposal. In the waters of Ongo, a tranquil scene prevailed. Approaching evening, the sky gradually dimmed. Leisu stood at the bow of Shieser Fuchogerhul, feeling the gentle sea breeze while gazing out at the ocean. For some reason, he was plagued by an ominous premonition. What kind of trial awaited them on the main island? Upon reflection, he realized he had naively assumed that King An was akin to overly arrogant, inflated, and lacking wisdom. Yet, as the ruler of a vast kingdom commanding countless warriors, might he not be more cunning and cautious than I imagined? Never mind, I must not dwell on such thoughts. Leisu shook his head vigorously, banishing the chaotic musings from his mind. Overthinking will not lead one to become a ruler of the seas. The path for an ordinary pirate to ascend to kingship in this world is fraught with peril. One must survive through numerous life and death situations to gradually reach the pinnacle. If one retreats out of fear, it would be tantamount to being discarded by the sea itself. Having arrived at this juncture, there remains but one course of action for me: to employ every conceivable means to unseat Wang Weilian from his throne, using him as a stepping stone for my own advancement. Although strategy holds great significance, it appears that this vast sea unexpectedly favors the foolish, as Lei Si commented wryly. Meanwhile, aboard the Zhubao Magulite Pizza, Bonnie, after completing her 5th meal of the day, sat on the deck, lost in a sea of idle thoughts. Upon reflection, it seemed that Eric Lacey was not as perverse as the rumor suggested. Finding her reaction to be surprisingly normal left her somewhat bewildered. Whether it was an act or a misrepresentation by the newspapers remained uncertain. Regardless, it mattered little. He was merely a tool in my grand scheme. My objective has always been to drag that treacherous Wang Weilian, who sought to harm my father, down from his throne. With this thought, Bonnie felt a vain throb on her forehead. She vividly recalled the underhanded tactics Wang Weilian employed in his bid to compete for the title of Shichibukai. If her father lacked the time to settle accounts with this scoundrel, then it was her duty as his daughter to take up the mantle. The 3 pirate ships sailed quietly towards the final battleground. At their current speed, they would reach the main island by dawn. The members of the MO Show pirate crew and the Boney pirate crew began to conserve their energy, preparing for the imminent battle. Lacey also left the bow of the ship and retreated to his cabin to rest. Upon awakening the next morning, he would be ready to face Wang Weilian in their decisive showdown. Chapter 89. A dazzling method of landing as dawn broke. The 59 assembled knights, each leading their own squadrons, fortified the main island with impenetrable defenses. A force of 30,000 soldiers and numerous pirate vessels secured all the ports. At that moment, this island, the heart of the Conqueror Kingdom, was as fortified as a citadel. In the early morning, a thick fog enveloped the sea. The 3 pirate ships cut through the mist, slowly making their way towards the island. Something felt amiss as the blood-red Avenger drew closer to the main island. Beethoven suddenly twitched his ears, now nearly able to discern the sounds of activity on the island. It seemed they would be facing a considerable force. Given the circumstances, there was no need to overly concern themselves with the enemy's numbers. Holding his fiery lance, Lacey, standing at the bow, strained to observe the situation ahead. The battle had reached a critical point. It was no longer a matter of choice. Even with the disparity in forces, they had to engage in combat. Ultimately, the crux of the battle lay in whether they could defeat Wang Weilian. If they succeeded in vanquishing this ruler of the Conqueror Kingdom, his forces would crumble without further effort. Behind Lacey, Lexington furrowed his brow, surveying the scene. The fog was particularly dense today, severely hindering their visibility. Even Lexington's sharp golden eyes struggled to penetrate the mist. Of course, such thick fog had its pros and cons. While they could not see the enemy, neither could the enemy see them. This meant that the opposing forces would be unable to pinpoint their location at sea, thus avoiding the encirclement by a massive fleet. "Hey, Silver Thief, must you dawdle so?" came Boney's voice from the Zhubao Magulite Pizza. Indeed, at this point, there was no choice but to engage in a full frontal assault. Lacey nodded, determination etched across his face. Dafu, full speed ahead on the blood-red Avenger. Once we land on the island, you and Pal will remain behind to engage the pirate fleet. If you can hold back part of their forces, that would be ideal. Lexington added, Housey, Beethoven, and the rest of Boney's crew. Our mission is to clear any obstacles for our two captains and escort them to Wong Walian and Queen Mary. With that, the three pirate ships surged forward, swiftly emerging from the fog to face the main island head-on. At that moment, the vanguard of the Conqueror Kingdom met the Pirate Alliance head-on. Several knights led their troops to block the coast, their eyes glinting with murderous intent, fixating on the intruders aboard the three pirate ships. Fire! Commanded Soda C, the fourth serrated knight, raising his serrated blade, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. They actually dared to use the fog as cover to approach the shore? Despicable scoundrels! The fifth-line knight, Ryan, snorted coldly, swinging his saw. In an instant, a torrent of pirate knights, wielding weapons, charged forward, blocking the entire port. The enemy's numbers exceeded expectations. Lexington's expression grew grave. At the port alone, nearly 10 knights were stationed to guard it. Did this mean that Wong Walian had mobilized all his forces to the main island? What a cunning fellow. Dafu, it's up to you to handle the ship. The warriors for the landing battle will board Pal's vessel. As Lacey spoke, he waved his hand toward the sky. A tremendous wave of energy instantly intercepting the cannonballs raining down from above. Back! Lacey roared, thrusting his arm forward with all his might, sending countless cannonballs ricocheting back, obliterating the first wave of pirate ships approaching them. After intercepting a barrage of cannon fire, Lacey leaped onto the Pal. At that moment, Lexington, Housey, Beethoven, and all but the helmsman of Boney's crew had already boarded the Pal. Meanwhile, Pal's crew plunged into the sea, preparing to ambush the enemy ships from below. Captain, I'll take both ships for now, Dafu declared, straining to steer the helm as the blood-red Avenger twisted through the waves, retreating into the thick fog. The Zhubao Magulite Pizza was now connected to the rear of the blood-red Avenger by a massive iron chain. The two vessels united under Dafu's command, with Boney's helmsman as co-pilot. Utilizing today's fog, these two pirate ships would serve as bait to draw enemy fire. Understood, everyone hold on tight. Lacey instructed, harnessing his wave powers to leap to the rear of the Pal, his hands dipping into the sea below. The ocean roared. The powers of the wave fruit surged forth, creating astonishing ripples across the waters. Enormous waves, propelled by deft maneuvers, lifted the Pal skyward, soaring towards the distant shore. The crew aboard were momentarily startled by the sudden rise of the ship, their screams echoing in a cacophony. Everyone clutched the ship's railing, helm, and mast, ensuring they did not fly off the Pal. This silver thief is utterly reckless. Boney shouted in fury at Lacey while airborne. On the shore, Soda C, Ryan, and the 10 knights, along with hundreds of soldiers, were equally astonished by this audacious maneuver. What on earth was this operation of hurling the ship towards the shore? This Eric Lacey was truly terrifying. Quickly, everyone step aside. As the sailboat hurtled through the sky with astonishing speed, Ryan sensed an imminent threat and quickly led his subordinates in a strategic retreat. Just a mere vessel. I shall cleave it in twain. Meanwhile, Sotu, gritting his teeth, raised a massive saw and chose to confront the Pal ship head-on. This is bad. In the rear, Reese, manipulating the direction of the Pal ship with the power of the wave fruit, soon realized the gravity of the situation. It seemed that controlling an entire ship was far more challenging than he had anticipated. Suddenly, the bow of the Pal ship plunged downward, the vessel flipping upside down with its stern pointing skyward. Amidst piercing screams, the crew aboard was hurled into the air like beans spilled from a pot, cascading towards the beach at the harbor. Boom! The upright bow of the Pal ship collided violently with Sodu, who was attempting to intercept this insignificant vessel. The tremendous force accompanied by wave energy crushing him and his saw into the ground. The challenge posed by the sawtooth line against the wave line ended before it even began. The Pal ship, which should have landed directly, performed an unexpected role in the air due to the residual wave energy, careening towards the pirate knights who had narrowly escaped the crushing impact of the sailboat. With a series of anguished cries, the PAL ship skidded along the shore, scattering a large contingent of knights into disarray. Rhys stood dumbfounded, observing the chaos on the beach, unsure of how to proceed. He had initially intended to execute a grand landing, using the power of the wave fruit to gently guide the ship ashore. It appeared he had overestimated his control. Now, half of the forces on the beach, along with several knights, had been eliminated by his own ship. Perhaps this outcome was not entirely unfavorable. The members of the Magic Hand Pirate crew and the Bonnie Pirate crew, who had landed on the beach relatively unscathed, gradually rose to their feet. It seemed the captain's grand boarding strategy had failed. Hauser commented dryly, utterly speechless. Such a lack of gallantry. Beethoven grumbled, brushing the sand off his attire. Meanwhile, Bonnie, covered in sand and in a state of disarray, trembled with rage, her fury igniting. Damn, that silver thief. Is he attempting to murder them? She vowed to take down that wretched individual sooner or later. Chapter 90. The overbearing conqueror's hockey. Those little brats arrived rather swiftly. On the royal platform of the training square, King William scoffed upon hearing the commotion from afar. Quite the ruckus they VE stirred. Beside him, Garolin, having confirmed intelligence from the port, swiftly ascended the royal platform and knelt before King William. My king, intelligence from the front lines indicates that the Magic Hand Pirate crew and the Bonnie Pirate crew have all landed at the western port for battle. Upon verification, there appears to be no division of forces. After hearing Garolin's report, King William threw back his head and let out a thunderous laugh, then grasped his golden sword. Rising to his full, imposing stature, Queen Mary, standing nearby, joined in with her sharp laughter, brandishing her scythe as she rose alongside the king. Excellent. It seems they do not intend to employ trickery. They wish to confront me directly? As King William spoke, he began to stride towards the edge of the royal platform. Boom! With a resounding crash, the towering figure of King William, 7 meters tall and weighing several tons, leaped from the royal platform, landing heavily in the central square, creating a massive crater from the force of his impact. The overwhelming aura of intimidation made the assembled guard troops collectively gasp in awe, instinctively retreating several steps. King William brandished his colossal sword, facing the main entrance of the palace. This should be the route that Rhys and his companions will take. My king, what shall we do? Garolin inquired, following King William's descent from the royal platform, his body floating gracefully as if made of paper before gently touching down to the ground. Deploy all available forces to the western port. Those brutes wish to engage in a direct battle with me? Then let it be as they desire. With that, King William began to move, making his way towards the outskirts of the city. Mary, Garolin, Ruler, and Irizal, you four shall remain in the palace. I will take responsibility for dealing with Eric Rhys, while you can seek opportunities to eliminate Bonnie and Lexington's officers. Remember, you four are all users of abilities. Do not engage with Rhys, the one who has consumed the copy fruit. Obey the king's command. At the western port, the Bonnie-Rhys Pirate Alliance, having regrouped, commenced their advance towards the palace deep within the island. Countless knight troops surged forth like a tidal wave towards them. The enemy's numbers must exceed 10,000. Lexington remarked as he continued to fell the throngs of advancing foes. Since earlier, he had begun counting. At present, there were already over 20 or 30 knights visibly confronting them. This island had evidently become a gathering point for the majority of King William's forces from the Kingdom of Conqueror. Even several of the top 10 knights had appeared on the battlefield, including the Son Knight Sotu, who had somehow returned to the fray after being crushed into the ground by Rhys' ship. These top-ranking knights were formidable, although they did not constitute true adversaries. The sheer number of enemies still posed a considerable challenge for Rhys, Bonnie, and Lexington. Hauser struggled to find a swift route to the royal city using his abilities. There was no other choice. The enemies were densely packed, leaving no openings. Every path was equally obstructed. Damn it! We cannot squander time and energy battling this endless horde of troops, Rhys exclaimed, unleashing a wave that sent a multitude of foes flying before him. These adversaries posed little threat to him, yet they significantly drained his stamina. If they continued this way to the palace, facing King William in a less than optimal state would drastically reduce their chances of victory. Bonnie, too, abandoned her attempts to use her abilities to transform foes into children, opting instead to rely on her fists and feet to knock down the oncoming attackers. There was simply no other option. The enemy numbers were overwhelming, and if she transformed each one into a child, she would likely starve before reaching the palace. If it were just the two of us, we could probably fly directly to the royal city, Lexington said, cleaving through 8 or 9 knights in his path as he spoke to Rhys. While few knights possessed the ability to fly, there was no shortage of aerial weaponry, and the advanced technology of the South Sea had developed numerous devices that effectively restricted airborne adversaries. Therefore, transporting others while flying was improbable. But if it were just the two of them unencumbered, it would not pose much of an issue. No, King William, Queen Mary, and the top 3 knights have yet to reveal themselves. The true threats are likely concentrated within the royal city. If we were to go alone, we could not possibly defeat them all. Rhys shook his head in resignation. Moreover, if he and Lexington left, the absence of 2 main forces would make it even less likely for the others to breach the enemy lines to reach the palace. Indeed, I recently used my abilities to locate the positions of the 5 enemy commanders, and they are indeed all within the palace. Hauser pondered for a moment before speaking. Rhys and Lexington found themselves in a dire situation, outnumbered 2 to 5, struggling against the relentless tide of enemy forces. Frustration surged through Rhys as he caught sight of King William, so close yet so far. Gritting his teeth, he accelerated the sweeping motion of his spear, sending waves of adversaries flying. Yet, his attacks remained insufficiently swift. Employing the powers of the wave fruit or the coal fruit for a wide-scale assault would deplete his stamina far too quickly. How could he be hindered by mere foot soldiers? Such a scenario was unacceptable. Even in defeat, he envisioned himself falling beneath the blade of King William. Eric Rhys, do not struggle. With your meager numbers, you cannot hope to defeat the grand army of the Cankle Kingdom. Sotusi laughed heartily, swinging a massive saw toward Rhys. Our King William is the true ruler of these seas. You are but foolish ants lost in dreams. Enraged by Sotusi's taunts, Rhys deftly sidestepped the descending saw, retaliating with a powerful punch that cleaved the iron blade in 2. What? My weapon? Sotusi exclaimed in disbelief, retreating as he stared at the shattered remnants in his hand. You insignificant wretch! You lack the right to impede me. Black coal! With a thunderous roar, Rhys's clenched fist transformed into an impenetrable mass of coal, engulfed in fierce flames. As it struck Sotusi squarely in the abdomen, the impact sent Sotusi flying backward, his stomach concaving, eyes rolling back, as he spat a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. What? Lord Sotusi has been felled in just 2 blows. He is our 4th knight. Sotusi's sudden downfall sent shockwaves through the pirates, who hesitated in their advance. Rhys seized the moment, stepping forward, gripping Amaterasu with determination, his silver brows furrowed, eyes radiating terror. His cloak adorned with pirate insignia and his long black hair billowed in the wind. At that instant, Rhys felt an overwhelming aura surging from his chest, uncontrollably spilling forth. This astonishing presence surged toward the stunned pirate legion, causing countless enemies to collapse, frothing at the mouth. The 8th Seat Knight, Plowin, and the 9th Seat Knight, Cubo, who were attacking Lexington, exposed vulnerabilities and were swiftly struck down by Lexington's precise thrusts. Hundreds of adversaries inexplicably lost their fighting spirit, bringing their entire offensive to a halt. Halsey's lips curled into a faint smile as several arrows soared forth, catching the unsuspecting leading knights off guard. Everyone, I have found the path. Chapter 91. The elusive Irazel was that the manifestation of Conqueror's Haki? Lexington was momentarily taken aback by the sudden eruption of Rhys's aura. Although he had never witnessed the release of Conqueror's Haki firsthand, he had studied the characteristics of the 3 types of Haki in naval theory classes. He never anticipated that Rhys would awaken such a rare and regal power in the heat of battle today. What a fitting quality for a captain. This silver pirate has truly astonished me. Beside him, Bonnie also gazed in awe at Reese's unleashed haki, her eyes widening in disbelief. The non-knight troops before them had all succumbed to unconsciousness. Undeniably, this was the skill of Conqueror's haki, as her father had once described. How could a mere pirate possess the qualifications of a king? It was infuriating. Meanwhile, Reese, having just released the Conqueror's haki, stared at the multitude of fallen foes in astonishment. Could it be that he too possessed the qualities of a king? Captain, the enemy forces in front have temporarily scattered. I have found a quick route to the palace. We must charge forward before they regroup. Halsey exclaimed, quickly moving to the forefront of the allied forces, pointing toward the path revealed by the fruit of guidance. With renewed vigor, they pressed forward, launching an assault on the stunned remnants of the pirate forces. Outside the palace, King William sensed the sudden surge of formidable energy from a distance, furrowing his brow. How could such overwhelming power arise so suddenly? Could it be, as this thought crossed his mind, King William tightened his grip on the sword's hilt? The rarest of the three haki types, the Conqueror's haki, which even he did not possess. A mere fledgling pirate could comprehend such a skill. He pondered whether it was Reese or Bonnie. Regardless, it seemed imperative to eliminate this group before they could escalate their power further. King William contacted Galoran within the castle. They are nearing the royal forest. Prepare Irazel. Ensure that Eric Reese does not come into contact. Seizing the moment while the enemy was still in disarray, Reese and the Bonnie alliance breached the pirate force's defenses. The pirates, realizing the situation, attempted to pursue but were intercepted by Bonnie's crew, led by the burly pirate. Captain, leave these scoundrels to us. The burly pirate shouted, brandishing his fists. You continue ahead. With Bonnie's crew holding back the pursuers, Reese, Bonnie, Lexington, Halsey, and Beethoven surged forward at their utmost speed, racing to reach the royal city before more troops encircled them. Hey, Silver Pirate, unleash that haki once more. As the enemy forces began to regroup in the plain before them, and reinforcements approached from the left, Bonnie frowned and turned to Reese. It's not something I can simply summon at will. Reese replied, straining to muster his energy, but to no avail, shaking his head in defeat. His Conqueror's haki had only just awakened. It was not so easily controlled. Beside them, Beethoven grunted, accelerating forward to intercept the encroaching forces from the left. Captain, I'll hold them off here. You all keep going. With that, Beethoven transformed into a boar, charging through the unformed pirate ranks with fierce determination. Taking advantage of the brief respite, Reese, Bonnie, Lexington, and Halsey pressed on, drawing ever closer to the royal city. Once they traversed the forest ahead, they would reach the location of King William. Be cautious. I sensed the presence of a devil fruit user. Upon entering the thicket, Reese's silver brows knitted in concern. It seemed a powerful officer was poised to ambush them within the woods. Were they targeting him? However, this energy differs significantly from that encountered with previous abilities. Why is it so elusive and unpredictable? Watch out to the left. Azitho suddenly sensed the presence of the devil fruit energy on his left side. He swiftly turned and shouted at Alsa, engrossed in confirming his path forward with his abilities. Halsu failed to react in time and was abruptly yanked away from the group by a hand that appeared from the left. Halsu, what's wrong? Lai Kuroshing called out anxiously. As he struggled to free himself from the grip of that hand, he shouted back to the outside, I'm fine. Leave the enemy here to me. With Halsu's reassurance, Leisu and the others dared not linger any longer and hurried onward to the final battlefield ahead. Meanwhile, Halsu, left in the woods and pulled into a small clearing by the enemy, wore a serious expression as he cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Why did a hand suddenly attack me? Just a hand? What is going on? Moreover, that hand has vanished now. Suddenly, feeling a chill where the hand had grasped him, Halsu looked down at his clothes. When did this happen? A handprint-shaped void has appeared on my clothing. It's as if that piece of fabric has simply vanished. Was it erased? Soon. Halsu recovered from his astonishment. If that's the case, the enemy's identity becomes clear. The third-ranked Irizel of the Conquil Kingdom Erasure Knights. He is the Eraser Man who consumed the Chaoyunqi Ta Ta Guoshi. His ability allows him to erase any object his hands touch, but he cannot erase any living being aside from himself. The erased object can be restored at the will of the ability user. Did he erase himself to approach me and then reappear to attack? Haosu muttered to himself, tightening his grip on Xingshi and pulling back the bowstring. This is the elusive Arizel. His ability poses a serious threat to me. Anything erased and permanently removed from this world cannot be located by the Devil Fruit users. This means that if he gets close to me, I won't even be able to sense his position. This is deadly for a sniper who excels in long-range combat. You guessed correctly. Just as Haosu was looking around anxiously, a figure suddenly materialized above him. The fierce visage of his opponent loomed directly in front of his eyes. Arizel, clad in a helmet resembling an eraser and towering in stature, grinned wickedly as he launched a sudden attack on Haosu. Chapter 92. The Appearance of King William. Those little brats have arrived. On the plains outside the palace, King William, standing at the forefront of his army and waiting for some time, suddenly revealed a terrifying smile. His colossal form began to move forward. It was time to welcome the warriors who had arrived here. In the woods, after Haosu had thwarted Arizel Vito, encountered no further enemies on the remaining path. They had reached the end of the dense forest. Observing the light that appeared ahead, Lu's face glowed with fighting spirit. Hey, Silver Thief, you think you can claim King William's head? I won't let you succeed. Not willing to be outdone, Bunny hastened to keep pace with him. Watching the two captains compete ahead, Lai Koshin shook his head helplessly. What a pair of adversarial companions. Just as the three were about 100 meters from breaking through the trees, Leisu sensed something amiss. A gigantic shadow seemed to obscure the light shining ahead. Before Leisu could react, an immense tremor shook the trees before him. Crack, crack, crack. Leisu, Bo-Ni, and Lai Kurashing-dun simultaneously halted, their pupils dilating. A piercing sound of air being sliced echoed in front of them. A massive flying slash swept through, severing all the trees in its path and charging with a fierce killing intent. The chopped trees flew into the air, and with the obstacles removed, Leisu finally glimpsed the true form of the gigantic shadow outside the forest. Standing over 7 meters tall, with a robust and imposing physique. A fearsome face adorned with a bushy beard, draped in a magnificent robe, and crowned with gold, he wielded an extraordinarily large golden sword. There was no doubt that this sword was the source of the colossal slash. It was King William. Dodge! Leisu shouted, swinging his right hand to create a wave that pushed Bunny aside, while Lekashidun quickly leaped into the air. In that moment, Leisu, who was cornered by the gigantic slash and unable to evade, activated the elemental transformation of the coal fruit at lightning speed. Boom! The immense slash narrowly passed through his split coal body, severing a swath of trees before finally coming to a halt. As Leisu restored his form, he looked up, drenched in cold sweat, at the grinning giant before him. Is this guy really King William? No wonder he is a hybrid of human and giant. He towers over black, and his build is terrifying with height, width, and thickness in almost perfect proportions. Aili Kuadozu Leisu. King William's thunderous voice reverberated, causing Leisu's eardrums to ache. The giant body charged toward Leisu like a tank. The overwhelming force from his opponent made Leisu hesitant to confront the attack head-on, forcing him to swiftly sidestep. King William charged past Leisu's side, and with his golden sword, Judge Valius, he shattered a massive rock into pieces. Before Leisu could regain his bearings, King William quickly turned back and launched another attack. This guy, what raw power! Bo-Ni watched in disbelief as King William relentlessly bombarded Leisu, pushing him closer to the edge of the woods. This is far more terrifying than I imagined. Is this guy's bounty really only over 100 million? A pirate with over 100 million bounty shouldn't possess such terrifying brute strength. Captain, seeing Leisu being relentlessly pursued by King William, Lai Kuashing-dun sensed the dire situation and hurriedly prepared to dive down from the air to assist. However, just as he was about to spring into action, a figure suddenly darted into the air from ahead, swaying as it approached him in an instant. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept by, and Lai Kuashing-dun instinctively dodged backwards. Nevertheless, a thin and sharp object grazed his cheek, leaving a painful gash. Who are you? Lai Kuashing-dun's expression turned serious, his right hand tightening around the golden axe, Shuja. The figure before him was a pale man clad in light armor, hovering in midair. His piercing gaze made Lai Shingduan feel that he was not friendly. Steel Finger Major, you'd best refrain from interfering in the battle between captains. The man sneered as he assumed a combat stance. From the Konkal Kingdom, I am the Chief Paper Knight. Jia Luolin, allow me to be your opponent. Below, King William's relentless onslaught forced Lu to dodge left and right, barely evading the dangerously sharp edge of the gigantic sword. Before, Defu had mentioned to him that Wang Wei Lian possessed both armed color and observation color hockey. Thus, he refrained from casually employing his natural abilities to nullify his opponent's strikes. Wang Ji Wei Shi. The right arm of Wang Wei Lian bulged with veins and rippling muscles. Wielding the heavy golden sword Jiaowei you see, he swung it fiercely towards Lei Si. The terrifying blow, approaching at a rapid pace, left Lei Si no time to evade. He could only brace himself with the flame spear held horizontally before him, enduring the tremendous impact. Bang! The two formidable weapons clashed violently, the sheer force propelling Lei Si off the ground, soaring towards the distant palace. How could that silver thief falter so quickly? How infuriating! I must step in. Observing Lei Si being sent flying by a single strike, Boney furrowed her brow and dashed towards Wang Wei Lian. She had originally planned to exploit the distraction Lei Si created to find his flaw and transform him into a child. Little did she expect Lei Si to be so inept, crumbling so swiftly. Sensing Boney charging from behind through observation color, Wang Wei Lian snorted coldly, pivoting and raising his colossal sword to face her. Upon seeing the giant sword swung in her direction, Boney quickly activated the ability of her Sway Fruit, transforming herself into a childess form. With her petite and agile body, she pressed her left hand against the golden sword, using it to leap upward, her right hand reaching out to touch Wang Wei Lian's body. Humph. Do you think this king is unaware of your abilities? Wang Wei Lian's enormous form erupted with astonishing speed, retreating several paces and causing Boney's ambush to miss entirely. How infuriating! Failing in her attack, Boney swiftly turned, determined to strike Wang Wei Lian once more. This villain, who once plotted to harm her father, would not be spared. I have no time to indulge your antics. Bartholomew's daughter. Wang Wei Lian sidestepped Boney's assault, seizing her right leg with his left hand and slamming her down heavily onto the ground, creating a massive crater. Quickly emerging from the earth after shrinking, Boney wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and resumed her battle stance. Yet, Wang Wei Lian was nowhere to be seen. Instead, a towering woman clad in a red dress wielding a scythe appeared. Mali, this little brat is your responsibility. While instructing Queen Mali, Wang Wei Lian hastened towards the city where Lei Si had been sent crashing. His quarry had always been Lei Si, the user of the copy fruit. He could not leave him to be dealt with by Ma Li and the others. Chapter 93. The King and the Queen. The sheer brute force of Wang Wei Lian is terrifying. Within the kingdom, Lei Si, propelled by Wang Wei Lian's sword, crashed through several walls before finally halting, though he sustained no injuries due to the capabilities of the coal fruit. The previous exchange had already made Lei Si acutely aware of Wang Wei Lian's dreadfulness. The formidable swordsman, part human and part giant, wielded an extraordinary physical strength complemented by armed color hockey. It is no wonder that this individual could dominate the South Sea, being neither a fruit user nor cyborg. One annoyance, these fellows have returned to trouble me. Emerging from the rubble, soldiers stationed within the palace suddenly charged forth, obstructing Lei Si's path. In a moment of desperation, his untrained conqueror's hockey was unleashed. Under the indiscriminate assault of this overwhelming hockey, the guards fell to the ground, frothing at the mouth. At the palace gates, the immense silhouette of Wang Wei Lian reappeared. So you possess the conqueror's hockey. You have quite the potential. Wang Wei Lian brandished his golden sword, sweeping it across the sky, emitting a menacing hum that instilled fear. Unfortunately, you still lack control over your hockey. A fledgling like you in the nascent stage is not much different from those challengers without conqueror's hockey. Should you dare to strike at this king, I believe you are well aware of the consequences. Lacey inhaled deeply, tightening his grip on the flame spear, readying himself for battle. It was time for a serious confrontation. At present, Wang Weilian's strength appeared to surpass even that of Black, and typically, those who are not fruit users possess no discernible weaknesses. He would have to give it his all to stand a chance. I have come here to claim your head as a stepping stone toward my advancement. A fierce smile filled with combat spirit graced Lei Ci's face, his eyes unwavering as they locked onto Wang Weilian. The flame spear Tenjia soaring through the air, igniting a circle of flames around him. The possessor of Conqueror's Haki certainly has a commendable aura, Wang Weilian proclaimed, raising Jiao while you see high, enveloped in armed color Haki, aiming for Lei Ci's crown. That long spear in your hand must also be a renowned artifact from the 21 Great Works, yes? Let's compare it with my Jiao while you see. The giant sword came crashing down, while Lei Ci unleashed the power of his waves, the spear ablaze, meeting it at an oddly acute angle. The ability of the wave fruit allowed him to execute unpredictable strikes, and the undulating trajectory was exceptionally suitable for dissipating force. If he could effectively combine the powers of the coal fruit and the wave fruit, defeating Wang Weilian was not beyond reach. Tenjia and Jiao while you see collided midair, the tremendous impact resonating throughout the entire royal city. How dare this Wang Weilian disregard me? Feeling the commotion of battle from within the distant palace, Boni gnashed her teeth in anger. Does he see me as insignificant? How outrageous! Little girl, you should not be distracted when dealing with me. The bloodthirsty Queen Ma Lilida chuckled softly, raising her gigantic scythe, taller than herself, and charged at Boni. Boni hastily sidestepped, evading the ferocious scythe, and began searching for an opportunity to get close enough to touch Molly. This formidable woman, much like Wang Weilian, was not to be approached head-on. Once she transformed her into a child or an elderly woman, she could deal with her at her leisure. Little mouse, you are quite nimble. Molly continuously swung her lengthy scythe, observing the agile Boni darting about with a cold smirk. You wish to close in and use your ability to shrink me, do you? Unfortunately, I will not allow that. As she spoke, the color of Ma Li's body began to shift. Before Boni's astonished gaze, Molly transformed from head to toe into a vibrant green. As her body turned green, Molly's attack speed suddenly escalated dramatically. The speed of the scythe's descent was nearly double that of before. Within mere exchanges, Boni found herself marked with several wounds from Molly's scythe, and quickly shrank to evade being cleaved in half. Yet the 3-meter-tall woman, now entirely green and wielding a scythe, approached with astonishing speed. Caught off guard by the rapid onslaught, Boni hastily picked up a dropped sword from the ground, bracing herself against Molly's fierce attacks. After the change in her body color, her speed had increased. Is this the power of a devil fruit? I am the user of the superhuman type, Kai fruit, a color-changing person, Molly declared with a sharp laugh. I can freely alter my body's color, and each hue grants me different enhancements. Experience it well. As she spoke, Queen Molly's body transformed rapidly into a vibrant yellow hue. Her once slender arms swelled with robust muscle in an instant, and the blood-red scythe descended with tremendous force. Boom! The scythe, now imbued with several times its original strength, forced Boni to her knees, shattering the ground into a spiderweb of cracks. The sheer impact caused Boni to spit blood. This woman was certainly not easy to contend with. Meanwhile, in the sky, Lai Kexington and Jiaolin were locked in a standoff. Overlooking the two battles occurring within and around the palace, Lai Kexington furrowed his brow. The strength of King Weilian and Queen Molly exceeded his expectations by a significant margin. They had swiftly subdued both Captain Lei Ci and Captain Boni. It appeared that the situation was dire. I advise you not to divert your attention to the battle of your captains, Lai Kexington Jia Ctisi. For that is a doomed conflict. Jia Lolin, floating in the air, addressed Lai Kexington. His tone was laced with confidence. The king and queen of the Conqueror Kingdom are not adversaries that mere pirates like you could defeat. The strength of our king far surpasses a bounty of 165 million Bailey. Over the years, I have witnessed the power of the king and queen grow stronger day by day. As for you, Jalolin's gaze fixed intently on Lai Kexington, revealing a murderous intent. Allow me to deal with you. As the guardian of King Wei Lian and the most trusted chief knight of the Conqueror Kingdom, I shall not disappoint the king. Lai Kexington's brow relaxed slightly, and a hint of a smile appeared. You are correct. I need not worry about the battles of the captains. A king who cowers in the South Sea, seeking to dominate, is merely a stepping stone for our captains. My mission is to thwart you. Likewise, I shall not let Lacey down. With that, Lai Kexington leaped forward with a graceful stride, charging at Jaloalin. The two engaged in a fierce clash in the air. Thus commenced the battle between the king and queen versus the captain, the mightiest general against the mightiest general. Chapter 94. The Straightforward Rule Roar. Transforming into a wild boar, Bae-Dwuffin charged across the plains, crackling with electricity. All knights who stood in the path of the wild boar's tusks were sent flying, creating chaos on the battlefield as the pirate legion began to disband. What is wrong with this pig? Why does it move as if it is dancing with such rhythm? Seven-seat knight Pon Suaw cursed in frustration while involuntarily swaying to Bae-Dwuffin's rhythm. Lord Pon Suaw, be careful. That creature is charging at you. A nearby pirate soldier, knocked off his feet, shouted in panic, pointing at the oncoming Bae-Dwuffin. A mere pig. Pon Suaw clenched his teeth, brandishing his hexagonal knight spear to confront Bae-Dwuffin. I cannot allow this creature to continue its rampage. This boar is discharging electricity and singing, rampaging through our ranks. This cannot go on. The hexagonal spear collided violently with Bae-Dwuffin's tusks. How is it? My spear is made of wood. Your electric shocks cannot harm me. Pon Suaw taunted Bae-Dwuffin with glee. Roar! Bae-Dwuffin abruptly twisted its head, its hardened tusks snapping the wooden spear cleanly in two. While wood may not conduct electricity, it's certainly isn't durable. What? As Pon Suaw stared at the broken spear in disbelief, he was sent flying by Bae-Dwuffin's relentless charge. You damn pig! Just as Pon Suaw attempted to rise and curse Bae-Dwuffin, the rampaging wild boar charged again, stepping on his open mouth. After trampling over him, Bae-Dwuffin ignored the unconscious Pon Suaw and targeted other panicked pirates, continuing its assault. Boom, 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 boom. Bae-Dwuffin seemed to be playing an instrument, rhythmically launching pirates into the air with its tusks, filling the plains with cries of despair. Once the ferocious wild boar began its charge, none could stand in its way. On the other side, in the woods at the edge of the plains, a series of disturbances erupted. Lord Rule, please do not crash into the trees any longer. Just go around. A subordinate trailing behind the second-seat knight Rule watched anxiously as Rule barreled straight ahead, intent on demolishing any tree or rock in his path rather than taking a detour. That boar has started a concert on the plains. We must hurry to intercept it. Hearing his subordinate's urgings, Rule, small in stature with a doll-like face and wearing a horned steel helmet, abruptly halted before a massive tree. Turning around, he glared at his subordinate, clearly displeased. How can I go around? I am the straightforward Rule, a true man of principle. I only travel in straight lines and shall never veer off course. If a passionate youth takes winding paths, how can he expect to have a future? Besides, the shortest distance is a straight line. This is common knowledge even a 3-year-old would understand. Avoiding obstacles would only lengthen the journey, would it not? I cannot break my own rules. You must be new here. You should learn to be sensible. With that, Rule reached out and patted his somewhat embarrassed subordinate on the head, then turned back to face the towering tree. Observe well this detestable obstacle in my way. With a flourish of his hands, Rule's forearms transformed into 2 long rulers marked with precise measurements. It must be eliminated directly with a sweep of the rulers. The massive tree was cleaved in half. Charge! Rule shouted loudly as he continued his straight charge toward the battlefield where Bae-Dwuffin was engaged. The pirates under the command of the ruler knight cheered as they followed Rule. Truly, Lord Rule, blasting through obstacles in a straight line is faster than taking a detour. Among the crew, several strikingly beautiful yet straightforward female pirates sparkled with admiration. Lord Rule seems to possess immense energy within his slender frame. He can shatter any obstacle in his path. How I adore a true man of strength. On the plains, as Bae-Dwuffin rampaged, he suddenly halted. twitching his nose and ears, gazing towards the distant woods. There is a significant commotion. The sound appears to be footsteps, remarkably uniform and dense, with each footfall striking the ground with identical force and timing, akin to a machine. Judging by the momentum, it seems to be a formidable foe. The pirates, having been scattered by Beethoven, wept and cried out for help as they beheld the approaching dust cloud, their eyes glistening with tears of gratitude. It is Lord Rule. Lord Rule has come to save us. The crowd erupted in cheers. Beethoven quickly turned to face the oncoming, imposing rule. It was one of the strongest knights under King Wei Lian, as noted in previous intelligence. Ruler Knight Rule. The true enemy has arrived. This fellow appears to be immensely popular among the enemy forces. His mere presence has brought tears to the eyes of the entire army. Wild boar, do not be arrogant. I have arrived. Lul, with a loud shout, swung his dual rulers, tracing two ethereal, straight lines in the air that struck Beethoven. These two lines resembled iron tracks, completely sealing Beethoven's movement. How could this be? There was no way to evade. He could only move along the linear path dictated by this peculiar technique. Left with no other option to dodge the oncoming assault, Beethoven chose to charge forward directly, confronting Lul head-on. Boom! Beethoven's fangs collided forcefully with the straight rulers formed by Lul's arms. As the two lines of force dissipated, Beethoven was sent flying by Lul's strike. Having successfully knocked Beethoven away, Lul remained in place, striking a suave victory pose with his right arm raised high and straight. Oh. Truly, Lul is magnificent. Behind him, his adoring fans raised their support flags and cheered loudly. What is going on? His popularity is no less than when I was on Schwein Island. Shaking his dazed head, Beethoven stood up, clearly still dazed. His rhythm was as mechanical and monotonous as ever. He still resembled a little pig. Looking at Beethoven, who had reverted to his original form, Lul disdainfully pointed at him with his ruler and asked, "How old are you this year?" With a swift motion, Beethoven drew his dual swords, pausing for effect. "I am 18 this year." Upon hearing Beethoven's response, Lul threw his head back and laughed heartily, his body straightening in mirth. Ha. Indeed, you're just a little pig, a year younger than I. Following Lul's lead, the other pirates erupted in laughter. Beethoven retorted, "What a cheek. Just as I thought, Lul is merely a child at heart. He seems a bit naive and chatty as well. It appears your musical knowledge is lacking. Allow me to educate you." Raising his dual swords and snorting, Beethoven gazed earnestly at Lul. After their laughter subsided, Lul regained his composure, a charming smile gracing his face. "You seem rather convoluted yourself, little pig. Have you been led astray by your captain, who copied the wave fruit, or that navigator who is always lost? Let me tell you, those like Crispet from the Grela Pirates are certainly not good people. A true man must be straightforward, even if one is a bore. Allow me to correct you with a direct hit." With that, Lul's entire being radiated with markings, signifying his readiness for battle. In that moment, all the pirates on the plains ceased their skirmishes and gathered around Lul, cheering him on fervently. Meanwhile, the Bonnie pirates, having escaped combat, rallied behind Beethoven in support. This was the first time he felt overshadowed by cheers that were not as loud as those for Lul. Listening to the fervent shouts for Lul, Beethoven felt a twinge of irritation. Let him witness what charm Lul truly possesses. Chapter 95. Daff and Pal versus. The pirate fleet steer hard right. Amidst the dense fog over the sea, the Blood Avenger and the Jewel Marguerite Pizza were engaged in a battle of wits against dozens of enemy ships. Daff maneuvered the Blood Avenger, swaying left and right in the fog, while the helmsman aboard the Jewel Marguerite Pizza trembled in fear. Dozens of enemy ships were closing in, bombarding them mercilessly. The helmsman of the Magic Hand Pirates was navigating the ship at an incomprehensible speed, far beyond that of a standard brigantine, which was utterly terrifying. Damn this fog. The cannons can't even target those bastards. On the pirate ship behind them, Knight Pinter desperately tried to make out the indistinct enemy vessels ahead, his frustration mounting. Even I cannot predict their navigation patterns. Knight Clayful adjusted his glasses, frowning. As the smartest knight in the kingdom of Conkle, he was utterly unable to discern any flaws in the enemy's tactics today. Even with the fog enhancing their advantage, This situation was absurd. Could it be that the helmsman called White Sail from the Magic Hand Pirates has such incredible skill? Clayful, Pinter. We have already lost several ships due to the difficulty of maneuvering, resulting in collisions or being struck by our own cannon fire. And we have very few cannonballs left. Knight Bender, hunched over, approached Pinter and Clayful, reporting anxiously. If this continues, we may face dire consequences. At this rate, who knows when we will be able to capture them? After contemplating for a moment, Clayful replied, "There is no need to persist in pursuing these two useless helmsmen. We should return to the island to assist our comrades." Pinter's eyes fixated on the two ships that had begun to distance themselves. His anger boiled, his once tiny pupils now wide with fury. This is a disgrace to the kingdom of Conkle, leading 3 of the top knights, dozens of ships, and nearly 1,000 men. Yet we cannot catch a mere few ships. I must capture them today, Pinter exclaimed, pulling out his flintlock and aiming at the 2 gunners on the ship, unleashing a barrage of shots. These gunners are utterly useless. How can we have thousands of cannonballs and not hit a single target? They must be slacking off. Anyone who dares to retreat shall face my wrath. If we are out of cannonballs, we will pursue them and eliminate them with our blades. Increase the chase. Helmsman, use all your skills and strength. If you dare to lose to the enemy's helmsman, I will see to it that you regret it. The helmsmen of the Conkle Kingdom fleet were terrified, scrambling to navigate their ships with utmost caution. They were at their wits' end. Outsiders could not comprehend the terror posed by the enemy's helmsman, who was operating on an entirely different level than them. Perhaps in clear weather, they might stand a chance, but in this thick fog, it was a miracle they could even attempt to catch up with those 2 ships. Yet they dared not admit their inferiority. Doing so would mean forfeiting their standing. At this point, they could only double their efforts in hopes of witnessing a miracle. As the fleet passed, several heads suddenly broke the surface of the water. Spotting the plump, white ships ahead, Pal excitedly licked his lips and brandished his sharp dagger. They had waited long for this moment, enduring for so long, just to find an opportunity to strike. Brothers, are you ready? We cannot let Captain Reese down. Let us show these fools the might of the Pal Pirates. Oh, the members of the Potter pirate crew responded in unison, plunging into the depths of the water, wielding their sharp weapons as they swam towards the fleet ahead. Pinked, we have 3 more ships rendered inoperable, Bender reported to Pinked after receiving news from the rear. What? What are those helmsmen doing? Didn't I instruct them to navigate properly? How could this happen again? Pinked exclaimed in a fit of rage. The cannonballs are exhausted. How could they possibly sink the ship? This time, the gunners cannot be blamed. These rascals have lost their minds. While the enemy's ships cannot catch up, our own vessels excel at colliding. No, this time it wasn't an accident caused by ships colliding. As Pink listened to the report from the telephone bug, he continued, this time, there was a leak in the bottom of the ship. A leak in the bottom of the ship? Pink's anger intensified. What kind of shoddy vessels are these? A little speed, and they start leaking? Damn it. Bring the shipwright to me. I will have that shipwright executed. As Pink furiously jumped around, he fired his gun into the air repeatedly. Pink, calm down. The shipwright isn't even on our ship right now. Stay calm. Stay calm. Cleaver hurriedly attempted to restrain the frenzied Pink. However, before he could approach, a powerful jet of water erupted from the ship's bottom, drenching Pink thoroughly. This truly provided a physical means to calm him down. After being splashed with water, Pink's mood slightly settled, and he looked grimly at the gushing water below. What on earth is happening? It's quite evident, Cleaver said, adjusting his glasses while sweating profusely. Our ship also has a leak. In an instant, Pink erupted once more. Shipwright. I must have that shipwright executed. Pink. This ship was personally constructed by Rulage. At that moment, the crew of Power emerged from the water, having completed their task of drilling into the ships, and sighed in relief. All done. Except for the ship carrying the officers, which is a bit sturdy, the other ships were quite easy to breach. The pirate captain, clearly irritable, had been bouncing around like a monkey since the beginning, which was rather unbecoming. After making this remark, Power led his crew towards the distant Daft ship. Upon discovering that the enemy ships had been breached, Daft gradually reduced her speed. Power and his crew are doing quite well. They managed to resolve these fleets so swiftly. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, Daff took a deep breath, feeling relieved as she said, with the pirate fleets sinking one by one. The first naval confrontation in the waters off the main island has come to an end. Chapter 96. Trap is your ability merely for stripping people's clothes? How utterly perverse. In a clearing within the forest, Hao Si, stripped of half a sleeve by the ambushing Yurizir, lamented as he gazed at his exposed arm. It's not just about stripping clothes, Yurizir proclaimed, rubbing his hands together gleefully. My rub fruit ability is quite formidable. Besides other humans, I can erase anything. And look, Yurizir announced, rubbing his right hand against his body, causing his muscular form to vanish instantly. Moments later, his body reappeared. Here it is. Gone again. Here it is. Gone again. After several instances of appearing and disappearing, Yurizir burst into laughter. Hao Si, observing the self-satisfied man before him, could only feel speechless. This fellow seems to be acting like a fool. All those men dream of the transparent fruit, yet they don't realize my rub fruit can achieve similar feats. A wicked grin spread across Yurizir's face. But the transparent fruit only renders the body invisible, while your rub fruit makes the whole person disappear. Right? Oh, si shrugged. If you disappear, you can't do anything, can you? What's the use? Nonsense. I'm a knight. Unlike those vulgar pirates. Yurizir shook his head. I adhere to the principle of being admired from afar, not to be profaned. Besides, didn't you just say that I can strip people's clothing? He resumed his raucous laughter. What a strange fellow, Hao Si muttered as he raised his bow, preparing to shoot. This fruit, though seemingly troublesome, evidently has significant limitations. If Yurizir wishes to attack him, he must revert from his erased form. Even without the ability of the feed fruit to lock onto him, he could eliminate Yurizir during his reappearance simply by relying on the instincts of a sniper. With the twang of the bowstring, a sharp azure arrow soared through the air, aimed at the laughing Yurizir. Damn it, he took advantage of my laughter. As Hao Si's arrow flew, Yurizir's laughter abruptly ceased, and he quickly began rubbing his body again. Emergency erase. Yurizir's form vanished once more as the arrow flew astray, prompting Hao Si to sprint forward. Remaining stationary would not suffice. He needed to move to make it difficult for Yurizir to pinpoint his location for a surprise attack. Running around is a poor choice. Soon, Yurizir's body reappeared again. Have you ever wondered why there is such a perfectly flat clearing in the dense forest? He extended his right hand toward the rapidly running Hao Si. Erasure that you. As Yurizir activated his ability, a robust tree suddenly manifested before Hao Si. In full sprint, he had no time to brake and collided face first into the tree trunk with a loud thud. Dazed, Hao Si staggered backward several paces. Erasure again. Bang! A massive rock suddenly appeared beneath Hao Si's feet, striking him in the groin and sending him into the air. Ugh! With two critical areas struck, Hao Si's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, tears welling in his eyes from the pain. Did that guy create this clearing by erasing all the trees, rocks, and other obstacles in advance? How sinister. How does it feel? Not too pleasant, I presume. Yurizir grinned wickedly and waved his hand again. Hao Si, kneeling on the ground, allowed a pained scream as a multitude of razor-sharp iron thorns erupted from beneath him, piercing his legs. How many dangerous traps has this bastard set up in this area? Furious, Hao Si realized he could not afford to move carelessly. Trembling as he stood, he cautiously surveyed his surroundings. The objects that had been erased were effectively non-existent until Yurizir's ability was deactivated. Even his feed fruit ability could not perceive them as real, and other methods would be futile in locating these hidden traps. This was extremely disadvantageous for him. What's wrong? Can't move, can you? Yeager, with a triumphant smile, approached the adjacent position. Alas, if you do not wander about, you shall not experience the myriad traps I have laid out for you. But perhaps it does not matter, for it is likely here. As he spoke, he extended his hand towards an empty space. In an instant, a machine gun materialized from thin air, firmly grasped in his hand. The sight of the weapon caused Haku's pupils to constrict sharply. This is bad. I cannot move, and my abilities are nearly sealed. Dealing with such a foe is most perilous. D. Aiming the gun at Halsa, Uber unleashed a barrage of bullets. With no other options, Halsu quickly took cover behind the large stone that had just struck him in his most vulnerable spot, using it as a shield against the gunfire. Continuing like this would inevitably lead to my defeat. The prior series of attacks has left me battered, while my opponent remains unscathed. I cannot even find an opportunity to counterattack. I must swiftly devise a means to counter the ability of the MysteryFruit. Escaping this trap he has prepared for me is my only chance. Here, I stand no chance of victory. Halsu thought to himself, gazing towards the distant edge of the open space. If I can reach the trees for cover, I might stand a chance to confront this adversary. Yet the path to safety is fraught with peril. Can I traverse this road of death while still retaining my combat abilities? What is the matter? Aren't you coming out? Yeager continued to rain bullets upon Halsu, laughing maniacally. This stone cannot withstand much longer. It will be better for you to come out and let me end your life swiftly. From behind the rock, Halsu drew back his bow, focusing intently ahead. At this juncture, I must take the plunge. I cannot simply wait here for death. I can still determine the trajectory of the bullets with my abilities. Now is the moment. Just as the rock was about to shatter, he leaped into the air with all his might. The bullets pierced through the stone, narrowly missing him. Before he could adjust his aim, Halsu swiftly released the bowstring, shooting 5 arrows towards the adversary's head, neck, heart, left hand, and right foot. As he loosed the arrows, Halsu descended to the ground, ignoring the excruciating pain from the iron thorns that had torn into his legs, and sprinted towards the safety zone with every ounce of his strength. Now, Halsu could only pray that he could escape the danger zone before his opponent evaded those 5 arrows. During the period when Ygor erased himself, he should be incapable of nullifying the abilities of other erased objects. Life and death hinge on this moment. Chapter Joshrichi, Lie to Halsu vs. Irizur, damn it. That brat intends to flee. After evading the 5 incoming arrows, Ygor hastily sprinting towards the edge of the open space, quickly dispelled his ability and reached out his hand towards Alun. Sensing that Ygor's attention was focused on him, Halsu felt a surge of urgency within. Almost there, just 10 meters. Erasure dispelled. As Halsu burst out of the trap, set an enormous iron wall materialized behind him. What close call! Watching the formidable iron wall rise behind him, Halsu exhaled in relief. Thankfully, I made it. Had I been trapped within, I would have been at Ygor's mercy. Seizing the moment before that fiend could catch up, he pressed on, enduring the excruciating pain in his body, racing deeper into the woods. If only I had restored the iron wall first, locking him inside to deal with him at my leisure. Frustrated, Ygor approached the iron wall, erased it, and stepped out of the trap he had prepared for Halsu. Though this brat has escaped, he has no time to tend to his wounds. Observing the gruesome crimson stains on the ground, Ygor revealed a cruel smile, retrieving a pair of brass knuckles from his pocket and donning them. Does he truly believe that escaping the burial ground I prepared will spare him from my traps? The woods surrounding the Angkor Wangong are under my guard, serving as a protective net against foes. I have scattered traps throughout these woods, though they may not be as numerous or formidable elsewhere. In this forest, escaping my grasp is impossible. With a sinister grin, Ygor erased himself and followed the trail of blood left by Thus. Meanwhile, after running a considerable distance, Halsu found refuge behind a large tree trunk, taking a brief respite to regain his strength. Finally, I have escaped. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he remained vigilant. Though I have left the burial ground, the demon still pursues me. I cannot afford to relax. Ygor could appear beside me at any moment, gazing at the surrounding trees. Halsu took a deep breath. Perhaps I can attempt that technique to eliminate Ygor. However, whether it succeeds will depend on my fortune. Having resolved his strategy, Halsu rummaged through his quiver, drawing out a black arrow. Knocking the arrow onto his longbow, he cautiously surveyed the surroundings, moving slowly through the woods. Simultaneously, he activated his ability, searching for Ygor's location. Thus far, the answer had eluded him. It seems that fiend has erased himself again, intending to approach stealthily. I must constantly utilize my ability to ascertain his status and position. Hey, the route to Yiver? Hey, the route to Yiver? Halsu murmured incessantly. Suddenly, the search that had previously yielded no results bore fruit. The path to Yiver is merely a turn away. He's behind me. Alarm bells rang in his mind as he abruptly turned, drawing his bow and aiming at Iver, who had appeared behind him. The arrow sliced through Iver's shoulder, drawing blood. Simultaneously, Iver, with brass knuckles adorning his right fist, struck Halsu squarely in the face, sending him flying. Damn it, how dare you! Anger flashed across Iver's face as he raised his hand, gesturing behind Halsu. Steel Thornridge. Erasure. What is happening? Sensing a grave danger, Halsu's pupils dilated as he spun around. A vast expanse of thorns had covered the ground behind him. This fiend has traps laid even here? Hey, the route free of thorns. Halsu urgently activated his ability, flipping through the air with all his strength, barely avoiding being impaled by the sharp thorns. Landing on the thorn-covered ground, countless sharp, dangerous spikes pressed against him, sending a chilling sensation through Halsu. He survived that? A look of surprise crossed Yiver's face. That last attack was intended to be a definitive strike against him. Is it the ability of the Weiwei Guoshi that has allowed you to find a glimmer of hope in this dire situation? Even if you have not perished, you are now entirely ensnared within my thorns. Eruzier scoffed, drawing a pistol from his waist and aiming it at Halsu's head. The thorns I have laid in this forest are formidable plants known as steel thorns, possessing a hardness rivaling that of metal. Even blades cannot sever them. If you manage to injure me even once, I must admit you are quite the adversary. So, succumb to your fate. With that, Eruzier prepared to pull the trigger. Trapped within the thicket of thorns and unable to move, Halsu was in a state of desperation, fervently praying. Hurry! Is this tree too thick? Just as Eruzier was about to squeeze the trigger, a colossal shadow suddenly loomed behind him. Eruzier looked up. Boom! Before he could comprehend the situation, the towering tree behind him crashed down, striking him on the head with a deafening thud. With a loud cry, Eruzier was knocked out, his eyes rolling back as he fell heavily to the ground. The entire tree was now engulfed in flames. Halsu, trapped within the iron thorns, breathed a sigh of relief, a smile creeping across his face. Thankfully, I made it in time. I never anticipated that the smokeless coal arrow crafted by Lei Si would truly come in handy here. That arrow was never intended for you. Halsu chuckled triumphantly as he gazed at Eruzier, now pinned beneath the burning tree. The black arrow, fashioned from the coal fruit by Lei Si, ignited upon release, producing no smoke or odor. It was indeed the only successful specimen from his previous experiments. The shot was a feigned miss, the true target being the tree behind you. The flames from the specially crafted arrow gradually severed the trunk. As long as you were oblivious to the faint disturbance, you would be unable to evade in time. It seems my final gamble has paid off. With Eruzier's unconsciousness, the power of its fruit began to dissipate entirely. The traps that had been erased throughout the forest restored to their original state. Beneath Eruzier, a plethora of razor-sharp thorns suddenly emerged, piercing his body. One reaps what one sows. Halsu laughed with glee. In the end, this fellow has brought about his own demise. Struck by the tree and then finished off by the thorns, he surely cannot rise again. Despite the perilous journey, I ultimately triumphed in this battle. Thus, the battle of the trapped forest outside the king city of Kankel draws to a close. Victor, the navigational arrow, Lai Te Halsu. However, Halsu gazed at the thorns surrounding him, his expression suddenly turning sour. It appeared he too was ensnared and utterly unable to escape. Chapter 98. The night with a clear mind, Lord Lulu. Press on. Hundreds of pirates from the kingdom of Kankel cheered fervently for their idol. We cannot lose, Mr. Beethoven. Dozens of crew members from the Bonnie Pirates anxiously rallied behind Beethoven. It was evident that the morale of Lu Li's side far surpassed that of Beethoven's. In the center of the gathering, Beethoven and Lu engaged in a relentless clash. Their battle was a raw confrontation, fangs, blades, and rulers clashing fiercely. Beethoven and Lulu faced off, each striving to steer the rhythm of the fight in their favor. When Lulu led the battle, the sounds of their weapons colliding lacked any variation, producing a mechanical resonance of identical rhythm and volume. Conversely, when Beethoven took charge, the clashing sounds transformed into a melodious battle symphony, allowing one to discern who held the upper hand simply by the auditory cues. At present, Lulu was clearly dominating the fight. Boom! Lulu charged forward at full speed, his immense strength sending Beethoven flying. Oof! Beethoven crashed heavily to the ground, spitting blood. What terrifying power! Even as I spun my body with the combat waltz, I could not mitigate his force. Moreover, the cacophony of cheers and applause around me severely disrupted my combat rhythm. This is dire. I am a user of the superhuman type. D-Fruit. Lulu brandished his hands, transformed into rulers, gazing at the struggling Beethoven. This fruit aligns perfectly with my forthright nature. I can convert my entire being into an incredibly resilient ruler, drawing lines in the air to confine my target's movement range, reducing it to the space between us. Furthermore, my path is entirely linear. Thus, my attacks release not an ounce of energy, landing squarely upon you. What say you, little pig? Can you still fight? Beethoven shook his pig-like head vigorously. The noisy environment was too detrimental to his performance, and he was completely restricted to fighting in a straight line, which was unfavorable. If this continues, I shall surely lose. What is it, little pig? Observing Beethoven's anxious demeanor, Lulu tilted his head in curiosity. No, focus. I must not be thrown off by trivial disturbances. Beethoven strained to concentrate, humming a melody in an effort to regain his combat rhythm. Meanwhile, Lulu appeared to have noticed Beethoven's predicament. Oh, it seems the background music is affecting your performance? Lulu raised an eyebrow, surprised, and snapped his fingers. All right, you are a musician, aren't you? No wonder. Very well. I request that everyone in the depths of their hearts cheer for me. With that, Lulu turned his gaze towards the audience, cheering for him from behind. Instantly, the pirate crew fell silent, focusing intently on Lulu, their eyes rallying for their idol. Mr. Beethoven, the members of the Bonnie Pirates, momentarily caught off guard, found their voices ringing clearly in the hushed atmosphere. Seeing the opposing pirates gaze at him with strange expressions, the members of the Bonnie Pirates awkwardly curled their toes. Brothers, we should go support the captain. The captain is in danger. With the need for support for Beethoven dissipated and feeling embarrassed, the big-bearded man hurriedly led the Bonnie Pirates away from the scene. Why did you do this? It does not benefit you at all. Beethoven turned his gaze back from the departing big-bearded man, astonished as he looked at Lulu. This fellow actually took the initiative to halt his crew's encouragement. Receiving encouragement and support during battle is a tremendous boon. While I was in Shui village, I always felt my strength surge with the villagers' cheers. I'm a true knight, unlike Eruzier, who, despite his large stature, prefers to employ underhanded tactics. Lulu brushed aside his bangs with a hint of disdain and remarked, "A victory achieved through underhanded means is devoid of significance. As a knight, one must engage in fair combat, relying solely on one's own strength." His words stirred excitement among the fans behind him, who, had they been able to cheer, would have erupted in applause. Beethoven's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Could it be that there exists such an honorable knight among pirates? He realized he had underestimated the situation. Indeed, in future battles, away from Sherwain Island, he may not always receive overwhelming support to overpower his opponents. He must not rely on such ephemeral things, nor let external factors disturb him. It is imperative to remain focused and become a true knight. Only then can his music and swordsmanship reach new heights. With this understanding, he vowed to never again be distracted by the silent fruit or surrounding noise, which could diminish his fighting spirit. I fully comprehend now. Thank you for your reminder, Mr. Lul. Beethoven snorted, releasing 2 jets of air from his nostrils. In his beastly form, his dual swords and fangs sparkled with electric brilliance. I shall confront you head-on, honorably. Excellent. A spirited pig indeed. Lul nodded in satisfaction, lowering himself with hands crossed over his chest, poised for a charge. However, I shall not be defeated by a mere pig. 50 meters. While gauging the distance separating him from Beethoven, Lul began to gather his strength. Beethoven, too, flared his nostrils, raising his 4 swords high. 50 meters, straight thrust. The 17th form of the storm, 4-sword style, piano sonata, like a cannon, Lul surged forward, stirring the air around him with an unparalleled ferocity, crashing into Beethoven. In response, Beethoven swung his 4 long swords with wild abandon, reminiscent of a tempest accompanied by thunder, harmonizing with the rhythm of a piano. Boom! On the plains of the main island of the Cankle Kingdom, Lul and Beethoven clashed violently. The explosive shockwave forced the onlooking crowd to stagger backward uncontrollably. Beethoven's lightning coursed through Lul, while Lul's tremendous force bore down upon Beethoven. Both gritted their teeth, steadfastly enduring the pressure exerted by each other, unwilling to yield an inch. Little pig, that's the spirit. Lul grinned through the electric currents coursing through him. The battle between man and boar must not retreat. Clang! As the power of Beethoven and Lul reached its zenith, a more potent wave of energy erupted. As the smoke cleared, Beethoven and Lul exchanged positions, standing back to back. Following this exchange, although Lul bore scorch marks from the electricity and Beethoven bled from the corner of his mouth, it was evident that neither had gained the upper hand. Suddenly, panicked shouts arose from the crowd behind them. Oh no! The trap forest is on fire. Good heavens! It's ablaze. What happened to that, Lord? Iriazier? Apologies, Lord Lul. But we must go extinguish the flames. The pirates glanced back at Lul with reluctance, despite their desire to remain. They could not ignore such a significant emergency as a forest engulfed in flames. Before long, the pirates hurriedly rushed to the scene, leaving the plains desolate. It appears it is just you and I now. Lul shrugged and turned his attention back to Beethoven. The forest's ignition likely signaled Iriazier's impending defeat. That fool truly cannot accomplish anything worthwhile. Nevertheless, these matters bear little relevance to me. Come, we have yet to determine a victor. As men, as knights, let us engage in a final, honorable duel. I concur. On the vast plains, the direct confrontation between Beethoven and Lul officially entered an intense phase. Chapter 99. Beethoven versus Lul. 100-meter straight sprint. The 4-sword style variation, magic flute. On the plains of the main island of the Cankle Kingdom, Lul and Beethoven collided time and again. The immense shock waves and currents bore down upon each other. Yet despite sustaining severe injuries, both Lul and Beethoven stood their ground, launching relentless attacks. Before long, both were drenched in blood. I say, little pig, are you still unwilling to fall? You appear to have been thoroughly battered. Lul panted heavily, nearing his limits, yet his legs remained tenaciously upright. You are the one, HM. After being struck by me so many times, it should be time for this to conclude. Beethoven, too, appeared somewhat fatigued, propping himself up with his dual swords to maintain his stance. By the way, if you are such an honorable knight, why do you serve the brutal King William? Beethoven inquired, puzzled, as he raised his swords anew, ready for combat. That is a question I could pose to you as well. Lul scoffed, charging forward once more, his hands striking like rulers against Beethoven's swords and fangs, producing rhythmic mechanical sounds interspersed with melodious serenades. And why do you serve your silver pirate captain? Beethoven countered, continuously wielding his weapons, striving to steer the battle's tempo in his favor. However, even now, they remained evenly matched. While Lul might not be the strongest opponent he had faced, he was undoubtedly the most tenacious. His resilience and willpower were extraordinary. Despite enduring so much damage, he still maintained his composure and humor. There are many fallacies in popular rumor. Our captain is not truly a silver thief. Could it be that your King William is not as brutal as rumored in the South Sea, but rather a compassionate and amiable monarch? Lul burst into laughter at Beethoven's words. Compassionate and amiable are terms that could hardly be applied to King William. With that, Lul swung a ruler-like strike, forcing Beethoven back several steps. I do not favor King William, nor do I hold much affection for the majority of the knights in the Cankle Kingdom. Even he is well aware of this. However, he is my benefactor and adoptive father. Had I not encountered King William at the age of 5, I would have surely perished from hunger on the frigid streets. Therefore, regardless of what kind of person he may be, whether I like him or the Cankle Kingdom, my actions now are the least I can do in return. Moreover, for the people of the Cankle Kingdom, having a knight commander as charming as I am is indeed a stroke of good fortune. Listening to Lul's account of his past, Beethoven's expression grew somber. It became clear that he had once received immense grace from King William, making it impossible for him to simply turn his back and walk away. This mirrored his own situation. At Sherwain Island, he had temporarily set aside his dreams to continue protecting the villagers who had always supported him. However, if I can defeat Lul here, and Rhys can overcome King William, liberating the Cankle Kingdom, I would indeed find my own freedom. Enough of this idle chatter. Let us see how I shall conclude this matter with you. After the ruler collided with the rest symbol, Lul surged forward at full speed, gliding for 1,000 meters before finally halting, turning to gaze at the distant Beethoven. The vitality of an animal-type ability user is formidable. I must swiftly end this battle. I shall employ my most powerful technique to deal with this pig. Lul's arms transformed into a ruler, expanding to its maximum girth, while his feet morphed into smooth rulers to ensure utmost speed. Meanwhile, Beethoven, having distanced himself from Lul, transformed into a wild boar, gathering energy. The next move shall determine the victor. I must unleash my most potent strike to confront Lul. First, I will shift into my swiftest wild boar form, maximizing inertia, and then transform into my hybrid form for a full-force attack. This is the final segment of this battle's symphony. The prelude to the conclusion is heralded by the sound of pig hooves scraping the ground. Beethoven's nostrils flared, exhaling rhythmically, his body crackling with electricity. At that moment, Beethoven and Lul became two fleeting shadows, racing towards each other with blinding speed. After reaching the pinnacle of velocity, Beethoven reverted to his hybrid form mid-air, dual swords and tusks shimmering with electric energy. Lul extended his arms forward, channeling all his energy without a hint of leakage, launching it ahead. The 18th movement of the Symphony of Thunder, 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. The crisp sound of the ruler clashing with the sword marked the climactic finale of Beethoven's Battle Symphony. Both Beethoven and Lul poured the entirety of their remaining strength into one another. Boom! As the two staggered apart, silence enveloped the plain. The concert concluded. Lul and Beethoven relinquished their abilities, returning to their usual forms. Having two swords certainly has its advantages, Lul thought with a wry smile. Covering the two charred scars across his chest, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. Ultimately, Lul, having reached his limit, collapsed straight to the ground. On the other side, a similarly exhausted Beethoven coughed up blood and fell as well. Both lay motionless, the only distinction being that Beethoven retained consciousness while Lul had succumbed to numbness. Thanks to the robust vitality of the animal-type fruit, Beethoven emerged victorious. Alternatively, this battle could easily be seen as a mutual demise. Outside the Cankle royal city, the battle on the plain reached its conclusion. Victor, the gentleman pig, Beethoven. Finishing move, the 18th movement of the Symphony of Thunder. Beethoven lay on the ground, striving to arrange his body into the most gentlemanly posture. After fighting valiantly for the Cankle Kingdom, King William's grace towards Lul should now be considered settled. That fellow will likely set sail on his own in the future. Perhaps I shall encounter him again elsewhere, Beethoven mused with satisfaction. Yet, why does it seem to be getting hotter? There are also chattering sounds coming from afar. With a hint of confusion, Beethoven managed to lift his head, gazing towards the direction of the forest. The sight before him caused his fur to bristle. When did the fire become this rampant? The entire forest is ablaze. The ferocious flames entirely engulfed the Cankle Palace. Just moments ago, I was focused on battling Lul and failed to notice. The figure limping away in a rather undignified manner looks somewhat familiar. And why are there so many people trailing behind? Damn it, this has escalated. Halsey's familiar voice echoed in Beethoven's ears. The culprit of this conflagration had successfully escaped the thorns with the aid of the flames. However, this also ignited the entire forest. Run! Halsey, panting heavily, rushed to Beethoven's side and scooped up the immobile pig, followed by members of the Bonnie pirates who had intended to reach their captain, all desperately sprinting toward the coast. As Halsey ran, he shouted for help into the transponder snail. Behind them, thousands of Cankle Kingdom pirates, having failed to extinguish the fire, frantically waved their weapons, pursuing the instigator of this disaster. Capture that arsonist, bind him, and burn him alive. He even took down our esteemed Lord Irezi. Lying on the plain is our revered Lord Lul, also defeated. Unforgivable. Chapter 100, Fire. On board the Blood Red Avenger and the Gem Margarita Pizza, the group, having been successfully rescued, looked on in trepidation at the frantic pursuers on the shore. The remaining 72 knights, leading their subordinates, hurled insults at Halsey and the others aboard the ship. Yet they were powerless to act. These individuals had just narrowly escaped the burning site, their clothes tattered and charred, leaving them in a pitiful state. A significant portion of them was barely clinging to life, while many had perished in the flames. Thus, the pirates bore a deep-seated hatred for Halsey. Halsey, observing the pirates who seemed eager to devour him alive, let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Dafu and Pal S Group had dealt with the enemy ships at sea. Those remaining unfortunate souls could not pursue them into the depths, and they were safe. Halsey, what on earth did you do? How did you set the forest ablaze while dealing with a subordinate? Dafu, while tending to the injuries of the battered and exhausted Halsey and Beethoven, couldn't help but inquire. These matters cannot be explained in just a few words. Halsey lamented. The captain had advised me to handle that smokeless coal arrow with care, and indeed, it proved to be a highly flawed and side-effect-laden weapon. Yet without it, I would not have been able to defeat Irezi. It was unavoidable. At least I managed to defeat Irezi and incinerate a significant number of knightly pirates, while our side suffered minimal losses. Perhaps to prepare for even more intense battles in the future, I should procure arrows with greater power and more diverse functions. Speaking of which, with such a massive fire, the captain, Lexington, and Miss Bonnie must be trapped inside. Halsey furrowed his brows in concern, thinking of those still battling near the palace. Even Captain Reese and the others would find it impossible to break through such terrifying flames, wouldn't they? It's hard to say, but if they perish in the flames, that would be too tragic. Dafu frowned as she spoke. If Reese and Lexington have enough strength left after defeating the enemy, it should not be a problem for them to carry Bonnie out from the fire. However, if they find themselves immobilized like Beethoven, that will be dire. There's no need to worry too much. King William's palace is equipped with firewalls, preventing the flames from spreading inside. They only extend outward. Pal interjected. Therefore, as long as they remain inside the palace, waiting for the flames to extinguish once there's nothing left to burn, they will eventually be able to emerge. Halsey nodded slightly, casting his gaze skyward. The flames had already painted the sky a deep crimson, and the calamities he had wrought were indeed significant. He hoped that Reese and his companions would engage in their battle without reducing the palace to ruins. Destruction would spell disaster. The inferno continued to spread outward, isolating the 6 individuals within the palace from the outside world. At this moment, neither the members of the MO Show pirate crew, nor the Bow and I pirate crew, nor the surviving knights of the Kong Ku Air Kingdom could reach the battlefield to provide assistance to Reese. The outcome of this confrontation hinged entirely upon the performances of Reese, Bo and I, and Lei Kuxing Dun. What shall we do next? Dafu inquired, glancing at Halsey, who had managed to sit up after tending to his wounds. Halsey surveyed the multitude of eyes fixed upon him, contemplatively scratching his head. Eventually, his attention focused on the pirates by the shore, vociferously hurling insults. As the flames grew larger and spread more quickly, the plains behind them ignited in a vast swath, forcing them to retreat to the shore to vent their frustrations. With no other pursuits at hand, he decided to join in their antics. With that, Halsey seized a bow and arrow and used the abilities of the Wei Fruit to target a relatively weaker member of the 72 Knights. Within the palace, the battle between Reese and King William raged on. A colossal golden sword swept through the air, sending Reese crashing against the far wall, creating a massive dent. The scattered coal on the ground reassembled, restoring Reese to his human form. King William advanced step by step, pressing Reese further. The combination of the wave fruit and the coal fruit granted this adversary formidable defensive capabilities. The wave dissipated the force of his attacks, and the elemental transformation of the natural type prevented any significant damage. One irritating little ant. Curse it! Why is my forest still ablaze? King William turned with irritation, staring at the billowing flames and smoke outside the palace. His royal abode seemed entirely engulfed in fire. What was Irisier up to? Setting traps was one thing, but why resort to fire? The situation outside appeared grim. He was unable to contact his knights. Apart from a few responses from Jalawalin, none of the top 10 knights, including Lu and Irisier, were answering their communication devices. Although the specifics were unclear, it was highly likely they were suffering greatly. Even Jalawalin was embroiled in a fierce struggle, unable to provide a detailed report. How could two small pirate crews, with so few members, inflict such catastrophic losses upon his thousands of elite soldiers? What were his 72 knights and pirate legion doing? In any case, he could no longer afford to prolong the fight with Reese. Even if it meant sacrificing his palace, he must eliminate this troublesome little wretch swiftly. The great sword was raised, stirring a tempest. Reese, having readjusted his stance, gripped his weapon, Tian Zhao, and fixed his gaze upon King William. The two charged at one another once more. Meanwhile, the battle outside the palace between Bo and I and Queen Mary had shifted to the courtyard within the firebreak due to the escalating flames. The confrontation between Lei, Kuxing-dun, and Jalawalin unfolded above the roaring sea of flames. The two exchanged solemn glances, aware that their duel would conclude in aerial combat. The vanquished would fall into the inferno, consumed by the flames, with no escape regardless of their prowess. Only fewer than 20 of the 72 knights remain. Jalawalin's voice resonated with immense fury. Only he was left among the top 10 knights, and merely 15 of the 72 knights retained their consciousness. The army had suffered grievously, with losses amounting to 70 to 80%. He had not anticipated that these small pirate crews could inflict such severe casualties. King William intended to use this force to truly dominate the South Sea and confront Grella. Now reduced to this state, they could only continue to lie low, recuperating and regaining strength. Fortunately, King William possessed the blood of giants, granting him a lifespan far exceeding that of humans. At just under 30, Jalawalin had the luxury of waiting 10 or 20 more years. Lei Kuxing-dun, are you prepared to perish in the flames? Jalawalin's voice lowered ominously. The forthcoming confrontation would not resemble the previous skirmishes. He was ready to get serious. Lei Kuxing-dun scoffed, his 10 commandments slicing through the air with a golden glimmer. I return this statement to you, unchanged. Chapter 101. True paper art above the sea of flames. Lei Kuxing-dun glided with moonwalk steps toward Jalawalin, who floated in midair. Finger gun. Lei Kuxing-dun concentrated all his strength into the index finger of his right hand, launching it like a bullet toward Jalawalin's throat. Faced with this ferocious attack, Jalawalin exhibited no hint of panic. In the wind, his body appeared to sway oddly. Finger gun? Indeed, a technique of the Navy's 6 styles. I can execute a similar maneuver. Paper drawing. In an instant, Jalawalin's body swayed sideways in response to Lei Kuxing-dun's attack. The incoming finger gun missed entirely, narrowly bypassing him. Paper gun. As their bodies drew near, Jalawalin's right hand swiftly struck out, piercing Lei Kuxing-dun's body. The intense pain in his abdomen forced Lei Kuxing-dun to quickly retreat, glancing down to find a bloody hole inflicted by his opponent. He had no time to defend with iron. The speed was astonishing. Lei Kuxing-dun's expression grew grave as he stared incredulously at Jalawalin. Was the previous move really finger gun and paper drawing? It seemed different. The initiation of the movements bore no resemblance. Jalawalin was neither a Navy nor CPJ pirate. Could it be his ability? Taking a deep breath, Lei Kuxing-dun spoke. Jalawalin burst into laughter, raising his blood-stained right index finger. At this moment, his finger transformed into a sharp conical shape, fashioned from rolled paper. I am a paperman who has consumed the superhuman paper fruit, capable of transforming any part of my body into paper. Light, incredibly resilient, and as sharp as a blade. I can wield lethal paper. Paper moonwalk. With that, Jialuo Lin lunged fiercely toward Lei Ku-Xing-dun. Lei Ku-Xing-dun hastily raised his battle axe to meet him. Paper storm foot. With a powerful swing of his right leg, Jialuo Lin collided with Lei Ku-Xing-dun's Ten Commandments, producing a sound akin to clashing blades. What kind of trickery was this? Another variant of the Six Styles? A technique entirely mimicked through ability? With every battle, I transform into a blank sheet of paper. This way, I can replicate your techniques and make you experience the consequences of your own moves. Paper Serpent's Fong. Jialuo Lin sneered, his tensed right leg suddenly relaxing. The paper strips coiling like a nimble serpent, wrapping around the back of Lei Ku-Xing-dun's battle axe and striking upward. Swish! A long gash appeared on Lei Ku-Xing-dun's right hand, causing him excruciating pain as he hurriedly retreated to distance himself from his opponent. He had come to understand the principle behind this technique. The Zhuchang is crafted from paper, rolled into a conical shape, with a sharp tip designed for assault. The essence of paper is self-evident. Its physique is, in truth, that of genuine paper. The Yerabub technique involves unfurling the paper of both feet, creating a gentle propulsion that allows for graceful aerial movement. The Lanjiao technique, as its name suggests, utilizes the razor-like edges of paper to execute powerful kicks. This individual paper form is a remarkable amalgamation of flexibility and strength, surpassing the capabilities of ordinary paper, effectively merging the human body with its paper counterpart, rendering conventional attacks utterly ineffective. Furthermore, due to the lightweight nature of paper, Jialuo's speed is astonishing, although he sacrifices some force. The sharpness of the thin paper possesses sufficient lethality. Jialuo's inherent combat prowess and adaptability are extraordinarily impressive, enabling him to swiftly replicate his 6 signature techniques. He is indeed the most formidable knight under the command of Villeneuve, a title he rightfully deserves. He cannot replicate it, and the technique is unlikely to be effective in midair. The techniques he can mimic are likely limited to these 4 moves of the Navy. Lei Ku-Xing-dun mused silently. The most troublesome aspect is undoubtedly his paper drawing. It seems may also possess the ability to use Junsura, combined with his paper form, making him exceedingly difficult to contend with. Fortunately, he appears not to wield armed color. Lei Ku-Xing-dun felt a slight sense of relief. If he were to master armed color as well, he would be utterly helpless against him. However, even in his current state, the opponent's strength is undeniably formidable. A momentary lapse could lead to his downfall in flames. Jialuo Lin surged forth once more with an unimaginable speed, launching a fierce assault on Lei Ku-Xing-dun. The paper whip sword. Jialuo Lin's arms moved fluidly like dual whips, unleashing a torrential barrage of strikes upon Lai Su. The Rondigger attack rendered Lai Su unable to defend himself, forcing him to activate Tukoi to prevent his flesh from being rent asunder. However, once in the caught state, he was unable to counterattack or utilize, plummeting while enduring the onslaught. Desperately, Lei Ku-Xing-dun managed to escape the opponent's grasp by descending, quickly deactivating Hor to regain Hizabu and avoid falling into the inferno below. At that moment, he found himself perilously close to the flames, merely 3 feet away. Fire! A triumphant smile spread across Lei Ku-Xing-dun's face. Paper should indeed fear flames. Zhuchang Huochong Liandan. He reached into his pocket, retrieving steel balls to clasp between his fingers, enduring the searing pain as he swept his palm across the flames below. Once ignited, he propelled the flaming steel balls upwards towards Lin with astonishing finger strength. Would this technique prove effective? Lei Ku-Xing-dun watched with hopeful anticipation. Yet his adversary remained unfazed by the incoming fireball. Fire? He actually managed to launch flames with such formidable finger strength. Quite impressive. Unfortunately, while ordinary paper may fear fire, I am no mere paper. 只会防火纸. To Lei Ku-Xing-dun's astonishment, Jialuo Lin expertly dodged the fierce fireball attack, the scorching sphere gliding past him without leaving a trace. This is ineffective? Fireproof paper? Does he possess water-resistant paper as well? Is this individual truly invincible? It cannot be so. Even the strongest have weaknesses. With a determined shake of his head, Lai Koshun regained his composure and charged towards the updraft of Lin once more. This individual evades my attacks, partly due to Jinwen Se. There must be a method to wound him. Lai Kershingdun relinquished his ticket defense and engaged Lulin in a fierce exchange of blows. The razor-sharp paper blades lacerated Lai Kershingdun's body, leaving him bloodied and torn, while every strike he attempted was skillfully evaded by his opponent's unique paper drawing. Clenching his teeth to endure the searing pain of paper-inflicted wounds, Lai Kershingdun keenly observed Lulin, whose continued use of paper drawing might offer him an unexpected insight. If he could awaken his Junsura, he would undoubtedly overcome this foe. Chapter 102, Junsa Ba Chihumph. Your attacks have been entirely predicted by me, rendering them ineffective, while you can hardly evade my strikes, forced to endure them with your flesh. Lulin scoffed coldly, relentlessly pressing his assault against Lai Kershingdun. Let's see how long you can endure. At that moment, Lai Kershingdun was drenched in his own blood, a vivid crimson that was quite alarming. Your attacks still amount to mere paper. Far too gentle. Despite the agony radiating from his wounds, Lai Kershingdun managed a strained smile. Though he could not utilize it as normal, he could still tense his muscles to enhance his physical defense, mitigating the depth of the paper cuts. Oh, is that so? Then allow me to turn up the heat, Zhao Lulin contemptuously declared, as his once gentle right arm transformed into a robust form. This is Kachu Dadao. His right arm morphed into a paper sword, slicing through the air with a chilling gleam, descending rapidly. The speed was so swift that Lai Kershingdun could scarcely react. A sharp sound echoed as blood sprayed forth. A deep gash appeared on Lai Kershingdun's right shoulder, exposing bone. The excruciating pain contorted his brow, nearly causing him to lose his zubu and plummet from the sky. Kaju, can this individual transform into any kind of paper? The difficulty of confronting him has escalated. If ordinary paper is akin to a soft sword, then Kajur is no different from a genuine sword. He cannot continue to endure such assaults. He must match his speed and attempt to block his attacks. How is it, Lai Kershingdun? Is my attack not to your liking? Zhao Lulin sneered, and in an instant, his body vanished from sight. Juti. Lai Kershingdun's pupils dilated in shock. He can even replicate T? Could it be that he has rendered his body as thin as paper, minimizing resistance to achieve such rapid movement? With his lightweight frame, the speed of his teeth can indeed be executed. Iron block, left with no choice. Lai Kershingdun reactivated Takwai to withstand his opponent's onslaught. Zhao Lulin launched repeated assaults upon Lai Kershingdun, who in turn endeavored to retaliate. With each exchange, the wounds upon Lai Kershingdun's body multiplied, blood cascading down to the flames below, intensifying their crimson hue. The combination of Janlin Se, paper drawing, and an unpredictable physique rendered Lin nearly invulnerable. However, amidst the battle against Zhao Lulin, Lai Kershingdun sensed a clarity in his senses sharpening. Gradually, he felt capable of perceiving movements that had previously eluded him. Zhu Hui, as Lulin initiated yet another round of attacks. Lai Kershingdun attempted to utilize paper drawing to evade once more. Initially, his paper drawing had proven ineffective against his opponent's unpredictable strikes, now locked onto him by Junsa. However, if he could forcefully mimic the movements of his opponent's genuine paper form, perhaps he could succeed. Taking a deep breath, Lai Kershingdun released all the tension within his body. One must not allow the mind and body to become excessively tense. When dealing with something as pliable as paper, exhibiting excessive rigidity serves no purpose. With a tranquil mind, the body should be as light as genuine paper, fluttering gracefully in the breeze. Paper blade by Long. Galeron's right arm transformed into an incredibly sharp paper blade, swiftly slicing towards Lexington. As Galeron's arm swung, the paper blade danced unpredictably through the air, resembling a swimming white dragon. This time, Galeron aimed the paper blade directly at Lexington's throat, a decisive move intended to secure victory in this battle. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred as the blade neared Lexington's body. He evaded the lethal strike with a swift motion, as if he were indeed made of paper. Galeron gasped in astonishment. What is happening? He is flesh and blood. How can his body be as light as mine, which is made of paper? Finger scissors. Lexington quickly extended his right hand, forming a scissor shape with his index and middle fingers, and lunged towards Galeron's outstretched arm. A crimson arrow of blood erupted as Lexington struck, leaving a vivid wound on Galeron's arm. After such a prolonged battle, Lexington had finally succeeded in injuring his opponent's paper form. Paper shave. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Galeron hastily simulated the 6 forms once more, retreating swiftly to create distance from Lexington. This individual emanates an unusual aura. It is completely different from before. Those deep brown eyes seem to pierce through my very being. Galefoot Paperblade. Lexington roared, delivering a powerful kick that unleashed a stunning slash, carving yet another wound into Galeron. Has he seen through all my techniques? Galeron grimaced in disbelief, clutching his wound. How could he shift from being untouchable to this? Could it be that he... Lexington stepped forward with a graceful stride, charging towards Galeron. 10-finger gun paper fold. Cardboard great blade. Boom! The attacks of Lexington and Galeron collided mid-air. Paper wings, being pushed back due to his light body. Galeron spread his legs, transforming them into wings to propel himself forward. Lexington's iron-like fingers were firmly locked onto Galeron's paper blade, as both exerted their full strength against each other. Have you just awakened observation hockey? Galeron asked, his expression serious, teeth clenched. Lexington smirked derisively in response. Indeed, I owe it all to your guidance. Just moments ago, when faced with Galeron's deadly strike, Lexington felt a qualitative leap in his senses. Everything around him seemed to come into sharp focus. The fleeting vulnerabilities hidden within Galeron's rapid attacks became crystal clear to him. Without a doubt, this was the observation hockey he had been striving to awaken but had yet to realize. It is true, in the face of life and death, one grows at the swiftest pace. Now that I have awakened observation hockey, I shall no longer fear you. Prepare yourself. Lexington forcefully bent Galeron's cardboard blade, snapping it in two. Ugh, you insufferable brat. Galeron howled in pain, swiftly retreating several steps. This guy actually comprehended observation hockey during combat. I will not be outdone by a fledgling like you. Galeron gritted his teeth in defiance. I cannot let Lord William down. You can't be much older than I am. Can you? Lexington quipped as he launched another attack against Galeron. From this moment, the tide began to turn. Withstanding Lexington's increasingly powerful assaults, Galeron's veins bulged in exertion. It seems I must finally unveil my strongest form. Chapter 103. Lexington versus Galeron Finger Axe. Lexington concentrated all his strength into the tip of his battle axe, thrusting it fiercely at Galeron. This time, the renowned 10 Commandments, known for its sharpness, failed to pierce the thin layer of paper before him. How resilient! The strength has increased several levels. What kind of paper is this? Clang! Galeron's right arm once again transformed into a paper blade, striking out with fervor, colliding with Lexington's golden axe. Have you heard of aramid paper? While engaging in combat with his significantly sharpened paper arm, Galeron sneered. This is the hardest paper in the world. What kind of absurd paper is this? Finger gun steel. Lexington, speechless, deflected the incoming attack, intensifying his thrust towards Galeron's chest with his index finger. The range of the paper fruit is astounding, isn't it? Iron flake corrugated paper. Galeron thrust his chest forward, transforming his once thin body into solid corrugated paper, bracing against Lexington's finger thrust. Is he truly able to conjure iron? Lexington was incredulous upon realizing his enhanced thrust had still failed to penetrate Galeron's body. This is corrugated paper? Its strength is nearly equivalent to steel. The more powerful the paper, the greater the toll on my stamina, but that matters little now, Galeron declared, leaning forward as his paper-thin form zipped through the air, producing a fierce sound from the friction with the atmosphere. Paper axe. Galeron's entire body swung like a colossal axe towards Lexington, showboating. Lexington immediately swung the 10 Commandments with all his might to counter Galeron's relentless assault. Gale axe. As paper met iron, the sharp blades clashed, producing a piercing sound. Naturally, Galeron, as light as paper, could not hope to match Lexington in this contest of strength. The golden axe swiftly sent him flying, expanding his body to increase resistance. Galoran managed to halt his rapid descent mid-air, though a dent was still inflicted upon his brow by Lexington's strike. Indeed, changing the type of paper has significantly increased its potency. Although Lexington emerged unscathed, he furrowed his brow, sensing the power behind Galoran's paper axe. Despite having mastered observation hockey and discovered a means to injure Galoran, he needed to defeat him swiftly. The wounds Galoran had inflicted earlier still throbbed painfully, bleeding profusely. His stamina was rapidly depleting. Merely maintaining his moonwalk in the air was exhausting him far more than usual. Paper saw. Galoran's body spun rapidly in the air, transforming into a razor-sharp circular saw, creating a turbulent gust as he charged towards Lexington. The circular saw clashed once more with the golden axe, but this time, utilizing the centrifugal force and energy from his paper body, Galoran remained grounded and did not get sent flying. Mid-air, Galoran's speed accelerated, resembling an indomitable circular saw, as the slicing winds carved bloodstains across Lexington's face. Justice, I shall see just how long you can withstand my mightiest blow. Jalolin, as he spoke, continued to accelerate his spinning speed in the direction of the wind. Prepare to be cleaved in two by my hand. Lycurtian firmly braced himself against the paper saw before him, gritting his teeth as his golden hair was tossed about by the fierce wind. This posture seemed somewhat familiar. Back when he faced off against the Rolling Knight on Xingguang Island, the opponent had employed a similar technique. The combat styles of these two warriors bore striking resemblances in certain aspects. Lycurtian's arms grew increasingly sore and numb, nearing the brink of collapse. No, this cannot be. Engaging in a head-on clash against such a potent attack is futile. In that moment, Lycurtian recalled the technique that Boa had used to counter his own assaults. Javelin's paper saw, characterized by its flexibility, represented his most formidable offensive maneuver. Therefore, in response to such an attack, he should also relax his body and adopt a soft approach to counter the rigidity. Paper drawing. Taking a deep breath, Lycurtian gradually began to release the tension in his body. The paper saw drew ever closer to his face. In that instant, Lycurtian's body became as supple as it could be. The characteristics of both fighters exchanged. At a critical juncture, the ferocious paper saw narrowly grazed past Lycurtian. He turned his head in tandem, locking eyes with the side of the circular saw. Utilizing his observation hockey, he began to search for vulnerabilities in the enemy. Now so near. Relax further. Employ the same technique used against Boa to counter him. However, the former was a forceful halt, achieved through sheer strength, while this time, it was an exploration of hidden weaknesses amidst high velocity, aiming for a decisive blow with the gentlest of touches. In the moment of their close encounter, Lycurtian's entire arm extended gently and slowly forward. His right index finger, gathering all his strength, delicately tapped the center of the rapidly spinning paper saw, akin to the stroke of a drawing pen. The pinnacle of the technique, the pen-drawing spear, struck true. For a brief moment, silence enveloped the scene, as Lycurtian's fingertip pressed firmly against the now-slowing chest of Eveline. The atmosphere seemed to ripple with tension. Following the silence came a true explosion. Boom! A terrifying shockwave emanated from Lycurtian's fingertip, radiating through Jaloline's tense body. The immense force caused Jaloline to feel his entire form of paper fibers begin to rupture, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He had actually mastered the technique of softness. Did this battle begin with a soft counter and conclude with Lycurtian's soft counter as well? While you merely scratch the surface of your opponent's abilities with your 6 styles, I have delved deeper. Lycurtian slowly withdrew his hand, gazing at the now defeated, floating Jalolin. And this technique should be the essence of your paper fruit. Thank you for teaching me observation hockey. With that, Lycurtian swung his golden axe, sending Jalolin crashing down into the sea of flames below. It was over. After sustaining another heavy blow, Jalolin could no longer maintain the abilities of his paper fruit. His body, now heavy and corporeal, unable to float, plummeted directly toward the ground. How frustrating. I never anticipated a day when I would disappoint King Weilan. As Avalon's figure disappeared into the inferno, the battle above Conquer Wangong reached its conclusion. Victor, Lieutenant Colonel Laiko Xingdun, finishing move, pin drawing spear. Having dealt with Yalolin, Laiko Xingdun found himself at the end of his strength. Yet, upon surveying the raging inferno below, his expression grew grave. The fire burned too fiercely, its reach too expansive. There was no safe landing spot. The battle within the palace was not yet concluded. If he descended now, it would undoubtedly hinder Leisu and Boi. Laiko then gazed towards the distant shoreline, an area yet untouched by flames. Could he muster the remaining strength to reach that place? Chapter 104. The Crimson Monster. Within the garden of Conquer Wangong, Bunny and Onho engaged in a relentless chase, their entanglement lasting for several minutes. You color-changing woman, are you not too relentless? Boni leapt aside to evade the scythe swung by me, unable to suppress her ire. Her target was King Wen, not this ruthless woman. If this continued, that bastard would claim the head of Elan. This fool was truly an obstruction. You need not worry, Princess of the Bayar Kingdom, the fully yellow Malit declared, raising her scythe high. Soon, your allied captain will be dealt with by our King Wen. That is indeed the case. The silver thief appears far from capable of defeating King Wen. No matter. Once that silver thief is dispatched by King Wen, I should be able to eliminate this woman as well. Then I shall properly deal with that scoundrel Weilan. Princess Me, you shall experience my prowess firsthand. Malit shrieked, wildly brandishing her scythe. Her previously yellow form transformed into green once more. Green scythe. The razor-sharp scythe's speed surged exponentially, striking at Boni like a tempest. What is this madness? It's as if it were equipped with a motor. Boni swiftly transformed into a childlike appearance, using her petite form to evade Ma's onslaught. However, the opponent's speed was astonishing, and soon a scythe struck her shoulder. Splurt. As blood spurted from her shoulder, the tremendous impact sent Boni flying. Green flash. Mali, like a green bolt of lightning, pursued her relentlessly, her heavy scythe stirring up a whirlwind, her form shifting back to yellow as the massive scythe came crashing down. Yellow heavy spike. The blade struck next to Boni with tremendous force, cleaving the earth asunder, just managing to evade the lethal arc of that strike. Boni gazed at the colossal scar left in the ground, her heart racing. Such power would have surely resulted in her demise had she been struck. Damn woman. Seizing a fallen knight's long sword nearby, he hurled it with all her might, aiming directly for Ma's throat. With her towering stature and long limbs, wielding a scythe over 5 meters long, it was challenging for Boni to close the distance and utilize her abilities. Thus, attacking from afar was equally viable. Blue steel. A smile graced Ma's lips as her yellow form swiftly morphed into blue. Clang! Boni's long sword, powerful enough to shatter stone, was effortlessly deflected by his bare hands. Her defense has increased. Boni furrowed her brow, seizing the moment when Mali was preoccupied with her attack to spring up and perform a series of backflips to distance herself. Green signifies enhanced speed, yellow signifies increased strength, and blue signifies augmented defense. Does it? This is the ability of the Taicai Guoshri. Transforming her body color allows her to elevate her physical capabilities. What a troublesome adversary. Do not impede my path. Boni gritted her teeth as she swiftly retrieved 2 knives from the ground, charging towards Queen Molly with fervor. Having previously found herself on the defensive due to the erratic changes in the opponent's speed and strength, she now recognized her capabilities, presenting her with an opportunity for retaliation. By adapting her strategies according to the color of her adversary, she could counter effectively. The long-handled scythe wielded by Queen Molly clashed with these knives in midair, sending forth a cascade of sparks. Truly, as the daughter of Basilimu, her foundational combat prowess was formidable. Alas, her inexperience was evident. Defeating me was beyond her reach. With a disdainful huff, Queen Molly continuously shifted her body's hue, her scythe oscillating between devastating power and astonishing speed as she relentlessly assaulted me. However, As Boani grew accustomed to her opponent's abilities, she began to respond with increasing confidence. The battle between the two women became intensely fierce. Resign yourself to this truth. If you seek to confront Wang Weilan, I shall not grant you that opportunity. After pushing back the encroaching Boani with a sweep of her scythe, Queen Molly let out a piercing laugh. Failing to land a blow, Boani snorted in frustration, gripping her knives tightly as she focused intently on her foe. Do not regard me with such insolent eyes. It is truly disrespectful, Queen Molly remarked, her form shifting to a vibrant green as her scythe swept toward Boani with astonishing speed. The green form, though swift and difficult to evade, lacked power and could be met head-on. With gritted teeth, Boani angled her right knife against her side, bracing to withstand the oncoming strike. Not having felled her opponent, Queen Molly transformed into a yellow hue, intensifying her assault. In that moment, Boani seized her chance. As her strength surged, her speed diminished. With a sudden push, Boani propelled herself against the blade of the scythe. Harnessing the momentum of Queen Molly's sweeping attack, she swiftly transformed into a childlike figure, closing the distance to her adversary. Her fruit ability, the Teta Gosha, bore similarities to her own. Both could undergo transformations, while her adult form exuded greater strength. Her youthful state granted her remarkable agility due to her petite stature. With a cold smile, Boani extended her right hand towards the now-closed Queen Molly. This time, her defensive transformation would prove futile. If I make contact, the outcome of this battle will be decided. Fool! Spending all day hidden within the depths of the palace. Your combat skills and reflexes are indeed quite ordinary. Suddenly confronted at such close quarters, Queen Molly's pupils dilated, beads of sweat forming on her brow. This girl possesses a remarkable adaptability. Curse be it, I thought I would not need to resort to that technique. Queen Molly's expression turned frigid as her yellow form transformed into a deep crimson, a true, blood-like red, vivid and pure. From that moment, the aura surrounding her shifted entirely. A primal, predatory essence radiated from her being. Her massive frame erupted with unparalleled speed, evading Boani's close-quarters assault. What is happening? The enemy before her morphed into a red blur, leaving Boani momentarily startled. In the next instant, a powerful strike descended from behind, crashing heavily against Boani's back. Boom! The overwhelming force sent her crashing into the ground, blood spilling from her lips. Drenched in crimson, akin to bloodshed, Molly revealed a sinister smile. Struggling to rise from the ground, Boani gritted her teeth as she gazed at the red monstrosity, reflecting on the instantaneous shift in demeanor. The astonishing combination of power and speed coexisting within. Is this the legendary blood-colored beast of the Kingdom of Conqueror? Chapter 105. Xiao Ali Boani vs. Queen Molly. Is this the bloodthirsty creature spoken of in the legends of the South Sea, haunting the Kingdom of Conqueror and preying on humans? So it is you, old hag. Observing the blood-red figure before her, wielding a scythe and exuding a menacing aura, Boani furrowed her brow. This adversary appears quite formidable. It seems that this bloodthirsty beast is indeed the true bloody Queen Molly. In her red form, all aspects, strength, defense, and speed, are enhanced, leaving scarcely any weaknesses to exploit. Yet, judging by her demeanor, she seems to have lost her rationality. As her physical capabilities soared, she appeared to have transformed into a mindless monster in a frenzied state. This, it seems, is the key to overcoming her. Accompanied by piercing shrieks, Queen Molly's scythe swung wildly towards me. Boom, boom, boom. With gritted teeth, Boani strained to parry the incoming strikes with her longsword. Though she had lost her sanity, her combat instincts were significantly heightened. What a troublesome foe. It appears I must close the distance and utilize the abilities of the Sisugusher to revert her to a child or elderly state, thus nullifying her combat effectiveness. The blood-red scythe, propelled by overwhelming strength, slashed relentlessly. The ground surrounding Boani bore the scars of the lethal scythe, ravaged beyond recognition. Even the most resilient marble tiles were effortlessly cleaved in twain by the razor-sharp edge. This monster, Boani ducked swiftly evading a horizontal sweep from Queen Molly, as the scythe shattered a nearby fence into splinters. The legends of the South Sea speak widely of a blood-red beast that roams the pirate kingdom of Conqueror, wielding a scythe and emerging under the cover of night. This blood-colored monster indiscriminately slaughters humans, reveling in their blood. Its sheer brutality has led many parents to invoke this terrifying tale to silence their children, with remarkable efficacy. And now, Boigny stands face to face with this legendary beast. How could that fool Wang Wulan allow such a fearsome creature to reign as queen? It is truly unfathomable. Boigny couldn't help but scoff. While Queen Molly's appearance was not unpleasant, she undeniably resembled a madwoman, rude and violent, with a laugh that was utterly grating. Although Wang Wulan was unattractive and portly, he was nevertheless one of the South Sea's dominators. A half-giant. It is perplexing that he could not find a more suitable consort. The commotion within the palace indicated that the battle between Wang Wulan and Lei S was intensifying. Regardless, she must eliminate Queen Molly before they reach a conclusion. Should Wang Wulan suffer defeat, she would lose the chance to confront him directly, and she would also be at a disadvantage against the Silver Thief. Conversely, if Lei S were to falter, facing both Wang Wulan and Queen Molly in tandem would be an insurmountable challenge. As the battle raged on, the scent of blood seemed to further invigorate Queen Molly, her scythe weaving a dense web of defense that left Boigny no avenue for advance. Any attempt to draw near would result in being repelled by the gusts created by her blade. Under the relentless pressure of Queen Molly, Boigny found herself retreating until she reached the palace wall. The scythe struck down, carving a horrifying gash into the solid wall. I can retreat no further. I must confront her here. With determination, Boigny gritted her teeth and drew a flintlock pistol she had recently picked up from the ground, aiming it squarely at Queen Molly. A colossal blood scythe descended, severing the blade that Boigny had raised in defense into two fragments, and the misaligned scythe inflicted a gruesome gash on her right arm. Enduring the agony, Boigny resolutely pulled the trigger of her flintlock pistol. Two bullets hurtled towards Queen Mary's eyes with ferocity. Clang! The bullets ricocheted off Queen Mary's formidable defenses as if striking metal. However, Boigny had no intention of inflicting significant harm upon the queen. The sparks from the bullet collision momentarily disrupted her line of sight, which was the crux of Boigny's strategy. Grasping a heavy war hammer from the chaotic battlefield, Boigny took a deep breath, raised it high above her head, and brought it crashing down upon the scythe that trailed along the ground. Aging impact. Bang! The war hammer struck with tremendous force at the juncture where the scythe had been cleaved during Boigny's previous defensive maneuvers. The relentless assault on the same spot had already left the scythe with evident internal damage, while the aging ability of the MysteryFruit rapidly corroded the weapon. With this strike, Boigny successfully shattered the enormous scythe into two segments. With the threat of the scythe neutralized, Boigny transformed into a more agile child. Leaping swiftly into Queen Mary's defensive perimeter, her arms extending to their utmost limit to reach the Queen's body. A mere touch would conclude this battle. As Queen Mary regained her sight and beheld Boigny closing in, she emitted a frantic roar. The handle of her scythe came crashing down upon Boigny. Although the scythe's blade had been lost, the several-meter-long handle still possessed formidable power. Boigny's youthful frame was struck in the back by the rigid, heavy handle. The immense impact rendering her momentarily dizzy, causing her to spit blood and almost collapse. No, if I fall, I will lose my chance. I must surge forward. Braving Queen Mary's repeated onslaughts, Boigny forced her way closer. Her right hand pressed firmly against the Queen's body, transform into a little demon and perish. The ability of the MysteryFruit activated, causing Queen Mary's body to shrink dramatically. In terror, the blood-colored monstrosity shrieked as she watched her form diminish. In no time, Queen Mary's towering 3-meter frame had contracted to that of a toddler, barely over a meter tall. Finally accomplished, raising her warhammer, Boigny swung it down heavily upon the Queen's head, rendering her unconscious. Exhausted, Boigny relinquished her weapon and collapsed onto the ground. How infuriating! Why can't I rise? It seemed that the severity of her injuries coupled with the exhaustion from altering the age of a formidable opponent like Queen Mary, had left her famished. As her taut nerves relaxed, Bonnie found herself unable to rise and continue the fight. How can this be? I have yet to deal with King William. Reluctantly, Bonnie strained to support her body, yearning to stand and continue the battle, but the strain on her wounds triggered a wave of intense pain, causing her vision to blur and her consciousness to fade as she collapsed to the ground. In the inner courtyard of the Konkai Palace, a victor emerged. The winner, the gluttonous girl, Xiao Ali Bonnie. Decisive technique, a single hammer strike. Thus, the enemies of the Konkai Kingdom, including the Queen and all her officials, were thoroughly defeated by the alliance of the Devil Hand Pirates and Bonnie's pirate crew. Inside the Konkai Palace, the only remaining combatants were the Devil Hand Eric D. Dozels and King William. Chapter 106, 30-Year-Old Rice. The presence of Mary and Galoran had vanished. Within the palace, King William abruptly halted his assault, furrowing his brow, grinding his teeth in frustration. The situation outside had deteriorated to an alarming degree. "You little brat, why are you so troublesome?" Whirling around, King William raised the sword, joyous, and struck down upon Rice, who had been battling him for an extended time. Already somewhat fatigued, Rice inhaled deeply, channeling his power once more to deflect the colossal sword that King William had swung. Boom! The giant sword crashed onto the palace floor, sending shards flying and showering Rice with debris. "I haven't dealt with you yet. How can I fall?" Rice chuckled as he brandished Tenzo, charging fiercely toward King William. It appeared that Bonnie, Lexington, and the others had already dealt with the remaining foes, allowing him to focus all his attention and strength on the opponent before him. Black Flame Dragon's roar. Black coal spread across Rice's right hand, gripping the spear, igniting into a fervent blaze that enveloped the fiery spear. And he thrust forward with all his might, the sharp spear wave entwined with flames transforming into a roaring fire dragon that lunged at King William's throat. Faced with Rice's fierce onslaught, King William, already incensed by his subordinates' repeated defeats, became even more furious. "This little brat is like an annoying fly, relentless. You insolent child, you know not the heights of heaven or depths of earth. Your feeble flames cannot harm the physique of my giant race." With that, King William raised the golden sword, joyous, high above his head, assuming a stance that was all too familiar to Rice. Could it be? Rice's pupils dilated in sudden realization. "Taste the mightiest spear of the giant race, which I brought from the New World, Bloodbath." King William's roar reverberated, causing Rice's eardrums to thrum. The golden giant sword swung down with a thunderous crash. Bloodbath's spear, dominance of the nation. The giant sword unleashed a blade of shock waves exponentially greater than Rice's spear wave, colliding with an overwhelming force against Rice's blazing dragon. The two attacks did not remain locked for long. The flames were nearly consumed by the dominance of the nation. "This is dire." After obliterating Rice's attack, the shock wave surged towards him. Realizing the imminent danger, Rice hastily dodged to the side. Boom! The dominance of the nation narrowly grazed Rice, crashing into the palace's ceiling and creating a massive hole with its sheer force. Witnessing the devastation wrought by this strike, cold sweat broke out on Rice's brow. The hybrid of the giant race indeed wields the Bloodbath spear. If struck by that, dozens of bones would surely shatter, rendering him incapable of fighting. Originally, I had no intention of employing such a destructively powerful technique. I planned to send you off to the afterlife gently. King William waved the smoking golden sword, snorting disdainfully. "After all, this is my palace, and I would prefer it not to be utterly destroyed by my own hand. Yet it seems the situation has become exceedingly grave. At all costs, I shall annihilate you here." With that, King William raised his long sword once more, gathering strength, his feet sinking deeply into the ground from the exertion. "Let us see how many of my strikes you can evade." The sword of sovereignty. The giant sword cleaved downward, and once again, Rice barely dodged it with his abilities, while the palace floor was rent asunder by the tremendous force of the strike. Sensing the shift in King William's attack intensity, Rice's silver brows knitted together. It appears that the consecutive defeats of Galoran and Queen Mary have made this fellow increasingly anxious, leading him to act recklessly. His previous strikes had been restrained, but now he was unleashing his full power. It seems I must reveal my hidden cards, or else I shall be vanquished by this fellow here. The power of Sway Sway Nomi has yet to be unleashed in this battle, Lacey murmured as he leaped back. Unlike Pai, who could consume vast amounts, my capacity to store energy is limited. To alter the age of such a formidable opponent as King William, who harbors intense animosity towards me, is nearly impossible. Therefore, I must change my own age. Currently, Lacey possesses the physique of an adolescent, still in the throes of growth, and his overall capabilities are not at their zenith. By transforming into a 30-year-old, I should be able to contend with King William. After shedding his boots, Lacey activated the powers of Sway Sway no Mi, his height rapidly increasing from approximately 1.70 meters. His garments tightened and tore, his long trousers morphing into 3/4 lengths, while the length of his fiery spear, Tenja, became more manageable. In no time, the 30-year-old Lacey stood before King William, towering around 1.90 meters. His handsome visage bore a deeper, more rugged allure compared to his youth. His iconic silver eyebrows were now thicker and more lustrous, and his striking gray eyes radiated a more potent aura. His long black hair cascaded over his shoulders, and his bare torso revealed a lithe, muscular physique. "Oh, has he grown using Pani's ability?" King William remarked, slightly taken aback at the sight of the adult Lacey. "Quite the dashing figure. I'm no longer the mere child you once spoke of," Lacey retorted with a voice deeper than before, tugging at his trousers with a grimace. After the transformation, his pants felt excessively tight. Fortunately, they were rather loose and elastic, or he would have faced a rather embarrassing predicament. Once he adjusted his trousers, Lacey began to appreciate the potential of his matured body. The age alteration granted by Sway Sway no Mi resulted in a proportional growth, and any future training or external factors would not affect his current form. Thus, the 30-year-old version of himself was not comparable to his genuine 30-year-old self. Nevertheless, Lacey's strength and physical prowess had significantly improved. He now embodied the essence of a 30-year-old who had not experienced combat or accumulated any experience from battles. Incredible! Feeling the power within him, Lacey was increasingly aware of the immense potential of this body. Just this simple growth made him feel far stronger than before. Alas, he could not continuously engage in battle and training in this form, for that would prevent him from gaining experience and enhancement. After all, this 30-year-old self stemmed from the future, and his true capabilities would ultimately depend on his experiences at 16. This was also the reason he had been reluctant to fight in this form. However, now, to defeat King William, there was no alternative. "Come forth, King William. It is time for our second round of battle." With that declaration, Lacey brandished Tenja, charging at King William with greater speed and ferocity. Chapter 107. The Spear of Elbath. "Do not think that by growing a decade or so, you can contend with me," King William scoffed, swinging his colossal sword towards the rushing Lacey. Faced with the oncoming Jugwarius, Lacey raised Tenja. Whether his newfound strength could match King William's power would depend on this clash. Boom! Jugwarius and Tenja collided midair, golden sword energy intertwining with red spear waves, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that reverberated through the air. This time, Lacey matched King William's might with sheer physical strength. He could truly rival the strength of the giant race. Suppressing King William's massive sword, a faint smile graced Lacey's lips. Although a half-giant, King William's strength surely surpassed that of an ordinary giant. It seemed his physical potential was indeed formidable. Channeling all his strength into his arms, Lacey shouted and launched a single thrust, propelling the 7-meter-tall King William backwards. The colossal figure crashed into the palace wall, creating a massive breach, debris flying in all directions. "You little brat." King William, astonished by Lacey's force, gritted his teeth as he struggled to rise, using his sword for support. The shift in strength is astonishing, given that she is the daughter of his arch-nemesis, Bartholomew Kuma, King William had thoroughly researched Xiao Ai Li Penese Sui Sui no Mi. This fruit, in some respects, can indicate a person's potential. The greater the disparity in strength between youth and maturity, the greater the potential of the individual. It appears that this Lei Si exemplifies such a situation. He must be eliminated, or he will become a future threat. Imperial Sword. King William, wielding his sword imbued with haki, leaped into the air, executing several somersaults before descending upon Lei Si with tremendous force. If my strength is insufficient, I shall augment it. Lei Si generated a wave beneath his feet, propelling his body with increasing force, enhancing the flames engulfing Tenjia. The spear blazed with a resplendent glow. Wave of Tenjia. The two formidable weapons erupted with their utmost power, their sharp edges clashing and releasing a deadly aura. Within the palace, the battle between King William and Lei Si escalated, each strike fueled by their full might. The golden sword Jugwarius symbolizing the emperor, and the fiery spear Tenjia representing the sun, unleashed boundless sword energy and spear waves in their relentless exchanges. The palace began to tremble under the strain of the titanic clash, threatening to collapse. Black, the pitch-black blade. As Lei Si raised his right hand, dozens of black, flame-wreathed blades erupted from the ground, piercing towards King William's massive form from all directions. Imperial armor. Unfazed by the widespread assault of natural powers, King William scoffed, enveloping himself in haki, shielding his colossal body entirely. Boom! The collision between the coal blades and flames against the haki produced an overwhelming shockwave. This attack caused the palace, where King William and Lei Si fought, to collapse partially. Their battlefield expanded significantly as a result. After several rounds of intense combat, both warriors had exhausted considerable energy. Lei Si gasped for breath, his gaze fixed firmly on King William, unwilling to avert his attention. Alternating between three different devil fruit abilities in battle was no trivial task, and his stamina was depleting at an alarming rate. The effects of Sui Sui no Mi were time-sensitive. If the battle continued, he risked reverting to his original form prematurely. Although King William appeared to be in a worse state than before, if this stalemate persisted, it was likely that he would be the first to falter. Truly, he possesses no weaknesses, utilizing the formidable powers of three devil fruits in succession. He barely managed to match his opponent. King William is likely far stronger than Blake, with a bounty of 165 million berries, which is still far too low for this immensely powerful giant swordsman. Residing in this royal palace and lying in wait for years, King William has probably been continuously honing his strength. Meanwhile, he is infuriated by the formidable prowess exhibited by Raisai. Has the newcomer from the South Sea truly reached such heights? It appears that the defeats of Ankole, Sorrow, and Blake were not mere coincidences. During his period of seclusion, new forces in this world have been steadily rising. The vast army he painstakingly assembled has been utterly vanquished by a mere alliance of fewer than 100 individuals. The primary culprit remains that damned fire. Gritting his teeth while gazing at the flames licking over the palace walls, King William seethes. He wonders which fool ignited his forest, fearing that most of his subordinates have been scattered and burnt by this inferno. Once he defeats Raisai, he will certainly hunt down this arsonist and make them fully comprehend his terrifying nature. Young man, I acknowledge that among the newcomers who have challenged me over the years, you are one of the very best. With this proclamation, King William once again raises his long sword and charges at Raisai, their weapons colliding fiercely in midair. Yet, such trivial tactics cannot hope to defeat one who bears the bloodline of the giant race. King William's already robust arms swell even more, with power heightened to its zenith. He sends Raisai crashing down to the ground. The spear of Elbath, the heavenly nation. In midair, King William's entire form is enveloped in hardening haki, his several-ton body transforming into an immensely powerful spear, plummeting from the sky. Observing the colossal figure descending, Raisai struggles to rise from the massive crater created beneath him, veins bulging on his face. This guy is attacking me with his entire being as a spear. Such an assault must exert tremendous pressure on me. but it will undoubtedly inflict recoil damage upon King William himself. Has he truly become so desperate? Black, the pitch-black space. Layers of coal shields form a protective barrier above Raisai. However, these shields can only provide temporary protection and cannot stop King William's onslaught. Taking a deep breath, Raisai transforms the coal fruit once more into the wave fruit. Since his opponent has employed Haki, the elementalization of the coal fruit is futile. If he attempts to evade, the sheer power of King William's shockwave will prevent him from reaching a safe zone before the attack descends. The only option left is to confront him head-on. King William's direct assault using his physical form to unleash the Spear of Elbath presents both danger and opportunity. If he can utilize the wave fruit to return the entirety of this force back to him, perhaps he can use this confrontation to alter the currently stalemated situation. Chapter 108, Raisai versus King William. After extensive development of the wave fruit, Raisai has gained a profound understanding of this fruit possessed by a high-ranking member of the Grera Pirates. To some extent, this fruit bears similarities to Whitebeard's Tremor fruit. However, in contrast to the immensely destructive and powerful nature of the Tremor fruit, the wave fruit leans more towards finesse and technique. While its raw offensive power may not be as high, its strength lies in its unpredictable and serpentine trajectory, akin to the undulating waves of the sea. During his battle with Cursapedo, the opponent had utilized a wave sword whose attack trajectory did not correspond with the actual situation, sending Raisai's weapon flying. If he employs the same principle, he should be able to reflect the force of King William's attack back onto him. Wave reflection. Raisai channels the power of the waves into his weapon, Tenjo, raising it high towards the heavens. Layer upon layer of air ripples upward. The sinuous waves stretch between Raisai and King William like a spring. A mere trick, unfazed by Raisai's defense. King William swings his massive sword and thrusts downward with great force. The tip of Tenjo and the tip of Jugawisu point towards each other across the void. As King William exerts all his strength downwards, the distance between the two weapons continuously diminishes. However, with the compression of power, King William increasingly senses that something is amiss. The more force he applies, the stronger the opposing force seems to push back against him. This brat is utilizing the ability of that lunatic Cursapedo. King William grits his teeth, muttering. Although he is somewhat familiar with the fruit ability of one of Grera's strongest gold medal officers, he has never directly experienced its power. During his previous encounters with Raisai, the latter had repeatedly employed the power of the wave fruit, successfully deflecting his full force attacks. Now, using this technique to counter his heavenly spear feels distinctly wrong. His shockwave is gradually being pushed back upwards by the waves. King William, brace yourself. Reisi, also enduring tremendous pressure, takes a deep breath, planting his feet firmly upon the shattered ground, and thrusts Tenjo upwards with all his might. Boom! The immense power accumulated by the wave fruit erupts in an instant. King William's Spear of Elbath is entirely returned, crashing into him. The colossal shockwave penetrates King William's massive form, reaching for the heavens. After enduring this devastating blow, King William spits blood, plummeting from the sky and crashing heavily into the ground, creating a massive crater. Thick clouds of dust billow forth from the giant pit. Raisai, having exerted himself excessively, finds his legs giving way, half kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath. His gaze remains fixed on the enormous pit ahead. Have I done it? Before long, a colossal hand emerges from the pit, pressing heavily against the ground. King William, blood spilling from his mouth and baring his teeth, reappears before Raisai. Indeed, this fellow is not so easily vanquished. Charlie William, with the sturdy physique of the giant race coupled with Haki's defense, can still stand after taking a direct hit from a spear of giants. Though he can stand, the damage from this assault is not to be overlooked. How does it feel? Is my technique still tolerable? A faint smile creeps on Raisai's lips. Humph, you damn scoundrel. How dare you try to play tricks on me? King William, now disheveled, his massive form covered in blood and dust, emerges from the depths of the pit, clutching his chest with a shockwave pierced through. Glaring fiercely at Raisai, that previous strike shattered several of his ribs, and the situation is dire. The combination of multiple fruits has rendered him defenseless. However, at this moment, for the first time since being struck by Raisai, King William is gradually losing his rationality. Since leaving Elbath, departing from the monster-filled New World to establish a pirate kingdom in the South Sea, he has never encountered such trouble. Why does this Raisai evoke sensations akin to those monstrous beings from the New World? I will tear you apart. King William roars, swinging his massive sword as he lunges fiercely towards Raisai. The inane chatter has become redundant at this juncture, has it not? As Lacey derided, he charged forward. The two engaged in fierce combat once more, clashing repeatedly. Both Lacey and Wang Weilian found their conditions deteriorating, their wounds multiplying with each relentless exchange. Ye likidu zi Lacey. You are merely a frog at the bottom of a well, thinking that dominating the South Sea is a monumental achievement? Wang Weilian bellowed, furiously swinging his longsword. There are countless monsters in this world. The Lacey before me reminds me of the time I was eliminated by Bartholomew Kuma during the Seven Warlord selection. Such a young and powerful upstart is exceedingly unpleasant. I beg to differ. I am no mere frog at the bottom of a well, Lacey retorted with a disdainful smirk, parrying Wang Weilian's colossal sword. In the eyes of the four emperors, the admirals, and those legendary figures of the New World, our battle is but a farcical spectacle. Each of them could easily defeat 100 of us combined, could they not? Lacey's words astonished Wang Weilian. This brat knows so much. Damn it! If that is the case, why are you so arrogant? Wang Weilian shouted, his voice tinged with hysteria. Jiu you see, strike down heavily. Because I am unlike you. I can swiftly catch up to their pace within these few years, Lacey declared, deftly deflecting Wang Weilian's sword. The instability of Wang Weilian's emotions rendered his observation hockey ineffective. It appeared he was on the verge of breaking down. By what right do you speak? David's hand, ye ni kedu zi Lacey. With a hum, as Wang Weilian's words faded, the recently awakened conqueror's hockey surged forth from Lacey's deep gray eyes, enveloping the entire palace. Subsequently, with Tian Shao in hand, Lacey assumed a posture that left Wang Weilian aghast. My name is ye ni kedu zi Lacey. Is this how the spear of Elbath is wielded? Lacey's form transformed into a silhouette of black, ignited in flames, and began to swell as copious amounts of coal manifested upon his body. Soon, a colossal coal giant, taller than Wang Weilian, materialized at the center of the battlefield. Flame spear Tian Shao, he raised high. Elbath spear Inferno, a titanic wave of spear energy, imbued with boundless flames, surged forth from Lacey's strike. Conqueror's hockey, Elbath spear. How could you ever learn such a technique? Do you believe a mere human spear could triumph over this king? Facing Lacey's full-force strike, Wang Weilian, unable to evade, enveloped himself in armament hockey and unleashed his own conqueror's hockey. However, this time, Wang Weilian's hockey was consumed by Lacey's Inferno. The Inferno shattered Wang Weilian's seemingly indomitable armament defenses, penetrating his enormous form. With a look of defiance, Wang Weilian succumbed to the shockwave that shattered his bones and seared his skin. He could no longer maintain his stance. The golden sword Jiu Yu see slipped from his grip, embedding itself in the ground. The crown, a symbol of his royal identity, fell from his head. As the 7-meter-tall, false giant crashed to the ground, Lacey too reached his limits. The coal giant dissipated, reverting to the 16-year-old Lacey who landed on the ground. Though utterly exhausted, he was fortunate that he had ultimately secured victory. The Battle of the Kongku Air Palace concluded with the victor, Devil's Hand Ei Likudi Duo Z Lacey. Finishing move, Elbath Spear, Inferno. Thus, the expedition of the Devil's Hand Bonnie Pirate Alliance against the Kongku Air Kingdom culminated in the triumph of Lacey and his comrades. Chapter 109. The Triumphant Return. Lacey gasped for breath, propping himself up with the flame spear, his weary body aching as he struggled to rise and regard the fallen Wang Weilian. This adversary proved to be quite formidable, nearly causing his downfall. Nevertheless, he was relieved to have emerged victorious. He could not linger here. He needed to depart swiftly. Observing the flames bursting from the breach in the palace wall, Lacey's expression turned grave. The confrontation with Wang Wei Lian had wreaked havoc on the surrounding walls, and the flames might soon spread within. This sword. Lacey turned to gaze at the nearly 5-meter-long golden sword Jiao you see embedded in the ground. Much like his flame spear Tian Shao, this golden sword Jiao you see belonged to the illustrious category of the 21 Supreme Blades. It would be a pity to abandon it here, as he could not seize the treasures within the palace, but possessing a sword would suffice. Although someone of his stature could not wield it, he might eventually find a worthy owner, or perhaps it would serve him in the future. After extracting Jiao you see from the ground and slinging it over his shoulder, Lacey turned to head towards the palace courtyard to assess the situation. The presences of Kai Kai and Sui Sui fruits had not yet dissipated. He needed to retrieve Bonnie as well. Just as he took a step, a sudden thought struck him, and he whirled back to regard the barely conscious Wang Wei Lian. After a moment of conflicted contemplation, Lacey resolved to return to Wang Wei Lian. Although he was reluctant, upon further reflection, it was indeed wiser to take him along. On the surface of the sea beyond the main island of the Kong-Kuer Kingdom, Hao Si and the others gazed at the island, now completely engulfed in flames, along with the remaining knights of the kingdom, and could not help but express their awe, regardless of whether Wang Wei Lian had been defeated. The Kong-Kuer Kingdom was undeniably on the brink of annihilation. Of Lexington and the captain, Daff stated, maneuvering the ship backward to evade the increasingly oppressive heat wave while addressing Lexington, who had barely managed to escape the island before exhausting his strength. I didn't have the chance to notice that my battle with Jolin took place in midair, Lexington replied after resting for a moment and tending to his wounds, his strength slightly restored. After defeating Jolin, my consciousness began to blur, and I hurriedly rushed out to the island as Edge without assessing the palace's condition. After all, losing consciousness and falling into the sea of flames would spell certain doom. However, you need not worry too much. Lexington smiled wearily as he spoke. I have faith that Lacey will surely triumph over Wang Wei Lian. The flames continued to blaze fiercely. Thick smoke ascended towards the heavens, seemingly to announce to the entire South Sea that the tides of this region had once again shifted. Lexington, Beethoven, Daff, Hao Si, and the members of the Bonnie pirate crew could not help but reflect on the moment. They had witnessed the transition of an era. The reign of the three great powers, and Kulei Sualuo Si, Wang Wei Lian, and Bulai, over the South Sea had come to an end. The forthcoming era belonged to Lacey, Bonnie, Kid, and their ilk. It was fortunate that this main island had no ordinary names, all being pirates. Thus, there was no need for them to rescue anyone. Shortly thereafter, both Lexington and Hao Si's gazes sharpened simultaneously, pointing towards a looming black dot amidst the flames. Exclaiming in unison, "They have returned. It is Captain Lacey and Captain Bonnie. William and Queen Mary have indeed been defeated by them." Although I had long accepted in my heart that Lacey and Bo and I would emerge victorious, the sight of their captain returning triumphantly stirred the crew of both pirate factions, who could hardly contain their excitement, bursting into tears and embracing one another in jubilant celebration. With one arm around Bo and I, and the other gripping the flame gun, Lacey, with the momentum of Jiao you see propelling him, charged forth from the island. Lacey, Captain Bo and I, amidst the cheers of the crew, the strong returned victorious. On the sea, the remaining knights of the Kong-Kuer Kingdom, forced to leap into the ocean to evade the flames, gazed incredulously at the scene aboard the pirate ship. How could this be possible? Their King William has truly been vanquished, and by these two youngsters no less. The last two knights of the Kong-Kuer Kingdom, the 12th seat knight Ret X and the 13th seat knight Siguayer, observed the raucous festivities on the ship, their teeth grinding in frustration. What trickery did these rascals employ to bring about the downfall of Lord William? The golden sword of King William is here. The Kong-Kuer Kingdom has suffered a complete defeat in this battle. Lacey reclined on the deck, hoisting the 5-meter-long golden sword high above his head. This sword symbolizes the majesty and nobility of King William. Yet at this moment, it signifies the rise of a new generation of formidable forces in the South Sea. Shortly thereafter, After departing from the main island of the Kong Air Kingdom, Lacey, Bo and I, and their companions, along with their captives, arrived at the nearby Jiji Island, which had fallen under the dominion of Jia Luo Lin for a period of rest. Alas, the royal palace had been nearly reduced to ashes, containing many treasures within. Hao Si shook his head in regret, reflecting on how his arrow had triggered a significant chain reaction. However, it was not entirely devoid of spoils. The flagship of King William, the battleship Holy Light Conqueror, had been returned by the PAL faction. In the earlier battle, most of the Kong Air Kingdom's ships had been sunk, but the grand and luxurious Holy Light Conqueror remained intact. The ship was adorned with gold, silver, and jewels, appearing exceedingly valuable. However, as Lacey intended to replace the Blood Vengeance with a superior vessel, he gifted it to the PAL faction. Though the Holy Light Conqueror was commendable, it did not meet his aspirations. He sought a vessel more powerful, capable of weathering the storms of the New World. By the way, take this and have someone clean it thoroughly. Suddenly recalling something, Lacey disdainfully pinched a large gold nugget between his fingers and handed it to Hao Si. Hao Si accepted the gold nugget from Lacey's hand, gasping in astonishment. What a massive piece of gold! Where did this come from? It feels somewhat peculiar in shape. As Hao Si pondered in confusion, Lacey sighed. This was the gold tooth extracted from King William's mouth after I defeated him. I had my eye on that gold tooth during my fight with King William, but the fellow had quite a serious halitosis that was unbearable. What? The gold tooth from King William's mouth? Hao Si's expression changed instantly. No wonder it felt a bit damp to the touch. How disgusting. Chapter 110. The new king of Kong Air Kingdom after resting for over a week on Jiji Island. The members of the MO Show pirate crew and the Bo and I pirate crew had all regained their vigor. During this time, their pirate ships had been repaired, and it was nearly time to set sail once more. After all, the aspirations of Lacey and Bo and I extended beyond merely becoming the pirate emperors of this kingdom, making it impossible for them to linger indefinitely. On the shore, Lacey and Bo and I directed their crew to begin loading supplies, preparing for their official departure in a few days. "Pal, you need not accompany us on this voyage," Lacey remarked to the prepared PAL faction, who intended to board with them. "Though I am your captain, you remain an independent pirate crew. You're under the banner of my MO Show pirate crew and may operate freely. Simply heed my call when needed. While you possess great potential, you must face challenges to stand on your own. If you remain by my side indefinitely, you will not grow stronger. From this day forth, the Kong Air Kingdom shall serve as your base. Focus on honing your skills here." During this preparation for departure, Lacey also made arrangements for the Kong Air Kingdom. Following the downfall of the tyrant King William, Pal Luo Yao was appointed as the new king, with the PAL faction stationed here. The pirates who had once committed misdeeds within the kingdom were imprisoned in the underground dungeons, leaving only a fraction of those with good intentions compelled to venture out to protect the kingdom. The former knight of the Kong Air Kingdom, Lulu, also gained his freedom after King William's demise and agreed with Beethoven to continue safeguarding the Kong Air Kingdom before setting sail. Not long after, Lacey and Bo and I coincidentally chose to set sail on the same day. "Why did you also choose to set sail today, Silver Thief?" Bonnie grumbled, gnawing on a chicken leg as she glared at Lacey. "I haven't settled the score with you for taking King William's head." Hearing this, Lacey scratched his head in exasperation. "I can't help it. How about I give you King William's gold tooth?" "Ugh, cough, cough." That remark caused Bo and I to choke on the chicken meat, nearly leading to her demise. Who would want that gold tooth smeared with the saliva of that ugly creature? This Silver Thief has gone too far. Enough of your nonsense. After defeating King William, our pirate alliance has dissolved. Once she coughed up the chicken meat lodged in her throat, Bo and I discarded the chicken bones into the sea and turned to walk toward the Treasure Margarita pizza ship. "Next time we meet at sea, I shall take you down. Remember that." As Lacey watched the departing Bo and I pirate crew, resting his chin on his hand, he fell into contemplation. Bonnie's temperament was indeed rather abrasive, likely due to her royal upbringing, which made her somewhat proud. However, from the time spent together, her true nature did not seem malevolent. Despite her rough mannerisms and lack of the elegance befitting a princess, There was a unique charm about her, explaining why the original had taken a liking to her. Perhaps I am somewhat influenced by the original's persona, as I find myself developing a slight interest in her. I had initially intended to invite her aboard. However, upon reflection, with Bo and I partnering with the Fu, I simply cannot sustain them. Furthermore, given that Bonnie's current strength is not significantly different from my own, I may not be able to keep her in check if she were to join my ship. Thus, I shall postpone any invitation for her to come aboard until our next encounter. Hao Si and the Fu hid behind, observing their captain gazing out at the sea, whispering to one another. It seems the captain's secret affection for Bo and I is indeed true. He is so reluctant to see her go. Previously, he denied it. Truly a stubborn pride. Within the newly refurbished palace, Pal and Lexington exchanged their final farewells. As Pal had just ascended to power, the Kong-Ku Air kingdom lay in ruins, and the fires on the main island where the palace was located had only recently been extinguished. Pal was extremely busy with affairs and could not spare the time to send Lei Si off on his voyage. "We are departing. Take care of yourselves," Pal said, glancing around the palace's decor, feeling somewhat at a loss. Pal indeed did as he had previously stated, stripping the royal palace of all its gold, silver, and jewels, distributing them among the common folk of each island. In his own words, accustomed to the earth, he found the sheer brilliance of so much wealth rather blinding. However, this decision transformed what was once a resplendent palace into a sight reminiscent of a slum, a rather excessive display of modesty. Above all, it is essential to remember that you are not only the king of the Canker Kingdom, but also the captain of the first division of our Magic Empire crew. And in times of adversity, you have us as your shield, Lexington reminded Pal before departing. During this period of cultivation, numerous pirate crews and kingdoms had already heard of King William's downfall, sending emissaries to seek advantage in the chaos. This vast sea would not remain tranquil for even a moment, and neither could Reese and his companions perpetually guard this place. There were greater overlords in the South Sea awaiting their challenge. The challenges that Pal and his crew would confront next would be monumental. Yet, as the underlings of the soon-to-be prominent Magic Hand Pirate crew, they must endure the trials ahead. Upon exiting the palace and gazing at the endless, ravaged wasteland before him, Lexington could not help but lament. What had House done to turn this island, once a stronghold of the pirate kingdom, into a mere shell of its former self? Only the palace stood isolated in the midst of desolation, a truly absurd sight. In the underground prison, Beethoven sat elegantly in a cell closest to the exit, playing a melodious tune on his violin. "I still cannot accustom myself to such indirect music," remarked Ruler, clad in prison garb, reclining on a bunk and listening to Beethoven's performance. Although Ruler had committed few offenses within the Canker Kingdom, Reese ultimately decided to confine him, albeit granting a degree of freedom. Upon the completion of his 2-year sentence, Ruler would be free to leave the Canker Kingdom, during which time he would also serve as its guardian. "It seems you still cannot appreciate my music. You require further transformation," Beethoven huffed, concluding his piece, putting away his violin and rising gracefully. "Time is of the essence. I must take my leave. Do take care," adjusting his top hat and formal attire. Beethoven bid farewell to Ruler with utmost elegance before turning towards the prison exit. Observing Beethoven's retreating figure, a smile gradually appeared on Ruler's face. "Though I cannot comprehend your music, I sincerely thank you for freeing me from King William's grasp." Beethoven paused at the doorway, removed his hat, and offered a slight bow to Ruler before departing the cell. After arranging everything, both Beethoven and Lexington returned to their ship, the Blood Red Avenger, setting sail beyond the shores of the Canker Kingdom. However, shortly after they vacated the waters of the Canker Kingdom, another vessel emerged near the border. A diminutive figure, adorned with wind goggles from the Fur tribe, ascended into the air on a flying apparatus, casting a surprised glance towards the kingdom. Just as the newspapers indicated. "Not even a watchdog is in sight," he mused. "I never anticipated such a development in the South Sea, an event of liberation not instigated by revolutionaries. This captain of the Magic Hand Pirate crew, Eric D. Reese, is indeed quite remarkable. Yet, it appeared that this liberation also involved Kuma's daughter, Jewelry Bonnie. General Lindbergh, Shall we cross the border to investigate? Inquired a voice from the ship below, filled with uncertainty. The commander of the Revolutionary Army's Southern Division, Lindbergh, radiated a bright smile. There is no need. The Magic Hand pirate crew has departed, and Kuma's daughter is no longer within the kingdom. This place has been liberated. Let's not disturb their peace. We shall proceed to our next destination. Chapter 111. The Most Wanted Criminal of the South Sea, the World Government's Navy Headquarters. Why is it again the South Sea? Why has there been such an increase in events here recently? In his office, Admiral Sengoku gazed with exasperation at the report in his hand. Within less than half a year, 3 major powers in the South Sea had been dismantled by newcomers. Captain Eustace Kidd led the Kidd pirate crew to defeat the Steel Armor pirate crew, vanquishing the Zoan-type ancient devil fruit user, Uncle Raysoros, with a bounty of 200 million berries. Eric D. Reese, leading the Magic Hand pirate crew, shattered the Black Group and the Navy's 230th and 240th Divisions, overcoming the leader of the Black Group, a Logia-type user known as the Black Demon. Following Reese, the gluttonous Jewelry Bonnie joined forces to topple the largest pirate kingdom in the South Sea, Canker, defeating King William, who bore a bounty of 165 million. Eustace Kidd, Jewelry Bonnie, and Eric D. Reese, these 3 newly risen pirate crews in the South Sea presented increasingly formidable challenges. The name Eric bears the initial D. Sengoku pondered over Reese's dossier, frowning to himself. Just months prior, he was an obscure pirate, but after consuming a devil fruit, he rapidly ascended. The Paramecia-type copy fruit had not graced the world for centuries, yet without a doubt, the user of this fruit possesses immense potential. This Eric must not be allowed to grow further. Moreover, the vice captain of the Magic Hand pirate crew is none other than the former Navy lieutenant, Lexington Justice, who had defected. Initially tasked with transporting new naval forces across the seas to ameliorate the situation, they never anticipated their naval hopes would betray them. This was not akin to Drake's infiltration, but a genuine defection. In any case, Eric D. Reese poses a significant threat, being a debauched individual, forcibly seizing women, and recklessly dispersing poison. He must be captured immediately and imprisoned and impelled down. Aside from Reese, the other 2 newly emerged pirate crews in the South Sea are equally troublesome. The daughter of one of the 7 warlords, princess of the Sorbet Kingdom, has brazenly taken to piracy. Since she does not fall under Bartholomew Kuma's command, there is no need to revoke her bounty. She must be apprehended without delay. The most concerning of all is Eustace Kidd. After perusing Bonnie's file, Sengoku retrieved an extraordinarily thick dossier regarding Kidd, leading a gang of ruffians in the South Sea. Eustace Kidd undoubtedly possesses immense destructive capabilities. Wherever he goes, buildings collapse, and civilians suffer grievously. The Paramecia-type magnet fruit's powers are a devastating blow in the South Sea, where modified humans abound and pose a colossal threat to the Navy. Even now, the Navy units sent to suppress Kidd find themselves swiftly disarmed and rendered defenseless. It is unfathomable what losses Kidd will inflict upon the Navy as he grows stronger. As Sengoku pondered the chaos surrounding him, the telephone snail beside him began to ring. Hello, this is Sengoku. Admiral Sengoku. This is Major Bitter, under Vice Admiral Onibus. Came the urgent response from the other end, the voice trembling with fear amidst the booming sounds of cannon fire and clashing swords. The war general suddenly sensed that something was amiss. What transpired? We have been ambushed in the South China Sea. It is the South China Sea sovereign, Nan Moxisai Jelala, requesting support from headquarters. Boom! Before Biter could finish speaking, a deafening explosion abruptly terminated the call. The face of Marshal Zhonghua turned ashen, veins bulging. He dispatched Vice Admiral Gui Zhizhu to the South China Sea, intending to investigate the specifics of Major Lexington's betrayal and the corruption within the naval branch. Little did he anticipate that they would encounter an assault from the Jelala pirate crew midway. The established powers of the South China Sea were evidently unsettled by the rapid rise of newcomers. Nan Moxisai Jelala, along with the recently active Revolutionary Army's South Division commander, Lindbergh. The situation in the South China Sea has indeed become exceedingly chaotic. On the sea, The blood-red Avenger continued its voyage. Lately, prices have surged, and newspapers have become exorbitantly expensive. After purchasing a copy of today's newspaper from the Seabird delivery, Lexington lamented in resignation. However, today's newspaper appeared unusually thick. It likely contained numerous bounty notices. Our bounty must have been updated, right? Rice excitedly approached, swiftly flipping through the newspaper in Lexington's hand. Indeed, a stack of new bounty notices soon caught their eyes. House C, Beethoven, and Defoe curiously gathered around. Captain of the Magic Hand Pirate Crew, Emosho Ilictuaz Ricei. Bounty of 200 million berries. Vice Captain and Sniper. Steelfinger Major Lexington Justice. Bounty of 75 million berries. Musician and Swordsman. Pet Little Pig, Gentleman Beethoven. Bounty of 326 berries. Navigator and Sniper. Pilot Arrow Lighthouse C. Bounty of 40 million berries. Helmsman. White Sail Defoe. Bounty of 13 million berries. Additionally, Captain of the Pal Pirate Crew. Fallen Dog Pal Luoyao. Bounty of 8 million berries. Captain of the Bonnie Pirate Crew. Gluttonous Woman Jolie Bonnie. Bounty of 100 million berries. Observing these new bounty figures, Rice felt somewhat speechless. The Navy's bounty assessments seemed rather arbitrary. It appeared they were only aware of their own, Bonnie's, Lexington's, and the offshore Defoe and Pal's combat situations, while remaining ignorant of Beethoven's and House C's exploits on the island. Why is my bounty so low? Only 326 berries. Beethoven complained, striking a sorrowful tune. Is it possible? Rice scrutinized the numbers on the bounty notice and confirmed, saying, your bounty is not in the thousands? Beethoven's eyes widened in disbelief. Not in the thousands? Does that mean it is merely 326 berries? Is this a joke? This must be a mistake. Beethoven erupted in indignation. All right, let us not dwell on it too much. This is just one bounty, and it will rise in time, Defoe said with a gentle smile. She had also surpassed the 10 million mark, which she had not anticipated. It was likely due to her skilled helmsmanship during combat on the outskirts of the island that garnered attention. While the crew discussed their bounties, Rice's attention shifted to the newspaper's new reports and the other two bounty notices. In the South China Sea, there were currently 2 individuals with bounties exceeding his own. The 3 foremost wanted criminals of the South China Sea. Rice murmured, his expression turning grave. Indeed, his arrival had set off a butterfly effect. Captain of the Kidd Pirate Crew, Eustace Captain Kidd, bounty of 210 million berries. And the captain of the Jelala Pirate Crew, the South China Sea Sovereign Nan Moxisai, Jelala, bounty of 400 million berries. Chapter 112. Movements in the South China Sea. In the South China Sea, on a certain island, the Kidd Pirate Crew was stationed, preparing for battle. That Eric fellow actually breached the Kingdom of Conquer before I did. Kidd slammed his hand on the table, standing up in anger as he read about Rice and Bonnie's alliance and their joint victory over King William. Here, they had just finished gearing up to confront King William in a life-and-death struggle, only to learn that their target had already been eliminated by someone else. Calm down, kid. Kira, who was nearby maintaining his scythe, stood up and restrained the furious Kidd. The head of King William is of little consequence. Our ultimate target is the true sovereign of the South China Sea, Nan Moxisai Jelala. King William is merely a stepping stone. Consider a favor. They cleared the way for us, saving us the effort. After Kira's counsel, Kidd gradually regained his composure. Emosho Ricei, you wait for me, Kidd said as he sat back down in his iron-constructed chair, fuming. Once we meet, I shall see just how capable you are to dare overshadow me. In another maritime domain, at the exquisite Ocean Flavor restaurant, business was bustling. Chef Shack, new customers have arrived. 3 medium-rare black pepper sea cow steaks. Chef Shack, what should the guests at table 5 have? A vegetable salad without tomatoes, heavy on the dressing. Bill Shack busily worked in the kitchen, frequently glancing towards the dining area to assess the suitability of dishes for the patrons. A massive wok, weighing hundreds of pounds, was deftly maneuvered by his robust arms. The enticing fried rice leaping amidst flames. 50 bowls of seafood fried rice without spice for table 12. After swiftly and evenly distributing the fried rice from the wok into 50 plates, Shack seized a moment of respite and turned to pick up the newspaper he had yet to read that day. Chef, did you hear? following the Black Group. That Magic Hand pirate crew has recently defeated that fellow King William. An adjacent fishman cook, the clown Fish Aji, turned to Shaq and remarked, "Is that the pirate crew where Lexington, whom Black commissioned us to eliminate, currently belongs? They truly are impressive. Just a few months ago, they were virtually unknown, and now they have taken down two major powers in the South China Sea consecutively." The anemone fishman Haihua, while chopping vegetables, also expressed his admiration. It is said their next target is the sovereign of the South China Sea. Gazing at the bounty notices of rice and Lexington embedded within a newspaper, Bill Shaq suddenly burst into laughter. "What is it, Chef Shaq?" Aji and Haihua looked at Shaq, bewildered by his sudden outburst of laughter. "Oh, nothing." The corners of Shaq's mouth curled into a sly smile, revealing his sharp teeth. After all these years, the ship that could carry him away from the South China Sea might finally be within reach. Once the customers here are tended to, we will head near the Diamond Islands. Putting down the newspaper, Shaq returned to the stove, glancing at the new arrivals outside, while adding a spoonful of oil to the pot. Table 32, tuna sashimi, with wasabi and soy sauce. "Huh, the Diamond Islands?" Aji exclaimed, surprised at Bill Shaq. "Isn't that the stronghold of the Jalala pirate crew? Such a place, teeming with pirates, is somewhere the chef would typically never venture to." Near the Jingong Chuandao, several pirate ships adorned with the flag of the Jalala pirate crew are advancing towards the island. The pirates aboard are marked with varying degrees of injury, suggesting they have recently engaged in battle. However, their jubilant demeanor clearly indicates a victorious outcome. Only aboard the flagship, the Jingong Huamies, sits one individual, a look of consternation etched upon his face. "Kuruisapite, why do you look as though you are about to commit murder again?" Si Dong-in remarks. Approaching Kuruisapite while holding a bottle of liquor, exasperation evident in his voice. "Which silver-haired brat's bounty notice is it this time?" Si Dong-in sighs upon noticing the wanted poster of Lacey in Kuruisapite's hand. Since learning of Lacey's victory over King Walian, Kuruisapite has worn a perpetual frown. It is apparent that the events on Tiantian Island have instilled a deep-seated animosity in Kuruisapite towards Lacey. "Can you not set aside these trivial matters for a moment?" Si Dong-in shakes his head in resignation. This individual constantly wears a grim expression, making it quite impossible for him to maintain a good mood. "We have just triumphed over a vice admiral, Kuruisapite." Kevin, masked and accompanied by his brother Yaren, approaches. There is no need to harbor such resentment towards those insignificant brats who will inevitably meet their demise. Indeed, Si Dong-in nods. Jalila Darren has developed these new weapons capable of dispatching even vice admirals, ensuring we can eliminate these arrogant newcomers with certainty. The likes of Masho Lacey and Captain G-Day, who are unaware of their own limitations, will come looking for their end soon enough. Save your vengeance for that time. For now, let us indulge in some merriment and have a drink. With that, Si Dong-in offers the bottle to Kuruisapite. Kuruisapite raises his woeful visage, forcing a smile that is even more pitiful than tears. Kuruisapite, Kevin, Yading, they all express their disbelief. "Just continue your lamentations," Si Dong-in exclaims, his enthusiasm swiftly dissipating as he turns away, covering his face. "Kuruisapite, you are utterly dull. I might as well check on Jalila Darren's condition in the cabin." Inside, a robust, bald man with a thick beard stands before a colossal machine, exclaiming with fervor, "The enhancements made with Hey-Lushi components and the removal of all steel structures have rendered the Jalila might truly extraordinary. Annie, behold this magnificent machinery. This is the ultimate killing machine, a culmination of the efforts of all the artisans of our Jalila pirate crew." The South Sea overlord Jalila laughs heartily, addressing the red-haired girl beside him. The girl, named Annie, offers a faint smile while diligently repairing damaged parts of the mech. Avoiding Jalila's gaze, Annie gazes at the imposing battle armor before her, concern flickering in her eyes. It is disheartening to think that she is compelled to construct a machine to confront her own brother. "Brother, I can only place my faith in you now," she sighs, caressing the sturdy exterior of the Jalila, silently wishing for her brother's strength to overcome this armored behemoth, embedded with Hey-Lushi formidable enough to defeat a vice admiral. Chapter 113. The words of promise on board the Hunks of Fushus. Beethoven fervently pounds on the large drum salvaged from the kingdom of Kankar. The rousing march invigorates the crew, stirring their spirits. In the center of the deck, Lacey is grounded in a stance, his face flushed as he struggles with an internal discomfort. With each beat of the drum, his complexion grows increasingly crimson. "Captain, you can do it. Lacey, I believe in you." Lakek Singden and Housie cheer him on from the sidelines. Dafu, while steering the ship, glances back with concern from time to time. Will the captain be all right? What is happening? Is it over? Lakek Singden and Housie lean closer to Lacey. His complexion deepens to a shade akin to liver, his eyes bulging as if they might pop out. "Go!" With a resounding noise that cannot be described, Lacey collapses onto the deck. "Captain!" Lakek Singden and Housie rush to his side. "What shall we do, Mr. Lakek Singden?" Housie, poking at the sprawled Lacey, glances anxiously at Lakek Singden. The captain hasn't regained consciousness, and he is unable to move. Shaking his head in resignation, Lakek Singden turns away. What a disaster. This fellow merely fainted from dizziness, yet he is too embarrassed to admit it. He intended to practice activating his Conqueror's Haki, but instead, he nearly met his end without releasing it, only to have something else escape. It is truly a sight to behold. "Lacey, stop pretending to be dead and get up." Lakek Singden cannot help but exclaim. Realizing he has been seen through, Lacey reluctantly lifts his head, sighing in defeat. "Can you sense my presence through Kenbunchika Haki? Your Conqueror's Haki seems to have awakened quite well. Why can't I activate my Conqueror's Haki now?" Lacey laments. Previously, during the confrontation with the pirate army on the main island of Kankar, he inadvertently unleashed his Conqueror's Haki. Now, as he attempts to recall that feeling, he finds himself unable to do so. Clearly, mastering it freely remains a formidable challenge. Lakek Singden ponders, stroking his chin. However, the newly awakened Conqueror's Haki does not grant a significant increase in combat power, so it is of little concern, right? But it looks so cool. Lacey scratches his head. Confronting foes with just a glare, toppling legions, how magnificent that would be. What on earth? Is all this just for show? Lakek Singden exclaims, bewildered at the captain's thought process. Stop dwelling on the trivialities. You will become proficient in activating your Conqueror's Haki through experience in battle. What matters more are the development of Busashoku, Kenbunchaku, and your Devil Fruit abilities. The development of Devil Fruit abilities. Upon hearing Lakek Singden's words, Lacey's eyes sparkle with excitement. Reflecting on his recent battle with King Whalien, aside from awakening his Conqueror's Haki, his greatest gain was the expansion of his ability to store powers thanks to the Copy Fruit. Now, he can store up to 4 Devil Fruit abilities simultaneously, significantly increasing his options in combat. It seems that with the enhancement of his physical strength, his capacity to bear the abilities has also risen, allowing him to contain 4 dormant abilities at once. However, to activate and utilize those powers, he can still only use one at a time. Yet, we previously used the Sue fruit to transform into a 30-year-old version of himself. He felt that his enlarged body could accommodate more Devil Fruit abilities. Unfortunately, that was not his true state, so it cannot be realized. It is uncertain how many varieties of slumbering and awakening Devil Fruits a body of Emperor-level strength could endure. Has your Copy Fruit ability improved? Lexington inquired, observing Reese's excited expression. Indeed, I can now replicate and store 4 abilities, which greatly enhances our options when we encounter desirable powers without sufficient space to copy them. However, I must continue to grow stronger to further lift the limitations of my Copy Fruit. After training together for a while and completing their daily essential lessons, the group entered the ship's cabin, gathering around the table to partake in canned food. With no chef aboard and their culinary skills being less than stellar, they had no choice but to rely on canned and compressed foods for sustenance. Although they sought a chef, their search ultimately proved fruitless. That woman, Bonnie, offered no useful recommendations. Despite her astounding appetite, she was not particularly discerning about food. The finest chef in the South Sea remains the master chef of the Daihai Jiwei, the expert who invented the exquisite dream salt, Bill Shack. While savoring eel from can, Lexington reminisced, recalling the chef's remarkable ability to discern people's culinary preferences and appetites with a mere glance, making his skills seem almost like cheating. The rich flavor of the salt-grilled eel lingered in his memory. He vividly recalled the encounter with Bill Shack. With a fishman's martial prowess combined with the power of a natural devil fruit was not inferior to that of Black or William King. The Macho pirates would likely find themselves unworthy of recruiting him at this stage. They would need to wait until he and Reese master hockey before considering such a possibility. Rather than discussing chefs, where shall our next destination be? Reese redirected the conversation, stirring the beans in the can. His crew's incessant inquiries about finding a chef had begun to wear on him. He too wished to secure a chef swiftly, yet suitable candidates remained elusive. "Captain, do you still plan to confront the Jorula pirates?" House C suddenly interjected. "Of course, these beans are intolerably bland," Reese replied, chewing the baked beans with a furrowed brow. "The Jorula pirates are indeed our ultimate target. Moreover, their stronghold, the Jingong Chuandao, obstructs the route from the South Sea to the Grand Line. We must defeat them to depart the South Sea. We should prepare for a time before engaging the Jorula pirates." Though he spoke confidently, Reese felt uncertain about facing the Jorula pirates. As the strongest dominator of the South Sea, Namoxicide Jorula was far more formidable than William King and Black. Recent reports had indicated that the Jorula pirates developed new weapons and defeated Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, leading to Namoxicide Jorula's bounty rising to 400 million. Due to the butterfly effect of his own actions, the current Jorula was likely stronger than the one defeated by Kid in the original timeline. After all, previously, only Kid had been stirring up trouble in the South Sea, but now, with his own presence, the three major forces had been vanquished. Jorula would undoubtedly feel a profound sense of crisis and become even stronger. When I visited my sister, preparing to leave, I actually encountered an officer from the Jorula pirates. I am unsure if she was a gold or silver rank, but I sensed her immense strength, House C recounted after a moment's contemplation. However, she did not engage me. Rather, she requested that I convey some information to you. "Why didn't you mention this sooner? Did you forget?" Reich remarked, astonished. "Such an occurrence is significant." "What did she say?" "She instructed me to wait until you were prepared to confront the Jorula pirates before relaying the message to you," House C replied, scratching his head in frustration. For some reason, I felt no malice from her. Intrigued by House C's words, Reese set aside his distasteful baked beans and listened intently. "She said to inform ZZ, if I recall correctly, that is how she addressed you, to visit Suki Yamingdao before launching an assault on Jingong Chuandao." House C recalled their conversation vividly. Reese's expression shifted dramatically as he slammed his hand on the table and stood abruptly. "ZZ. That name can only belong to one person. Who is she? What does she look like?" "She is a red-haired girl, appearing quite young. Her name is Namoxicide Annie." Chapter 114. A New Destination. Reese. "What is the matter? Your expression suddenly changed. Is something wrong?" Lexington asked, setting down his can, puzzled by Reese's shocked demeanor. At that moment, Reese felt his heart racing. ZZ, that nickname had appeared in the original owner's diary. It was his childhood moniker, known only to his sister. The red-haired girl, Annie, was undoubtedly his sister. But why had she adopted the name of their adversary, Namoxicide? And why had she become an officer in the Jorula pirates? There was a slight misunderstanding. House C clarified, recalling the encounter. "When I met her, I was momentarily taken aback, so my memories are a bit hazy." She referred to herself as Avenger Annie, which differs slightly from Namoxicide Annie. "So that is the case." A smile spread across Reese's face. "Written as Namoxicide, pronounced as Avenger? In that light, I understand completely. So, Captain, are we truly going to Suki Yamingdao? It could very well be a trap set by our enemies." After finishing their meal, Beethoven elegantly wiped his mouth, having remained silent during the meal out of respect. "Indeed, our next destination shall be Suki Yamingdao," Reese affirmed with a slight nod, clutching the unpalatable can of beans as he made his way toward the ship's deck. After all, Annie was his sister, and her decision to inform House C of this matter indicated that crucial information awaited him on Suki Yamingdao. Perhaps it would relate to defeating Jorula. "Dafu, after sailing for so long, you must be hungry. Have something to eat?" Reese offered, handing the can of beans to Da Fu as they reached the deck. Sukuyaming Dao. Why the sudden interest in that place? Da Fu asked curiously as she accepted the can from Reese. It was information relayed by my sister, Annie, to House C, Reese explained, detailing the circumstances surrounding House C's revelation and his sister's situation. Captain, do you recall the food demon Mala? Da Fu pondered for a moment before continuing. Before their expedition to the Conqueror Kingdom, they encountered a minor incident. The Mala pirates were decimated by an unknown female cyborg, after which they were picked up by us. Are you suggesting that the mysterious assailant who attacked the Mola pirates is none other than my sister, Annie? Lacey raised an eyebrow slightly, pondering the notion. Indeed, it seems quite plausible. Regarding the matter of your sister joining the Guerrilla pirates, I have indeed heard a certain rumor. DeFu recalled some tales her father had once shared about the sea. Nanimo, Shisi Guerrilla possesses a remarkable power. With merely a wave of his hand, he can cause those who betray him to meet a gruesome end. A gruesome end? Lacey furrowed his brow. Is there such a notion? No wonder Annie felt compelled to join Guerrilla's crew, and why Guerrilla would trust her. It appears they have some incriminating evidence against her. However, the specifics of how it transpired remain unclear. It seems that the only path to liberate Annie is to vanquish the Guerrilla pirates. Yet before that, it will be prudent to explore Suku Yuming Island. I have heard of Suku Yuming Island. It is one of the most enigmatic islands in the South Sea. House C, having finished his meal, emerged from the cabin, a map in hand. The name closely resembles that of my hometown, Yuliang Village, and thus left a deep impression on me. It is a remote corner of the South Sea. It is said that the island is home to many ferocious beasts, making it exceedingly perilous. The captain of the Steel Armor Pirates, Nkule Suasi, once landed there, but was repelled by those beasts. Since Nkule Suasi's defeat, few have dared to approach that place casually. As he spoke, Hausi approached Lacey, pointing to the location of Suku Yuming Island on the map. Captain, the decision rests with you. Shall we go? DeFu and Hausi simultaneously fixed their gaze upon Lacey, awaiting his decision. Lacey examined the map. Taking a deep breath, his bounty now matched that of Nkule Suasi at 200 million. Even if he were to fail there, he should be able to retreat unscathed. A plethora of ferocious beasts? I am indeed curious to encounter them. Let this serve as a warm-up before confronting Guerrilla. Then it is settled. Lai Kuxing done. Do you have any objections? Lacey glanced toward Lai Kuxing done, who had also made his way to the deck. Lai Kuxing done smiled and nodded. While I believe venturing to Suku Yuming Island may entail some danger, we are among the most formidable pirate crews in the South Sea. As long as we follow the captain's command, we shall prevail. Excellent. Since everyone agrees, let us set sail for Suku Yuming Island. With that, Lacey positioned himself at the bow of the ship, pointing the Tian Zhao toward the expanse of the sea. Hausi observed the spirited captain, hesitating to speak. He wanted to inform the captain that he was pointing in the wrong direction, but such a revelation might lead to trouble. Oh well, let the captain have his moment of glory. Hausi shook his head helplessly, activating his Wawa fruit ability to determine the route to Suku Yuming Island according to the map. Soon, as the navigator, Hausi had devised the course, and the blood-colored Avenger adjusted its direction, raising the sails in preparation for their destination. All right, Beethoven, play the music. I shall proceed at full speed. Dafu declared, stuffing her mouth with the unpalatable canned beans, her delicate hands gripping the heavy helm, her demeanor shifting instantly. Simultaneously, her expression soured. How infuriating. Who purchased these cans? They are utterly horrid. The procurement officer, House C, broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this. It was Pal who assured him that these canned beans were both cheap and delicious. That fellow has truly deceived me. Captain, you wouldn't have given me the cans you found distasteful, would you? DeFu cast a resentful glance at Lacey. Startled, Lacey, who had just been standing proudly at the bow, turned pale, his expression contorted into a grimace resembling a cry. But I find them rather enjoyable. This is troubling. I hadn't anticipated that there would be anything other than my cooking that DeFu would refuse to eat. How surprising. Then let me have another can to try. DeFu said, tossing the empty can in her hand towards Lacey. Ahem, Such delightful treasures should be reserved for those who toil the hardest. Lei Si chuckled, shaking his head repeatedly. Scoundrel! Amid diffuse exclamations, Lei Si hastily retreated. Chapter 115. Tian Zhao and you do at the bow of the blood-colored Avenger. Lei Si leaned against the spoils of the battle, the sword Jiu, while perusing the books he had acquired on Whip Island. Demon Fruit Compendium, Sword and Blade Directory, Fundamentals of Electromagnetism, Energy Development and Application, various tomes that appeared profoundly intricate, piled in several stacks. In order to better harness the myriad powers of the demon fruits in the future, Lei Si deemed it necessary to practice various skills. Only those proficient in medicine can effectively utilize the surgical fruit, while the pen fruit is rendered useless in the hands of the unskilled. Experts in mechanics and electromagnetism can develop the magnet fruit to greater heights. For zoan-type fruits, one must familiarize oneself with the habits of animals in advance. For Logia-type demon fruits, a profound understanding of various natural phenomena is essential. As a user of the copy fruit, Lei Si's path diverges from that of other abilities. He must possess a broad range of knowledge. Alas, these texts are exceedingly esoteric. Lei Si frowned, setting aside the mechanics dynamics he had been perusing. Perhaps I shall take a look at the Sword and Blade Directory for a moment of respite. He then picked up the Sword and Blade Directory, opening it to the section detailing the 21 great works. The condition of the book suggests that the Sword and Blade Directory and Demon Fruit Compendium are the most favored, while others remain unopened. The Golden Sword Jiu, a renowned sword forged by the illustrious blacksmith Long Jinu Si, has seen its wielders predominantly as kings, and it appears to have been more of a ceremonial object and symbol rather than a weapon for battle. King William is likely the first to truly utilize it as a weapon. No wonder, for a sword with a handle forged from gold and adorned with countless jewels, as well as being exceedingly grand, even among great works, few would consider wielding it in combat. It is a pity that I am currently unable to wield you. Lei Si gazed regretfully at the massive sword behind him. This thing is simply too large. For the time being, it can only serve as a trophy, proving to be impractical for him. Nevertheless, one day, he may find a use for this great sword. Hopefully, that day will come when it can shine brightly. As Lei Si continued to peruse the Sword and Blade Directory, Lai Ku-Shing Dun concluded his day of training and approached Lei Si at the mast. You still have an interest in the Sword and Blade Directory, Captain? Lei Si lifted his gaze, observing Lai Ku-Shing Dun's gold axe 10 Commandments, and flipped the Sword and Blade Directory to the section on fine works. This axe is a trophy from our previous encounter with pirates. Back when I was still a lieutenant, right? Lai Ku-Shing Dun drew out the gold axe 10 Commandments from behind him, reminiscing about his experiences during his time in the Navy. At that time, he was still a novice. Despite frequently hearing the well-traveled Navy recount tales of the world's darkness, he remained blissfully naive due to the excessive protection he had received. In his youthful, rebellious phase, he even established 10 absurd commandments for himself, which he adhered to for an extended period, until Vice Admiral Carp pointed out his foolishness, prompting a sudden awakening. For me, the key to wielding a weapon is simply that it feels comfortable in my hands. Lexington skillfully brandished the Decalogue, creating arcs of golden light in the air before sheathing the battle axe onto his back. By the way, that blazing spear, Tian Zhao, did you acquire it at the auction on Whip Island? Lexington inquired, gesturing toward Tian Zhao resting beside Reese. I have heard tales of this legendary weapon in Marineford. Tian Zhao, a famed spear from the land of Wano, was forged centuries ago by the renowned swordsmith, Fengyue Xinwu. It is said that the crafting of this spear took 3 full days. After selecting the materials, there were many leftover scraps, which led Fengyue Xinwu to spend an additional 3 nights creating another renowned blade, a rib knife named Tsukuyumi. Unfortunately, this illustrious sword has not graced the seas for quite some time. Upon hearing Lexington's recounting of the legend, Reese was taken aback. So, my fiery spear has a counterpart? He hurriedly flipped through the catalog of swords, soon discovering the famed blade named Tsukuyumi in the section of renowned weapons. Tsukuyumi, a rib knife, belongs to the 21 great works, featuring a blade of chaotic serration made from the finest sugi wood, glimmering silver, and light as air. It possesses an exceptionally cold and sharp edge. Wounds inflicted by it do not bleed, though they're difficult to heal, making it one of the finest weapons among excellent works forged alongside Tianjiao. Indeed, it exists. Should I attempt to retrieve Tsukuyumi for my own use? It's uncertain whether Haozi can locate the sword, but it's unlikely that Tsukuyumi is conveniently within our reach. Reese murmured to himself as he continued to peruse the book in hand. On the island of Jingguang, within the city of Xinshou, a red-haired girl sat by the window, tinkering with various weapon parts laid upon the table, preparing to upgrade her arsenal for the impending turbulence in the South Sea. "Sister Annie, are you thinking about your brother again?" A boy, seemingly around 14, pushed open the door and entered. His body and arms bore evident stitches, marking him as a modified individual, though his enhancements appeared far more refined than the crude modifications common among other South Sea pirates. "Paul, what brings you here?" Annie turned to the boy who had just entered. "Rash is truly impressive. He managed to eliminate both Lord William and Black so swiftly." The boy, known as Paul, exclaimed as he sat beside Annie. "Indeed, he works very hard." Annie smiled, tightening a screw in her hand. She had initially thought she would endure years of humiliation in this hellish place before witnessing the fall of Grella, yet that day was now just around the corner. However, the lethal burden in her mind would likely prevent her from surviving Grella's demise. Nonetheless, as long as she could see Grella fall and fulfill her plans for vengeance before her own demise, she would find contentment. Brother's strength should pass the trial of the monsters on Sukuming Island. While collaborating with Paul on her new weapons, Annie mused inwardly. If he can tame Tianjiao, then surely he can also subdue Tsukuyumi. When both weapons are united under one hand, they would rival even the supreme great works. With them, he should gain greater confidence in confronting Grella. Chapter 116. Captain Eustace Kidd after the downfall of the Kingdom of Conqueror, the Black Group, and the Steel Armor Pirates. The small pirates of the South Sea have grown increasingly rampant. After sinking a reckless pirate ship into the ocean, Lexington returned to his vessel, expressing his frustration. Haozi's abilities can't even find a route free of other pirate crews. They had already encountered 3 or 4 pirate crews attempting to rob them, and during a conversation with Pal, they learned that the Kingdom of Conqueror had been besieged by numerous pirate crews, though these marauders were swiftly dispatched. It seems that compared to the established tyrants of the South Sea like Black, William, and Anchorai Soros, who had dominated for decades, newcomers like Reese and Kidd were much less intimidating. Perfect for honing our skills while cleaning up the South Sea trash. After all, they're merely small-time pirates. It won't require much effort, Reese remarked as he stretched his limbs. Calculating the time, he estimated that Luffy would soon set sail as well. In that case, he too must challenge Grella soon, seeking vengeance before entering the Grand Line. He aspired to catch up with his generation's supernovas and engage in the fierce battles of the future era of the worst. Having intervened in the original timeline, the outcome of his duel with Grella was now unpredictable. Grella had grown stronger due to his arrival. Yet whether Kidd could reach his destined strength after having 2 opportunities for combat against formidable foes taken from him remained uncertain. Regardless, his enmity with Grella was insurmountable. He must avenge his parents and sister while challenging the strongest tyrant of the South Sea, ensuring a fatal confrontation with Grella was inevitable. They would reach Sukuming Island in approximately 3 days. He wondered what awaited them on that island. It was said to be filled with many animals. Perhaps there would be delightful lady pigs. Beethoven hummed while playing music. Having left so many years ago, he had not encountered any of his kind in quite some time, and he found himself missing them. The sows in the village were rather brutish, and he longed to meet an elegant pig lady. Haozi looked at Beethoven, somewhat speechless. While it was perfectly normal for a boar to seek a sow, why did it feel peculiar to seek out an elegant pig lady? Meanwhile, the Victoria Punk set sail from Kidd's pirate crew's temporary base, heading toward the Jingguang Islands. Captain Eustace Kidd stood at the bow of the ship, gazing confidently at the distant sea. The recent actions of the Devil-S Hand Pirates had been notably quiet. It appeared that this expedition against the Grella Pirates would be unopposed. We've had enough of this cramped South Sea. Haven't we, Kira? Indeed. It has been several years since we took down the country's pirate crew, and established our own to sail the seas. Kira replied as he approached Kid's side. It is time to eliminate the largest prey in the South Sea and then proceed to the Grand Line. A brazen and self-assured smile spread across Kid's face, exuding an aura of dominance. The outline of Jingguang Island had begun to emerge on the horizon. It appears that someone has come out to greet us. As a few ships gradually emerged in the distance, a broad smile spread across Kid's face. Prepare for battle, Kira proclaimed as he drew the Punisher from its sheath and secured it onto the pivot of his wrist, stretching his body a few times. Heat what? And other crew members of the Kid Pirate crew brandished their weapons, their eyes gleaming with fierce determination. Soon, 5 vessels of the Grella Pirate crew surrounded the Victoria Punk. Let us warm up with you first. With that, Kid extended his right hand towards the pirate ship before him, aiming at the metallic components on board. As purple sparks of electricity flickered instantly, utilizing the magnetic attraction and repulsion, Kid soared into the air, charging towards the enemy ship. What? Someone is flying over. Fire the cannons. The gunners aboard the ship, in a state of panic, hurriedly fired several rounds into the sky. Magnetic reflection. Kid snorted coldly, waving his hands, and a magnetic barrier swiftly intercepted all the iron cannonballs, reflecting them back and instantly obliterating one of the pirate ships. Countless swords, guns, gears, and nails soared from the ship, converging around Kid. The steel rapidly formed a robust mechanical arm on Kid's left side. The formidable magnetic force enhanced the strength of Kid's iron arm significantly. Boom! Kid descended from the air, smashing his fist onto the deck of the second pirate ship, creating a massive hole instantly. The pirates, who had just managed to rise and attempt to counterattack, found their scattered firearms levitating and firing chaotically into the crowd. Amidst the cacophony of screams, Kid raised his mechanical arm high. Release. Kid transformed the gravitational pull of the steel in his grasp into a repulsive force, causing countless swords and blades to shoot out in all directions, swiftly eliminating every pirate on the ship. The third pirate ship immediately turned its bow towards Kid, with the pirates brandishing their weapons and shouting as they charged towards Kid's position on the second ship. Kid smirked coldly, his eyes widening dramatically, releasing an overwhelming aura. The pirates aboard the third ship halted in their tracks, foaming at the mouth, collapsing one after another. Meanwhile, Kira and the others had also cleared the remaining 2 pirate ships of their foes. Is this all the small fry we have to deal with? How disappointing. After dispatching all obstructive enemies, Kid utilized his magnetic powers to fly back aboard the Victoria Punk, commanding it to continue its course. In the distance, on an island, a colossal golden monstrosity stood at the shoreline, observing the situation. This creature was imposing, with a fearsome visage resembling a gigantic gorilla, its robust metallic muscles creaking as they were propelled by mechanical components. Within this beast, a burly bald man with a thick beard surveyed the battle at sea through a monitor in front of him. His body was intertwined with exoskeletons and numerous metallic tubes, making him an integral part of this enormous metal creature. Undoubtedly, this man was the South Sea Overlord, Nan Moxus Grella, piloting the Grella. Captain Kid has arrived much sooner than expected, saving me the time of waiting for prey. Now, it is time for you naive youngsters to witness the might of the Grella. Chapter 117. The Silver Rabbit Guardian combined. On the sea, the Blood Vengeance continued its voyage. They were now nearing the waters of Suku Yuming Island. This place felt almost as if it were not part of the 4 seas, resembling the Grand Line instead. Gazing at the shimmering silver waters below, Lexington couldn't help but exclaim, "The South Sea indeed holds such wondrous places. Although I have devised a route using my abilities to circumvent most risks, one must remain vigilant." Haas remarked beside him, "This is a completely unknown island, and thus, it may harbor entirely unforeseen dangers. After all, a path that perfectly avoids all obstacles to reach the destination exists only in theory. It is unrealistic to navigate precisely along such a route. Even when Dafu is at the helm, there will always be slight deviations. This signifies that they could still encounter sudden ambushes here." Soon, the Blood Vengeance entered a realm of pure silver waters. It was nighttime, with a brilliant moon illuminating the surroundings, the silver moonlight casting a dazzling glow upon the already silver sea. The outline of Suku Yuming Island appeared before them. The environment was eerily silent, with only the gentle sounds of the sea breeze and waves. Even Beethoven had ceased his musical performance, and the group felt enveloped by this relaxing atmosphere. Do not let your guard down. Although this place seems tranquil, remember that the beasts on Suku Yuming Island are powerful enough to drive away 200 million pirates. Reese cautioned the crew. No one knows if this tranquility conceals hidden dangers. Shortly after, Reese and his party landed on Suku Yuming Island. The island was covered in dense forest, but due to the radiant moonlight, they could clearly see the path ahead, even at night. Let us proceed into the island. After surveying their surroundings and finding nothing amiss, Reese led Lexington and the others slowly into the interior of the island. Up to this point, their journey had been smooth sailing. Surely, the tales of terrible monsters on this island cannot be mere bluster? Beethoven voiced his doubts. He had detected no traces or sense of beasts. However, the atmosphere on the island felt somewhat peculiar. Beethoven kept twitching his nose, trying to capture the surrounding scents, while Lexington utilized his observation hockey to scan the vicinity. As the group wandered aimlessly forward, uncertain of what lay ahead. Leading the way, Reese occasionally glanced at the Amaterasu in his hand, his brow furrowing. Since earlier, this flame gun had been emitting strange sensations, and he was unsure why. Suddenly, rustling sounds emerged from the nearby bushes. The group instantly turned their heads, collectively gazing at the source of the commotion. Reese tightened his grip on the Amaterasu, taking a deep breath, his expression growing serious. He sensed the energy of a devil fruit. Soon, an agile figure leaped out from the foliage. The sight left everyone momentarily stunned. With long ears, a rotund body, and soft white fur, it appeared exceedingly adorable. Is that a white rabbit? It's just a white rabbit? Haas sighed in relief, lowering his bow. Truly, did they overreact? Wait. Suddenly, Haas felt something was amiss, his eyes widening in disbelief. This white rabbit has grown larger. It has become as big as a bear. Its color has turned silver, and it is entirely transparent. It looks quite terrifying. The enlarged silver rabbit displayed a mischievous grin, raising its fist, comparable in size to a sandbag, and struck down fiercely towards the foremost Reese. A thunderous impact resonated as the colossal fist landed heavily upon Tianzhao, unexpectedly propelling Reese away with tremendous force. Captain, Lexington had just intended to step forward to confront the silver rabbit when another one leaped out from the nearby grass, blocking his path. Shortly thereafter, a third and a fourth rabbit appeared, with their numbers multiplying rapidly. Soon enough, 7 or 8 enormous creatures surrounded Reese and his companions. The rabbits, with wicked grins, eagerly rubbed their paws together, appearing both adorable and menacing. Were these rabbits the monstrosities from Suku Yuming Island? Reese, Lexington, Halsey, and Beethoven quickly formed a protective circle around the defenseless Dafu. The increasing number of rabbits was indeed terrifying. Cursed beings. While they are undeniably cute, they must be dealt with. Lexington gritted his teeth and launched himself at one of the rabbits. Finger gun. He deftly dodged the powerful punch aimed at him and delivered a decisive strike to the silver rabbit's chest. His fingers effortlessly penetrated the target, yet he felt no sensation of piercing flesh. The rabbit grinned widely and seized Lexington, tossing him aside. This rabbit, utilizing moonwalk to regain his footing. Lexington returned to the side of Reese and the others. Was it a natural type? It didn't seem so. Could all these rabbits be natural types? Reese observed the surrounding rabbits, his expression turning grave. The silver substance enveloping them appeared to be some kind of energy. Their massive forms were constructed of energy, not flesh. The ability that transformed these rabbits into such beings was not present here. He could only sense the fluctuating energy of a devil fruit within them. Yet they were not actual users of such powers. These rabbits are most peculiar, Reese mused, pondering the nature of the ability that had altered them. Why only rabbits? Before Reese and his companions could deliberate further, the silver rabbits began to leap towards them one by one. No matter. We must halt their advance. Reces flamrited, lance ignited. Lexington raised his golden axe. Halsey readied an arrow on his bowstring. Beethoven drew his twin swords, crackling with blue sparks, and Dafu procured a dagger from her pocket. The magic hand pirate crew clashed fiercely with the army of silver rabbits in the forest, shattering the tranquility of the night. In the distance, atop a mountain in the island's center, a rabbit youth resembling a member of the fur tribe munched on a carrot while peering through a telescope towards Reese and his crew. Behind him, a throng of rabbits, numbering at least in the dozens, loomed, each towering and enveloped in a silver, translucent energy. It has been ages since anyone visited, the fur tribe rabbit remarked, observing the intense battle unfolding below. These newcomers appear formidable. I hope the rabbits can withstand them. Among them, was there perhaps a pig? A pig wearing a top hat and wielding a western sword? Was it of the same fur tribe as he? It had indeed been a while since he encountered a kindred spirit. The fur tribe rabbit youth became somewhat exhilarated. It seemed that these visitors would provide an interesting diversion, finally breaking the monotony of the day. In the woods, Reese and his companions fought valiantly. These rabbits were exceedingly troublesome. Reese severed the arm of a silver rabbit, exclaiming in frustration. The severed limb instantly regenerated. Being energy entities, any assault failed to harm them, and each rabbit possessed immense strength and remarkable combat prowess. The essence of these rabbits seemingly resided at the core of their energy forms. Targeting the core should neutralize them, Halsey declared as he released an arrow aimed at the location of the rabbit's essence. However, the energy enveloping the rabbit was far too dense. His arrow lacked the power to penetrate it. The core? It was worth a try. Activating the previously acquired MysteryFruit ability, Reese locked onto the rabbit's position within the energy form, inhaled deeply, and thrust Tianzhao forcefully into the abdomen of one silver rabbit. Caught off guard, the concealed rabbit within the silver exterior was struck. Instantly, the energy surrounding the rabbit dissipated, revealing a small, white rabbit on the ground. Effective. It was indeed crucial to target their weaknesses. Once their vulnerabilities were identified, these creatures became far more manageable. A smile crept onto Reese's face as he turned to face the other silver rabbits. Lexington, let us proceed, employing their observation hockey and the MysteryFruit abilities. Reese and Lexington commenced systematically dismantling the silver rabbits one by one. It was little wonder that Ankylosaurus struggled against these rabbits. That individual seemed to be the only one among the four sovereigns of the South Sea who lacked mastery of observation hockey. His ancient type ability, with formidable defensive capabilities, rendered him dismissive of acquiring the hockey necessary to evade attacks. However, without observation hockey or the MysteryFruit to pinpoint the location of the core, defeating such a multitude of silver rabbits, which were impervious to physical attacks and possessed strength rivaling that of Zoan-type users, was nearly impossible. Before long, Reese and Lexington managed to eliminate all of the dozen or so silver rabbits present. Gazing at the heap of white rabbits sprawled on the ground, Reese scratched his head in exasperation. This island was indeed peculiar. How had the rabbits transformed into such beings? Why had Annie insisted he venture to this cursed place? What treasures could possibly lie within? For a moment, Reese hesitated, contemplating whether to proceed further. He was uncertain if the interior conditions would be even more dreadful. Ideally, he wished to explore the island swiftly and depart. Lexington, let us split into 3 groups. This should expedite our investigation of the island's circumstances. After some contemplation, Reese pointed towards a fork in the path that had just appeared. I will take one group to the center, Beethoven and Halsey will go left, and Lexington and Dafu will head right. Each team will ensure the presence of at least one user of observation hockey, or the MysteryFruit ability, so we need not worry about rabbit ambushes. On the distant mountain, the fur tribe rabbit youth continued to survey the situation through his telescope. Have they really split into 3 groups? It seems only one is approaching this way. The rabbit youth muttered to himself as he lowered the telescope. Those individuals are moving swiftly. It appears they encountered a large number of foes right from the start, leading them to hasten their search of the entire island. Alas, my fellow fur tribe member did not head this way. He seems to be moving towards the barren left side. Having finally encountered a fellow tribesman, he was determined not to let the opportunity slip by. He must meet him. Everyone, let us descend and join the fray. The rabbit youth called to the throng of silver rabbits behind him. The silver rabbits, brimming with enthusiasm, began to leap one after another. Following the fur tribe rabbit youth down the mountain, you all shall remain at the base, dealing with that solitary human approaching this way. As they ran, the rabbit youth instructed the silver rabbits behind him. Do not hold back. You are the mightiest guardians of Su-Ku Yu-Ming Dao. The praise from the rabbit boy ignited the spirits of the Yin-Tu, who erupted in cheers, eagerly preparing to impart a lesson to the impending Reese. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, the rabbit boy altered his course, sprinting towards the destination of Beethoven and Hao Si. Meanwhile, Reese navigated swiftly through the forest. Noting that aside from the rabbits, he had not encountered any other creatures on this island. Were these peculiar rabbits the sovereigns of this isle? Ahead, a mountain loomed, and he resolved to investigate. Since Annie had specifically instructed Hao Si to relay a message to him about visiting this island before confronting Guerrera, it must harbor something of significance. Suddenly, the flame spear in Reese's grasp emitted a shrill cry once more. Frustrated, he halted, forcefully suppressing the restless Amaterasu. This weapon had begun to tremble ever since he approached Su-Ku Yu-Ming Dao. What would be the cause? Surely, it was not reacting to his wife, was it? Wait, wife. A bold thought surged through Reese's mind as his gaze fixed upon the flame spear. Just recently, Lake Hexingdun had informed him of a weapon called Tsukuyami, forged concurrently with Amaterasu by the same individual. Could it be that Amaterasu was sensing the proximity of Tsukuyami, thus its agitation? The name Su-Ku Yu-Ming Dao seemed to resonate with Tsukuyami. As Reese contemplated the relationship between Su-Ku Yu-Ming Dao, Amaterasu, and Tsukuyami, the copy fruit's ability to sense the energies of other devil fruits was triggered once more. A multitude of entities, exuding the essence of devil fruits, approached him rapidly. Reese tightened his grip on Amaterasu, surveying his surroundings with vigilance. Before long, massive shadows emerged from the thickets surrounding him. 1, 2, 3. More and more gigantic Yin-Tu emerged from the foliage, grinning wickedly as they encircled Reese. Faced with such overwhelming numbers, even Reese began to sweat profusely. Was he unwittingly intruding upon a rabbit's den? Now, was there even time to escape? In the woods, Beethoven and Hao Si traversed the right side of the island. Lacking a clear destination, Hao Si's abilities proved futile, compelling them to wander aimlessly by instinct. This island seemed devoid of anything but the terrifying rabbits, merely a desolate isle. Hao Si expressed his bewilderment at Reese's sister's intentions for their visit. Were they meant to seclude themselves for decades to confront Guerrera? Suddenly, Beethoven perked up, having caught a whiff of something peculiar. It seemed to be the scent of rabbit and carrots. By the sound of it, a rabbit appeared to be bounding towards them. What is happening? Are we under attack by rabbits again? Hao Si hastily drew an arrow from his back, eyes fixated ahead. Beethoven swiftly unsheathed his dual swords, prepared for the unexpected. Then, a lithe figure burst forth from the woods. Caruccio, a white form, pounced on a Beethoven, rubbing its face against him excitedly. Startled, Hao Si stumbled backward, aiming his bow at the unknown entity that had knocked Beethoven down. Terrifying, too terrifying. It had taken Beethoven down with a single leap. Pig, hold on, I'm coming to save you. With that, Hao Si raised his arrow to shoot. Wait, Beethoven urgently called out to Hao Si. Are you the fur tribe? Indeed, I am a rabbit from the fur tribe, named Rue by Tay. After warmly greeting Beethoven, the rabbit boy Rue by Tay clambered off him. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Pig. For a moment, as Beethoven and Rue by Tay exchanged friendly greetings, Hao Si found himself at a loss. What was happening? Were they not foes? Were they kin of Beethoven? After a brief explanation and introductions, Hao Si set aside his initial reservations and sat down with the two fur tribe members to converse. Rue by Tay, why are you on such a solitary island? Beethoven inquired while nibbling on the carrot Rue by Tay had offered. What is the nature of this island, and why are there so many perilous Yin-Tu roaming about? Those Yin-Tu of the rabbit fur tribe cannot possibly be your subordinates, can they? Hao Si asked thoughtfully. Subordinates? One could say that, Rue, Baite replied, scratching his head. Those dangerous rabbits are truly under your command? Beethoven paused in shock, staring incredulously at the seemingly harmless rabbit boy. I am the guardian of Su Ku Yuming Dao, having chosen to remain here by the request of a certain man, leading the rabbits to test and expel invaders. The specifics are rather lengthy to explain. With that, Rue Baite began to recount his past experiences to Beethoven and Hao Si. Born in Zhuwu, he was a natural warrior of the fur tribe, known as the Swift Wind Rue Baite due to his remarkable speed. He was once a member of the Nox Pirates, led by Pedro. During their travels in the South Sea, they inadvertently landed on Su Ku Yuming Dao and encountered an unexpected man. Upon receiving the man's dying wish, Rue Baite chose to stay on the island, guiding the Im-2 to protect something of significance. So that is how it is. But what is this unexpected man you mentioned? And what is it that you are now guarding? Beethoven inquired curiously. That man is the son of the renowned daimyo of Wano, Kimi, Feng Yuju. 18 years ago, Kazuki Oden was defeated by Kaido in battle. The daimyo of Kimi and the Rabbit clan resolved to coexist with Wano, and in order to preserve their future, they hastily sent their son out of Wano before Kaido's arrival. Feng Yuju, at the tender age of 13, departed Wano aboard a small vessel, armed with the family's heirloom blades, the flame spear Amaterasu and the rib dagger Tsukuyami, braving immense peril to escape. After enduring countless hardships and narrowly evading the beast pirates and Kurizumi Orochi's pursuers, the flame spear Amaterasu was lost, and ultimately, Feng Yuju arrived at Su Ku Yuming Dao after 3 years, having unintentionally consumed a fruit out of extreme hunger, which granted him extraordinary abilities. However, after enduring 3 years of torment, Feng Yue Miao bore within him a substantial hidden ailment, rendering him incapable of persevering until the 20-year mark to participate in the Restoration War of Wano. In a state of helplessness, Feng Yue Miao resolved to alter his mission to that of safeguarding Suki no Shida, seeking a worthy successor, a burgeoning strong individual destined for a new world, to carry Suki no Shida forth to confront Kaido. After 10 arduous years, sustained only by the life force of his devil fruit, Feng Yue Miao awaited the arrival of the Nox pirate crew, nearly extinguished and on the brink of despair. Ultimately, upon hearing Feng Yue Miao's tale, Ryabito, a warrior of Zhou who had been allied with the Kazuki clan for generations, decided to remain on Tsukuyum Island to take Feng Yue Miao's place in guarding Suki no Shida. Having found a successor and expending his final vestige of life to create the Silver Rabbit Legion to protect Tsukuyum Island, Feng Yue Miao, the son of the Wano Lord, bid farewell to the world. How intriguing, exhaled Beethoven, captivated by Ryabito's account. What kind of devil fruit did Feng Yue Miao consume? Was it the source of the Silver Rabbit Legion's creation? It seems remarkably powerful. Hosher continued to inquire. The fruit is a Zoan type, the Usagi no Mi, mythical beast form Moon Rabbit. Ryabito elucidated. In addition to transforming the user into the Moon Rabbit, which possesses speed and strength far surpassing that of ordinary beings, the user can absorb lunar energy and convert it into tangible silver energy for combat. Furthermore, by sacrificing life force, the Moon Rabbit user can refine their abilities into elixirs, allowing any rabbit that consumes them to harness the power of moonlight as energy for battle. Upon hearing Ryabito's words, Hosher and Beethoven suddenly comprehended. So, the silver transparent energy emanating from those silver rabbits is indeed derived from moonlight? Hosher mused. Yet, this elixir is effective only for rabbits, Ryabito shrugged. After all, being a moon rabbit, the potions I create are of no use to humans or any other creatures. Thus, Feng Yue Miao needed me, the rabbit, to remain on Tsukuyum Island, leading these silver rabbits endowed with moonlight elixirs to protect Suki no Shida. Chapter 119, The Damned Rabbit. It is indeed a mythical beast-type fruit. Too bad the user has perished. Otherwise, Reese could have replicated his abilities, Hosher thought to himself after Ryabito's narrative. Amaterasu and Suki no Shida. I recall the captain wielded a gun named Amaterasu, right? After some reflection, Hosher addressed Riabito. Upon hearing this, Riabito was taken aback. His ears perked up. Are you referring to that peculiar silver-browed youth heading towards Suki no Shida Mountain? The long spear he wields could be Amaterasu, which Fengyue Miao lost during his turbulent journey. Since Riabito had never truly seen Amaterasu, he failed to recognize the weapon in Rise's possession. Could it be that when you arrived on this island, Suki no Shida, which I had inexplicably stored within a cave on Suki no Shida Mountain, was emitting the sounds of clashing blades? Riabito pondered, astonished, yet a smile of delight graced his face. The bearer of Amaterasu has appeared before Suki no Shida. This must be fate's design. Has the one Fengyue Miao awaited for 10 years finally emerged? How then? Can we obtain Suki no Shida? Beethoven pressed on. One must defeat all the silver rabbits guarding Suki no Shida to reach the cave where the famed blade resides. Riabito replied, I believe that the young warrior who has acquired the flame spear Amaterasu will certainly withstand the trials set by Fengyue Miao's silver rabbits. These rabbits are quite ferocious and aggressive. Be prepared. On the western side of the island, Lexington and Daff traverse the forest. It seems utterly desolate. We are nearly at the island's end, Daff sighed. What could possibly be on this island? What purpose did Rise's sister have in sending us here? There are plenty of rabbits, though. Lexington shook his head in exasperation, swiftly pulling Daff behind him and executing a swift kick that cleaved a silver rabbit that had leaped from the underbrush in two. However, such an assault bore no effect on the silver rabbit, constructed of energy which soon reformed. It appears we must target their core. Lexington furrowed his brow. Advancing with a silver axe in hand, the silver rabbit swung its arms, unleashing waves of silver energy that surged toward Lexington, caught off guard by this unexpected ranged attack. Lexington hastily dodged using paper drawing, narrowly escaping what appeared to be a devastating impact. The silver shockwave collided with a towering tree behind him, instantly creating a gaping hole in its trunk. Gasping at the shattered tree, Lexington realized the gravity of the situation. If struck by that, it would not be a trivial matter. The rabbits could project their energy from a distance as well. Fascinating. A smile of intrigue spread across Lexington's face. These rabbits are far more ferocious than I had anticipated. I shall refrain from swiftly defeating this one and instead test their limits. Meanwhile, at the foot of Suki no Shida Mountain, Rise engaged in a fierce battle with the silver rabbits. Countless silver shockwaves bombarded him, nearly reducing him to ash. What is the source of their strength? How can it be so inexhaustible? Rise gritted his teeth, raising his right arm to strike at the swarm of rabbits. The silver rabbits, sporting wicked grins, flailed their ears, launching crescent-shaped silver energy slashes that severed Rise's right arm. Almost immediately, Rise's body, painstakingly reformed, was once again reduced to fragments by an onslaught of slashes. As he beheld the crescent silver energy strikes, Rise seemed to realize something, involuntarily glancing skyward. Could this energy be derived from moonlight? No wonder their power seems boundless. If they fought utilizing moonlight, he would undoubtedly be bombarded until dawn. This was assuming these creatures could not store energy during the night for use during the day. This cannot continue. Rise clenched his teeth, striving to devise a strategy. The rabbits appeared to revel in their abundance, with numbers so overwhelming and attacks ceaseless that even with his Logia-type elemental ability, he found himself utterly powerless to counter. The sheer number of silver rabbits and their outrageous rate of attack rendered it impossible for Rise to pinpoint their true forms using the feeding fruit, nor could he discern them with the naked eye. Taking a deep breath, Rise closed his eyes, choosing to sense their attacks through his body. Completely evading such a multitude of strikes was an impossibility. Relying solely on the coal fruit's elemental transformation to avoid injury would subject him to incessant bombardment. However, if he skillfully harnessed the power of the wave fruit, perhaps he could reflect all these energy waves back at them. However, the frequency, position, intensity, and trajectory of a rebound must be precisely controlled. Let's see your strength. Lacey gritted his teeth and transformed the coal fruit into the wave fruit. In an instant, countless shock waves surged from all directions, causing Lacey to spit blood and collapse to the ground. These rabbits are indeed more ferocious than I had imagined. Lacey swiftly harnessed the power of the waves, stirring the surrounding air to create a wave barrier, attempting to deflect these terrifying attacks. Yet, in a short span of time, it was evident that he could not fend off all of the opponent's assaults. Shockwaves and crescent slashes continued to strike him intermittently. The silver rabbits began to leap even more energetically, as if unleashing their attacks without restraint. Lacey repeatedly tried to deflect the attacks from these silver rabbits, constantly assessing their positions. However, as these rabbits attacked, they also jumped about with wild abandon, coordinating seamlessly to encircle him, making it difficult to pinpoint their locations. Damn rabbits. Just wait. I shall roast you today. Lacey gritted his teeth in frustration, exerting all his strength to counter and resist the rabbit's onslaught. After all, he was a pirate with a bounty of 200 million, possessing the qualities of a conqueror, capable of defeating both giants and nature-type users. How could he possibly lose to a bunch of rabbits? He couldn't end up like AP, chased around by a pack of pigs in the New World, losing all his face. Brennan, put in more effort. Strange rabbits. Today, I will show you my true colors. Upon hearing Lacey's fierce words, the rabbits exchanged glances, seemingly eager, and once again unleashed a torrent of attacks. Lacey. You bastard. Damn rabbits. Chapter 120. The Renowned Blade, Tsukiyomi. After some time communicating, Haosi and Bei Duo Fun followed Rue by Tay back towards Tsukiyomi Mountain. After such a long time, one could only wonder how things were faring for Lacey. I hope he hasn't been taken down by that group of silver rabbits. Haosi muttered to himself. Just earlier, he had boasted to Rue by Tay that Lacey would surely pass the test set by the silver rabbits left by Feng Yumao. If he were to be schooled by the silver rabbits, it would be a significant embarrassment. Soon, the three arrived at the foot of Tsukiyomi Mountain. The battlefield was a scene of devastation, with vast stretches of forest flattened, rocks shattered, great trees toppled, and the ground pocked with craters. Thick smoke still lingering in the air. Countless rabbits lay scattered about, frothing at the mouth, having lost consciousness. In the midst of the rabbit pile, a battered Lacey was half kneeling on the ground, supported by Tian Zhao, gasping for breath, appearing to have just concluded a fierce battle, his energy severely depleted. He truly managed to eliminate all the silver rabbits. How impressive. No wonder he is the man with Tian Zhao. Rue Bai Te looked at Lacey and the fallen rabbits with satisfaction, nodding his head. Haosi and Bei Duo Fen gazed at the multitude of rabbits on the ground, their hearts filled with astonishment. The sheer number was far more terrifying than they had previously imagined. How could the captain have single-handedly defeated so many silver rabbits? It was truly inconceivable. But wait, ISNT, there's still a rabbit that looks different from the others? Is it their leader? Upon seeing Rue Bai Te emerge from the forest, Lacey struggled to rise from the ground, gritting his teeth as he assumed a battle stance once more. Rue Bai Te quickly waved his hands in a gesture of peace towards the hostile Lacey. This fellow looks quite fierce, very intimidating. Captain, please remain calm. Haosi and Bei Duo Fen hurriedly approached from the woods, speaking to Lacey. Upon seeing Haosi and Bei Duo Fen beside Rue Bai Te, an expression of surprise crossed Lacey's face. Were you kidnapped by the rabbits? Haosi, Bei Duo Fen. After a series of explanations, Lacey finally understood the situation. So, Tsukiyomi really is on this island? These rabbits are here to test my capability to obtain Tsukiyomi. Is that so? Lacey picked up an unconscious rabbit from the ground, rubbing it thoughtfully. The samurai Feng Yumao of Wano Kuni, in order to gather strength for the impending raid on Onigashima, entrusted this family heirloom blade to an ambitious and promising newcomer? I suppose I have indeed passed your test. Haven't I? Lacey inquired, looking up at Rue Bai Te. Rue Bai Te's ears perked up, and he nodded, snatching the battered rabbit from Lacey's hands. Indeed. Come with me up the mountain. Tsukiyomi is within a cave. Before long, the three of them followed Rue Bai Te as they ascended Tsukiyomi Mountain. Arriving at the entrance of a dark cave, two rabbits that had awakened hopped in first, radiating a silvery glow that illuminated the cave with moonlight. The group followed the guiding rabbits deeper within. In Lacey's hand, The fire spear trembled with excitement, clearly sensing the presence of Tsukuyomi, drawing ever closer. Soon, they reached the end of the cave. Before them stood a simple gravestone, upon which was carved, albeit somewhat crookedly, the words "the grave of the samurai Inlon Feng Yu Mao, son of the great name of Wa no Kuni." In front of the gravestone lay a short blade that appeared unassuming yet exuded a subtle luxury, quietly embedded in the ground, continuously emanating a sound and tremor akin to that of Tian Zhao. The twin legendary weapons, forged by the same blacksmith, resonated in unison at that moment. Mr. Feng Yumao's final wish was to entrust this ancestral blade, passed down through generations of the Feng Yu family, to a successor capable of fulfilling his responsibilities. Rue Baite remarked as he gazed at the renowned blade, Tsukuyomi, placed before Feng Yu Mao's gravestone. Lacey, you are the recent rising star in the South Sea, are you not? In the future, you will surely venture into the New World to challenge even more formidable foes. Although we cannot influence your decision, we sincerely hope that you might assist Wa no Kuni in the days to come. Upon hearing this, a smile broke out on Lacey's face. Kaido of the Beasts, is it? Engaging the 4 emperors in battle is only a matter of time for me. And targeting Kaido is certainly not out of the question. Very well. The will of Mr. Feng Yu Mao shall be inherited by me, Eric D. Lacey. With that, Lacey knelt down in respect before Feng Yu Mao, then reached for the blade embedded in the ground. The moment Tian Zhao and Tsukuyomi were gripped by the same hand, their incessant resonance came to an abrupt halt. As Lacey planted Tian Zhao into the ground, he attempted to draw Tsukuyomi from its sheath. The blade, which had not seen the light of day for years, remained chillingly sharp. The silver blade shimmered with a faint glow, its exquisite patterns reminiscent of the beautiful cherry blossoms of the sugi tree, bestowing upon the short sword an ethereal elegance akin to the moon. Tsukuyomi felt light and delicate in his hand, almost as if it were weightless, allowing him to sense a gentle flow coursing through him. Grasping this blade, Lacey felt an extraordinary sense of fittingness, a stark contrast from when he solely possessed Tian Zhao. Indeed, these twin legendary weapons, though one was a fervent and robust spear and the other a reserved and gentle blade, harmonized in a way that was indescribably seamless. In the sunlight, the sword Amaterasu was forged. In the moonlight, the blade Tsukuyomi was shaped. At this moment, both weapons converged in the hands of Reese. The shape and hue of the knife captivated him as he gazed upon the edge of Tsukuyomi, exclaiming, "It seems to resemble my eyebrows." Raybite and Beethoven hastily turned their attention to the blade in Reese's grip, then glanced at his eyebrows. Indeed, it appears to be true. The silver short blade bore an uncanny likeness to Reese's silver eyebrows, which struck them as rather peculiar. "It is a fine weapon. I shall accept it," Reese declared, nodding in satisfaction as he sheathed Tsukuyomi and fastened it to his waist. With an additional renowned sword at his side, he felt a surge of confidence for the impending battle against Guerrera in a few days. Alas, if only Feng Yu Mao had not passed away. Otherwise, he could have replicated the moon rabbit ability of the other Phantom Beast, rendering it even more perfect. Speaking of which, it seems their ship now boasts quite an abundance of exquisite blades. 3 of exceptional quality, Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi, and that formidable Jagavius, which no one could wield at present. 1 of commendable quality, the Lexington's Golden Axe of 10 Commandments. This array surpassed even the luxurious 3-sword style of Zoro. Well then, we have acquired the sword and grasped the situation here. It is time to retrieve Lexington and Dafu. With that, Reese turned and strode toward the cave's exit, followed closely by Raybite, Beethoven, Housey, and the 2 silver rabbits responsible for illumination. He wondered about the status of those 2, pondering why they had yet to return after such a long time. Chapter 121. The Iron Hammer. After departing from Tsukumi Mountain, Reese and his companions returned to the southern coast where their ship had initially docked, accompanied by Raybite. Upon confirming the locations of Lexington and Dafu, Reese discovered that they were quite distant. He retrieved a Dindin Mushi and dialed Lexington's number. Having found Tsukuyomi, there was no need for them to linger on the island any longer. Their objective had been accomplished, and Reese had unexpectedly gained something valuable. A smile of pride crept across his face at the thought of boasting to Lexington upon his return. Lexington, no need to continue searching the island. We have found what we were looking for. Halsey detected that you are now at the western coast, right? Hurry back to the southern coast where the blood-colored Avenger awaits. We are preparing to depart. Reese spoke into the connected Din Mushy, which had morphed into Lexington-esque form, his face illuminated with a triumphant grin. No, perhaps it would be better for you to come to us. Navigate the ship this way. Although Dafu is absent, this short distance should pose no problem, right? We have discovered something even more intriguing here. Lexington's voice echoed from the other end. Something more intriguing? What could possibly be more interesting on this island? Reis, filled with curiosity, was about to inquire further when the Din Mushy abruptly disconnected. In that instant, Reese stood with his mouth agape, caught in a moment of awkwardness under the gazes of those around him. Ahem! As he inwardly cursed Lexington for his enigmatic demeanor, Reese turned to Raybite. Mr. Rabbit, could it be that this island harbors another supreme treasure? Perhaps something like the Tianyin Songjian or Budu Yumi? Raybite tilted his head and shrugged. How could such things exist? Renowned swords are not as common as cabbage and carrots. One is already remarkable. However, there does seem to be something more intriguing on the western coast. After a moment's contemplation, Raybite's ears perked up as he realized, not long ago, on the western side of the island Lexington, it was merely a few rabbits. There was no need for such a commotion. Dafu gasped in astonishment at the devastation wrought upon the forest. Lexington had indeed engaged in battle with those few rabbits. A rather unbelievable turn of events. He had fought them with the same seriousness he had displayed against Boston and Caroline, and had been schooled by the rabbits in the process. Cough, cough. With an evident bruise forming around his left eye, a disheveled Lexington awkwardly cleared his throat as he sheathed the 10 Commandments. It seemed that challenging those rabbits had been a poor decision. Let's proceed. Ignoring Dafu's inquiries, Lexington quickened his pace, eager to avoid encountering such creatures again. He wished to finish exploring the remainder of the island and reunite with Reese and the others. Dafu watched as Lexington hurried away, shaking her head in disbelief. Men are so prideful. She and T expected this robust-looking Lexington to be no different. The two quickened their pace toward the island's end. As they reached the other side of the coast, Lexington, having lost hope in further exploration, suddenly wore an expression of astonishment. Dafu, come quickly. His bruised face lit up with excitement as he urged her forward. Dafu, puzzled, ran to the edge of the coast. The magnificent sight before them elicited simultaneous gasps of wonder. What a grand ship! Beneath a cliff at the coast, an enormous vessel lay quietly beneath the moonlight. The size of the ship rivaled that of a sea monster, standing over 50 meters tall, judging by the damage to the hull. It appeared the ship had been abandoned not long ago. This pirate emblem, as Lexington approached the colossal ship, he discerned the blurred insignia on the hull, a skull entwined with a meteor hammer. This was the mark of the steel armor pirate crew. Is this the iron hammer of the steel armor pirates? Dafu exclaimed in astonishment. How did it end up here? Could it be that Ankole Soros piloted the ship onto the island and was subsequently chased away by the island's rabbits? If that were the case, it was understandable that they had not heard about it. After all, it was a deeply embarrassing affair, being driven away by a group of rabbits and abandoning the flagship. Ankole Soros must have bottled up his frustration. Perhaps he intended to return to reclaim his honor, but before he could act, the kid pirates had annihilated them. The ship of the steel armor pirates was notoriously sturdy in the South Sea. Dafu gazed at the magnificent vessel, marveling. Although she had heard much about it, this was her first time witnessing it in person. Unlike William King, Black, and Guerrera, who rarely led large forces away from their territories, Ankole Soros was known for taking his entire pirate crew across the seas, causing trouble wherever they went. To ensure the ship could withstand Ankole Soros, who frequently transformed into a massive and heavy dinosaur, the steel armor pirates had invested heavily years ago, purchasing what was claimed to be the largest and most robust pirate ship at the Platinum Commerce Auction. Though the name Iron Hammer sounded almost humorous, the quality of this vessel was undeniably exceptional. No wonder the Steel Pirate crew has not engaged in any large-scale expeditions since that fateful journey. It turns out their ship was lost. Just as Daff and Lexington were preparing to board the Iron Hammer to investigate further, the sound of a din-din mushy interrupted them. The din-din mushy with silver eyebrows buzzed incessantly. "Hello, this is Lexington," he spoke into the device. After a brief conversation, Lexington hung up before Reese could ask any questions, a knowing smile gracing his face. This revelation would be a delightful surprise for the captain. "Daff, let us wait here. The captain and the others should arrive shortly," Lexington remarked, patting the sturdy hull of the Iron Hammer. "Oh, all right," Daff replied, scratching her head in a moment of indecision. While it was convenient not to have to run around, she wondered if the captain and the others could truly navigate a sailing vessel. Chapter 122. Acknowledgements today marks the 72nd day since the inception of this book, and after updating with 300,000 words, the novice author has finally published it. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the esteemed readers for their companionship during this time. Your every recommendation, monthly vote, tip, comment, and suggestion provides immense motivation. Thank you for your unwavering support. Although this is not my first literary endeavor, it is my first signed work. Regardless of future achievements, I shall persevere to see this book through to completion, accumulating experience along the way. I will carefully consider and respond to all reader inquiries and suggestions. Though there are 3 scenarios in which I may not reply. One is correcting typographical errors, which I typically amend without additional comment. The second is that I may not see the response for some reason. And the third is that I genuinely cannot find the words. I welcome both criticism and praise, as long as it is not malicious. As a newcomer, I must listen to suggestions for improvement. Now, regarding some aspects of this book, concerning the protagonist's fruit ability, many have expressed concerns about the potential for imbalance in its portrayal, whether becoming too powerful or too weak. While such issues may arise, I will strive to maintain a coherent power structure. The protagonist's ultimate form will consist of 10 or fewer unawakened devil fruits, an awakened copying ability, 3 forms of top-tier hockey, and an arsenal including a gun, a katana, a tanto, and a colossal sword. Overall, even if it surpasses the ceiling established in One Piece, it will not be drastically so, as instantaneous defeats of the 4 emperors or admirals are out of the question, and I will aim for logical consistency. Furthermore, the imagery presented in the synopsis, depicting a scene of tremors and magma while transforming into the Azure Dragon, is unlikely to materialize. As the synopsis carries a somewhat sensationalist tone, ultimately, this remains a fanfic with a style akin to the original work. I had many thoughts to share, but as I pen this acknowledgement, the words elude me, so I shall leave it at that. In summary, I will continue to strive for excellence and hope for your continued support. Chapter 123. The March Towards King Kong Island. Ah-ha-ha. Angkor Sualusi truly is a pitiable fool. Ah-ha-ha. The sound of Reese's maniacal laughter echoed along the coast of Suku Yuming Island. Lexington, Housey, Beethoven, and Daff stood awkwardly beside Reese, instinctively averting their gazes and stepping back. The captain seemed to have lost his senses, laughing uncontrollably upon arrival, his mood inexplicably buoyant. Despite still bearing wounds inflicted by Ian too, he remained unabashedly arrogant. "Is your captain always like this?" Ruabite asked, turning to Beethoven with a puzzled expression. Beethoven feigned ignorance. It was unbecoming for such a gentlemanly captain to behave in this manner. Silence would serve him better. "Well, men do have their moments," Housey sighed, shaking his head heavily. After a fit of laughter, Reese finally regained his composure. "Ahem, I must maintain some decorum." His previous mirth stemmed primarily from mocking Angkor Sualusi, the hapless soul. The image of a grand, formidable armored dragon, once driven to despair by a horde of rabbits, was simply too amusing to suppress. Moreover, acquiring this colossal vessel had further brightened his spirits. Following their encounter with Urera, they would need to replace their pirate ship. Although the Iron Hammer was rendered obsolete, its materials were of excellent quality. With these components, they could forge a ship capable of withstanding the trials of the New World. Unfortunately, they currently lacked a shipwright, and it remained uncertain how they would construct the new vessel. Let's take it one step at a time. Fretting serves no purpose. Mr. Ruabite, might I trouble you to keep watch over this grand ship? Should we defeat the Guerrera pirate crew, we will likely return to seek this vessel again. Reese turned to Ruabite. No problem. I will await your return here, Ruabite replied, munching on a carrot. He had grown accustomed to residing here, and the company of so many rabbits kept him from feeling lonely. Though he wished to return to Zoe after completing his mission, a few more days would not matter. After thoroughly scavenging the iron hammer and collecting all supplies, treasure, and provisions, dawn broke. As the sun rose, the Blood Avenger prepared to set sail into the new day's light. Ruabite and the silver rabbits bid them farewell on the shore, countless long ears waving in the air, swaying in rhythm with Beethoven's music from the ship. Farewell, Mr. Ruabite, Beethoven called out, reluctant to part from his newfound friend of the same kind. It was rare to encounter someone of his own race. If only it were a beautiful pig lady, that would be even better. As the Blood Avenger sailed away from the silvery waters of Suku Yuming Island, Lexington and Reese, both nursing their injuries from encounters with the silver rabbits, sat together on the deck, gazing out at the distant sea. Reese, what are your plans moving forward? Lexington inquired. Indeed, where shall we head next? Daff and Housey echoed. As navigator and helmsman, they needed to understand the captain's upcoming intentions to plan their course and journey. It would likely take several days to reach King Kong Island from here. That should provide ample time for our wounds to heal completely, right? Reese contemplated before responding to Lexington. Then, we shall head to King Kong Island and confront Guerrera in a decisive battle. Reese's decision left everyone present astounded. Are we progressing this swiftly? To engage Guerrera so soon seems rather rash. They were likely still too weak to face the Guerrera pirate crew. I acknowledge that seeking out the Guerrera pirate crew now may be premature, Reese continued, addressing the surprised group. However, the longer we delay, the more preparations Guerrera will undertake, which will not benefit us. Given the current turmoil in the South Sea, even the regional hegemons will sense the impending crisis and strive to strengthen themselves. The individual in question is undoubtedly the most formidable mechanical master in the South China Sea. Over time, none can predict if he will lay traps or gather an army on Jingongchuandao. To prevent any unforeseen delays, it will be prudent to launch a surprise attack with utmost speed. After listening to Lei C's explanation, the others nodded in contemplation, acknowledging the rationale. It is indeed sensible. Whether sooner or later, a confrontation must occur. For these burgeoning powerhouses, a brief period of training pales in comparison to the rapid enhancement gained through a vigorous battle. Hence, the course is set towards Jingongchuandao, Housey declared, extracting a navigational chart from his pocket. With my capabilities, I can evade all guards and reach Jingongchuandao, thereby avoiding an immediate frontal clash. Captain, which island do you wish to target? Lacey pondered over the chart. Can you pinpoint my sister, AI Li Kudi, an NIS location? If so, I would prefer to visit her first. Shortly thereafter, Housey marked a new route on the chart. In the Shue, Fu Choja sailed forth under the navigator's command towards the waters where demons lay in wait. Lacey, are you truly confident in defeating Guerrera at this juncture? At the bow, Lexington regarded Lacey with skepticism. Currently, Lacey is only slightly stronger than Bai Ong, Kulei Suo, and Wang Wei Lian, making the confrontation with Guerrera somewhat daunting. I initially lacked certainty. Lacey smiled, lifting his head with newfound confidence. However, after my visit to Suku Yumingdao, I have gained considerable assurance. Observing his captain's self-assured demeanor, Lexington remained skeptical, relying solely on the newfound weapon, the rib of the Yi Wu, to bridge the gap between him and his adversary seems rather naive. Does it not? In the last few days, should we perhaps make a last-minute effort? Lexington inquired. If we can master armament hockey and observation hockey, the battle against Guerrera should become significantly easier, right? A proud smile spread across Lacey's face. He had been awaiting Lexington to voice this thought. Finally, he could revel in his prowess. This was indeed the most unexpected and significant gain from Suku Yumingdao. To defeat the Silver Rabbit Army, Both his armament and observation haki awakened simultaneously during the same battle. With a solid foundation already established, he merely needed a catalyst to activate the haki, which he found in his duel with the rabbits. Lacey channeled his strength into his right arm, a powerful energy swirling around his fist, enveloped in formidable armament. Although his haki remains somewhat tenuous, there is no doubt that this is genuine armament haki. Is this the haki you speak of? Watching Lexing Dunn's astonished expression, Lacey erupted in arti lauter. Did you anticipate this? Chapter 124. The captain falls into the sea. Captain, what is this? Observing the armament haki coiling around Lacey's fist, Lexing Dunn was left speechless in astonishment. Is this for real? How can it feel so surreal? It's only been a short while since we parted on the island, and you've already awakened armament haki? However, the aura emanating from Lacey's fist compelled Lexing Dunn to accept this reality. Not only armament, but I have also awakened observation haki, Lacey said, a triumphant smile gracing his features. With the awakening of observation haki, he would no longer need to rely on the imitation of the munch fruit. For someone who is neither a navigator nor a sharpshooter, the fruit primarily served as a substitute for observation. Now that he has awakened true haki, there's no longer a need for the fruit. The number of fruits he can replicate is quite limited, so it is prudent to leave an empty slot. The awakening of observation haki too? Lexing Dunn's expression became even more exaggerated. What on earth did this guy experience on the island? The rewards from defeating these rabbits surpass those gained from battling Black and Wang Weilian. How disheartening for the notorious pirates of the South China Sea. Yet upon reflection, this is indeed the case. While these rabbits may lack individual strength, their synergy is unparalleled, significantly enhancing their combat capabilities. If dozens of rabbits can overpower a Jialong, it seems only logical that their collective strength would rival that of Wang Weilian and Black. In this light, the one granting power to these rabbits, a warrior named Feng Yumao, must be exceedingly formidable. Ultimately, although his newly awakened haki is not yet mastered, the difference between having it and not having it is substantial, thus bolstering his confidence for the impending clash with Guru La. With this thought, a proud expression lit up Lacey's face. Soon after, his demeanor shifted to seriousness. At last, it is time to settle the score with Guru La. Though he did not personally endure the loss of his parents and the abduction of his sister, inheriting the original host's body allows him to sense their despair and fury. An unconscious hatred for Guru La filled his mind. The original host had endured for years, waiting for this moment. In the original timeline, the target that the original host failed to accomplish before his death shall now be fulfilled by me. Jingong Chuandao, the front island. It lay in utter disarray. Rubble, shattered weapons, sunken ships, and surging waves bore witness to the fierce battle that had recently transpired. The visibly damaged Guru La stood firm on the ravaged coastline. Behind him, his pirates were busy clearing the battlefield, counting captives, and tending to the wounded. The clash between Nan Mo, Shi Guru La, and the Kid Pirate crew ended in the latter's defeat. That rascal fell into the sea. He must be dead by now. Guru La gasped within his mechanized suit. I was too hasty. I should have ensured his decapitation for safety. However, he is a power user. Without assistance, he will surely drown. Report, Captain. The cadres of the Kid Pirate crew, including the Slaughter Warrior Kira, Fire Demon Zite, and Killing Axe, along with other members, have been secured. A subordinate rushed to report to Guru La Good. Take them back to the city and imprison them. A cruel smile crept across Guru La's face. These inexperienced youngsters could never hope to rival his long-established dominance over the seas. Yet, he had to admit that Kid's strength surpasses that of all previous newcomers. If he hadn't replaced his armor with a new variant crafted from non-steel materials and equipped it with sea prism stone, he might not have easily defeated him. Due to AI Li Ku Di, Gile CS resurrection, the world of One Piece has experienced a butterfly effect. The Kid Pirate crew, deprived of their chances to battle Black and Wang Weilian, did not reach their potential strength. Thus, after several days of fierce combat, they succumbed to Guru La, who had prepared new weaponry in response to the heightened sense of crisis. The fate of Eustace Kidd remains uncertain, while Kira and other crew members have been imprisoned by Guru La's crew. Next in line is you, Ai Li Kudi, Gile Si. After enduring a fierce battle, Guru La sighed wearily. The Guru La ship is still not strong enough. The newcomers of Ananhai truly posed a genuine threat to his position. Unaware of the disparity in strength between Lei Si and Jida, he felt compelled to further fortify his armor. "Bring Annie, Si Dongyan, and our mechanic here at once," commanded Guru La as he leaped down from the massive warframe. Instructing his pirate crew, preparations for the impending battle were imperative. Aside from Lei Si, he had already vanquished a vice admiral from the Navy headquarters, which was unlikely to overlook such a defeat. In anticipation of the forthcoming crisis, he needed to bolster his defenses, transforming the Jin-Gang Islands into an impregnable fortress. Meanwhile, beneath the waves, the severely injured Jida exerted the last remnants of his strength to retrieve a breathing apparatus from his pocket and affix it to his face. He never expected that the breathing device, whimsically purchased by Chi La on the Whipping Island, would prove to be indispensable. As his final consciousness faded, Jida succumbed to unconsciousness. Although the device temporarily sustained his life, the exhausted Jida would surely perish without swift medical attention. Days later, the Crimson Avenger ship, sailing at maximum speed, finally approached the waters near the Jin-Gang Islands. "Annie's location has changed," Hao-Si remarked, utilizing the capability of the MysteryFruit to pinpoint her whereabouts, his brow furrowing. It seemed that due to unforeseen circumstances, she had departed from her original island, heading towards the dominant island where Guru La resided. They clearly could not sail directly to the dominant island. "What should we do, Captain?" Hao-Si turned to seek Lei Si's counsel. Lei Si, engrossed in the newspaper in his hands, slightly furrowed his silver brows. The Jida pirates challenged the Guru La pirates and were defeated. "Captain Jida has fallen into the sea, his fate unknown." Had the butterfly effect, due to his existence, become inevitable? If Jida had failed to conquer Guru La, could he succeed? With Annie heading to the dominant island, it was likely that the South Sea Overlord was preparing meticulously for the ensuing clash. Just as Lei Si hesitated over whether to launch an assault on the Jin-Gang Islands, the powers of his copy Fruit and the recently awakened Kinbunchaku suddenly reacted. Glancing at the news once more, Lei Si realized something and, as if jolted, swiftly discarded the newspaper and dashed towards the ship's bow. Gazing at the surging sea, his expression turned grave. "Lexington, I need you to dive into the sea." Lexington, who was polishing his golden axe, turned with a puzzled look towards Lei Si. What had this man consumed to act so strangely? The dual sensations from the Kinbunchaku and the copy Fruit indicated that just beneath their vessel lay a faint trace of devil fruit energy. Not long after, Lexington emerged from the water, carrying an unconscious man on his back. Observing the figure behind Lexington, Lei Si's expression shifted to one of intrigue. Indeed, his earlier suspicions were confirmed. The devil fruit user he sensed in the sea was none other than Jida, the rising star pirate currently known in the South Sea, who had recently fallen into the depths. "Lei Si, I've rescued him," Lexington said, laying Jida down on the deck. Jida's body was marred with wounds, evidently bearing the scars of his battle with Guru La. A breathing apparatus adorned his face, suggesting it was this device that had kept him alive after his plunge into the sea. "Fetch the first aid kit," Lei Si instructed, shaking his head at the pitiful sight of Jida. "We must revive him." Despite his defeat by Guru La, Jida surely possessed valuable insights regarding his adversary, information that Lei Si desperately needed. Furthermore, Jida's loss to Guru La validated Lei Si's earlier conjecture that Guru La had grown stronger than on the original timeline. It appeared that they would need to unite forces against Guru La. Indeed, attempting to steal the limelight from a formidable opponent was a futile endeavor. The rivalry among newcomers would never cease. Soon, Hao-Si returned with a first aid kit, while the somewhat medically knowledgeable Fu left the helm to clean and bandage Jida's wounds. Hao-Si, Beethoven, and Lexington hastily assisted in the process. Observing their crude and haphazard bandaging methods, Lacey couldn't help but gasp. This was quite alarming. It resembled the act of wrapping a mummy. Yet, considering Jida's resilience, he believed he would endure this ordeal as he had previously recovered from his injuries inflicted by Kaido during his rest at Rabbit Bowl Prison. It seemed imperative to address the need for a ship's doctor soon. Otherwise, while resilient individuals like himself, Lexington, and Jida could tough it out, any injury to the Fu could lead to dire consequences. Shipwright and Chef can manage, but a doctor is essential, Lacey mused inwardly. Shortly thereafter, Defu completed the treatment on Jida and approached Lacey, dusting off her hands. There shouldn't be any major issues. This guy's physique is as robust as the captain's. He should regain consciousness after some time. Lacey nodded in agreement and stepped forward to examine Jida. Magnet fruit, copy. In the South Sea, the most potent fruit he could access was undoubtedly Jida's magnet fruit. Setting aside the extraordinary circumstances surrounding the four fundamental forces, even utilizing this devil fruit as a mere magnet would prove advantageous in the world of One Piece. After all, aside from the likes of Vegapunk and other anomalies, the technological advancements in the One Piece universe were not particularly advanced. Most armaments still relied on iron, and the wielder of the magnet fruit possessed an unimaginable control over metal. Let me give it a try, Lacey declared, extending his right hand to harness the power of the magnet fruit. Lexington, House C, and others were equally intrigued, observing Lacey's actions. Is this a new devil fruit ability? I wonder how effective it is. A surge of violet electrical sparks erupted from Lacey's hand. This is magnetism. He smirked, reaching out to attract the nearby Amaterasu with magnetic force. However, the magnetic pull proved unexpectedly challenging to manipulate. Just as Lacey struggled to direct the flame gun to his hand, a sudden sense of peril surged from behind, awakening his Kinbunshiko haki. A sharp sound of a sword being drawn resonated from behind him. "Captain, watch out!" Awasi shouted urgently. Beethoven's sword had suddenly leapt from its sheath, hurtling towards Lacey's head. Lacey hastily turned his head to the side, but the magnetic force clinging to him rendered him incapable of evading the ambush. This attack would pursue him. Clang! The resting note struck Lacey squarely on the forehead, playing a dissonant note. The sound of steel against flesh caused Lexington to wince in sympathy. Oh no! Dazed and seeing stars, Lacey attempted to release the power of the magnet fruit. Yet, it was already too late. Surrounding metals surged forth from all directions, striking his body with such force that his eyes rolled back in his head. Lekushun gripped his golden axe tightly, narrowly averting the disaster of sending it flying towards his head. With a resounding crash, the last arrival, Tanjal, slammed into Le's abdomen. After enduring a series of brutal blows, Le's eyes glazed over and he collapsed to the ground. At that moment, he grasped an essential truth. The Titugosher was not an easy devil fruit to master. The intensity, direction, fluctuations, and the balance between attraction and repulsion of magnetic forces left no room for error. The precision required to manipulate countless pieces of metal into a sophisticated and flexible mechanical arm, as Jidua did, without harming the user was an exceptionally challenging feat. If one were to recklessly unleash magnetic power without control, they could end up like the future, overwhelmed by a barrage of steel from all sides. Such was the case now. Upon realizing this, Lei Su temporarily lost consciousness. Like Hirsching, Halva, Beidufin, and others exchanged glances as they observed their captain, buried beneath a pile of steel, rendered speechless at the absurdity of the situation. How could he have knocked himself out so quickly? What a disgrace. Meanwhile, the cacophony nearby stirred Jua from his daze of unconsciousness, and he slowly opened his eyes. It appeared he was no longer at sea. Damn, that gorilla, where am I? Gritting his teeth, Jidua struggled to sit up. Before him stood Lai Kershingen, Halfu, Beiduafun, and Afu, lined up and watching him with unspoken thoughts. Are you members of the Muasu, Hydriton? Having glanced at the bounty posters, Jidua soon recognized a few faces. Had he been rescued by the Muasu, Hydriton? This was troublesome. He had unexpectedly found himself aboard the ship of a rival pirate crew. Having just been defeated, Leisu would undoubtedly take the opportunity to mock him. Contemplating this, Ji-de furrowed his brow. Yet now weakened, he had no other recourse. They had saved him after all, and he could not simply eliminate them all. Even pirates must uphold a certain code of honor. What about the silver-haired fellow? Ji-de patiently inquired, looking up at Lai Kuo-Xingdun. After a moment of hesitation, Lai Kuo-Xingdun sighed. Of all times to awaken, this would rob the captain of his chance to mock a fallen rival. After all, being knocked out by a steel barrage while attempting to replicate another's abilities was far more humiliating than losing to a formidable foe and falling into the sea. Over there, Lai Kuo-Xingdun turned his face away and pointed towards the heap of iron beside Ja. He couldn't claim Tenoli, having regained some strength. Jin then noticed the neatly arranged pile of metal beside him, from which a twitching hand protruded. Through his observation, Jin recognized the powerful aura emanating from it. Such strength could only belong to Laisu, no one else. For a moment, Ji-de was taken aback. He had never encountered such a method, burying oneself in iron to greet him. What on earth was Laisu thinking? Chapter Yibar Shiliu, Dozu Laisu vs. Yosu Tasu Ji-de. After a while, Laisu regained consciousness and released the power of the emerging from the pile of scrap metal, grimacing as he rubbed his aching head. That initial blow had left him thoroughly dazed. As he lifted his gaze, his eyes met Jides, who sat nearby. They both looked rather disheveled, covered in dirt and debris. One had just been defeated and was a wet dog, while the other had attempted to replicate a power and ended up in a calamity. Initially, Laisu had intended to await this awakening with a semblance of coolness, but it was evident that any pretense of grandeur was futile. They were both exposed for what they were. An awkward silence enveloped them. Dafu silently returned to the helm, wishing to distance herself from the painfully uncomfortable situation. Matters concerning the captain, she thought, should be resolved by the captain himself. Silver Brows, you copied my fruit with your powers? After a prolonged silence, Ji-de finally managed to utter his first words. Laisu covered his face, unwilling to respond to such a vexing question. Observing Laisu's embarrassment, Ji-de couldn't help but feel a smirk emerge within. In his youth, when he first consumed he too had suffered under the onslaught of erratic metals. Only he understood the difficulty of mastering the fruit. Is Gerdue-la particularly strong? That prick? Ultimately, Laisu chose to divert the conversation, turning his inquiry towards Ji-de. Ji-de's expression darkened. His teeth clenched in frustration. Reflecting on his recent defeat and the uncertain fate of Ji-la and the others, his anger boiled. Yet, it was clear he would not address Lai's awkward question directly. Thus, the conversation fell silent once more, with both men glaring at each other, speechless. Lai Kuo-Xingdun shook his head in disbelief, unable to watch any longer. These two captains were certainly not easy to deal with. I propose that our two pirate crews form an alliance to confront Gerdue-la. Stepping closer, Lai Kuo-Xingdun seated himself beside Laisu and Ji-de as he spoke. Laisu raised an eyebrow in contemplation. Upon hearing of Ji-de's defeat, they had hesitated regarding whether to continue their campaign against him. After all, even if Laisu were slightly stronger than Ji-de, if Ji-de could not best the enemy, then Laisu would likely fare no better. However, having unexpectedly rescued Ji-de, the situation could shift. Should they join forces, their chances of overcoming Gerdue-la would greatly increase. Plus, the Gerdue-la pirate crew had 3 gold and 5 silver ranked officers. It would not be easy for the Bloodbath, consisting of only 5 members, to take on such a multitude of foes, with Gerdue-la and the others aiding them. The odds would improve significantly. Laisu turned to Ji-de. Su Tonan, what say you? After 2 years, having lost to the red-haired pirate, Ji-de had also opted to ally with Tho and Hujinto, only to develop a distaste for alliances after being betrayed. However, at present, he would likely not harbor strong aversions to such arrangements. Perhaps it would be more fitting for you to be my subordinate rather than forming an alliance? Ji-de retorted with a defiant lift of his chin, a scoff escaping his lips. Laisu? Subordinate? This prick really has delusions of grandeur. Suddenly, he recalled that 2 years later, Ji-de's alliance with Huajinsu and Ito was orchestrated by Ji-la. With Ji-la absent now, Ji-de would have no one to keep him in check. The once proud commander, beaten and battered, dare to suggest he be made a subordinate? You bastard. Your bounty is lower than mine. I senti it. Silverbrows. Just a measly one. 1,000,000 berries is nothing. I have defeated 2 tyrants of the South Sea. The foes I vanquished, like Kakavaloso, are far superior to your 2 worthless targets. And I still haven't settled the score for you stealing my prey. I possess all 3 types of hockey. Do you? 3 types of hockey? Who doesn't have that? I possess 4 devil fruit abilities, including your Tsutsu Guoshu. Oh, that ability, which could lead to your own demise, must surely be a curse. Yosu Tasu, you bastard. In an instant, upholding the splendid tradition of friendly greetings after the new generation's meeting, Lacey and Jida found themselves embroiled in an intense quarrel, neither willing to yield, their spittle flying across each other's faces. Lexington, Beethoven, and Halsey attempted to intervene, but found their voices drowned out. Daff, meanwhile, hummed a little tune as she continued to steer the vessel. Indifferent to the chaos around her, she was simply a harmless young navigator. Face to face, Jida and Lacey argued fiercely, even unleashing their conqueror's hockey. The 2 potent forces clashed between them, causing Lexington's hair to stand on end, Beethoven to wear an expression of shock, and Halsey to take a step back. I shall return to chart the seas. This pig has found new inspiration for a musical score, declared the first mate. Observing the escalating situation, Beethoven and Halsey discreetly slipped away. Hey, you lot, Lexington exclaimed in alarm, turning to call after the fleeing Beethoven and Halsey. But the trio vanished in an instant. They decided not to involve themselves in this captain's conflict, cheering on their first mate. Come on, Lexington, show them. Whoever loses is the inferior pirate, Jida proclaimed, waving his hand to attract nearby scrap metal with magnetic force, fashioning it into an iron fist, ready to strike. Just as I desire, Lacey snorted, raising his weapon, Amaterasu. As the 2 appeared on the verge of clashing, Lexington rushed in, pressing his left hand on Jida's mechanical arm and gripping Lacey's spear with his right. These 2 would not engage as gently as Lacey and Bonnie. Jida was renowned for his devastatingly destructive prowess. If they came to blows, the ship would surely be wrecked. Silverbrow, take this. Jida furrowed his brow, releasing his mechanical arm and lunging forward with a sharp knife from his chest towards Lacey. Lacey swiftly drew his short blade, Tsukiyomi, and the 2 were soon locked in close combat. However, the skirmish quickly devolved into a brawl. Jida and Lacey entangled, their hockey-empowered fists relentlessly striking at each other's faces. Each thud of their fists landing echoed ominously, even causing Lexington to feel dizzy. The ferocity of their blows was astonishing, and their resilience remarkable. They truly were the strongest new stars of the South Sea. Ultimately, it took every ounce of strength from Lexington to pry the 2 apart, incurring a punch from Jida and a kick from Lacey in the process. Gazing at the battered Lacey and Jida, both sporting bruised faces, Lexington wearily shook his head. Managing 2 troublemaking captains was utterly exhausting. Where's Kira? Someone help. Chapter 127. The 2 captains with Beethoven's soothing melody playing. Lexington exerted tremendous effort and finally managed to halt the brawl between the 2 captains. Once the conflict was resolved, the exhausted Lexington collapsed onto the ground. Jida and Lacey, having temporarily ceased fighting, sat facing one another, their piercing gazes sending shivers down one's spine. You 2, stop glaring at each other. It's quite frightening. Why not eat something? Halsey said helplessly as he brought a mountain of canned goods onto the deck. Apologies. We currently have no chef aboard, so we must make do with these cans for now. With that, Halsey set the cans before Jida and Lacey. Looking at the cans, Jida rubbed his stomach, which had gone hungry for days, and reluctantly extended his right hand. With a snap, magnetic force drew it steadily into Jida's grasp. Do you have any plans or preparations regarding the assault on Guru La? Jida inquired while munching on the can. Before long, he frowned, for the baked beans within were insufferably unpalatable, reminiscent of rotten slime worms stewed with maggots. Even he, who was not picky except for his aversion to curry udon, found it difficult to swallow. The junk he consumed as a child was far superior to this. One could only wonder what was wrong with these fool's taste buds to procure such wretched food. Plans and preparations? Lacey selected a can of chicken from a pile. checking the ingredient list as he spoke. Our understanding of Guru law is still too limited, and thus we cannot prepare extensively. I initially thought we could handle the assault on Guru law, but hearing of your recent defeat has made me hesitant. A week ago, I would have had no trouble dealing with Guru law, Jita said, launching the can of beans into the sea. This is far too dreadful. I would rather starve than consume this. However, that fellow has just constructed a giant mech capable of defeating even a rear admiral of the Navy. Reflecting on the previous days of battle against Guru law, Jita's demeanor darkened. The materials of that mech have transitioned from steel to chrome-plated brass, rendering my magnetic abilities ineffective against it. Moreover, that contraption is embedded with a multitude of sea stone. After listening to Jita's recollections, Lacey's expression grew grave. That accursed armor is astonishingly sturdy, rendering nearly all attacks futile. I expended tremendous effort to barely shatter 2 pieces of its armor, and Guru law inside remained unharmed. The abilities you currently possess, coal, vibration, sway, and my magnetism, are all insufficient to breach the defenses of that Guru law. Lacey's expression grew increasingly somber. A colossal mechanical armor, chrome-plated brass, embedded with sea stone, armed with powerful weaponry. Magnetic force cannot attract it. Flames and smoke are ineffective, and the sway fruit's abilities are meaningless against the corrosion-resistant chrome. Additionally, the sea stone's properties restrain ability users. If they're captured by Guru law, it's over. This mech seems purpose-built to target both you and me. This is troublesome. Therefore, do you have any means to deal with this armor, Silverbrow? Jita asked Lacey. Silence enveloped the scene. After a long period of contemplation, Lacey seemed to recall something and looked up to inquire of Jita. Spikehead, do you know a technique called Magnetic Demon? This question evidently left Jita perplexed. Magnetic Demon? What on earth is that? Assembling large amounts of iron with precision, merging and arming it to form a towering magnetic levitation iron demon. Lacey recalled from the pages of the Pirate King manga. Huh, such a technique? Jita furrowed his brow, seemingly contemplating the feasibility of Lacey's suggestion. Not long after, Jita shook his head in discontent. If it could succeed, that technique would indeed be immensely powerful, extraordinarily so. However, controlling such vast quantities of iron and executing such precise movements would demand a level of magnetic strength and precision far beyond what I currently possess. At least double the magnetic force I have now. I will master this technique in the future, but it's not possible at present. What about the electromagnetic cannon? Lacey continued to inquire. This technique requires even greater demands on magnetic power, making it temporarily unachievable. Jita replied without hesitation, dismissing the idea outright. Indeed, he had contemplated such strategies previously. However, the level of difficulty was exceedingly high. At present, he lacked the requisite strength, rendering the electromagnetic cannon and the magnetic wizard mere figments of his imagination, only to be realized after he has become significantly more powerful. After listening to Kid's response, Reese nodded slightly. As expected, techniques like the magnetic wizard and the electromagnetic cannon were grand moves that Kid had only comprehended after 2 years of life-and-death battles in the New World. Currently, Kid, still in the South Sea and not yet a supernova, lacked both the physical prowess and the development of his magnet fruit to meet the conditions necessary for wielding such techniques. The most formidable skill he currently possessed was akin to Luffy's third gear from 2 years ago, the Iron Giant Arm, albeit with slightly fewer side effects. Indeed, formidable techniques cannot be honed merely through inspiration. After contemplating for a while longer, Reese looked up and addressed Kid once more. You mentioned that your magnetic intensity alone is insufficient. What if we combined our strengths? A smile crept across Reese's face. If Kid's singular power could not sustain the operation of a giant magnetic mech, what about my ability to replicate the magnet fruit? If the power of the magnet fruit still falls short, Reese extended his right hand, which soon turned jet black as a mass of dark coal spilled forth, scattering across the ground. Perhaps we could utilize a steam engine fueled by coal to bridge the energy gap? Your implication is clear. Kid seemed to grasp Reese's intent, a fervent smile emerging on his face. Since Grella has developed new mech to counter us, it is only fitting for us to reciprocate. We shall construct a formidable machine powered by both magnetism and steam, designed specifically to confront Grella. Together, we shall pilot it. With that, a confident smile adorned Rhys's face. Should the South Sea Overlord grow stronger, so too would they. The alliance of two Devil Fruit users could yield results far exceeding their individual strengths. Shall we establish a partnership? Rhys extended his hand toward Kid. You should remain my subordinate, a mere novice unable to fully harness the magnet fruit. Kid scoffed dismissively and turned away. Thus, the two captains once again found themselves embroiled in a scuffle. Chapter 128. The new caretaker of the Demon Hand Pirates cough. One might say you possess some mechanical knowledge, correct? Rhys, drenched and weakened, coughed as he addressed Kid, who was equally soaked. Their previous brawl had culminated in a tumble into the sea, nearly resulting in their demise. Lexington seemed to have waited until they were submerged for a while before diving in to rescue them. After such a tumult, the two captains had indeed settled down considerably, allowing for a more tranquil discussion. Lexington, Haas, Beethoven, and Dafu were all satisfied with this outcome, nodding in agreement from the sidelines. I possess some knowledge. Assembling a mech poses no issue. Kid grunted, sketching designs on parchment with a pencil. Even if our technology does not rival Grella's, it matters little. For the true importance lies in maximizing the potential of our Devil Fruit abilities through this mech. The pressing concern is sourcing materials and determining a suitable construction site. Rhys stroked his chin in contemplation for a brief moment before promptly arriving at a solution. His deep gray eyes gazed toward the distant direction of King Kong Island. We must employ magic to vanquish magic. Dafu, let us proceed as per our original schedule. On King Kong Island, the dungeon of the Overlord Island. The captives of the Kid Pirates were confined in the most heavily guarded cells on the lowest level. Kira, Hit, and Wei were bound by heavy chains, shackled, and placed in solitary confinement. Keep your spirits up. These individuals are formidable criminals. Crispet commanded the guards within the prison with authority. As Kira and the others were not users of Devil Fruits, the Sea Prism Stone could not sap their strength. Thus, strict supervision was imperative to prevent any disturbances. The beast-like gazes were truly unsettling. Feeling Kira's menacing glare, Crispet sneered, approaching Kira's cell and extending his right hand through the bars. Wave strike. The force of the wave disturbed the air, lifting Kira high and slamming him violently against the wall. Kira spat blood, gasping for breath. You are now prisoners. Do not be so arrogant. Crispet scoffed, preparing to launch another attack. Enough, Crispet. A figure emerged, cloaked in an abundance of thick hair, obscuring their entire form. A pale yet powerful hand reached out from the mass of hair, grasping Crispet's right hand and pulling it back from the bars. Do not kill them. Lord Grella still has use for them. Oomph. Crispet gritted his teeth, casting an angry glare at Kira before fiercely shaking off the long-haired individual's grip and turning to leave the cell. Last time at Whipping Island, you were quite the spectacle. The slaughtering warrior Kira. Crispet ascended the steps, continuing to taunt Kira below. I concede that your crew is the most formidable adversary we, the Grella Pirates, have encountered in our reign. However, Crispet's flowing hair began to sway, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. The defeated hold no distinction. You shall await your demise here. Clang! Kira charged forward in fury, the chains binding him straining, the metal shackles clattering. Yet all was in vain. The shackles were far too robust to break free. Crispet disdainfully snorted before swiftly vanishing from view. Kid, I refuse to believe that a man of your caliber would meet his end in silence. Once calm, Kira's gaze grew resolute. By now, he and Kid had escaped death countless times. Kid's journey would not cease in this mere South Sea. He was certain of it. The insignificant overlord of the South Sea could never extinguish the ambitions of Kid, who aspired to become the world's sovereign, to claim one piece. He needed to devise a plan for escape from this wretched place. Kira lifted his gaze to the ceiling, scrutinizing every corner of his solitary confinement. He could not afford to remain idle. He must explore every conceivable means of breaking free. He would assist Kid in ascending to the throne and would not allow himself to become a hindrance. Aboard the Blood Red Avenger, Kid began to grimly prepare the large fish he had just caught from the sea in the kitchen, intent on making dinner. After processing the fish, he would need to repair the creaking deck. This rickety vessel truly filled him with concern. This pirate crew was utterly unreliable, having sailed for months without even the most basic of a ship's doctor, carpenter, or cook. While they did manage to procure a musician, who returned with a pig, the crew members all seemed to embody the very essence of swine. Dining consisted solely of tasteless canned food, and with no one to repair the ship. The injured could only recuperate at their leisure. Were it not for his own resilient constitution, he might have perished aboard this dilapidated vessel. Were these imbeciles treating him as their caretaker? Kid seethed as he grilled the fish. These individuals exhibited remarkably poor taste, even in selecting canned goods. Just moments ago, he had sampled every can, none of which possessed a palatable flavor. Only one or two were barely edible. However, they were about to engage in a life-and-death battle against Jarula, and it was inconceivable that they could replenish their energy with such subpar sustenance. Thus, he found himself in a predicament. Without personally taking to the kitchen, there would be no decent meal to consume, and neglecting to repair the ship raised concerns about potential calamities at sea. Moreover, with the Masho pirates now forming a pirate alliance, he certainly could not allow his allies to starve. He truly found himself aboard a pirate ship. Sooner or later, he would deal with that rascal Ehrlich. Kid cursed vehemently as he emerged from the kitchen, carrying a large platter of roasted fish. Mr. Nanny, on the deck. Lace and the others awaited the meal with smiling faces. It had been ages since they had tasted proper food, and their anticipation was palpable. Although Kid claimed that he could only manage simple grilled meat, it was undoubtedly far superior to the culinary disasters produced by his fellow kitchen incompetents. Indeed, it was perplexing how a crew of 5 aboard this ship, Lace, Dafu, Lakek Singden, Bei Dwafun, and Hao Si, could all be kitchen disasters, with not a single capable cook among them. Even Lakek Singden, the best cook, could only manage to produce food that was barely acceptable. What a disgrace. Hurry and feed me. Kid forcefully tossed the roasted fish to the ground. Thank you, you prick. Lace exclaimed as a scalding piece of roasted fish was unceremoniously shoved into his mouth, causing him to leap up in shock, howling in pain. As he gnawed on the fish, Kid began cursing while he set about repairing the damaged deck. Although not a professional shipwright, his abilities as a MysteryFruit user allowed him some proficiency in repairs. The ship was riddled with holes, and he preferred to handle the repairs himself rather than risk letting amateurs take over. Should the vessel sink mid-journey, they would meet their end before Jarula could even lift a finger, leaving them with no place to lament their fate. What a stroke of misfortune! How did these people defeat Walian Wong and Bielaika? As he reinforced the nails with magnetic energy, Kid cast a doubtful glance at the members of the Masho pirates behind him, who were ravenously devouring the roasted fish like starved specters. What manner of allies had he aligned himself with? Chapter 129. Call me Grandpa. Following the route identified by Hao Si that would evade detection by the Jarula pirates, the blood-red Avenger swiftly circumvented all patrols and arrived at a concealed location on one of the islands of Jingang Chuandao. This island was the site of the Mechanism City governed by the Golden Cadre of the Jarula pirates, Shinsho Annie. Unlike the Tornado City ruled by Karusapite and the Gem City of Seidenjin, this city was situated in a hidden location. The Jingang Chuandao comprises numerous islands, with the larger outer islands guarded by non-disguised cadres, while the smaller inner islands were overseen by hidden cadres like Annie and Yadong. The Mechanism City, both secretive and remote, required considerable effort from Dafu to navigate precisely according to Hao Si's route, avoiding detection while passing other islands. At long last, the group arrived safely at their destination. Lace gazed at the distant city, inhaling deeply. This was the island under his sister's jurisdiction, and here they should be much safer, allowing them to more confidently strategize, plan, and prepare for their operations. Furthermore, Annie appeared to be a brilliant mechanical master, and they should be able to find materials here for constructing mecha alongside Kid. Hao Si, can you find the way to the warehouse? Lace inquired. That may prove difficult. The term warehouse is far too broad, making it impossible to establish a route. Hao Si replied with a resigned wave of his hand. Moreover, this island seems heavily fortified, even if we could avoid all guards. A route to the warehouse does not exist. Upon hearing House C's words, Lace felt a headache brewing. It was quite troublesome that Annie was absent from the island. Even if Drula held her life in his hands, it was impossible that he wouldn't have placed his trusted subordinates on her island. If news of their incursion into Jingong Chuandao reached Drula on the dominant island, it would spell disaster. Why worry so much? Kid exclaimed impatiently, rolling up his sleeves. Let us just take this island and ensure that no news leaks out. That may be quite challenging, Lace lamented, shaking his head. Conquering this island is easy enough, but remaining undetected is the true difficulty. We currently find ourselves within the enemy's stronghold. Once our presence is revealed, Drula will lead his forces to retaliate, leaving us no time to fabricate the armors needed to confront him. It seems that disguising ourselves is the best approach. After a moment of contemplation, Lakek Singden snapped his fingers. Lace, Kid, House C, Bei Dwarfun, and Dafu all turned their curious gazes towards Lakek Singden. What ingenious scheme was he concocting now? Lakek Singden smiled confidently at Lace. Captain, have you forgotten? You still possess the ability of Keela Boni. Suddenly enlightened, Lace realized that he had overlooked this aspect, having just recently acquired the ability and rarely using it. The ability of the Sue fruit was indeed ideal for infiltration. Excellent idea. Let us proceed with that, Lace replied, grinning as he extended his hand toward Kid. Before long, Lace altered the ages of those present. Kid, House C, Lakek Singden, and Dafu were all transformed into children. Observing the group of astonished children inspecting their own bodies, Lace nodded in satisfaction. With this, after a bit of further disguise, no one should recognize us. Now it's my turn. With that, Lace began to change his form and appearance. In no time, an elderly man with a face full of wrinkles and eyebrows grazing the ground appeared before them. Elderly Lace gazed at the 4 children before him, his face breaking into a radiant smile. Children, call me Grandpa. Kid's veins bulged as he leaped up in a fit of rage, delivering a powerful blow to the old man. Oh dear, this child truly lacks respect for his elders. After some commotion, the group donned simple attire, dragging along a pet pig that had been forcibly stripped of its clothing. Elderly Lace, limping, led the 3 children towards the mechanism city. Kid, transformed into a child, watched as the trembling and labored elder Lace moved forward, feeling utterly speechless. The newspaper had claimed that Ehrlich was a master of disguise. Little did he know that Lace was genuinely frail and incapable of walking due to his old age. Despite having a robust elderly form in normal circumstances, he had no choice but to distort their appearances to resemble this weakened state. This form appeared both aged and unattractive, and it seemed as though his body might fall apart at any moment. After transforming into an elderly man accompanied by children and a pig, Lace and his companions easily blended in with the crowd as they entered the city. The inhabitants of the mechanism city did not appear to live as impoverished lives as Lace had imagined. It seemed that due to it being under his sister Annie's dominion, the populace did not suffer the same oppression as in other cities. After gathering information on the location of the warehouse, Lace guided the children through the streets towards the city center. They had little time to waste. They needed to fabricate the mecha and return to the ship as swiftly as possible. After all, Annie is not currently on the island and cannot provide them with refuge. The longer they stay, the more likely they are to be exposed. Meanwhile, on Dominance Island, Nan Moxis Galela leads his subordinates in further modifications to the Galela ship. Although he triumphed over the Kid pirates, the victory was not easily attained, and his strength has yet to reach its peak. The mechanical giant arms employed by Kid during their battle inspired him greatly, prompting Galela to incorporate this newfound idea into the mecha. With this enhanced battle armor, he feels confident enough to easily defeat the Demon Hand Pirates. Moreover, possessing the fully realized Galela ship has greatly bolstered his self-assurance, and thus his ambition begins to swell. The small waters of the South Sea can no longer satisfy his desires. Furthermore, after provoking the Navy headquarters and defeating a rear admiral, the Navy is sure to dispatch formidable forces to besiege the Diamond Islands. It is time to leave the South Sea and venture into the Grand Line in search of greater power, more wealth, and increased authority. "Lord Gallela, you called for us?" Just as Gallela was laughing triumphantly, the door to the research facility swung open, revealing the 3 golden-ranked cadres, Sidong In, Kolizi Pei, and Annie, leading all the silver, copper, and iron-ranked cadres before him. Gallela chuckled as he set down the wrench in his hand and turned to face his subordinates. "We have been on the Diamond Islands for over 20 years now. Don't you think it is time to venture into the Grand Line and compete for greater profits?" Galella's words caused Annie's expression to momentarily falter, while the silver, copper, and iron-ranked cadres subtly furrowed their brows. However, Galella paid no heed to their reactions, for he was confident that no one could escape his control. Is he really considering going to the Grand Line? Annie thought to herself. It seems that the South Sea is truly on the brink of a transformation. Chapter 130. Annie's despair within the research facility. The 3 golden-ranked, 5 silver-ranked, 8 copper-ranked, and 12 iron-ranked members of the Gallela Pirates, both visible and shadowy cadres, gathered in unison. The 3 golden-ranked cadres, Jian Kulizi Pei, Kaishur Sidong In, and Shun Shonen Moxis Annie, stood in the front row. The masked Kevin, the wild man Adam, the orchid mantis named Moxis Paul, the volatile Blaster, and the spectral Mao formed the second row of silver-ranked cadres. The copper and iron ranks occupied the 4th and 5th rows respectively. These formidable individuals from the South Sea emanated an overwhelming aura of dominance. This small research facility housed the entirety of the strongest pirate crew in the South Sea. Galella seated himself before the Galella ship, gazing at his subordinates whom he had cultivated over decades, a smug smile spreading across his face. The kid pirates have been dealt with now. The only remaining threat in the South Sea is the Demon Hand Pirates. No matter how strong Eric Residential is, He cannot possibly defeat Maine. In no time, I shall eliminate that arrogant newcomer. Annie clenched her hands involuntarily. Galella caught a glimpse of her slightly altered expression, but chose to ignore it. He was well aware that Annie was the sister of Rez, the captain of the Demon Hand Pirates. Among the cadres of the Galella Pirates, those who bore the Moxis surname and had undergone bodily modifications were inherently his adversaries. Yet to Galella, this was inconsequential. Loyal subordinates are always limited, and as long as he could harness their power, it sufficed. He had implanted bomb chips in the minds of those untrustworthy subordinates, ready to eliminate any who dared to rebel with a mere thought. Initially, these subordinates concealed their emotions, refraining from revealing their true feelings, but over time, pretense became futile as their true sentiments were all too evident. Once the Demon Hand Pirates are dispatched, there will be no reason for us to remain in the South Sea. Disregarding Annie's peculiar demeanor, Galella continued, his eyes glinting with a cold light. It is time to venture into the Grand Line and seize greater wealth and power. The Galella Pirates shall make our name known far and wide. In an instant, cheers and raucous laughter resonated throughout the research facility. Amidst the crowd, Annie did not join the raucous outbursts but lowered her head, her countenance heavy. With the defeat of the Kid Pirates and the successful development of Galella's new battle armor, her heart was increasingly filled with dread. Can my brother defeat Galella? Will my assistance in constructing Galella's armor make me the cause of my brother's demise? As Annie's tumultuous thoughts swirled in her mind, Galella concluded his speech. Well, that is all for today. After the meeting, return to your respective islands and prepare. Then, he addressed Annie directly. Annie hurriedly lifted her gaze to meet Galella's, panic evident in her eyes. His fierce visage sent chills down her spine each time she beheld it. You are my loyal subordinate, but this time, as we embark on the mission to confront your brother Rez, I cannot place my trust in you during this battle. Galella's tone was deceptively gentle. It had only served to amplify the terror it instilled. I do not wish for you to lose your wits and make a mistake that could result in your demise. I do not desire to personally eliminate a capable aide. Chris Pei, Si Dong In, after this meeting, take Annie to the prison for a few days. Once Residential is dead and she has calmed down, she will be released. Feeling Chris Pei and Si Dong an inch closer, Annie's complexion turned pale. Resistance here would be futile and would only lead to immediate death. She understood that nothing she said at this moment would sway Galella's resolve. Despite her relentless efforts to learn, cultivate, and grow, the strength she had attained was still utterly insufficient to counter Guleila's tyranny. She had attempted to assassinate Guleila countless times, yet none of her attacks ever succeeded. However, due to her extraordinary talent and technological prowess, Guleila had never resorted to using the chip in her brain to eliminate her. Her own abilities were insufficient even to compel Guleila to activate the bomb chip as a contingency. Thus, all her hopes rested solely on her brother. With a sigh, Annie no longer hesitated and abruptly turned away, making her way toward the exit of the research facility. Chris Pate and Si Dong-in followed closely behind her. Annie's departure elicited a change in the expressions of 12 out of the 25 cadres. Sisterani, Nan Mox's Paul's countenance grew distant. Compared to the formidable power of their adversary Guleila, their own strength felt pitifully inadequate. On Dominance Island, in the dungeon, Annie maintained a calm demeanor as she descended the stairs to the deepest recesses of the prison. Chris Pate and Si Dong-in flanked her, inadvertently herding her toward a cell. Annie, you may enter on your own. Regardless of the circumstances, they are still colleagues. And it is not our wish to take matters into our own hands, Stan stated. Shortly thereafter, Annie found herself tightly confined, much like the rest of the members of the Kid Pirates, locked away in a solitary cell. After resolving the issue concerning Annie, Crispet and Stan departed the prison without a backward glance. Annie sighed, raising her gaze to the ceiling above. The possibilities left for her were dwindling to two. One was that the Guerrilla Pirates would be defeated by the Magic Hand Pirates, and inevitably, Guerrilla would detonate the chip in her brain before meeting her demise, taking her along in the destruction. The other was that the Magic Hand Pirates would be vanquished by the Guerrilla Pirates, allowing her to escape the prison alive, only to continue serving Guerrilla upon receiving news of her brother Reese's death. At present, the former scenario appeared less likely, yet, despite the inevitable demise it promised, Annie found herself secretly hoping for that very outcome. Just as despair began to settle in, a male voice emerged from ahead. "Are you a cadre of the Guerrilla Pirates?" Annie promptly lifted her gaze forward. In the opposite cell, a man, similarly restrained, wearing a blue and white mask, was locked away. She recognized him. He was a renowned pirate from the South Sea, the most formidable fighter of the Kid Pirates, known as the Slaughter Warrior, Kira, who had recently been defeated by Guerrilla. After a moment of hesitation, Kira chose to continue speaking. "Are you planning to escape?" Chapter 131. The Magnetic Avenger. After a flurry of activity, Grandpa Reese finally arrived at the warehouse in the heart of the Mechanism City, accompanied by the little ones, under the cover of night. This warehouse housed an extensive array of weapons, metal materials, and mechanical equipment, essential for swiftly constructing a mech to combat Guerrilla. Observing the heavily guarded entrance, Reese took a deep breath, raised his right hand, and nullified the effects of the Sway Fruit, allowing everyone to revert to their original forms. "Let us take them all out in one go," Housie declared, initiating the power of the YY Fruit to lock onto the positions of the numerous guards at the entrance. Learning from past experiences, he had developed various specialized arrows to address a multitude of situations. This would prevent a repeat of their helplessness when facing Irizal. The silver arrow in his hand was one such invention. Upon release, it could disintegrate into multiple arrows, simultaneously targeting several foes. Arrow of Ares. As Housie released the bowstring, the arrow soared forth, fragmenting midair into dozens of smaller arrows, each homing in on a guard's body. A multitude of guards fell simultaneously, wiping the sweat from his brow. Housie sighed in relief. "Excellent. Highly successful. Captain, let us move in." Under the cloak of night, they quickly reached the warehouse's grand entrance. Aging impact. Reese placed his hand on the lock, employing the Sway Fruit's ability to alter its age, causing it to decay and weaken instantly. The group swiftly entered the warehouse. "The materials and equipment here are truly abundant," Kid remarked, surveying the mountainous piles of steel weapons and components with a grin. "We must not linger too long. The mech must be completed before dawn," Reese instructed. Unlike Guerrilla, their mech fundamentally required two individuals to operate via magnetic force, thus lacking the same precision requirements. It merely needed to alleviate their burdens. "Understood. Everyone lend a hand." Kid laughed heartily, extending his right hand to unleash magnetic energy, causing a multitude of weapons and machinery to levitate. Such disobedient children, ordering Grandpa around, Reese retorted. You rascal. Kid, incensed by Reese's advantage, hurled a gear at him. Recognizing the brewing altercation between the two captains, the entire Magic Hand Pirates crew quickly intervened, pinning them to the ground. This is not the time for foolishness, captains. Lexington groaned, Stradlingreich. These two are simply too much to handle. Without Kira to rein him in, Kid is a complete troublemaker. I know. Reese scratched his head, rising to his feet, picking up the blueprints drawn by Kid, and began selecting components alongside him. All right, this time, we must show that scoundrel Grillia a thing or two. Kid huffed, pulling down his goggles and commencing the assembly of various parts. After a night of effort, a colossal, 30-meter-tall mech, named the Magnetic Avenger, was finally completed. Due to its iron composition, Reese and Kid could maneuver it using magnetic forces during combat. And the mech was equipped with a steam engine, allowing Reese to maintain power by burning coal stored within during times of low energy. Beholding the magnificent and towering mech, the onlookers were left in awe. This should not fall short against Grillia, right? Reese wiped the sweat from his brow, gazing at the fruits of their overnight toil with satisfaction. The combat prowess of the Magnetic Avenger would surpass the mere sum of Reese and Kid's strengths, with perfect coordination. Even Grillia would stand no chance. Not long after the completion of the Magnetic Avenger, Halsey emerged from outside. I have checked. There is a vast uninhabited area on the western side of the island, which should serve well for weapon testing. Fighting there will not impact the town. Reese nodded in agreement. Very well. Let us designate that as the battleground for our life and death struggle against Grillia. After consulting with Kid, the two decided to confront Grillia on this island. After all, transporting the massive Magnetic Avenger to Dominator Island to confront Grillia would be an unrealistic endeavor. The mech would certainly be detected upon its appearance, allowing Grillia ample time to prepare within his territory while they journeyed to Dominator Island. Rather than taking the initiative, it would be wiser to lie in wait on this island, recuperating and preparing for Grillia's approach. Have we gathered sufficient intelligence on this island? Reese continued his inquiry with Halsey. The reconnaissance is complete. Grillia's remaining forces are minimal, as Annie is not his loyal subordinate and thus commands few followers. Making it easy to handle, Halsey replied. As for the civilians, as long as we secure the defensive line at the city gate, there should be no issues. Upon hearing Halsey's report, Reese nodded. That is good. They can engage Grillia here without worry. However, before that, there are still some matters to attend to. With that, Reese turned to Daff. Earlier, Halsey used the YY-Fruit's ability to briefly scout, revealing that most of Grillia's cadres have returned to their respective islands, with only Annie remaining on Dominator Island. Furthermore, she seems to be in the same location as Kira and the members of the Kid Pirates. It appears Grillia has imprisoned her. While we declare war on Grillia, he may divert his attention here. Leisu addressed Fu, instructing her to navigate the blood-colored Revenge, stealthily following the secure route outlined by Halsey toward the prison on Baju Island to rescue the crew of the Kid Pirates and Annie. He commanded them to bring everyone here, where the MO show pirates and the Kid Pirates would confront Gryra for a final reckoning. After issuing his orders, Leisu turned and made his way to the cockpit of the Magnetic Avenger. Before the formal engagement commenced, he needed to cultivate a rapport with Kid and familiarize himself with the operation of this formidable mech. It would be prudent to eliminate all adversaries on the island first. Both Tisu and Kid entered the interior of the steel mech, sealing the hatch behind them. Laiko Shindun and the others stood anxiously on either side, their attention riveted on the captains. Soon, purple electric sparks began to flicker above the steel armor, and the exhaust vents erupted with billowing steam. With the dual propulsion of magnetism and steam, the iron sinews of the Magnetic Avenger began to stir. The mech's heavy arms slowly lifted, eliciting excited and joyful expressions from Lai Kershingdun and his companions. It appeared they had succeeded. With a resounding crash, the Magnetic Avenger swung its right fist, effortlessly breaching the sturdy metallic wall, creating a substantial opening. The mech gradually emerged from the warehouse, with Leisu and Kid somewhat clumsily maneuvering it forward. As this was their inaugural experience, Their piloting skills were still somewhat unrefined. However, with a bit more practice, they would surely master it. The demise of Gryra was imminent. Chapter 132. Paul S. Dilemma. Hey, gather by the warehouse. Inform Lord Gryra. There is an emergency. A terrifying creature has emerged from the warehouse. Shortly after Leisui and Kid piloted the Magnetic Avenger out of the facility, the pirate stationed at Mechanism City sensed something amiss. The pirate captain hastily rallied his men and rushed towards the warehouse while sending a message to Baju Island. What a colossal iron monstrosity! What is that? Upon witnessing the first wave of pirates being effortlessly sent flying by the Magnetic Avenger, panic ensued among the ranks. Fire! Fire! The captain screamed hysterically, commanding his subordinates to attack. A barrage of cannonballs whistled through the air, hurtling towards the Magnetic Avenger. Lisu smirked, unperturbed, and raised the mech's left hand. Magnetic reflection. Under the influence of the magnet fruit, the formidable cannonballs abruptly halted mid-flight and then reversed course, wreaking havoc upon the artillery unit. Magnetic spear. Kid laughed heartily as he raised his right hand, his palm morphing under the magnetic force into a launcher brimming with countless iron spears. The steel projectiles shot forth, striking down several panicked pirates. Without exerting much effort, Lisu and Kid sent the pirate stationed at Mechanism City into a frenzy, with none daring to approach the Magnetic Avenger. This is exhilarating. Kid laughed heartily as he observed the enemy fleeing in disarray. The power of this mech was truly overwhelming. The Magnetic Avenger surged forward, relentlessly pursuing the pirates to the harbor. As the last few terrified pirates scrambled onto their wooden ships, a triumphant smile spread across Lega's face. Opening the mech's hatch with magnetic force, he shouted to the distant pirates, "Deliver a message to Gryra. The M.O. Show Eric, along with Captain Eustace Kidd, awaits him here. Tell him to hurry and come here to meet his doom." Leisu's proclamation sent the pirates into a further panic, propelling their vessels to flee towards Baju Island with utmost speed. After dispatching all adversaries on the island, Leisu and Kid disembarked from the Magnetic Avenger, stretching their limbs. The testing and calibration had concluded, and the mech had performed splendidly, effortlessly vanquishing hundreds of pirates, proving it was indeed a formidable match for Gryra. Now, they merely awaited the arrival of their prey. Like Shingen, let us proceed to the designated uninhabited area that House C confirmed and await the arrival of Gryra's pirate crew. On Baju Island, the bald head of Gryra throbbed with veins, his bloodshot eyes filled with rage as he clenched his thick beard. The news from Mechanism City had nearly driven him to madness. Eustace was still alive, having been rescued by that detestable Eric. Now, the two had joined forces to declare war on him. To make matters worse, they had the audacity to wait on his island for the arrival of Gryra's pirate crew. Such insolence. You two have developed a mech, have you? Excellent. Just what I wanted, Gryra exclaimed, shattering his chair with a furious punch as he stood. He was eager to see what tricks those two youngsters had concocted, daring to challenge him. Summon Kurisu Paiku soon, and all the commanders on the island to bring their forces to Mechanism City. Today, those two audacious youngsters shall have nowhere to run. While issuing his vehement orders to his subordinates, Gryra strode purposefully towards the storage area of the Gryra ship. Capturing both the M.O. Show pirates and the Kid pirates in one fell swoop would be splendid, allowing him to showcase his dominance as the sovereign of the South Sea. Prepare the Dischartson heavy artillery ship. I am heading to Mechanism City to obliterate that rabble. Infuriated, Gryra swiftly assembled his subordinates and forces aboard his flagship, the Dischartson heavy artillery ship, setting sail from Mechanism City. Meanwhile, at Tornado City, the sword-wielding Kurisu Paiku, along with Taishu Sudongman from Gem City, and other commanders stationed across various islands of the Diamond Archipelago, received Gryra's summons. It was time to settle the score with that scoundrel Eric. The memories of being outsmarted flooded his mind, igniting his fury to new heights as he gripped the serpentine hilt of his sword, trembling with rage. Previously, he had foolishly lost over 1 billion berries due to earning himself a severe reprimand from Lord Gryra, and now remained penniless. To add insult to injury, He endured ridicule from the silver and bronze ranks, becoming a laughingstock, utterly humiliated. At this moment, Kurisu Paitra harbored an intense hatred for Leisu, vowing vengeance. The blood feud could not go unpunished. He would see the Mo show pirates meet a gruesome end. These fearsome pirates quickly gathered their forces. With the Tornado, Push Wave, and Gem Radiant ships, among dozens of others, setting sail from various islands of the Diamond Archipelago, all rushing towards Mechanism City. In contrast to the frenzied pirates led the Orchid Mantis Paul, along with several bronze and iron ranks, exhibited a different demeanor upon receiving Gryra's call. After hanging up the phone, Paul sighed and approached the window of his castle, gazing towards the distant sky. That was the direction of Mechanism City, the impending battleground. This battle will yield 4 distinct outcomes, of which 3 will result in the demise of him and all those disloyal subordinates bearing the surname Nanmasasai. Only by continuing to support the Gurila pirate crew, and should the Gurila pirate crew emerge victorious, might they survive without falling prey to Mozho and Kid. However, if they assist the Gurila pirate crew and the crew is defeated, they will be dragged down as collateral. Should they betray Gurila and instead aid Annie's brother, they will meet death regardless of the battle's outcome. In summary, for them, death is nearly inevitable. After taking a deep breath, Paul's gaze grew resolute. They had faced similar choices countless times before, yet each time they ultimately chose to assist the Gurila pirate crew in vanquishing their adversaries and achieving victory. They had already engaged in enough complicity. Continuing down this path would render their survival meaningless. Even if they were to contribute something trivial to Mozho Reese and Captain Kidd before being detonated by Gurila, they could no longer afford to live in a state of cowardice. Sister Annie, this time, let me, Orchid Paul, and the other Avengers, stand in your stead to support your brother. With that, Paul returned to his room, picked up the Den Mushi, and after making 12 calls, instead of rallying the Gurila pirate crew's forces, he ventured alone towards the port. The Nanmasasai swore to reclaim their original surname in this battle, which was destined for death. Chapter 133. Fierce battle on the western side of the Mechanism City at the weapons testing ground. Housey stood atop a hillside, surveying the distant coastline. Lexington and Beethoven guarded either flank of the coast. Reese and Kidd stood at the center of the testing ground, flanked by the towering giant steel mecha, the Magnetic Avenger. Their task now was to await the arrival of the enemy. The citizens within Mechanism City had all been relocated to the air raid shelters, allowing for an unrestricted confrontation with Gurila here. Upon spotting several dark silhouettes on the horizon of the sea, Housey furrowed his brow. They are coming. The enemy is approaching. Dozens of pirate ships, braving the tumultuous waves, advanced towards the island. At the forefront was Nanmasasai, Gurila's flagship, the Disha Kishuan heavy cannon, flanked on either side by the vessels of 2 elite officers, the Korizabite-S Tornado Wave and the Sidong-In-S Gem Shining. Following closely behind the Tornado Wave and Gem Shining were 3 ships belonging to silver-ranked officers. The Kevin Adams sailboat, Blaster S Nobel single-point explosion, and Maui S Thousand Hands. Beyond the 3 silver-ranked vessels lay a myriad of other ships. The Gurila fleet, comprising a total of 20 warships, steadily advanced towards the island where Reese and the others stood. It seemed a fierce battle was imminent, thought Housey. Captain, those fellows are here. Seeing the enemy ships on the horizon, Reese and Kidd exchanged a glance, quickly boarding the Magnetic Avenger and activating the mecha to rush towards the coast, with Lexington and Beethoven closely following. The disparity in strength between the enemy and themselves was vast. They must eliminate a portion of the enemy before they landed. On the sea, Gurila, standing at the bow of the Disha Kishuan heavy cannon, spotted the heavy mecha on the coast. Chief, should we fire at them? A subordinate rushed up to Gurila, urgency evident in his demeanor. Gurila turned his head, his gaze filled with menace, instantly startling the subordinate into a shudder. Relay my command. Absolutely do not fire upon them. Mere cannonballs could not harm the skilled members of Kidd-S and Mozho-S pirate crews. Instead, the cannonballs would be deflected back by Kidd-S magnetic ability, injuring their own ships. This was the troublesome aspect of Kid's power. No matter how elite the armaments in his possession, anything made of steel was rendered trivial before the enemy, instead becoming a weapon for their adversary. However, prior to this battle, he had prepared a considerable stock of non-metallic, non-magnetic weaponry, which would be much safer to use against Kid. On the coast, seeing that the enemy ships had not yet initiated an attack, Kid cannot help but smirk. Gurila seems to understand that iron weapons are ineffective against us. With that, Kid controlled the Magnetic Avenger to raise his right hand, transforming his steel palm into a gigantic launcher. Simultaneously, Reese raised the left hand of the Magnetic Avenger, also converting it into a launcher. Magnetic Crumble. Magnetic Sharp Spear. Countless enormous steel balls and spears were forcefully propelled from the two launchers, soaring towards the enemy fleet. The overwhelming barrage sent the small pirates of the fleet into a frenzy of terror. A serpentine wave, slash, and a dazzling high-heat flame ray erupted from the tornado wave and gem shining, colliding with the iron balls and spears launched by Kid and Reese. The war had officially commenced. As the Gurila pirate crew clashed violently with Reese and Kid, Dafu piloted the Blood-Red Avenger, swiftly navigating the waters of the King Kong Islands. Gurila had led his forces away from the Dominator Island, leaving its defenses undoubtedly weakened. It was imperative to rescue Kid's crew from their cells without delay. Relying solely on Reese and his few comrades would not suffice against Gurila's numerous officers and troops. "Captain, hold on, wait for me." Dafu took a deep breath and accelerated the ship's speed once more. She had to reach Kira and the others for support before more troops gathered at Mechanism City and before Reese and his crew could no longer hold on. Amidst the crashing waves and fierce winds, the Blood-Red Avenger creaked and groaned, developing numerous cracks. This would likely be the last voyage for the Blood-Red Avenger. After this journey, its hull would reach its limit. At that point, it would be time to bid farewell to this ship. Before long, several vessels bearing the Gurila pirate crew's flag appeared on the horizon. Enemy ships? There was no time to waste. Dafu deftly maneuvered the Blood-Red Avenger to evade the incoming cannon fire, her heart racing with urgency. She needed to neutralize or shake off these ships at the fastest possible speed. Taking a deep breath, Dafu's demeanor underwent a further transformation. At that moment, the white-sailed Dafu resembled a queen of the sea. A mere handful of ships could never obstruct her path, as Dafu danced with the enemy vessels. Another 5 ships adorned with the Gurila pirate crew's flag slowly approached from a distance. Strangely, each of these large sailing vessels carried only 1 or 2 individuals. Without exception, these individuals were heavily modified cyborgs, their bodies intricately adorned with signs of modification, and each bore a badge of copper or iron on their chests signifying their rank. Their eyes were filled with a vengeful glare, fixed intently on the horizon. Yet, their focus was not on Dafu's Blood-Red Avenger, but rather on those ships belonging to the Gurila pirate crew. Soon, one of them produced a din-din mushy and dialed. Paul Gu, having discovered the ship of the M.O. show pirates, now found himself entangled with the subordinates of Grillia. As he spoke, this bronze pirate of the Grillia pirate crew removed the metal from his chest and cast it into the sea. After a moment of silence, Paul's voice echoed within the transponder snail. "We will soon join you, Lack." A resolute smile of defiance and liberation appeared on Lack's face. "Very well, Paul Gu. We shall fire the first shot." With that, Lack decisively hung up the transponder snail, took a deep breath, and pressed the detonator of the bomb in his hand. Accelerating the pirate ship, he piloted to its utmost limit, charging fiercely toward the ship of the Grillia pirates. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded through the heavens. A torrent of scorching waves mingled with thick smoke, spreading wildly through the air. Fragments of the 2 pirate ships, along with the bodies of pirates, rained down from above. The remaining 4 ships followed Lack's lead, blocking the path of the blood-colored Avenger and other pirate vessels. Daph's face was etched with shock, her mind momentarily paralyzed. What was happening? Had these ruffians turned on each other? Were they truly intent on mutual destruction? Chapter 134. The Determination of the Orphaned Youths. Hey. What was Lack doing? As he witnessed one of his nearby ships being blown to smithereens, the other 4 pirate ships slowly advanced toward them. leaving the bronze cadre Wolf in utter disbelief. Were those 5 ships not reinforcements? Why were they now surrounding them instead? The transformed youths on the remaining 4 ships took a deep breath, removed their medals of bronze and iron from their chests, and tossed them into the sea. We, the helmsmen of the MO show pirates, shall pave a way for you. Go and do what you must. One boy, whose hands had been transformed into cannons, raised his right hand and seized the moment when Wolf's attention was diverted, firing a shot that knocked him to the ground. Damn it! You lunatics are staging a rebellion. Do you not fear that Lord Grillia will detonate your chips? Wolf, covered in soot, writhed on the ground in anguish. These individuals, forcibly recruited by Lord Grillia, were now causing chaos at such a critical moment. While they could not confront the silver and gold cadres before their chips were detonated, the bronze and iron cadres among them could still dive into the sea. With that, the artillery boys' gaze sharpened. The 4 cadres controlled by Grillia, resolute, simultaneously pressed the detonator buttons and steered their ships toward Wolf and the others. Daff sensed that something was amiss and quickly turned the ship around, retreating hastily. Boom! The bombs installed on the 4 ships detonated simultaneously, flames instantly engulfing the sea, shredding all the pirate vessels. The terrifying shockwave nearly inverted the sky and the sea, the colossal tsunami almost unbalancing Daff's ship. The giant wave pushed the blood-colored Avenger back several dozen meters before finally coming to a halt. My heavens! Daff wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, gasping at the scene before her. 5 self-destructing ships and 6 exploded vessels, a total of 11 pirate ships, along with 5 bronze cadres and 6 iron cadres, had been wiped out in one fell swoop. The Grillia pirate crew had suffered a devastating loss this time. The key point was that this glorious achievement had been orchestrated by Grillia's very own crew. At that moment, Daff recalled some information she had previously gleaned about the Grillia pirate crew. A small portion of the cadres under Grillia's command were not willingly aligned with him. They not only held no admiration for Grillia, but harbored deep-seated animosity toward him. Among them were 13 individuals, including Captain Reese's sister Annie, who were entirely under Grillia's control through explosive chips. Was this their desperate bid to perish alongside Grillia? With no time to ponder further, Daff steadied her turbulent emotions following the explosions and abruptly swung the helm, guiding the blood-colored Avenger to navigate around the smoldering wreckage ahead, plunging into the still turbulent waters with unyielding speed. Lack, the revolver-wielding Poppy, Hymas C., and Andy had all met their end alongside their 4 adversaries. Placing the transponder snail upon the nearby table, Paul sighed, turning to glance at the 6 other cadres, who, having been controlled by chips, remained disloyal to Grillia. The 6 exchanged glances, their eyes filled with determination. They were prepared to embrace their fate and perish alongside the enemy. Before Grillia realized the situation and detonated their chips, they resolved to eliminate all the bronze and iron cadres. 7 hands, each having undergone modification, adorned with mechanical parts or transformed into weapons, reached out and intertwined. Gazing upon his mutilated form, a fierce hatred ignited in Paul's eyes. He could never forget the horrors of that fateful day at age 7, when Grillia ravaged his hometown, capturing him and subjecting him to inhumane experiments on the island of King Kong. Witnessing the slaughter of his kin, watching as his own organs were replaced with mechanical parts, all those who had been forcefully branded with the name of Nan Moxisai shared this harrowing experience. This was the root of their profound hatred for Grillia among the 13 orphans. I hope Sister Annie can survive, Paul sighed. Annie was the only one among them who still had family alive. Although she too had prepared for her own demise alongside Grillia, Paul and the others wished for her survival. Grillia imprisoning Annie might not be such a bad thing after all. A boy named Knife Gurkha chuckled bitterly, retracting his hand, which had been transformed into a blade. This way, she won't have to accompany us to our deaths. In the boundless silence, the 7 courageous youths, having eliminated Grillia's subordinates around them, resolutely steered their bomb-laden pirate ship toward the open sea ahead. The island where the bronze and iron cadres were situated was far from the Mechanism City. They had yet to assemble. Their singular purpose was clear. They would annihilate all the pirates below the bronze rank within the Guerrilla pirate crew. This was all they could accomplish. As for the remaining matters, they could only entrust them to Annie and the two pirate captains, hoping they would bring Guerrilla to justice and avenge their grievances. Outside the island of Mechanism City, the fleet of the Guerrilla pirate crew continued to engage in fierce naval battles with the Reese and Kid Alliance. Due to their inability to use cannons and firearms, their current combat situation was quite passive. Lexington was relentlessly attacking their ships, with two already sunk. However, the fleet of the Guerrilla pirate crew had yet to fully assemble. They were not yet prepared to launch an all-out assault. Damn it, even if the bronze and iron cadres are far away, it's impossible for them to take this long to arrive. Emerging from the fray, Guerrilla dashed into the ship's cabin and dialed the transponder snail. The noise of battle outside rendered communication nearly impossible. Wolf, where are you? Paul, answer the damn phone. What is the meaning of this? There are no people, no news. Guerrilla's countenance grew increasingly grim, and his subordinates dared not approach. After consecutively dialing several copper and iron badge officers without success, he became acutely aware that something was amiss. A sinister thought crept into his mind. Swiftly retrieving the remote control for the brain chips implanted in the officers from his waist, cold sweat began to cascade down his bald head. In the next moment, his entire body was overtaken by bulging veins, and his eyes turned crimson. Paul, Lac, Revolver, Bobby, Hymas, Gurkha, Andy, Isha, Evander, Aries, Kyle, and Macmillan, all those officers who had been implanted with brain chips, except for Annie, were all reported dead. Chapter 135. The prison breaks. Shortly after navigating through the waters surrounding King Kong Island at full speed, Dafu piloted the Blood Avenger to the main island, Dominator Island, where Kira and the others were imprisoned. The scene before her was entirely different from her expectations, leaving her astounded. Thick plumes of smoke billowed along the coastline, and the sea was strewn with wreckage from numerous ships, while the dismembered bodies of pirates littered both land and sea, a truly harrowing sight. It was evident that a fierce conflict had recently erupted on Dominator Island, as all defending forces appeared to have been obliterated. Not a single enemy emerged, even as Dafu made landfall. It seemed the attackers had perished alongside their foes, just as those who had set sail previously. I had anticipated a grueling battle. This certainly simplifies matters. After scanning the surroundings for a considerable time, without sighting any enemies, Dafu relaxed slightly. Hefting the heavy machine gun she had procured from the warehouse in Mechanism City and sprinting toward the prison. Inside the prison dungeon, the few remaining stragglers, who had narrowly escaped death, gripped their weapons in terror, their bodies trembling incessantly. Unbeknownst to them, Ares, accompanied by Macmillan, had suddenly launched a frenzied suicide attack on the garrison of Dominator Island, obliterating the officers stationed there. The situation had unfolded so rapidly that they had no time to alert Lord Grella before being driven into the dungeon by the terrifying assault. Thank goodness. This should be safe. A small pirate captain gasped for breath, clearly still reeling from the recent harrowing events. However, before he could regain his composure, new chaos erupted within the prison. Boom! A whole wall suddenly collapsed. The pirate captain immediately turned like a startled bird toward the source of the noise. The sight before him sent his soul fleeing in terror. How did he break free? It was the killing machine Kira. He had freed himself, dragging heavy iron chains. Kira smashed through the back wall, creating space for himself to move freely. Although the chains and shackles were incredibly sturdy and unbreakable, the wall was dilapidated from years of neglect. It seemed that Grella had already departed the island for an expedition. This was the perfect opportunity for a prison break. After shattering the wall that held the chains, Kira dashed toward the jail door. Brother Kira, well done. Take out those bastards. Give them a beating. Seeing Kira break free from some of his restraints, the crew of the Kid Pirates, who were also imprisoned nearby, erupted in excited cheers. Annie, in the opposite cell, wore an expression of astonishment. This guy really did escape from prison. He broke the wall instead of the chains and shackles. This is utterly chaotic. Fire. Shoot. Kill him quickly. The pirate captain, nearly petrified with fear, saw Kira charging toward him like a vengeful spirit and collapsed to the ground. trembling so violently that he could barely hold his gun, desperately ordering his subordinates to open fire. Faced with the onslaught of bullets, Kira swiftly swung the chains wrapped around his hands, deflecting all incoming attacks. Boom! The two heavy chains swung out, sweeping away the jail door along with a multitude of guards and pirates. Finally out, Kira laboriously raised his still-chained right hand and wiped the dust from his mask. There was no time to waste. Kira immediately searched the guards for the keys to unlock his shackles. Damn, aren't the keys supposed to be on these guys? After thoroughly searching all the guards and pirates, Kira's expression darkened. If I can't unlock these shackles, it will be quite troublesome. Breaking out of prison is indeed a hassle. The keys are here. Just as Kira planned to drag the chains outside the dungeon in search of the keys, Dafu arrived, breathless, extending her hand to reveal a large bunch of keys. She had just retrieved them from the monitoring room upon her arrival at the dungeon. Who are you? Kira, wary of the sudden presence of an unfamiliar person in the cell, questioned. I am Dafu, the helmsman of the Magic Hand Pirates. Dafu quickly introduced herself. Your Captain Kidd has allied with our Magic Hand Pirates, and they are currently engaged in a decisive battle against the Dominators in Mechanism City. We must hurry and lend our support. Lord Grella, what has happened? Upon seeing Grella emerge from the cabin with a grim expression, his teeth clenched, Stan immediately sensed something was amiss. Those bastards Paul and his crew. Grella seethed, his anger palpable, as he stamped his foot, causing the Ditchaxon heavy cruiser to lurch downwards. They have revolted. Those lunatics have taken all our other copper and iron badges down with them. What? Stan exclaimed in disbelief. Although he knew Paul and his crew were not loyal, they had never anticipated such a turn of events. In other words, their Grella pirate crew had now lost all officers below the copper badge rank. This was a significant blow. To make matters worse, they were engaged in battle with the Magic Hand Pirates. Such misfortune at this critical juncture was truly disastrous. Captain, what do we do now? Stan inquired. What else can we do? Prepare to land. Grella, furious and seething, redirected all his wrath toward Reese and Kidd. After all, Paul and the others were already dead, and he could no longer trouble them. He could only subdue these reckless youngsters to vent his anger. With Grella's command, the pirate fleet surged forward at full speed, heading toward the opposing coastline. What's going on with these guys? Have they suddenly been injected with adrenaline? Raish pondered, perplexed, as he observed the enemy fleet recklessly charging toward the shore. They had not provoked Grella's crew excessively, so why were they behaving as though they had lost their minds? They are all a bunch of capricious lunatics. Whether they're fired up on adrenaline or not is irrelevant. Kidd laughed heartily, his expression turning fervent. This is perfect. No more hiding timidly at sea. Let's engage in a proper battle on shore. As he spoke, the magnetic Avenger crackled with purple sparks, taking up a stance for battle. Observing the massive fleet of enemies approaching, Reese sighed heavily. The enemy's numbers were indeed considerable. Crispet, Stan, Kevin, Adam, familiar faces loomed among them. In addition, there are two other fearsome silver rank cadres. With Grillia himself and the 6 gold and silver medalists, it is no small challenge to deal with these mere 5 individuals. I hope Defu can bring reinforcements soon. Otherwise, this frenzied group will surely tear them apart. Chapter 136. Threat in the storage room of the dungeon on Dominator Island. The rescued Kira and others are making their final preparations before heading to the battlefield. After securing the Punisher to his wrist and ensuring everything was in order, he turned to look at the other members of the Kid Pirates. Hit replenished the fuel, what retrieved the trident, and Quincy, Emma, Jig Bomb, and the other combatants of the Kid Pirates were also readying their weapons. The chefs scavenged food from the area and quickly prepared energy-boosting dishes for all the crew members about to head into battle. After all, they had just endured a fierce battle before being imprisoned by Grillia. Though their injuries had mostly healed over the days, they needed nourishment before engaging in intense combat. While the Kid Pirates hurriedly prepared for battle, Defu approached Annie with food in hand. Annie had already learned of the fate of Lack, Hamas, and others who had perished alongside the Grillia pirates. Looking at the food on the plate, Annie sighed, her eyes reflecting endless sorrow, despite being starved for a long time. She could not muster any appetite. Annie, Please do not act like those people and take a bomb to perish with the enemy. DeFu expressed her concern, observing Annie's expression. Moreover, you cannot do that. All the enemies are gathered in your mechanized city. One approach to your internal chip would lead to it being detonated by guerrilla. It would be safer for you to stay here. I must take Kira and the others to the battlefield, so please do not despair. DeFu spoke with a hint of worry. Your brother has fought hard for so many years to rescue you from that abyss. If you were dying now, I would have no way to explain it to the captain. After instructing Annie, Kira and the others had completed their preparations. Everyone, listen up. There is no time to waste. Kid urgently needs our support. Once everything was ready, Kira took a deep breath and addressed all the crew members. Set sail immediately from Mechanized City. After leaving 2 non-combatants to guard Annie and prevent her from doing anything reckless, DeFu and Kira hurriedly led the combatants of the Kid Pirates towards the coast where the Victoria Punk was docked. As Annie watched DeFu and the others depart, she could not contain her grief and broke down in tears. The tasks that should have been hers were instead taken care of by Paul and the others. Memories of her time with the guerrilla pirates alongside Paul, Lack, and the others flooded her mind. Once, she had pledged to survive alongside those who shared her suffering. Yet in the end, she found herself imprisoned, powerless to stop them from perishing alongside the enemy. After a long while, Annie, suppressing her sorrow, shakily stood up. "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" The 2 non-combatants from the Kid Pirates exclaimed as they looked at her in alarm. Taking a deep breath, Annie suddenly surged forward, colliding forcefully with the wall ahead. The sound of impact echoed as her head struck the wall, which crumbled under the force. Having failed in her attempt at self-harm, Annie fell to her knees, tears streaming down her face. "What are you doing? Calm down." The 2 crew members quickly rushed to restrain her, fearing she might attempt to harm herself further. "This place has already seen 2 walls crumble. If you keep going, it could collapse and we might be buried alive." Annie trembled all over, realizing that if she did not die, she would likely be taken hostage by guerrilla, threatening Reese and becoming a burden. Although she had the ability to dismantle the chip in her mind, any attempt would alert guerrilla and trigger the explosive. If her brother defeated guerrilla, she would perish. If he fell to guerrilla, she would lose her last remaining connection and fall into an endless abyss. For her, there was no difference between either outcome. Rather than being a liability to her brother, she would prefer to end her life now. This woman has lost her mind. Stop her before she points the gun at her own head. Outside Mechanized City, in the testing grounds, the Guerrilla and Magnetic Avenger, 2 towering mechas, faced each other. Guerrilla, Reese, and Kid stood atop their respective machines, glaring at one another with intense hatred. At last, we meet Mr. Overlord of the South Seas. Reich, unable to contain his anger, glared at the bald, bearded giant before him. Guerrilla was not his enemy, but he was Reese's. At this moment, the resentment and hatred belonging to the original Eric D. Doze Reese surged forth within the current Eric D. Doze Reese. Perhaps only when this enemy fell could the original soul finally find peace. The Eric siblings truly possess remarkable talent, sensing the powerful aura emanating from Reese. Guerrilla's face broke into a smug smile. "Your sister, Eric Annie, is a genius. She became my gold medalist at just 14, surpassing even me in shipbuilding and weapon development. You possess the magical hand capable of stealing any ability, while that girl possesses the divine hand with unparalleled skill. Alas, whether divine or magical, life will ultimately be in my hands, the overlord of the South Seas." As he spoke, a chilling grin spread across Guerrilla's face. Watching the enemy's arrogant demeanor, Reese's veins bulged, and he clenched his left fist, causing the Magnetic Avenger's left hand to creak ominously. "You talk too much. Save it for the afterlife." Kid impatiently interjected, raising his right hand, mirroring Reese's gesture. Both prepared to launch an attack on Guerrilla. "Best not to move," Guerrilla bellowed, raising a remote control in his grasp. His thumb pointed threateningly at the red button. Reese suddenly grasped the situation, halting his fist in midair, and the electric sparks above flickered out momentarily. "Hey, Silverbrow, what are you doing?" Reese, taken by surprise, halted his attack, causing Kid to nearly lose his balance and tumble from the mecha. prompting him to angrily turn and shout at Reese. Seeing Reese's reaction, Grelia's face lit up with a triumphant smile. It seems you are quite aware of the situation. Little Eric. With a fierce and menacing gaze, Grelia fixed his eyes on Kid. Now kill Kid for me. Chapter 137. 1 hour, what are you joking about? Judah furrowed his brow and shouted angrily at Jarula. What had this man done to ensnare May with merely a remote control? Lacey clenched his teeth, his gaze darting between Jarula and G-Day. You must think carefully. If you choose to kill G-Day, I will discard this remote and confront you one-on-one. However, if you choose not to kill G-Day, Jarula coldly shook the remote in his hand. Then prepare for your sister to be blown to smithereens. It may very well end up that you won't even be able to collect her remains. Clack, clack. Lacey's teeth ground together, immense hatred radiating from his eyes as he tightened his fists. This scoundrel was actually using Annie's life to threaten him. What on earth was happening? At that moment, G-Day also sensed the precariousness of the situation and turned to Lacey for clarification. Some of Jarula's subordinates are implanted with bomb chips that he can detonate at will. And my sister Annie is one of them. Lacey took a deep breath and spoke. That man is currently leveraging the chip to threaten me. Lacey found himself in a dilemma. If he refrained from attacking G-Day, Annie would surely be killed by Jarula, a fate he absolutely could not bear. Yet, if he chose to strike at G-Day, he would almost certainly face defeat. He had no confidence in overcoming G-Day, let alone succeeding in a subsequent duel with Jarula. Moreover, even if he chose to obey Jarula's commands, he could not guarantee that this cunning man would keep his word. What to do? Lacey's words elicited irritation on G-Day's face. However, this displeasure was not directed at Lacey, but rather at Jarula. The act of threatening others through loved ones was his most unforgivable transgression. He had personally experienced such a situation when a bandit group from his homeland had kidnapped his childhood friend, Wydulius C-Day Leonica, coercing him and Keela into a deadly conflict. That gang of bandits had no sense of honor, and he ultimately failed to rescue Wydulius C-Day Leonica. This incident prompted the 4 ruffian leaders from the streets of their kingdom to unite, overthrow the bandits, and form the G-Day pirate crew to set sail. Yet even now, the death of Wydulius C-Day Leonica remained one of his deepest regrets. Was this damned overlord of the South Sea now resorting to the same despicable tactics to threaten his adversary? May, do not heed his deceitful words. Such scum will never fulfill their promises, G-Day scoffed. He had no doubt that even if Lacey pointed his blade at him, Jarula would ultimately press the button. Lacey sighed heavily. He understood this situation as well, but regardless, it concerned Annie's life and death, leaving him in a state of indecision. Was there truly no way to save Annie? Spare me your pointless chatter, Ehrlich. Jarula impatiently glared at Lacey. Give me your final answer. Is it your sister who dies, or is it G-Day? 5, 4, 3. As Jarula began to count down, just as Lacey was about to voice his decision, a fervent smile spread across G-Day's face as he covered Lacey's mouth with his hand. 2. Lacey looked at G-Day in confusion, attempting to shake off G-Day's grip, but to no avail, while G-Day confidently extended his other hand forward. 1. Jarula, your threats are utterly meaningless, but they have angered me. G-Day roared, his body crackling with purple electric sparks. Electromagnetic barrier. A tremendous magnetic force radiated from G-Day, quickly enveloping the area within 100 meters, forming an electromagnetic shield. Both Jarula and Lacey simultaneously realized G-Day's intent. Damn it! Damn it! Jarula, snapping back to reality, furiously pressed the button in his hand, but there was no response. The signal light on the remote had extinguished, rendering it a useless piece of junk. That scoundrel G-Day. This trick is an electromagnetic wave interference. His remote is malfunctioning, unable to transmit the detonation signal to the chip in Annie's body. Well then, the threat has been neutralized. Shall we proceed with the fight now? G-Day smirked as he released his grip and turned to Lacey. Lacey exhaled with relief. He had not anticipated that the magnetic fruit would also possess a signal interference function. Thanks to G-Day, Jarula's threat had been eliminated. Thank you, Tingtanon. Do not tell me what you were about to decide. G-Day interrupted Lacey's words. This was indeed a dilemma, whether you sacrificed your sister or me. Either choice would be understandable. However, if you truly intended to kill me, I would never let you off the hook. Now, let's not linger on this. We must crush that damned scoundrel. With that, both Jide and Lacey's gazes turned with murderous intent towards Drula, who was still frantically pressing the remote. Additionally, my electromagnetic interference can only last for 1 hour. After that, the faulty remote will regain its signal. Jide continued. So we have 1 hour to deal with him, correct? No problem, Lacey replied, a confident smile appearing on his face as he tightened his fist, empowered by the magnetic force. Damn Jide. Realizing that continuing to threaten with Annie's life would be futile, Drula's expression turned furious as he dove into the Drula ship, initiating the engine. Jide and Lacey also boarded the magnetic, revving up the magnetic power. Drula's battle drums. Magnétique Destruction Fist. Two massive fists collided with a thunderous roar. The battle between the magnetic and the Drula ship had officially commenced. In the dungeon of the Overlord Island, after breaking free from the restraints of the two non-combatants, Annie took a deep breath, her right hand transforming into the muzzle of the gun, pressed against her temple. She had no choice. Only through death could she eliminate Lacey's final weakness and Drula's trump card, allowing Lacey to unleash his fury without any concerns to defeat Drula. Yet, just as Annie disengaged the safety, closed her eyes, and prepared to welcome death, an unusual sensation washed over her mind. Bang! The gun fired, and Annie swiftly redirected the gun's muzzle, the bullet whizzing past her forehead and creating a gaping hole in the distant wall. Annie, drenched in sweat and shaken, collapsed to the floor. Just moments ago, the chip in her mind had disconnected from the remote in Drula's hand, though she was uncertain of the specifics. This indicated that she had been granted an invaluable opportunity. If she could remove the chip during the signal disruption, Drula would remain oblivious to her actions and would not detonate it. I'll take the gamble. I can disarm the chip before Drula regains the signal. Taking a deep breath, Annie sprinted towards the cell door. She needed to reach Drula's laboratory to immediately open her head and remove the chip inside. As Annie dashed out of the dungeon, two non-combatants from the Kid Pirates swiftly followed in pursuit. What was this woman up to? Surely, she wouldn't resort to some form of suicide device? Chapter 138. The ferocious officers in a valley outside the Mechanism City. Lexington was sprinting forward with utmost haste. Behind him, four formidable brutes were leading a large troop in relentless pursuit. Due to a severe shortage of manpower, Housey and Beethoven managed to stall Adam, Kevin, and a portion of the army, leaving the remaining officers, gold-ranked Officer Jinjon Quizapete, Colorstone Sidongin, silver-ranked Officer Flammable Blaster, and the terrifying Maui, to chase after him, the vice captain. This left Lexington feeling a tingle of dread at the base of his skull. Such a lack of martial ethics. He had little confidence in facing two opponents, let alone four. If these seemingly ravenous hunters caught up with him, he would surely meet a gruesome fate. Leave me the head. I want to extract the heart. Cut off his fingers. Quizapete, Blaster, and Maui shouted terrifying threats as they raced forward. Lexington, leave me your head. Quizapete bellowed, raising his cursed blade, the serpent hair, propelling himself forward with a surge of energy. Although he couldn't personally exact revenge on Reese, venting his frustration on the vice captain was an acceptable substitute, even though he had no direct connection to him. After all, he was the enemy's second in command. Claiming his head might even earn him a promotion to gold rank. Blaster, his eyes gleaming with excitement, licked his lips as he closed in on his prey, propelled by explosive gunpowder. He had heard that this kid's fingers were as tough as steel. He yearned to possess them. Covered in long hair, Maui emitted a chilling and eerie voice as he sprinted with astonishing speed. The terrifying proclamations from the three behind sent shivers down Lexington's spine, urging him to flee at maximum velocity, employing the moonwalk and shave techniques in tandem. Was it truly necessary to grant him such high regard? 2 golds and 2 silvers were pursuing him, leaving his subordinates entirely lost in the chaos. Sidongin, the most composed among the 4, followed the others, feeling a sense of absurdity. In truth, he had no desire to join this chaotic chase. he simply found himself at odds with Lexington. Yet, the enemy's distribution left him with no alternative targets to engage. The alliance of Kidd and Reese was so meager that it was almost laughable. Only Reese, Kidd, Lexington, Housey, and Beethoven remained. He simply couldn't find other opponents to challenge. Thus, he reluctantly joined this trio in their pursuit of a head. One could only say that Lexington's misfortune was that he was likely to be torn apart by them. Or Kidd and Reese thinking, how dare they confront the entire Grella pirates with just 5 individuals? As Si Dong-yin chased after Lexington, he pondered this. Even if their copper and iron rank troops had been annihilated due to unforeseen circumstances, the remaining forces could easily overwhelm the opposing side in terms of either officers or manpower. The fact that Lexington was currently fleeing from 4 pursuers illustrated this point quite well. What other contingencies did the enemy have hidden up their sleeves? Wait, didn't I recall that the Magic Hand Pirates had 5 members? Suddenly, Si Dong-yin furrowed his brow. Excluding Kidd, only 4 members of the Magic Hand Pirates were present on the island. Where had the 5th gone? Reflecting on this, Si Dong-yin halted, retrieving the bounty notice for the Magic Hand Pirates to confirm the situation. Captain Magic Hand Reese, Vice Captain Steelfinger Lexington, Navigator and Sniper Light Hawsey, Musician and Swordsman Beethoven, and Helmsman Baifandafu. Ah, there was indeed that one. Given that the helmsman of the Magic Hand Pirates lacked combat prowess, they had overlooked him from the beginning. Had that fellow hidden away due to his inability to contribute? No, something felt amiss. It was said that Dafu possessed extraordinary navigational skills, steering the pirate ship against enemy fleets during their assaults on Black and William. Yet this time they had not seen the Blood Vengeance ship at all. Could it be? Si Dong-yin quickly took out a Din Din Mushi to contact the officers stationed on Dominator Island. The Din Din Mushi remained unresponsive for an extended period, and Si Dong-yin's expression darkened increasingly. He understood where Baifandafu had gone. Due to an overconfidence in his own strength, Lord Grella had previously failed to consider such a scenario. This was dire. Ha ha ha. Lexington, can you still escape? I assure you, there is no way out. On the other side, as Lexington was nearing the completion of his circuit around the island, the distance between him and the 3 fearsome pursuers shrank rapidly. Damn it. Feeling the looming danger behind him, beads of sweat rolled down Lexington's face. Was he about to be captured? This would be disastrous. Give it to me. Almost simultaneously, Quizipete, Blaster, and Maui closed in on Lexington's position. The serpent-like hair struck towards Lexington's neck. A palm, thick with gunpowder, slammed towards his chest. 10 sharp blades emerged from Maui's hair, lunging toward Lexington's hands. Just as Lexington prepared to turn and fight to the death against the 3 figures leaped forth from behind a mound of earth. The spinning scythe of the Punisher intercepted Quizipete's serpent hair, while the attacks from Blaster and Maui were also deflected by the other 2 figures. The 3 formidable officers of the Kidd Pirates, Kira, the Slaughter Warrior, Hitter, the Fire Demon, and Wei, the Killing Scythe, arrived on the scene, resolving Lexington's imminent crisis. The subordinates of Kidd? Where did you escape? The sudden appearance of enemies, thwarting his opportunity to claim Lexington's head, only infuriated Quizipete further. Lexington, on the other hand, sighed in relief, halting his frantic flight. Thankfully, they arrived just in time. It had been a close call, and he had nearly fallen victim to those 3 maniacs. 3? Why are there only 3? Noticing Si Dong-yin's absence behind him, Lexington's expression turned puzzled. Major Steelfinger, we haven't arrived too late, have we? We managed to save the fellow who was being pursued? Kira turned to Lexington and said, You expect me to handle 3 officers with bounties exceeding 50 million on my own? Just a moment ago, there were 4. Lexington replied, exasperated. Enough of this idle chatter. Leave the enemies here to us, the Kidd Pirates. With that, Kira swiftly charged forward, his dual scythes whirling toward Quizipete. Hitter and Wei also engaged Blaster and Maui in battle. Understood, I will find Si Dong-yin. You handle things here. Lexington, no longer hesitating, took a moment to recover his stamina before swiftly turning back in the direction he had come. Though uncertain why Si Dong-yin had suddenly ceased his pursuit, he could not allow him to roam freely. Damn it, Lexington, you think you can escape? Lexington, disregarding himself, left the scene, inciting an uncontrollable fury in Crispet, who immediately attempted to turn back and pursue him, only to be impeded by Kira. Our previous battle in the arena of furious combat did not yield a victor, Kira stated, forcing Crispet back with his Punisher. Are you eager to depart so soon? Chapter 139. The multifarious battlefield after dispatching the combatants of the Kid Pirates to the battlefield of Mechanism City Island. Dafu swiftly turned the bow of the Victoria Punk towards the distance, with dozens of ships from the Grella Pirates in hot pursuit. Due to the unfortunate state of the Blood Avenger, Dafu had left it on Overlord Island, opting to engage the enemy fleet aboard the Victoria Punk instead. Despite the assistance of the gunners and helmsmen from the Kid Pirates and the superior performance of the Victoria Punk over the Blood Avenger, Dafu still found the battle far from easy. The enemy ships lacked commanding officers, yet their formidable performance was alarming. Dafu glanced back at the enemy vessels following closely behind the Victoria Punk, furrowing her brow. It was no surprise that a pirate crew boasting the strongest mechanics and shipwrights in the South Sea would possess vessels far superior to those of the Conqueror Kingdom. The Victoria Punk was heavy and deep in draft, reportedly reinforced with numerous steel plates, enhancing its defensive capabilities while allowing Captain Kidd to utilize magnetism to augment its speed when necessary. However, with Kidd absent, the steel plates were rendered largely ineffective. Cannon fire erupted from behind, with shells flying towards the Victoria Punk at an unprecedented speed and ferocity. The gunners from the Kid Pirates watched in trepidation as Dafu expertly maneuvered the ship, evading each incoming projectile. The helmsman of the Magic Hand Pirates is truly remarkable. To advance unscathed amidst such a rain of cannon fire, one of the gunners shouted, repositioning the cannon to target the pursuing fleet. A battle of overwhelming firepower commenced upon the sea, pitting 1 against 10. Don't lose heart, another urged. Calm down. Observing Annie poised on the operating table, preparing to use instruments to cut open her own skull, several logistics personnel from the Kid Pirates rushed forward in alarm to intervene. Why is this woman resorting to such theatrics for self-harm? I'm not attempting suicide. I need to swiftly extract the chip implanted in my brain. Annie took a deep breath, retrieving a tranquilizer gun from nearby, incapacitating 2 of the noisy Kid Pirates crew members. The ensuing procedure required extreme precision, demanding her utmost concentration. Guiding the mechanical arms on the operating table, she gently incised the skin on the back of her head, the excruciating pain causing her to sweat profusely as she clenched a towel in her mouth, fighting against tremors in her body and hands. There was no time for anesthesia. She had to endure the pain. After all, she had faced even more intense suffering in her past. Throughout her years with the Grella Pirates, she had undergone bodily modifications without anesthetics more than once. She could certainly persevere. No one knew when the signal from Grella and the chip in her brain would be restored. She had to race against time. In the laboratory, silence reigned, broken only by the faint sounds of machinery, the tearing of flesh, the flow of blood, and Annie's muffled groans of agony. Reish. While Kidd has 1 hour to defeat Grella, Annie also has only 1 hour to extricate the chip from her brain. Meanwhile, at the gates of Mechanism City, Stone stood facing Lexington. You emerged from Crispet unscathed, Stone remarked, observing that Lexington bore no injuries, merely appearing somewhat fatigued. Indeed, Kira and the others were saved by your helmsman. I realized it too late. Stone clenched his fists with a crack. Lexington smiled in response. You noticed, did you? No wonder you ceased to pursue Crispet and the others. Although the members of the Grella Pirates were astute in technology, they were surprisingly dull in strategy. Lexington suddenly raised his right hand, pointing his index finger like a steel lance directly at Stone. Then, I shall leave Crispet to Kira. I cannot lag behind. I shall dispatch the enemy more swiftly than that masked man. Stone scoffed coldly, shedding his cloak to reveal his bare body, adorned with dozens of gleaming, multicolored gems embedded throughout. Stone was a heavily modified individual. The devices adorning his body enabled him to unleash a variety of attacks, including flames, water blades, slashes, shockwaves, and electric shocks. However, due to the complexity of his abilities, he had embedded numerous gems as buttons to facilitate better control over his powers. Finger gun. Lexington lunged forward, extending his right arm as he charged at Stone, his index finger slicing through the air with a sharp whistle aimed at his opponent's throat. White stone impact. Stone tightened his right fist, activating a white gem on his forearm, then thrusting his fist forward with all his strength. Lexington's finger gun collided with Stone's shockwave, producing a deafening roar. However, the fierce battle occurring here went unnoticed by Beethoven, who was situated on a hill, separated from Lexington and Stone. Riding a boar, Beethoven faced off against Kevin, who was mounted on a wild man. They were ensconced in a cave, enveloped in an absolute silence that shielded their confrontation from the outside world. Once again, this dreadful silent fruit. Beethoven felt a wave of unease wash over him. Though he had previously fought without being affected by a silent combat environment, the moment he entered Kevin's soundproof wall, discomfort enveloped him. The sinister smiles of the two opponents, combined with the pervasive silence, rendered the atmosphere particularly ominous. Masked Kevin's emotions were inscrutable, while Adam was evidently cackling madly. Suddenly, Halsey struck Beethoven's back with a forceful slap. Kevin is attacking. With his right hand connected to a chain, a battle axe sliced through the air, its sharp blade descending upon Halsey and Beethoven. Halsey leaped off Beethoven, who immediately transformed into his beastly form, using his fangs to block Kevin's flying axe. As Kevin struck, Adam unleashed a silent roar, wielding a massive spiked club. Sweeping towards both Beethoven and Halsey, he shouted what seemed to be the name of an attack, something like Wildman-esque fury. Halsey swiftly dodged Adam's assault, the club crashing down to create a massive pit in the ground. Yet due to the silent fruit's power, it produced no sound. This silent battle, occurring in a cave with scarce light, had officially commenced. Chapter 140. The Silent Symphony in the dimly lit cavern. Adam engaged in an intense battle with Halsey, while Kevin clashed with Beethoven. Despite the ferocity of their attacks, neither the clashing of weapons nor the shattering of the ground produced a single sound. This silence left Beethoven, who was accustomed to relying on his auditory senses in combat, feeling disoriented, and he soon found himself with several gashes inflicted by Kevin. A cerulean arrow suddenly whizzed by, striking the flying axe hurled by Kevin and knocking it away just before it could strike Beethoven on the forehead. Turning his head, Beethoven glimpsed the anxious expression on Halsey's face. Although he could not hear what was being said, Beethoven surmised that Halsey was concerned about his ability to continue fighting. Seizing the opportunity created by Halsey's distraction, a massive spiked mace swept through the air. Though silent, the gale it generated alerted Halsey to the impending threat, prompting him to retreat swiftly. Although he avoided a direct hit, the tremendous force still sent him flying several meters, blood spilling from his mouth. Regaining his stance, Halsey fired 2 arrows at Adam, momentarily slowing his advance, and took the chance to create distance. As a sharpshooter, he knew that facing this brute head-on would be tantamount to courting death. During this brief respite, Halsey began to analyze Adam's characteristics rapidly. This hulking figure was wildly powerful, remarkably robust, and possessed swift attack speed. Like Eruzier, he represented a type that Halsey found particularly challenging to counter. However, this time, he resolved not to repeat his previous blunders, where he had to burn down an entire forest just to secure a victory. It was time for Adam to experience the efficacy of the specialized arrows he had developed during this period. Although Halsey longed to exchange some harsh words with his opponent, the masked figure beside him had deprived everyone of the ability to speak or hear, leaving him feeling quite vexed. He decided to shoot directly. Taking a deep breath, Halsey drew a crimson arrow from his quiver, aiming it at Adam while simultaneously lowering his goggles. On the other side, sensing that he had inadvertently affected his teammates' performance, Beethoven felt a wave of shame wash over him, clutching the rest symbol in his hand. This was not how it should be. Even without his hearing, he ought to be able to enhance his strength through the battle music. His music should emanate from within, created with heartfelt sincerity. Beethoven swiftly wielded his twin swords and fangs, the light from his 4 blades forming an impenetrable barrier, deflecting Kevin's successive flying axes. Although he could not hear the rhythmic melodies of clashing weapons, Beethoven remained focused, attuning himself to the music with his heart. He calmed himself, allowing the music to flow through him, resolutely refusing to be swayed by external factors. Kevin, on the other hand, sported a disdainful expression. This was precisely what he expected from a fool. Having damaged his own brain, Beethoven could not possibly hear the raucous battle symphony within his soundproof barrier. Let's see how long he can hold out. With a malicious grin, Kevin furiously swung the chains connecting to his flying axes, directing them to attack Beethoven from all angles in a wildly unconventional manner. Yet, despite his inability to hear the whistling chains, Beethoven became increasingly adept at the battle. 2 swords and 2 fangs. The four-blade technique danced through the air, composing a magnificent symphony. This time, the music was visible. Suddenly, Beethoven's gaze sharpened as he swiftly knocked Kevin's dual axes away, embedding them into the adjacent stone walls, while his entire form crackled with electricity as he charged at his foe. The four-blade heroic symphony, for sharp blades, launched a fierce assault on Kevin from 4 directions. With no time to retract his axes, Kevin had no choice but to wrap the chains around his hands to counter Beethoven's onslaught. After a clash of forces, Kevin managed to deflect 3 of Beethoven's strikes, but was still grazed by the final blow to his shoulder. Infuriated, Kevin withdrew the fangs from his shoulder, retreating several steps while cursing under his breath. "Curse that pig! What just happened? You shouldn't have been able to hear any battle music." Wrapping the chains around his shoulder to staunch the bleeding, he seethed. Not being able to hear the music does not mean one cannot feel its essence. Beethoven shook his head, regaining his composure. "I, the pig, have ascended to a new realm. A true musician can perceive the beauty of music with their soul." Beethoven's words drove Kevin into a frenzy. How could a mere pig speak so confidently? Despite his fine attire, he was undeniably a brutish fellow. As Beethoven spoke, he swiftly resumed his dual swordplay, electricity crackling as the blades sliced through the air, creating a prelude to a new composition. Silence. Enraged, Kevin reactivated the soundproof barrier, his expression growing serious. He had underestimated this pig. It seemed he would need to unleash his true power. In the blink of an eye, Beethoven and Kevin engaged in close combat. The dual axes and the rest cymbal clashed violently in midair, with flashes of blades and shadows dancing ceaselessly. The swirling chains in the air formed a defensive net against Beethoven's fangs. Yet, in this moment, Beethoven's heart resonated with music. Everything transformed into melody. This is a visible symphony presented for you. The Thundergun 4-blade Minor Symphony of Fate. Flickering bolts of lightning gathered at the tips of Beethoven's 4 swords as they thrust forward simultaneously. Faced with the powerful assault, Kevin gritted his teeth, weaving the chains into a silver net, raising his dual axes to meet the oncoming attack. The silent iron wall. An inaudible explosion erupted between Beethoven and Kevin, both being forced back several meters, blood spilling from their mouths. However, Kevin suffered more severely, as Beethoven's blade struck him once more in the abdomen. With grace, Beethoven twirled his sword, retrieving a handkerchief to dab the blood at the corner of his mouth, the rest symbol pointing towards Kevin. Damn, how could this pig remain so composed? More calm than one who had consumed the silence fruit and spent years cultivating in a soundless environment. This was highly unusual. He must incite him to rage. He excelled at taming feral beasts. After all, his brother Adam was utterly obedient. A chaotic wild boar would be child's play for him. If Beethoven continued to act as a refined gentleman, the battle would turn dire. Releasing the soundproof barrier once more, Kevin revealed a cold smile. It appeared he would have to divulge a secret from over a decade ago. Beethoven, do you know that the murderer of my parents is you? This pig has likely surmised it. Beethoven interrupted Kevin's speech, maintaining his calm demeanor. While he could sense the unspoken fury emanating from Beethoven, he still retained his gentlemanly composure. Kevin's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Beethoven, who remained rational despite learning the truth, far exceeding his expectations. What is wrong with this pig? Chapter 141. Lighthouse C versus Adam at last. I can finally speak. After being relentlessly pursued by Yadong and forced out of the cave, Housey sighed in relief. Although the absence of sound did not significantly affect him, the eerie silence combined with his inability to speak was unsettling. You oversized gorilla, tough-skinned and sturdy. Halsey swiftly drew another crimson arrow from his quiver, aiming it at Yidong with precision. The sharp arrowhead sliced through the air, quickly turning red and igniting into a blazing flame. Huizichio's arrow. The scarlet tip pierced Yidong's body, scorching him and causing him to flail about in agony. Yet, it was evident that such an assault had minimal effect on the robust wild man. Taking a deep breath, Halsey seized the opportunity while Yidong fumbled to extract the arrow and put some distance between them. Simultaneously, he reached into his quiver once again, retrieving a violet arrow. These special arrows crafted by Halsey drew inspiration from a fraction of Sidongin's abilities, each arrow encapsulating distinct powers. The red arrow was infused with Rice coal, while the purple arrow incorporated Beidouafen's hair. Extracting Beidouafen's hair was akin to slaughtering a pig. It was exceedingly arduous. Josie's arrow. The purple projectile was released, generating intense friction in the air and also striking Yidong. Aya! Yidong howled once more, electrified. How infuriating! Truly tough-skinned and sturdy. Observing that the lightning arrow failed to inflict substantial damage, Halsey furrowed his brow. This brute was excessively muscular, his hairy physique more solid than rock. His arrows, potent enough to shatter stone, couldn't even penetrate Yidong's flesh. I can't seem to find his weakness. At this rate, I am merely giving him a massage. Calm down. Think carefully about what arrow could vanquish this beast. Enraged by the two arrows that struck him, Yidong bellowed as he brandished his wolf-toothed club and lunged towards Halsey. The wild man leapt high, his massive frame crashing down like a mountain, creating a colossal crater upon impact. Although Halsey narrowly avoided being crushed, the shockwave still propelled him several dozen meters, slamming him against a rock wall. Cough, cough. This guy's terrifying. Truly a beast of ancient lineage. Wiping the blood from his lips, Halsey remarked, were it not for his simplistic mind, relying solely on brute force, he could potentially be a formidable leader. If he landed a hit on me, I would surely be reduced to mere fragments. Wild man cannonball. Frustrated by his missed strike, Yidong dashed to a nearby boulder and smashed it to pieces, then hurled the fragments like cannonballs at Halsey. Gazing up at the deluge of debris, Halsey's pupils dilated. The power of this barrage rivaled that of real cannonballs. Moreover, the relentless assault made it impossible for him to find a successful escape route. Boom, boom, boom. A rain of stones battered the rock wall behind Halsey, leaving it riddled with holes. Helplessly, he was struck. A flying rock shattered his left arm, while others grazed his right leg and head, leaving him bloodied and battered. Witnessing Halsey's plight, Yidong let out a triumphant roar, repeatedly pounding his chest. This guy is among the dimmest of the wild men, Halsey thought, exasperated. I underestimated this brute, whether from a distance or up close. He possesses immense power and astonishing stamina. Despite being scorched by my flames, he appears untouched. With arrows dwindling, if he failed to defeat this foe, he would surely be beaten to death by him. Halsey took a deep breath and drew the last 3 arrows from his quiver. The ordinary arrows had been expended, leaving only 3 special ones, white, black, and gold. Crafting these special arrows was no easy feat in the limited time he had. He managed to create several Huizichio's arrows, while the others remained singular prototypes. 3 arrows to eliminate this wild man. There could be no room for error. Halsey inhaled deeply, gripping the bowstring with his right hand while biting down on it, aiming the white arrow at the still reveling Yidong in the distance. His left hand was incapacitated due to the fracture, intensifying the struggle. He hoped to emerge victorious and not end up as helpless as he did against Yeruzier, a Baluos arrow. Halsey strained to pull the bow tauter until his teeth ached and his lips bled, the bow creaking ominously. A fierce gale carried the arrow towards the charging Yidong. Clang! This time, Yidong reacted to the arrow, swinging his wolf-toothed club to deflect it. However, Halsey did not succumb to despair upon seeing his arrow blocked. Instead, he silently lowered his goggles, a faint smile gracing his lips. Yidong suddenly screamed in agony, dropping his club to cover his eyes. The white arrow, sent careening away, erupted in a blinding flash, temporarily stunning Yidong. Hadasai's arrow. Thanks to his goggles and timely closure of his eyes, Housey was unaffected by the flashbang. Seizing the opportunity presented by Yadong's temporary blindness, he launched a counterattack. The black arrow pierced Yadong's arm, eliciting a more agonizing howl from him as his body began to rapidly shrink, reverting from wild man form back to human form. The black Hadasai arrow contained enough venom to slay a bull, but it had to strike a vein to be effective. Thus, Housey needed to blind Yadong first to ensure a perfect shot. As the potent toxin weakened Yadong, he transformed back into human form. Yet the ancient beast's formidable vitality kept him standing. Barely regaining his sight, the wild man roared and charged at Housey once more. "This time, I shall end it," Housey murmured, knocking the final golden arrow onto the bowstring, using his teeth to pull it back with all his strength. Yitingna's arrow. The golden arrow shot forth, its internal gunpowder igniting violently upon striking Yadong's head. The explosion propelled dozens of steel balls, borrowed from Lycexington, outward, creating multiple wounds on Yadong's body. Overwhelmed by the devastating blow, Yadong could no longer withstand the assault and collapsed. The first contest between the Jide Masho Pirate Alliance and the Jelala Pirate crew, Hayalite Housey versus Yadong, concluded with a decisive victor. Winner, Hayalite Housey. Finishing move, Yitingna's arrow. Housey, feeling a profound sense of relief, collapsed onto the ground. His arrows were depleted, and his strength nearly exhausted. Having defeated a cadre member, this was the extent of his capabilities. The rest would be entrusted to Beiduafen, Lycexington. And the captain. Chapter 142. Beiduafen versus Kaiwan, don't be absurd. How could you possibly know that I was the one who killed your parents? Kaiwan exclaimed incredulously at Beiduafen. He and Yadong held concealed identities as officers within the Jerula Pirates, never allowing others to glimpse his face. Furthermore, Beethoven should not have been present at the scene of the attack on the Mozart and Schumann couple. A spectator who witnessed my parents' gradual demise after you departed had informed me that their last words were, "They heard nothing, hum." Beethoven spoke with a measured calm. Yet a palpable malice resonated in his tone. His parents were not defenseless musicians. Every individual hailing from Zhuwu was a born warrior. His parents possessed exceptional hearing and reflexes, making it nearly impossible for anyone to slay them directly. The phrase left behind by his father, Mozart, heard nothing, implied that the proud auditory prowess of the Maopis who had failed to detect the assassin's approach. I had long been in deep doubt about who could move so stealthily that even my father remained unaware of their presence. Until I learned of Kevin's abilities as a user of the silent fruit, when everything suddenly became clear. The prime suspect in the murder of my parents were these two pirate brothers, Kevin and Yadong. "So, why did you slay my parents, hum?" As Beethoven brandished his twin swords, he glided gracefully towards Kevin. "Hum, was it not because those two foolish pigs were too noisy?" Kevin sneered, inhaled deeply, and rapidly spun his dual axes. As a user of the silent fruit, he inherently despised those boisterous musicians. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for him to eliminate the Mozarts during their concert. I began to comprehend, hum. The poor, ignorant wretches devoid of aesthetic sensibility, hum. Beethoven huffed, his breath emanating heat as the twin swords and fangs began to shimmer with electric light, charging towards Kevin. The clash of battle axes and long swords produced an exquisite melody. Listening to the music Beethoven played amidst battle, Kevin clenched his teeth and furrowed his brow. The final piece performed by the Mozarts before their deaths? Truly discordant. Sound wall. Once again activating the sound wall to liberate himself from the unsettling music, Kevin continued his clash with Beethoven. Having become accustomed to the silent ambience and deeply attuned to the essence of music, Beethoven was no longer affected by the silent fruit. His twin swords and fangs sparkled with dazzling electricity, dancing in an exquisitely graceful manner, his rotund form swirling in tandem with the silent melody. For a moment, Kevin found himself at a disadvantage. The prowess of this pig was worlds apart from our previous encounter. Yadong had seemingly pursued another small rodent somewhere, and I could not indulge in hopes of uniting with my brother to maximize our combat effectiveness. As the battle progressed, Kevin grew increasingly anxious. Continuing in this manner, victory seemed utterly elusive. It appeared that extraordinary measures were necessary. Swiftly wielding chains, he sent them flying like steel whips, encircling Beethoven, while grasping the returning axes. The twin swords and fangs incessantly clashed against the chains. Had sound not been nullified, they would surely have heard the rhythmic, clinking resound. Beethoven twirled like a top, seemingly reaching the climax of his melody. Suddenly, the music ceased abruptly. Beethoven's once fluid body erupted with blood, coming to a halt. Iron chains surged through the exposed gap, striking Beethoven forcefully and sending him crashing against the stone wall behind. What has transpired, hum? Beethoven quickly bowed his head to inspect the sudden, excruciating pain in his abdomen. A gunshot wound had unexpectedly appeared, blood gushing forth. When was he shot? Could it be? Beethoven abruptly raised his gaze towards Kevin. Although most of his face was obscured by a mask and no sound could be heard, the contorted muscles of his face revealed that he was undoubtedly reveling in triumph. The battle axe in Kevin's hand had morphed, the shaft now housing a dark gun muzzle, still emitting smoke. This scoundrel is resorting to underhanded tactics. Compared to a knight like Lul who acted with honor, Kevin was nothing but trash. Using his long sword for support, Beethoven stood once more, panting heavily, readjusting his stance. Observing Beethoven's noticeably diminished vigor following the gunshot, Kevin was elated. As an assassin of the guerrilla pirates, he employed any means necessary. Underhanded tactics were his fighting style. This pig truly believed he could engage him openly. How naive. Next, let this pig experience this. With a flick of his left hand, Kevin hurled another battle axe while tightening the mask on his face. Beethoven hastily attempted to deflect the flying axe with his sword, but did not come for him. Instead, it grazed past him and embedded itself in the stone wall behind. What is happening? A mistake? No. Beethoven's nose twitched, and he quickly grasped the issue. Though the cave was dim, he could see purple gas, accompanied by a pungent odor, continuously emanating from Kevin's axe. It's the poison gas he had used the last time we encountered one another. This is dire. Beethoven sensed his body growing weak and hurriedly focused on Kevin in the distance. Time was running out. He needed to eliminate him before collapsing and escape this confined cave. While the poison gas had yet to spread entirely, Beethoven took a deep breath, his bristles standing on end, summoning thunderous energy. The war four-sword flow, Symphony Wellington's victory, would conclude this battle. Channeling all his strength into his twin swords and fangs, Beethoven continued the unfinished crescendo of the melody, using the stone walls to rebound, charging toward Kevin like a jagged bolt of lightning, gathering momentum. Seeing that his opponent had not collapsed immediately, Kevin's face turned pale with astonishment. What is happening? How can this pig still move? The poison gas should have rendered him powerless upon inhalation. Only his brother Yidong could be immune. The moment Beethoven surged before him, Kevin finally grasped the truth. The wild man could be immune to the poison gas. Thus, the wild boar could naturally withstand a portion of it. He had underestimated the situation. As a seasoned hunter, this was the first time he had been outmaneuvered by his prey. Having released the flying axe, Kevin found himself defenseless against Beethoven's assault, resigned to the inevitable impact of Beethoven's strike upon his body with myriad regrets. For flashes of the blade carved for gruesome wounds into Kevin's flesh, blood sprang forth, and the mask meant to shield him from the poison gas was shredded by the keen sword energy. Kevin, with his mask torn, his eyes rolling back, collapsed backward. Fueled by the momentum of his ultimate move, Beethoven pressed on, transformed into his beastly form, enduring the poison gas's onslaught, and dashed towards the cave's exit with all his might, collapsing only after reaching a safe area. Meanwhile, Kevin, having broken his mask and fainted amidst the poison gas, could only face the repercussions, succumbing to his injuries and poisoning within the cave. The battle in the cave concluded Beethoven versus Kevin. The victor, the gentlemanly little pig, Beethoven. Decisive technique. The Symphony of the Four Blades of War. The Victory of Wellington. Chapter 143. The Monster Maui. How did this pig fall asleep and die here? This is quite troublesome. Shortly after the battle with Adam concluded, House C, having regained a modicum of strength, bandaged his wounds and set out to locate Beethoven. Soon, He encountered the unconscious wild boar lying outside the cave. Faced with the sight of Beethoven, who could not be roused no matter how hard he tried, Halsey was filled with frustration. Almost all of his arrows had been destroyed by Adam, leaving him virtually defenseless. Yet he had hoped to rely on Beethoven for protection. To his dismay, this fellow was in an even deeper stupor than he was. Look, it's the members of the Magic Hand Pirate crew. Capture them. Just as Halsey was lamenting over Beethoven, a combat squad from the guerrilla pirate crew arrived on the scene, spotting Halsey and Beethoven and rushing towards them with excitement. Their crew's positions for copper and iron metals were all vacant, and if they could capture 2 enemy officers in this battle, they would have a significant chance of being promoted. Confronted by the frenzied crew, Halsey could only helplessly pick up Beethoven's rest symbol from the ground to fend off the pursuing attackers. His stock of arrows was still far too limited. Encountering such a large-scale battle could easily leave him without ammunition. It seemed he would need to craft more supplies in the future. Get up, you lazy pig. We must flee quickly. Halsey hastily hoisted Beethoven onto his back, defending against the onslaught of pursuers while sprinting toward the distant shore. Daff was seemingly nearby. It was imperative to reach the ship for safety. On the opposite side of the Mechanism City Island, Kira and his companions were engaged in a fierce battle with Crispet, Blaster, and Maui. Tidal Wave. Crispet swung the cursed sword, the serpent hair, unleashing a wave-like slashing attack towards Kira. This ability is truly formidable. Kira's Punisher dual scythes spun rapidly, blocking in front of him, yet the immense force of the wave still sent him flying far away. Crispet grinned maliciously, using the wave to propel himself upward and continue his pursuit of Kira. The capabilities of the wave fruit were indeed not fully realized in the previous arena. Kira, flung far by the wave's power, increased the rotation speed of his dual scythes, utilizing the counterforce provided by the spiraling blades to stabilize his landing. Just as he regained his footing, Crispet, with long, flowing hair reminiscent of a demon, charged at him with a manic laugh. Wave Serpent Thrust. The power of the wave swayed in the air, quickly reaching its peak and attaching itself to the serpent hair in Crispet's hand. The sharp tips resembling the fangs of a venomous snake, aiming to strike Kira. Blade Sound Disc. Kira swiftly positioned his spinning dual scythes like 2 circular shields, colliding violently with Crispet's longsword. The clash produced a resounding metallic screech, generating a shower of sparks as the wind blades from the rapidly rotating scythes and the wave from Crispet's sword erupted simultaneously, shattering the ground around them. Kira and his companions were indeed locked in a fierce battle. Hearing the sounds of the intense clash between Kira and Crispet from afar, Hike could not help but express his sentiments. We must swiftly eliminate these 2 monsters. With that, Vey also brandished his trident, advancing towards the charging Maui. As Vey had stated, beneath the wild hair of the monstrous Maui lay a true beast of a physique. Irregularly embedded within his cheeks were 5 or 6 entirely different eyes, while each shoulder bore 2 arms of varying sizes and colors. His chest and back were adorned with 2 bizarrely shaped arms as well. Behind his lower body, 2 oddly shaped legs completed the grotesque appearance, resembling that of a centaur. His entire body was marred with stitches, presenting the image of a scientific aberration. Among his 4 pairs of arms, the most robust pair donned knuckle dusters, while another pair wielded dual swords, and yet another pair brandished dual firearms. The front pair was small and agile, yet appeared to possess great strength. Vey's thrust of the trident was intercepted by Maui's arm pair at his chest, and the 4 arms-wielding knuckle dusters and dual swords simultaneously attacked Vey from all directions. Damn it! Vey exerted all his strength to reclaim the trident from Maui's grasp, deflecting the powerful punches and sharp blades while quickly retreating. Maui grinned, the sharpest of his predatory eyes narrowing slightly, as the hands holding the guns pulled the triggers. Such precise marksmanship. Vey gritted his teeth, swinging the trident to defend, but he managed to block only 1 bullet, while another shot pierced directly into his shoulder. Seeing his opponent struck, Maui burst into laughter. Excellent. Your skills are indeed impressive. His 6 eyes narrowed simultaneously, exuding a chilling aura. I desire your body. The monstrous Maui is a cyborg, But he is not a cyborg who relies on mechanical enhancements. Instead, he has utilized components from various formidable individuals to reconstruct his own body. The 4 pairs of arms on him originate from a female assassin, a sword master, a gunslinger, and a martial arts expert, while his 6 eyes are taken from different sharp-sighted pirates. The 4 legs below him are derived from 2 renowned figures known for their speed and kicking techniques. His chest contains 4 lungs from powerful beings and 3 hearts, providing him with immense energy. Every part of Maui's body is derived from the most prized attributes of various powerful individuals. His favorite pastime is hunting strong adversaries, killing them, and seizing their most effective organs. This brutally savage style has made him one of the most feared members of the guerrilla pirate crew, with a bounty surpassing that of other silver medal officers, reaching an astonishing 85 million berry, a figure even the equally ruthless Blaster cannot rival. What an abhorrent monstrosity! I have no desire to gaze upon this eyesores any longer. Vay grimaced at the sight of the clawing Maui, raising his trident to gather power. Maui's greatest weakness lies in the fact that despite possessing numerous organs from various powerful individuals, his brain cannot perfectly control them all. Although his attacking power is ferocious and troublesome, he often leaves openings. If this flaw can be exploited, he can be swiftly dealt with. Chapter 144. Height Vay vs. Blaster Maui. With a thrust, Vay's trident pierced through Maui's 8 arms of defense, striking deep into his 3 hearts. The life of this cruel and ugly silver medal officer was drawing to a close. Maui's 6 eyes widened in disbelief, blood gushing from his mouth as he gazed at the trident embedded in his chest. His grip slackened, causing his dual swords and dual firearms to clatter to the ground. His 8 arms flailed helplessly in the air, as any struggle at this point was utterly futile. After all 3 hearts were brutally pierced, Maui's haphazardly assembled body collapsed into a pool of blood, his long black hair stained crimson. Huh, you pitiful creature. Having gathered so many powerful organs, yet still remaining so weak, what a waste. After dispatching his opponent, Vay, who bore multiple wounds from knives, guns, and punches, struggled to half-kneel on the ground. Propping himself up with his trident, gasping for breath, he turned to observe the battle between Zite and Blast. Following the destruction of 2 hills, Blast's body reached its limit first. Under Zite's flames, the gunpowder he carried erupted violently. Amidst a grand display of fireworks, the last silver medal officer of the guerrilla pirate crew was completely incapacitated. Zite, too, was drained of energy, emitting smoke as he half-kneeled on the ground, exhaling dark fumes. The battle on Jalago's side seemed far from over. Hearing the fierce commotion from the other side of the hill, Zite murmured to himself, "No need to worry. Gilligo and Captain Kidd are the strongest." Vay replied, sitting cross-legged on the ground, closing his eyes to recuperate. The 4th and 5th confrontations between Kidd the Devil Hand Alliance and the guerrilla pirate crew had reached a conclusion, with the victors being the Fire Demon Zite and the Scythe Vay. However, this battle's end did not signify the conclusion of a larger conflict, for on this island, 7 even more formidable monsters were still fiercely engaged in combat. The guerrilla pirate crew's chief, Namasisai Grella, along with Ston and Crispet, both bounty holders nearing 100 million, had yet to fall, meaning the tide of battle could shift at any moment. Storm Trident. Lexington's feet and battle axe sliced through the air simultaneously, forming 3 slashes that coalesced into the shape of a trident, striking fiercely at Ston. Azure Stoneblade. Ston scoffed, pressing multiple gems on his body, unleashing several slashes that erupted from within him. The attacks collided with a thunderous roar. As the dust from their clash swirled, Lexington swiftly approached Ston with a moonwalk, raising his axe to deliver a decisive blow. Crimson Stone Flame Arms. Ston's arms ignited with flames, turning his fists a fiery red, as he infused them with haki to block Lexington's fierce strike. The two then abandoned ranged, probing, and engaged in a fierce exchange of martial arts. Although Ston was a cyborg, his innate physical prowess and haki were formidable. His already reinforced body became even more indomitable with the addition of haki. This guy, Lexington frowned, placing the 10 Commandments into his mouth, flexing his fingers to prepare for a rapid thrust. 10 Finger Gun Tyrant. 10 indomitable fingers shot forth like swords towards Stan's chest. Electrify, Stan sneered, quickly pressing a gem on his shoulder, causing golden lightning to flicker on his right arm as his fist surged forward like a bolt of lightning to meet Lexington's 10-fingered assault. After a fierce collision, Lexington and Stan were separated by several meters. What a troublesome opponent. A bounty close to 100 million is no trivial matter. Shaking his slightly numbed hands, Lexington removed the 10 commandments from his mouth and regarded Stan with heightened seriousness. It appeared that brute force would not suffice. He would employ the techniques learned from Jalen, utilizing softness to conquer hardness. Finger gun, rain scattershot. He swiftly retrieved a handful of steel balls from his pocket, using the explosive power of his fingers to unleash them like a machine gun, propelling himself forward in tandem with the rapidly flying projectiles. Shockwave. Stan quickly pressed a gem on the back of his hand, unleashing a powerful shockwave that deflected the steel balls before he lunged forward, his immense footfall shattering the ground. Crimson, Stone, Flame Cannon. Stabilizing his right hand, a fierce column of flame erupted from Stan's palm, roaring towards the approaching Lexington. Feeling the searing heat ahead, Lexington inhaled deeply, relaxing his body. Paper Drawing Virtual Walk. Utilizing the enhanced version of paper drawing learned from Jalen, Lexington evaded Stan's flame cannon and appeared before him. With his right index finger, he gently tapped Stan's chest. Finger Drawing Gun Supreme Technique. The Dragon's Eye. After a brief moment of calm, the air rippled, and a violent shockwave erupted from Lexington's fingertip. The ground shattered, the airflow reversed, and a tremendous force sent Stan reeling, deeply embedding him into the earth. As the smoke cleared, Lexington wiped the sweat pouring down his face, gazing ahead with a grave expression. Stan's figure quickly rose from the ground, brushing off the dust and walking towards him. Though blood trickled from the corner of his mouth and cracks appeared on his body, it was evident that the recent strike had not inflicted significant damage. As expected, techniques effective against Jalen seemed less impactful on Stan. Observing Stan, who appeared largely unscathed, Lexington chuckled bitterly and resumed his battle stance, preparing to continue the fight. Techniques learned from Jalen? Unfortunately, such attacks lack the strength to overcome our cyborg bodies. Stan wiped the blood from his mouth, clashing his fists together as sparks, electricity, and hockey entwined once more. If you wish to defeat me, I advise you to abandon those flashy and tiresome techniques. They are ineffective against me. You ought to attempt a direct confrontation and see if you possess the capability. Hearing Stan's words, Lexington could only shake his head in resignation, his focus sharpening once more. No matter how sturdy, paper remains paper, incapable of rivaling Stan's specially modified metal body. It appears that mastering hockey is imperative if I am to vanquish Stan. Let the battle continue. Lexington tightened his grip on the 10 Commandments, his fingers beginning to recharge their power. Excellent. Then let us commence, little rascal. Stan displayed an eager battle spirit, the gems adorning him lighting up one by one. The two charged at each other, their feet pounding the ground as they unleashed their full might in a fierce rush. Chapter 145. The Dream of One-Piece Blade of Air. Vibrating Viper. Kira's dual sides clashed incessantly against Crispit's long sword in the air, the rapidly spinning blades stirring up whirlwinds, while the oscillating sword cut through the air, sending dust swirling around. As Crispit's oscillation frequency increased, the power of the vibrations grew stronger, ultimately sending Kira flying once more with a sinuous, serpent-like strike. Quickly spreading his arms to stabilize himself with the momentum of the Punisher, Kira disregarded the wounds inflicted by the gales and launched himself back at Crispet. Futile. A waste without the power of a devil fruit or mastery of color hockey will never triumph over me. Crispet scoffed, his long sword vibrating once more as he raised it above his head, preparing to meet the descending dual scythes. Heavy scythe, gale, slash. Spinning the scythes madly, Kira harnessed centrifugal force to maximize the Punisher's descending power, channeling all his strength into his arms as he brought the scythes crashing down. The clash of their assaults reverberated violently, powerful waves emanating from all directions, causing Gila's Punisher to vibrate uncontrollably. Had his weapon not been secured to his wrist, it would have surely been sent flying by the irregular force. After another round of confrontation, the two warriors once again distanced themselves. Gila, having been repelled multiple times, began to huff and puff, his stamina waning. Indeed, the Kalizabot had not fully unleashed its prowess during their previous engagement. Coupled with his recent escape from imprisonment, he had scarcely rested before hastening to the battlefield. Vanquishing his opponent would prove to be quite the challenge. I am truly curious to see the expression hidden beneath your mask. I shall shatter it with the next strike. Kalizabot let out a maniacal laugh, his tousle curls dancing wildly. Gila refrained from further words, taking a moment to recuperate before raising his hands, the sides spinning rapidly once more. Utilizing the centrifugal force of the dual blades, Gila accelerated his assault, striking at Kalizabot like a tempest. Once they entered a grappling phase, victory would elude him, as each pulse of Kalizabot's energy would only grow in potency. He needed to achieve a lethal blow with unparalleled swiftness. How obstinate and foolish these fellows are, still choosing to advance after so many encounters. Kalizabot, growing impatient, lifted his longsword once more to clash with Gila. Your kid pirates have already tasted defeat at the hands of Lord Gryra. How audacious to believe you can conquer us. The reason we reign as the sovereigns of the South Sea is due to our invincibility. We are the mightiest pirates of the South Sea. You pathetic beings, dreaming of triumphing over us is sheer folly. Clang! The Punisher met the razor-sharp blade of Kalizabot, producing a shrill sound of metal scraping against metal. What does the sovereign of the South Sea amount to? Kid will inevitably become the ruler of the world, obtaining the One Piece and ascending as the Pirate King. Suddenly, Gila's scythe erupted with an intensity beyond its original power, the wrist's pivot creaking audibly as he began to dominate Kalizabot's longsword for the first time. Aha! Are you jesting? One Piece? The Pirate King? You must be daydreaming. Gila's words only fueled Kalizabot's arrogance, his head tilting back as he erupted into a piercing laugh. I concede, you who can defeat Ankh-Kirasaloth are indeed promising newcomers. But the Pirate King? One Piece. A toad dreaming of eating swan meat. Wave cut. Kalizabot summoned the full might of the wave fruit, unleashing a sinuous, colossal strike that overwhelmed Gila's full-force assault, sending him hurtling backward while leaving a long gash across his chest, blood gushing forth. We have witnessed too many pirates foolishly aspiring to be the Pirate King. Yet they all ended as nothing but dreamers, utterly unaware of their own limitations. Kalizabot's visage twisted menacingly as he spoke. All of them met their demise at the hands of Lord Gryra, and you shall not be the exception. Remove your mask. Kalizabot initiated his attack, the serpentine hair imbued with formidable wave energy, descending towards Gila's masked visage. Wave Serpent's Tooth. Clang! Gila swiftly raised his scythe, pinching Kalizabot's sword tip between the twin blades. Let us see how long you can endure. Kalizabot grunted, channeling relentless waves of power into the sword tip, soon causing the ground beneath Gila to buckle under the pressure. I shall pierce your skull and flatten your very being. Kalizabot cackled maniacally, his grip reaching its zenith, as a layer of armament hockey enveloped his longsword. He had no desire to prolong the struggle with the kid pirates, who were destined for demise. His true nemesis was the Demon Hand Pirates. Previously, Reese had toyed with him at Whip Island, leaving him destitute and humiliated, a memory that fueled his rage. Now, he merely wished to dispatch Gila swiftly and seek retribution against Lexington. The kid pirates have faced countless foes, all of whom have uttered lines akin to yours, including Ankh-Kirasaloth. These invincible legends have been shattered time and again. Gila inhaled deeply, his once bent legs now straightening with determination as the Punisher gradually lifted the serpent's hair upwards. Those who dare to challenge us have perished, yet those who mocked our dreams have also met their ends at the hands of me and Kid. This time, I shall spare your life, allowing you to witness whether the Gryra pirates meet the same fate as our usual adversaries, or if we will, as always, be submerged beneath the waves. Side Cyclone. Gila's dual-size whirled into a sharp tempest, the immense force successfully countering Kalizabote's wave assault. Boom! With a thunderous roar. The clashing storm of slashes and wave thrusts neutralized each other, bringing an instant calm. Gila surged forward, catching Kalizabote off guard. As the Punisher's keen blade sliced through his skin, decapitating claw, Gila brushed past Kalizabote, a flash of steel igniting in the air. Upon noticing the first droplets of blood on his scythe, Gila refrained from expressing elation, for the resurgence of energy behind him signaled that the battle was far from over. "You bastard! How dare you?" Kalizabote's already fearsome visage contorted further, clutching his bleeding neck and glaring furiously at Gila. Having sustained an injury to his neck, he altered his course. Before confronting the demon hand pirates, he would ensure Gila understood the terror he embodied. "Did you evade a fatal blow using observation hockey?" Gila mused, brow furrowing slightly. It appeared that the previous strike had merely grazed his flesh, not severing the vital artery. Nevertheless, this exchange had revealed to him a method to contend with Kalizabote. "Let's continue this brutal clash." The eyes concealed beneath Gila's mask gleamed crimson, revealing a bloodthirsty demeanor. The essence of the Slayer warrior truly emerged upon tasting blood. Kalizabote and Gila had both entered their optimal states. They sensed that within the forthcoming exchanges, the outcome of this battle would soon be determined. Chapter 146: Gila versus Kalizabote. After their last clash, both Gila and Kalizabote instinctively reined in their energies, refraining from launching the first attack. They understood that a rash offensive would only leave them vulnerable to a counterstrike that could spell their doom. For eyes, separated by a blue and white mask, locked onto one another, each searching for a weakness. With the absence of Gila's cyclone and Kalizabote's wave disturbances, the atmosphere gradually settled. The dust that had been stirred now slowly descending back to tranquility. Sunlight glinted off their polished blades, casting dazzling reflections. Suddenly, as Kalizabote squinted against the light refracted off his sword, Gila's gaze, hidden beneath his mask, sharpened. The sound of the pivot engaging resonated distinctly in the still air. The atmosphere was cleaved asunder, and the faint sound of dust being sliced by the razor-sharp edges was distinctly audible. The rapidly spinning dual scythes, akin to propellers, imparted immense propulsion to Gila, enabling him to elevate his speed to its pinnacle in an instant. Meanwhile, Kalizabote adeptly utilized his Kenbunchika haki to perceive Gila's movements, promptly raising his snake-haired weapon to gather his wave energy. However, just as the two were about to collide, Gila leapt into the air, evading the most potent strike of the snake hair, and delivered a downward slash from above. The apex of Kalizabote's wave energy resided in the crest of the wave. By sidestepping it, Gila could avoid being sent flying once more. To withstand Kalizabote's wave energy, he needed to employ the side storm technique as he had previously. With another downward sweep of his arms, Gila unleashed two slashing whirlwinds that surged downward. As Kalizabote's waves grew increasingly powerful, Gila could amplify the centrifugal force of his size correspondingly. With careful control of his strength, he could summon a whirlwind of escalating potency. Boom! The clash concluded, and Gila and Kalizabote narrowly brushed past each other. A wave-shaped scar marred Gila's left arm, while Kalizabote's body bore the more grievous wounds inflicted by the scythe storm, appearing more severely injured than Gila. However, the injuries they sustained were not merely superficial. The attacks of wave and whirlwind struck deep within, causing internal turmoil. Indeed, this was a formidable challenge. Gila wiped the blood seeping from his mask, lamenting that despite finding an opening, he could only inflict such damage on Kalizabote. It seemed he had anticipated his trajectory with Kenbunchiku and had utilized Busashoku to mitigate the impact. The wielder of haki was indeed difficult to contend with. It appeared that stronger techniques were necessary. On the other side, Kalizabote was consumed by rage. It had been a long time since he had endured such severe injuries in battle. The wrath brought upon him by the killing warrior Gila was scarcely less than that directed towards that scoundrel Alakizi. Though he remained impatient, it was not due to an inability to confront the crew of the Masho pirates, but rather due to the prolonged delay that allowed Gila to flaunt his prowess. Wave Serpent Slash. With a sudden turn, Keylysipite unleashed a wave slash in an irregular trajectory towards Gila. Seizing the moment while Gila defended against the aerial slash, Keylysipite advanced. His sword, enveloped in Busashoku, disturbed the surrounding air. This wave technique differed from before. It did not surge forward like a tidal wave, but coiled like a serpent, transforming the snake hair into an indomitable spiral drill. Wave Serpent Sword. Boom! Gila and Keylysipite clashed once more, the rapidly rotating sword colliding with the dual scythes. The friction generating intense heat that turned the blades a fiery red. You bastard! Keylysipite bellowed, his foot upon the wave, channeling all his strength into the sword. And with a resounding explosion of air, he sent Gila hurtling away. Whoosh! 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 Following this strike, a spiral-shaped wound appeared on Gila's body, and he felt his innards jolt violently. Simultaneously, Keylysipite was not faring any better. The recent maneuver exerted a significant toll on his body. While he was not injured, his already depleted stamina dwindled further, and he leaned against the ground with his snake hair, gasping for breath. Observing his dual blades redden from the friction, Gila took a deep breath and stood once more. Buzz! The rotational speed of his scythes, under Gila's utmost effort, reached its zenith, rendering them nearly a blur. The already crimson blades, in fierce friction with the air, grew even hotter. Gila raised his arms, his left palm facing forward and his right palm directed ahead. Propelled by the scythe's rapid spin, he began to whirl like a top. The scythe's rotation, combined with Gila's spinning, caused the surrounding air to heat up continuously. Soon, it reached a critical threshold. Boom! A blazing inferno ignited atop the whirlwind Gila had conjured. What the hell is this? Keylysipite gasped, his eyes wide as he beheld the terrifying hurricane agitating the air and radiating searing heat, causing him to struggle to maintain his footing. Countless invisible slashes erupted from the tempest, slicing Keylysipite and leaving him drenched in blood as he hastily employed Busashoku to shield his vital points. Keylysipite, this battle is concluded. Gila roared, the ferocious flame wind surging towards Keylysipite. You bastard! Nonsense! How could such a broken top possibly defeat me? Keylysipite, enraged, amplified the power of his wave fruit to its fullest, raising his snake hair to confront Gila. The pace of Gila's advance was too swift for him to evade. He had no choice but to meet it head-on. Wave Tsunami. The surging waves of the tsunami clashed with Gila's blade, flame wind in midair. The atmosphere was utterly shattered. Flames shot skyward, countless wind blades scattering in all directions, leaving the surrounding hills riddled with wounds. The whirlwind conjured by Gila, with each rotation, began to absorb Keylysipite's waves, augmenting its strength. Soon, the power of the wave fruit was thoroughly suppressed. This is impossible. Ultimately, amidst Keylysipite's desperate and frenzied cries, the wave energy was completely devoured. Subsequently, with no escape left, Keylysipite was also engulfed by the blade flame wind. Countless wind blades tore through Keylysipite's body, and the searing flames distorted his visage. Before long, the battered and barely conscious Keylysipite was flung from the whirlwind. Gila, spinning uncontrollably, hurtled towards the nearby cliff, using the mountain to slow his descent and skimming along the rocky surface for several meters before forcibly halting his rotation. Exuding heat and utterly exhausted, Gila's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. That final decisive strike, while immensely powerful, exacted a significant toll on him. The Punisher's axle was damaged due to the extreme heat. Had there not been a cliff nearby to forcibly halt his spin, he might have met the same fate as Keylysipite. Fortunately, he emerged victorious in this battle. He had previously considered sparing this individual, but he could not control the force of his attack. Dragging his aching body, Gila approached the gravely unconscious Keylysipite and sighed. Oh well, let us just end it. With that, the Punisher severed Keylysipite's throat, marking the fall of a prominent officer in the Grail Pirates. The clash between the Golden Cadre and the strongest combatant of the Kid Pirates, the Killing Warrior Gila versus the Sword Twister Keylysipite, concluded with a definitive victor, Gila. Finishing move, Blade Flame Wind. Chapter 147, Vice Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, Tong Tichatin. Oh, truly deserving of the title, Sister by Fawn. You managed to eliminate the troublesome Grayla fleet. In the waters outside the Mechanism City, aboard the Victoria Punk, the gunners of the Kid Pirates gathered around Dafu, cheering with exuberance. At that moment, nearly exhausted from the high-intensity maneuvering, Dafu leaned against the ship's railing, releasing a sigh of relief. At the forefront of the ship, the last vessel adorned with the flag of the Guerrera pirate crew was slowly sinking amidst flames. After considerable effort, she had finally navigated the Victoria Punk, effectively dismantling the Guerrera fleet along with a significant portion of their forces. How did those burly men fare in battle? Daff murmured to herself as she retrieved the Den Mushi. The only adversaries remaining were the South Moxis Guerrera on the island, 2 gold medals for silver medals, and a small contingent of troops engaged in landing operations. She could only wonder how many enemies remained, now that the battle was coming to a close. She finally had time to ascertain the situation. Just as she took out the Den Mushi, it began to ring with urgency. The creature transformed into a figure with green hair, adorned with a red bow, unmistakably signaling a call from Hoshi. Hello. Daff answered the call. The Den Mushi displayed an expression of great urgency. Daff, it's Hoshi. Beethoven and I are at the shore, being pursued by a large group of Guerrera pirates. We're badly injured and can barely hold on. You're nearby, right? Hurry and save us. Before Daff could inquire further, the call was abruptly terminated. Honestly, that guy Hoshi, Daff sighed in exasperation, stowing away the Den Mushi. With resignation, she returned to the helm, steering the vessel towards the coast of Mechanism Island. The only force capable of inflicting such severe injuries on Hoshi and Beethoven, to the point they could not contend with a mere group of ordinary pirates, could only be the gold and silver medalists. It seemed that some officers on the enemy side had already been defeated. Sister Fan, Brother Kira just called. 5 enemy officers have been captured by the Alliance forces, exclaimed a cannoneer from the Kid Pirate crew, setting down his Den Mushi to inform Daff. Currently, aside from a few insignificant stragglers, only Lexington and 2 captains remain engaged in battle against Stone and Guerrera. Upon hearing the news from the Kid Pirate crew's cannoneer, Daff raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. The situation was far more favorable than she had anticipated. They had managed to capture all the silver medals and 1 gold medal so swiftly. Excellent. Let us head to the shore to retrieve the wounded. Daff inhaled deeply, swiftly adjusting the ship's helm towards the coastline of Mechanism Island. Although the battle was unexpectedly smooth, numerous concerns lingered. She wondered how Annie on Dominator Island was faring. Furthermore, if Reese and Kid truly succeeded in defeating South Moxis Guerrera, this confrontation would indeed represent a pivotal battle that could alter the power dynamics of the South Sea. A moment they all wished to witness firsthand as the South Sea tyrant was dethroned. In the Grand Line, at Marine Headquarters, 2 warships departed from the port, venturing towards distant waters. Jiyu and Chan, please agree to marry me. A man clad in a navy coat, wearing a belly band and wooden clogs, knelt on one knee on the deck, presenting flowers while professing his love to a woman before him. The woman, known as Jiyu, sat gracefully on a deck chair, her beauty alluring, a delicate spider tattoo gracing her thigh, one hand resting on a golden saber, Jean P. Luo, as she perused a report. Her response to the man's heartfelt confession seemed routine, devoid of contemplation, as she replied with calm indifference, refused. Oh no. Despite the expected nature of the response, the surrounding Marines gasped in astonishment. Vice Admiral Kaki's 98 proposal to Admiral Jiyu had once again met with failure. The Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral and prospective Admiral, Peach Rabbit Jiyu, glanced at her equally disheartened colleague, Vice Admiral Chibuta Kaki. What are you doing on my warship? Hurry back. You have many responsibilities, don't you? This is a serious mission. Upon hearing Peach Rabbit's words, Chibuta scratched his head in frustration and rose to his feet. After South Moxis Guerrera decisively defeated Vice Admiral Ghost Spider in the South Sea, humiliating the Navy, Fleet Admiral Sengoku's fury was palpable. leading him to dispatch them both to the South Sea with the objective of capturing Guerrera. Simultaneously, if possible, they were to apprehend the Kid pirate crew, the Magician pirate crew, and the Bonnie pirate crew who had been rampant in the South Sea. Though both Peach Rabbit and Chibuta held the rank of Vice Admiral, they were not ordinary Vice Admirals. Their prowess was on par with the Navy's highest combat strength, the Admirals. Even the formidable figures of the New World would feel trepidation when confronted by the two of them. Their deployment underscored Sengoku's profound indignation towards Guerrera's actions. He was resolute in his intention to bring him to justice. According to the latest intelligence, the South Sea Tyrant was engaged in combat with Captain Kidd and Magician Reese. This could work to our advantage. Regardless of who emerges victorious, we can seize them all at once, Peach Rabbit declared, passing the latest intelligence to Chibuta. The two warships revved their engines, racing towards the South Sea. The clash between Guerrera and Magician Kidd represented a prime opportunity to capture all three major pirate crews of the South Sea. The situation in the South Sea had indeed seen rapid changes recently. Just days prior, news of Black, Ancarezo Luos, and King William's consecutive defeats had spread. And now, these dangerous newcomers were targeting Guerrera. Observing the intelligence handed to him by Peach Rabbit, Chibuta couldn't help but reflect. While these events paled in comparison to the circumstances of the Grand Line, they were significant occurrences in the four seas, prompting even the Revolutionary Army's leaders to take action, liberating several nations in the South Sea. According to information brought back by Lieutenant Tang Send, the South Sea's naval branch had been severely compromised, leading to the defection of Major Lexington. A substantial overhaul of the South Sea was imperative. Whether it be the so-called tyrant who had dominated for years or the newly emerging threats, I shall personally wield the renowned blade, Jean P. Luo, the protector of the seas, to lay them to rest. Peach Rabbit rose, gazing towards the vast ocean, with Chibuta promptly standing beside her. As the two vice admirals set sail towards the South Sea, the situation grew increasingly dire. Chapter 148. The Unyielding Obsession Boom. Boom! Boom! The fierce battle between Lexington and Stone raged on. The powerful shock waves from their attacks ravaged the surrounding cliffs, leaving the battlefield in disarray. This guy's defensive capabilities are harder than stone. His body is sturdier than my iron block. After a barrage of strikes, Lexington executed a backflip, landing several paces away, observing his reddened fingers as he gasped for breath. The augmented physique combined with hockey defense was simply too resilient. Moreover, at Stone's level of enhancement, the materials and technology employed were evidently not comparable to the commonplace variants found in the South Sea. The gems embedded in his body were exceptionally robust, rivaling diamonds, serving not only as buttons for his mechanisms, but also providing substantial additional defense and offensive power. Even he, known for his steel fingers, would likely suffer fractures if he forcefully struck those gems. The user of the Six Dials had previously witnessed the spectacle of breaking his own fingers against a formidable user of Kenbunchaku while training in Marinfander. Truly, the naval lieutenant exhibits a remarkably organized fighting style, distinctly different from our own unrefined methods. With a cold sneer, Sidong re-wrapped his arms in flames, preparing to launch another assault on Lexington. The elemental energy presented considerable trouble for Lexington, as the flames could inflict burns and the electric shocks could paralyze him during their clash. Flame Claw, Sidong's right hand, enveloped in fire, transformed into a claw-like shape as several hardened iron blades erupted from his fingertips, turning his palm into a beast talon. Brandishing this menacing claw, Sidong lunged fiercely at Lexington's face. Clang! Not daring to confront the glimmering, fiery claws with his fists, Lexington swiftly raised his golden axe to defend, only to have the Jikai tightly grasped by Sidong's right hand, while his left hand, also ablaze, formed into a claw and swiped at Lexington. The sound of flesh being torn echoed as Lexington instinctively released his grip on the Jikai, retreating sharply, despite activating his iron block for defense. His left forearm was still marred by 4 deep gashes, exuding the scent of charred flesh. Sidong, reveling in his triumph, cast aside the Jikai and lunged at Lexington once more with outstretched claws. Flying finger gun. Lexington hastily extended his right hand in a gun-like gesture, unleashing several air bullets capable of shattering rock toward Sidon. Those paltry doses are ineffective against me, Sidon retorted, swiftly slicing through the air bullets with his claws. Lexington furrowed his brow and dramatically flicked his cloak, releasing a torrent of steel balls that cascaded towards Sidon like a hail of bullets. A rain of bullets. Bang! Bang! Faced with such an overwhelming onslaught of steel, Sidon dared not underestimate the attack. He withdrew his claws and quickly crossed his arms, activating his armed color defense. The steel balls, possessing several times the power of bullets, rained down upon Sidon's body, yet found no purchase, as if striking a steel plate. You cannot hope to defeat me without armed color hockey. After withstanding Lexington's barrage, Sidon raised his hand and shot a flame beam at him. Paper drawing. Soru. Lexington inhaled deeply, evading the flame beam and employing Soru to swiftly appear beside Sidon, reaching for the fallen golden axe, the Jikai. Sidon, noticing this, immediately swung his fist towards him, but Lexington swiftly countered with a kick, deflecting Sidon's blow. After retrieving the Jikai and distancing himself from Sidon, Lexington felt a dull ache in his right leg. Sidon's punches were as solid as stone. Your strength, speed, and combat skills are not inferior to mine, Sidon sneered, raising his fist enveloped in armed color hockey. Unfortunately, for a pure martial arts user like you, the distinction between using armed color and not using it is monumental. If you were 5 years older, I might truly have been at a disadvantage, but you have missed your chance. Do not resist foolishly. Accept your fate. Both Sidon and Lexington charged at each other once more, clashing relentlessly. While Lexington's injuries worsened, Sidon sustained only minor wounds, and the situation became increasingly dire. Armed color. Lexington gritted his teeth, relentlessly attacking with his battered arms, while simultaneously using paper drawing in conjunction with Kinbunchika hockey to dodge Sidon's strikes. Yet, despite his efforts, he was still occasionally struck by Sidon's attacks. While his strikes barely phased Sidon, a hit from Sidon left him grievously wounded. As a lieutenant, he had already entered the stage of cultivating armed color hockey and was well versed in its training methods. Yet, inexplicably, he had been unable to manifest armed color throughout. After his previous defeat against Bilshak, due to his inability to use armed color hockey, was he destined to repeat that failure today? No. Such a fate must not come to pass. Hausi, Beethoven, and Dafu had already dispatched their foes, and the masked man from the Kid Pirates had triumphed over another golden cadre. As the vice-captain of the Magic Hand Pirates, a man entrusted by Reese, he could not fall here. In truth, had he wished, he could have exploited Sidon's lack of flight capability to escape the battlefield using Jeppo, waiting for Reese and Kid to defeat Gurila. Even if Sidon survived, it would be of no consequence. However, if he did that, how could he hold his head high and continue sailing the seas? How could he seek the justice he so fervently desired? Taking a deep breath, Lexington recalled Reese's words about learning armed color on Sukuyum Island. Driven by the obsession to defeat the South Sea overlord and avenge his grievances, Reese, the Magic Hand, could never be bested by a pack of rabbits. Thus, he awakened his Kinbunchaku and armed color hockey in the face of desperation. Now, he too could not afford to lose to a mere cadre of the Gurila pirates. He must grow stronger to clear all obstacles for his captain and secure his passage to seek justice in a broader world. At the moment his resolve solidified, Lexington felt a powerful force beginning to flow within him. Sidon's right hand lunged forward once more, extending sharp claws toward Lexington's body. This time, the speed of the attack was lightning fast, catching Lexington off guard, leaving no time for either Kinbunchaku or paper drawing to react. However, a smile graced Lexington's face. Boom! Contrary to expectations, Sidon's claws did not slice through Lexington's skin as he had envisioned. An invisible armor enveloped Lexington's body, deflecting the blow. In that moment, with both body and spirit pushed to their limits, Lexington's armed color hockey awakened. Sidon gazed in astonishment at his claws, which had failed to penetrate Lexington's form, before breaking into an excited grin. It seems the situation is becoming increasingly intriguing. Chapter 149, Lexington versus Sidon. In the blink of an eye, Sidon's other hand swiftly clenched into a fist, striking fiercely at Lexington. Lexington raised his arm in defense. Boom! The collision of their arms produced a deafening roar. Had this occurred earlier, even with his iron block defense, Lexington would have sustained severe injuries from such a blow. However, at this moment, having comprehended armed color hockey, he successfully withstood Sidon's punch. After their full-force clash, Lexington and Sidon each took several steps back, creating distance between them. Is this what armed color hockey feels like? Quite exhilarating. Observing his arms enveloped in armed color, a subtle smile graced Lexington's lips. Indeed, the instructor from the naval headquarters was correct. Life and death duels are the most potent catalysts for unlocking one's potential. The majority of sailors learn hockey through battles with formidable foes. To have comprehended hockey in the heat of battle, what incredible fortune! Suvin felt the unmistakable surge of power emanating from Lexington and marveled at the transformation. His own domineering aura had awakened during a clash with a naval lieutenant, and he never anticipated witnessing a similar event unfold between himself and Lexington today. Zhu Changgang, T. Like Xingdong swiftly attached his hockey to his fingers and instantaneously appeared before Thin, thrusting towards his chest. Pu Chu. This time, like Xingdong's strike was not entirely thwarted by Su Dongan, as his iron-like fingers pierced his defensive arms, causing blood to flow profusely. A gleam of joy flickered in Lai's eyes. Indeed, with the application of hockey, his offensive was proving effective against Zheng. Lanjiao Laoya. Retrieving his finger gun, Lai Kexun swiftly swung his right leg, while his left hand executed a downward slash with the shiguth, delivering two fong-like strikes that viciously tore into Ng's form. After the blades grazed him, bore two gruesome scars, dripping with blood. Bian Guangzhao. Concurrently, as he was struck, Lai Kexun, Sugden unleashed his right claw, entwined with electricity, aiming for his opponent. Three vivid claw marks marred the left side of Lai Kexun's face. Both combatants expended every ounce of their strength in relentless assaults against one another. This time, the clash of hockey was a furious collision. Unleashing a might that surpassed previous encounters, the impact of their fists stirring the very atmosphere into chaos. As the battle raged on, the wounds on both deepened. Crimson droplets cascading from their bodies, rendering them nearly unrecognizable as they became drenched in blood. Zhu Chang Chen Pao, Bai Shu Chong Ji Chen. The two mightiest punches collided with ferocity, catapulting both combatants backward. Sven staggered, his legs carving deep trenches into the ground until he finally halted against the mountain wall. Meanwhile, Lai Kexun utilized his moonwalk to deftly mitigate the impact, ultimately pausing midair. The two locked eyes, taking advantage of a brief respite to regain their strength while plotting their next onslaught. Hu! Lai Kexun inhaled deeply and swiftly descended with a moonwalk. Bao Fengjiao. Harnessing the momentum of his descent, Lai Kexun executed several aerial rolls before delivering a fierce kick. Jin Gangchuan. Sudan's gaze sharpened as he crossed his arms above his head, meeting Lai Kexun's storm kick with a powerful clash. The ground fractured and dust billowed. Leveraging the force, Lai Kexun performed a backflip, landing gracefully on one knee, gasping for breath. His stamina was nearly depleted. Soon, nearly buried beneath the weight of the impact, coughed up blood, brushing away the surrounding dust to reemerge, raising his left hand to press upon a red gem. Hongshi Huo Yan Dan. Countless crimson fireballs erupted from Su Dongun's fingertips, hurtling towards Lai Kexun. Zhu Chen Jinshu Fengbao. Gritting his teeth, Lai Kexun rose once more, rapidly retrieving his last few steel balls from his pocket, launching them with precision using his formidable finger strength. Each steel ball collided with the fireballs, extinguishing them one by one. Navigating through the swirling flames, Lai Kexun launched a fierce counterattack against Su Dongun. Both warriors were now at their limits, driven solely by sheer will to persist. The ensuing moments would reveal whose resolve was stronger, who could endure until the final breath. 小子，你原本是海军吧？ observing Lai Xingdun, who had evidently reached his limits, yet continued to fight fervently, gritted his teeth and inquired with confusion. Why fight to this extent for your pirate captain? Upon hearing Su Dongwun's words, Lai Xingdun smiled faintly, his blood-stained eyes radiating unwavering determination. Because I intend to board his ship and venture into the new world to witness a broader horizon, in pursuit of true justice. As he spoke, Lai Xingdun summoned the last vestiges of his strength, preparing for his ultimate strike. This would be his final blow, a decisive effort to utterly vanquish Sun Un. An inexhaustible aura began to coalesce around Lai Xingdun, and since that the next attack would determine the outcome of this battle. Zheng Yi Ma, the hypocritical term the Navy employs for self-justification. The gems adorning Sun Un began to shimmer, accumulating energy. The electric engine within him surged to full power, lightning converging in his right hand. Meanwhile, Lai Xingdun closed his eyes, raising his hands slowly to his chest. Having comprehended the essence of hockey, he believed he could unleash the ultimate technique of the six styles. Then let commence. With a sudden burst, Lai Xingdun's eyes snapped open, channeling all his power into his arms. Cai Shu Lei Guangqiang, Su Dun roared, brandishing a multicolored energy gun imbued with thunderous might, charging towards Lai Xingdun. Simultaneously, Lai Xingdun completed the accumulation of his ultimate technique. Liu Shi Ao Yi, Sun Wei Gui Wang Qiang. The distance between Lai Xingdun narrowed rapidly, guns clashing in a final confrontation. Lightning flickered, and the air crackled with energy as if two colossal dragons engaged in a fierce duel. The reign of the South Sea tyrant was destined to conclude. Lai Xingdun's arms bulged with veins, his iron-like fingers harnessing maximum strength, the air waves and hockey coalescing into the Bui Wang Chang, shattering Sinless Li Gong Chang. Hong! The tremendous shockwave, akin to a spear's might, pierced through Su Dongwun's body. Ka! The violent force elicited a horrendous scream from him, leaving him gravely injured, his consciousness teetering on the brink of oblivion. I am losing. Gazing into Lai Xingdun's resolute eyes, Su Dongwun, despite his disbelief, acknowledged the truth. After decades of dominance in the South Sea, his curtain call had finally arrived. With a look of profound regret, the esteemed member of the ClanTeen, with a bounty of 98 million Bai, Fisher collapsed to the ground. Exhausted, Lai Xingdun's legs buckled, causing him to half collapse before Sun. The excessive strain on his body rendered his mind a cacophony. After a prolonged struggle, Lai Xingdun finally managed to rise once more. Casting a weary smile at the unconscious Sun, the final confrontation between the cadre, the steel-fingered lieutenant Lai Xingdun Jiasu Tisu versus Cai Shi Su Dongwun, had drawn to a close. Victor, Lai Xingdun Jiasu Tisu. Decisive technique, Liu Shi Ao Yi Sun Wei Gui Wang Qiang. Chapter 150. The final standoff beyond the shores of Jiguan Chengdao. The Weiduoliao Pengke Hao sailed across the sea, where the injured cadres, including Jila, Haosu, Bei Duofun, Shi Te, and Wai Ye, were receiving treatment. Dafu stood anxiously by the helm, her right hand gripping the din mushi while her left rested upon the wheel, awaiting a call from Lai Xingdun, currently on the island. Apart from Lisa and Jida, only Xingdun and a portion of Jida's fighters remained, scouring the area to eliminate the remaining forces. Your vice captain won't lose to the opponent, will he? Jila, his body wrapped in bandages, approached Daph and spoke resolutely no. Despite the turmoil within her, Daph responded without hesitation, her anxiety manifesting as she tightened her grip on the phone worm, causing it to squirm in discomfort. Captain Lexington will undoubtedly defeat Storn. With these words, Daph cast a determined gaze towards the island ahead. Oh, it seems you have great confidence in your companion, Jila remarked, somewhat taken aback, as he turned to look at the Mechanism City Island. However, his concern was more focused on the battle situation with Gurila, which he deemed crucial in determining the outcome of this war. Before long, the phone worm in Daph's hand began to ring. She quickly answered, and the weary voice of Lexington emerged. This is Lexington. The enemy's final officer, Storn, has been defeated. After hanging up, Lexington lying amidst the chaos of the battlefield, allowed a sigh of relief, his eyes gazing up at the sky. The members of the Kid Pirates, having vanquished the remaining guerrilla forces on the island, arrived to join him. Your pirate crew lacks a shipwright, and your ship is in tatters. Do you not even have a ship's doctor? How pitiful. You require allies to tend to your wounds. The ship's doctor of the Kid Pirates scoffed while bandaging Lexington's injuries. Believe us, we could easily administer some slow-acting poison. Lexington chuckled wryly, choosing not to respond to the jibe, instead focusing on the direction where Reese and Kid were locked in the final confrontation with Guerrilla. The rest is up to you too, captains. Do not let us down. Additionally, the ship's doctor's remarks left Lexington speechless. Previously, when Kid had come aboard their ship, he had acted as a babysitter, as their crew seemed utterly incapable of self-sufficiency, leaving Lexington puzzled as to how they had navigated thus far. Oh right, at Energy Island, they relied on the craftsmen there. In the Kingdom of Conquer, they relied on the Bonnie Pirates. And now here, they depend on the Kid Pirates. Their logistical support is entirely reliant on allies, and even the facilities of their subordinate faction, the PAL Group, are more advanced than theirs. It's truly embarrassing to lack such basic resources, and Reese is infuriating, having promised countless times to find a ship's doctor and a cook, yet ultimately failing to do so. Achoo! At that moment, Reese, in the final battlefield of the Mechanism City Island's weapon testing ground, suddenly sneezed. Hey, what are you doing? We're in the middle of a fight. You aren't catching a cold and going to quit on us, are you? Kid shouted, turning around hastily. No. Perhaps someone is cursing me, Reese replied, wiping his nose as he maneuvered the Magnetic Avenger to strike out with its left arm, colliding with Guerrilla's fist. Hey, Guerrilla, you scoundrel. Were you just secretly cursing me in your heart? You despicable coward. With that, Reese increased the output of his magnetic powers, launching a more ferocious assault on the Guerrilla ship. Guerrilla, bewildered, quickly accelerated the controls of the Guerrilla ship to block the onslaught of the Magnetic Avenger. The battle had persisted for such a duration that their mechs were battered and worn, while Guerrilla S seemed relatively unscathed. Reese furrowed his silver brows, gazing at the seemingly unscathed Guerrilla ship with concern. Controlling the Magnetic Avenger was taxing on both him and Kid, and the coal in the steam engine was nearly depleted. Isn't it your fault for dragging me down? Your precision in controlling the magnetism is abysmal. I have to manage all the details. Kid complained. I've only recently acquired the powers of the magnet fruit. How long have you had yours? Reese retorted, unable to contain his frustration as they bickered once again. Are you two done yet? Guerrilla could no longer tolerate the ongoing squabbling between Reese and Kid, who seemed to treat him as heir. The massive gorilla-shaped Guerrilla ship suddenly crouched down, its dual cannons charging up. Guerrilla high-energy mortar. Billowing black smoke erupted from behind the Guerrilla as the cannons unleashed a deafening roar, firing two brass shells that shattered the arms of the Magnetic Avenger into scrap metal. Seizing the moment while Kid and Reese were yet to reform their arms with magnetism, Guerrilla charged forward, raising his gigantic fists embedded with sea prism stone, and reinforced their kinetic energy as they came crashing down onto the chest of the Magnetic Avenger. Boom! The tremendous force sent a piece of armor flying off the Magnetic Avenger, causing Kid and Reese within to be violently jolted, leaving them dizzy as the colossal mech staggered back several steps before coming to a halt. That infernal powerful gorilla is truly difficult to deal with. Kid grumbled as he began repairing the damaged mech. Was that mortar powered by coal as well? Reese observed the unusual nature of Guerrilla's attack, furrowing his brow as he inquired. Humph, is that not normal? The Black Group is the largest energy supplier in the South Sea, and it is entirely customary for our Guerrilla pirates to procure weapons and energy from them. Guerrilla scoffed, maneuvering the mech's shoulder to unleash a barrage of machine gun fire at the gaps in the Magnetic Avenger. Silverbrow, your annihilation of the Black Group has certainly irked me. Allow me to teach you a lesson in their stead. With that, Guerrilla cranked the firepower of the machine guns to the maximum. Under the onslaught of Guerrilla's overwhelming firepower, the damage to the Magnetic Avenger escalated. For Kid 2 years hence, the mech was merely a hodgepodge of magnetically connected scrap metal. Thus, its destruction bore little consequence. However, for the present Kid and Reese, the greater the damage to the mech, the more magnetic energy would be required to repair and maintain its operation. This shoddily made mech cannot last much longer. Reese glanced back at the dwindling coal reserves, took a deep breath, and turned to Kid. Spikehead, we must destroy that Guerrilla ship before the Magnetic Avenger is completely wrecked. A triumphant grin spread across Kid's face as he reveled in the challenge. As if I needed you to tell me. In an instant, a torrent of magnetic energy erupted from both Kid and Reese, enveloping the entirety of the mech. The formidable magnetic force caused the heavy mech to levitate. Steampunk Demon, piloting the hodgepodge of metal, Kid and Reese launched another fierce assault on Guerrilla. Do you think my meticulously crafted mech would lose to such scrap? Guerrilla roared with fury, driving his mech forward. The two colossal machines engaged in a fierce melee. Here, the final battle unfolded. Chapter 151, Magnetic Avenger vs. Guerrilla Ship. The titanic constructs of steel and brass clashed violently, producing astonishing roars. The intensity of the battle between the Magnetic Avenger and the Guerrilla ship had now reached its zenith. Destruction string. The Magnetic Avenger's powerful arms firmly grasped the form of the Gyra, utilizing magnetic levitation to soar upward and executed a somersault, forcefully slamming the adversary down onto the ground. The violent collision left evident cracks on the Gyra's exterior. Witnessing Kid and Reyes recklessly dismantling his mech, Gyra gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. This heap of scrap metal was on the brink of total destruction, yet they continued to hammer away at it like madmen. Magnetic pincer. After smashing the Gyra down, the Magnetic Avenger drew in the surrounding scattered steel, augmenting its metallic arms to the utmost limit, then aimed at the Gyra's head, clamping down with the ferocity of a hydraulic press. Boom! The two steel arms attracted one another, generating immense force that deformed the Gyra's sturdy cranium. The impact within the mech forced Gyra to involuntarily spit out a mouthful of blood. Gyra rocket cannon. Infuriated by the renewed assault, Gyra decisively activated the rocket cannon situated in the chest of the Gyra, unleashing a barrage towards the Magnetic Avenger's torso. Accompanied by a violent explosion, the massive contraption was hurled into the air, crashing down to create a vast crater. Damn it, this mech still sustained minimal damage. Inside the cockpit of the Magnetic Avenger, Reyes shook his head vigorously, voicing his complaints. This mech is even stronger than the one I faced him with last time. It seems he has upgraded once again. Kid remarked with a furrowed brow. If the Magnetic Avenger does not face total destruction before they can eliminate the Gyra, it will spell trouble for them. In a direct confrontation, their hastily assembled mech would surely be no match for the one meticulously crafted by the finest mechanical talents of the South Sea. They had to seek out a breakthrough. Regardless of the circumstances, let us press on. After restoring the damaged areas with magnetic power, Reyes and Kid once again piloted their mech, charging towards the Gyra. If they could focus on a single point and inflict continuous damage, perhaps they could bring down the Gyra. Magnetic death metal. The right hand of the Magnetic Avenger morphed under the influence of magnetic forces, transforming into a colossal drill bit that spun wildly. Boom! The massive drill bit struck fiercely at the crack in the Gyra's chest, sending debris flying. These two little brats, do they really think they can breach my defenses? Gyra's brow furrowed tightly as he manipulated the Gyra to extend its arms, crushing the drill bit into a pile of scrap metal scattered on the ground. However, the Magnetic Avenger's left hand swiftly transformed into another drill, launching another assault at the Gyra's damaged area. Although this maneuver consumed a substantial amount of magnetic energy, its destructive power and armor-piercing capability were formidable. After a second round of relentless attacks, the right side of the Gyra's chest was penetrated. Outrageous! Witnessing the destruction of his meticulously crafted mech, Gyra seethed with rage. To think these little brats could truly breach it, I underestimated them greatly, sacrificing both arms and creating a sizable hole in the Gyra. Reyes and Kid also exhausted a significant amount of stamina, panting heavily within their cockpit. This adversary is proving to be far too formidable. Despite the gaping hole in his chest, he still appears capable of fighting back. If they continued at this pace, they would surely exhaust their energy. Continue the assault. We cannot relent. Wiping the beads of sweat from his brow, Reyes activated the magnetic field, drawing in the surrounding scrap metal to reassemble a massive metallic arm. Gyra Meteor Hammer. Within the Gyra controlled the intricate mechanisms, amplifying the mech's power to the utmost, unleashing an overwhelming force that caused his already large fists to swell even further. Although the recent attack failed to damage the core of his mech, it still posed a significant threat to him. It would be best to eliminate them swiftly. Magnetic Warhorse. The fists of the Magnetic Avenger swung out like the iron hooves of a warhorse, colliding with Gyra's fists. This time, both parties enveloped their mechs in armed color hockey to mitigate further damage. The clash of hockey erupted in the air, producing black lightning. Will you still stubbornly resist? Do you not see the vast chasm that separates us? After a thunderous roar, the two mechs separated once more. Gyra impatiently addressed Reyes and Kid, stating, "You are undoubtedly the strongest newcomers in the South Sea in decades, capable of consecutively defeating Blake, Ankle Rosoros, and William. That is indeed commendable. However, the Overlord of the South Sea, am on an entirely different level than those three." Saying this, Gyra's visage contorted into a menacing glare. "Do you see the current state of affairs? You are in such a pitiful condition that you cannot possibly defeat me." Upon hearing Gyra's words, Reyes involuntarily chuckled. Kid beside him also sported a nonchalant expression. "Are you not afraid? Are you merely trying to console yourself?" The cockpits of the Magnetic Avenger and the Gyra had both been exposed, and the 6 eyes of Reyes, Kid, and Gyra locked directly onto one another. "You must have realized that all your subordinates have been defeated by us. The large-scale mutiny of the Gyra pirate crews Bronze and Iron Pirates also hints at the impending downfall of your reign as the South Sea's overlord. Regardless of the outcome, we shall ensure your era ends here today." With this, Reyes and Kid wore confident smiles, while purple sparks of magnetic energy enveloped their bodies. Magnetic Hardcore. Unleashing all their strength, the two new stars of the South Sea piloted the Magnetic Avenger, launching the ultimate final assault against Gyra. "You wish my downfall? Then come and try." Gyra charged, his teeth grinding. Gyra activated all the engine thrusters at the rear of the Gyra. The two metallic behemoths collided with unparalleled speed and ferocity. The deafening sound reverberated through the heavens. A cataclysmic explosion erupted at the point of collision between the two mechs. This time, the overwhelming force rendered both the Magnetic Avenger and the Gyra incapable of withstanding it. The mechs shattered completely, with fragments strewn across the ground. Cough, cough. Shortly thereafter, Reyes emerged from the fiery ruins, filled with smoke and debris. Soon, Kid's hazy figure appeared alongside him amidst the billowing smoke. Their expressions held no hint of relaxation. Instead, they remained alert, gazing intently at the thick smoke ahead. "Damn it, it seems the battle has entered its second phase." Observing the shadow slowly emerging from the smoke, Kid angrily raised his right hand, with flickering sparks of electricity attracting the nearby metal to coalesce into a large mechanical arm. Who could argue with that? It would be rather unusual for the Overlord of the South Sea to be defeated so easily. Reyes shrugged, extending his hand as the flame-lanced Tianzhou soared from the wreckage and landed in his grasp. Clearly, the battle was far from over, until Gyra fell completely. They had to maintain their relentless assault. Chapter 152. Speed and Power. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Lei Si, Jida, and Gurue La stood facing each other amidst the wreckage of the Mecha. For the first time, the true form of Gurue La, the tyrant of the South Sea, appeared before Lei Si. With a robust physique, a thick beard, a bald head adorned with a cross-shaped scar, and a fierce gaze. He exuded an aura that sent chills down one's spine. Unlike the towering figures of Bulai Ku, Ong Kule Suo Luo Si, and Wang Weilian, who stood at heights of 4 to even 7 meters, this ruler of the South Sea, measuring around 2 meters, emanated a far more menacing presence. Gurue La's arms were equipped with a pair of seemingly intricate and heavy gauntlets, weapons infused with advanced technology. "You have destroyed my Gurue La ship and forced me into hand-to-hand combat," he said angrily, surveying the scattered remnants of his vessel. Although he was confident in his ability to defeat these two physically exhausted newcomers, the battle would have been simpler had his ship remained intact. So be it. As you wish, I shall personally shatter you. With that declaration, Gurue La raised his colossal gauntlets, the mechanical components clanking ominously, conveying immense power. Beware of the presence of Hailu stone. Do not engage him directly. Lacey warned, furrowing his brow. I am aware of that. No need for your reminders. Jita replied impatiently, brandishing his mechanical arm. Let's go. Both Lacey and Jita simultaneously stomped the ground and charged at Gurue La from opposite sides. Flames surged as the fiery spear sliced through the air, accompanied by a wave of force aimed at Gurue La's chest. Jita leaped high into the air, his massive steel hand descending toward Gurue La's bald head. Boom! Boom! The two strikes were met with ease as Gurue La's mechanical arms effortlessly deflected the combined assault of Lacey and Jita. Is that all you've got? The application of Khaleesi Pete's ability is remarkably crude. Gurue La scoffed, swinging his arms and sending both Lacey and Jita flying. Landing several meters away from Gurue La, both men wore serious expressions. Though their previous attack had merely been a probe, the outcome had exceeded their expectations. The ease with which Gurue La had countered them was astonishing. His strength surpassed their assumptions. The mechanical arms were indeed equipped with significant amounts of Hailu stone, which had suppressed their abilities the moment their attacks made contact. It seems there is no need to hold back any longer. Jita grunted, his magnetic aura intensifying, causing him to levitate. Surrounding steel converged upon his arms, forming a lightweight gauntlet as opposed to the massive steel arms he had previously wielded. Magnetic levitation rampage. Jita surged forward like a bolt of lightning towards Gurue La. By expertly manipulating the gravitational pull and repulsion of the surrounding metals, Jita enhanced his agility and speed. Witnessing Jita's new technique, Lacey couldn't help but marvel. So Jita possesses such a skill. This technique bears resemblance to Luffy's Gear Second, achieving high-speed movement through magnetic levitation. Quite impressive. Heruila, perish. He this drawing in large steel components behind Gurue La to maximize his speed. He deftly dodged a barrage of bullets, swiftly closing the gap and launching a powerful punch at Gurue La. His fists, amplified by magnetic energy, struck Gurue La's mechanical arm with tremendous force, propelling him backward onto a large iron plate. The magnetic attraction between Jita and the plate intensified, crushing Gurue La in the process. Gurue La's expression twisted into one of rage as his mechanical arm erupted with unimaginable strength, forcefully pushing Jita away. However, immediately following Jita's attack, Lacey transformed into his 30-year-old future self, brandishing the fiery spear with determination. Black Flame Dragon Roar. Flames erupted from the spear as coal ignited. The sharp blade wreathed in fire, lunging toward Gurue La like a fiery dragon. Gurue La propelled himself off the iron plate, leveraging his mechanical arm's internal structure to unleash maximum force, colliding directly with Lacey's spear. The unimaginable strength shattered the flames, sending Lacey crashing to the ground. Damn it! This monstrous strength is terrifying. What advanced technology lies within? Lacey exclaimed, regaining his footing. To withstand his full-force attack and even counter Jita's magnetic energy was beyond belief. The power of this modified human was truly astonishing. Jita, suspended in midair, began to descend, channeling all his magnetic energy into his left arm. A plethora of metals responded to Jita's call, flying in from all directions to envelop his raised arm. As the weight increased, Jita's feet sank into the ground, each step resonating with a thunderous sound. Soon, a giant steel arm, measuring several meters, emerged from Jita's form. If Jita's previous magnetic levitation corresponded to Luffy's Gear Second, this massive arm paralleled Luffy's Gear Third. Simultaneously, Lacey unleashed the full potential of the Sway Fruit. Twisting future. His body began to evolve toward a future time frame, his previously toned muscles swelling, his physique transforming dramatically as he grew over 3 meters tall, a towering figure with a robust build. The spear he once wielded now resembled a short pike. "I can't believe I transformed like this, as if on steroids," Lacey lamented, observing his drastically altered form. The growth methods of individuals in the world of One Piece are truly bizarre, transitioning from one extreme to another. However, he hoped he would not permanently adopt such a grotesque appearance. A body this large would certainly complicate daily life and make him relatively cumbersome. In the world of One Piece, even the most slender individuals could possess immense strength, but he knew his training was still lacking. Nevertheless, this newfound size would undoubtedly aid him in battle. "Vegeta, let's go," Lacey declared, brandishing the transformed spear and charging like an iron tower. "No need to tell me," Vegeta scoffed, his immense steel arm crashing down upon Guru-Law. They had sacrificed speed for a comprehensive enhancement of power. However, simultaneously, such a combat style is exceedingly taxing on one's stamina, necessitating swift resolution. Confronted by two adversaries who had armored themselves like giants, casting a shadow over the entire sky, Droola remained utterly unperturbed. Are they specifically enhancing their strength for this? Very well. Let's see if they can withstand my might. Droola rocket. The jet ports on Droola's shoulders erupted with formidable energy. The powerful thrusters granted Droola a terrifying velocity. Boom! Boom! Both Keed and Lacey's attacks missed their mark. The might of the South Sea Overlord, Droola, far surpassed their expectations. Chapter 153. Lacey Keed versus Droola, combined. Not only is his strength frighteningly immense, but his speed is astonishingly rapid as well. Observing Droola deftly evade their joint assault with the aid of his rocket thrusters, Lacey's expression turned grave. "Even if we manage to destroy the Droola craft, is this fellow truly so formidable? You have already attacked several times. Now it is my turn." With a cold smirk, Droola maximized the power of his rocket thrusters, propelling himself forward like a beam of light. Boom! Before Lacey could react, Droola's fist struck him in the abdomen. The Sea Tower Stone device atop his mechanical arm instantly rendering Lacey powerless. His once muscular physique deflated like a balloon, reverting to that of a 16-year-old, crashing heavily into the distant ruins. Silverbrow. Witnessing Lacey being effortlessly repelled by Droola, Keed hastily raised his mechanical arm to strike again. However, the massive and cumbersome magnetic arm failed to connect with Droola, whose fierce visage suddenly loomed before Keed. The mechanical arm seized Keed's body, and the effect of the Sea Tower Stone caused the vast amounts of metal clinging to Keed's arm to scatter across the ground. Boom! A sinister grin spread across Droola's face as he pressed the incapacitated Keed into the earth. Meanwhile, recovering from the shock, Lacey emerged from the rubble, gripping his Tianjiao in one hand while drawing out Uedu with the other. Droola's strength and speed were unfathomably overwhelming. Yet, he and Keed could only choose to enhance either strength or speed at this stage. Choosing speed would leave them crushed by Droola's power, while opting for strength would render their attacks futile against an engine at full throttle. Fortunately, they were two. Lacey's lips curled into a slight smile. The ground trembled, propelling him swiftly before Droola and Keed. "Release the spiky-haired man." As he spoke, Lacey's body swelled dramatically, transforming into a muscular behemoth. His colossal form swung the Tianjiao, cleaving through the air and igniting into fierce flames, striking downwards. Droola's expression hardened, and he released Keed, retreating rapidly. The blazing lance struck the earth, creating a massive chasm. Lacey's physique then reverted from the distorted future of a robust giant to the present form of a fit man. Simultaneously, his stomach growled. The toll of Boney's abilities on his stamina was excessively demanding. Having fought for such a brief period, he was already famished. "So spiky hair man next why must we eat during battle? Can't we finish this first?" Keed exclaimed in exasperation at Lacey, who had pulled out a pre-prepared energy bar from his pocket. "All right, I will hold him in place with speed. You find the opportunity to strike him with your magnetic giant arm. If we both enter either speed or strength mode simultaneously, we shall be unable to contend with him. Only through mutual complementarity and cooperation can we hope to win. Agreed. But do not command me. I am not your subordinate. Silver Brow Eric. Keed nodded, responding as he raised both hands, powerful sparks of magnetic energy flickering in his palms. A multitude of metals around them once again coalesced, adhering to Keed's arms, forming colossal limbs akin to those of a giant race. Here we go. Lacey inhaled deeply, utilizing his wave abilities to further enhance his speed, charging towards Jarula with the blazing lance. The athletic Lacey collided once more with Jarula. Futile. Though such speed may keep pace with me, it is incapable of inflicting harm. Jarula scoffed, intensifying the force of his mechanical arm, sending the Tianjiao wielded by Lacey flying aside. Lacey swiftly drew Uadu, aiming once again for Jarula's bald head. Resistance is futile, Jarula snorted, delivering a punch that sent Lacey flying. However, just as he repelled Lacey, Jarula sensed something amiss. A colossal shadow loomed over him. Looking up, he saw Keed's mechanical arm blotting out the sun above him. Damn it, when did this happen? Jarula quickly raised his arms to shield his head. You scoundrel! Keed cackled maniacally as the steel giant arm came crashing down, landing squarely on Jarula. Magnetic catastrophe. Boom! The deafening roar echoed, smoke billowing, as Keed slammed Jarula into the ground, creating a vast depression from the impact of the dozens of tons of iron descending at high speed. Have we taken him down? Lacey wiped the blood from his mouth, anxiously glancing at the iron hand that pinned Jarula. No, it is not that simple. Sensing the increasing resistance from his arm, Keed shouted, Silverbrow, this time I will cover you. You hit him hard. Understood. Lacey inhaled deeply, his body swelling once more, transforming into the giant form of the distorted future. Simultaneously, Jarula, bloodied and battered, emerged ferociously from beneath the earth, his fierce countenance fixed on Keed. Unfazed, Keed quickly extended his right hand, remotely controlling the metals that had been dislodged into the air by Jarula with his magnetic powers. Magnetic puppetry. The swirling metal shards instantly flew towards Jarula, enveloping him like a suit of steel armor, restricting his movements. Hey, this won't hold for long. Quickly finish him off. Keed shouted to Lacey. Lacey then unleashed all his strength, transforming into a pitch-black coal figure, rapidly swelling into a coal giant engulfed in flames. Black Coal Giant. Lacey subsequently swung his enormous coal arm down upon Jarula, who was immobilized by Keed's magnetic grasp. After yet another round of relentless assault, both Lacey and Keed, their stamina severely depleted, simultaneously relinquished their abilities, revealing their exhausted states, panting heavily. Nevertheless, their eyes remained fixated on the thick smoke in the distance. Soon, Jarula, now even more enraged after receiving another heavy blow, emerged from the inferno created by Lacey. To think they would coordinate so seamlessly, I truly underestimated them. Jarula snorted coldly, his arms swinging as several backup thrusters illuminated, emitting a thunderous roar. Bald-headed scoundrel, those previous hits had some effect, didn't they? Finally, you're no longer moving leisurely. Jita let out a cold chuckle, summoning the surrounding iron arrows to his side, forming a crooked set of iron claws on his arms. Ime, let's go. Understood. Lacey nodded, and the air around him began to ripple, propelling his body forward at great speed. He unleashed a wave of flame from his fiery spear, launching it toward their target. Simultaneously, Kid raised his arms high, dashing forward in a state of magnetic levitation, with the iron spears on his arms snapping like monstrous fangs. Aiming for Gu-Ruila's body. Flame wave slash. Magnetic tooth shatter. The combined assaults of Lacey and Kid struck Gu-Ruila once more. The three warriors unleashed their full power, their frenzied roars echoing around them as the forces of waves, magnetism, and mechanical devices reached their zenith. Boom! As their clash reached a critical point, a violent shockwave forcibly separated the three. Lacey and Kid exchanged a glance, pride evident on their faces. This attack had yielded significant results. One of Gur-Wila's mechanical arms twisted grotesquely under the onslaught of Lacey's thrust and Kid's biting assault, sparking with electric arcs. indicating severe damage. Damn it, those reckless brats. Ruila's expression darkened as he surveyed his damaged mechanical arm. It truly cannot bear the burden. Lacey lamented. Just moments ago, he and Kid had unleashed their ultimate moves in a state of speed, which should theoretically have been within Ruila's capacity to withstand. Yet it had unexpectedly inflicted substantial damage to his mechanical arm. This indicated that their cumulative assaults had indeed been effective. If they could also disable Ruila's other mechanical arm, victory would surely be within reach. Sharing a knowing glance with Kid, the two launched into a series of relentless attacks against Ruila. With one mechanical arm incapacitated, Ruila's strength and speed were significantly diminished. No longer able to easily suppress Lacey and Kid as he had before. While Kid engaged Ruila, Lacey took the opportunity to recover his stamina. Likewise, when it was Lacey's turn to assault Ruila, Kid would take a short breather to recharge for the next wave of attacks. Facing their relentless onslaught, Ruila grew increasingly impatient. Despite the fact that these two had already begun to pant and appeared on the verge of exhaustion, they continued to launch assaults against him time and again. How insatiable these wretched newcomers were, desperate to defeat him, the Lord of the South Sea. Stubborn fool, that other mechanical arm must be reaching its limits as well. Pull it down for me. As Lacey's Tian Zhao clashed with Ruila's mechanical arm, he shouted to Kid, who was behind him, observing the cracked, debris-laden arm that was flickering with electric arcs. Do not order me. Kid roared as he charged fiercely towards Ruila. Oh no! Ruila sensed the impending danger, but realized it was too late to escape. Magnetic rock and roll. Kid swiftly closed the distance to Ruila and seized the battered mechanical arm, rolling on the ground as he propelled himself forward. The immense torque caused the metallic sinews and internal engines of the arm to groan ominously. Boom! Ultimately, the mechanical arm, subjected to one more tremendous impact, erupted in a deafening explosion. Both Kid and Ruila were blasted away by the force of the explosion. Success! As Ruila's mechanical arms were obliterated, Lacey's face gleamed with exhilaration. With the advanced mechanical arms destroyed, Ruila's final trump card had been stripped away. In the distance, Ruila, flung several dozen meters by the explosion, emerged from the wreckage, his face etched with frustration. The once proud Ruila ship had been dismantled and the mechanical war arms, crafted from the collective technology of the Ruila pirates, had been torn away. The humiliation of being defeated in such a manner was utterly disgraceful. You little brats. Do not think this is the end. Ruila roared, reigniting all the engines in his body. Even without armor, he was still the mightiest lord of the South Sea. If tangible armor had been shattered, he would wield intangible armor to deal with these unruly intruders. The color of armament hockey enveloped Ruila, who began pounding his chest like a frenzied gorilla. With the full thrust of his rocket engines, Ruila, now cloaked in armament hockey, charged at Lacey and Kid like a cannonball. Hey, Inmei, activate the magnetic fruit that you previously stole from me. Injured from the explosion, Kid struggled to maintain his footing, gathering the surrounding metal towards himself while shouting to Lacey beside him. Stealing is not the right term for a power user. Shut up. Just help me take down this gorilla. Do not order me, you stubborn fool. I am not your subordinate. As they bickered, Lacey and Kid assumed their final battle stances, relying on the camaraderie of fellow newcomers. Lacey positioned himself at the forefront while Kid stood behind him, bracing against a wall of steel. Hey, I'm about to strike, Kid declared, placing his hand on Lacey's back to unleash maximum magnetic repulsion. At the same time, both Lacey and Kid activated their magnetic fruits, their powers clashing in a colossal display of energy. Boom! Lacey was launched from the artillery platform constructed by Kid. Like a heavy cannonball, the supermagnetic railgun. In the blink of an eye, Ruila and Lacey collided midair, both exerting their utmost strength in a fierce clash. Ruila's bald head, enveloped in armament hockey, met Lacey's similarly armored form, their magnetic energies reaching a crescendo, erupting into a storm of black lightning. Damn it! I should have dealt with you along with your parents and sister back then, Ruila snarled, feeling the pressure on his head intensifying. He never imagined that a mere survivor from the towns he plundered would become the architect of his downfall. But unfortunately for you, that is no longer an option. The past holds no significance. Lacey retorted coldly, amplifying his assault. Moreover, Kid, positioned behind, unleashed all his magnetic energy, maximizing Lacey's impact. The armament hockey above Guruila's head began to fracture. Even without me, your time would eventually come to an end. Lacey roared, pouring every ounce of strength into subduing Guruila. His hands gripped Tianzhao tightly, veins bulging and muscle straining. Adding the Bloodbath spear. Boom! The overwhelming magnetic force of the railgun, combined with the giant race's spear wave, utterly shattered Guruila's last vestiges of resistance. Boom! With his head burst open and blood spewing forth, Guruila crashed through several mecha remnants before finally colliding with the distant mountainside. After delivering their final assault, both Lacey and Kid collapsed to the ground, utterly drained. Within the mountainside, Guruila, on the brink of death, coughed up blood repeatedly, mustering his remaining strength to extract the remote control used to manipulate the anti-chip. Cough, cough, cough. Reese, I am determined to perish alongside your sister. Guerrera bellowed hoarsely and frantically pressed the button on the remote control. An hour had elapsed, and Kid's electromagnetic interference should have dissipated. Boom! The explosion arrived as anticipated. However, it did not occur on Dominator Island with Annie, but rather the remote control in Guerrera's hand detonated. Once again severely injured, Guerrera's consciousness began to blur. No, this is impossible. It cannot be. In merely 1 hour, Annie managed to dismantle the chip that he had painstakingly embedded within her. The detestable Eric's siblings. The loathsome Captain Kidd. He was unwilling to accept this fate. Amidst the overwhelming resentment, the last vestige of Guerrera's life faded away. The final battle between the Magic Hand Pirates and the Kid Pirates against the Guerrera Pirates came to a close. The victors, Eric D., Dazrius, and Captain Eustace Kidd. Decisive technique. Magnetic super energy railgun with the addition of Bloodbath spear. Chapter 154. The feeling of relaxation. It has finally come to an end. Reese lay sprawled on the ground, feeling an unprecedented sense of relaxation as if a colossal weight had been lifted from his heart. It had only been a few months since he arrived in this world, yet he had consecutively defeated Black, King William, and ultimately eliminated the tyrant of the South Sea ahead of schedule, far surpassing his original plans. What he told Guerrera at the end was indeed true. Even without him, Guerrera's era would have concluded. After all, in the original timeline, Guerrera was weaker without the pressure of his presence and would have been easily defeated by Kid alone in a few months. His arrival merely accelerated the transformation of the South Sea situation. After vanquishing Guerrera, the dark cloud that had lingered in his heart dissipated. That must have been the last remnant of vengeance left by the original host. With everything concluded and his revenge against Guerrera fulfilled, he could embark on adventures in the new world without any burdens. On Dominator Island, Annie lay exhausted on the operating table, panting heavily with relief as she gazed at the bloodied chip she had extracted from her brain. At the critical moment, she had finally succeeded in removing the lethal chip. After so many years, she had successfully liberated herself from Guerrera's shackles, feeling an unparalleled lightness. At this moment, the 2 crew members of the Kid Pirates, who had been temporarily knocked out by Annie, began to awaken. How do we fall asleep here? One of them scratched his head in confusion, turning to the operating table and seeing the copious amounts of blood in Annie's pale complexion, which startled him. Wow, why are you covered in blood? You didn't attempt suicide again, did you? I performed a minor procedure. It should be fine now, and I won't attempt suicide again. Annie forced a smile, struggling to sit up with her heavy body. Although extracting the chip was not difficult for her, managing it alone without the assistance of other technicians was nearly her undoing. After all, she lacked medical knowledge, and considerable effort was required in cutting through flesh and stitching the wound, as well as applying the necessary bandages. Are you really okay? One of the Kid Pirates' crew members expressed skepticism as the phone bug in his pocket suddenly rang. The 2 hurriedly fumbled to retrieve the phone bug and connect the call. Kira's voice emerged from within. This is Kira. Guerrera has been defeated by Kid and Silverbrow, and we are now preparing to return to Dominator Island. Truly impressive, Captain Kidd. How incredible. That tyrant of the South Sea has indeed been defeated. We are about to make a name for ourselves overseas. As the crew members of the Kidd Pirates cheered, Annie, who had just heard about her brother's victory over Guerrera, revealed a genuine smile. Concurrently, uncontrollable tears streamed down her cheeks. This entire experience felt surreal, akin to a dream. The ominous clouds of the South Sea tyrant had completely dissipated at this moment. She was truly free. However, Paul and the others could not witness this long-awaited moment. "Where's your ship, Silverbrow?" Shortly thereafter, aboard the Victoria Punk, Kidd lay on a sickbed, questioning Reese, who was comfortably lounging beside him, receiving treatment from the ship's doctor. Our helmsman said it was broken, so we discarded it," Reese replied. With the fall of the South Sea tyrant, his revenge was accomplished, and the blood-red Avenger was indeed due for its curtain call. Kidd retorted, "How can you speak so casually?" While he was aware that the magic hand pirate ship was in disrepair, he had not anticipated it to be so easily discarded. What sort of ally? What kind of pirate crew is this? Not only are they short on crew members, but now they are also without a ship. I truly do not know whether it is a blessing or a curse to encounter you all at this time, Kidd stated with exasperation. If one were to consider it a blessing, given their poor configuration, it would eliminate one competitor. However, if viewed as a curse, associating with such a crew certainly tarnished his own reputation. Now that Guerrera has been defeated, our pirate alliance has come to an end. Once we leave the Diamond Islands, we will become enemies, and it will be a matter of mutual slaughter. Upon hearing Kidd's words, Reese smiled slightly. Then we shall meet at the Sabati Archipelago. The Victoria Punk accelerated towards Dominator Island. Before they set sail once more, there were many matters to attend to. With the mission to take down Guerrera completed ahead of schedule, Reese was not in a hurry to set off. He intended to recuperate properly, reunite with his sister, and utilize the materials from the abandoned steel warhammer to craft a new ship at Suku Yuming Island, before leisurely embarking on their journey. Departing now might result in arriving at the Sabati Archipelago too early. He still wished to compete alongside the worst generation. There was no need to overthink it. For now, he would simply rest. Exhausted, Reese let out a deep breath, closed his eyes, and emptied his mind, savoring an unprecedented sense of relaxation. Before long, after enduring intense battles, Reese succumbed to a deep slumber. Off the coast of the Diamond Islands, on an uninhabited island, a vessel resembling a colossal shark was anchored along the shore. Its sign emblazoned with the striking words, "The ultimate taste of the sea." Standing at the bow of the ship was Bill Shark, the head chef of the ultimate taste of the sea and the most formidable chef in the South Sea, clad in a chef's uniform and possessing a robust physique. Suddenly, a fisherman burst forth from the water, his face etched with excitement and astonishment. "Chef Shark, it's major news." The fisherman's body trembled with exhilaration, his hands shaking uncontrollably. The tyrant of the South Sea, who had ruled for decades, has been jointly overthrown by the Magic Hand Pirates and the Kidd Pirates. The fisherman's words caused Chef Shark's previously serious demeanor to soften, and he erupted into hearty laughter. "Eric D. Dosrius has indeed defeated that monster of the South Sea. My choice to come here was undoubtedly the right one." With that, Shark abruptly turned and strode back into the cabin, making his way purposefully towards the kitchen. "Everyone, the work has commenced. Everyone, prepare the ingredients. Helmsman, swiftly steer the ship towards the Jingong Qiwendao." With that, Shaka threw back his head and laughed heartily. "Now, I shall present delectable dishes for the victors." The maritime restaurant, De Hai Jiwei, set sail across the sea, heading towards the Jingong Qiwendao. The most formidable culinary team of the South China Sea had also begun their preparations. Chapter 155. The Approaching Crisis. "Long time no see, Mr. Shaka. What brings you here?" At the De Hai Jiwei, docked at the periphery of Bazadao, Lai Ka Xingduan, who had recovered enough to move freely after rest and treatment, conversed with him while savoring the eel rice prepared by Shaka. "Ha ha, we shall discuss those matters later. You've just emerged from a fierce battle and must replenish your strength." Shaka chuckled, placing a mountain of food before the voracious Dafu. Although he was inclined to join the Masho Haiziai Tuan, such an important matter would wait until Captain Lacey awoke. The food from De Hai Jiwei was truly unparalleled, possessing a dreamlike flavor, as Keela remarked while enjoying pasta through the small opening of his mask. Having been imprisoned previously, he had barely eaten before rushing to the battlefield for support, and now, having fought and sustained injuries, he was quite famished. How I wish to know the secret to the seasoning of this pasta. The aroma of this bread soup is simply divine. Bei Duofin elegantly savored egg bread soup, unable to contain his admiration, while Dafu, though graceful in her manner, devoured food at an astonishing rate, surpassing all others at the table. The members of the Kaid Haizii Tuan looked on in awe at Dafu's remarkable appetite, realizing she matched Captain Kaid in consumption. This woman, it seems, is far from the delicate appearance she presents. She is undoubtedly a fierce contender, proving one should not judge by appearances. Didn't Team Mr. Shaka previously clash with Vice Captain Lai Kashingduan? I recall the Vice Captain lost, didn't he? How see, munching on a tender, juicy swordfish steak, remarked. It is quite extraordinary. I said nothing, yet this restaurant served me my favorite dishes as if it could read my mind. Indeed, the fishman's mastery, combined with the powers of the nature-based fruit, is formidable, Lai Kashingduan replied calmly. At that time, I lacked the mastery of hockey, so it was only natural I could not defeat Mr. Shaka. Ha ha ha. If we were to duel again now, I would have little confidence in winning against you. Shaka laughed heartily once more. He could distinctly sense that Lai Kashingduan's overall strength was no less than his own. It was merely the absence of armed hockey that rendered him unable to inflict harm, leading to his defeat. Should they engage again, he would likely be outmatched by Lai Kashingduan, who had since mastered armed hockey. While the injured members of the Kaid Haizii, Tuan and Masho Haizii, Tuan dined at Dahaijiwei, Lei Si Kaid, and Ani, in a state of unconsciousness, rested in the infirmary under the care of several ship's doctors. After vanquishing Jelula, Lei Si and Kaide's taut nerves had finally relaxed, allowing them to drift into slumber to expedite their recovery. Having escaped the clutches of the Jelula Haizii Tuan, Ani found unprecedented relief. After years without stable sleep, she finally had a chance to rest. The siblings, separated for years, lay side by side in their hospital beds, their expressions tranquil. In this moment, the last remnants of Lei Si's lingering obsession dissipated completely. As the aftermath of battle allowed for a brief respite, a new crisis silently approached. Two warships, shortly after the conclusion of the Jing'an-Chuandao offensive, entered the waters of the South China Sea. Rear Admiral Taodu and Cha Tuan stood at the bow of their respective vessels, surveying the distant sea. The warships surged forward at full speed, carrying two of the Navy's top-tier experts, known for their formidable prowess in the New World, as they advanced towards the stronghold of the Jelula Haizii Tuan. At last, we've reached the South China Sea. How unexpectedly tranquil. Taodu, her hand resting on the hilt of her Jinjiluo sword, gazed at the gently rippling sea. However, she was acutely aware that beneath this calm surface lay hidden dangers. Chatuan, it is time for us to part ways here. Taodu turned to her companion. They had numerous tasks to undertake in the South China Sea, including dismantling the Jelula Haizii Tuan, as well as addressing the rampant corruption within the South China Navy and the uprising of the Revolutionary Army. Thus, splitting their forces would enhance their efficiency. As a candidate for the rank of admiral, Taodu was confident in her ability to suppress all pirates, including the South Seas overlords, the Masho, and Captain Kaid, on her own, without the need for Cha Tuan's accompaniment. Very well. Be cautious, Jia Yuan. Although reluctant to part from her admired figure, Cha Tuan understood the significance of their mission. After bidding farewell to Taodu, he commanded his ship to change course towards the nearest naval base. It is unfathomable how the Navy here has devolved to such a degree, more rampant than pirates, colluding with evil, even forcing the new Navy star, Vice Captain Lai Kashingduan, to retreat. While Cha Tuan was not an extremist, he would not spare such colleagues who brought harm to civilians. After seeing Cha Tuan off, Taodu too ordered her ship to increase its speed. I wonder what the current situation at Jing'an-Chuandao is. Although ultimately all pirates shall be captured by me, I am quite curious about the outcome of this battle. Taodu remarked, a charming smile gracing her lips. It is said that the captain of the Masho Haizai Tuan is an exceedingly lecherous silver thief. I excel at dealing with such characters. I hope he does not fall to Jelula directly, as I wish to handle him personally. After all, I am eager to see what kind of individual could sway someone like Vice Captain Lai Ka-Xingduan, who should steadfastly uphold justice. Could it be that he deceived those girls, leading Vice Captain Lai Ka-Xingduan astray? It is indeed perplexing. Jia Yuan, we are about to enter the territorial waters of Jing'ong Chuandao. A sailor approached the deck to salute Taodu and deliver the report. The tranquility here is unexpected. It seems the battle has concluded. Taodu raised an eyebrow in surprise. Has it truly ended so swiftly? I wonder whether the victors are the newcomers who have shattered the South Seas' equilibrium, or if the traditional overlords still maintain their dominance. Nevertheless, it matters little now. Let the victors relish their fleeting moment of triumph. Soon, all shall succumb to her peachy allure and the edge of her blade. Chapter 156. The threat of the Navy stopped dawdling. As long as we have enough treasure, we must make haste to escape. Do you wish to wait for the Kaid Haizai Tuan or the Masho Haizai Tuan to come seeking retribution? But brother, this treasure has taken us many years to accumulate. In the periphery of Jing'ong Chuandao, a pair of fortunate pirate brothers, who had narrowly escaped the chaos of battle, were frantically gathering their belongings aboard their ship, eager to flee this perilous locale. It was terrifying, utterly horrifying, that Lord Jarula had truly been vanquished by two newcomers, and their superior, the so-called invincible copper badge officer, had also been obliterated by treacherous comrades. What was once the safest haven in the South China Sea, Jing'ong Chuandao, had now become fraught with danger. It was best to depart swiftly before the members of Masho Haizai Tuan and Jide Haizai Tuan arrived to survey the aftermath. They likely would not regard these two minor figures as a threat, especially with the other pirates on the island having perished, allowing them to abscond with a substantial hoard of gold and jewels without concern. Before long, the two brothers had hastily prepared for departure, setting sail on the finest and largest pirate ship, propelling themselves away at the utmost speed. Just as they were about to escape the boundaries of Jing'ong Chuandao and had begun to relax, an unusual sight unfolded before them. A shadowy vessel emerged on the horizon, advancing towards them. Before the elder brother could utter a word, his pupils dilated in disbelief. An inconceivable scene appeared before their eyes. What was that? A colossal pink slash, soaring dozens of meters high, erupted from the shadowy vessel, cleaving the sky and sea apart, accompanied by a howling wind that stirred monstrous waves towards their ship. That was a slash. What caliber of swordsman could unleash such a formidable and terrifying strike? What manner of creature was this? The beautiful yet lethal pink wave of slashing energy rendered the pirate brothers breathless, silencing their screams and filling their hearts with despair. The speed of the attack was so swift that they had no time to react, leaving them utterly incapable of evading it. They could only watch helplessly as the massive slash barreled towards them. The razor-sharp strike sliced through the hull, effortlessly splitting the supposedly indestructible ship in two. Amidst their powerless cries, the pirate brothers could do nothing but succumb to the depths of the sea along with their severed vessel. How could such a being capable of bisecting a grand ship exist in the South China Sea? They did not even glimpse the true form of the one who had unleashed the slash before their demise. Meanwhile, several hundred meters away, aboard a naval vessel, Taotu confirmed with her Kinbunchikahaki that her previous strike had successfully hit, slowly sheathing her glimmering blade, the shimmering Jinpila. They were truly weak, scarcely fit for her warm-up exercises. This ship bore the emblem of the Jarula Haizai Tuan. If so, the outcome of this South China Sea conflict had become abundantly clear. The victors were, astonishingly, the two newcomers, Jide Haizai Tuan and Masho Haizai Tuan. In such a brief span, they had obliterated the dominant forces that had ruled the South China Sea for decades. Just recently, these two pirate crews had eradicated the three formidable powers of the South China Sea, the Bulaika Group, the Gongjia Haizai Tuan, and the Conqueror Kingdom. And now, even the Jarula Haizai Tuan could not escape their fate. The talents of this new generation were indeed astonishingly formidable. Taodu shook her head, pondering that she could not allow them to continue their growth unchecked. Captain Yusatasi Kaid of Jide Haizei, Tuan was merely 20 years old, while Captain AI like Lacey of Masho Haizei, Tuan was even younger at 16. Such terrifying prowess at such a tender age could spell disaster if allowed to mature. They would undoubtedly become forces capable of reshaping the very tides of the ocean, increase the speed, and delve deeper. With Tao Du's command, the naval vessel accelerated towards the heart of Jing'an Xuandao. Under normal circumstances, the main forces of Jide Haizei, Tuan, and Masho Haizei, Tuan should be concentrated on the larger islands within. This time, Tao Du, would ensure the eradication of these villains. Threats to the populace, the navy, and the world government. However, something felt amiss. At the sea's edge, Lai Kexington, who was recuperating from injuries, suddenly furrowed his brow, clutching his wound as he slowly rose from his seat. Among those present, he alone possessed Kin Bunchikohaki. At this moment, he sensed a foreboding presence approaching from afar. "What is it, Vice Captain Lai Kexington?" Halcyon inquired, observing Lai Kexington's unsteady stance. "I sense an extraordinarily potent aura approaching us from the distance." Lai Kexington's forehead beaded with cold sweat as he limped swiftly towards the deck. Bill Shake and Keela, sensing something amiss with Lai Kexington's demeanor, followed closely behind. On the deck, the fisherman chefs Ao Jiu and Hai Hua were trembling as they peered through binoculars at the distant sea. "A naval vessel!" Ao Jiu gasped in horror. "This is dire news. How could the Navy arrive at such a moment? What type of naval vessel is it? A Zhua class or a Jiang class?" Hai Hua asked nervously. "It's a vice admiral ship." Upon confirming the vessel's type, Ao Jiu's voice trembled. Just then, Lai Kexington and the others reached the deck, their hearts sinking at the mention of a vice admiral. If both pirate crews had been in perfect condition, they might have had a chance against a vice admiral. But now their main combatants were battered, and both captains were unconscious. "What name does the ship bear?" Lai Kexington asked, his complexion pale. "It is known as Gun." The name Gun struck Lai Kexington like a thunderclap, causing his right hand to grip the ship's railing tightly as he broke into a cold sweat. Vice Admiral touted Gun was among the most formidable swordsmen in the Navy. She was no ordinary vice admiral, but one whose prowess rivaled that of an admiral. A candidate for the rank of admiral. Even if both pirate crews had been at their peak, they would stand no chance against her. He recalled witnessing Tao Tu in action during his time at the naval headquarters. The shock and pressure she exuded rivaled that of the three admirals. She was celebrated among the Navy as a beautiful yet perilous force, capable of burying all pirates beneath her pink blade. This was a grave predicament. Once an elite of the naval headquarters, Lai Kexington was not like many short-sighted pirates, ignorant of the dangers that lay ahead. He understood all too well. If Tao Tu truly intended to unleash her full might, both pirate crews would undoubtedly meet their doom. In the present moment, they have just concluded a fierce battle. Trapped on this island with no means of escape. What shall they do? Is Jia Yuan more challenging to deal with than other rear admirals? Hila, sensing the gravity of the situation, grew increasingly serious and inquired. "Are you aware of the highest combat powers of the Navy headquarters, the three admirals, Akainu, Akiji, and Kizuru?" Lexington sighed and responded. Jia Yuan's naval code name is Tao Tu, which aligns perfectly with the naming convention of the three admirals. Among the dozens of rear admirals in the Navy, only she, along with a few others like Chadu, possesses such a code name. This implies that Tao Tu is the primary candidate for promotion should an unexpected vacancy arise among the three admirals. She is the most formidable among the serving middle-aged rear admirals, a force to be reckoned with, second only to exceptional figures like Hero Carp and Advisor Crane. And while there is a discernible gap between her and the three admirals, it is by no means insurmountable. Lexington's words made Shaq and Gila clench their fists involuntarily. Such a powerful figure is approaching us. There is no choice. This is the reality we, as pirates, must confront. Let this opportunity reveal how far we are from the pinnacle of the sea, Gila declared, drawing two curved swords salvaged from the battlefield. His Punisher and Requiem were damaged in the previous battle and still under repair, so he had to make do with alternative weapons. As pirates, every adversary must be faced. In an unavoidable warfare, no matter how formidable the enemy, one must rise to the challenge. Those who retreat shall be eliminated. Those who fail the challenge shall be cast aside. Only those who resist fiercely until the final moment, grasping the faintest glimmer of hope in the darkness, can emerge from the multitude as the new generation of unparalleled powerhouses. Death and defeat are concepts these fearless newcomers have long since accepted. Mr. Shack, you are not a wanted criminal. You need not accompany us. Lexington drew his axe from his back and addressed Shack, who was also preparing to join them. No. From this day forth, I'm a pirate. After a brief hesitation, Bill Shack stepped forward resolutely and uttered a shocking declaration. You? Lexington gazed at Bill Shack in disbelief. I came here with the intent of joining your devil as hand pirates. Shack stated earnestly. I initially thought the timing was not right, which is why I refrained from expressing my intentions sooner. But now, in this critical moment, having resolved to join your crew, I cannot stand idly by. My failure to assist you during the battle against the guerrilla pirates was indeed my fault, regardless of whether you ultimately accept my request to board at this moment. Please allow me to fight alongside you. With that, Shack raised his fists toward Lexington, the natural-type fishman powerhouse and a top-tier chef. Indeed, it is enviable. Gila shook his head helplessly and turned to the approaching warship on the sea. However, there is no time for further discussion. We must act swiftly. Inform Mr. Housey and the others in the cabin about the situation here, and have them return to the island to check on the captains and others. After instructing his subordinates, Aoki and Haihua, Shack followed Lexington and Gila onto the shore. Chef Shack watched as Shack departed from the ocean to the taste. Aoki and Haihua exchanged glances, no longer hesitating, and quickly ran back to the cabin. Not long after, as Lexington, Shack, and Gila reached the shore, the warship of Rear Admiral Tao II arrived nearby. A figure clad in pink flashed through the air, appearing before the three in an instant. Is that the shave technique? It is so swift that it is nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, akin to teleportation. Lexington and the others felt alarm bells ringing in their minds, immediately assuming a combat stance, sweat pouring down their brows. Tao II, with her alluring beauty and striking figure, exuded femininity, yet standing nearly 3 meters tall. Clad in a naval coat and wielding the gleaming sword, Jean Pira, she radiated an overwhelming pressure. The other sailors aboard the warship descended with their weapons drawn, completely surrounding the coastline. Lieutenant Lexington, it's been a while. Tao II recognized Lexington, who stood in the center wielding the golden axe, and smiled softly as she spoke. Though her tone was gentle, imbued with the allure of a delicate beauty, Lexington and the others dared not underestimate her. Indeed, Rear Admiral Tao II, it has been quite some time. Lexington forced a smile in response to Tao Tuesday. Tao II smiled and nodded slightly. The next moment, the sharp gleam of Jean Pira reflected the sunlight, nearly blinding the three. With a swift motion, a blade of light flashed by, and before Lexington and the others could react, they were sent flying, landing several dozen meters away. Lexington and Gila, already grievously injured, suffered further harm from this onslaught, spewing blood uncontrollably. Defeating the strongest overlord of the South Sea is quite an achievement. Tao II approached the three, still wearing a captivating smile. She held the sword in a reversed grip. Her previous strike had been delivered with the back of the blade, sparing their lives. This was merely a greeting. The disparity is staggering. Gila stared at the woman before him in disbelief, tightening his grip on his curved sword. Even accounting for their injuries, the gap was enough to instill despair. But why did you defect from a navy? Can you elaborate? Tao II stood before Lexington, pointing the blade of Jean Pira at the head of her former comrade, and softly inquired. That clear and melodious voice now resembled the very note of death. Yet, at this moment, Lexington felt little fear. Instead, he displayed a calm demeanor, his eyes resolutely fixed on Tao Tuesday. The specific reasons, I believe, can be elucidated by Lieutenant Tang. Send S report on the South Sea. It is in pursuit of true justice. Chapter 158, The Justice of Pirates and the Navy. True justice? Can one discover genuine justice by following pirates? Tao Tu spoke slow. If true justice cannot be found within the Navy, it is even less likely to be found among pirates. Such notions are delusions. Then what is your reason? Because pirates possess a freedom unparalleled by the Navy, an absence of jurisdiction. Lexington inhaled deeply, smiling as he articulated his thoughts. Pirates can breed evil, and so can the Navy. I can eliminate evil as a Navy officer. And as a pirate, I can act entirely according to my own will and values. I can eradicate those areas beyond the Navy's reach. Such grandiloquent rhetoric. After listening to Lexington's words, Tao too smiled slightly. Unfortunately, whether you are a righteous pirate or an evil one, you remain a target for the Navy's pursuit. However, in light of our past camaraderie, I can offer you one final opportunity. Tao Tu spoke as she removed Jean Pai Luo from the neck of Lake Xingdun. Stepping back a few paces, her gaze sweeping over the gradually rising figures of Lake Xingdun, Jila, and Shako. In the world of pirates, there is no sanctuary. Upholding justice relies on strength. Lake Xingdun, if you can withstand 3 of my strikes without succumbing, I shall spare you today. With that, Tao Tu raised her golden blade, Jean Pai Luo, high. The sharp edge glinted in the sunlight, radiating an aura of formidable power from the Navy Admiral. Jila, Shako, and Lake Xingdun all focused intently. Step back, she has targeted me. Lake Xingdun advanced a step, blocking the eager approaches of Jila and Shako. It's fine. The 3 of you can come meet together. As long as you can either block or evade my 3 strikes without anyone perishing, consider yourselves fortunate. In a flash, blossoms of peach flowers bloomed before the trio's eyes. Yet these beautiful petals symbolized an extreme peril. The first strike, a massive wave of sword energy surged forth, propelled by an invincible force, hurtling towards Lake Xingdun and the others. Sha Ku gritted his teeth and stepped forward, his hands transforming into endless white waves, spreading outward to form a colossal, sturdy salt crystal shield. However, even this incredibly hard salt shield could not withstand the relentless sword energy. Shalkiskiviko Rorith, unleashing a torrent of white salt to create layer upon layer of defenses. Yet, no matter how many shields he conjured, they were effortlessly shattered by Tao Tu's blow. Nevertheless, the infinite defense slightly delayed the arrival of the strike, granting them a fleeting chance to evade. Boom! As the last salt shield crumbled, Tao Tu's slash erupted like blooming peach flowers, sending countless sword energies flying in all directions. Like Sindun, Hila, and Shaka strained every muscle to avoid fatal injuries, yet they were still left battered and bruised. The already grievously wounded Lake Xingdun and Jila found themselves in even worse straits. Lake Xingdun clutched his chest wound, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat. It was evident that Tao Tu had held back, perhaps using only 70 to 80% of her strength. Otherwise, even if Shako had survived, both he and Jila would have undoubtedly perished from that strike. Yet, even so, could they withstand the remaining 2 attacks? Tao Tu did not grant them much respite. Jean Pai Luo unleashed a second wave of sword energy, slicing through the air once more. Altogether, Lake Xingdun and his companions had no choice but to muster their full strength to advance. Tao Tu's sword was too swift. Evasion was impossible. Lake Xingdun, Jila, and Shaka gave everything they had, utilizing every means to counter this second strike. However, the might of Admiral Tao Tu was far beyond their capacity to resist. The trio barely survived the onslaught at the cost of reopening numerous wounds. The sword energy continued its path, cleaving a cliff near the Overlord Island in 2. Lake Xingdun collapsed heavily to the ground, using the 10 Commandments to brace himself against the earth to avoid falling. At that moment, he found himself in a pool of his own blood. Jila and the heavily injured Sha Ku were similarly left with only the last remnants of their will to keep their bodies upright, devoid of any further capacity to resist. The third strike, Tao Tu declared as she twirled Jean Pai Luo, the blade shimmering with the illusion of peach blossoms in the air. The third strike was not a remote wave of sword energy. Tao Tu charged forward, raising her long blade high, transforming into a pink whirlwind as she attacked the 3 before her. This time, there was no chance of survival. Lake Xingdun closed his eyes and sighed, awaiting the arrival of his fate. Boom! A deafening roar echoed in Lake Xingdun's ears. Immediately afterward, an overwhelming force propelled him backward uncontrollably until he crashed heavily against the cliff. His wounds erupted anew, gushing blood. Yet he had not perished. Opening his eyes, amidst the billowing smoke stood two figures, equally battered. Jita and Lacey had arrived just in the nick of time, using their scant, recovered strength to shield the trio from a fatal blow. But it was merely a matter of survival. The five were sent flying by Tao Tu's strike, the tremendous impact shaking their very insides as they fell into the chasm behind them. Lacey and Jita gasped for air, collapsing to the ground. The mechanical arm in Jita's possession had fallen apart, depleted of its magnetic energy. Tao Tu looked on in surprise at the two wounded captains who had suddenly appeared. Despite their injuries being no less severe than her own crews, had they truly come to their deaths? As captains, how could they bear to watch their crew perish? Lacey forced a smile, yet his heart was in turmoil. This was dire. He had not anticipated such a turn of events. Though he had expected the Navy might send reinforcements, he never imagined they would arrive so swiftly, and that it would be Admiral Tao Tu. His mind raced. Yet he could conjure no solution. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. Even if they were uninjured and fully energized, they would be utterly overwhelmed, let alone in their current state of exhaustion. Could this truly be the end of his pirate career? Indeed, commendable courage. Lake Xingdun, your captain seems to be quite admirable, Tao Tu remarked, nodding slightly in approval, before revealing a look of regret as she raised Jean Pai Luo once more. However, it is unfortunate. The third strike was not intercepted by the three of you, thus your challenge has failed. With that, Tao Tu slowly advanced toward them. Now, I shall take you and the cadres of the Grilla pirate crew to Impel Down. Chapter 159, The Savior Arrives. I am sorry, Lake Xingdun, Tao Tu said as her delicate hand tightened around the famed blade Jean Pai Luo, her formidable haki instantly wrapping around the blade, emanating a deadly aura. At this moment, Lacey, Jita, Lake Xingdun, Jila, and Shaku all felt the monstrous pressure radiating from Tao Tu's day. Yet, severely injured as they were, they possessed no capacity for resistance. Lacey sighed heavily. It appeared there was truly no way out this time. They would likely be captured and sent to Impel Down. But perhaps it was not the end of the world. After all, a year later, Monkey D. Luffy would cause a ruckus and Impel Down to rescue his brother, and they might seize the opportunity to escape amidst the chaos. However, this would mean losing the chance to compete alongside the worst generation, a regretful outcome. It seemed that their progress with the Jita pirate crew would be significantly delayed, and he wondered if they would still catch up with the transition of power. Tao Tu swung her long blade, two blossoms of sword energy converging like peach flowers, enveloping the five. This strike would conclude the battle. In the final moments, Jita and Lei summoned their last remnants of strength, squeezing out a faint trace of haki to resist. Yet, clearly, this feeble defense was utterly ineffective. Just as the peach blossoms were about to strike Jita and Lei Si, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Fire Fist, accompanied by a powerful shout. A colossal fist composed entirely of flames surged from the outskirts of the island, menacingly aimed at Tao Tu. What? Tao Tu swiftly sensed the impending danger with her formidable Kinbunchika haki. Hastily retracting her blade and unleashing a massive sword chi-shaped like a blooming peach blossom to intercept the catastrophic fiery punch. The peach blossom shattered the flames, and the resultant waves of heat caused Tao Tu's cloak and hair to billow dramatically. Despite escaping unscathed, her expression grew grave. Grasping the searing Kinbira tightly, Tao Tu slowly uttered the name of the intruder. Fire Fist Ace. A blaze shot skyward as a figure formed from roaring flames leapt from a ship to the shore. Sparks danced around him, coalescing into the physique of a young man with black hair, freckles adorning his cheeks, a radiant smile, an orange cowboy hat perched atop his head, a red bead necklace around his neck, and a muscular torso standing before the onlookers. He was the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fire Fist Ace. The sudden appearance of a member of the Yonko crew caught Reese, Kid, and Admiral Tao Tu completely off guard. How could Fire Fist Ace, a newcomer to the Whitebeard Pirates. Be here? The soldiers behind Tao Tu, who had initially intended to relax, gasped upon seeing Ace. Reese and Kid exchanged incredulous glances with Ace. Reese, in particular, could hardly believe his eyes. How could Ace possibly be here? Was it mere coincidence? Fire Fist Ace, what brings you here? Tao Tu focused her attention on Ace, pointing the tip of her kanbira at him as she demanded an explanation. Reese and the others posed no threat. She could easily handle them. However, the unexpected arrival of Ace presented a more complicated challenge. If he were merely an independent pirate, it would not be beyond her capabilities to detain him as well, considering Ace was just a newcomer who had set sail 2 years earlier than Reese and Kid, albeit with slightly greater strength. Yet, as a crew member of the Whitebeard Pirates, she dared not make a reckless decision without the approval of her superiors, especially not against a subordinate of one of the Yonko. Oh, well, Ace adjusted his hat and replied nonchalantly, I haven't had much to do lately, so I thought I'd come back home and take a look around. I happened to pass by this island and noticed a fierce battle, so I decided to join the fray. Tao Tu, Reese, Kid, is it really that casual? Having read the original work extensively, Reese began to understand Ace's reason for being in the South Sea. Perhaps he had returned to his birthplace to visit his mother's grave. It was indeed fortunate that he happened to be here at such a critical moment. If you're just here for fun, you can leave now, and I will pretend I didn't see you, Tao Tu said, somewhat exasperated as she lowered her kanbira. If possible, she preferred not to engage in combat with Ace. It was said that he was the grandson of the esteemed Garp, and from that perspective alone, she could not carelessly incapacitate the grandson of an old veteran. Her primary mission here was to apprehend the guerrilla pirates, followed by the eradication of the Demon Hand Pirates and the Kid Pirates. Ace fell outside the scope of her mission, and no one would question her if she chose to ignore him. Reese's expression darkened. It seems this won't do after all. Although Ace was stronger than them, he still paled in comparison to a powerhouse like Tao Tu. Just as Tao Tu was about to disregard Ace and continue dealing with Reese and Kid, Ace spoke once more. Those fellows who were beaten up are my juniors. The rising stars of the South Sea? They have just defeated all the tyrants of the South Sea. Tao Tu gasped in surprise, struggling to maintain her composure as she continued to explain. She was growing increasingly impatient. Why did this guy have so many questions? Could he not just leave? Defeated all the tyrants of the South Sea? That sounds quite impressive. Ace mused thoughtfully, ultimately clapping his hands together and assuming a fighting stance. Crimson flames erupted from his body once more. All right, in that case, I made up my mind. Tao Tu and Reese exchanged confused glances with Ace. I will save those guys. Tao Tu looked at Ace in disbelief. What was he thinking? Was he really considering saving them? Wasn't that courting death? In an instant, Ace's outrageous actions left Tao Tu exasperated. Should she continue fighting or truly hold back? If she chose to fight, she would have to capture Ace as well, which would complicate matters significantly. Conversely, if she chose not to engage, she would be letting 2 potentially formidable pirate crews go free, which posed its own set of problems, leaving her in a dilemma. Just as Tao Tu was weighing her options, another voice resonated from above. At me dan Tao Tu. Capturing only the members of the guerrilla pirates should suffice to complete your mission, right? Tao Tu abruptly looked up, her expression growing even more serious. A phoenix engulfed in blue flames soared through the air. It was the 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Marco the Phoenix. Hadn't Ace come here alone? What was going on with this group? Did they really need to travel in a pack for a family visit? It was one thing to come home, but did they really need to join in on all the excitement? If Ace and Marco were here, and if there were other commanders from the Whitebeard Pirates, things could get quite troublesome. Chapter 160. Awakening Marco the Phoenix was undoubtedly one of the most dreaded adversaries, feared by both pirates and the Navy alike. His fruit's ability was incredibly overpowered, eliciting both envy and disdain. Regardless of the injuries inflicted upon him, as long as Marco's stamina had not been exhausted, he could be reborn from the blue flames, perpetually maintaining his peak condition. At the same level of strength, few could contend with him, as they would inevitably be worn down over days of fierce combat. Even stronger opponents would need to exert considerable effort to push him to his limit before achieving victory. Only a select few powerful individuals with unique fruit abilities could swiftly eliminate him, but it was clear that Tao Tu was not among them. she was a pure swordsman, not a fruit user, and lacked the means to deal with Marco quickly. If Tao Tu wished to capture Marco, she would have to exhaust herself and waste considerable time, making it a truly unwise endeavor. Tao Tu, Marco, and Ace faced each other, their gazes locked in a tense standoff. Reese anxiously observed the unfolding situation. Now, he could only place his hopes on Marco and Ace, hoping that Tao Tu wouldn't resort to conflict with the two commanders of the Whitebeard pirates. After a prolonged silence, Tao Tu let out a sigh, sheathed her kanbira, and turned to the soldiers behind her. "What are you all still doing? Go and lock up the surviving officers of the guerrilla pirates and take them away." Upon receiving their superior's command, the soldiers immediately sprang into action. This signifies that Tao Tu has ultimately made a decision, opting not to engage in a protracted confrontation with AIC and MysteryFruit. Instead, she has chosen to temporarily spare Lei Si and Jida. Although her prowess could easily vanquish MysteryFruit and AIC, it would require considerable effort, and she remained uncertain whether MysteryFruit and his allies had additional captains nearby. Thus, after weighing the pros and cons, she ultimately decided against it. Upon witnessing Tao Tu's withdrawal from battle, MysteryFruit promptly reverted to his human form, while the flames enveloping AIC gradually extinguished. Tao Tu and her companions moved swiftly, quickly boarding the members of the Guerrilla pirate crew onto their warship before departing the island. Seemingly eager to avoid lingering in this distressing locale, Tao Tu was concerned that if they remained too long, she might succumb to the temptation of drawing her blade against those detestable pirates. As she watched Tao Tu's vessel sail away, Lacey finally exhaled in relief. Thankfully, the crisis had been averted. What a challenge it had been. With the tension finally easing, Lacey succumbed once more to unconsciousness. It seemed he had reached his limits. "These newcomers are rather impressive," MysteryFruit remarked, observing Lacey and the others sprawled on the ground. They had fortuitously stumbled upon potential recruits while vacationing in the South Sea and had rescued them, perhaps with the prospect of inducting them into the Whitebeard pirate crew. "Thank you for your assistance." The least injured among them, Shaku, rose to express gratitude to MysteryFruit and AIC on behalf of his incapacitated comrades. "It was nothing, just a small favor. They seem to be quite severely injured," MysteryFruit replied, conjuring blue flames in his hands as he approached Lacey and the others. After administering emergency care, Shaku, along with the recently arrived Bay Duo Fun, Defu, Hao Si, and the members of the Jida pirate crew, transported the unconscious, severely injured back to the Guerrilla castle. Lacey, Jide, Lai Kiskivi Goxingdun, and Kila were not only gravely wounded, but completely drained of energy after their fierce battle with Guerrilla and their encounter with Tao Tu, making it improbable for them to awaken anytime soon. A week later, at the Dahai Jiwei restaurant, "Delicious, delicious, delicious," Icy exclaimed joyfully, devouring the 300th plate of pasta. "Mr. Shaku, your culinary skills are truly exceptional." Gisaidhim, Monantair Kiskivi Kotiedo Notiniatle, praising Shaku as he approached with more dishes. "I can't believe there's a chef of such caliber in the South Sea, even surpassing Sachi from our ship." Over the days, AIC and MysteryFruit had significantly indulged, gaining a few extra pounds. Throughout this time, MysteryFruit had frequently attempted to persuade Mr. Shaku to join their crew, but to no avail. It was quite the predicament, as the Whitebeard pirate crew had an unusual recruitment process, expecting new members to take on a son-like role, which not everyone could accept calmly. "Thank you for the hospitality." After devouring the food on the table, AIC contentedly belched and bowed to Shaku. He then turned to Hao Si, Beiduo Fun Defu, and the other awake members of the Jida and Mo show pirate crews. "You are all exceptional individuals. It has been a pleasure spending time together. But we must take our leave. In a few days, your captains will awaken, and the South Sea should remain free of further threats. Monantai Eir Kiskiviko Spoke. We have been away for too long and must urgently visit AIC's hometown. Our father has called us several times, urging our return. It is regrettable that we could not meet your captain, but there will surely be another opportunity," he added with a sly smile. "Perhaps our next encounter will be when you challenge the Whitebeard pirate crew, and at that time, we shall show no mercy." The temporary captain expressed heartfelt gratitude. Beidou often removed his hat and bowed gracefully to AIC and Ma Erku. After bidding farewell to Ma Erku and AIC, the two hurried onto their small boat and swiftly sailed away. How C and the others watched their saviors depart from shore, filled with emotion. Indeed, it had been perilous. Had it not been for Mr. AIC and Mr. Ma Erku's timely intervention, they would have been captured by the Navy. Fortunately, they had narrowly escaped. But both of them are capable, De Fu muttered to herself. The Mara Mara no Mi and the Tori Tori no Mi, phoenix form, are among the finest devil fruits in the sea. If the captain could replicate their abilities, his strength would undoubtedly increase, making future voyages and battles considerably easier. Alas, the captain remained unconscious throughout their presence, missing the opportunity entirely. I suspect he will be quite regretful upon awakening. Shortly after AIC and Ma Erku departed, Lacey slowly opened his eyes in the infirmary of the Gulai Law Castle. After a week of unconsciousness, his strength had finally returned, and his consciousness awakened. Struggling to rise, he surveyed his surroundings. The entire MO show pirate crew, along with the fishmen who had previously aided him, had gathered in the infirmary, seemingly awaiting his awakening. Brother, and then I rushed to Lacey, her eyes filled with tears, having not seen each other for years. This was their first meeting in a conscious state, evoking excitement in both. Soothing his sister's emotional outburst, Lacey beamed with a radiant smile. At last, everything has come to an end. The quest for vengeance is over, and now, the true adventure begins. Chapter 161, Da Oitsiwei. After a week of unconsciousness, and having just endured a fierce battle, Lacey and Jida were ravenous. Under the guidance of Chef by Air Sha Ko, they arrived at the Dahai Ji Wei restaurant. The head chef by Air Sha Ko immediately set his skilled fishermen cooks to work. Soon, plate after plate of delectable dishes were served at the table. Without hesitation, the nearly starved Lacey and Jida began to devour the food voraciously. Good heavens! Are there really so many big eaters lately? The fishermen chefs were astonished as they watched the speed at which food disappeared from the tables, each one in awe. As top-tier chefs, they prided themselves on their experience, having served giant customers before. Yet, the sight of the freckled young man, Mr. Fu from the MO show pirate crew, Mr. Lai Kuxing Dun who had awakened 3 days prior, and Mr. Ki La, along with the now ravenous Lacey and Jida, was redefining their understanding of appetite. No wonder Mr. Sha Ko had been insisting they procure so many ingredients. Without advanced preparation, they would not have been able to satisfy these two. At that moment, the Haiji Wei was divided into 2 battlefields, with Lacey and Jida seated at the far left and right tables, respectively, furiously consuming cabbage rolls and braised beef with carrots. During the previous battle, Lacey had extensively utilized the abilities of the Boni Boni fruit, resulting in significant energy depletion, and now he regarded the food as if he had been starved. While eating, Lacey contemplated the events that had transpired. With the battle just concluded and so much to address, there were numerous matters he needed to manage as captain. First and foremost was the fact that AIC and Ma Erku had saved him. The other party departed too swiftly, leaving him with no opportunity to express his gratitude, while simultaneously missing the perfect chance to replicate the Xiao Xiao fruit and the Fenghua fruit. He had long harbored a rough blueprint for the fruits he aspired to possess in the future, among which the Xiao Xiao fruit and the Fenghua fruit were 2 abilities he greatly yearned for. It appears that he must find a way to participate in the forthcoming Marineford War. Ace had left too hastily, and he also missed the chance to caution him about Blackbeard. The Marineford War would likely still transpire. If he had previously lacked a strong inclination to partake in this grand event, that was no longer the case. On one hand, Ace had saved him, and he wished to assist Ace during the Marineford War to ensure his survival. On the other hand, the battlefield would present him with numerous top-tier devil fruits. For someone like him, a replicator of fruits, the earlier he acquires those he intends to use long-term, the more advantageous it would be for his growth. However, Reese did not intend to indiscriminately gather powerful fruits. He lacked the energy to develop too many, and not all fruits were suitable for him. Moreover, even if Reese's physical strength reached the level of the four emperors, it was estimated that he could not store more than 10 fruits. Excessive capabilities could be detrimental. The key was to maximize his potential through the complementary synergy of different abilities. Among the ability users participating in the Marineford War, some had already caught Reese's eye, and for their abilities, he felt compelled to make an appearance, as opportunities with such a concentration of strength were rare. Reflecting on the Marineford War, Reese felt less regret for not having replicated Ace and Marco's abilities at this moment. Obtaining powers too late could be disadvantageous, yet acquiring excessively strong abilities prematurely was equally perilous. With the Xiao Xiao fruit, the Meitan fruit, and the Fenghua fruit, he could navigate paradise with ease. But having grown accustomed to overwhelming dominance without adequately honing his fundamentals would lead to difficulties in the new world. Life in paradise was carefree, but it signified greater hardships awaiting in the new world. Enduring trials in the latter half of the Grand Line was entirely different from facing challenges in the former half. Hawkins and Caribou were two examples of individuals who thrived in paradise due to their abilities, only to face dire consequences in the new world. Not having acquired formidable power at this moment may not be a misfortune after all. He was not in haste, and it would not be too late to obtain genuine strength during the Marineford War. While dining, Bill Shack personally approached Reese with the last large bowl of beef stew with radishes. According to his calculations, after finishing this, Reese would be just about full. "Mr. Reese, the cuisine at our restaurant is quite delightful. I assent to it," Shack remarked with a smile. "Indeed, it lives up to its reputation of being the finest in the sea. I have never tasted such exquisite beef soup," Reese generously praised. He had previously heard from Lexington about Bill Shack, the most skilled chef in the South Sea. He had even witnessed the enchanting salt crafted by him at the auction on Whip Island. Shack was not only a formidable fisherman, but also possessed a Logia-type ability. Known as the Salted Blade, a strong figure in the South Sea, Lexington had spoken highly of his character as well. How wonderful it would be if he could become the chef aboard his ship. After a moment of hesitation, Reese decided to voice his thoughts. "Mr. Shack, would you be interested in joining my ship?" "Mr. Reese, may I join your pirate crew?" Both Reese and Shack simultaneously asked. After a brief silence, Reese displayed a look of astonishment, incredulously gazing at the equally astonished Shack before him. Moments ago, he had thought he would be met with rejection. How was it that Shack had proposed joining instead? Ahem. With that said, Captain Reese should be amenable to my joining. Shack awkwardly cleared his throat. He had not anticipated that they would utter their requests in unison. Yet, this was preferable. It seemed he had made the right choice in selecting the Magic Hand Pirates. However, "Captain Reese, before I come aboard, there is something I must attend to." With that, Shack retrieved a small notebook from his pocket and placed it before Reese. It was densely filled with names, addresses, and numbers. "To join Mr. Reese's ship and leave the South Sea, I cannot continue operating the finest in the sea. But over the years, there are many guest reservations yet to be fulfilled. Before leaving the South Sea, I must travel to various locations to honor these old commitments. However, I assure you that after fulfilling these promises, I will head to the Grand Line to meet with the captain and become the chef of the Magic Hand Pirates." With a knee on the ground, Bill Shack solemnly addressed Reese. "I, Bill Shack, believe that within the Magic Hand Pirates, I can realize my decades-long dream as a chef. That is to gather the world's most exquisite seasonings and concoct the most delectable, dreamlike, god-tier seasoning, renowned in ancient texts for possessing the true flavor of the sea." Chapter 162. The Will of the Departed, the legendary god-tier seasoning? The finest in the sea? Is this the origin of the restaurant's name? Reese was slightly taken aback upon hearing Shack's words. Such a thing existed? He had never heard of it, yet it seemed remarkably impressive. Moreover, since it was a legendary seasoning that even top chefs like Bill Shack coveted, it must possess an extraordinary flavor. This made Reese eager to sample it. Thinking along these lines, Reese smiled and nodded. "No problem. If you join my ship, I will ensure we achieve this dream together." Shack burst into laughter, overwhelmed with gratitude. Soon, Reese and Kid finished their meal, sighing contentedly. The fishermen chefs began clearing the towering pile of dishes, some looking quite distressed. It was astonishing that serving just 2 people resulted in such a considerable workload. Bill Shack, thank you for your hospitality, Kid said, patting his belly as he stood up and approached Reese, locking eyes with him, while Reese also raised his head to meet him. With the South Sea Overlord defeated, our alliance is dissolved. After we leave this island, if we meet again in the Grand Line, it will be a matter of life and death. You'd better live a bit longer. Don't die carelessly like trash, or you'll disgrace me. Upon hearing Kid's words, Reese smiled. Huh, I should say the same to you. Compared to me, you're the one who is more easily dispatched by trash, right? If I don't see you on Shamboli Island, I'll surely mock you. After exchanging banter with Reese, Kid grumbled as he bid farewell to the Magic Hand Pirates and the finest in the sea restaurant staff, heading to Overlord Island to organize supplies and prepare for departure. As for the treasures collected by Grayla, they had already been divided among the crew members of the 2 pirate crews. Once Kid's crew departed, Reese and the crew of the Magic Hand Pirates gathered together. Lexington and Shack sat to the right of Reese, with his sister Annie beside them, while Daff, Beethoven, and House occupied the opposite side. Reese gazed contentedly at the 6 crew members before him. The first mate, navigator, sharpshooter, musician, swordsman, shipwright, cook, and helmsman. Except for the ship's doctor, every essential position of a pirate crew was filled, each individual a paragon in their respective fields, undeniably an elite pirate crew. Securing both a cook and a shipwright in one fell swoop felt remarkably fortuitous, exactly what was needed at this moment. Furthermore, the formidable prowess of Annie and Shack further enhanced the combat strength of the magical hand pirate crew. Alas, Shack had some matters to attend to before officially boarding, delaying their joint adventures for a time. In the interim, they would have to subsist on canned food and provisions. But at least the days of having proper meals were not far off. Captain, what are your plans next? Lexington inquired. There is much to be done. Rai shunt, casting a glance at his sister Annie. During the battle against the Grella pirate crew, the young bronze and iron medalists who had been coerced into joining Grella had rendered significant assistance. Had it not been for their sacrifice alongside other bronze and iron cadre, they would have wasted energy battling these lesser foes. Thus, before departing, it was imperative to hold a funeral for them. Moreover, Rai smiled faintly. Once we deal with Grella, Annie and I shall conclude our quest for vengeance. Upon leaving the South Sea, we will truly relish adventure. The blood-red Avenger can no longer serve us. We must construct a new vessel, one that can brave the tempests of the Grand Line and conquer its challenges. Then, we shall sail forth on this new ship. Officially entering the Grand Line, after discussing the forthcoming arrangements, everyone busied themselves. Daff and House ventured to the battlefields across the Diamond Islands, collecting the remains and memorabilia of the 12 orphan heroes, Paul and others, to bring back to the Dominance Island. In the heart of the island, Annie erected a series of gravestones for those valiant warriors who had fought alongside her against Grella for years. Once completed, Reese stood beside Annie before the gravestones, gazing at the names etched upon them. Annie, your brothers were true warriors of the sea. Reese could not help but exclaim. In their quest for vengeance against Grella, these 12 had sacrificed their lives to create greater opportunities for him and Kid. If only he could meet them to express his gratitude. As Annie stared at the familiar names and faces on the gravestones, tears welled in her eyes. If only we could all have survived together. Yet, she never imagined that she, who should have led the charge against Grella, would be the last one standing, leaving her with a sense of shame. Do not grieve, Annie. This was their choice. Reese gently consoled his sister. Moreover, each of them wished for you to live on in their stead. Among the belongings of Paul and the others, they discovered a joint letter. This was a farewell note from the 12, directed to their sister, Eric D. Annie. It expressed their heartfelt gratitude for Annie's care over the years and their unwavering resolve to face death. They hoped that, as the only one among the 13 orphans still having a brother alive and being the most talented, Annie would carry their spirit and live joyfully. Recalling the moments spent with Paul and the others, tears streamed down Annie's face, yet a smile broke through. Her mechanically enhanced right hand tightened resolutely. She would, without a doubt, embrace the will of Paul and the others and live freely. The magical hand pirate crew lingered on Dominance Island for another week. honoring the 12 by guarding their graves while bidding farewell to their initial pirate ship, the Blood-Red Avenger. This vessel, stained with blood and fueled by vengeance, sank into the depths of the sea, along with the fading animosity of Rhys and Annie, as the crew organized materials and tools to construct a new ship and settle their provisions. Preparing to depart the Diamond Islands aboard the Grella pirate cruise vessel for the Suku Island, they were unexpectedly visited by an uninvited guest. Chapter 163. An unexpected visitor. Rhys was quite surprised by the visitor to the Diamond Islands. This marked the third encounter with a member of the fur tribe in the South Sea, all from different factions. He could not fathom why he had such a peculiar affinity for this furry group. Moreover, the guest who arrived was none other than Lindbergh, a renowned figure, a revolutionary, commander of the Southern Army, with a bounty of 316 million berries. So, you revolutionaries intend to take over the residents of the islands, do you? I've heard you visited the Conquer Kingdom as well, Rhys said, seated across from Lindbergh in the hall of Grella's palace on Dominance Island. Indeed, this was one of their pressing concerns. After the magical hand pirate crew's departure, although the residents of the Diamond Islands were liberated from Grella's grasp, they had lost their formidable protection and were vulnerable to further pirate aggression. Annie was equally troubled by this matter. Had Paul and the others survived, they could have served as auxiliary members of the magical hand pirate crew, much like Pal overseeing the Conquer Kingdom, watching over the Diamond Islands. Unfortunately, they had all perished. The arrival of the revolutionaries to take charge could be a beneficial solution. Indeed, I have met the new king there, Pal, and discussed the revolutionaries assisting in safeguarding the kingdom, Lindbergh replied, sipping his tea. He is one of your subordinates, right? A commendable individual. We revolutionaries have even taught him some combat skills. Having met Pal, Lindbergh held a favorable view of the magical hand pirate crew, which led him to visit the Diamond Islands to meet Rhys. Then I am grateful to you, just as long as you do not try to poach my crew. Rhys chuckled. Rest assured, we do not engage in coercive activities, Lindbergh assured him. By the way, the weapons from Grella are quite advanced. I find them intriguing. The two continued their conversation for quite some time, as Rhys engaged with Lindbergh while contemplating Ace and Sabo. At this stage, Sabo was likely still in a state of amnesia. If there were a way to restore his memory, the revolutionaries might divert forces to intervene in the Marineford War, thereby facilitating Rhys's future efforts to rescue Ace. However, the issue lies in the difficulty of articulating these matters naturally, as one might be questioned on how they came to know such unrelated information. If only I had exchanged words with AC a few days prior. It would have been much simpler to shift the conversation towards the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo. Alas, AC has yet to realize the problem, and regrettably, I lack that opportunity. Moreover, it is quite perplexing that, being a prominent figure under a major force, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates Division knows so little about the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army. Surely, just a glance at Sabo's wanted poster would reveal a wealth of information. One can only surmise that AC, similar to his brother Luffy, has never been one to read the newspaper, leading these two simpletons to miss out on vital information regarding their own brother. Ultimately, Lacey requested the contact information of the Revolutionary Army from Lindbergh. That was the only course of action. When the time comes to enter the Grand Line, I shall inform Luffy or AC about Sabo, rekindling their memories, and then facilitate their communication with the Revolutionary Army. These matters can be addressed later. After delegating all affairs of Jin Gong Chuandao to Lindbergh, the MO Show pirates officially set sail. For the time being, they boarded a small vessel belonging to the Jiraiya pirates, making their way towards Suku Yuming Island. Meanwhile, Bir Shah Ku took to the Dahai Ji Wei ship, temporarily parting ways to fulfill previous orders across the South Sea, promising to reunite in the Grand Line. On the deck, Annie spread out designs for various pirate ships, with a gathering of individuals surrounding the blueprints, examining and selecting. In her leisure over the years, Annie had designed numerous types of pirate ships, yet had never transformed them into reality. Now, with the MO Show pirates in need, she presented them for consideration. Brother, you have been looking for quite some time. What type of ship do you desire? Annie remarked with a hint of exasperation towards Lacey, who had been hopping from one blueprint to another for nearly 2 hours. Do you suffer from indecision? At that moment, Lacey's signature silver brows were tightly knitted. This one is too plain, lacking sophistication. A ship entirely gilded in gold is ostentatiously luxurious, inviting excessive attention, which is inappropriate. This vessel with a fierce prow appears too menacing. I desire something more amiable. A design entwined with chains seems very restrictive. What exactly would be suitable? Ah, Lacey, if you truly cannot decide, why not draw one at random? Lexington, who had been watching Lacey peruse the blueprints for 2 hours, yawned with boredom. Indeed, is it necessary to ponder for such an extended period? Gao Si scratched his head, troubled. This is not a matter to be taken lightly. This vessel will likely accompany us in our conquest of the Grand Line, Lacey asserted earnestly, continuing to flip through the nearly torn blueprints. What if we construct a peculiar ship and become the subject of ridicule in the Grand Line? Then, brother, what are your specifications for the ship? Kindly provide a standard. Annie implored helplessly. A standard? Lacey set down the blueprints and raised his head in contemplation. It should not be overly extravagant, nor excessively subdued. Imbued with a spirit of freedom and adventure, one that emanates a sense of comfort. Upon hearing Lacey's words, Annie's expression shifted slightly as she rested her chin in thought. Ah, no wonder I have struggled to find a suitable design among the blueprints I crafted over the years. During my time as a captive of Jiraiya, in such a highly oppressive environment, my spirit was inevitably affected. Elements of freedom, adventure, dreams, and relaxation were nearly non-existent. Hatred, sorrow, anger, despair, and repression were the predominant emotions, occasionally influenced by the Jiraiya pirates' bloodthirsty, violent, and materialistic ethos, thus making it impossible to design the type of ship Lacey envisions. However, for someone who has now regained their freedom and transformed their mindset, such a ship should indeed be within reach. I understand. Annie smiled, gathered the blueprints from the ground, and turned towards the drawing room. I shall design the most fitting pirate ship for the MO show pirates according to your wishes. Chapter 164. Silver Adventure Days later. The MO show pirates returned to Su Ku Yuming Island, where the Gang Tai Zhan Shui ship was located. Simultaneously, after a prolonged seclusion in the drawing room, Annie emerged with a satisfied smile adorning her face. Brother, how does this look? She said, handing the blueprints to Lacey. Upon gazing at the design of the pirate ship Annie had newly conceived, Lacey's lips also curled into a slight smile. This time, it is perfect. It is the type of pirate ship I envisioned. Soon after, the crew disembarked on the island, encountering once more the silver rabbits that had previously bested them. However, this time, the silver rabbits did not initiate an attack as before. It was evident that they recognized the MO show pirates and understood that Captain Lacey was a battle-tested warrior. The island's guardian, Ruobite, quickly arrived at the shoreline. You have finally arrived. Have you defeated the overlord of the South Sea? Ruobite exclaimed with excitement, ears perked. Although he anticipated their return, he did not expect it to be so swift. Nevertheless, this was fortuitous. His guardianship could finally conclude, allowing him to return home to Zoe with the rabbits. After all, he had been away for many years and harbored some longing for home. Soon, the shipbuilding project commenced on Su Ku Yuming Island. Previously, they had taken an abundance of tools and essential materials for shipbuilding from Jingong Qiandao. As a pirate crew well-versed in mechanics, modification, and ship construction, their resources in this domain were more than adequate. Coupled with the high-quality shipbuilding materials from the Gang Tai Zhan Shui, Annie was confident that they could construct a pirate ship more robust and high-performing than any other. The rabbits on Su Ku Yuming Island were also keenly interested in the shipbuilding endeavor, eagerly volunteering to assist. With the strength of these mighty silver rabbits, the shipbuilding process progressed remarkably well. However, due to Annie's disdain for the clumsiness of Lacey and the others, they were sent away to the cave of Yudu Mountain, where they enjoyed tea with Ruobite instead. I truly anticipate the finished vessel, Lacey remarked while munching on a carrot. Although they claimed to be having tea, there was nothing on the island but carrots. It felt quite peculiar for the group to be gathered around, gnawing on carrots. Even in the renowned shipbuilding hub of the South Sea, Annie is undoubtedly one of the finest, Lexington noted, taking a bite of carrot as well. Although the construction speed may be slightly slower without the assistance of other shipwrights. Quality work takes time, and I believe we will ultimately end up with a pirate ship that satisfies. During Annie's shipbuilding phase, Lacey kept himself occupied by continuing his physical training in the clearing of the back mountain to prepare for the challenges of the Grand Line. He could not afford to let his combat prowess wane. Although he had completed his revenge against Jiraiya and yearned for the freedom to adventure, without formidable strength as assurance, he could not feel at ease. Once he reached the pinnacle of his power, he would be free to indulge in mischief without restraint. After engaging in 3 fierce battles against Bulake, Wang Weilian, and Jella, one's strength has experienced tremendous growth. Indeed, the potential of this body is exceedingly vast. Compared to the beginning, the physique has become more robust, with a lean frame housing abundant muscle and immense power. The foundational capabilities have reached a monstrous level, and even in unarmed combat, combined with the application of the 3-color hockey, Lacey now possesses the confidence to contend with Bulake and Wang Weilian. Furthermore, after interacting with numerous ability users, Lacey, as a copy person, has acquired 4 formidable devil fruit powers: the natural type coal fruit, the paramecia type vibration fruit, the magnetism fruit, and the age fruit. Among these, Lacey intends to retain the coal fruit, while the other 3 may eventually be replaced by newer, more powerful, or more suitable abilities. Although the vibration fruit is not weak as an output type fruit, it ultimately does not rank among the world elite. The magnetism fruit, while powerful, remains beyond Lacey's understanding of electromagnetism and mechanics, rendering him unable to harness its full potential. In previous battles against Jella, he relied on Kid to precisely control the magnetic forces. In terms of weaponry, Lacey has acquired 3 exceptional weapons: the 21 Works, Tianzhao, Tsukuyomi, and Juyo. Lacey cannot help but jest that, despite not considering himself a swordsman, he has managed to collect 3 of the 21 Works at once. Even Zoro, who practices the 3-sword style, has only obtained 2 of the 21 Works as of the latest manga chapter. Among these 3 weapons, Juyo is currently unusable for Lacey and remains stowed on the ship. However, he believes there will surely be an opportunity for this renowned blade to shine in the future. Determined to continue his efforts, Lacey took a deep breath and resumed his push-ups while carrying a heavy stone, bare-chested. Approximately a month later, late one night, the new pirate ship of the Magic Hand Pirate crew was finally completed. After waiting so long, Lacey and the others eagerly gathered at the shore where the new vessel was docked, flanked by silver rabbits, who joyfully held hands and bounced excitedly. The massive ship, covered by a curtain, was clearly a source of immense pride for them. Annie stood at the front of the ship, gazing at Lacey with a proud expression, thoroughly satisfied with the masterpiece she had crafted over the past month. "Brother, please unveil the curtain." Lacey smiled and nodded, stepping forward to grasp the fabric obscuring the ship. Behind him, Lexington, Beethoven, Housey, and Dafu, along with the curious Rabbit, held their breath, fixated on the ship, fearful of missing a moment. With a flourish, Lacey pulled down the curtain. The astonished gasps of the crowd immediately enveloped the quiet night sky. Bathed in the silvery moonlight, a sleek, elegant double-masted sailboat, entirely silver and adorned with minimal embellishments, emerged before them. The ship's silver hull seemed to meld seamlessly with the moonlight and the sea, exuding an air of mystery that felt purifying to the soul. The bow was shaped like a silver dolphin, gliding atop shimmering waves, embodying a dynamic sense of beauty filled with the essence of freedom and adventure. The pristine white sails appeared almost sacred, and the future captain of this vessel would be none other than Dafu, known as the White Sail. This ship was named the Silver Adventurer, a perfect realization of Lacey's vision for a vessel that was neither extravagant nor plain, brimming with the spirit of freedom and adventure, capable of healing the heart. It's absolutely stunning. Despite having viewed the blueprints, Lacey could not contain his awe upon witnessing the actual ship, which was dozens of times more impressive than the drawings, radiating an uncontainable joy. This was the ship destined to carry the Magic Hand pirate crew towards their dreams of conquering the Grand Line. Chapter 165. Setting Sail. After their astonishment, Lacey and the others excitedly boarded the Silver Adventurer under Annie's guidance. This ship appeared significantly more comfortable than the original Blood Avenger. Lacey marveled at the various new facilities aboard, noting the more spacious deck compared to the previous vessel, which had suffered extensive damage and posed risks of splintering planks. The Blood Avenger had been a source of mockery from Kidd due to its myriad issues. With this new ship, Lacey felt a surge of newfound confidence. Rest assured, this ship is absolutely sturdy and equipped with a steam engine to enhance its power, capable of burning coal to boost speed when necessary, Annie confidently explained. She had incorporated the steam power system that Dafu brought from Energy Island, designed by Bulake, into this vessel. Since Lacey decided to retain the coal fruit, they would always have a supply of coal available for the steam engine. The steam power would also provide ample energy for the ship's weapon systems, allowing the water pressure cannon at the bow to unleash formidable firepower. Considering the various drawbacks of cannonballs, which could be countered by many ability users, Annie ultimately chose to utilize seawater as the weapon for the Silver Adventurer. This resource is truly inexhaustible and can counter all ability users. By compressing seawater rapidly and then expelling it at high speed, it could deliver power comparable to that of cannonballs. To enhance the water pressure's effectiveness, she had previously consulted with the fishmen at the Delicious Sea restaurant. Dafu, you need not worry about engaging powerful foes while navigating this ship, Annie said with a smile. Turning to Dafu, the control panel for the weapon system, including the launch button for the high-pressure water cannon at the Dolphin's mouth, is installed near your helm, allowing you to steer the ship while attacking adversaries. There is no need for concern about the ship's sturdiness, even in a collision. It's assured that the adversary will suffer damage. Abundant sea prism stone, acquired by Jelloff from various locations, has been installed in this vessel. This not only strengthens the ship, but also provides defense against sea beasts. Dafu's face lit up with delight as she hurried to the control panel to inspect it. Although she lacked combat talent, possessing a ship of exceptional performance as a weapon would empower her in battle. The previous Blood Avenger had been too damaged for her to effectively deal with minor adversaries. But using the Victoria Punk against enemy fleets on Diamond Island had proven much more comfortable. Now, with the Silver Adventurer, she could demonstrate formidable maritime combat strength even in fierce battles. Subsequently, Annie led everyone on a tour of the ship's facilities. The lookout tower, where Lexington stayed, also served as a sniping perch for him and Housey, directly connected to the measurement room, which served as Housey's quarters as a navigator, allowing him to ascend to the lookout tower for battle when the situation arose. Meanwhile, the temporarily unused golden sword of Wang Weilian, Jiuyo, was also placed here for the time being. Adjacent to the measurement room lies a library brimming with a plethora of books procured from Whiplash Island, largely untouched, and Annie's personal workshop, which houses an array of surplus technology and components acquired from Energy Island, Overlord Island, and the Steel Hammer, facilitating future enhancements of the vessel as needed. The captain's quarters of Reese, which also serves as a gym, are exceptionally sturdy, alleviating any concerns of the ship capsizing during the mischief of Reese and Lexington. Aside from these rooms, the power room that operates the steam engine, the leisure area dedicated to the melodies of Beethoven, and the dormitory for the crew, several rooms remain temporarily vacant. In the future, as Shaq boards the ship along with their newly recruited ship doctor and other members, these rooms will be transformed into a kitchen, medical room, and more. After thoroughly exploring the vessel, the crew returned to the deck, their faces illuminated by the thrill of excitement. With the acquisition of this remarkably efficient new ship, their anticipation and confidence for the forthcoming perilous maritime adventures have soared. Having transferred all supplies to the new ship, they left the ship belonging to the Grella pirate crew and a portion of provisions as fare for their return to Zoe. And thus the Magic Hand pirates prepared to set sail, officially embarking on the Grand Line. Eric D. Dozen Reese, clad in a new captain's coat and wielding the sun god, with the moon reader at his waist, strode vigorously towards the bow of the ship, leaping toward the Silver Dolphin. No, not there. Before Annie could issue her warning, Reese, upon landing atop the dolphin, faltered and plunged into the sea. Annie exclaimed, "That dolphin is embedded with sea stone." Coughing, the now embarrassed Reese was promptly rescued from the water by Lexington. Simultaneously, Annie made adjustments to the dolphin Reese had intended for his grandstanding to ensure that the sea stone would not hinder the ability users from standing upon it. Pretending as if nothing had transpired, Reese once again boldly stepped onto the silver dolphin. Flame gun, sun god, pointing towards the shimmering sea ahead. "Brothers, set sail." To the Grand Line. The crew below exchanged glances of exasperation. Time and again, Reese would emerge to display his bravado, only to falter, whether misdirecting or slipping on sea stone and falling into the sea. It seemed unnecessary. Dafu sighed helplessly at the antics of their boastful captain as she approached the control panel. The white sails unfurled, and the emblem of the magic hand pirates stood proudly in the wind. The silver adventurer embarked on its maiden voyage to align with the ambience of this silver sailboat. Reese intentionally chose to set sail under the night sky, illuminated by a brilliant moon. Departing from the silver island of Sukuyum, the silver ship glided across the moonlit waters, imbued with a sense of dreaminess and romance. Reese's silver eyebrows rose high, a smile of anticipation gracing his face. They were finally heading towards the long-awaited Grand Line. This journey was for Eric D. Dozen Reese to experience the romantic essence of the pirate world. For Lieutenant Steelfinger Lexington Justice to seek true justice. For the Salted Blade Bill Shack to concoct the legendary flavors of the sea with spices from around the world. For the Navigator Wright House to traverse the globe, penning his maritime diary and discovering a means to awaken his sister. For the Gentleman Pig Beethoven to host a world concert. For the Divine Hand Eric D. Annie to continue living happily with the will of her companions. For the White Sail Dafu to realize world peace. The Silver Adventurer officially sets sail, carrying the magic hand pirates. Chapter 166. New bounty notice on the deck of the Silver Adventurer. The crew gathered for an open-air meal, basking in the sun while enjoying their feast. A delightful experience indeed, with Shaq's spices and recipes at hand, and the Captain's sister cooking. They were finally liberated from the days of subsisting on rations. Canned goods and devilish cuisine. House, savoring the steaming dishes Annie had served, was moved to tears. Although accustomed to the exquisite flavors of the sea, it was evident that Annie's cooking paled in comparison to Shaq's. Yet the difference was monumental compared to their previous fare. While Annie might not be a professional chef, her basic culinary skills, enhanced by Shaq's legendary spices, yielded normal food at last. The Magic Hand Pirates had finally acquired the long-desired chef. Although the official chef had yet to board, it was still a cause for celebration. What we lack next in our crew, and must have, is a ship doctor, Lexington remarked while slicing into his steak. Although the steak was slightly overcooked, Shaq's black pepper seasoning was truly unique, rendering it irresistible. Each chef has their specialties, and Shaq excelled in flavoring, allowing even the most mediocre dishes to be transformed into culinary delights. You lot were grievously injured. Yet it was Marco who came to your aid. Truly, he deserves his reputation as the ship doctor of the legendary Yonko pirate crew. His medical skills are remarkable. Without him, you wouldn't have recovered so swiftly and effectively. Dafu, having skipped breakfast due to lingering energy, continued steering the ship while speaking. However, a skilled doctor won't appear every time you find yourselves gravely injured. So we must promptly locate a proficient ship doctor. Nodding slightly at Dafu and Lexington's words, Reese acknowledged their validity. A ship doctor is indeed a crucial position. However, thus far, all his companions were absolute elites in their respective fields. And the final ship doctor must also be someone of exceptional caliber. He believed that capable doctors would surely exist within the Grand Line, and he was confident that he would eventually encounter a ship doctor that would resonate with the Magic Hand Pirates. With the anticipated ship doctor, the main crew of the Magic Hand Pirates would consist of 8 individuals. This number was indeed too few, even if they aimed for an elite path. They must ensure the crew possessed sufficient combat strength. Thus, Reese resolved to await fate and seek additional crew members to bolster the strength of the Magic Hand Pirates. However, Such considerations were matters for the future, not for their present deliberations. As the crew engaged in their meal and conversation, a newsbird carrying a newspaper soared past the ship. Dafu promptly called it down, purchasing a newspaper, and began to peruse it casually. Soon, her attention was captivated by the headline and the multitude of bounty notices embedded within the pages. New bounty notices have finally been released. This has been long overdue. Previously, whenever a new newspaper was issued, Reese and his crew would eagerly scramble to see if there were new bounty notices for them. Yet for many days, there had been no news. Even the report of Reese and Kid S' joint victory over Grella had not been covered, as if it had never occurred. Consequently, Reese and his companions had lost patience with their daily newspaper readings. However, unexpectedly, news regarding them had suddenly emerged. Astonishing news. The South Sea is in turmoil. The captain of the Magic Hand Pirates, Reese, has allied with Captain Kidd of the Kid Pirates to defeat the Overlord, the tyrant of the South Sea, for decades. Nan Moxis Grella. Is there a connection between the pirate New Stars and the Whitebeard Pirates? The true intelligence brought by Marine Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit. The content recorded in the newspaper is exceedingly exaggerated, showcasing the exuberant and reckless faces of Reese and Kid, transforming them into the protagonists of the tale. This prompted Reese to disdainfully critique Morgans, the unscrupulous reporter, for capturing him in such an unflattering and disheveled manner, prominently displayed in the most conspicuous position. In an attempt to divert his attention, Reese shifted his gaze to the new bounty notices. However, the figures inscribed on the bounties rendered Reese's expression as grim as coal. Following this battle, their bounty amounts had not changed significantly, yet it was quite infuriating. Lexington Justice's bounty stood at 112,037 million berries. Dafu's bounty was 23 million berries, 10 million berries. House's bounty was 50 million berries, 10 million berries. Eric D. Annie's bounty remained unchanged at 98 million berries. Bill Shack had yet to establish a bounty. As for the unfortunate Beethoven, his bounty was whimsically rounded from 326 berries to 330 berries, leaving one to ponder the Navy's peculiar sense of humor. What could one possibly buy with those extra 4 berries? Upon seeing his bounty notice, Beethoven sorrowfully began to sing a melancholic tune, accompanied by frustrated snorts. How rude. They added 4 berries to humiliate him. They truly underestimate pigs. The captain of the Magic Hand Pirates, Magic Hand Eric D. Hidden Dozen Reese, was issued a bounty of 285 million berries. This was another source of Reese's ire, as Kid's bounty was a staggering 315 million berries. Why was that fellow's bounty higher than his own? Was it due to the magnetic mech he controlled during the battle, leaving the battlefield littered with steel parts, reminiscent of the aftermath of Kid's previous skirmishes, thus attributing more credit for defeating Grella to Kid? This was utterly absurd. Furthermore, the photograph on the bounty notice depicted him in a mocking grin, resembling a silver thief, unmistakably a villainous visage. He looked as unsavory as Sanji, which was truly vexing. Lexington's bounty notice had become only alive. It seemed the Navy desired to capture this former lieutenant alive. Gazing at the peculiar detail on Lexington's bounty notice, Rash remarked in indignation. By the way, how come Lexington's photo radiated righteousness, exuding an imposing charm, while his own image was of such disarray? House's was similarly dashing and suave. Though the three of them were not lacking in good looks, why was it that only his photo turned out so horrid? The reason. The moniker Silver Thief had left an indelible mark, and the photographer hesitated to capture him in his moment of gallantry. What was wrong with the photographer? How could they capture such candid moments? It seemed they held a grudge against him. His bounty notice had even been paired with the wrong image, featuring Kid's pirate Cruz Loli, Dabu. Dafu also held her bounty notice, lamenting the incongruous image. Could the Navy truly apprehend anyone with such poorly executed bounty notices? Her doubts were growing. Chapter 167, Kurokas. Sigh. Entering the Grand Line is no easy feat. Aboard the Silver Adventurer, the crew, battered by the currents of Reverse Mountain, lay sprawled across the deck. Fortunately, House's navigational skills, combined with the capabilities of the feed fruit, allowed them to find a safe passage. and Dafu's adept driving ensured they avoided crashing into Red Line, preserving both ship and crew. However, a minor mishap occurred in the final stage of their entrance into the Grand Line. A colossal whale appeared before them, yawning widely, and they were promptly swallowed into its belly. Did such fantastical events occur upon entering the Grand Line? Their first destination was the belly of a whale. House quipped as he surveyed the surroundings. Surprisingly spacious, the belly contained islands and houses. Reese scratched his head, sitting up from the deck and surveying the area. It was indeed the belly of the whale, Laboon. What a fortuitous coincidence to find himself here. However, it was also an opportunity to visit the ship's doctor of the Pirate King Roger, Kuroka's. He might know of a formidable ship doctor on some island in the Grand Line to recommend. Additionally, he could take the opportunity to inform him about Ace. Perhaps some of Roger's former crewmates would come to save Ace during the Marineford War. Captain, it seems we can exit through that door over there. Should we proceed directly, or? House used his powers to locate the route out of the whale's belly, then pointed to a nearby door. It was indeed absurd that a whale would possess a door. Encountering such wonders upon entering the Grand Line was surreal. No, wait a moment. Since we are here, there is no rush to leave. I shall explore that ship island over there to see if anyone resides here. With that, Reese extended his right hand, purple sparks crackling in his palm, aiming at the distant ship wrapped in iron, though he would eventually replace the magnetic fruit with another. It was not detrimental to practice a little longer. Let me try flying using magnetism. Reese suddenly unleashed a magnetic pull, propelling himself away from the pirate ship toward Kuroka's vessel. Bang! A dull thud echoed, causing the crew to gasp in unison. Reese had still failed to control the direction of the magnetism, colliding solidly with the iron, leaving him dazed and disoriented. Forget it. I shall no longer practice. The sudden commotion seemed to alert the inhabitants of the ship island. A man with hair resembling blooming flowers, wearing glasses and thick lips, soon emerged wielding a harpoon. Dressed casually in shorts and slippers, Reese grimaced as he pried himself off the iron, awkwardly standing before Kuroka's. How careless of me. To make a fool of myself upon first meeting him was truly embarrassing. Hello, I am Eric D. Doesn't Reese? You must be Mr. Kuroka's? Reese feigned nonchalance, steadying his emotions as he addressed the elderly man. The old man's face displayed a hint of surprise. Oh, you actually know me? Of course. You were a legendary figure aboard the Pirate King's ship, as well as a world-renowned doctor. I'm a great admirer of yours, Reese stated with unwavering composure. Complimenting the other party could not hurt. Perhaps this would facilitate smoother communication moving forward. Ah, is it true that I'm so famous? Upon hearing Reese's flattery, Kuroka's face visibly flushed, and he bashfully scratched his head. Reese, indeed he falls for this. Aboard the Silver Adventurer, Lexington and the others looked on speechlessly as Reese engaged in conversation with Kuroka's. Why was he chatting with this fellow? This was utterly ridiculous. Should we go over? Dafu turned to Lexington and inquired. There's no need. Let's wait here for the captain to return. Lexington shrugged in resignation. They certainly do not possess the same ease as Lacey, who immediately strikes up a conversation with strangers and smiles so joyously. It would likely be quite awkward if I were to join. Ah, I see. He is the new star pirate from Nanhai. Not long ago, a young lad named Jida passed through here. Listening to Lacey's self-introduction, Ku Luo Ka Si slowly remarked, his tone tinged with a hint of nostalgia. Indeed, the influx of potential newcomers into the Grand Line has been ever increasing. As anticipated, the era that Roger longed for is truly approaching. Would you like me to recommend a ship's doctor? I happen to know several renowned physicians along the Grand Line. Saying this, Ku Luo Ka Si retrieved a map of the first half of the Grand Line from the room. This lad seems rather astute. His sweet words bring him joy. So I shall assist him with a recommendation. Soon, Ku Luo Ka Si marked 3 locations on the map, each situated along 3 of the 7 magnetic routes of the Grand Line. This meant he could only choose one of these 3 places to head towards. After examining the routes closely, Lacey made his decision. One location was the Kingdom of Magnetdrum. He already had the pet Beethoven in his crew and saw no need to compete with Luffy for Chopper, so he eliminated this option. The second location, which Ku Luo Kasi had not visited, was said to be the temporary residence of a fearsome surgeon from the North Sea, likely Trafalgar Law. Given his current abilities, Lacey lacked the confidence to recruit him, as Law was an independent captain. Thus, this option was also dismissed. Ultimately, he could only choose the place known as the Kingdom of Snake on Changshi Island, as it was rumored to have a formidable doctor as well. After expressing his gratitude to Ku Luo Kasi, Lacey continued their conversation. Before long, their dialogue drifted to the topic of the Pirate King. Seizing the opportunity, Lacey mentioned the name Portgas Diaz. Ah, that fellow. He was also one of the supernovas from a few years back, possessing remarkable talent, and later became the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Ku Luo Kasi commented, taking a sip of tea. I am acquainted with him. I always keep an eye on pirates from the four seas, seeking out promising newcomers. Indeed, that fellow is exceptionally strong, his talent rivaling that of the Pirate King's son. During that generation of supernovas, he truly stood out, overshadowing others like Cavendish. The son of the Pirate King? Ku Luo Kasi was taken aback, his expression thoughtful. Indeed, even among other equally gifted supernovas, Ace's talent is extraordinarily potent. I have heard that the Pirate King Roger Sword is also named Ace. Lacey continued, feigning indifference. It seems to be the case. He even saved my life in the South Sea. He bears a striking resemblance to Roger. After popping a biscuit from Ku Luo Kasi's stock in his mouth, Lacey waved goodbye and turned to return to the ship, leaving Ku Luo Kasi lost in contemplation. He could only provide a hint. He could not directly tell Lacey that Ace was Roger's son, for he would not believe it. It was time to depart. Perhaps due to sleeping, Lab did not collide with Red Earth, and I shall leave the matter of preventing Lab's suicide to Luffy. My ship already has a musician. Brooke is better suited for Luffy. As he watched the ship of the M.O. show pirates disappear from view, Ku Luo Kasi furrowed his brow slightly. The son of Roger? Hearing Lacey mention it raises some suspicions. Since I have some free time, it might be worth investigating. Chapter 168. Deserted Island. That flowery old man was actually a crew member of the Pirate King? After leaving the Twin Gorges and inquiring about Lacey's earlier conversation with the inhabitants residing within the belly of the whale, Lexington exclaimed in astonishment. That unassuming old man has quite the background. Indeed, he is the ship's doctor of the Roger Pirates. I specifically asked them to recommend a good physician. With that, Lacey produced the map marked by Ku Luo Kasi from his pocket. The islands indicated on it are the locations of the esteemed doctors he recommended. Thus, he decided to follow the route to this island as their course. Although I do not particularly need this, it is better to be prepared, How C said, pulling out the record pointer he had previously found on the Dominator Island, an essential navigational tool for traversing the Grand Line. Unlike other navigators, How C is somewhat unique. He does not solely rely on his navigation skills to determine routes and dangers. With the searching capabilities of the MysteryFruit, even by merely glancing at a map, he can accurately plan the correct course. Therefore, even without a record pointer, the MO show pirates can navigate between islands. Nevertheless, unforeseen circumstances may arise, such as a sudden complexity in the route to a particular island, making it inconvenient for How C to guide them solely through his abilities. He must still refer to the record pointer. Let us proceed towards the location of the first island. After carefully studying the map, How C silently recited the name of the island, activating the powers of the MysteryFruit, swiftly locating the navigation route. However, in the Grand Line, it is unrealistic to expect to completely avoid all natural disasters and secure routes. Thus, How C merely sought the path to the next island, rather than the entirely safe route he could find in the South Sea. This means they might encounter storms, hail, tsunamis, or attacks from other pirates or the Navy along the way, necessitating greater caution. Since arriving in the Grand Line, How C's abilities have also been considerably diminished due to the unpredictable nature of these waters. Dafu heads southeast. Amidst the melodious sounds of Beethoven's music, the Silver Adventurer sailed through the tumultuous waves towards the eagerly awaited first island. I wonder what sort of situations we will encounter in the Grand Line. Standing at the bow of the ship, Lacey gazed at the vast, unknown ocean, murmuring to himself, "The South Sea is the most perilous sea. Yet the Grand Line is even more capricious. What will become of the route I have chosen? Will it be fraught with danger or relatively safe? Unlike the route chosen by Jida in the original story, which was relatively safe, as he seemingly faced no significant challenges after defeating the South Sea Overlord, thus not increasing his bounty further. Luffy's chosen route through the Grand Line was akin to a hellish picture book, with 2 warlords of the sea stationed along it. I cannot foresee the nature of my own path, nor can I anticipate which supernovas I might encounter here. Before long, the Silver Adventurer, following the navigation route devised by House C, reached the first island. The journey was remarkably smooth. They encountered no enemies, not even significant waves. The tranquility was unexpectedly profound. The first island they arrived at was an unexpectedly desolate isle. There was nothing on the island, only sparse vegetation and an endless expanse of wilderness. What a complete lack of vigor. As he gazed upon the desolate scenery before him, Lacey could not restrain his sarcasm. How did we arrive at such a forsaken place for our first stop? He had anticipated a grand opportunity to experience the local customs of the Great Route. Now, he had encountered the landscape, yet the humanity was utterly absent, save for a few birds that occasionally flew by to relieve themselves. Perhaps one could not entirely declare this a birdless wasteland, for the birds did indeed leave their droppings in this exceedingly dull locale. House C, equally exasperated, stepped forward, observing the recording pointer in his hand. There is little reason to linger in such a place. We should quickly charge the magnetic energy of the recording pointer and depart. He pondered how long it would take to fully charge the device in this desolate region, void of any inhabitants to inquire. Alas, darkness was approaching. They would rest for the night and address the remaining matters in the morning. After securing the ship at the shore, the group disembarked to assess their surroundings. An unsettling feeling enveloped them regarding this island. As Lei Si and Lai Kuxing Dun traversed the isle, they expressed their disquietude. It indeed appeared to be a deserted island, yet an inexplicable aura of mystery lingered, leaving them unable to articulate their unease. Their recently awakened Kenbunchika haki was still insufficiently powerful, rendering them somewhat oblivious to any unexpected occurrences. However, upon stepping onto the island, they could sense a peculiar atmosphere. Let us return to the ship. It is unlikely anything significant will happen now. We shall see what unfolds tonight. After a fruitless search on the island, where they found nothing but bird droppings, the group swiftly returned to the Silver Adventurer. As twilight fell, the absence of sunlight rendered the desolate island's atmosphere even more eerie. It was not until the deep of night that the crew, filled with trepidation, retired to their quarters for slumber. Lacey lay on his ship, closing his eyes. Yet, he did not truly drift into sleep. Rather, he feigned slumber. He anticipated that something amiss would transpire tonight, and if he succumbed to sleep, he could not fathom the dreadful circumstances that might arise. What secrets lay hidden within this place would soon be revealed. In a pitch-black corner, it seemed that those fools had all fallen asleep. Another group of imbeciles had fallen into our trap. This island is no safe haven, and to lower one's guard here is to court death. This was none other than the infamous M.O. Show pirates, led by Captain M.O. Show Lacey, also known as Silver Brow Lacey, with a bounty of 285 million berries and a total crew bounty of 568,330 berries. Who would have thought such a high bounty individual would be as naive as those previous small fry? However, this time, the prey was a substantial catch. If we could seize them, we would revel in luxury for a long while. Fool, we must not underestimate them. Despite their current ineptitude, they are a formidable pirate crew, with 2 members boasting bounties exceeding 100 million. To look down upon them would invite calamity. As they spoke, dozens of shadowy figures armed themselves and commenced their actions. Eerie, sinister laughter reverberated through the cramped space. Yet it seemed to go unheard by Lacey and the others aboard the ship. Nevertheless, this night was destined to be one of wakefulness. Chapter 169. The Clever One. The footsteps upon the wooden planks were barely audible, so faint that they were nearly imperceptible to the human ear. Unfortunately, the majority of the crew aboard this vessel possessed exceptionally keen senses, rendering such stealthy movements futile. Lacey and Lai Kuxing Dun quickly detected the unusual presence aboard the ship through their kinbunchikahaki, while Annie's infrared scanner rapidly locked onto the positions of all individuals. Beethoven, with his ears perked, caught the scent of the intruders. Even DeFu, tasked with keeping watch, sensed something amiss through her awareness of the ship's vibrations. For this top-notch helmsman, the ship was akin to her own body. Accurately discerning the tremors caused by the waves was second nature, and the subtle movements of the intruders aboard would not go unnoticed. Only Hao Si, preoccupied with ensuring the recording pointer charged within a short time frame while tirelessly mapping the route, remained oblivious to the enemy's incursion. The crew, aware of the intruders, chose not to act immediately. Instead, they silently agreed to feign ignorance. Soon, the intruders stealthily reached the bedrooms aboard the Silver Adventurer, gently pushing open the doors to enter. A cunning individual wielding a dagger approached Lei Si's bedside with a sinister grin. Utilizing the faint moonlight, he aimed at Lei Si's serene face and raised the sharp dagger to strike. However, though the dagger pierced Lei Si's body, it did not penetrate flesh. Lei Si's face shattered upon impact. Damn it, what is happening? Just as the assailant stood bewildered, Lei Si's previously shattered visage began to reform, coalescing into a countenance adorned with a knowing smile, his eyes fixed on the panicked intruder with an expression of a predator surveying its prey. Before he could scream, the intruder heard a cacophony of sounds emanating from the adjacent rooms. The cracking of bones, the sound of electric shocks, cannon blasts, splashes, and gunfire. Accompanying these sounds were the anguished cries of his comrades. Cold sweat trickled down the intruder's face as he dropped the dagger with a clatter. Trembling as he retreated step by step, Lacey approached him with a smile. His companions had suffered, and he too would share in their fate. Otherwise, it would be unjust. As Lacey raised his fist, the intruder cried out in terror, "Don't come any closer." Soon, the crew of the MO Show pirates gathered the new arrivals on the deck of the Silver Adventurer. Some bore bruises from Lei Si's blows. Others had broken bones courtesy of Lai Kuxing Dun. Some had received electric therapy from Beethoven, while others had been unceremoniously tossed into the sea by Annie and subsequently fished out. There were 13 captives in total, led by the battered Clever, who, upon inquiry, revealed his name as Kulai Fuer. All were clad in dark attire, their clothes damp, clearly suspicious. How did these individuals manage to board the ship without my knowledge? Observing the commotion outside, Hao Si emerged from the measurement room, feeling rather embarrassed as he beheld the intruders. He was, after all, the only one utterly unaware of the situation, a truly awkward predicament. "No need to worry, Hao Si. You may return to your chart making. We will handle this," Lei Si said, turning to Hao Si. Annie promptly retraced her steps into the cabin. "I misjudged the capabilities of these pathetic characters and used too much force. I must go repair the damage I caused," DeFu remarked as she returned to the lookout. After DeFu, Hao Si, and Annie departed, Lei Si, Lai Kuxing Dun, and Beethoven remained, encircling the hapless Clever and his subordinates. It was indeed a dire situation for Kulai Fuer and his men, tears of despair welling in their eyes. This group of individuals is indeed formidable. Their naive assumption that they could ambush us under the moonlight has proven to be a grave miscalculation. Now, captured in the act, their fate seems sealed. Lei Si gazed with satisfaction at the 13 trembling figures before him. As he had suspected, this island harbors secrets. It remains unclear from where these individuals emerged, and they shall be thoroughly interrogated. "Beethoven, could you provide a chilling score? Something that sends shivers down the spine," Lei Si inquired. "Consider it done," Beethoven replied, producing his portable violin and beginning to play. The music was steeped in oppressive sorrow and profound anguish, echoing across the deck of the Silver Adventurer, instilling a sense of dread in both Lei Si and Lexington. While Beethoven's usual melodies could alleviate stress and uplift spirits, this composition was one that could frighten a person to death, making it remarkably effective for interrogating prisoners. The already terrified Kili Fuer, upon hearing this terrifying music in conjunction with the dim surroundings, became utterly distraught. Lei Si and Lexington stood menacingly, brandishing the 10 Commandments and the Moon Reader, tracing their cold blades across the captive's skin, provoking goosebumps. The 13 were paralyzed with fear, their bodies trembling violently as if powered by electric motors, with a few succumbing to the pressure, fainting on the spot. We have several questions for you. It is in your best interest to respond truthfully, Lacey stated coldly, his voice resonating with menace. Should you fail to comply or perform poorly, we shall resort to our customary treatment of prisoners, imprisoning you in the dungeon and forcing you to consume pieces of your own flesh daily until you either starve or bleed to death. Another individual could not withstand the terror and collapsed backward. The remaining conscious ones began to babble incoherently. Keely Fewer, overwhelmed with fear, cried out, "I will tell you everything. I know what you wish to ask. Who we are, what this island is, how long it takes for the recording pointer to accumulate magnetic force, what transpired today. I will divulge it all. Spare us." Observing the pitiful display before them, Lexington and Lacey were at a loss for words. It was astonishing that they had confessed so readily. How could those in the Grand Line be so cowardly? Or perhaps their atmosphere of terror had been excessively overwhelming, turning the clever into fools. It seems my acting skills have improved. Lacey mused to himself. It was quite effortless to subdue these so-called clever individuals. Shortly thereafter, the terrified Keely Fewer relayed all the information he possessed. As it turned out, Lacey's suspicions were accurate. These individuals were bounty hunters, eking out a living by capturing pirates. Furthermore, they belonged to a notorious bounty hunter organization known as the Thunder God Guild, renowned along the Grand Line. Lacey discovered the guild's emblem on Keely Fewer and his companions, a silver circular metal badge emblazoned with a crossed dagger and a bolt of lightning. Naturally, Keely Fewer and his weak cohorts were merely low-ranking members of the guild, typically only capable of ambushing million-strong pirates on the first island of the Grand Line. Their encounter with the Devil's Hand pirate crew had been an unprecedented stroke of luck, leading to their reckless decision to act. After some deliberation, Lacey and Lexington resolved to accompany these bounty hunters into the underground city. "Lexington, I entrust this to you," Lacey declared as he donned the breathing apparatus he had previously acquired from Kid. Being a power user, he would be rendered powerless underwater and would need Lexington's assistance. Following the trembling bounty hunters, Lexington lifted Lacey and leaped into the sea, while the others remained aboard the ship. "There shouldn't be any issues, right?" Dafu expressed her concerns, gazing at the surface of the sea where the others had vanished. "No problem at all. Even if the captain is unreliable, Mr. Lexington will prevent any unforeseen circumstances," Beethoven assured. "I hope so," Dafu replied, casting a bemused glance at Beethoven, who was still playing the violin without respite. "Could you possibly refrain from that terrifying music?" Under the sea, Lexington gracefully glided through the water, guiding the limp and half-conscious Lacey deeper. Soon, under Keely Fewer's guidance, they arrived at the entrance of the underground city, a pitch-black cave. Remarkably, there was no water inside. It was quite astonishing. Upon entering the cave, Lexington exclaimed in wonder, "No water is fantastic. I was on the brink of suffocation." Lacey, feeling weak, leaned against Lexington's shoulder to stand. Why had he succumbed to curiosity and decided to follow? He should have let Lexington explore alone. It was truly self-inflicted torment for a power user to venture into the sea. "You best not set any traps or ambushes. They would be futile against us. Should any issues arise, I shall slit your throats." Lexington unsheathed the golden axe, the 10 Commandments, as he warned the somewhat sneaky Keely Fewer and his group while advancing into the cave. The glimmering tip of the 10 Commandments made Keely Fewer shudder, extinguishing any lingering thoughts of alerting the other bounty hunters inside to lay an ambush against Lexington and Lacey. For these two formidable individuals, the tricks that had previously worked against million-strong pirates were utterly ineffective. In the presence of absolute power, schemes and ambushes held no significance. Navigating through the intricate and winding cave, Lacey and Lexington, guided by their hosts, arrived at the true base of the underground city. It must be said that this place resembled a labyrinth. Even the abilities of how C might struggle to chart a course, making a guide essential. Had Zorro been brought here, he might have wandered for a lifetime without finding an exit. Upon exiting the tunnel maze, Lacey and Lexington were immediately taken aback by the scene before them. This was indeed an underground city. Its scale was scarcely smaller than that of an ordinary town above ground. If one were to describe it, it would be approximately the same area as a layer of Inpei Air Prison. Moreover, it is evident that the majority of this underground city is entirely natural, not excavated by human hands. Oil lamps illuminate the cavern's interior, and numerous individuals with fierce expressions traverse back and forth. Most of these individuals bear weapons and sport the insignia of the Thunder God Guild, indicating that they are all bounty hunters. Indeed, this place serves as a sanctuary for bounty hunters, larger than I had envisioned. I never expected such a scene to exist beneath the deserted island. Lacey could not help but exclaim. The Thunder God Guild appears to be quite formidable, with so many members and bases even on this first island. Although these bounty hunters seem lacking in strength, their sheer numbers suggest that even the strongest leader of the guild must possess exceptional power, perhaps exceeding 100 million. Take us to the location of the base leader, Lacey commanded, tapping Cleefewer's head with Tian Zhao. Cleefewer, wearing a mournful expression, had no choice but to lead the two further into the depths of the cavern. Soon, they passed by an area resembling a prison, where continuous roars, curses, and the sounds of fists striking bars echoed, as if wild beasts were imprisoned within. Lacey quickly deduced that this was likely a holding area for pirates who had been captured, but had not yet been exchanged for bounties. These pirates appeared quite defiant, for according to the bounty hunters' modus operandi on this island, they were likely ambushed and brought here against their will. Perhaps later, they could return to this place and discover some noteworthy pirates, Lacey pondered. Their ship was severely lacking in personnel and combat power during confrontations with adversaries. There were instances where they could not even match their officers properly. Aside from specialized personnel like the ship's doctor and cook, suitable combatants were in dire need. After passing the prison, Lacey and Lexington followed the clever ones to the management room at the heart of the underground city. "My lords, the leader of our base is inside," Cleefewer said with a forced smile, continually stepping back. It seemed he could hardly wait to escape. As soon as Lacey gave the word, they would flee this dreadful place. "Understood. I shall spare your lives. Now be gone," Lacey retorted disdainfully to Cleefewer. Ignoring the clever ones who had finally breathed a sigh of relief and scurried away, Lacey stepped forward and pushed open the door to the management room. He was determined to gain a thorough understanding of the Thunder God Guild situation. As Lacey anticipated, the individual managing this novice village's underground city was yet another weakling of little consequence. After a brief demonstration of strength, the individual quickly became exceedingly compliant. "So, esteemed pirate lord, what may I assist you with?" he inquired, his face swollen and a forced smile plastered on his lips. "What misfortune has befallen me? To have a 285 million bounty pirate set his sights on my own base?" Lacey, reclining with his legs crossed, took a cigarette from the table, ignited it by rubbing his fingers together until they turned to coal, and soon lit it. He had never tried such a thing before. It seemed that even the pirate lords indulged in this vice. As a user of the coal fruit, it should not harm his body. Coughing violently, Lacey quickly entered an elemental state to expel the smoke from his lungs, regaining his composure. Lexington, standing nearby as a bodyguard, could not help but twitch his lips. What was Lacey up to now? Did he wish to show off again? He always seemed to falter in his attempts at bravado, never succeeding, and it was perplexing that he did not learn from his mistakes. Flushed with embarrassment, Lacey adjusted his posture, extinguished the cigarette, and discarded it into the ashtray, simultaneously setting fire to the various items on the table that had caused him such embarrassment. He merely wished to play the part of a big shot. Why did he always encounter mishaps? Nothing happened just now, Lacey stated with an impassive expression to the individual before him. Yes, of course. The manager nodded furiously, his heart bleeding profusely. He had spent a considerable amount of money and leveraged numerous connections to acquire those fine items, only to see them destroyed. This little brat truly had no appreciation for quality. Despite his internal curses, the manager maintained a broad smile. "I require more information about your Thunder God Guild." Finally returning to the matter at hand, Lacey stated, if all went according to plan, this route he had chosen would encompass many islands under the Thunder God Guild's domain, and it was prudent to gather intelligence in advance. Reluctantly, the manager divulged information about the Thunder God Guild that Cleefewer was unaware of. Founded 15 years ago, the guild's creator and enduring leader is a formidable figure named Jian Yulei Shun, who seldom makes public appearances, resulting in scant knowledge about him. It is known, however, that he is a powerful swordsman and a user of a mythical Zoan-type fruit. Under the leader, 3 vice presidents known as the Three Heads reign: Qing Fong Zhu, Zhuoqi Tong Zi, and Hai Zhu Tu, all of whom possess immense strength and have previously captured pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million. Thus, these 3 are also referred to as billion-level bounty hunters. Beyond these 4 enigmatic leaders and the strongest bounty hunters, the Thunder God Guild boasts a roster of over 5,000 registered hunters of varying ranks. According to their ability to capture pirates, these bounty hunters are categorized into 4 levels: 500 million level hunters, 100 million level hunters, 5 million level hunters, and those below 5 million. Adding the 3 heads classified as billion level, this results in a total of 5 tiers. Based on their rank, these bounty hunters receive information regarding bountiful pirates that match their capabilities, enhancing their efficiency in the field. They may also form teams with other hunters to complete tasks or undertake more challenging, higher-paying missions. When high-level hunters capture powerful pirates, they may seek assistance from lower-level hunters through the guild, albeit with compensation. This guild appears to be quite impressive. If I were not a wanted criminal, I would almost consider joining. Lacey mused quietly after the manager's exposition. Truthfully, he found it somewhat peculiar. The guild's primary purpose is to unite the previously scattered and isolated bounty hunters, facilitating more efficient piracy hunting and bounty acquisition. For the average bounty hunter, this is undoubtedly an advantageous guild. Due to the high efficiency in capturing pirates, the government has tacitly allowed its existence. However, one must ponder the true motives of the guild's higher-ups in establishing it. According to the manager, bounty hunters do not owe taxes to the guild for capturing pirates. Only when renting weapons and manpower do they incur costs. The union derives little benefit from these ordinary bounty hunters, although these hunters generally comply with the organization's directives. When faced with significant situations, it is improbable that they would risk their lives for the president of the union. What then motivates the president of this union to establish such an organization with the capability to capture billion-berry pirates? Why not become a pirate or join the Navy instead of choosing the life of a bounty hunter and forming a guild? This conundrum piqued his curiosity about the president of the Thunder God Union, Jian Yulei Shun, a bounty hunter capable of apprehending billion-berry pirates. He would test the true capabilities of this bounty hunter guild. Having gathered sufficient understanding, Lacey suggested to Lexington that they visit the prison where the pirates were held. After clarifying the basic situation of the Thunder God Union, Lacey rose and, accompanied by Lexington, headed towards the exit. Once the 2 formidable figures departed, the person in charge finally breathed a sigh of relief. After confirming they had gone far, he hurriedly locked the door and scrambled to grab the Den Mushy, dialing the number for Sancho, which could only be called in emergencies. Typically, contacting Sancho without cause would result in severe punishment. But this was clearly not a normal situation. The intrusion of 2 billion-berry bounty pirates into the underground city was no trivial matter. Even the president and Sancho could not afford to be careless. It was impossible to confront them here, so he needed to notify the higher-ups and prepare the bounty hunters on the subsequent islands. Soon, the call was answered. A voice, indistinguishable in gender, emanated from the Den Mushy, sounding somewhat impatient as if disturbed, since the person in charge of such a newbie village had never called him before. I am Zashiki Warashi. You had better have a good reason for calling. On the other end, Lacey, having left the management office, was indifferent to whether the other party informed the higher-ups. After all, the only individuals from the Thunder God Union who could attract their attention were the president and vice president, both capable of capturing billion-berry pirates. The lower-tier members, even if prepared, would be of little threat to them. Chapter 172, Izumo Country. After departing from the management office of the underground city, Lacey and Lexington made their way to the prison where the pirates were detained. As they approached the prison, The cacophony of the pirates' foul-mouthed curses grew louder. Listening to the offensive shouts, Lacey could not help but furrow his brow. Indeed, the majority of pirates were the dregs of society, and those captured here were mostly fools and weaklings. After all, failing on the first island of the Grand Line was a clear indication of their weakness. Who knows? Perhaps there might be one or two with potential among them. Lexington inhaled deeply, his expression turning grave. It was evident that the world's evils were predominantly shrouded in darkness. The path to uphold justice was indeed a heavy burden. After swiftly incapacitating the prison guards, the two reached the front of the cells. It seemed that most bounty hunters were either out on missions or resting, as there was no one else around. Just as they were loitering in front of the cell, a sudden uproar erupted from within. "Hey, those two don't look like bounty hunters." A bald, muscular man pointed at Lacey and Lexington, shouting. Soon, another pirate recognized them. "Damn, how did those guys, also pirates, end up here?" It was Lacey and Lexington from the notorious M.O. Show Pirates, one of the most infamous pirate crews in the South Sea. Hearing the introduction, the pirates grew excited. "Hey, let's out. Lacey, aren't you the silver thief? If you set me free, I'll give you a few beautiful women. I'm quite a catch. I can offer myself." As the pirates clamored, Lacey shook his head in exasperation. "What a useless rabble. You'd better be quiet." With that, Lacey widened his eyes, unleashing his conqueror's haki, sweeping over the noisy crowd. In an instant, the frenzied pirates fell to the ground, eyes rolling back and frothing at the mouth. Indeed, they were nothing but trash. Disappointed, Lacey shook his head. Resisting the impact of the conqueror's haki relied heavily on willpower. It was evident that these individuals had none, possessing merely a bit of strength and only knowing how to bully the weak. Even someone as frail as Daff could remain standing under his conqueror's haki without fainting. Clearly, there were no formidable foes among them. After confirming that everyone had been rendered unconscious, Lacey and Lexington turned to leave the cell. It seemed they would need to venture to the higher levels of the Thunder God Union's prison to find more capable pirates. Having resolved the matter, Lacey and Lexington prepared to exit the underground city and return to their ship. However, as they reached the exit, they suddenly halted, exchanging puzzled glances. "How do we navigate this maze?" "Forget it. Let us find a guide." After enlisting an unfortunate soul as their guide, Lacey and Lexington soon emerged from the labyrinth and returned to their ship. "We're back, but who are these new friends?" Upon ascending to the deck, Lacey saw a group of individuals clad in outfits similar to those of Clive Fu Air and others, kneeling before Beethoven, tragically undergoing the torment of horrifying music. These bounty hunters were quite audacious, daring to attack them twice in one night. After extending a friendly welcome to these new guests, following some intimidation and beatings, Lacey gently tossed each one into the water. Once these matters were settled, dawn gradually broke. "I'll see. The magnetic storage of the record pointer must be full by now. We should head to the next island." Having inquired previously with the underground city's inhabitants, Lacey was aware that it only took a night to fully charge the magnetic storage on this island. After reorganizing, the Silver Adventurer set sail from the first island of the Grand Line, continuing towards the horizon. In the Grand Line, Izumo Country is a realm concealed within thunderclouds. Here lies the headquarters of the Thunder God Union, where the most elite bounty hunters congregate in this relatively small nation. Within the hall of the Thunder God Union in Izumo Country, a somewhat frail young man clad in a blue-purple kimono, wooden sandals adorning his feet, his hair styled in a top knot, and a long sword at his side, sat cross-legged on the floor, perusing reports brought by his subordinates. Beside him stood a towering, over 3-meter-tall, one-eyed monk, clad in a blue robe, rhythmically striking a wooden fish. "Lord Jianyule, what does the letter say?" the one-eyed monk inquired. The samurai-clad youth, referred to as Jianyule, furrowed his brow and set down the report presented by the Zashiki Warashi. "The bounty of 285 million is a pirate I have not encountered in quite some time, and to make matters worse, he is my adversary. It seems that significant actions are imminent. Qing Fangzhu, do you recall the pirate named AI like D? Duazalisi from the South Sea?" Yu Ejinyu inquired of the one-eyed monk beside him. Qing Fangzhu immediately ceased his rhythmic tapping on the wooden fish, narrowing his eyes slightly. Is he the one wielding the legendary blades of the Kazuki clan, Amaterasu and Tsukuyumi, and is suspected of having slain Lord Kazuki Matsu? Precisely. That scoundrel has audaciously invaded our territory. Yu Ejinyu remarked with a cold smirk. Amaterasu and Tsukuyumi are weapons originating from the Kazuki clan of Wano, and their presence in the hands of a pirate undoubtedly raises red flags. Having spent many years as a bounty hunter, he is well aware of the nefarious nature of pirates, for murder and plunder are their daily fare. Upon learning of the appearance of Amaterasu and Tsukuyumi, he had closely monitored this Duizalisi, and it was utterly unexpected that he would appear on the very route they traverse. He must not be allowed to escape. The heirloom of the Kazuki clan must not fall into the hands of a vile pirate. We must reclaim them. With a cold snort, Yu Ejinyu turned to face Qin Fangzhu. The sea head is likely available. Let him pay a visit to the Mozho pirate crew to gather intelligence on their operations. Sooner or later, I, like Duizalisi, will arrive in Arazumo, and we shall finally execute a long-awaited ambush on this 100 million bounty pirate. Understood. I shall promptly notify the sea head to await at the island where Mozho pirate crew is soon to arrive. With that, Qin Fangzhu turned and exited the Thunder God Guild's hall. Once his subordinate departed, Yu Ejinyu abruptly clutched his mouth and coughed several times. His ailment had worsened. Gazing at the blood on his palm, Yu Ejinyu let out a few bitter chuckles. He wondered if this frail body could endure for over 2 more years, or if he would perish in that foretold great battle. Chapter 173. The Divination of the Malfunctioning Magician. The clever and audacious Kelefeur had displayed remarkable courage, indeed. After receiving a severe beating from the Mozho pirate crew, the clever bounty hunter squad lay low for a few days, ultimately deciding to venture out once more to hunt pirates after a week. Generally, according to the theorem posited by the so-called expert Mr. Baloney, upon the arrival of a large pirate crew like the Mozho, it is unlikely that another crew with a bounty exceeding 100 million would appear on the same island in the short term, allowing Kelefeur's group to confidently launch an attack on the next pirate crew arriving on the deserted island. The outcome was favorable. The opposing crew was feeble, with only their captain boasting a bounty of 8 million. Under the cover of night, Kelefeur's band executed a swift ambush and easily dispatched them. However, the bounty and treasure acquired were meager, leaving them unsatisfied. The following day, having forgotten the terror of the Mozho pirate crew, they failed to verify the bounty information of the next pirate ship and recklessly launched another ambush. Unfortunately, the outcome was disheartening. Even the pirate captain on board remarked, "Regrettably, you shall meet your demise today." The newcomer from the North Sea, the magician Bazir Hawkins, with a bounty of 145 million, stated in a low, emotionless voice as he observed the results of his tarot card reading. Bound before Hawkins, Kelefeur and his companions instantly became pallid, tears streaming down their faces. What has been happening lately? Why have over 100 million bounty pirates become so commonplace? 2 have appeared within just half a month. Such occurrences have never transpired before. How could Mr. Baloney's theorem be so unreliable? It seems we are truly doomed. It is fated. You will meet such an end today. Accept it calmly. Hawkins said with unwavering composure, slowly drawing his sword from his waist, which transformed into countless blades of straw, swirling ominously in the air. Kelefeur and his companions huddled together, shrieking in terror. Except calmly indeed, they began along for the Mozho pirate crew. After eliminating Kelefeur, Hawkins sheathed his sword and commanded his subordinates. Understood. After dealing with the bounty hunters, Hawkins turned and returned to his cabin. He had gleaned some information from those ruffians. Another pirate crew with a bounty exceeding 100 million had arrived on this very route not long ago. Furthermore, it was the Mozho crew led by Duizalisi and the former Navy Lieutenant Lexington, those individuals who defied the results of his divination. Despite being men who should have died a year prior, they had formed their own pirate crew and gained notoriety in the South Sea before arriving at the Grand Line. A significant portion of his crew should also have been deceased, yet they remained active upon the seas. It was indeed a preposterous situation. All events and individuals associated with them were subject to unpredictable changes. Can one truly defy fate? Is such a possibility real? Hawkins engaged in divination repeatedly, yet it became increasingly chaotic, eluding any rational explanation. The ocean is rife with astonishing phenomena, yet the only ones causing his divination to malfunction were Duazalisi and his crew. Though the divination he learned from a young age is not infallible, everything he had predicted had come to pass without exception, allowing him to navigate countless dangers in the North Sea and seize every opportunity, ultimately leading to his current stature. Despite his reluctance to admit it, he had indeed developed a dependency on divination. For events and challenges with low probabilities of success, he would instinctively choose to avoid them. The inability to use divination to gauge fortune or misfortune left him feeling uneasy. In summary, that group of the deceased was entirely beyond his control, causing him to question his very existence, and he could not afford to view them as mere adversaries. He pondered whether they might alter the fates of those traversing this route. Hawkins murmured, for according to his divination, the Thunder God Guild on this route faced a 100 probability of annihilation this year due to the intervention of the 4 emperors. Captain Hawkins, the record pointer has successfully stored the magnetic force of this island. Shall we continue our journey? The navigator of Hawkins' pirate crew cautiously inquired of the increasingly obsessive Hawkins. Their captain seemed to have become quite consumed by this obsession. He used to consult divination only when necessary, but now he was preoccupied with it at all times. Had he encountered a particularly troublesome issue? Very well, set sail. After yet another fruitless divination, Hawkins tucked away the tarot cards and commanded them to embark. He could dwell no longer on these thoughts. No matter how many times he calculated, there would be no results. It was best to adhere to the previously determined course and press onward, leaving the underground city and deserted island behind. The ship Yuanzhao Daofu sailed briskly toward the open waters ahead, inside the captain's quarters of the Silver Adventurer. After a day of rigorous training, Reese collapsed onto his bed, exhausted, his bare body still radiating warmth. During this period of training, he could distinctly sense the enhancement of his Baki prowess. Having once viewed the world of One Piece from a godlike perspective, he realized that he could navigate many detours on his path of cultivation. In due time, he should surpass the supernovas of his era. It has indeed been a considerable duration since he arrived in this world. The contrast between his current circumstances and those upon his arrival is nothing short of dramatic. The trajectory of this world has also shifted significantly due to his presence. And as he continues to act, the divergence from the original One Piece world will only grow more pronounced. He eagerly anticipates what the world of One Piece will ultimately transform into. Not long after he began to rest, a shout from outside the captain's quarters reached Reese's ears. "Captain, we have reached the next island. This is the renowned Taoyuan Island." Reese sprang from his bed and swiftly made his way to the deck, gazing in awe at the island in the distance. The sight before him was astonishing. A colossal peak, shrouded in mist, loomed majestically, resembling a paradise on earth. The world of One Piece is rich with diverse nations and cultures, and this Taoyuan distinctly embodies the essence of a utopia and the legendary Huagu Mountain. A smile crept upon Reese's lips, betraying his excitement. "Excellent. Let us steer the ship closer." Chapter 174. Taoyuan, Taoqian, Bounty Hunters. What a beautiful island. It is entirely different from that desolate place we encountered earlier. Reese exclaimed in admiration at the magnificent, almost ethereal Taoyuan. Adventure has finally taken a promising turn. Such islands align perfectly with his expectations of the Grand Line. After witnessing the previous island, he had feared he had chosen a route filled solely with barren lands. "I have read about this Taoyuan," Housie interjected. Though not expansive, it boasts exquisite scenery, attracting numerous adventurers for vacations. However, the influx of visitors has led to safety concerns for the island due to the chaotic mix of people. At the center of Taoyuan, atop Huagu Mountain, lies a peach orchard bearing exceptionally large, sweet, and succulent peaches, one of the 5 great fruits of the world, highly sought after. The inhabitants of Taoyuan have depended on cultivating and selling these legendary peaches for generations. Upon becoming a famous tourist destination, the peaches have often been plundered by nobles and pirates, causing significant distress for the locals. Consequently, The indigenous people sought protection by allying with one of the four emperors, the big MysteryPirates, offering a portion of their peaches annually to secure their guardianship. After gaining the protection of the four emperors, the chaotic incidents have ceased, and only occasional visitors remain. To think this island is under the protection of the four emperors is quite surprising, Reese mused. He was curious to taste the renowned peaches that have earned their place among the world's finest fruits. Soon, the silver adventurer docked at the island's shore. As customary, he left Dafu to guard the ship, promising to bring her some peaches before the others followed Reese onto the island. How strange. Why is there not a soul in sight? Upon arriving at the village at the foot of Huagua Mountain, Reese observed his surroundings with confusion. The village was eerily empty, devoid of any signs of life. Yet, the cleanliness of the area suggested that it could not be abandoned. Where could everyone have gone? Perhaps they have gone to work on the mountain, Lexington suggested, glancing upwards. The primary occupation here is tending to the peach trees. And it happens to be the harvest season. Everyone must be busy up there. Then let us head up the mountain as well, Reese said, licking his lips in anticipation as he walked towards the base of Huagua Mountain, his mind focused on the peaches. Please, esteemed bounty hunter, do not take our peaches. If we fail to meet our tribute, the big MysteryPirates will not spare us. And without a source of income, we shall starve. At the top of Huagua Mountain, before the peach orchard, the villagers gathered, pleading with a group of bounty hunters. These hunters, brimming with arrogance, appear to be mere thugs. Yet they posed a grave threat to the defenseless villagers. Big MysteryPirates? Were they? How could they possibly compare to our Laishin Gonghui? The leader of the bounty hunters, a $1 million bounty hunter named Fuyuoj, disdainfully crunched on a peach while standing atop a basket filled with Xintao. It was evident that they were ignorant of the power wielded by the four emperors, embodying the type of individuals that caused the people of Taoyuan much distress. In their eyes, even the four emperors were no match for the Laishin Gonghui. And what does your starvation have to do with us? After relishing the sweetest part of the peach, Fuyuoj carelessly tossed the remaining fruit onto the face of the village chief, splattering peach juice everywhere. The elderly chief stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. What right do pirates have to enjoy such delicious peaches? Brothers, clear the mountain. Fuyuoj scoffed, pulling another peach from the basket and ordering his subordinates to empty the orchard. At that moment, a youth with peach-colored hair stepped forward, brandishing a wooden stick as he dashed toward Fuyuoj. What is it? Do you wish to challenge me? Fuyuoj sneered, flexing his muscles in an attempt to intimidate the young boy. Tao Qian, you will be killed. The villagers gasped as they recognized the boy, the grandson of the village chief, who had vowed since childhood to cultivate great strength to protect their village and the peach trees. Yet, how could a mere 14-year-old boy hope to contend against the formidable bounty hunters? You little brat, you have some guts. Fuyuoj snorted, attempting to frighten the small child. Taking a deep breath, Tao Qian clenched his teeth and gripped the wooden stick tightly. Stay calm. I have trained for years for a moment like this. Treat him like a target for my daily practice. Do not show mercy. Aim for his vital points. Monkey steals peaches, Tao Qian shouted, thrusting his stick forward with all his might. With a thud, the stick struck Fuyuoj's groin with a resounding impact, causing him to emit a wail as he doubled over, clutching his pants. The villagers stood in stunned silence, unable to believe their eyes. Such a diminutive figure, Tao Qian, had managed to knock the towering bounty hunter to the ground. Boss! The younger comrades of Fuyuoj hastily set aside their peach baskets and rushed forward to assist their fallen leader. You little rascal, I shall annihilate you. Fuyuoj seethed, his teeth clenched in fury, trembling as he stood upright, one hand clutching his groin while the other brandished a glistening long knife, directing his gaze menacingly at Tao Qian. Tao Qian raised a wooden stick in defense. However, the peachwood staff proved utterly inadequate against the sharp steel blade, which sliced it into two with ease. You little brat, daring to harm my peaches, I shall turn you into a girl. With a swift kick, he sent Tao Qian sprawling, raising his steel knife to strike down. Yet, his blade halted midway, unable to descend further. A girl, seemingly of similar age to Tao Qian, appeared between them, seizing Fuyuoj's wrist with one hand, preventing the downward arc of his long knife. What? "You insolent wench, where did you crawl out from?" Fu Yuoj growled fiercely, attempting to grasp the fiery-haired girl with the hand that clutched his groin. Unfazed, Annie extended her other hand, effortlessly seizing Fu Yuoj's wrist once more. The engines affixed to her heels erupted with immense propulsion, driving her modified right leg to deliver a powerful kick to Fu Yuoj's groin. This time, it was the end for him. Chapter 175. The crisis from the four emperors. Fu Yuoj's countenance turned a deep shade of purple. His back arched like a shrimp as he collapsed to the ground, convulsing. What was the matter with that girl? Was she equipped with some special weapon? She harmed our leader. Eliminate them all. The younger comrades hastily drew their weapons, shouting as they charged at Annie. "Hey, young lady, be careful," the fallen village chief. Witnessing the bounty hunters swarm, trembled with fear, as did the other villagers of Taoyuan village, their faces pale with dread. Yet Annie remained unperturbed. She had been capable of dispatching such petty thugs with a single punch since her transformation at the age of 10. However, she had no desire to engage further with these loathsome individuals, fearing that widespread gunfire might inadvertently harm the villagers and the fruit trees. "Brother, I can't be bothered to move." A powerful aura surged forth, enveloping the motley crew. The ostensibly robust bounty hunters, who were in fact merely superficial, soon collapsed one after another onto the ground. The villagers exchanged astonished glances, their expressions filled with disbelief. A youth, only slightly older than Annie and Tao Qian, radiating an overwhelming aura, slowly traversed the fallen bounty hunters and approached Annie's side, followed by two young men and a well-dressed pig. "You are quite brave, young man." Reese smiled, extending a hand to help Tao Qian to his feet. It was a rare moment of success for him, not easily achieved. Observing the villagers around him, their faces filled with admiration, Reese felt a wave of emotion swell within him, nearly bringing him to tears. Soon after, once the debris was cleared and bundled for disposal down the mountain, the members of the Magic Hand Pirates and the villagers of Taoyuan sat together in a clearing by the peach grove. This immortal peach is truly delectable. Taking a bite of the peach handed to him by a villager, Reese's eyes lit up. Juicy and tender, it was a refreshing sweetness, imbued with a rich peach aroma. This was undoubtedly the finest fruit he had ever tasted, truly deserving of its status as one of the world's 5 great fruits. Annie, Lexington, and others echoed their praises. "I see. So you are pirates too?" After exchanging a few words with Reese, the village chief of Taoyuan sighed, his face betraying concern. "Old man, you needn't worry. We have no intention of causing you or your peaches any harm. At most we shall take a few to savor." Reese spoke while relishing the peach. "I wonder if these peaches possess the properties of the Pan Tao, granting longevity upon consumption. Alas, my concern is not whether you will harm us. Having lived to be 70 or 80, I can discern what manner people you are." The village chief patted the shoulder of the youth Tao Qian beside him, shaking his head in resignation. "I am worried that we lack sufficient peaches to offer to the big MOM pirate crew." Fu Yuoj had already wreaked havoc in Taoyuan for quite some time. The immortal peaches were delicate and required special harvesting methods to be picked without damage. Otherwise, the fruits would rot. Ignoring the villagers' warnings, Fu Yuoj and his crew rampaged through the peach grove, ultimately ruining the majority of the peaches before ceasing their mischief. Subsequently, they intended to abscond with the remaining intact immortal peaches, leading to the earlier confrontation. Although they managed to preserve the last tenth of the peaches, it was far from enough to satisfy the demands of the big MOM pirate crew. The villagers sighed, their faces etched with worry. The day for submitting the peach tax was imminent. Failure to comply would surely incur the wrath of the big MOM pirate crew's enforcers, who would show no mercy. After listening to the villagers' grievances, Reese furrowed his brow, feeling the weight of the dilemma. The 4 emperors were not entities he could withstand or provoke at this moment. Even if he could assist Taoyuan in driving away a few enforcers, his current strength would not suffice to shield this island under his flag. It was indeed a difficult situation. "Big brother, could I ask for your assistance?" Tao Qian knelt before Reese, pleading earnestly. "You must be formidable pirates." Following Tao Qian, the other villagers also knelt, beseeching Reese to protect them and their peach trees. Witnessing the villagers kneel, Reese was at a loss. exerting great effort to persuade them to rise. It was vexing. These people held themselves in too high regard. However, having partaken of their immortal peaches and witnessing their humble pleas, he found it hard to refuse. After all, if he did not lend a hand, this island would undoubtedly be destroyed by the wrathful big MOM. The thought of such delectable immortal peaches vanishing from the world was simply intolerable. There was no choice but to take things one step at a time, first assessing whether he could neutralize the threat posed by the enforcers sent by the big MOM pirate crew to collect the peaches. If it were Baron Egg or Bikamuzi, or even lower-ranking offspring, he felt confident he could contend with them. After all, they were not here to wage war and would likely not bring a large force. As for any subsequent offensives from the big MOM pirate crew, he had no immediate solutions, resolving to do his utmost to help Taoyuan navigate through this crisis. The Magic Hand pirates temporarily settled in Taoyuan, residing in the village chief's home and receiving a warm welcome. The following day, in the courtyard of the village chief's home, Reese encountered yet another predicament. The 14-year-old youth Tao Qian once again knelt before him. "Please, take me as your disciple and teach me your formidable skills. I wish to become strong enough to protect the village and the orchard." The audacity of this child to seek him as a master. After some hesitation, Reese ultimately acquiesced to the youth's request. In moments when one stands resolutely against adversaries far superior in strength, defending one's homeland and executing counterattacks, it is evident that this child possesses remarkable courage and potential. Offering him a few words of guidance may yield fruitful results, and perhaps in the future, he may even assist me. Thus, during my sojourn in Taiyuansuan, I acquired a disciple who is merely 2 or 3 years my junior. The training methodology of Tao Qian, utilizing wooden sticks for martial arts practice, aligns perfectly with my expertise in wielding the spear, making me a fitting mentor for him. Concurrently, Lai Ka-Xingduan selected a number of robust youths from the village to aid in their training, ensuring they could harness their strength to safeguard their homeland in the forthcoming battles. A week passed swiftly, and the distant waters revealed the vessels of the big MOM pirates. From the lookout of the Silver Adventurer, Lai Ka-Xingduan swiftly discerned several ships adorned with the flag of the big MOM pirates approaching from afar. The crew, having prepared for combat, now wore serious expressions. After all, their adversary was the most formidable emperor of the sea. Even though it was unlikely that the emperor or any high-ranking officials were present, they were not to be underestimated. Approaching this with half-hearted resolve would surely lead to defeat. If a confrontation were to erupt between Taiyuan and the big MOM pirates, it would inevitably bring the flames of war and the wrath of the emperor upon the villagers. A large-scale battle would undoubtedly inflict significant damage, affecting the surrounding environment. Thus, the Masho pirates resolved to launch a preemptive strike against the fleet of the big MOM pirates on the open sea, taking them by surprise. "Prepare to engage," Da Fu exclaimed, vigorously steering the helm while pressing the activation button for the ship's steam cannon. The engine roared to life as a cannon barrel emerged from the mouth of the ship's dolphin figurehead, aiming at the approaching vessels of the big MOM pirates. With a resounding blast, a column of highly compressed water shot forth like a cannonball, instantly piercing the hull of the first pirate ship that came into view. "What is happening? Who dares attack us? We are the fleet of the big MOM pirates." The crew aboard the enemy vessel erupted in a cacophony of shouts. Clearly caught off guard by the unexpected assault, the Silver Adventurer surged forward at full speed, unleashing a barrage of water projectiles that created gaping holes in the hulls of the opposing ships. Though the crew of the big MOM pirates was well trained, even if not the frontline combatants, they quickly regained their composure and began firing back at the Silver Adventurer. However, their marksmanship paled in comparison. Despite their improved skills relative to past foes, Da Fu adeptly maneuvered to evade all incoming cannon fire. Soon, the Silver Adventurer drew near the fleet of the big MOM pirates. On board, Lei Si, Lai Ka-Xingduan, On Ni, Bei Duofun, and Haosi launched a fierce assault against the remaining 5 pirate ships capable of retaliation. It appeared that the enemy, perhaps underestimating the threat, had no high-ranking officers present. The strongest among them was merely a common squad leader. Thus, Lacey and his companions pressed their attack with overwhelming force. Trouble. The assailants are not to be trifled with. Their strength is formidable. We cannot contend with them. Before the squad leader could finish, their ship was violently assaulted, causing him to be thrown overboard. I apologize, but whether we bear any grudge or not, facing one of the four emperors means we must choose between you and Kaido. Offending you is regrettable. As he spoke, Lacey raised his fiery spear, igniting the blade as he prepared to deliver a devastating strike upon the last enemy vessel below. However, just then, an unforeseen event transpired. A colossal shadow, exceeding 20 meters in height, erupted from the depths of the ocean. A gigantic hand crashing down with overwhelming force towards Lacey. What on earth? Startled by this sudden turn of events, Lacey broke into a cold sweat and hastily utilized his powers to propel himself backward, narrowly avoiding the immense blow. With a thunderous impact, the giant's hand struck the ocean's surface, creating a towering wave. A giant? Good heavens! After dispatching the ship he was responsible for, Lai Ka-shing-duan gazed incredulously at the giant that had emerged from the sea. Oni, Bei Dwarf and Fu, Hao Si, and the surviving crew of the big MOM pirates stared wide-eyed in disbelief at this unexpected intruder. Quick! Stop gawking! Move! The leader of the big MOM pirates urged his bewildered subordinates. While a third party has distracted them, we must flee. Lacey returned to the silver adventurer, his expression grave as he regarded the suddenly materialized giant before him. The sheer size confirmed it was indeed a giant, and it was evident that this foe had emerged directly from the sea and was not a devil fruit user. Yet, the giant's appearance and demeanor diverged significantly from typical giants, resembling a blind monk clad in tattered robes, emanating a powerful aura. "Who are you?" Lacey demanded, pointing his spear at the giant. "I am known as Haizuoto. It is a pleasure to meet you," the blind monk giant replied, his palms brought together in greeting. "Haizuoto, the very one among the three heads of the Thunder God Guild? This is troubling. They have sent their strongest officer to intercept us. Are you one of the Thunder God Guild's officers? What brings you here?" Lacey pressed further. "On the command of my master, I have come to deliver a beating to you," Haizuoto declared, raising his colossal hand to bestow upon Lacey a resounding slap. "Unthinkable. Engage him." The crew of the Ma Shou pirates immediately concentrated their firepower on the towering giant, launching an intense assault. Raging Galeblade, Coriolanus Prelude, Bazooka Rocket, Hesiod's Arrow. In a moment, Lai Ka-shing-duan unleashed a massive gale strike. Bei Dwarfen executed a lightning-infused slashing attack. Oni fired rockets from her right hand. Hao Si unleashed fiery arrows. And Da Fu commanded the silver adventurer to fire water cannons, all converging on Haizuoto in a furious onslaught. You troublesome lot. Utilizing his keen observation skills, Haizuoto swiftly discerned the trajectory of their attacks and dove into the sea. In an instant, their combined efforts struck nothing but water. This giant's agility is astonishing. How can such a massive form move so swiftly? Lai Ka-shing-duan pondered, feeling a throbbing headache as their coordinated assaults failed to land a single hit. This giant's prowess in the water grants him a significant advantage in naval combat. Taking a deep breath, Lacey turned to face Haizuoto as he resurfaced from the sea. He could discern that this Umezoto was likely not a malevolent being of the most heinous sort. Judging by the three titles, Umezoto, Zashikiwarashi, and Ayabo, these entities are not the kind of insatiable demons that devour their victims whole, but rather are inherently benign, sometimes even benevolent spirits. This suggests that there is no necessity for them to engage in a relentless feud with the current Umezoto, while he remains unafraid to confront the Raijin Guild. In this tense situation where a clash with the forces of the four emperors could erupt at any moment, he is reluctant to escalate matters further. Perhaps a dialogue could be attempted. "Who precisely is your leader, and why has he sent you to trouble me?" Raish inquired. "Though I have caused you some inconvenience, it is not an insurmountable conflict, is it? Even bounty hunters would not pursue a perilous quarry, would they?" Upon finishing, Reese fixed his gaze intently upon the face of Umezoto, yet the latter's expression remained utterly impassive, leaving him unable to glean any insights. Indeed, The minor frictions between them did not warrant a vendetta. The Raijin Guild typically refrains from apprehending pirates of over 100 million. After a prolonged silence, Umezoto spoke slowly. The esteemed Lord Kinyu Raijin has dispatched this old one to confront you for other reasons. However, I cannot disclose these matters without the leader's consent. If you wish to know, you must accompany me back to Izumo, where Lord Kinyu Raijin will reveal the truth to you. Alone? To Izumo? That should be the headquarters of the Raijin Guild, right? This sounds rather dubious, Reese thought, feeling perplexed. They had yet to resolve matters here in Taoyuan. He could not afford to leave. What if I choose not to go? Reese asked. In that case, this old one shall continue to battle you. If I am defeated, then Lord Kinyu Raijin will send other bounty hunters to assail you, Umezoto replied, hands clasped, his tone remarkably serene. Though this old one knows he is no match for you, he believes he possesses considerable advantages in naval combat. Reese felt an immediate headache. What grudge did he hold against this Lord Kinyu Raijin that warranted such a scenario? Surely, the original owner of this body could not have offended him. After all, he was merely a small-time pirate with a bounty of 24 million, hardly capable of inciting the wrath of the guild leader. Pondering this conundrum, it appeared that the only way to uncover the truth was to follow Umezoto. After some hesitation, Reese ultimately resolved to accompany Umezoto to Izumo to visit the headquarters of the Raijin Guild. He entrusted Lexington and the others with overseeing the affairs, urging them to remain vigilant in Taoyuan and report any developments before leaping atop the head of the giant sea creature, embarking on their journey. The unexpected turn of events left Lexington astounded. He actually just left like that? This development is truly unforeseen, he exclaimed, watching as the captain departed on the giant's head. Just moments ago, the captain had been prepared to fight valiantly against the forces of the four emperors. Forget it. Let's head back to the island and maintain our vigilance, Lexington declared, turning to re-enter the cabin. With Reese gone, he would temporarily assume command of the ship and crew. They did not believe that the threat from the big MOM pirates had ended and understood the necessity to remain alert. As Lexington issued commands and retreated into the cabin, Kuipandar Totthali, has he become so arrogant? Is he learning from the captain? He mused. The captain's influence is truly profound, Beethoven remarked, nodding slightly. Their words struck a chord with Lexington, who felt a pang of unease. Am I really being assimilated by that Reese fellow? Surely not. Can I reveal no information at all? Reese asked for the 33rd time from atop Umezoto's head. I cannot. My lips are sealed. And your repetition of the same question is excessive, Umezoto replied, his tone consistent, though his speech quickened, clearly irked by Reese's persistence. How tiresome, Reese murmured, resting his arms behind his head and reclining on the smooth surface of Umezoto's head. The bear crown was surprisingly comfortable, the gentle swaying lulling him into a state of drowsiness. Closing his eyes, Reese began to meditate, realizing there was little else to be done in this situation. He needed to rest well in preparation for meeting the formidable Lord Kinyu Raijin, who knew what awaited him in Izumo. Yet, he felt no fear. If he could not contend with his adversary, he could always flee and perhaps even encounter some useful devil fruit users along the way. That leader of the Raijin Guild, Kinyu Raijin, was purportedly a user of a mythical beast's powers. Given that he bore the name Kinyu Raijin, it was likely a lightning-based mythical beast, a power Reese found quite enticing. Contemplating these thoughts, waves of weariness washed over Reese, and he soon succumbed to slumber atop Umezoto. How carefree he is, Umezoto quietly remarked. Though we are not enemies, we are hardly friends. Is it truly acceptable for him to sleep so soundly upon my head? A part of him even considered submerging Reese to see what would transpire. This pirate was quite different from most he had encountered. Umezoto mused within himself, reflecting positively on Reese thus far. At times he radiated warmth like the sun. At other times he exhibited the calm of the moon, occasionally displaying the majesty of a ruler, and at times revealing the mischievousness of youth. Although Lord Kinyu Raijin would undoubtedly disapprove of any pirate, Umezoto felt that if Reese had not slain Lord Fujetsu, he might indeed be worthy of wielding the two famed swords, Amaterasu and Tsukuyami. Lord Kinyu Raijin's health was deteriorating day by day. relying solely on the remedies provided by the renowned physician of the Snake Kingdom and the techniques of the Zashiki Warashi to sustain his life. Omizoto sighed, a rare display of emotion that sent ripples across the sea's surface. 2 years remained until the prophesied time. Could they truly endure until then? Or would they be able to contribute significantly to the impending battle to reclaim Wano? The future loomed uncertain, and his blind eyes could not discern what lay ahead. Even his finely honed Kinbunchiko haki failing to grasp the truth. Upon the calm sea, the enormous sea creature, bearing the slumbering youth, swiftly ventured towards the horizon. In another maritime realm, the only remaining battered ship of the big Moan pirates, a tart ship, swayed amidst the waves, appearing exceedingly forlorn. Having barely escaped the clutches of their assailants, the pirates were just beginning to regain their composure. The events that recently transpired linger in their minds, leaving them in a state of disbelief. How audacious could a band of foolish pirates be to brazenly assault a ship belonging to one of the 4 emperors, bombarding them with reckless abandon? Did they truly lack comprehension of the grave consequences that awaited them? "Captain, what should we do now?" A trembling pirate anxiously inquired of the leader aboard the vessel. After a moment as hesitation, the captain clenched his teeth and made a fateful decision, retrieving a den mushi from his pocket. Reporting this incident would undoubtedly lead to punishment, the severity of which would depend on luck and the whims of their higher-ups. However, failing to report, it would not conceal the truth of today's events, and they would face dire repercussions. The captain, with trembling hands, dialed a number. "Oh, how is your mission progressing? Have you arrived at Taoyuan? Hurry back with the Xiantao. Do not dawdle. Mama will be anxiously awaiting." The voice of a commanding middle-aged woman resonated from the other end. "Lord Caputo," the captain summoned his courage, his heart racing. "Our fleet has been attacked." Chapter 178. The reversal technique of the Zashiki Warashi days later, in the land of Izumo, at the Raijin Guild Hall. "Lord Zashiki Warashi, you have returned." A young maiden, adorned in a blue haori patterned with clouds and barefoot, entered, wiping the sweat from her brow, her smile radiating sweetness. Several bounty hunters working within the hall paused to greet the most vivacious among them, the Zashiki Warashi. The stoic figures of the Kaizoku and Aoibozu were not inclined to engage in conversation, making it difficult to interact. Only the Zashiki Warashi, who enjoyed playing with the children in the town, could converse with them normally. "The children I accompanied today had such a wonderful time. It's a pity that I will soon have to resume my duties. I wonder how long it will be until I can play with them again," she mused, wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead, the heat emanating from her dissipating instantly. Simultaneously, the young maiden began to undergo a remarkable transformation. Her curvaceous form gradually became more streamlined. Though the change was not drastic, it was evident that the Zashiki Warashi now appeared as a handsome young man, a stark contrast to her previous feminine guise. "Lord Zashiki Warashi, you have finally returned. Lord Kinyu and Lord Aoibozu have been searching for you," announced 3 renowned bounty hunters. The Shiranui with her long sword, the fiery Hu, and the azure Sarayu, as they approached. "What is the matter? Has Lord Kinyu lost control of his emotions again? Or has his condition worsened to the point of requiring my assistance?" Taking a sip of water, the Zashiki Warashi sighed. "While I can temporarily reverse his condition, my abilities will ultimately wane. This is not a sustainable solution for Lord Kinyu's health." "That is not the only concern," Shiranui interjected, resting her hand on the hilt of her sword. "Kaizokudo has sent word that he has received a communication from the captain of the Magishan pirates, Eric Dazers, who will soon arrive in Izumo. Lord Kinyu intends to gather you 3 to confront him." Upon hearing Shiranui's words, the Zashiki Warashi's expression grew serious. "Is this the same individual who terrified the administrator of the underground city into calling me late at night, suspected of murdering Lord Fujetsu and stealing Amaterasu and Tsukuyami? He is indeed coming to Izumo. I understand. I shall seek out Lord Kinyu," the Zashiki Warashi declared, turning to head deeper into the guild hall towards the resting place of Amit Tsukiyomi Kinyu. Due to certain peculiar circumstances, Kinyu was not suited for exposure to the public eye, and generally, besides the 3 bounty hunters, only the host sisters had frequent opportunities to meet him. The inner sanctum of the Raijin Guild Hall was off-limits to most, necessitating that even cleaning duties be performed personally by the Zashiki Warashi. Such a nuisance. I believe the last cleaning was over a week ago. Glancing at the now dirty floor, the Zashiki Warashi scratched his head in frustration, but ultimately decided to employ his ninjutsu to tidy up. Great cleaning reversal technique. In an instant, a mysterious force swept through the corridor, transforming the once filthy floor and walls into a pristine state. Satisfied with the now immaculate corridor, the Zashiki Warashi continued onward. However, employing ninjutsu for cleaning proved to be a temporary fix, as it would revert to its prior state after a week. Before long, the Zashiki Warashi pushed open the door to Kinyu's chamber. A series of violent coughs soon reached his ears, causing his brow to furrow in concern. Lord Kinyu, your condition has deteriorated yet again. It seems my previous technique has worn off. He quickly approached Kinyu, who was coughing up blood, and supported him. Whether through your ninjutsu or the miraculous medicine from the Dr. Ninjizada of Naga Island, ultimately, it can only prolong Lord Kinyu's life, Aoi Bozu remarked sadly. We can discuss those matters later. Zashiki Warashi, please help me restore my health. Once more, cough, cough. Kinyu urged, coughing violently again. We are about to meet the pirate. I cannot appear in such a feeble state. Understood, Lord Kinyu. I shall employ my ninjutsu to assist you, the Zashiki Warashi affirmed, standing tall, taking a deep breath, and forming hand seals. Great healing reversal technique. An invisible wave of light enveloped Kinyu, and the effects became apparent almost immediately. His frail condition was revitalized. The coughing and blood ceased abruptly. However, the three present understood that this was merely an illusion crafted by ninjutsu, capable of maintaining Kinyu's semblance of health for only a brief period. After about a week, it would fade. The true state of the Raijin Guild Hall's president was one of continual deterioration due to an incurable ailment. Although the Zashiki Warashi could reverse many things, in the end, those forcibly reverted would eventually realign with the natural order over time. The only remedy for Kinyu would be the mythical panacea, which regrettably existed solely in legend. All right, everyone prepare. Kaizoku should soon return with Eric Dazers. Kinyu adjusted his posture, sitting upright, while the Zashiki Warashi and Aoi Bozu assisted in cleaning the blood that had been coughed up. Once everything was in order, the Zashiki Warashi temporarily stepped outside to wait, as Kaizoku's massive form would need to be reversed with ninjutsu before entering the hall. The thunderous roars roused Dazers from his slumber. Upon opening his eyes and gazing upward, the sight before him left him astounded. The tumultuous thunder roiled within the vast thundercloud, presenting an extraordinarily magnificent spectacle. Izumo, hidden beneath a shroud of thunderclouds, through the remarkable ability to replicate the devil fruit, he could distinctly perceive that the ominous thunderclouds surrounding him were indeed influenced by the powers of the devil fruit. We have arrived. This is the land of Izumo. Soon, as the colossal Kaizo 2 traversed through the layers of thunderclouds, he finally spoke. A magnificent and towering island unfolded before Reese's eyes. Gazing upon the island, Reese could not help but marvel internally. The headquarters of the Raijin Guild, Izumo, bore an astonishing resemblance to the land of Wano. Chapter 179, 5 and 3 Lord Kaizo 2. As soon as they disembarked on the shore, several bounty hunters hurried to Kaizo 2's side to pay their respects. Lord, Kinyu has been waiting for you at the guild for quite some time. You must hurry to meet him. Kaizo 2 nodded slightly, taking large strides towards the interior of the guild in Izumo. Reese stood atop the giant's head, gazing down at the panoramic view of Izumo, utterly astonished. His assumptions were correct. It indeed resembled the land of Wano. Could it be that Kinyu and the Raijin were originally warriors from Wano, much like the likes of Kaze no Yuta? Before Reese could contemplate further, the swift-moving Kaizetsu had already reached the entrance of the Raijin Guild. Is that the pirate named Reese, the one with the bizarre eyebrows on your head? A clear, yet disparaging voice echoed from below. What do you mean by the one with bizarre eyebrows? Reese leaped down from Kaizo2's head, landing in front of the Zashiki Warashi who had exited the guild, responding with irritation. Such a mere pirate dares to act audaciously at the entrance of our Raijin Guild. The Zashiki Warashi scoffed. Let me known, our Raijin Guild is no ally of pirates. A conflict could erupt at any moment. You would do well to tread carefully. With that, the Zashiki Warashi disregarded Reese, brushing past him to approach Kaizo 2 and forming hand seals. Lord King Yu has been anxiously waiting inside. Let's move swiftly. Under the influence of the Zashiki Warashi's ninjutsu, Kaizo 2's enormous form began to shrink like a balloon, ultimately reducing to the size of a diminutive humanoid, who then perched upon the Zashiki Warashi's shoulder. This spectacle left Reese utterly astounded. You possess the power of a devil fruit? He had been lost in thought and had not paid attention until now. What kind of fruit grants such a transformation? To shrink a giant like Kaizo 2, who stands over 20 meters tall, to a mere 20 centimeters. Such astonishment. I am but a ninja. In your vernacular, this peculiar ninjutsu might be referred to as the power of a devil fruit. The Zashiki Warashi cast a dismissive glance at Reese before turning back towards the guild. Hurry along. Lord Kinyu awaits your presence. Raish, somewhat resigned, shook his head and followed suit into the guild. Indeed, these individuals harbored animosity towards him. While he had some theories in mind, he would need to confront Kinyu Raijin in person to ascertain the truth. He hoped that the deity would not resort to violence against him. Facing Kinyu and all the bounty hunters alone would be a daunting challenge. Our captain? He has accompanied the Raijin Guild's Kaizo 2 to Izumo, said Lexington, who was munching on a peach as he spoke to Hawkins, who had just landed. You're a pirate from the North Sea, are you not? One with a bounty exceeding 100 million? Your notoriety has been quite remarkable lately. Lexington scrutinized Hawkins's appearance, noting the distinctive eyebrows that were reminiscent of their captain. The magician Basil Hawkins, whom Reese had previously mentioned as an eccentric individual. If you seek trouble with our captain, I shall gladly be your opponent. Lexington offered with a smile. I have no intention of fighting your captain. I am merely intrigued and wish to meet him, Hawkins replied, his expression stoic. He had calculated his odds against Reese previously, determining a mere 31 chance of victory. Although not entirely hopeless, the odds revealed Reese's superiority. Even against Lexington, his chances stood at only 57, providing him with little advantage. The magician pirates were indeed formidable. Such low probabilities were not battles he would engage in. You have seen him? That fellow has been quite the sensation lately. He can scarcely keep up with his own popularity. Lexington commented, somewhat bemused, and then suggested to Hawkins, if you wish to find him, you might as well head to Izumo, or it's better to wait here. He will return eventually. Truth be told, Lexington was quite keen on having Hawkins remain with them in Peach Garden to guard against the potential invasion of the big MOM pirates. Yet Hawkins showed no inclination to linger and seemed uncertain of his reliability. I will consider going to Izumo. There is no need to wait here. Hawkins replied after contemplating and consulting his tarot cards. He then informed Lexington of his divination results. A word of caution, if you remain on this island for another week, your survival rate is only 5. The reason for this is unclear. 5? Lexington paused his peach consumption, his brow furrowing. Such a low survival rate was alarming. He questioned the accuracy of Hawkins's prediction. However, given Hawkins's substantial bounty, it was unlikely that he was merely a superstitious charlatan. After all, they were preparing to confront the forces of one of the 4 emperors, making such a low survival rate seem rather reasonable. If anything, a 5 survival rate was already quite optimistic. Thank you for your warning. After bidding Hawkins farewell, the ship Yuan Hen Dao Fu sailed forth into the open sea, while Lexington hurried to Peach Garden to share the newfound information with the others. Captain Hawkins, where shall we head next? Inquired the navigator of the Hawkins pirates. Hawkins raised his head, sighed deeply, and tucked away his tarot cards. If we journey to Izumo, the survival rate is merely 3. Such low probabilities occurring consecutively is an unprecedented situation. There must be some significant event transpiring nearby. He directed the crew towards Izumo, instructing them to maintain a safe distance, allowing them to observe the situation without drawing too close. Dancing on the edge of blade, it was perplexing how Hawkins remained unfazed after declaring that their survival rate stood at only 5. Did they truly lack an understanding of such a perilous figure? It was tantamount to certain death. Even if they managed to escape, they would likely emerge gravely injured. However, these individuals had been navigating the seas for quite some time. It was implausible that they were oblivious to the concepts of safety and mortality. It was all quite confounding. They would wait near Izumo for Reese's appearance. The surface of the sea appeared tranquil, but one could hardly dismiss the possibility of an impending storm lurking beneath the calm. Hidden currents undoubtedly swirl below. A tempest of blood and strife is brewing, poised to erupt across the vast expanse of the Great Route. Chapter 180: Thunderous Rain and Moon S Construction. Within the dimly lit hall of the Thunder God Guild, a warrior with eyes as piercing as lightning sits cross-legged at the center. To his left stands a handsome youth radiating a fierce battle spirit, while to his right looms a towering, imposing one-eyed monk clad in blue robes. Linearly arranged beside them are 3 fiery female warriors of the whole clan. Should the CS Kaido revert to his giant form in the background, the sense of oppression would be even more palpable. The strength of Jinyu Thunder God and the 3-headed beast exceeds expectations. Indeed, capturing over 100 million pirates is the hallmark of a bounty hunter. The trio of bounty hunter sisters, each valued at tens of millions, seem formidable as well. Reish, positioned before the high-ranking officials of the Thunder God Guild, silently muses that should a confrontation arise, he would likely find himself at a disadvantage. However, he senses that Jinyu Thunder God is undeniably a wielder of a devil fruit power, emanating a potent aura of the fruit. This must be what the Overseer referred to, a Zoan-type mythical beast ability. He must find an opportunity to replicate it. Furthermore, 2 of the Hua sisters also exude a similar aura, suggesting they too possess abilities, though their specific powers remain unknown. Regardless, it is evident that the Thunder God Guild is steeped in profound heritage. From whence did you acquire that spear in your hand and the dagger at your waist? The warrior's gaze swept over Reese S. Tenjo and the dagger at his side, slowly inquiring. Just as anticipated, it is indeed due to this. Reese's heart jolted at the realization. His earlier conjectures were confirmed, and everything began to align. The Tenjo was acquired at an auction. You should be able to trace its origins, although those from Wano might have limited information. After a brief pause, Reese continued. The dagger was inherited from the original owner, Kazumitsu Matsu, after passing his trials. Upon hearing Reese's words, Jinyu Thunder God's expression soured. The notion of inheritance was far more intolerable to him than if Reese had slain Kazumitsu Matsu and seized his weapons. Entrusting the future of Wano to a pirate was unfathomable. Having accepted Mr. Kazumitsu Matsu's charge, I will undoubtedly journey to Wano to confront Kaido on your behalf, Reese declared, locking eyes with Jinyu Thunder God with unwavering conviction. Mr. Kazumitsu Matsu passed away many years ago. His prolonged evasion took a toll on his body. I learned everything about him from a successor of the Mafu tribe. Subsequently, Reese recounted all his experiences on Tsukuyoyume Island. He bore no desire to foster enmity with the Thunder God Guild and felt no guilt, thus had nothing to conceal. He spoke the truth. As Hayes concluded, Kaido, perched on the shoulder of the Zashikiwarashi, interjected. As a blind being, Kaido's perception was remarkably acute. He could discern the veracity of Reese's words entirely through his heightened senses. Moreover, Reese's narrative was logically coherent, leading Kaido to ascertain it as fact. With Kaido's affirmation, Jinyu Thunder God's demeanor darkened further. The possibility that Kazumitsu Matsu had long since perished was indeed plausible. As a fellow son of a noble from Wano, who had fled without the aid of vassals and was younger than Jinyu, Kazumitsu's plight would have been far more arduous. Even he had clung to life through the ninjutsu of the Zashikiwarashi in an unexpectedly encountered physician. It was entirely reasonable that Kazumitsu Matsu, wounded gravely, succumbed long before him. Yet, the idea of placing the hope of Wano's salvation in the hands of pirates remained unacceptable. The actions of Kaido and Orochi, coupled with the harrowing experiences of the seas over the years, rendered him unable to trust pirates, even the likes of Whitebeard and Roger. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to become a bounty hunter and establish a guild that served him little purpose. Even if Kaido and Orochi were to be vanquished, Those entrusted pirates could very well become the new usurpers of Wano. Would they then seek out new pirates for assistance? When would there ever be a chance for liberation? I am the former Lord of Wano, the son of Kazumitsu Tempura, Jinyu Thunder. After a prolonged silence, Jinyu Thunder slowly lifted his head, his gaze crackling with lightning as it fixed upon Reese. I know not what Kazumitsu Matsu contemplated, but I shall never entrust such a vital matter as aiding the Kazuki family's restoration to pirates. Your verbal assurances hold no significance. I shall not believe them. As he spoke, Jinyu Thunder underwent a dramatic transformation. Tumultuous black clouds billowed forth from his being, streaks of lightning flashed within, and a six-legged, three-tailed, fearsome golden beast emerged from the stormy clouds. This incorporates various interpretations of the thunder deity from Japanese mythology. A Zoan type, Nico no Mi, mythical beast form, Thunder Beast. Witnessing the colossal phantom beast entwined with golden lightning, Reese's expression shifted to one of astonishment. It was even more majestic than he had envisioned. If he could replicate this fruit, it would serve as an excellent substitute for the Raime fruit. As the mighty Thunder Beast, Jinyu Thunder unsheathed a 7-foot-long blade adorned with thunder patterns, directing it towards Reese. Do you see? We warriors of Wano can accomplish what is necessary through our own strength. We do not require assistance from outsiders. Shortly thereafter, Reese, with an air of resignation, shook his head as he exited the Thunder God Guild, proceeding to the port under Kaido's watchful gaze. Alas, Jinyu Thunder is indeed troublesome and obstinate. Although he never truly met Kazumitsu Matsu, he sensed that the Moon Rabbit would be far more amiable. After receiving a warning and threat from Jinyu Thunder, Reese rowed his small boat away from Izumo, grumbling. He spoke of future encounters with Wano, implying that he would be eradicated alongside those who dare approach. However, he was not a villain per se. It merely reflected a contrasting disposition and methodology compared to Kazumitsu Matsu. Having endured Kaido's usurpation and served as a bounty hunter for so long, it was only natural for him to harbor a distaste for pirates. Yet, it appeared that his plan involved sending the bounty hunters of the Thunder God Guild to Wano to hunt the beast pirates. Such a scheme was audacious indeed. Nevertheless, it bore fruit. Reese smiled faintly, raising his right hand as a flicker of electricity danced at his fingertips. Ultimately, he had successfully copied the Thunder Beast fruit's ability. Everything else was inconsequential. Now, it was time to return to Togen and ascertain the situation there. That ship ahead? Reese's gaze sharpened as he spotted a pirate vessel emerging on the horizon. It emanated the aura of a devil fruit. Captain Hawkins, Eric has set sail from Izumo, exclaimed Faust, the black cat, as he first noticed Reese's small boat gliding toward them across the sea. Finally emerged? Hawkins muttered, his expression as stoic as ever. Let him come. At long last, I can finally meet this fellow. Chapter 181. The Sorcerer and the Enchanter. How is it possible that your ship has no meat at all? A pirate who doesn't eat meat? What kind of pirate is that? No radishes either? Your provisions are worse than those on our ship. How lamentable. On the ship named Yuanhen Daofu, Reese, while voraciously consuming biscuits, voiced his grievances. Standing beside him was Hawkins, usually composed, who now wore a look of exasperation. Is this fellow too familiar for his own good? Upon boarding his vessel, he immediately indulges himself, and even dares to complain about the quality of food on his own ship, given that Hawkins himself despises meat. It was true that Yuanhen Daofu had little in stock, yet he never anticipated that this could become a point of contention among other pirates. Is your sole purpose for coming aboard my ship to eat? As Reese continued to devour more, Hawkins could no longer contain himself and spoke up. Why did I bring this peculiar character onto my ship? Had I known, I would have let him row his little boat away. The inhabitants of the kingdom of Izumo are utterly impolite. They dragged me from Taoyuan to Izumo, and they didn't even offer me a cup of tea. If I had not brought provisions, I would have starved on the way. After finishing the last biscuit Hawkins had, Reese contentedly patted his stomach and let out a burp. Hawkins mused that he should have foreseen the fate of his biscuits through divination. Thank you for your hospitality. It seems you have something to discuss with me, Basil Hawkins. Having satisfied his hunger, Reese approached Hawkins and spoke. He was now witnessing the fourth member of the worst generation, following Bonnie, Kid, and Killer. Seeing Hawkins stirred a sense of nostalgia within him. After all, he was the one among all the worst generation whose fate had fluctuated the most dramatically. The strawman and divination abilities propelled him to great heights initially, making him the third highest bounty holder behind Kid and Luffy. However, these same abilities constrained him in a new world, rendering him hesitant to take risks, ultimately leading him to the lowest point among the supernovas. During the battle at Onigashima, he became a mere stepping stone for Killer, losing an arm and leaving his life in question. Truly a tragic fate. Hawkins did not immediately respond to Reese's inquiry. Instead, he stared expressionlessly at the young man, known as the Sorcerer of the South Sea, whose reputation had skyrocketed recently. Younger and smaller than he had imagined, not yet 20. Is this the one who caused my divination to fail for the first time? After a moment of silence, Hawkins gradually posed a question. About a year ago, did you experience a near-death crisis? After a pause, Hawkins asked, needing clarity on the matter to find peace of mind. A near-death crisis? Reese was taken aback, somewhat confused. Having fought his way here, he had faced countless near-death experiences. How could he know which one Hawkins referred to? Upon learning that Silver Brow Eric Reese had vanquished the two tyrants of the South Sea, Black and William King, I conducted a divination concerning you. Hawkins fixed his gaze upon Reese's eyes, continuing, yet the result of the divination remains hard for me to believe. In April of 1915, you had a 100 probability of having perished. As he spoke, Hawkins's tone grew increasingly deliberate and serious. My divinations have never failed, but whenever it pertains to you, the outcomes become obscured. Hearing Hawkins's words, Reese raised an eyebrow in surprise and began to reflect. April of 1915 was indeed the time I traversed into this world. After recalling the events, Reese couldn't help but chuckle. The divination was entirely accurate. For in April of 1915, Eric D. Dozen Reese, the lad, had indeed died once. However, he had been resurrected through a new soul. Yet, it was unlikely Hawkins could fathom this reality, and he was thus troubled by this extraordinary circumstance to this day. Nevertheless, Reese had no intention of revealing the truth to Hawkins, for it presented an opportunity that could potentially alter his fate. Is it possible to change an absolute probability? Though such an occurrence had never transpired in Reese's experience, as a former reader of the Pirate King, he held an answer in his heart. Perhaps probabilities cannot be altered, yet destinies are always subject to transformation. 2 years hence, when Kid, Hawkins, and Apuz Alliance face Kaido, with a victory rate of 0 and an escape rate of 0, Kid and Killer still chose to resist valiantly until the end. Ultimately, while the Kid Pirates were defeated in their battle against Kaido, they emerged victorious in the final battle at Onigashima. A year ago in April, indeed I faced death. Yet for pirates, such experiences are inevitable. Those who reach the end are, after all, individuals who have repeatedly traversed the gates of hell. After sharing a laugh, Reese spoke earnestly to Hawkins. Now that I have come to this world, I wish to alter the destinies of its inhabitants as much as possible. I wish to test how far my influence can extend, how much I can transform this world. Let me see if I can redirect the misled Hawkins back onto the path of supremacy. A life-and-death moment? Upon hearing Reese's words, Hawkins silently reflected. For him, such a term seemed non-existent. Through the magic of divination and the life-preserving ability of the strawman, he had consistently evaded danger, opting for simpler and safer challenges, thus navigating the seas effortlessly. This method had led him to encounter few life-and-death crises, and he had hardly ever been injured in battle. To Hawkins, those who fought tooth and nail for advancement could even be deemed foolish. Well, what does it matter to triumph over fate? Isn't that quite normal? If a pirate has not honed the ability to change his destiny through countless life-and-death encounters, Reese continued, when faced with a situation where there is no choice, no escape, and only the path forward remains, would he not be left with no option but to surrender? If one retreats, even a single step, they may never reach the pinnacle. Only those few pirates who repeatedly conquer fate, progressing forward while treading upon the corpses of countless eliminated adversaries, can ascend to the apex of the world. That has always been the case. Reese's words struck Hawkins deeply. A situation where one cannot choose, cannot escape, and can only move forward? Could such circumstances truly arise? Chapter 182, Dragon and Tiger. So, where are you headed next? After conversing with Hawkins for quite some time, Reese surveyed his surroundings with some confusion. This ship seems to be anchored in this sea, not moving an inch. Where is the Hawkins pirate crew bound? The next stop on this route is the kingdom of Izumo ahead of us, Hawkins replied, gazing forward with an expressionless face. However, at this juncture, Hawkins paused slightly. According to my previous divination, the survival rate of venturing to that island is merely 3 after a week. In other words, the probability of the Lei Shun Guild's annihilation within this time frame stands at a staggering 97%. The words of Hawkins rendered Lei C's countenance somber. What would be the reason for this? Why the sudden demise? Although one ought not to rely on divination, it must be acknowledged that this individual's predictions are indeed remarkably accurate, and his words cannot be dismissed. Furthermore, the likelihood of the destruction of Tao Yuan after a week is 95%, Hawkins stated, looking at Lei C with deliberate articulation. Subsequently, a heavy silence enveloped the ship. The Yuan Hen Dao Fu. Lei C furrowed his brow, gripping the flame gun tightly, exhaling a long breath of despair as he gazed out at the distant sea, where the island of Chu Yungua lay hidden within a tempest of thunderclouds, appearing as naught but a mere speck. The Lei Shan Guild could not possibly be a trivial organization. Logically, their annihilation could not occur so easily. At this moment, an unsettling hypothesis began to take shape in Lei C's mind. So, what do you intend to do, Eric Duaz Lei C? Hawkins turned to face him. After a moment of contemplation, Lei C raised his head once more, his gaze resolute as he peered into the horizon. It seems that conflict is an inevitable fate. The affairs of Tao Yuan shall be entrusted to Lexing Dun and his crew. So, there remains a probability of 3, correct? His silver brows glimmered under the sunlight as a confident smile graced Lei C's lips. It appears that the hope for this island rests upon my shoulders. Suddenly turning his head, a fierce determination ignited in Lei C's eyes, startling Hawkins. Shall we dare to dance upon the edge of death? To become a true pirate? On a certain island in the Grand Line, a resounding crash echoed as a 3-meter-tall behemoth was forcefully slammed into the ground, creating a massive crater. Surrounding him, a throng of pirates armed with blades and firearms erupted in disbelief. Their captain had been taken down with a single hand? This is impossible. Our captain is the notorious pirate, the fierce tiger, Tai Bai, with a bounty of 90 million. How could he be bested by such a diminutive youth? That lad appears to be nothing more than a foolish greenhorn. Before the substantial pit created by Tai Bai stood a young man adorned with horns upon his head, wearing a hat of white and green, a black and white mask, a white shirt, a gray tie, a flowing white cloak, dark gloves, and green trousers and boots. The youth looked to be around 20, slender in build, and stood approximately 170 centimeters tall, appearing rather unimposing, especially when compared to the imposing figure of Tai Bai. Yet this seemingly inconspicuous young man had effortlessly felled the mighty giant and was now toying with the latter's 4-meter-long, several-ton-weight sword. Damn it! What sorcery did you employ to overpower me, the fierce tiger? Tai Bai roared angrily as he clambered out of the pit, his face twisted with fury. Your strength is too feeble, the young man retorted, tightening his grip on the long blade, which began to emit ominous cracking sounds. Nonsense. I am a king of beasts, Tai Bai bellowed, his eyes bloodshot, his muscles bulging as the scars on his left arm throbbed ominously. Allow me to demonstrate my power. His already colossal form began to swell, transforming into a ferocious beast. Frigid fangs emerged from Tai Bai's maw, sharp claws extended from his fingers, and a tail, reminiscent of a steel whip, lashed violently against the ground, producing a thunderous noise. A gigantic striped tiger materialized before the young man, bearing its fangs and claws, emitting a series of terrifying roars. Oh, it's the fierce tiger's beastly form. Each time one witnesses it, its power is overwhelming. This time, that little brat is finished. The crew of the fierce tiger pirates cheered excitedly at the sight of the tiger. Yet, the young man displayed no signs of panic. His fierce, white-eyed gaze remained fixed on the tiger as he exerted tremendous force with his right hand gripping the massive sword. Crack! Amidst the gasps of the onlookers, the steel blade was effortlessly shattered by the young man's bare hands. A tiger, you say? In the realm of ordinary Zoan abilities, it is indeed formidable, but alas. The young man's physique began to swell before the eyes of the crowd. Hey, what is that creature? A dinosaur? A monster? The pirates, who had eagerly anticipated witnessing their captain transform into a tiger and shred his opponent, now found themselves recoiling in terror at the sight of a colossal creature looming before them. An enormous Spinosaurus, larger and more fearsome than any tiger, stood before them. At that moment, someone in the crowd finally recognized the identity of the young man. However, before the pirate could relay this revelation to his comrades, he fell unconscious. Eyes rolling back, this seemingly 20-year-old youth was no ordinary foe, but rather a formidable officer of the beast pirates, one of the 6 flying treasures. With a bounty of 290 million, page 1. Tigers are a sight I have encountered before, but I have seen one that is far larger, much more ancient. The massive Spinosaurus opened its gaping maw before the quaking little feline, blood spraying forth as screams echoed into the heavens. Shortly thereafter, after dispatching the clueless pirates, page 1 reverted to his human form, surveying the devastation before him. Without uttering a word, he turned and hurriedly made his way toward the docked ship of the beast pirates, feeling rather flustered. What a nuisance. All he had wanted was a moment of solitude to fish by the shore, yet trouble had come knocking. Dealing with such ignorant fools is always a hassle. There was no choice. He had to return to the ship quickly before his sister noticed his absence. After replenishing supplies, they would have to press on. The 3 flying treasures were embarking on an expedition of great significance. According to the recently acquired intelligence, they were to annihilate the remnants of the samurai from Wano country located in Chuyungwa, eliminating all resistors and bringing back those who would submit. Chapter 183. Preparing for the 4 emperors upon the vast ocean, the Yuan Hen Daofu bore Lei Si and all members of the Hawkins pirate crew, sailing forth at full speed toward the horizon. On the deck, Lei Si and Hawkins sat facing each other, a large map laid before them, meticulously detailing the locations of nearby islands. According to Hawkins' divination, the destruction of Chuyungwa is approximately a week away. Within this week, they must muster sufficient strength to withstand the impending enemy. Although the specifics of the crisis remain unclear, Lei Si harbored a grim suspicion in his heart. The force poised to obliterate the Lei Shin Guild would be none other than the Beast Pirates. Only the Beast Pirates possessed the might and motive to annihilate the Lei Shin Guild. After all, those samurai who fled from Wano to this place are a significant threat to Kaido and Orochi, should they learn of the samurai's whereabouts. They would undoubtedly dispatch troops for extermination. Even though the Thunder God Guild is adept at concealment, its president, Jian Yulei Shun, who is also the current daimyo of Wano country, Emitsuki Jian, seldom appears before outsiders. Nonetheless, it remains impossible to completely evade the watchful eyes of the 4 emperors. Whether they are to face the forces of the 4 emperors or not, they must be thoroughly prepared. Relying solely on the strength of the Les and Hawkins pirate crew to alter the fate of the Land of Clouds and the Thunder God Guild is a slim prospect. Thus, they require a more formidable army. This powerful force resides on another island occupied by the Thunder God Guild, Thunder God Prison, where all pirates captured by the guild with bounties exceeding 50 million are held before being handed over to the Navy. If they can enlist these pirate strength, Les is confident he can confront the imminent invading force targeting the Land of Clouds. Those pirates must harbor resentment towards the Thunder God Guild, Hawkins remarked. How can you ensure you can persuade them to join the battle to save the Land of Clouds and confront the 4 emperors? Upon hearing Hawkins's words, Les smiled slightly. Rest assured, I have devised a strategy. This is indeed a challenge, yet I possess sufficient confidence to rally a considerable force to accompany me to the Land of Clouds. While it's true that pirates have a grudge against bounty hunters, many of these individuals with bounties exceeding 50 million also possess ambitions to challenge formidable foes. Furthermore, as Thunder God Prison is under the jurisdiction of the Thunder God Guild, it is likely to be targeted by the Beast Pirates, Kaido, who places great importance on talented individuals, would undoubtedly seek to capture those pirates imprisoned there. Utilizing this point, combined with Hawkins's divination abilities, Les feels sufficiently assured of recruiting a powerful army. However, time is of the essence. They must expedite their efforts and return with reinforcements before the land of clouds falls. Shaking his head helplessly, Hawkins stood up and walked to the bow of the ship, gazing out at the vast, undulating sea. Ultimately, he agreed to join Les in the fateful battle for the land of clouds. He was uncertain whether his decision was right or wrong. This was his first time choosing to engage in a battle with such low odds of success. The outcome of this conflict could very well alter the course of his life and future voyages. There was no turning back. They had already boarded the pirate ship. Thus, they would fight. At this moment, a fierce determination radiated from Hawkins's eyes. Although he remained considerably calmer than Les, Kidd, and others, he was still a novice who had yet to face the harsh realities of the new world, still brimming with youthful fervor, pride, and the will of a strong warrior. It was precisely for this reason that Les's provocations bore fruit. Observing Hawkins's silhouette, le smiled. Whether Basil Hawkins could transform his convictions would depend on this very moment. Even if he were to falter in this battle, he would at least have fought valiantly as a warrior, which is far preferable to being a mere stepping stone for Killer, who would become a lackey of the four emperors 2 years hence, reduced to someone without even the title of captain. Should he endure the trials of this battle, he would be one of the new stars eligible to vie for the throne in 2 years. In this ocean, the presence of numerous competitors renders it all the more intriguing. Monkey D, Luffy, Captain Kidd, Trafalgar D, Waterlaw, the magician Hawkins himself, and Ace, whom he was determined to rescue, along with potential survivors who were originally meant to be eliminated but survived due to the butterfly effect. The world after Les's arrival would witness the emergence of more powerful new talents than ever before, no longer a stage solely for Luffy. In the Peach Garden, atop Mount Wagwa, Lexington, House C, and Beethoven were instructing the villagers in their training. Strong young men were hastily learning martial arts, swordsmanship, and archery under their guidance, while the youth and those of weaker constitution were quickly crafting defensive and retaliatory weapons alongside Annie. The results of Hawkins's divination heightened the sense of crisis among everyone. A stronger adversary from the big MOM pirates could strike at any moment. To seize that slim chance of victory, they must be thoroughly prepared in advance. Simultaneously, through his communication with Les, Lexington learned of the dire situation there. The prospects were similarly grim. The battlefronts of the Peach Garden and the Land of Clouds were likely to face simultaneous assaults from 2 four-emperor crews within the week. With a probability of success at 5 and 3, the chances were dismal. However, the Miracle Hand Pirates, who had returned from the depths of despair multiple times, possessed enough confidence to grasp this meager survival probability. Lexington, House C, Beethoven, Annie, and Dafu, the 5 surviving pirates of the Peach Garden, represented the 5 chance of survival. In contrast, Hawkins, Les, and the pirates soon to be liberated from Thunder God prison constituted the 3 chance for the Land of Clouds. Their fate would be determined by their own hands. Soon, 5 days passed. All personnel, maintain vigilance. Proceed according to the previously rehearsed steps. On the coast of the Peach Garden, the villagers of Peach Village, under the leadership of Tao Qian, lined up with weapons hastily crafted within the past 7 days, spiritedly preparing to confront the enemy. Meanwhile, on the sea ahead, the Silver Adventurer, propelled by the waves, cruised along the coastline. Lexington and the other 5 members of the Miracle Hand Pirates were stationed at the front line of the battlefield. They were coming. Lexington furrowed his brow, his sharp eyes fixed on the distant horizon. The shadow of the big MOM pirate ship had appeared within their sight. This time, their adversary was no longer the mere lackeys encountered previously. He could distinctly sense with his observation haki the overwhelming aura emanating from the opposing vessel. Chapter 184. The Beast presses forward, 3 flying 6. On the island where Thunder God Prison is located, all remained tranquil. Unbeknownst to the bounty hunters who were blissfully unaware of the impending events, they laughed and boasted about the recently captured pirates. Within Thunder God Prison, the angered roars of prisoners echoed, as always. Those held here were high-bounty fugitives apprehended by the Thunder God Guild. Thus their shouts were far more formidable than those of the lowly lackeys in the underground city. Yet, in the highest tier of the prison, no sounds emerged. In this cell resided the only pirate captain captured by the Thunder God Guild this year, boasting a bounty exceeding 100 million. Despite having gone days without food, water, or hygiene, this captain, who could be regarded as a great pirate, retained a robust physique and an exceptionally handsome, refined face, dressed in neat and distinguished attire, exuding an air of nobility. The most striking feature was his long, golden hair, smooth and lustrous. The Hair King, Olaf Harald, former king of the Kingdom of Oslo, captain of the Hair Pirates, with a bounty of 123 million berries, had been attacked a month ago in the waters near the Land of Clouds by a joint force of the Sea King, Qin Fangzhu, and numerous bounty hunters. Despite his valiant resistance, Harold was ultimately overwhelmed by their numbers, falling to the Sea King and Qin Fangzhu. In a few days, he would be handed over to the Navy. Haru gazed at the handcuffs locked around his wrists, letting out a resigned and sorrowful sigh. As an ability user, the presence of High Loose Stone rendered him utterly powerless, leaving him with no hope of escape. After all, he was the only pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million, and nearly 80% of the guards were focused on him. To think that he would meet his downfall before even reaching the Grand Line, and here he was, stuck in this paradise of despair. It was truly disheartening. Just as he felt utterly helpless, a tremendous commotion erupted outside the prison. The sounds of bounty hunters' screams and the thunderous explosions of cannon fire filled the air. What was happening? Straining to lean forward, Heraldor attempted to discern the chaos outside, but the distance and the thick walls rendered him oblivious to the situation. A fleet of pirate ships had lined up outside the island, formidable and imposing, evoking a sense of dread. How could this be? The guards on the island, including several samurai who had fled from Wano with Yu Jinyu, recognized the familiar shape of the pirate ships and the unforgettable emblem emblazoned on their sails, causing cold sweat to trickle down their backs. The 100 Beasts Pirates. Why were they here? Countless heavy cannons rained down upon the island like a meteor shower. The leaders of the fleet, grinning with malevolence, commanded their subordinates to bombard the island before them. Although this was not the headquarters of the Thunder God Guild, any place occupied by those samurai must be utterly destroyed. In an instant, the island was plunged into a dire crisis. Indeed, it was the 100 Beast Pirates. It seemed they were facing the most troublesome situation imaginable. At the rear of the fleet, the vengeful ship Yuan Hen Dao, which had been waiting in the nearby sea for a long time, also drew closer to the scene almost simultaneously. Reese was anticipating this moment. Only when the pirates in Thunder God Prison were on the brink of life and death would their chances of recruiting them for battle in the land of Izumo increase. Now was the time for them to act. Hawkins, it was time to strike. After this assault on the fleet of the 100 Beast Pirates, there would be no turning back. Reese swung Amaterasu in a circle above, igniting a roaring flame at its tip that leaped toward the sky. At this juncture, it seemed there was no road left to retreat. Hawkins spoke calmly, drawing the straw blade from his waist. Then let us proceed. Meanwhile, outside the land of Izumo, the situation was even more precarious. The 100 Beast pirate ships had completely surrounded the island. On the flagship leading the fleet, 3 notorious pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million, the strongest of the true hitmen, were eagerly preparing for battle. In addition, among the 30 ships attacking the land of Izumo, 10 true hitmen who had consumed artificial zoan-type fruits were also part of the expedition. This grand display was proof of Kaido's determination to annihilate the Thunder God Guild. This storm cloud appeared quite troublesome. Was Yu Jinyu also an ability user of the mythical zoan-type? At the bow of the sword dragon, a middle-aged man with a bare torso, a black coat draped over his shoulders, and a large sword tattooed on his chest, looked at the storm clouds enveloping the land of Izumo with a cold smile. However, the abilities of a mythical Zoan user are of little consequence. The strength of an ability user depends on the extent of their development. He did not believe that those antiquated samurai from Wano could possibly harness the powers of a mythical Zoan to any significant degree. Within the Thunder God Guild Hall, Upon learning of the situation, Yu Jinyu and Sans Ho exchanged grave expressions. When did Kaido and Orochi discover that the founder of their Thunder God Guild was a samurai from Wano? However, the manner in which the information was leaked was no longer of importance. Now, the entire land of Izumo was encircled, and escape was impossible. For Yu Jinyu, fleeing was not an option. If he could not even deal with a portion of the 100 Beast Pirates fleet, the idea of confronting their main forces in Wano in the future would be utterly ludicrous. Moreover, he was uncertain if his body could endure until the battle 2 years hence. If he could unleash his power here and eliminate a portion of the 100 Beast Pirates fighting force, it might actually serve him well. Qing Fangzhu, Zashiki Warashi, Kaizato, Shiranui, Ayanabari, gather all the bounty hunters on the island and prepare for battle. After organizing their ranks and attaching the ancestral sword, one of the 50 masterpieces, Raikiri Budo no Tamashii, to his waist, Yu Jinyu rose and walked toward the hall's exit. Yu Jinyu Darren, your health, Shiranui expressed concern. I understand what you wish to say. Engaging in battle with the 100 Beast Pirates, dying here or perishing in Wano 2 years from now is the same. Yu Jinyu replied. Perhaps I'm even stronger now than I will be in 2 years. Soon after, on the shores of the land of Izumo, Yu Jinyu, leading Sans Ho and the Hua sisters, arrived before the assembled bounty hunters of the land of Izumo. The bounty hunters residing here were the elite of the Thunder God Guild and possessed a considerable degree of loyalty to it. They represented the most formidable strength Yu Jinyu had garnered over the years. Ladies and gentlemen, I shall keep my words brief. Yu Jinyu addressed the hundreds of bounty hunters before him with a bow. The new mission for all bounty hunters of the Thunder God Guild is to unite and capture the 3 billion-level pirates of the 100 Beast Pirates, the Flying Six. Chapter 185. Thunder God Guild versus 100 Beast Pirates, have they been sunk? This storm cloud is indeed a natural protective barrier. Observing a pirate ship dispatched to scout being struck down by lightning within the storm, one of the Flying Six, the versatile Blue Draws, frowned slightly. It seems not just anyone can pass through. This is somewhat troublesome. According to previously gathered intelligence, the president of the Thunder God Guild, the Wano Lord Tobin, Yu Jinyu, is an ability user of the mythical Zoan Cat fruit, and these storm clouds are most likely his doing. Hey, Paijuan, Rummy, we must first enter the land of Izumo, kill that Yu Jinyu, and dispel the storm clouds to allow the fleet to enter, Blue Draws declared, turning to the back where Paijuan was being teased by Runmi and vice versa. You have no right to command me. Blue Draws, your bounty is even lower than mine. Rummy snapped at Blue Draws. What does a higher bounty matter? They are merely 2 little kids. Such matters are irrelevant. We must hurry. With that, a glint of bloodlust shone in Blue Draws' eyes as he extended his long tongue from his mouth and leaped off the ship. Moonstep, treading on the air, Blue Draws charged forward into the storm clouds alone. Damn it, Paijuan, quickly carry me over. Runmi, incensed by Blue Draws' arrogant demeanor, stomped her feet and jumped onto Paijuan's back, entangling him like an octopus while urging her brother onward. Stop messing around, sister. I can't fly. Within the storm clouds, on the shores of the land of Izumo, Yu Jinyu, Sans Ho, and the Hua sisters stood guard at the port, leading an army of bounty hunters. With the thunderclouds set by himself, the enemy's vast forces could not invade directly. Initially, only a fraction of elite troops would enter. As long as they could withstand the onslaught of these elites, there remained a glimmer of hope for victory. Yu Jinyu took a deep breath, swiftly unsheathing the Budu Yuhuan at his waist. His gaze fixated on the thunderclouds ahead. He could sense that 1, 2, 3 individuals had already charged into the thunderclouds, now wreaking havoc upon the thunderbolts as they advanced towards the island. It appeared that the battle was about to commence. Elbaf's spear, the might of nations. With a resounding crash, a wave of sword energy pierced through the thunderclouds, revealing a colossal figure within the territory of the Outcloud Nation. Ha ha ha! The power of these thunderclouds is nothing remarkable, roared the dragon-human hybrid, Lan Laaz, landing with a laugh at the port of Outcloud Nation. The formidable dragon man was tall and robust, his limbs powerful and muscular, adorned with dorsal fins resembling broadswords, and a tail reminiscent of spiked mace, exuding sheer ferocity. Animal type, dragon fruit, ancient variant. Stegosaurus form. Landlaw's tail, embedded with 4 stout spikes, emitted wisps of white smoke, evidently having unleashed the Elbath spear moments ago. Let me see. You must be the warrior of the UU family. Landlaw scanned the bounty hunters before him and finally fixed his gaze on UU. Due to his Stegosaurus form and a relatively small head, Landlaws appeared somewhat comical despite his towering stature. You scoundrel of the beast pirates, I've awaited your arrival. UU retorted coldly, his body beginning to undergo transformation. A fearsome, golden 6-clawed feline materialized before the port, confronting the dragon man with bared fangs and claws. Are you here to meet your demise? You small-headed fool? UU pointed the tip of his booty Yuhuan at Landlaw's diminutive head, his voice icy. This statement struck a nerve with Landlaws. For his small head was his greatest flaw, and he despised being called small head. What did you say, warrior? Landlaws bellowed in fury, charging toward UU, adopting the stance of a Fishman karate practitioner. Stegosaurus karate, 5,000 tile punch. UU, undaunted, met the charge head-on, wielding a blade crackling with lightning. Landlaws was dubbed a jack-of-all-trades due to his remarkable learning and replication abilities, mastering nearly all renowned combat techniques in the world, resulting in an exceedingly diverse combat style. This prowess seemed influenced by his idol, the Calamity of Flames, as Landlaws' punch collided with UU's lightning sword. The fierce clash between the Thunder God Guild and the Beast Pirates officially commenced. While Senshou intended to lead the charge to assist the guild leader, 2 other figures emerged from the thunderclouds. After a fierce battle with the thunderclouds, Run T and Pei Ji once successfully breached the borders of the Outcloud Nation. That detestable Landlaws, how dare he act first? Run T, furious, leaped from the unfortunate Pei Ji Wan, transforming into her bloated dragon form, her head enveloped in formidable armament hockey, charging like a cannonball toward UU, who was locked in combat with Landlaws. Boom! In a critical moment, a towering giant, exceeding 20 meters in height, surged from the side, extending its palms to intercept Run Ti's attack. However, the immense impact forced the giant to spew forth blood. The thwarted Run T performed a somersault, leaping several dozen meters back, her frustration boiling over. How dare you interfere with a lady's affairs? This is utterly despicable. In an instant, the formidable bounty hunters, Qing Fangzhu, Zashiki Warashi, and the giant surrounded Run T, unwilling to allow her to attack the guild leader unchallenged. I shall not permit you to gang up on the leader, Qing Fangzhu proclaimed, wrapping his arms in powerful flowing cherry blossoms, launching a fierce assault on Run T. I too shall join. You shall face the 3 of us. Zashiki Warashi swiftly drew several shurikens from his waist, hurling them at the adversaries. The heavily wounded giant did not relent, quickly readjusting his stance, joining forces with the 2 others to unleash a relentless barrage upon Run T. Apart from the escape from Wano country over a decade ago, they had never encountered such an intense and perilous battle. As seasoned bounty hunters, they experienced for the first time the sensation of being the hunted. Meanwhile, the Fire Sisters led hundreds of bounty hunters, allied with UU, charging toward another formidable opponent, Pei Ji Wan, at the port of Outcloud Nation. The generals of the Thunder God Guild and the Beast Pirates commenced an exceedingly fierce clash. In an instant, the entire port was ravaged by the aftermath of their battle. This confrontation would determine the fate of both the Outcloud Nation and the Thunder God Guild, simultaneously on the island housing the Thunder God prison. As Lacey and Hawkins swiftly traversed the ruins ravaged by the cannon fire of the Beast Pirates, they aimed to liberate the imprisoned pirates without delay. Time was of the essence. There was no room for hesitation. They must liberate the reinforcements immediately and hasten back to the Outcloud Nation to join the fray. May the Thunder God Guild endure until that moment. Chapter 186. The Fruit Minister, Charlotte Camput. Minister Camput, we can already see the ship of the Magic Hand Pirates. It lingers around the territorial waters of Taoyuan. A vibrant pirate ship, resembling a fruit tart, approached Taoyuan, while the lookout observed keenly through binoculars. Spotting the silver pirate ship upon the silver waves, he promptly reported to the eldest daughter of the Charlotte family, the fruit minister, Passion Fruit Charlotte Camput. Yet, for reasons unknown, it seemed that the captain, Magic Hand Ericta's silver brow lay sea, was absent from the ship. Leading the crew was the first mate, Steel Finger Lexington Justice. The captain is absent? No matter, let's first deal with this lot. A stout, middle-aged woman, resembling the formidable Four Emperor's Big Mom, adorned with a transparent bowl filled with a fruit platter on her head and dressed in a light pink ruffled dress, approached the bow of the ship, her azure curls and purple lips accentuating her imposing presence. These little brats have the audacity to attack our ship. We must teach them a lesson. With that, Camput raised her robust right hand, and a coconut materialized in her palm. As the fruit minister, Charlotte Camput possessed the powers of the paramecia type, fruit, enabling her body to become a fruit tree that could produce a variety of fruits at will, though her fruit abilities solely produced fruits. In the hands of a martial artist and hockey wielder like Camput, these fruits transformed into various formidable weapons. Coconut cannon, enveloped in potent armament hockey. She hurled the coconut before her with tremendous force, akin to a cannonball. Under Camput's monstrous strength, the coconut surged forth like an actual cannonball toward the silver adventurer. Swiftly eliminate these detestable foes, then return with the Cientao to report to Mother. Time has already elapsed, and if I do not hasten back, Mother will grow impatient. If her appetite strikes, it will be troublesome. Damn it! Is it the eldest daughter of the Charlotte family? A bounty of 300 million berries, a monster of foe. Upon recognizing the formidable figure of the chief commander aboard the opposing vessel, Lexington's expression abruptly shifted to one of stern seriousness. As a former Navy lieutenant commander, he was well acquainted with the prominent officers of the Yonko. Charlotte Katakuri, being the second offspring of the Yonko Big Emon and a notorious pirate seasoned by countless trials upon the sea, possessed an unparalleled strength, an indisputable adversary. The Cientao, a dessert offered by the Peach Garden, falls within the realm of fruits, thus it is only fitting for this fruit minister to oversee it. They should be grateful that the one approaching is not the top officer, the sweet commander, for in that case, they would stand no chance of resistance. With Katakuri as their opponent, they still hold a fighting chance. Guns and cannons. Lexington leapt into action, swinging his right fist to strike the incoming coconut cannonball. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed as the coconut cannonball shattered upon impact with Lexington's punch, coconut fragments scattering. The immense force of the impact sent Lexington crashing back down onto the deck, causing the entire ship to tremble. Such formidable force and durability. Was that merely a preliminary test? Observing the pain in his right hand, Lexington furrowed his brow. There is still more to come. No wonder they dared to engage our big MOM pirates. However, this level of strength is utterly insufficient. Seeing his probing coconut cannonball intercepted by Lexington, Katakuri let out a cold chuckle, and from his arms sprouted even more larger coconut cannonballs. A barrage of coconut cannonballs, countless coconut cannonballs, enveloped in armament hockey, were launched by Katakuri's immense wrist strength, raining down destruction upon the silver adventurer. This opponent belongs to the legendary Yonko. Clearly, one cannot afford to be careless. Housey promptly drew a brown arrow, knocked it on the bowstring, and aimed skyward. Hercules' arrow. The arrow released into the air erupted with a powerful force, intercepting a multitude of coconut cannonballs. Coriolanus Prelude. Beethoven danced gracefully, wielding dual swords to unleash a flurry of slashes, severing the airborne coconut cannonballs one by one. We must charge towards the opposing ship. We cannot remain passive under their relentless bombardment. Annie shouted as she fired her hand cannon at the coconut cannonballs above. Indeed, Dafu. Steer the ship forward. We must retaliate with our water cannons. While fending off the coconut cannonball assault, Lexington commanded Dafu at the control panel. Dafu swiftly turned the helm and pressed the activation button for the ship's steam-powered water cannon. The silver adventurer, like a silver serpent, twisted and turned in the sea, evading numerous coconut cannonballs as it surged towards the fruit tart ship. Simultaneously, a high-pressure water cannon was charged and unleashed from the mouth of the silver dolphin, hurtling toward the enemy. Such a troublesome foe. A water pressure cannon? Katakuri's eyes narrowed as he rushed towards the control panel, snatching the helm from the helmsman, maneuvering the vessel to evade the oncoming water cannon from the silver adventurer. Papaya ship. After dodging the water cannon, Katakuri leapt from the pirate ship, conjuring a massive papaya vessel that floated upon the water surface. "You little brats better wait. Mother is here to deal with you." As she spoke, a cane appeared in Katakuri's hand, which, upon being enveloped in armament hockey, transformed into an indomitable weapon. Beethoven, Annie, let's advance. How C and Dafu will provide cover from a ship. Witnessing the overwhelming advance of the enemy, Lexington could no longer afford to remain on the defensive aboard his ship and promptly ordered an attack on the approaching papaya vessel. With swift strides, Lexington dashed towards Katakuri, raising his golden axe for a mighty strike. Clash! The golden axe of the Ten Commandments collided with the cane in midair, sparks flying in all directions. Feeling the cane's hardness and Katakuri's immense power bearing down, Lexington gritted his teeth. The hardness of this armament hockey. It is merely a cane, yet my prized weapon cannot even cut through it. Is this the power of the Yonko pirates? You little brat, you are still too inexperienced. Katakuri laughed heartily, stomping the ground with her high heels, channeling her strength to send Lexington flying. Following closely in Lexington's wake, Beethoven and Annie surged forward to confront Katakuri. It matters not how many come. Katakuri sneered, "Hadyating a formidable ha." Today, she would demonstrate to these youngsters that the rulers of the sea are not to be trifled with. Chapter 187. The Thunder God Guild. Total defeat. In another battlefield, the land of Wano lay in ruins. The immense aftermath of the battle had flattened entire city blocks, as the Thunder God roared in collision with the Sword Dragon. 6 styles, Storm Sword Dragon. Blandah's body rolled as the panels on his back unleashed a barrage of wind blades, descending upon Ugetsu Kenyu in a torrential assault. Ugetsu Kenyu's golden mane flared, crackling with electricity as his powerful forepaws gripped the Voodoo goddess, striking with ferocity. Flash slash, Great Thundermoon. A colossal golden crescent slash cleaved through the sky, dispersing Blandah's strikes. 8-strike fist, Drill Dragon Spike. As the Storm Sword Dragon's attack was neutralized, Blandah's transformed into his Beastman form and charged at Ugetsu Kenyu. His tail, imbued with armament hockey, lashed out like a steel whip, aiming for Ugetsu Kenyu. Boom! The Voodoo goddess clashed with the Sword Dragon's tail, their armament hockey colliding fiercely, sending forth arcs of black and gold lightning. Sensing the overwhelming might from his opponent, Ugetsu Kenyu's brow furrowed, and he tightened his grip on the Voodoo goddess with both forepaws. With a thunderous crash, the two warriors disengaged from their fierce exchange. As the battle progressed, Ugetsu Kenyu increasingly recognized the tenacity of his foe. The Fishman Karate, Navy 6 styles, 8-strike fist of the Land of Flowers, and the Elbaf Spear of the Giant Race. This opponent possesses an excessive variety of martial techniques, rendering their combat style exceedingly comprehensive and difficult to counter or predict. Coupled with the Sword Dragon's immense power, which rivals his own Thunder Beast, he truly presents a formidable challenge. On the other side, Blandah's silently mused. I never anticipated that this warrior from Wano would be so formidable, far exceeding my expectations. Nevertheless, I shall never concede. The Fishman Karate learned from Jack and Sabu. The Navy 6 styles acquired from Fusifuz, the infinite deathmatch techniques from Jean, the giant spear taught by Lord Kaido, and the diverse martial arts learned through countless battles against powerful foes have forged my unpredictable versatility. With such an arsenal of formidable techniques at my disposal, how could I possibly lose to a mere swordsman? In an instant, the two colossal beasts unleashed furious roars and charged at one another. If the battle between Ugetsu Kenyu and Blandah's could be described as evenly matched, the other two skirmishes could only be characterized as utter routs. In the face of the formidable 400 million bounty pirate, Even San Shou found himself at a distinct disadvantage. Qing Fong Zhu's powerful flow of Sakura and sumo techniques offered no advantage against Run Ti's indomitable headbutt. The massive form of Haizuatu became a mere target on the shore. Despite possessing a strong Kinbunchika haki, he could not avoid having several ribs shattered. Meanwhile, the abilities of the Zashiki Warashi proved equally ineffective against the opponent. Although the Naiji no MysteryFruit could reverse the state of people and objects, it could only be applied when the target lacked any resistance. Consequently, he was utterly incapable of weakening Run T from a state of health to one of frailty. What monster? How could one possibly defeat her? Observing the tank-like strength of the swollen-headed dragon before him, the injured San Shou wore a serious expression. Great healing reversal technique. Zashiki Warashi took a deep breath and unleashed the full power of his fruit's ability. The force of reversal instantly restored San Shou from a state of severe injury to one of pristine condition. However, although temporarily revitalized, should he suffer further injuries, his body would accumulate damage, and once the ability wore off, he might even perish outright. Additionally, Zashiki Warashi's stamina could not sustain repeated reversals. They could only attempt to buy time. They have recovered? What devil fruit grants such power? Run T remarked with surprise as she witnessed the once-dying San Shou regain his vigor. Yet even with this restoration, it proved futile. They were still no match. All it would take was another blow to obliterate them. With a wolf-toothed mace drawn from behind, she brandished it and charged at San Shou once more. Faced with the fierce onslaught of Run T, San Shou had no choice but to confront the challenge head-on. He could not allow her to attack Lord Ujetsu Kenyo. If the battle between Run T and San Shou could still be sustained, the clashes between the other bounty hunters and Paijuan had already resulted in a complete rout. Without a billion-level bounty hunter to withstand the pressure, numbers alone could not withstand Paijuan's assault. After a fierce bloodbath, numerous million and 100,000 bounty hunters collapsed, losing consciousness, leaving only the Hua sisters to hold their ground. In contrast, Paijuan, despite sporting many wounds, showed no signs of faltering, thanks to the ancient species' remarkable vitality. Using a swarm tactic, you truly inflict pain. Paijuan complained irritably as he gazed at the last of the Hua sisters on the battlefield. Although these bounty hunters were not of significant concern to him, their sheer numbers and capabilities had nonetheless inflicted some superficial injuries. To bully miners so mercilessly is truly excessive. Armed with a long knife, Shiranui, along with the transformed Hua sisters, Zhu Lu and Song Lu, stood before Paijuan, battered yet resolute, relying almost entirely on their willpower. They were genuinely at their limits. The enemy was overwhelmingly strong. This seemingly 17 or 18-year-old boy possessed such extraordinary power in terms of strength, speed, defense, hockey intensity, combat skills, and experience. He far surpassed them. Was this truly the crew of a Yonko? Even a single youth was strong to such an extent, instilling a profound sense of despair. First, I shall eliminate you, and then assist my sister in dealing with those 3 officers. With that, Paijuan's form began to swell once more, ultimately transforming into a lithe Spinosaurus hybrid, brandishing a pair of claws enveloped in haki, launching a final assault upon the Hua sisters. Do you see it? Observing the overwhelming advantage Paijuan and Run T held on the other 2 battlefields, Lan Luoz couldn't help but laugh triumphantly, addressing Ujetsu Kenyo. Your Thunder God Guild, which rampages through the paradise, appears as fragile as paper before the Yonko, though reluctant to admit it. We 3 possess the lowest bounties among the Flying 6. We alone can annihilate all your elite combatants, and you dare to aspire to challenge Lord Kaido with this strength? What folly! In response to Lan Luoz's taunts, Ujetsu Kenyo felt a surge of anger, gripping the sword of Tachi. Was the disparity truly this vast? No. If they suffered a total collapse, their demise would be utterly meaningless. At the very least, they had to eliminate one of the Flying 6. Chapter 188. Despair in the Peach Garden in the outer sea of Taoyuan. Aboard the Papaya ship, Lexington, Beethoven, and Annie took turns launching attacks against Charlotte Cornpert. The fierce battle left the crew of the Silver Adventurer ship, Gao Si and DeFu, sweating nervously, their hearts racing. The officers under the Yonko were truly astonishingly powerful. What seemed to be merely a fruit-growing ability yielded explosive power. The strength of sugarcane surpassed that of real iron rods, and coconuts rivaled cannonballs. The fruits produced by this individual were all lethal weapons. Moreover, the diverse types and functions of fruits appeared ceaselessly, rendering predictions impossible. Finger gun scattershot. Lexington hovered in midair, retrieving a handful of steel balls from his pocket and, utilizing his powerful finger strength, flicked them toward Cornpert. The steel balls, propelled by his formidable finger strength, possessed immense power. However, Cornpert dismissed them entirely, raising his robust arms enveloped in hockey to block them effortlessly. Cherry bullets. Cornpert sneered, conjuring a large cluster of cherries in his hand. What attack is this? Cherries? Yet this time, instead of launching the cherries directly, Cornpert stuffed them all into his mouth. Before Lexington could retort, the cherry pits shot forth like bullets. Oh no! The speed and force of the cherry pits far exceeded that of Lexington's steel balls, arriving before him in an instant. Even with Kinbunchika hockey, he had no time to evade. The cherry pits pierced through Lexington's body, blood gushing forth like a fountain, and the severely injured Lexington plummeted into the sea. How infuriating! To shoot cherry pits from your mouth. How vulgar! Enraged, Beethoven transformed into his hybrid form, charging at Cornpert with 4 blades crackling with electricity. Divine Hand. Annie, having undergone enhancements, raised her arms, and numerous mechanical parts morphed, transforming her arms into gigantic cannons, unleashing a barrage of fire upon Cornpert. While Cornpert engaged in battle with Beethoven and Annie, Lexington resurfaced from the water. Shaking off his wet hair, he covered his wounds and gritted his teeth. What a formidable opponent! The cherry pits he spits out possess greater power than the steel balls launched by my fingers. The pressure from this old woman, though not as great as that from Mamaturo, at least rivals that of my father, Rear Admiral Saratoga. It is said that all the members of the Charlotte family possess food-type devil fruit abilities. Initially, I could not comprehend how rice dumplings, candies, and biscuits could hold such lethality, but only upon encountering Cornpert could I grasp the terror of these individuals. Indeed, there are no feeble devil fruits, only feeble wielders of abilities. One must employ more formidable techniques to have a chance against this fruit-wielding crone. After catching his breath, Lexington once again executed the shave technique, appearing before Copat, launching an assault to alleviate the pressure on Beethoven and Annie, who were on the verge of being overwhelmed. At that moment, aboard the Silver Adventurer, Dafu and Housey were unable to divert their energies to provide long-range support to their comrades. They were being targeted by dozens of pirate ships shaped like fruit tarts. Left with no choice, the two could only focus all their strength on fending off the onslaught of these minions. Although they were referred to as minions, they were nonetheless combatants of the big MOM pirates, and dealing with these hundreds of soldiers proved to be a considerable headache for Dafu and Housey. Astonishingly, many bizarre life forms were also participating in the battle aboard these ships. Talking cannons, armor, swords, these sentient weapons added immense pressure on the two. Dafu immersed herself completely in piloting, nearly merging with the Silver Adventurer. The ship's performance and combat capabilities far surpassed those of the original Blood Avenger. In the face of Big Mom's fleet, Dafu's anxiety was greater than ever before. The subordinates of the 4 emperors were incomparably more formidable than those of Black. King William and Grella, the foes once deemed inscrutable in the South Blue, appeared trivial in the Grand Line. As the battle raged on into noon, in an effort to avoid drawing the wrath of Big MOM, the residents of Taoyuan, originally hidden and only meant to engage in battle during a crisis, were compelled to join the fray under the leadership of Taoquan as the conflict intensified. Upon witnessing the villagers of Taoyuan, Copat immediately sensed that something was amiss, her face contorting with rage as veins bulged. "You traitors, have you betrayed Mama? It seems this year's heavenly peaches will not be delivered. Very well. I shall annihilate your island." The villagers of Taoyuan, trembling before the furious Copat, gripped their weapons tightly, summoning their courage to engage in combat. They had initially resorted to raising the flag of the big MOM pirates out of desperation, fearing that failure to pay taxes would lead to their island's destruction. Ultimately, their worst fears had come pass. It appeared that protecting their island depended solely on themselves. With the arrival of the Taoyuan forces, Haoxi and Dafu gradually withstood the pressure from the opposing fleet, and the fierce battle escalated further. Lexington, Beethoven, and Annie launched relentless assaults on Kopat, unleashing all their formidable techniques upon her. However, despite their battered state, they failed to inflict significant damage on Kopat. This fearsome woman possessed immense combat experience, combined with formidable haki and a plethora of diverse fruits, rendering her nearly invincible. Watermelon meteor hammers, ultra-sour lemons, apple bombs, banana boomerangs, durian clubs, and pomegranate machine guns. These powerful weapons struck Lexington and his companions relentlessly, leaving them nearly unable to lift their heads. The battle persisted into the night, with countless ships sinking and numerous wounded being carried from the battlefield. The once serene island had transformed into a sea of blood, illuminated by the moonlight, casting a harrowing dark crimson hue across the battleground, rendering it exceptionally dreadful. Continue the assault. Lexington, drenched in blood, gasped for air as he charged at Kopat with his golden axe once more. Shave, Gale Foot, Panga's axe, utilizing the shave technique to teleport behind Kopat. Lexington infused the air slash from Gale Foot onto his battle axe, swinging it toward her neck. Kopat let out a deafening roar, vigorously swinging her durian club and sending Annie, who had been desperately stalling her with the last of her strength, flying. Turning, she caught Lexington's fierce axe with her armored right hand, crushing the air blade with her bare hand, seizing the axe from him and flinging it away. Pointing spear, eternal spear. Lexington gritted his teeth, channeling every last ounce of strength into his right index finger, thrusting towards Kopat's exposed throat. His stamina was utterly depleted. This was the most powerful, and indeed final, strike he could muster. However, in this last-ditch effort, he still failed to bring Kopat down. Thanks to her observation haki, Kopat narrowly evaded the fatal blow, though Lexington managed to pierce her left shoulder, creating a substantial wound. Damn you, how dare you! The excruciating pain ignited Kopat's fury as she raised her cane, wrapped in haki, bringing it down heavily upon Lexington's head. Boom! The tremendous force sent Lexington crashing down, breaching the papaya ship and plunging into the depths of the sea. With Lexington disposed of, Kopat's expression turned terrifying, revealing a vicious and malevolent grin as she panted heavily in the moonlight, appearing exceedingly ominous. These little brats are truly troublesome. Although victorious, Kopat's glass bowl was completely shattered, her left arm rendered partially incapacitated due to the wound in her shoulder, and her right chest was marked with burn scars from Beethoven's electric attack. Her body riddled with numerous cuts, gunshot wounds, and various injuries, many bones broken. Yet, despite her grievous injuries, this formidable female monstrosity still stood upon the papaya ship. All of this plunged the remaining combatants into despair. Chapter 189. Ugetsu Kinyu vs. Randaloth. Outside of Izumo, 10 true fighters languidly awaited aboard their respective pirate ships. Runmi, Paijuan, and Lord Randaloth had been inside for most of the day, leaving the others uncertain of the current situation. However, judging by the extent of damage on the life cards, it seemed they had only sustained minor injuries, indicating that the battle was likely still ongoing. The dark clouds appeared to have lightened considerably, and the frequency of lightning flashes and thunderclaps had diminished. One true fighter, resembling a rhinoceros from the waist up and a centaur from the waist down, observed the state of the thunderclouds, murmuring, "It seems the 3 Flying Six have nearly resolved the troubles within. I hope there are still enemies left for us to showcase our prowess. Otherwise, this long journey will have been rather dull. Prepare yourselves. Those damned black clouds should be dissipating soon. As soon as they do, set sail and charge in. We cannot allow the other true fighters to claim victory." The rhinoceros true fighter instructed his subordinates aboard the ship. With so many vessels in their fleet and limited targets, they needed to compete fiercely to secure their share of the glory. The spoils could not be monopolized by the Flying Six. Just as the rhinoceros true fighter was lost in a daydream of storming into Izumo and wreaking havoc, a deafening cannon blast jolted him back to reality. One of the pirate ships nearby erupted in black smoke, slowly sinking beneath the waves, while the pirates aboard screamed in terror, some attempting to swim to nearby vessels. Curse be it! What has happened? The formidable Shinyo Jinda could not help but curse vehemently. Before his subordinates could respond, the pirate ship he was aboard suddenly shook violently. He turned his head sharply to look back, his eyes widening in shock, both his human eyes and the rhino eyes on his chest. A fleet composed of dozens of completely different pirate ships was approaching swiftly from the distant waters. An opportunity to vanquish the four emperors and establish a legendary name had finally arrived. If we eliminate them, we shall gain fame across the seas. Is this what the four emperors are like? Although rescuing those detestable bounty hunters was quite frustrating, the prospect of battling the four emperors was enticing. If we do not defeat them, freedom will remain elusive. We shall never be captured by the 100 Beasts pirate crew. Charge forward with Brother Reese, Brother Hawkins, and Brother Harold, released from the Thunder God prison by Reese. Dozens of pirates with bounties exceeding 50 million each rushed to the battlefield with their respective crews at breakneck speed. At the forefront of the fleet, the large pirate ships. The Grudge Doll with a straw doll bow and the long serpent shield adorned with a silver snake entwined around a golden shield, cleaved through the waves. The infamous captains, the magical Eric Reese, the sorcerer Basil Hawkins, and the Hare King Olaf Harold, each with bounties surpassing 100 million, led the charge against Jinda and his crew. Damn it! Where did these pirates come from? Why are there reinforcements? Eliminate them! Eliminate them! Lord Kaido will surely be pleased. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the pirates on the battlefield, Jinda and his crew were initially taken aback, but quickly regained their composure, issuing commands for their subordinates to turn the ship and confront the enemy. For them, this unexpected development was not necessarily bad news. In the land of Izumo, they might not capture many heads from the Thunder God Guild, but with these foes around, they could present their spoils to Lord Kaido. Hawkins, Harold, we cannot linger on the outer battlefield. While unleashing a massive wave of energy to shatter a barrage of cannonballs hurtling toward him, Reese turned to Hawkins and Harold. Let those people handle the outsiders. We must enter and confront the Flying Six. In the land of Izumo, the three battles were nearing their conclusion. After a desperate struggle, the unknown fire was ultimately defeated by Paijuan, and the nearly exhausted Sansho could only muster the last of his strength to resist the relentless assault from Runty and Paijuan. Hold on just a little longer. We must not allow these two to interfere before Lord Yuyue Jin kills the enemy. Meanwhile, the other battlefield displayed an even more frenzied scene. The Thunder Beast, with one eye slashed blind, 2 arms broken, and a tail severed, dragged its injured body as it roared in fury, recklessly wielding Budu Yumi to attack the opposing sword dragon. Yuyue Jin's lightning aura began to flicker erratically, his golden hair stained red with blood, creating a ghastly sight. At that moment, Landerlaws was in no better condition. The opponent was completely reckless, seemingly intent on fighting to the death. After such a prolonged battle and sustaining severe injuries, the ability to persist was terrifying. Damn it! This ends now. You bastard, stop! Landerlaws, marked with countless charred sword scars, felt a mix of fear and anger as he shouted. How can you still be alive? Why is your monotonous sword technique so powerful? Such injuries should have been enough to kill a Zoan-type beast multiple times. Sword Dragon 8 Punch. Elbaf Spear. Dominance of a Nation. Sword Dragon Empty-Handed Karate. 5000 Kazu Jun Punch. Sword Dragon Claw Punch. In a panic, Landerlaws unleashed a flurry of various martial techniques against the monstrous foe before him. However, Yuyue Jin's transcendent swordsmanship, though singular, effortlessly neutralized all forms of attack. Your techniques are abundant, yet lacking in finesse. Yuyue Jin scoffed. Although he was reluctant to acknowledge Reese, the pirate entrusted with the family heirloom sword by Feng Yue, he had to concede that despite only having exchanged a few tentative blows, it was evident that Reese, as a versatile warrior with a rich combat style, surpassed the chaotic Landerlaws in terms of ability synergy, development, and innate talent. Clearly limited in talent, Landerlaws' attempts to be a jack of all trades only revealed his restlessness and lack of patience, which would ultimately lead to his downfall. Yu Ejien was currently in a far worse state than his opponent, already on the brink of death due to an old ailment. The fierce battle had drained every ounce of his potential, leaving him severely injured. It would not be surprising if he collapsed and died at any moment. Yet, bolstered by his unwavering conviction in the sword path and formidable willpower, Yu Ejien exerted complete pressure on Landerloss, vowing not to fall until he fulfilled his obsession with slaying the dragon. After years of hardship and countless brushes with death, how could he possibly be defeated by this flashy jack of all trades? My apologies, Kazuki clan, my father, and the warriors of Wano. This is all I can do. The thunder beast roared with all its might, tearing its vocal cords and shredding its throat, condensing its last flicker of life into boundless lightning that enveloped Budu Yumi. In Landerlaw's terrified gaze, a flash of blade light sliced through the air. The sword dragon's grotesquely small head was cleanly severed, blood spraying dozens of meters into the air. The head bore a look of disbelief, unable to accept its demise. With two thunderous crashes, the life force of the two Zoan-type users was extinguished, crashing to the ground. The severely injured Yue Jin reverted to human form, ceasing to breathe, lying silently on the ground. In the final moments of battle, the famed daimyo of Wano, Thunderclap Yue Jin, successfully slayed Landerloss, and the last vestiges of his spirit finally dissipated. The legendary sword Budu Yumi remained by his side, flickering with residual lightning and blood, exuding an aura of both sanctity and an eerie charm. Despite possessing various flaws such as obstinacy, narrow-mindedness, and rigidity, this daimyo of Wano undoubtedly deserved the title of warrior. Chapter 190, Thunder Sword Budu Yumi. Upon sensing the disappearance of Yue Jin and Landerlaw's presences from afar, the stubborn Kazu momentarily halted its actions. Lord Yue Jin has perished. However, before his demise, he succeeded in taking down a member of the Flying Six. With this, there was no need to prolong the struggle against the two monsters before them. Sansho's stamina had long reached its limit. They had been pushing themselves to prevent Runti and Paijuan from interfering with Yue Jin's battle. Now that Yue Jin and Landerlaws had perished together, they were finally liberated. Saibozu, Zashiki Warashi, and Kaizvita ceased their reckless, suicidal attacks, standing calmly in place, awaiting death. Though there remains a lingering sense of regret for not being able to endure until the great battle 2 years hence. It is apparent that this is the utmost limit of my capabilities. Alas, I shall not witness the moment when Kaido and Orochi fall. What a disgrace! That useless Randoles has actually been killed. Feeling the absence of Randole's aura, Runti exclaimed in anger. Before arriving, he had boasted with unwavering confidence to Lord Kaido, flaunting his arrogance throughout the journey, only to arrive here and become utterly insignificant. The illustrious beast pirates, reduced to requiring the aid of a mere member of the Thunder God Guild to deal with one small adversary. Such humiliation. Never mind, his death could be a blessing. The glory of this battle shall belong solely to her and Paijuan. Sister, let's first eliminate these three, Paijuan declared, turning his gaze toward the three heads that had ceased their resistance. It seems these desperate, tenacious individuals have finally accepted their fate. It was their incessant obstruction of him and his sister that led to Randole's demise. All right, you lot, prepare to meet your end. Runny shifted her focus from the distant battlefield of Randole's, glaring fiercely at the three heads before her. The formidable armament hockey coiled around Runny's unyielding headbutt and Paijuan's sharp fangs. Runny headbutt, Thornbite. The two members of the Flying Six surged forth like arrows released from a bow, launching a lethal assault upon the three heads. Zashiki Warashi sighed softly, closing his eyes. However, just as the three heads awaited their demise, two figures suddenly burst forth, positioning themselves in front of them. The protectors of Yalvit's shielded army. A magnificent shield, radiant with golden light and adorned with exquisite patterns and shimmering gems, shielded Zashiki Warashi as Runti's powerful headbutt collided with the shield, producing an earth-shattering roar. After staggering back several steps, the figure wielding the shield steadied himself, standing firm before the Flying Six. As Zashiki Warashi opened his eyes to discern the features of the newcomer. He was shocked to behold a familiar face. Olaf Harald, the Hare King. It was indeed the notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 1 billion, previously hunted down by them. Why had he appeared here, intervening to save one who should have been his enemy? Do not overthink it. I have no desire to rescue you. I am merely acting in accordance with the wishes of my benefactor, Eric Rez, Harold replied, tossing his lustrous golden hair and offering a slight smirk. Though Zashikiwarashi had not participated in the capture of his own ambush, he felt it was permissible to lend aid to this Zashikiwarashi, whose charm was only slightly inferior to his own. Moreover, the Flying Six, under the command of the Yonko, would serve as a splendid stepping stone for his own notoriety. With that, Harold brandished his shield and charged fiercely at Runty. Damn it! How could there still be someone meddling? Runty, infuriated at the interruption of her assault, withdrew her wolf-fang hammer and swung it fiercely toward Harold. Meanwhile, a figure suddenly appeared before Paijuan, who had opened his mouth wide, aiming to deliver a fatal blow to the green boss. Paijuan's fangs sank into the figure's frame. What is happening? Flinging the figure away, Paijuan exhibited a puzzled expression, as the green boss, who should have been dispatched by his fangs, widened his singular eye in disbelief at the unexpected savior who had blocked the strike. Basil Hawkins stood unharmed, rising from the ground. A straw voodoo doll emerged from within him, revealing a series of deep bite marks on his chest as it fell to the ground. On the ship of the Beast Pirates, beyond the borders of Wano, a soldier suddenly cried out, blood gushing from his chest as he collapsed, meeting his untimely end. Life reduced by one, Hawkins stated expressionlessly, advancing slowly, his gaze fixed intently upon Paijuan. A battle with a mere 3 chance of victory was something he had never entertained, but this time, having been thoroughly duped by Eric Rez, he had no choice but to gamble with fate. How did those two manage to infiltrate? Runny shouted angrily, turning to face the newcomers, sensing their formidable presence. With the death of Amatsuki Kenyu, the storm clouds that had enveloped Wano dissipated, revealing the scene to all. Those are the pirates we imprisoned in the Thunder God prison. Recognizing the pirates battling against the Beast's army, the 3 heads displayed expressions of profound shock. What is happening? How did they escape? Why have they come to rescue us? Logically, they should have been enemies of these pirates. Such a twist of fate. Runty and Paijuan were instantly consumed by rage, turning their wrath upon Hawkins and Harold, who stood before the 3 heads. If you seek death, then let us end this together. Sensing the intense, murderous intent emanating from the 2 members of the Flying Six, Hawkins and Harold braced themselves for battle. Indeed, Eric has truly led us astray, Hawkins lamented. It appeared there was no turning back. They had no choice but to defeat their adversaries. Hodol Snided, stepping forward with the Valkyrie shield in hand. Faced with foes unlike any they had encountered before, they would have to give their all to seize even the slightest chance of victory. With determined steps, Eric D. Residential traversed the battlefield, ravaged by Amatsuki Kenyu and Randol's, arriving at the bodies of the 2. Though you were rather loathed, as a warrior, you are still deserving of respect. Residential murmured to himself as he approached the sword Budu no Mikoto, which was embedded in the ground. It is regrettable, though Amatsuki Kenyu would undoubtedly be reluctant. This blade shall be claimed by me, and in due time, I will wield it to ensure Kaido suffers greatly. Extracting Budu no Mikoto from the earth, Rez's form began to transform. Golden fur erupted from his skin, his arms bifurcated into 4 fierce claws, and 3 long tails sprouted from behind as Residential entered his Raijin beast form, becoming a magnificent golden-furred feline, crackling with electricity. Now, let us utilize your prowess and weaponry to repel the formidable foes that threaten the Thunder God Guild. With that, Residential sheathed both Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi, wielding Budu no Mikoto as he strode toward the battlefield where Runty and Paijuan battled. I never expected that my first encounter with a formidable adversary in the Grand Line would be with the siblings Runty and Paijuan. They must only be 20 and 18 years old this year, mere youths. Paijuan may even be underage, yet he is transformed into a boss. For me, it is manageable. But for Hawkins and Harold, both in their 20s and 30s, It is rather embarrassing to stake their lives against children younger than themselves. I hope they possess sufficient audacity. Chapter 191. A turning point on the Peach Source battlefield. First, Mate Lexington. Annie. Beethoven. Observing their comrades being decisively eradicated by the formidable Compert, Hosher cried out in despair. How could this be? What sort of monster is she? Even 3 of us combined cannot overcome her? Are the Magic Hand Pirates truly destined for annihilation here today? The harsh reality proved far more brutal than their imaginations had conjured. The notion of a 5 chance of victory was nothing short of a fantasy. They had persevered until midnight. Compert was already gravely injured. Just a bit more. Hosher, pull yourself together. We have not yet lost. Da Fu gritted her teeth and abruptly turned the helm, skillfully maneuvering the silver adventurer to evade the cannonballs hurtling toward them. Having come this far, how could they possibly give up? They must persevere until the very last moment. The captain would return. As long as the captain came back, they could defeat that monstrous woman, although hope was exceedingly dim, especially considering that the captain had to confront high-ranking officials of the 4 emperors in the land of Izumo. Indeed, Haozi, let us continue the fight. Injured all over, Tao Qian toppled a pirate with his staff and shouted loudly. Haozi's gaze sharpened, gripping his azure bow tightly. Indeed, it was not yet time to surrender. There was still himself, De Fu, the silver adventurer, as well as Tao Qian and the villagers of Tao Yuan. Their opponents had already suffered significant damage. A chance of victory still existed. With a fierce pull, Haozi drew the almost overstrained bowstring and gritted his teeth, aiming at the distant Charlotte Caputo, though the capabilities of the fruit could not reveal any weaknesses in the enemy. He was determined to shoot her down with all his might. The arrow of Athena. The golden arrow sliced through the night sky, aimed squarely at Caputo's chest. Despite their desperate resistance and the defeat of their main combatants, Caputo sneered, swinging a durian to deflect Haozi's arrow. The explosion of the arrow of Athena and the flying steel projectiles failed to inflict any harm on her. I will sink your ship, Caputo cackled sharply, commanding her papaya ship to charge toward the silver adventurer. At that moment, the silver adventurer was already surrounded by other pirate ships of the big Emon pirates. Even De Fu's driving skills could not shake off Caputo's papaya vessel in this predicament. Haozi roared, drawing back his bow to its full capacity, unleashing arrow after arrow at Caputo. However, this ferocious woman was as indestructible as a tank. Haozi's arrows merely grazed her skin, failing to weaken her and instead fueling her rage. Let me send you to hell alongside your comrades. You shall not see the sun tomorrow. Caputo leaped high from her papaya ship, soaring into the sky, merging with the full moon, and brought her right fist crashing down toward the deck. Haozi steeled himself, positioning himself to block Caputo's blow with his body. Just when De Fu and Haozi believed they were doomed, a resounding, rhythmic roar suddenly echoed. An enormous yet surprisingly agile figure appeared before Caputo. 2 ivory tusks, white as snow, firmly intercepted Caputo's fist. What is this creature? Caputo bellowed in fury at the unexpected monster before her. At that moment, both Haozi and De Fu regained their senses from Caputo's roar, illuminated by the moonlight, revealing the figure that had suddenly appeared on the ship, blocking Caputo. A giant boar, its body pristine white like snow, adorned with flowing silver mane, exuding an air of noble elegance yet untamed strength, stood powerfully, wielding the golden sword Joeus, which should have been mounted on the lookout tower, on the silver adventurer. Not only will you see the sun tomorrow, but you may even have the opportunity to appreciate next month's full moon. Humph. The great boar gazed up at the full moon and spoke. You are Beethoven. De Fu quickly recognized the giant boar on the ship and exclaimed in astonishment. Damn, the fur tribe? They've actually activated the moon-lion form. Caputo shrieked in rage. This pig should have been sunk to the seabed. As a fruit user, there was no way it could have resurfaced. Beethoven raised Joeus, glaring intently at Charlotte Caputo, taking a deep breath. Just moments before, as Beethoven was about to drown, Lexington had expended his last ounce of strength to hurl himself above the surface, subsequently falling into unconsciousness and sinking to the seafloor. He could not waste the opportunity provided by Lexington. Under the full moon, he would surely defeat this brutish woman. Charge, White Boar! Eliminate that woman! With Halsey's excited shout, Beethoven transformed into a streak of white light, rushing toward the papaya ship. The great sword-style, full-moon concerto, Emperor Joyous traced a golden arc through the air, emitting a battle hymn-like whistling sound, slicing through multiple incoming apple bombs and striking down toward Caputo. Severely injured, Annie trembled as she stood up, observing the fierce duel between Beethoven and Caputo, then shifted her gaze toward the sea. Her weapons had all been exhausted, and her stamina was nearly depleted. She could only leave the enemy to Beethoven. She had to save Lexington. Annie swiftly retrieved a breathing apparatus from her waist and plunged into the ocean, searching for Lexington's whereabouts. Meanwhile, the battlefield on the surface underwent a dramatic shift due to Beethoven's transformation into the Moon Lion. The remaining Tao Yuan army, led by Tao Qian, continued to engage in battle with the fleet of the big MOM pirates alongside DeFu and Halsey. As Beethoven, now significantly empowered, battled Caputo, the latter was already covered in wounds from previous encounters. Victory was within reach. Near Tao Yuan, in a certain stretch of sea, a ship flying the flag of the big MOM pirates was making its way toward Tao Yuan Island. Why is Sister Caputo so slow? It's been over a day, and she still hasn't returned. A tall woman with white hair sat on the deck, crossing her extraordinarily long legs clad in pink patterned thigh-high boots, sipping juice while murmuring at the life card in her hand. The life card is damaged. Could it be that the pirates who dare to provoke our big MOM pirates have truly managed to injure her? Whatever, it doesn't matter. I'll just go over there myself. As one of the sweet commanders, the 14th daughter of the Charlotte family, Charlotte Smoothie was confident enough to handle that group of pirates. No matter how strong the pirates were, they could not possibly surpass the might of the sweet commanders. Chapter 192. The Moon Lion, Night Under the Moonlight, the Fur Tribe's Moon Lion Form. I had read about it in a book before, and Beethoven had mentioned it to me, but this was my first time witnessing it. While urgently performing CPR on Lexington, whom he had just rescued from the water, Halsey remarked on the fierce battle between Beethoven and Caputo. The stirring battle music heightened the tension within him. I hope Beethoven can triumph. This was their last hope. He must not lose control at this critical moment. Beethoven had previously told him that he could not fully master the Moon Lion form. He had to continually use music to suppress himself to ensure he did not lose his sanity. Halsey was genuinely anxious for Beethoven. The old woman had already suffered significant injuries from Lexington and Annie. Surely they could prevail. Indeed, he needed to find a doctor quickly. First mate, hold on. Severely injured and with the added strain of drowning, Lexington was currently in a deep coma, unable to awaken. Halsey, let me take care of Lexington. The opposing pirate crew's firepower is too fierce. You go and fight. As Annie, exhausted from depleting her weapons and stamina, approached Lexington to take over, I understood. Halsey sighed, picked up the longbow from the ground, and dragged his weary body towards the ship's edge. Though he had suffered no significant injuries, his energy was nearly exhausted, and the sheer number of enemies was terrifying. This was indeed a grave predicament, if they could not overcome the fleet of the big MOM pirates. Even a victory over Kanjin would lead to their eventual annihilation by this ruthless armada. To their dismay, the coal the captain had stocked in the warehouse was nearly burnt out. The intensity of the battle was astonishing. Dafu maneuvered the silver adventurer through the tumultuous waves, engaging dozens of pirate ships single-handedly, unleashing barrage after barrage of water cannons upon the enemy vessels. If this consumption continued, their energy reserves would not last much longer. My arrows were running low as well. Halsey felt the few remaining arrows in his quiver, gazing at the countless foes on the opposing ship with a look of concern. He had to eliminate as many adversaries as possible with his limited arrows. The arrow of Artemis, a complex, azure arrow, was knocked onto the bowstring, aimed at an enemy on the opposite vessel. This enemy was remarkably swift. A direct shot would be difficult to land, necessitating a special arrow. Whoosh! The arrow flew forth, targeting the agile combatant. The enemy, unfazed, scoffed, and swiftly dodged to the side. However, the arrow that passed him did not continue onward. It abruptly veered around and plunged its sharp tip into the back of his head. The arrow of Artemis, crafted by Annie for Housey, was equipped with tracking technology. No matter how adept the adversary was at evasion, this arrow would relentlessly pursue until either the target or the arrow was utterly destroyed. Annie's arrows were indeed formidable. Alas, the creation of such special arrows was a laborious task, limiting their quantity. After this reflection, Housey dared not delay and resumed his engagement in battle. The clash between the Magic Hand Pirates of the UN Army and the big MOM Pirates persisted with fervor as dawn approached. The moon was about to set. You shall undoubtedly perish. Kanjin, battered and gasping, faced Beethoven after a prolonged and fierce battle. If she could just hold on until dawn, victory would be hers. Beethoven wielded Joyous, launching relentless assaults against Kanjin. With dawn imminent, a resolution to their conflict must be reached swiftly. There could be no further delay. Kanjin was also nearing her limits. She merely needed to deliver the final blow to vanquish her foe. Otherwise, if she lost her moon lion form, it would spell disaster. The moon steadily climbed towards the horizon, giving Beethoven less and less time. Sensing the final moonlight before dawn, Beethoven swung Joyous, now entwined with electric energy, radiating a golden glow, akin to a knight battling valiantly under the moonlight. This wicked and brutish woman must not see the sun of tomorrow. Under Beethoven's desperate assault, Kanjin finally exposed a flaw in her severely injured left shoulder. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Beethoven unleashed her full power. Two sharp, curved fangs, akin to scimitars, and the mighty Joyous in her grasp erupted in a surge of silver lightning. At this moment, it felt as though all the energy of the moon converged upon Beethoven. Almost taking on a tangible form, she embodied a majestic and graceful knight beneath the moonlight. This technique was inspired by previous encounters at the Sukuyuming Island, where she had learned from the Silver Rabbits and the Moon Rabbit Fruit users, transforming the power of the full moon into a substantive force. The three-sword style, Sonata Worst in Dawn. Thunder rumbled. The crescendo of music resonated through the heavens as three silver crescent-shaped slashes pierced through Kongin's exposed vulnerability, shattering her defenses from within and culminating in a cataclysmic explosion upon her form. Gushing blood erupted from the Y-shaped gash, spraying forth like a fountain. Kanjin let out a frantic scream, her eyes gradually glazing over, her body involuntarily collapsing backward, her consciousness fading. Her gaze ultimately settled upon the sky, heralding the dawn. She had actually been defeated, vanquished by an unremarkable member of the Fur tribe. As Kongin's corpulent body crashed to the ground, the moon above dissipated entirely, yielding to the true light of dawn. Exhausted, Beethoven's form diminished rapidly, transitioning from her moon lion state back to her original form, collapsing onto the battered papaya ship, losing consciousness. The energy required to maintain the moon lion form exceeded 5 times that of her normal state, having strained herself to the last. Defeating Kanjin had completely drained her final reserves of strength. What is happening? Lord Kanjin has been defeated. She was vanquished by a crew of insignificant newcomers, not even led by their captain, defeated by a pig. This cannot be. She was one of the formidable members of the big MOM Pirates, the eldest daughter of the Charlotte family. How could Lord Kanjin lose to such an inconsequential upstart? The remaining fleet of the big MOM Pirates, previously focused on battling Housey, Dafu, and the Taiyuan army, was drawn to the tremendous noise and lightning, witnessing the unconscious Kanjin sprawled upon the papaya ship, erupting into panicked cries. The high-ranking officers of the Yonko had truly been defeated. Chapter 193, Juice Minister Charlotte Smudgy. The defeat of Charlotte Kanjin sent her fleet into a state of disarray. This outcome had never crossed their minds. They could not believe that Lord Kanjin had genuinely been defeated. They were part of the Yonko's crew. How could they lose to a band of newcomers without their captain on board in the Grand Line? With the loss of their commander, their morale plummeted drastically. Housey let out a cold laugh, drawing another arrow from his quiver, knocking it onto his bow, and aiming once more at the now chaotic enemy ranks. They should be able to capture the remaining stragglers in their victorious pursuit. The arrow of Ares. The silver arrow sliced through the dawn sky, dispersing into countless smaller arrows, each aimed at the pirates on the opposing vessel. However, just as the silver arrows were about to reach the fruit-tart ship and obliterate the remaining pirates, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A massive sword chi hurtled toward them at incredible speed, instantly neutralizing Halsey's attack. What is happening? Realizing that his assault had been effortlessly thwarted, Halsey's heart tightened, and he swiftly turned to see the source of the sword chi. A pirate ship resembling a milkshake approached from the distance, with a tall woman wielding a long sword standing at its bow. Lord Smudgy. Upon witnessing the arrival of reinforcements, the pirates of the big MOM crew, who had narrowly escaped death, were filled with emotion, tears welling in their eyes. Observing Kanjin lying unconscious on the papaya ship, Smudgy frowned in concern. It was truly unbelievable that her sister had been defeated by this ragtag group. Subsequently, Smudgy's gaze shifted to the adjacent silver adventurer and the wooden vessel of the Peach Source Army. Were these the individuals who had bested Sister Kangpot? Such an affront was unforgivable. Instantly, a surge of wrath engulfed Smudgy, and with a swift motion of his right hand, a massive sword aura surged toward the silver adventurer. To dare strike at the brethren of the big MOM pirate crew was tantamount to courting death. Faced with the oncoming colossal sword energy, Dafu dared not to delay. Accelerating the ship to its utmost limit, skimming over the towering waves in a desperate attempt to evade. The sword energy grazed the hull, igniting sparks in its wake, and the tremendous force caused the vessel to sway violently. The crew members, including Halsey, were nearly thrown to the ground by the sheer turbulence. It took a considerable effort for Dafu to stabilize the rocking ship of the Silver Adventurer. This woman was far more formidable than that fellow named Kangpot. The oppressive force was on an entirely different level. Feeling the weight of Smudgy's attack, Dafu broke into a cold sweat. She had nearly failed to react in time and could have been struck directly. The speed of the opponent's assault was alarmingly swift, leaving her uncertain if she could consistently evade such strikes. Moreover, the power of that slash was so terrifying that a single hit could spell doom for their ship. My abilities cannot devise an escape route. Halsey clenched the azure bow tightly, beads of sweat pouring down. This signified their inability to fully evade the relentless pursuit. The disparity in strength was overwhelming. Just as one wave subsides, another rises. This was the might of the four emperors, the big MOM pirate crew, having vanquished powerful foes. They now faced even greater adversaries. Cough, cough, cough. It was indeed Charlotte Smudgy. Sensing the immense aura of Smudgy, the previously unconscious Lykexington abruptly awakened, his expression grim as he coughed, propping himself against the mast, casting his gaze toward the distant Smudgy aboard her ship. One of the highest-ranking officers of the big MOM pirate crew, one of the sweet generals with a bounty of 932 million. She was an opponent they could not possibly hope to conquer. Her bounty was 3 times that of Charlotte Kangpot. Their current predicament was as dire as their encounter with Peach Rabbit on the Island of Diamonds, perhaps even more dire. After all, Smudgy's demeanor towards them differed vastly from Peach Rabbit's. Though she was far less capable, there was no distinction for them. Both scenarios promised annihilation. Was there still hope to avert this crisis? Lykexington tightened his fists, furrowing his brow as he muttered to himself. They still had a 5 chance of survival against the Peach Source. Thus, there remained a possibility to resolve the crisis. Where was this 5? Regardless, they must persist. Even in the face of certain defeat, they would strive to buy time. Perhaps by enduring a minute, 10 minutes, or half an hour, a turning point might emerge. Lykexington, you cannot rise again. Your condition is worse than it was on the Island of Diamonds. You cannot sustain further combat. Seeing Lykexington attempting to steady himself against the mast, Ani hurriedly intervened to stop him. Continuing to fight could lead to a fatal outcome. In this scenario, death was inevitable. They had to gamble everything. A flicker of a desperate smile appeared on Lykexington's bloodied and weary face. From the moment he became a Marine, he had accepted the harsh reality of life and death. Even the most gifted genius could fall during their ascent. Pirates, marines, bounty hunters, natural disasters, sea kings. This ocean was rife with peril, where both open and hidden threats treated all equally, and anyone could confront calamity and challenges at any moment. I'm sorry, Lacey. It seems you might need a new first mate this time. Like Hexington brought Ani and Housey to the bow of the ship, confronting Samuji from a distance. Dafu remained intensely focused ahead, her hands resting firmly on the helm, ever ready to maneuver the vessel to evade incoming attacks. The warriors of the Peach Source Army raised their weapons high. Despite their severe exhaustion, they were willing to sacrifice their lives to protect their homeland. Did these individuals truly intend to resist? How intriguing. Samuji scoffed, turning to command her minions. Close in on them. Destroy them. Have Sister Kangpo's fleet join the fray. Under Samuji's guidance, several pirate ships surged from all directions toward the Silver Adventurer and the wooden vessel of the Peach Source Army. Approximately 10 nautical miles off the coast of Peach Source Island, a small boat resembling a coffin was gliding slowly across the waters. A man with hawk-like keen eyes sat in this boat, his expression shifting slightly. A powerful aura emanated nearby, seemingly from the vicinity of Peach Source. It appeared that an intensely fierce battle had erupted. Let's take a look. I'm quite bored. Perhaps someone can help me pass the time. Hawkeye, my hawk mused, turning his ship's bow leisurely toward the direction of Peach Source. That island was quite renowned. The fruit wine brewed from its specialty, celestial peaches, was to his liking, and its destruction would be a significant loss. The inconsequential little boat carried the unparalleled might of the world's strongest swordsman, sailing further into the vast ocean. Chapter 194. The Redeemer in the ruins of the country of Izumo. Colossal monsters faced each other, roaring fiercely. Hawkins had transformed into a massive straw man, embodying the visage of a demon, while beside him, Harold activated the powers of the cat fruit, transforming into a majestic, muscular Norwegian forest cat hybrid, draped in thick fur. One hand wielding a shield, the other extending lethal claws. Opposite them stood two ancient and terrifying titans, colossal reptiles roaring, brandishing their sharp fangs and powerful physiques. Soon, Harold launched a fierce assault on the four Emperor's cadre, Jilulur's charging spear wielder. Harold's golden-green almond eyes widened in fury as his agile form lunged forward, his right hand morphing into claws that struck like a spear towards the opposing Runny. Facing the oncoming Harold, Runny, also in hybrid form, emitted a cold chuckle, gripping a heavy wolf-toothed mace and swinging it fiercely at his adversary. Their attacks collided with immense force, sending Harold staggering back several steps. Feeling a dull pain in his right paw, his expression turned serious. As an animal-type ability user, he had always prided himself on his strength. Yet today, as foe possessed an even greater might. It was no wonder, such was the power of ancient breeds. It appeared that brute strength would not suffice this time. He would need to leverage the agility of the Norwegian forest cat to outmaneuver his opponent. In ancient mythology, the Norwegian forest cat was the divine beast that pulled the chariot of the goddess Freya, incomparable to these savage creatures. While contemplating, Runny attacked again, leveraging his powerful hind legs to leap into the air, aiming his mace and sturdy headbutt at Harold. Runty's double strike. Boom! Boom! The mace and headbutt struck the ground where Harold had been standing, creating two massive craters. As Harold leapt high into the air, he beheld a colossal pit forming beneath him, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his brow. The sheer force of this woman was astonishing, surpassing even that of artillery shells. It was the moment of Skegjald's fearsome battle axe. Agilely dodging Rummy's war hammer, Harold charged forward. The heavy shield of the Valkyrie descended with overwhelming might upon Rummy's form. Surely, the hardened crown of her head would not shatter, but the sternum could be crushed just the same. However, Rummy's actions left him astounded. It was as if she had foreseen his move. Her massive frame suddenly recoiled, evading the certain impact of a shield strike. In the next instant, Rummy's headbutt collided violently with Harold's chest, sending him hurtling back to Hawkins' side. Harold coughed up blood, his expression one of disbelief. Although the dinosaur was less agile than your wretched cat, we possess formidable abilities that you lack. Rummy twisted her sturdy neck, mercilessly mocking him. As a Zoan-type user, the skills of attack prediction and enhanced combat prowess were of paramount importance. How ironic that those older than us are so lackluster in strength. With that, both Runmi and Pyjeevan launched themselves at Hawkins and Harold. Their hardened headbutts and lethal claws, imbued with formidable haki, aimed to deliver a crushing blow to these younger newcomers. Boom! Runmi's headbutt struck Harold's shield with far greater force than her previous assault on the Zashikiwarashi, sending him flying. Simultaneously, Hawkins was slashed across the chest by Pyjeevan's claws. Thanks to the abilities granted by the straw fruit, the immense damage was transferred to some unfortunate soul on the chaotic battlefield outside. A voodoo doll with a torn chest tumbled out from Hawkins' body, landing on the ground. Although he emerged unscathed, beads of cold sweat trickled down Hawkins' forehead. To think a single blow could obliterate one of his substitutes. How could their offensive power be so terrifying? Remarkably unharmed? What an odd devil fruit ability. Observing the unscathed Hawkins, Pyjeevan wore a puzzled expression. The powers of paramecia can be truly bizarre, yet ultimately, in the face of overwhelming strength, all frivolities become meaningless. Sister, I'll handle the one who was knocked away. Take your time practicing on this resilient punching bag. With that, Pyjeevan swiftly ran towards the spot where Harold had been sent flying. Just as Runmi prepared to launch another attack on Hawkins, a figure burst forth from the side. Yuekinyu? The flickering lightning caused Runmi to furrow her brow as she swung her war hammer in a deadly arc-clang. The electrified and haki-infused Budu no Tamashii clashed with Runmi's strike, igniting a shower of sparks. Reese poured all his strength into his forearms, and Budu no Tamashii unleashed a formidable sword aura, forcing Runmi to retreat. It has been ages since I wielded a long blade. I must reacquaint myself with it. Transforming into a thunder beast, Reese turned his neck, confidently smiling at Runmi. No, you are not Yuekinyu. You are that detestable Eric Reese. To think you could replicate the abilities of a mythical Zoan. How infuriating. Realizing this, Runmi reacted swiftly, angrily pointing her warhammer at Reese. Hawkins, let us fight together. Reese turned to the kneeling Hawkins and said, This fellow still seems to lack the courage to go all out. I must give him another push. What are our odds? Hawkins slowly rose, complex emotions flickering in his gaze as he looked at Reese. Many probabilities related to you are simply unpredictable. Reese chuckled awkwardly at Hawkins' words. It is unavoidable, as I am a unique existence in the world of One Piece. Then let us draw cards. Surely the fortune of the tarot can guide you. With a smile gracing his face, Reese confidently gazed at Runmi. In this battle, we shall surely emerge victorious. In the rear of the battlefield, the three-headed figure, escorted away by several lightly injured bounty hunters, was receiving treatment while observing the unfolding conflict from a distance. I never imagined that one day I would be saved by pirates. The blue-clad elder chuckled wryly, shaking his head slightly. Beside him, the Zashikiwarashi and Kaizotu remained silent, their expressions a tapestry of complex emotions, both anticipation and concern. Unlike the samurai, who were born and raised in the isolationist land of Wano, Kaizotu, a giant from Fishman Island, had witnessed the benevolence of the sea warrior Jinbe, while Zashikiwarashi had grown up along the Grand Line, leading to a more favorable view of pirates than that of the blue-clad elder and Yuekinyu. They could accept the notion of pirates rescuing Wano, for the esteemed Lord Kazuki Odin had once sailed with the great pirates Roger and Whitebeard. Relying solely on the power of samurai would not suffice to defeat Kaido and Orochi. On the seas, pirates were the true adversaries of pirates, their potential far greater. Although righteous pirates are few, they certainly exist. The question remains whether these particular pirates can be trusted. Kaizotu pondered quietly. Eric Reese, can you truly become our savior? Chapter 195, The Fool. The power you speak of, which we lack, refers to this haki, does it not? Reese remarked with a smile, raising Budu no Tamashii, imbued with haki, to point at Runmi. His eyes widened, and a tremendous presence of Conqueror's Haki surged forth like a tidal wave towards Runmi. To think he not only learned Haki, but possesses the same potential as Lord Kaido. Unbelievable! Runmi's brow furrowed as she quickly recognized Reese's Conqueror's Haki, her expression darkening with anger. This boy appears to be no more than 16 or 17 years old, even younger than Pai Jivan. Yet he possesses such formidable Haki strength, truly remarkable. However, only Lord Kaido has the Haki worthy of her acknowledgement. This mere Conqueror's Haki shall be crushed here. Braving Reese's Conqueror's Haki, Runmi charged forward, swinging her war hammer. Reese promptly withdrew his Haki, raising Budu no Tamashii to meet her head-on. He certainly did not expect to defeat Runmi with his Conqueror's Haki. After all, she was a high-ranking officer under one of the four emperors, a pirate with a bounty of 400 million berries. How could his relatively weak Haki daunt her? It was merely for show, and it seemed this time he had succeeded in impressing. Hawkins, draw cards to cover me. After instructing Hawkins, Reese leaped into combat with Runmi. Ordered by Reese, Hawkins' 3 vertical eyebrows twitched, but he said nothing, swiftly beginning to draw tarot cards. To have such terrifying power to launch someone so far. Horo, sent flying hundreds of meters away by Runmi's headbutt, emerged from the rubble, vigorously shaking his fur to dislodge the dust. Thanks to the high resilience of his Zoan-type body and the thick fur of the Norwegian forest cat, Harold was spared from further harm. Nevertheless, he had sustained significant injuries. Returning to the battlefield, just as Hilliard was about to step forward, a sudden gust of wind caught his attention. Paijuan appeared above him, raising his right leg high and striking down with force. The impact reverberated through Hilliard's shield, causing his body to sink. Gritting his teeth, Hilliard steadied the shield with one hand and forcefully pushed upward, driving Paijuan back several meters. No need to return to the battlefield. I shall deal with you right here, Paijuan proclaimed, clapping his hands and drawing a pair of claw blades from his waist. Breathing heavily and glancing at the scars on his once impenetrable shield, Hilliard took a deep breath. His shield was forged from exceptionally hard steel, yet this younger foe had managed to mar it, a first for him. Truthfully, he was uncertain who the real veteran was. It seemed as though Paijuan had come to challenge him. Mistress of the Phantom Fog. After a moment of wry amusement, Hilliard adjusted his stance and entered battle mode. Placing his shield on the ground, he began to circle Paijuan with remarkable speed. The friction between shield and the ground kicking up a cloud of dust that obscured Paijuan's vision. Playing tricks, Paijuan scoffed, activating his observation Haki to track Hilliard's movements through the mist. In terms of devil fruit abilities, Haki, and combat experience, he was far superior. Any resistance would be futile. Although his opponent was older, Paijuan had endured the torment of his older sister and the brutal training from Kaido since childhood. This adversary had no chance of overcoming him. There you are, Paijuan shouted, raising his claw blades and charging into the mist. The clash of blades against shield sent sparks flying. The Stegosaurus roared, momentarily pushing the Norwegian forest cat back. The claw blades, enhanced with Haki, carved another gash into the Valkyrie's shield, which had already suffered multiple strikes, distorting its once magnificent surface. However, the purpose of a shield was to defend. A few scratches would only mar its appearance without diminishing its combat effectiveness. Truly a formidable opponent. The cat and the Stegosaurus charged at each other, launching a series of fierce attacks. Hilliard unleashed his claws and shield at Paijuan's vital points. But his opponent's speed and strength overwhelmed him, leaving Hilliard completely suppressed. This won't do. I cannot win like this. As the battle wore on, Hilliard increasingly sensed the precariousness of his situation. His body bore numerous wounds, while Paijuan appeared effortlessly in control. It seemed he could not hope to defeat his opponent head-on with his current strength. He needed to devise a strategy to counter the enemy. There seems to be a forest over there. I shall fight there. While fending off Paijuan's onslaught, Hilliard retreated through the devastated battlefield towards the distant expanse of trees. The Norwegian forest cat's domain was not the open field but the forest, where he reigned as king, and the massive dinosaur would be unable to move freely. The fool. Upright. Hawkins was momentarily taken aback by the tarot card he drew. The starting point? To strive for the present. It seemed he had never drawn this card before. As Hawkins pondered, The fool's effect manifested upon him and Reese. Reese's power surged dramatically, sending the confronting Runmi flying. How did he suddenly become so strong? Rummi's expression hardened as she scrutinized the duo of Hawkins and Reese. Both were formidable, new-generation supernovas, and taking them on simultaneously would not be easy. The Scarecrow could withstand attacks, having endured 4 or 5 of her heavy blows unscathed. She was uncertain of the limitations of his ability. Yet, compared to him, the real challenge lay with the one possessing the copy fruit. Though the Scarecrow was immune to attacks, he posed little threat. However, the troublesome Eric Reese, who had replicated the abilities of a mythical Zoan and possessed formidable hockey and combat prowess, was a significant burden. I must eliminate him first. With this thought, Runmi crouched low and launched a powerful headbutt towards Reese. The Ram Headbutt. This Runmi was indeed as brutish and headstrong as depicted in the comic. Reese sighed, his body crackling with electricity as he met Runmi's charge. With Hawkins having few remaining substitutes, he felt it best to confront the threat directly. The effectiveness of this fellow's tarot cards was noteworthy. The fool had increased his strength by at least 20. Moreover, since Runmi had already fought several rounds with the three-headed foe, her stamina had waned. If this continued, he should be able to overcome her. As long as Hawkins did not draw a disastrous card, victory was assured. Reese also felt confident, believing that fortune favored him in this battle. After all, the Fool represents the prologue to adventure. Chapter 196. Halaird's hunting expedition in the land of Izumo, within the hidden mist forest. The agile Norwegian forest cat raced deeper into the woods. Meanwhile, Paijuan pursued swiftly from behind, his rapid movements creating sparks along the ground. Yet, even in his human form, the complex vines and shrubs of the forest frequently hindered his progress. This fellow is just running away. In a chase, the Stegosaurus cannot catch the nimble cat. Don't run away. Paijuan shouted angrily at the retreating figure of the forest cat, but Halaird ignored him, slipping into the forest like a fish in water, gracefully bounding among the trees, leaving Paijuan with no means to catch him. However, mere evasion would not suffice to overcome Paijuan. Halaird needed to utilize the terrain and devise a method to defeat his opponent. A sly grin crept across Halaird's face, revealing his sharp fangs as he quickened his pace, distancing himself from Paijuan to ensure ample preparation time. Within the forest cat was the perfect hunter, even against the ancient ruler of dinosaurs. He had a chance to prevail. Halaird transformed into a fleeting shadow within the woods, gradually vanishing from Paijuan's sight. Damn, he can run so well. Frustrated at losing sight of his foe, Paijuan halted, uneasily scanning his surroundings. Had he really chased this deep into the forest? Towering trees and dense vegetation surrounded him, with thorny vines reducing his mobility to nearly nothing, which was decidedly unfavorable for him. These resilient vines and branches were tough to sever, and scraping against them left him feeling sore all over. That blasted cat has run too far. My observation hockey can no longer track him. I've lost him. This is troublesome. How do I find him? While Paijuan searched for traces of his adversary in the forest, Halaird approached a cliff, beginning to set traps. To conquer an adversary far superior in strength, one must employ cunning. In the past, during hunting expeditions in the kingdom, I became adept at ensnaring prey with traps. With a well-laid web, I could confidently lure that clumsy dragon into my grasp and secure ultimate victory. Within the intricate labyrinth of the forest, the agile divine cat traversed silently through the underbrush. Its footsteps were almost imperceptible, combined with a speed swifter than the wind, allowing it to blend seamlessly among the flora, rendering it nearly undetectable. The air was thick with the essence of life. Thus, Paijuan's observation could not discern the hidden presence of Hallardu. Utilizing this natural concealment, Hallardu swiftly approached Paijuan, his piercing feline gaze fixed intently upon him. A reckless assault would yield no fruit. The vitality and defenses of the ancient beast were overwhelmingly robust, and my claws and shield could inflict little damage. Attacking served merely as bait. In a moment of fierce determination, Hallardu propelled himself forward, launching a fierce assault from behind Paijuan, his claws akin to spears aimed at Paijuan's neck. The murderous intent, suddenly revealed, was swiftly perceived by Paijuan, who instantly activated his hardened defense. The sharp claws grazed Paijuan's neck, merely nicking the surface without causing significant harm. At last, you reveal yourself. I thought you had fled without a trace. Paijuan growled, turning with a scornful smile directed at Hallerdu. Did you truly believe such an ambush could bring about my demise? Failing to land a hit, Hallerdu wasted no time in retreating deeper into the forest. Paijuan pursued fervently for some time, only to be outmaneuvered by Hallerdu's incredible agility. Yet, not long after, while disoriented in the woods, Paijuan encountered another surprise attack from Hallerdu. Each of Hallerdu's strikes inflicted only trivial scratches upon Paijuan. Although the damage was negligible, the relentless ambushes began to wear on Paijuan's patience. Each time he prepared to retaliate, Hallerdu would evade the confrontation, seemingly intent on wearing him down with guerrilla tactics. With a disdainful chuckle, Paijuan mused on Hallerdu's apparent lack of strategy, underestimating him with such tactics. He was eager to see which of them would falter first. Sooner or later, Hallerdu would exhaust himself, becoming vulnerable to capture. Observing Paijuan's unwavering confidence, Hallerdu couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Despite his considerable talent and position as a cadre of the Four Emperors, Paijuan remained merely an impetuous 18-year-old youth, oblivious to Hallerdu's true intentions. Each of Hallerdu's lures drew Paijuan closer to the trap he had meticulously set. With each successive enticement, Paijuan gradually adapted to Hallerdu's attack patterns, managing to launch counterattacks while simultaneously defending against ambushes. The potency of his retaliatory strikes began to inflict injuries upon Hallerdu. After all, he was a notorious pirate with a bounty of 290 million, displaying remarkable adaptability. Nevertheless, it mattered little, for he was nearing the location of his carefully laid trap, the hunting ground specifically designed for dinosaurs. After yet another assault on Paijuan, Hallerdu pivoted and dashed forward. Frustrated by the relentless provocations, Paijuan transformed into a massive Spinosaurus, using his formidable physique to obliterate the surrounding shrubbery and colossal trees, roaring as he pursued Hallerdu. This was interminable. He resolved to capture Hallerdu immediately, lacking the patience to continue this drawn-out struggle. With full force, the enormous Spinosaurus lunged ahead. Yet the ground beneath could not withstand his weight. With a thunderous crash, Paijuan plummeted down the concealed cliff that Hallerdu had cleverly hidden. The massive body inadvertently triggered several nearby mechanisms. With remarkable swiftness, Hallerdu dashed forward, pulling the last untouched vine, activating a series of cascading boulders that tumbled from the cliff, crashing down upon Paijuan. Witnessing Paijuan battered and howling beneath the boulders, Hallerdu reverted to his original form, smoothing his lustrous hair with a sly grin. This hunt was drawing to a close. A hunter need not always be stronger than their prey, but must possess sufficient composure and intellect. Chapter 197. The Wheel of Fate with the aid of the forest terrain and his familiarity with various plant structures. Hallerdu orchestrated a series of events that ultimately left the gravely injured Paijuan ensnared by vines known as steel snakes, far more resilient than iron, suspending him helplessly in midair. Even a member of the 100 Beast Pirates could not hope to escape their grasp. Furthermore, these vines possessed a vitality that would tighten their hold on anything ensnared, rendering transformation futile. With a sigh of relief, Hallerdu leaped down the cliff, standing before Paijuan. His traps had inflicted considerable damage, and now bound by these vines, Paijuan was effectively incapacitated. This hunting expedition had proven to be the most exhilarating and challenging of his life, but ultimately, success was achieved. Now, cease your struggles and rest, Hallerdu remarked, producing a large vial of sleep-inducing potion and pouring its contents into the mouth of the still thrashing Paijuan. Though the vines were robust, Paijuan was formidable. Hallerdu could not afford to be entirely careless. After a prolonged struggle, the potion began to take effect, and Paijuan's consciousness gradually faded, leading him into a deep slumber. Once all was settled, Hullerdu, weary, sat for a moment before rising and making his way out of the forest. The land of Izumo would likely have sea-stone handcuffs. He intended to retrieve a pair to secure this individual. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, the clash between Reese, Hawkins, and Runty raged on. Transformed into a thunder beast, Reese battled fiercely against Runty, who had taken the form of a massive head dragon, while Hawkins, in his Strawman guise, provided support. Though merely a few years my senior, her battle experience surpasses mine. Reese lamented mid-fight. Had he not acquired the mythical Zoan fruit, he would undoubtedly falter against her. Growing up amidst the strong in a new world, under the tutelage of Master Kai, had sculpted her into a formidable opponent. If he were to utilize the powers of the cold fruit, the vibration fruit, and the year fruit, he could swiftly and securely overcome her. Nevertheless, for the sake of instilling confidence in the people of Izumo, he resolved to rely solely on the strength of Tsukuyami to vanquish her. In this way, those troublesome warriors and bounty hunters find it easier to accept themselves. Dodging the barrage of iron nails shot by Hawkins and parrying the lightning sword aura unleashed by Reese, Runty executed a backflip, escaping the encirclement of the two and landing behind them. Facing two opponents was indeed quite challenging. Why had Peijiang not yet dealt with that cat? She should have come to aid her sister. This was truly perilous. You two boorish men lack the charm of Peijiang. Was it really Peiji? That fellow doesn't seem particularly strong. I fear he is already on the verge of being subdued by Harold. Reese chuckled, wielding his Bukagami. What? You dare to underestimate little Pei? Reese's words instantly ignited Runny's fury, and she launched another assault on him. Runny's spear rain, 10,000 thunder serpents. A series of head-butts clashed with the lightning serpents unleashed by Reese, the formidable might of armed color and thunder permeating the battlefield. Hawkins stood nearby, expressionless, reverting to his original form and resuming his card drawing. He was not one to excel in direct confrontations. Let Reese handle the brutish dinosaur. The sun upright. Hawkins was slightly taken aback by the drawn tarot card. Another good card. It was a rare occurrence to have such fortune. Was it Reese who changed his luck? Indeed, a man shrouded in mystery. The effect of the sun swiftly manifested upon Reese, instantly restoring the stamina he had expended in the fierce battle, banishing all feelings of exhaustion. Reese immediately felt revitalized. Dreadful. That straw man seemed to be up to no good. Noticing the change in Reese's condition, Runty angrily glared at Hawkins behind her. Strength suddenly amplified, speed unexpectedly quickened, stamina miraculously restored. These were feats that Reese, a user of the Reiju fruit, should not be capable of. This duo's synergy was truly challenging. Runty's meteor hammer. Runty's gaze sharpened, and she spun in place like a meteor hammer, utilizing the immense centrifugal force. Her headbutt surged towards Reese in a series of relentless strikes. Boom! The tremendous force sent Reese flying. Runny had truly lost her temper. Struck by the ferocious blow, Reese coughed up blood, propelled far away before finally coming to a halt. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, frowning as he spoke. That last strike was indeed formidable. I can feel my ribs and internal organs protesting. The dinosaur's frenzy is not easy to deal with. I perhaps should not have provoked him. While Reese was still away from the battlefield, Runty turned her spear towards Hawkins once more. Seizing this opportunity, she was determined to eliminate him as well. I refuse to believe I cannot defeat this charlatan. Runty's cannon. Harnessing the centrifugal force, Runty channeled all her bodily strength, propelling herself towards Hawkins like a cannonball. Under Runty's assault, Hawkins felt an overwhelming pressure. Soon, the last voodoo doll meant to absorb damage within him succumbed to the onslaught. Not good. Boom! Runty's head but collided with Hawkins's chest once again, the immense force causing him to spew blood. Oh no, he can still be injured. Witnessing Hawkins bleed for the first time, Runty couldn't help but laugh triumphantly. It seemed he had reached his limit. Once this fellow is taken down, Reese would no longer receive those chaotic enhancements, and when Xiaopei arrives, dealing with the remaining Eric would be a breeze. The heavy wolf-tooth hammer struck Hawkins' skull, splattering a copious amount of blood. The intense pain made Hawkins grit his teeth, crimson seeping between them. It had been a long time since he had been injured in battle. This was one of the rare instances since embarking on his journey when he had exhausted his substitutes. Relying on damage transfer to avoid personal harm had rendered Hawkins's body significantly more vulnerable than other combatants of his caliber. In this moment, Hawkins realized the flaw in his approach. Faced with the formidable warriors of the New World, the abilities that had served him so well in Paradise and the North Sea, as Reese had stated, had become his weakness. It seemed he indeed needed to alter his combat strategy. However, in this battle, he continued to wield his long sword to block Runny's attacks while preparing for his final card draw. Runny's spear, just as Runny knocked Hawkins down with her heavy headbutt, Reese, who had been sent flying, rushed back to the scene. Observing the last card he drew, Hawkins's bloodied face revealed a hint of a cold smile. The Wheel of Fortune, upright. Chapter 198. Eagle-Eye, Durakra Myhawk, the Wheel of Fortune signifies making changes and moving toward success. Upon seeing the last drawn tarot card, a smile spread across Hawkins's face. Eric, I leave it to you, as Hawkins tossed the tarot card toward Reese. The effect of the Wheel of Fortune was immediately conferred upon him. The roar of the Reiju, like rolling thunder, intertwined with the overwhelming presence of Conqueror's Haki, resonated throughout the skies of the Izumo Nation. The roar of the Reiju, emblematic of the great name of the Izumo Nation and the president of the Raijin Guild, reached the anxious minds of the residents, calming their spirits significantly. The roar of the Reiju signified that Lord Kanyuki was still battling. They still had hope. Why shout so frightfully? Do you think a loud cry guarantees victory? Reese's furious roar left Runty feeling quite dissatisfied, and she promptly propelled herself off the ground, the immense force causing the earth to tremble as she charged towards him like a cannonball. Runty's siege hammer, the already formidable skull of the swollen-headed dragon, enhanced by armed color, achieved an astonishing level of hardness. This was a strike capable of demolishing a city wall. Runny's full-powered attack aimed to completely subdue Reese. The Thunder God's Judgment Blade. Reese took a deep breath, exhaling a dense black thundercloud that enveloped the surroundings, while the lightning coursing through him surged forth unrestrained, combining with the descending bolts from above to forge an enormous elemental blade, entwined around the Bukagami in his grasp. Golden thunder pierced the heavens and the earth, ultimately converging in a long blade held by Reese, the dazzling electric light shimmering on its surface, nearly blinding. The thunder sword and headbutt collided midair. The overwhelming thunder and shockwaves surged outward, creating a tempest that left Hawkins nearby, unable to see, his golden hair wildly dancing in the wind. Outside the battlefield, Sampaka Herald and the other pirates and bounty hunters looked on in shock at the collision of the two final strikes. In midair, Reese and Runty confronted each other, pouring all their strength into the Bukagami and the headbutt, the powerful clash causing the atmosphere to tremble. I apologize, but even the officers of the Beast Pirates must be defeated by me today. Reese roared, the crackling lightning on the blade gradually eroding Runty's armed color. The survival probability of Izumo Nation would surely be grasped firmly in my hands. Thunderstrike. Another bolt of lightning descended from the thundercloud above Reese, striking the Bukagami. A brilliant flash of lightning sliced through the battlefield, and the armed color of Runny was completely shattered by Rice. The attack, woven from slashes and thunder, transformed into a colossal dragon that struck Runny head-on, sending him crashing to the ground. The earth instantly erupted with spiderweb-like cracks, enveloping the entire battlefield. Runny, who bore the full brunt of Rice's final assault, lay in the center of the deep pit created by the impact, his eyes rolled back, unconscious. With a sigh of relief, Rice descended from storm clouds, gazing at the defeated Runty, as the electricity coursing through him gradually dissipated. Simultaneously, the battle off the coast of the Outland had concluded triumphantly, marking the victory of the ferocious pirates unleashed from the Thunder God prison. These desperate renegades paid a steep price, but miraculously overcame the fleet of the Beast Pirates. Finally, victory had been achieved. Though the Outland lay in ruins and the Thunder God Guild suffered severe losses, they had ultimately survived, altering the fate that awaited them under the annihilating hand of the Beast Pirates. Among the 3 Flying Six of the Beast Pirates, One had perished while two were severely injured and captured, with the entire fleet sunk. Rice had made the right bet, preserving more living forces for the battle against Kaido 2 years hence. After the battle, Rice, exhausted, sat down beside Hawkins. "How does it feel to gamble with your fate?" he inquired with a smile, glancing at Hawkins. At that moment, the aura surrounding the magician Hawkins had shifted significantly. A faint smile graced his bloodied lips. Picking up the fallen wheel of fate card from the ground, Hawkins's gaze became firmer, brimming with newfound confidence. Rice was correct. Failing to confront danger now would only lead to utter defeat in the future. It was through honing one's fate amidst peril that greater chances of survival could be secured in the brutal new world of elimination that lay ahead. Choosing greater risks now was a means to forge a brighter hope for the future. Just as Rice intended to close his eyes and rest, the phone bug nestled in his arms suddenly rang. Not long ago, in Taoyuan, Smuggy absorbed the moisture from several subordinates, transforming into a true giantess. Swinging her longsword, she unleashed a slash larger than the Silver Adventurer itself, cleaving through the towering waves ahead. Dafu gripped the helm tightly, her pupils dilating in terror. This time, there was no escaping, as despair gripped everyone. Believing annihilation was imminent, a strike faster, larger, and more ferocious than Smuggy's attack hurtled from the distant sea, colliding directly with her slash and effortlessly shattering it. What was that? Seeing her attack neutralized in an instant, Smuggy's eyes widened as she turned sharply to the source of the incoming strike. The man who came into view made her expression grave. With hawk-like sharp eyes, a commanding presence, a black blade as dark as the night, and the ability to effortlessly counter her attack from thousands of meters away. It was none other than the world's greatest swordsman, the warlord Dracul Mihawk. How could he possibly be here? The coffin-like small boat slowly approached, Mihawk seated upon it. One hand raised with the black blade Yuru, its tip and his piercing gaze directed squarely at Smuggy, causing her to feel an imminent threat, sweat pouring down her face. Rakestun and the others held their breaths, incredulous at the sudden appearance of Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, the pinnacle of strength in these waters. Last time it was Ace and Marco who appeared when encountering Tautu, and now it was Mihawk saving Smuggy. Were they simply lucky? I have a fondness for the fruit wine on this island. As for your intention to sink it, let's consider it forgiven for my sake, Mihawk stated, his tone devoid of much emotion, yet imbued with a commanding presence. Additionally, I am exceedingly bored. Rising slowly, Mihawk waved Yuru a couple of times, his gaze still fixed on Smuggy. Come, let's exchange a few blows. In the new world, you are regarded as a renowned swordsman, Charlotte Smuggy. The confrontation between Mihawk and Charlotte Smuggy was brief, yet left Rakestun and the others profoundly shaken. Ultimately, Smuggy barely managed to parry 4 of Mihawk's strikes before being sent flying by the 5th, concluding the duel. The once formidable star was utterly overwhelmed before Mihawk, unable to retaliate at all. The speed of their clash was so swift that it was nearly impossible to comprehend. Rakestun strained to discern their sword shadows. If Big Mom dares to strike this island again, I would not mind facing her in battle, Mihawk remarked casually after disarming Smuggy, turning his back to disregard her entirely. Aware of Mihawk's formidable strength, Smuggy had no choice but to swallow hard and instruct her subordinates to rescue Compert and hastily depart the scene. After dismissing Smuggy, Mihawk's sharp gaze fell upon the Silver Adventurer and Rakestun. In an instant, a chilling sensation enveloped Rakestun. Under Mihawk's scrutiny, he felt as though he had become prey. Taking a deep breath, Rakestun steeled himself, his own keen eyes locking onto Mihawk's. You possess commendable resolve, Mihawk observed quietly. To endure such severe injuries, yet still hold your gaze, is impressive. From the crew's references, it was clear that this golden-haired man was their vice-captain. It was peculiar that the captain was absent. After all, the subordinates of the big Amon pirates were no weaklings. Yet this crew had managed to defeat Charlotte Compert in the captain's absence and withstand the onslaught of the formidable Charlotte Smuggy until the very end. It had been a long time since Mihawk had encountered such promising talent. "Where's your captain?" he inquired after a brief pause. The audacity of this pirate crew piqued his interest in their captain even more. The world had become exceedingly dull, and as the world's greatest swordsman. He eagerly anticipated meeting a true powerhouse. Returning to the present, after Rakeston reported the situation and relayed the outcomes of their battle, Rice hung up the phone bug with a complex array of emotions. Rakeston and his crew had successfully repelled the big Moan pirates, safeguarding Taoyuan, which lifted a significant weight off Rice's shoulders, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. He felt immense pride in their achievement of fending off 2 Emperor crews simultaneously. Additionally, Mihawk's unexpected arrival and his intervention to repel Charlotte Smuggy, thus protecting Taoyuan, left him quite astonished. Moreover, the world's foremost swordsman surprisingly expressed interest in meeting him. Although he understood that he could not return immediately, he departed, leaving behind words that he would pay more attention to him in the future. Feeling somewhat anxious, as he was not a swordsman, he decided to put such thoughts aside for the time being. Shaking his head to clear his mind, Reese sighed deeply and lay on the ground to recover his strength. Soon, after swiftly tending to the injuries, Sanshou took command of the forces of the Outskirts Kingdom and the Thunder God Guild, ordering his subordinates to commence the cleanup of the battlefield. The Outskirts Kingdom, in disarray, and the heavily stricken Thunder God Guild both required revitalization. The bounty hunters, who had temporarily ceased hostilities with the pirates released by Reese, began receiving treatment alongside them, regrouping on the island. Runti and Peiji were confined in a sea stone prison, destined to be sent to the Navy's base along with the remains of Lon de Luo Z, the body of the former president of the Thunder God Guild. Yu Jinyu was also gathered by Sanshou and buried in the courtyard of the Thunder God Pavilion. The cost of battling the 4 emperors was extraordinarily severe. However, they were fortunate to have some gains. The defeat of the 3 Flying Six offered a slight solace to Sanshou and the others, yet simultaneously heightened their awareness of the formidable enemy and the impending peril of the war to erupt in 2 years. The beast pirates possessed even greater strength, more fleets and weapons, 3 stronger members of the Flying Six, along with the terrifying destructive power akin to a calamity and the astonishing might of the ancient beasts represented by the governor, Kaido of the Beasts. The forces of Kaido and his subordinates could not be underestimated. This battle, in fact, had not shaken the foundation of the beast pirates. For future confrontations, they would require an even more formidable force to stand a chance against Kaido and the beast pirates. Fortunately, Eric Reese, this new star pirate who harbored no grudges and saved the Outskirts Kingdom and the Thunder God Guild, promised to sail to Wano alongside other emerging stars of the sea in 2 years to assist them in battle. Several days later, after recuperating in the Peach Source, the crew of the Magic Hand Pirates arrived at the Outskirts Kingdom aboard the Silver Adventurer. With Mihawk's name as their shield, Reese and his companions no longer needed to worry about the incursions of the Big Mom Pirates and others into the Peach Source. The crew vowed to train diligently, aiming to grow strong enough to protect their island independently. Before their departure, the village chief of the Peach Source remarkably gifted Reese a seed from a celestial peach tree as a token of gratitude. The Hawkins Pirates and the Hairdressing Pirates had set sail in the past few days, and it was now time for Reese to embark on his journey. After bidding farewell to the bounty hunters, Reese, armed with the Tenryubido gun Amaterasu, the sword Tsukumi at his waist, and the blade Budayumi, boarded the Silver Adventurer, casting a final glance at the Outskirts Kingdom before giving the order to set sail. Sanshou made the decision to entrust the ancestral sword Budayumi of the Yu family to this man who had inherited Yu Jianyu's abilities. Although Reese's method of inheritance differed, he now possessed the power of the Thunder Beast, making him the most suitable candidate to tame Budayumi. After all, Budayumi was a cursed sword that could not be wielded by just anyone. We have 3 exceptional weapons on board, 2 of which are remarkable. Reese couldn't help but reflect. Could it be that, as a user of the copy fruit, he was not only gathering abilities, but also unconsciously collecting weapons? Surely, the swordsman would be envious upon seeing them. However, it was regrettable that he had failed to recruit new subordinates this time. Reese lamented as he shook his head in disappointment. He had not found any of those bounty hunters with rewards exceeding 50 million appealing. Harold would not submit to him at this moment. Well, recruiting crew members is a matter of fate. In the future, he would undoubtedly find stronger, more compatible companions. However, before that, Reese had a pressing issue to address. Due to the intense battle with the Big Mom pirates, the severely injured Beethoven and Lexington had fallen into a coma after the conflict and had yet to awaken. Fortunately, the next island was Long Snake Island, where the ship's doctor recommended by Kurakasa resided. Reese stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the vast ocean ahead, speaking to himself. Unexpectedly, the Zashiki Warashi revealed that they were acquainted with this physician, claiming that Yu Jianyu's prolonged endurance was thanks to his potions. He believed that the doctor would surely be able to cure Lexington and Beethoven. Chapter 200. The choice of the four emperors in the new world of the Grand Line. Wano Country, at Onigashima, a tall and robust man, entirely clad in black attire. With enormous black wings sprouting from his back and flames bursting from the back of his head, strode purposefully toward the residence of Kaido, the governor of the Beast Pirates. An unforeseen situation had arisen that was almost unbelievable. Just moments ago, they had lost contact with the forces of the Thunder God Guild, which had set out to annihilate the Outskirts Kingdom. This was an occurrence they had never encountered before. Without uttering a word, the leader of the three disasters, Ember, passed by several beast pirates and pushed open Kaido's door, entering the room. "Oh, Ember, you've arrived." On the main seat in the room, a giant even more imposing than Ember, with long black hair and bare upper body adorned with dragon scale tattoos, poured liquor into his mouth while addressing Ember as he approached. "How did the situation with the Outskirts Kingdom turn out? Have you dealt with those damned samurai? Are there any strong individuals willing to join our pirate crew?" "I came here specifically for that matter, Kaido," Ember replied with a serious shake of his head, stepping closer to Kaido before slowly speaking. "The life card of Londa Luo Z has just burned out, and significant portions of the life cards of Run T and Pei G 1 have been damaged. They appear to be gravely injured. The fleet we dispatched has completely lost contact." Gulp. Ember's words caused Kaido to abruptly halt his drinking, his eyes widening in disbelief. Since the person before him was Ember, whom he respected and trusted, he refrained from letting his drunkenness get the better of him and striking out at him. This was also the reason why Ember personally came to report to Kaido. Upon hearing such news, Kaido's intoxication was mostly shaken off. "So, all three members of the Flying Six were defeated? What kind of power does the Outskirts Kingdom and the Thunder God Guild conceal to be able to bring down my three capable subordinates? Damn samurai! What mischief have they wrought?" Kaido roared in anger, his fists shattering the earth, unleashing an overwhelming aura that knocked out all nearby subordinates except for Ember. "Immediately investigate. What is the situation? Also, get me immediate updates on the current location and circumstances of Run T and Pei G 1. "Understood." Ember nodded calmly and quickly turned to exit the room. The immediate priority was to ascertain how the opposing forces had managed to defeat their fleet led by the three Flying Six. At the same time, it is imperative to locate the whereabouts of the still living Ruin T and Pei G 1. They are formidable individuals recognized by Kaido, young and promising, and must be rescued at all costs. After Jean departed, Kaido had just begun to calm his emotions and resumed his seat when the voice of a Den Den Mushi abruptly sounded. At such a critical moment, who would dare to make a call? With a grim expression, Kaido picked up the Den Den Mushi, suppressing his anger as he dialed the number. An unexpectedly familiar voice, one he had not heard in years, came through. "Hello, is that the little brat Kaido? Your three Flying Six have just gone missing, haven't they? My troublesome girls have also encountered some issues. According to newly acquired intelligence, the ones attacking our fleet at Paradise are the same group." Upon hearing this, Kaido's face betrayed his fury. It had indeed been many years since he had last been in contact with Charlotte Linlin. What audacity possessed these individuals to provoke both of the emperors at Paradise? Such audacity was unparalleled. However, for the time being, I did not wish to send anyone to hunt down these reckless fools, Big Mom unexpectedly stated. Although she had just learned of Charlotte Katakuri's defeat and Charlotte Smoothie's retreat at the hands of Dracula Mihawk, she had initially been furious and considered dispatching her strongest son, Katakuri, to Paradise to eliminate those unruly pirates. Yet, after heeding the advice of Katakuri and Perispero, she reconsidered. There is no need to mobilize forces against a group of insignificant brats. They will inevitably arrive in the new world and challenge us emperors. At that point, we can deal with them at our leisure. If we were to send troops now, it would be a waste of time and energy, especially since it appears that Mihawk is backing them. If he intervenes, it could lead to considerable trouble. Since you say so, Lin, Kaido replied after a moment of contemplation, picking up his sake jug. I shall also let those brats live a little longer. Lin was right. A pack of petty thieves did not warrant the mobilization of the Emperor's forces, nor the deployment of their generals or catastrophe, much less their personal involvement, as that would only lead to humiliation and ridicule from the other emperors and notorious pirates. Speaking of which, Lin, do you know where my Ruinty and Page Yuan are at this moment? Kaido's gaze sharpened. The petty thieves could be spared for a time, but he could not allow his own subordinates to be handled by others or captured and sent to impel down. Shortly thereafter, the call between Kaido and Big Mom concluded. The intelligence capabilities of the Big Mom pirates were indeed renowned as the best in the industry. He had now acquired the information he sought. This old hag, whom he had not seen in decades, remained as arrogant as ever. Kaido grumbled with dissatisfaction as his form began to shift. Soon, a majestic azure dragon soared forth, riding on flame clouds, breaking through the roof of the building and flying towards Wano country. After acquiring the locations of Ruinty and Page Yuan, he decided to pay them a personal visit. He would also take the opportunity to venture to the land of Odin to clear out the remaining samurai. Although he felt it would likely be fruitless, as those samurai were not fools and would have presumably left Odin by now, it wouldn't hurt to take a look. Meanwhile, at Whole Cake Island, that group of brats truly did not warrant his ire. Big Mom mused as she set down the Den mushi. However, the absence of the legendary Peach was indeed infuriating. That damn Dracula Mihawk was still shielding that island. Mihawk was a solitary powerhouse, but his strength should not be underestimated. If one wished to confront him, it would require her personal involvement. Yet even then, there was little guarantee of success. Moreover, this individual had no family or friends, leaving her without leverage to threaten him. Although it was somewhat unsatisfactory, she had no choice but to temporarily set aside her pursuit of the legendary Peach. Where are today's snacks? Are they not ready yet? Ultimately, Big Mom chose to transform her anger into appetite, her thunderous roar echoing throughout the skies of Whole Cake Island. Chapter 201. The Wild Boar King. After departing from Odin, the Silver Adventurer continued its voyage toward distant seas. Due to Beethoven's injuries still not having healed, the ship was uncharacteristically silent, devoid of music. Reese sat idly on the deck, perusing today's newspaper. Following the battles in Odin and Peach Garden, their bounty had once again increased. Among the 3 captains who had defeated the Flying Six, both he and Hawkins saw their bounties rise by 100 million berry, while Harold's bounty surged to 294 million berry, which was within the normal range. Having captured a journalist responsible for taking bounty posters on the battlefield and coerced him into taking a proper photo, Reese's bounty poster now featured a normal handsome image. Yet, looking at this overly dashing photo, Reese felt somewhat conceited. Nonetheless, it was certainly an improvement over the previous lecherous depiction. Lexington's bounty also rose by roughly 100 million, reaching 22 million berry, reflecting the Navy's obsession with bounty increments. House and Daff's bounties each increased by 1,000 berry, while Annie, due to her already high base bounty, remained unchanged. However, in comparison to Beethoven, these bounty fluctuations were trivial. Gazing at Beethoven's new bounty poster, Reese was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. A mere pig held 2 bounty posters. The pet of the Magic Hand Pirates, musician and swordsman Sir Pig Beethoven, bounty 333 berry, increased by 3 berry, seemingly a result of pure obsession. However, Beethoven's strength and threat had not gone entirely unrecognized by the Navy. In addition to the bounty bearing his real name and an image of him, Beethoven had another bounty poster. Fighter of the Magic Hand Pirates, the Wild Boar King, bounty 300 million berry. The photo on the bounty poster depicted Beethoven transformed into a moon lion, wielding the golden sword Joyeuse, looking fearsome. Reese had already learned from House about Beethoven's heroic transformation into a moon lion during the battle in Peach Garden. But he had not anticipated that Beethoven's moon lion form would be regarded as a separate member of their pirate crew, and that the bounty would be set so high, even earning the title of Wild Boar King. It was likely that when the gentlemanly Beethoven, who abhorred rudeness, awoke, he would be quite displeased with this bounty poster. This peculiar Wild Boar King, whose bounty exceeded Lexington S., had now become the second highest bounty within their pirate crew. Reese could not help but exclaim. It even surpassed those of Hawkins and Harold. Akin to Luffy from the Sabedi archipelago, it was truly a matter of words failing him. Yet, upon closer reflection, it seemed somewhat reasonable. After all, Beethoven in his moon lion form was indeed second only to himself and their team. And it was through Beethoven's moon lion form that they had triumphed over the Charlotte family's cadre, Charlotte Katakuri. However, the conditions for this transformation are rather stringent. Beethoven can only transform into the moon lion on one night each month, possessing the strength of 300 million bounty only during the full moon. It is what it is. Reese shook his head and tossed the newspaper onto the floor before turning towards the cabin. In an infirmary, which appeared quite empty due to the absence of the ship's doctor, Lexington and Beethoven lay on separate beds, both severely injured from the previous battle, while Housey and Annie temporarily played the role of caretakers. Although the doctors from Taiyuan had treated them, their skills were not sufficient for complete recovery, leaving the possibility of lingering effects if left unattended. The Zashikiwarashi used the power of the MysteryFruit to temporarily restore their health, but this reversal was fleeting. It would not be long before they reverted to their original state. To prevent the situation from deteriorating further, even though Lexington and Beethoven were currently stable, they could only rest in bed to avoid further injury. Captain, the journey to Changshi Island is quite challenging. Upon seeing the captain enter, Housey set down the map, letting out a helpless sigh. After examining the map and using his abilities to find a route to Changshi Island, he realized how treacherous the path would be. En route from here to Changshi Island, numerous massive underwater mountains obstructed their way, creating a complex and dangerous environment. They would need to take a serpentine route that would take a considerable amount of time. It seemed this was also the reason for the island's name, as the natural terrain provided protection for it and the kingdom above. Fortunately, the MO show pirate crew had Housey's abilities, a sufficiently detailed map, a skilled helmsman, and a route map presented to them by the three heads before leaving the kingdom of Izumo, along with Dr. Ning Jiji's business card. After all, the reason Ujetsu Kenmi could endure near death was significantly due to the three heads traveling a great distance to Changshi Island to seek out Dr. Ning Jiji for medication. This individual, known as Ning Jiji, was quite famous yet mysterious in these waters, with countless legends surrounding him. Reese found himself increasingly intrigued by him, wondering what kind of person he might be. It doesn't seem matter. The long travel time is not an issue. As long as we do not engage in battles or strenuous activities along the way, we should not face any deterioration of injuries or lingering effects. Lexington spoke from his bed. After all, it was unlikely they would encounter formidable enemies along the way. The underwater mountains between Changshi Island and the kingdom of Izumo served as a natural barrier, allowing them to evade many adversaries and dangers due to the intricate terrain. As long as there are no battles, we'll be fine. Reese murmured in agreement, suggesting that Dafu need not rush. Getting lost among the sea mountains would be far worse. Their pace was indeed a bit hasty. After recently engaging in battles against the Flying Six and the eldest daughter of the Charlotte family, they needed time to reflect and assimilate their prior experiences in combat, steadily enhancing their abilities and allowing for a buffer before the next challenge. After all, the MO show pirate crew was no longer merely Avengers but adventurers. They should savor the journey and the thrill of exploration rather than racing forward relentlessly, entangled in conflicts with various foes. I wonder how Shark is doing. If he were here, I could indulge in cuisine and enjoy life. Reese mused to himself as he turned back to the deck, ready to bask in the sun and relish his leisure time. In the days to come, the world would undoubtedly become tumultuous, and being swept up in the tides of the era would make it challenging to find such opportunities for relaxation again. The silver adventurer, bathed in sunlight, sailed across the shimmering sea towards unknown new adventures. Chapter 202, Changshi Island. Snake Kingdom. The journey to Changshi Island took a considerable amount of time. during which Reese diligently honed his skills. Mastery of firearms, swordsmanship, hand-to-hand combat, the three forms of hockey, as well as the utilization of the coal fruit, vibration fruit, sway fruit, and the cat fruit's Raijin form were all essential. As the wielder of the copy fruit, he needed to embody a true polymath in his combat style. Lacking expertise in mechanics and electromagnetism, he ultimately chose to abandon the magnetic fruit's abilities, finding it too cumbersome. Even basic applications required an excessive amount of time, rendering it impractical. Not all fruits are suited for everyone. Some, no matter how promising, cannot unleash their true potential if they do not align with one's capabilities. Thus, he resolved to focus his time and energy on the more practical and potent fruits he possessed. Among the 4 fruits he currently owned, he intended to permanently retain the coal fruit and the Raijin fruit, while the others served merely as stepping stones for the next stage. Therefore, he concentrated his efforts on developing and mastering the coal fruit and the Raijin fruit. Having previously developed numerous fruits, Reese had amassed considerable experience in this area and had become proficient. Now, when approaching new fruits, as long as there were no special conditions required, he could quickly attain a basic level of mastery. After acquiring Raijin's sword, Budu no Tamashii, Reese rekindled his long-neglected swordsmanship. Previously, he had practiced both firearms and swordsmanship, but after obtaining Amaterasu, he had focused entirely on firearms. Now that he had acquired Tsukuyami and Budu no Tamashii, he could not neglect his training as a swordsman. Although he could not excel in every field, mastering a few more skills would greatly benefit his future endeavors, allowing for a more diverse range of abilities. Reese began to experiment with developing a unique martial technique of his own, an alternative 3-sword style. This involved simultaneously wielding a spear, a katana, and a tanto in combat. Although referred to as a 3-sword style, the 3 weapons were entirely different. Amaterasu complemented the coal fruit, Budu no Tamashii suited the Raijin fruit, while Tsukuyami was relatively compatible with the vibration fruit. Utilizing all 3 weapons concurrently would enable him to seamlessly integrate the 3 abilities into combat, achieving greater efficiency and comprehensiveness. However, Reese did not intend to replicate Zoro's 3-sword style. He had attempted to wield a sword in his mouth, but found it impractical and unseemly, as it resulted in drool and made speech impossible. He lacked Zoro's extraordinary jaw strength from years of training. Instead, he opted to hold a weapon in each hand while deftly maneuvering a 3rd weapon in the air, swapping the order of the weapons in his left hand, right hand, and the air as needed. Reese believed this flexible and dynamic combat style was far more suited to him. The long-range weapon, the spear, the mid-range weapon, the katana, and the close combat weapon, the tanto, combined to adequately handle all forms of attack. To facilitate the smooth execution of this 3-sword style, Reese also attempted to incorporate Beethoven's 4-sword dance into his combat approach, while also drawing inspiration from Lexington's strategies. Truth be told, Reese had initially considered using the sword Jugawayas as well, but it was too large and cumbersome for him, rendering it impractical. He had to set it aside for the time being, reserving it for Beethoven to use during the full moon. Perhaps, after acquiring a suitable ability in the future, he would be able to utilize the 4-sword style as well. During this period of training, Annie remained in her room, diligently researching new weaponry. Despite the formidable prowess of Jurule's technology in the South China Sea, it proved insufficient upon entering the Grand Line. To play a more significant role within her crew, she must enhance herself with more advanced technological weaponry. Annie plans to harness the limitless coal energy provided by her brother Lacey's coal fruit to create a steam-powered source within herself, supplying greater energy and firepower. However, compressing such large machinery, typically installed on ships or in factories, into her own body is no simple endeavor. Nevertheless, as a genius known as Shinsho, and carrying the spiritual strength of Paul and others, she cannot allow this minor challenge to thwart her ambitions of realizing dreams through shipwright technology alongside her brother. The enriching and delightful journey continued for several months. After an extensive serpentine route, the Masho pirates finally traversed the intricate layers of sea mountains, reaching the next island in the Grand Line, Changsha Island. During this time, Lexington and Beethoven's injuries had mostly healed, although lingering ailments remained that required a skilled doctor for complete recovery. Let us proceed to the Snack Kingdom and seek out the doctor named Ning Jijida, they declared. After tidying their attire and stowing their belongings, the entire MysteryPirate's crew disembarked and set forth toward the Snack Kingdom. Regarding the name of Dr. Ning Jijida, Lacey had always found it rather amusing, as it sounded quite unrefined. Renowned as the strange medicine man, such a name hardly seemed fitting for a conventional physician. Yet, in the world of One Piece, the more eccentric an individual, the more formidable they often prove to be. Their vessel already housed its share of peculiar characters, so one more would not be an issue. Upon entering the Snack Kingdom, Lacey noticed the unique characteristics of its inhabitants. The residents possessed an extraordinary height reminiscent of giraffes, attributed to their exceedingly long necks akin to snakes. Many of these long-necked individuals wore metallic rings around their necks, producing a clinking sound as they moved. Lacey mused inwardly. This was the homeland of the Snakehead tribe, one of the races not detailed in the original One Piece narrative. They truly appeared remarkable. After encountering the Fur tribe, fishmen, and giants, he had finally come across another unique race from the world of One Piece. Thus, could the doctor named Ning Jijida also belong to the Snakehead tribe? As Lacey and his companions strolled through the streets, the Snakehead residents, upon seeing these exceedingly rare foreign humans, displayed no curiosity but rather a serious demeanor, hastening to distance themselves from them. It seemed the locals were not particularly welcoming to outsiders. Lexington remarked solemnly, observing the now deserted streets due to their arrival. Changsha Island is concealed among the sea mountains, making it extremely difficult to locate, and outsiders rarely venture here. They had previously navigated through the sea mountains, where even without reaching Changsha Island, their navigational pointers could still store magnetic readings. Thus, one need not find Changsha Island to continue their journey. However, the complete lack of curiosity from the Snakehead tribe regarding outsiders, coupled with their evident fear, suggested deeper issues at play. After all, most races outside of humanity often faced some degree of discrimination, and the Snakehead tribe was likely no exception. It appeared that many challenges awaited them in this land. Chapter 203. The strange medicine man Ning Jiji. The streets were eerily deserted, which felt quite unsettling. As the MysteryPirates delved deeper into the Snack Kingdom, sightings of the Snakehead residents dwindled. With complex expressions, they retreated from the crew, often fleeing even when Lacey and others approached to greet them. What a shame. Do we truly appear so terrifying? Beethoven questioned, bemused by the panicked retreat of the Snakehead tribe. While it's understandable for humans to flee, they have a fur tribe member among us. Surely, they wouldn't treat him like a mere pet, would they? After all, our fur tribe boasts formidable members like Pedro and Beckmas. Why should I be any different? It feels like bullying the adorable creatures. Regardless of their reaction, we must prioritize locating Dr. Ning Jijida's residence, Dafu suggested, scratching her head. Their primary purpose in the Snack Kingdom was to recruit crew members, so the opinions of the Snakehead tribe were not their immediate concern. The interior streets of this kingdom were winding and intricate, resembling a coiling serpent, making it seemingly arduous to find a medical clinic. One could only ponder how Kuralokas and the Thunder God Guild managed to locate a clinic here, given the difficulty of reaching this island. Is this the clinic of Ning Jijida? Hao Si suddenly exclaimed, lifting his gaze and pointing to a particular spot down the street. The group turned their attention to where Hao Si indicated. It was a dilapidated and narrow structure, appearing quite odd, wedged between two buildings and hardly noticeable. Yet, the sign at the entrance did indeed proclaim it as Ning Jijida's clinic. I expected a grand search, yet we found it so easily. Could this be an incredible stroke of luck? Lacey remarked, slightly exasperated as he approached the clinic's worn wooden door. The door appeared exceptionally aged, likely untouched for decades, covered in dust, stains, and various signs of decay. Had it not been for the numerous fingerprints on the handle, they might have doubted its occupancy. A yellowing paper was affixed nearby, inscribed with a phrase that was somewhat difficult to decipher. After careful examination, Lexington confirmed it read, pushed the door, and entered directly. How filthy! I wonder if they ever clean this place. Lacey mused, gazing at the dust-covered doorknob. Gritting his teeth, he retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket, wrapping it around the handle to push the door open. Creak! The excruciatingly grating sound of the door opening sent shivers down everyone's spines. Instantly, a peculiar and unpleasant odor wafted from the pitch-black interior, causing them to grimace. Is that a tunnel? Upon entering, Lacey extended his coal-formed right index finger, igniting a flame to illuminate the dim surroundings. After surveying the room, his gaze settled on a dark, deep hole below. The room contained nothing but this singular passageway. Could there be something extraordinary below? Is Ning Jiji situated down there? Yet, it appeared rather sinister. Just as Lacey hesitated, leaning down to peer into the abyss, a head suddenly sprang forth from the opening. The group was startled by the sudden emergence of the frightening visage, causing them to leap back and cry out in alarm. Before them stood a remarkably astute elderly gentleman, likely in his 50s, characterized by a pronounced hooked nose and a sharply defined chin. His long, wavy hair evoked the image of a sorcerer from a dark fairy tale. It has been quite some time since I last had a patient. Welcome, welcome, do come down. The head emitted a few disconcerting chuckles, casting a sweeping glance over Reese and his companions before retracting back into the tunnel. Reese and his companions exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily taken aback. Could that disembodied head truly belong to Ning Jijida? With hearts still racing and minds filled with uncertainty, they each ventured into the narrow passageway. The tunnel proved unexpectedly deep, winding and twisting like the insides of a serpent, making it a challenge to reach its terminus. After an extended journey, they finally arrived at the end of the tunnel, which opened into an eerily atmospheric underground clinic. The dim candlelight only heightened the already grim ambience. Aside from the tunnel they traversed, this underground clinic featured several other openings, indicating multiple routes leading to this establishment. No wonder they had located the entrance so swiftly. Surrounding the clinic were numerous jars and vials, alongside a few makeshift beds and medical equipment haphazardly scattered about. At the center, an elderly member of the snake-headed tribe was diligently concocting potions at a lab table. This peculiar elder towered over 2 meters in height, yet his proportions seemed oddly disproportionate. His body resembled that of a child, but his neck extended 3 times the length of his torso, rendering him quite comical. Atop that elongated neck rested the very head that had startled Reese and his companions moments earlier. Are you Dr. Ning Jijida? After a moment of silence and hesitation, Reese could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired. Hissus, it has been ages since I encountered patients from another tribe. The elder of the snake-headed tribe erupted into an eccentric laughter, evidently elated. Indeed, I am Ning Jijida, the most skilled physician and eccentric of the Snake Kingdom. That golden-haired gentleman and the little pig from the fur tribe. It seems you both harbor hidden ailments. As he spoke, Ning Jijida's penetrating gaze fixated upon Lexington and Beethoven, resembling that of a scientist observing lab mice. Though somewhat unsettled by his scrutinizing stare, Lexington and Beethoven felt a jolt of surprise. Could he truly discern their concealed injuries? They had believed their bodies had nearly fully recovered, and as long as they avoided strenuous activity, no abnormalities would manifest. Such remarkable insight. No wonder he was lauded as a distinguished physician. The surroundings may have been lacking, and the atmosphere peculiar, yet his expertise was undeniable. Perfect. I have recently developed a tonic to bolster health, particularly effective against hidden ailments. Come, let us test it. With that, Ning Jijida bent down, retrieving an enormous syringe from beneath the table, his face alight with anticipation. Inside, a phosphorescent green liquid bubbled ominously, and the needle, as thick as chopsticks, glimmered menacingly. As Reese beheld the oversized syringe in Ning Jijida's grasp, cold sweat trickled down his brow, while Beethoven's bristles stood on end, instinctively retreating a step. Will that truly not kill me if administered? What a terrifying doctor. Introduction. Having traversed into the world of pirates, Eric D. Dozen Reese finds himself on a desolate island in the South Sea, consuming a devil fruit known as the copy fruit. However, It is only upon his first battle with a fellow power wielder that he comprehends the true magnitude of the fruit he has ingested. Given its extraordinary capabilities, why not embrace the life of a pirate and test the waters? Akainu, my magma can incinerate all, possessing the pinnacle of offensive power among devil fruits. Reese, let me just touch it and copy that.